You clearly know that your wife will soon be looted by the current empress, but you ignore it because this is your third reincarnation. In the first life, you became the emperor of the demon path, but when you ascended to immortality, you were struck down by the heavenly thunder brought down by the gods of the immortal realm. In the second life, you broke through the gates of the immortal realm with the supreme great way, but when you tried to avenge the past, you were unexpectedly ambushed and injured by your friend, the holy son of the Buddhist sect, and ultimately killed by the Buddhas with a sky-supporting golden bell. In this life, you have transmigrated into the tragic role of a son-in-law. In order to return to the immortal realm and kill the god Buddha, you decide to secretly grow in this life and ignore the mortal world. However, unexpectedly, your thoughts can be heard by others. Because of this, your wife, who has always despised you, directly killed the maid who had served for many years. Even your usually timid and fearful father-in-law dared to confront the current prime minister for you. At this moment, you have a splitting headache. In front of you is a maid in an official dress, with wide eyes and a look of extreme fear. You were about to speak, but the maid suddenly showed a fierce look and covered your mouth and nose tightly with a handkerchief. What's going on? Am I going to die as soon as I arrive? At this moment, suddenly a memory that does not belong to you emerges, and you suddenly understand that you have been reborn. And you have been reborn into a pitiful son-in-law. This cannon fodder character has been unknowingly poisoned for a long time, and today is his time to die, but he is truly dead, and you have arrived. At the same time, outside the dormitory, a maid steps lightly to a graceful and heroic woman, respectfully reporting, "Miss, sir, she died of illness, coughing up blood all over the floor. Miss, you better not go in to see." Qin Jianjia nodded lightly at the words, without any expression. Understanding. Dress him up nicely and let him leave peacefully. Yes, miss. The maid nodded respectfully. Just as Qin Jianjia was about to step out with her left foot, suddenly a voice came from the bottom of her heart. Feeling a bit dizzy, a bit short of breath. I didn't expect to be suffocated by a maid. Qin Jianjia was about to step out with her right foot, but suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at the maid behind her, and asked in confusion, "Who just made that sound?" The maid tilted her head in confusion, saying, "No one made a sound. Miss, did you hear wrong? Wasn't it?" Qin Jianjia looked puzzled. She clearly heard it very clearly. It was the voice of her just-passed husband. Could it be that she was really hallucinating? Just as she was doubting, "It's a bit of a pity not to see my wife. If I could make a sound, maybe I could be saved." This time, Qin Jianjia heard it clearly. It was clearly the voice of her husband, but she wondered why the maid in front of her did not hear it. Qin Jianjia couldn't care about this at the moment, and hurried towards the direction of the bedroom. The maid was shocked to see this, her heart pounding. "Miss, the master is dead. It's filthy inside, and I'm afraid it will upset you." The more she said this, the more Qin Jianjia felt that there was a problem in the bedroom. When she pushed open the door, she saw you being tightly covered by the maid, who was holding her nose and mouth tightly. At this moment, your face was flushed, obviously about to faint. "Biluo, what are you doing?" Qin Jianjia shouted, and the maid named Biluo trembled, turning her head in surprise and uncertainty to see the young lady breaking in through the door. Her heart pounded wildly, immediately letting go, kneeling on the stone floor, tremblingly kowtowing. "Miss, this servant was just checking if the master still had a breath." At this moment, a cough came from you lying on the bed. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Qin Jianjia stared at her with cold eyes. Miss, made Biluo's legs trembled, but she couldn't say anything. "Someone, take them away for questioning. Find out who ordered them to assassinate your master." Qin Jianjia didn't even look at them. "Miss, this servant is innocent." Biluo kept kowtowing, but it was of no use. The servants came forward and lifted her up, along with the maid who had spoken to her earlier. Soon, cries and screams could be heard from the courtyard, one after another. At this point, you couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, you almost went to meet God at the beginning. You were just about to thank Qin Jianjia, but you saw Qin Jianjia holding a bowl of medicinal soup in her hand, ready to serve you to drink, while murmuring in her mouth, "Forget about the thanks. Anyway, I won't watch you die in front of me. Your illness is still serious. Drink it." Qin Jianjia thought you would be touched, but she heard your inner thoughts. "Thank you, sir. I haven't been suffocated yet, and now you want to poison me with poison?" You were thinking about how to refuse to drink the medicine, but you saw Qin Jianjia frown, with a strange expression, and then she spilled the medicinal soup on the floor. The floor turned slightly black, and she immediately ordered the servants to interrogate for the antidote. Otherwise the whole family would be executed and sent to the government. Shortly afterwards, the maid, in order to protect her family, handed over the antidote, and only after you drank the antidote did you regain some strength. At this moment, Qin Reed's white legs stood outside the door. Her copper bell eyes revealed 3 points of strange, 5 points of incomprehension, and 2 points of not knowing what to do. Just like this, he looked straight at Suqiu. Qin Reed, Qin parent's daughter, from the 3rd grade Tingyuan General, Force Superb, is the strongest female general of the Great Qian, unfortunately, soon to be planted by people framed, so that the emperor suspected her of treason, so not only lost the official position, but also copied home, and finally fell to the market mouth to ask the decapitation. A generation of female generals to become someone else's sustenance. But unfortunately, Qin Reed's breath caught in her throat. She heard Suqiu's heart again, or something unimaginable. Did he see it coming? Qin Reed does not know whether to question him. Why would he know so much? But also afraid of questioning later. Suqiu found that she could hear her own heart. If the future defense of them can be how good? This Qin family estimates cannot live for a long time. Ha, the wife has been looking at me for what? Qin Reed sniffed and immediately skimmed her head, turning around to appreciate the courtyard garden. But she wanted to know what the Qin family will not live long meant, and was about to ask. A red and pink palace dress maid came with small broken steps, bowed in front of Qin Reed. Miss, the lady asked how the Ant Master is. If it's okay, the lady asked you to go over to have a meal. Qin Reed nodded. Her silver bell-like voice faintly said, got it. She then raised her eyes to look at Suqiu. Can you still walk? Take the antidote. You should be able to. Come on, let's go to dinner. Qin Reed finished. Almond eyes will be closed. Head also do not return step away. It seems that as long as the husband and son-in-law are fine, there is nothing more. Not even a concern. Suqiu looked at his own wife's perfunctory attitude and wondered why the original owner was dead set against her. What a pathetic love brain that not only has no status identity but also no dignity at the same time. Suqiu slowly got up and followed behind Qin Reed's maid with her assistants. Qin family dining hall. Qin Shaoliang, the head of the Qin family, said to his wife, also known as Chen, a good meal. The lady called an inverted door for what? Bad luck. Even if it's your son-in-law, he's seriously ill. If we don't show some attitude, they'll say we're treating our son-in-law badly. Qin Shaoliang slapped his hand on the table. Whoever dares to chew the cud, I'll slap their mouths. Mrs. Liu, Mrs. Zhang, Tiangongren, 4th rank enjoined wife. Chen sat on the edge of the spring platform, her hands pulling her chest lightly. Qin Shaoliang heard that they are all the wives of dignitaries, and there are even ennobled wives and the title are greater than his official position. He retracted his slap quietly at once, and murmured, eat, ch. Chen looked away in disgust. At this time, the small daughter next to her, Qin Yuma, was not happy. Mother, you called in sickly guys. You're not afraid that I won't be able to eat. You have to eat even if you can't. Qin Umo hummed very unruly. She also revealed her white hand in her sleeve and quietly grabbed a piece of chicken leg and sneakily licked it. But suddenly, they both heard a stream of sound coming from them. This is the Qin family, or quite beautiful. The maid looks also good. Only the only drawback of the house people to me too cold not long after the Qin family is gone, but also do not have to pay too much attention to it. 3 people with 6 eyes. There were looks of confusion. Qin Yuma was the first to open her baby lips and said, who's talking? Mother doesn't know either. Chen shook her head, and the hairpin bead jewelry coiled on her head swayed with her. Then added, however, this person discussing the Qin family behind their backs is really a bit arrogant and mischievous. Qin Shaolian looked at the maid behind him and inquired, who made the sound just now? The maid, as if puzzled by a monk, bowed and said suspiciously, Master, was there a sound just now? Another maid beside her nodded gently and concurred. Xiao Chui didn't hear a sound either. You didn't hear me? Qin Shaoliang and Chen, as well as Qin Yuma were all stunned. They obviously heard it very clearly. How could they not hear it? Just as they were puzzled. Master, ma'am, eldest miss and auntie are here. A maid stood outside the door and reported back. Not long after, Qin Reed walked in first, and Suqiu's back foot also stepped into the threshold and followed her. But he didn't sit down, because the flunky son-in-law sits at the women's table. Only when Chen told him to sit down, did Suqiu take his seat in a graceful manner, sitting next to Qin Reed, but still keeping a distance. At this moment, Qin Shaoliang lowers his head to eat. Qin Yuma schemes his head to gnaw on a chicken leg, and only Chen slightly kindly mentions, eat. Only her words had just fallen. Just hear that voice in your heart. This should be Chen Xiaomei, the wife's mother, knife mouth and tofu heart. Unfortunately, her friends around the cheating afraid of being caught in the east window, so planted evidence to frame her cheating, and then the rumors sound, and finally can only die to prove their innocence. Hit the wall and end. Chen Xiaomei, who had originally picked up the dishes, could not help but stiffen. The whole thing fell into a stupor. Even Qin Shaoliang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He felt unbelievable. not to mention Qin Yuma suddenly stopping nibbling on a chicken leg. On the contrary, Qin Reed's eyebrows slightly frowned, but still not in a hurry to stretch out the catkin, holding chopsticks to clip the food, self-centered to eat up. This should be the Qin family Qin Xiaoliang, quite gentle and elegant. Unfortunately, soon lost his wife, the official not only by political opponents, but also by colleagues framed, and ultimately lost his title, disgraced, in the capital was spurned, but also because of the Qin family was held on the crime of treason. The marketplace was decapitated, the former friends of no one to save. Poor Qin Xiaoliang sniffed the rice that was originally in his mouth and sprayed it out, seemingly choked and coughed violently, then looked at Su Qiu with a face full of unbelief. Qin Yuma's bright eyes were filled with pity as he looked at his own old man. It was like a daughter's heart was aching for her daddy, just as she wanted to comfort Qin Xiaoliang. This should be my sister-in-law Qin Yuma, lively and active chick. Unfortunately, soon not only be cheated, but also lost their bodies. Reputation was lost. The recruitment of the family can not only marry a small official, but I do not know that the small official has a tendency to abuse their wives. Were beaten to the bone, all miscarried 3 times, and finally because the family was copied, was sent to the Department of Education, with the insults of their own deaths. There seems to be one more missing. Never mind. The poor cannon fodder family, full of loyalists, became victims of the power game. Su Qiu remembered that the Qin family also had a second son, but it didn't appear even. He named everyone one by one as if he were counting them. Su Qiu was merely recalling what was once a novel and re-recognizing it. Qin Yumo sniffed, and immediately the chicken leg in his hand did not smell good, and he did not react when it fell on the ground and splashed oil stains, staring straight at her not-so-favorite brother-in-law. But she realized that at some point, her sister actually looked up at her. At this moment, Su Qiu, who was in the center of the vortex, saw that everyone was looking at him, not knowing what to do. Casually, he asked, "What's wrong?" Chen immediately snapped out of it. "It's fine. It's just that the people haven't seen you for a long time and are afraid of a raw face." Immediately she enthusiastic like fire said, "You into our family, not less wronged you right? Come, in the future, here is their own home. Want to eat what you want to eat? We are your own parents." Chen Xiaomei said as she helped him lay out the food. "Your mother-in-law is right. The Qin mansion will be your home in the future." Qin Xiaoliang also spoke up. He even turned to the maid and asked, "How much is your aunt's regular money?" 20 taels of regular silver per month. Too little. Our Qin family son-in-law can't live in poverty. 60 taels per month. Yes, master. The maid Xiao Chui bowed, but she inwardly wondered slightly, surprised as to why the lord and lady were suddenly so concerned about a superfluous son-in-law. The other maids did the same, incredulity written on their pretty faces, their almond eyes slightly open. Even Qin Yuma sweetly shouted to Su Qiu, "Brother-in-law." Then he gave him a full, plump chicken leg and pressed it onto his rice, tasseling, "Brother-in-law, you have my usual favorite chicken leg. Don't mind if you don't like it." Su Qiu looked at the scene in front of him. A look of confusion filled his face. He remembers that the main character before he crossed over was a rags-to-riches scholar with no parents, but having a marriage book with the Qin family, coinciding with the ministers of the dynasty to bring impeachment of the Qin family, resulting in Qin Reed had to let him into the family. Although the male protagonist of the Qin Reed is extremely adored, but no one in the Qin family to see him. After all, in their eyes, he was the one who had kidnapped their daughter with a marriage contract. Only now, Su Qiu looked down at the spring table. The bowl was full of dishes at this time, among which the large chicken thigh was as big as a fist, taking up a small half of the mountain. It's very different from a novel. Qin Reed looked at the scene in front of her, first slightly surprised, and then quickly understood the meaning. They could all hear Su Qiu's heart, also know their misery. How come this guy woke up today like a different person? At this point, Su Qiu casually and politely said, "Thank you, mother-in-law and father-in-law, and thank you, UMO. I'll take my time. A family doesn't talk about two families," Chen said with a wide-eyed smile. Su Qiu did not take it to heart, exchanged pleasantries, and after finishing his meal with Qin Reed, he left behind her. As their figures disappeared out the door, Qin Xiaoliang, Chen Xiaomei and Qin Yuma's 3 eyes met each other 6 times. Qin Yuma pursed her showy cherry lips and couldn't help but open her mouth. "Father, mother, you all heard it just now? Your mother is not deaf," Chen replied faintly. Qin Xiaoliang's expression was serious as he instructed the maid next to him. "You all go out. I'll call you in again if there's something wrong." The maids bowed one after another, so they left the dining hall in small steps, covering the door with their hands, leaving only their family in the room. Only then did Qin Xiaoliang address the two of them. With a straight face, You must not say anything about this matter to others. It is indeed unheard of from time immemorial to be able to hear the heart of one's son-in-law. I feel as if he has changed into a different person. Chen's jade hand picked up a handkerchief and wiped her red lips. He said to him in a bad mood, "Didn't you call him a backstabber before? Now you call him son-in-law so enthusiastically? Today is different from the past." Qin Shaoliang stroked his beard inside quietly. "Recently, I have been having trouble with everything in the court. I always feel that something is not right. Just now I listened to his heartfelt words, and I was somewhat awakened, although I don't know if he is right, but there is always some precautionary measures." Qin Yuma didn't like father's civilized. His eyes flickered and he said, "Father, if you want to know, don't you just ask him directly?" Chen shook her head and interjected, "No, in case he knows, we can listen to his heart, and if he intentionally hides it, won't we not know anything? Besides, we have neglected him before. Madam is right. A man speaks the truth when he is drunk in his heart. If he is guarded later, the truth can't be heard. So rot in your brother-in-law's heart and don't go around talking about it." The three of them were excited to be able to hear Su Qiu's heart, and at the same time, they regretted that they had neglected Su Qiu before when he joined the family. After all, the attitude of Su Qiu Xinxin in the party was as if he was a bystander who stayed out of the situation. Su Qiu followed behind Xin Reed, admiring her figure. "Petite wife, I don't know how to be a great general. This small body can use great strength?" Xin Reed sniffing, jade feet paws, heart eyebrow slightly raised, apricot eyes with a little bit of anger. She did not like to be discussed behind the back of the figure, when turned back to look at her husband and son-in-law. However, at that moment, Su Qiu's gaze was already on the willow tree with its fluttering flowers, seemingly admiring the garden. However, Xin Reed heard, the Qin family's defamed letters of collaboration should be hidden under this willow tree. Should I tell her? Forget it, she won't believe it even if she says it. What's wrong? Although Xin Reed could hear his heart, she still opened her mouth. Pretend you didn't hear his heart. Su Qiu faintly returned. This willow tree is quite chic, so I looked at it a few more times. Aha! Xin Reed gently answered a sound. The original anger also subsided. Pursed lips softly said, "You are the aunt of the house, and I walk side by side." Su Qiu nodded and quietly followed her lead. The two of them walking side by side, but the two of them didn't say a word the entire time. Xin Reed also did not hear his heart again. When he came to the East Wing courtyard, Su Qiu headed to the side room to sleep. He joined the Qin family at the beginning of the family has not been in the same room with Xin Reed. The first night or sleep in the study, and then has been living in the side room. As for the main house, or Xin Reed's boudoir, Su Qiu did not go in once. The actual titular couple. When Su Qiu entered the side room, dressed in purple brocade clothing, waist wearing a sword of the maid Woody appeared Xin Reed's side. Back to the report. Master, the two maids all confessed. They were instructed by a matchmaker named Zhang outside the mansion. Unfortunately, when we caught the matchmaker, she killed herself. Sure it's self-immolation? Yes, master. Took the poison and killed himself. As for the poison's provenance it has yet to be found. The purple-suited waitress said with certainty. Xin Reed was silent for a long time, and then said to her, "Xia, the willow tree where your aunt stopped just now. There should be a letter hidden under the tree. Go and look for it." "Yes." Xia whirled around and disappeared from her side. Seek in the night in search of the epistle. A few moments. Xia, who had a muddy face, returned while handing over the muddy wooden box with a few blades of grass on it. Xin Reed patted the dirt on it and opened it with a light hand. A stack of letters appeared in front of her eyes. She softly picked up a letter and opened it. Suddenly her eyes were stunned, and then quickly read the contents of the envelope. Someone imitated her handwriting to write letters with the North Vietnamese mission. The content of the letter is all about the desire for the North Vietnam, and even mentioned the dissatisfaction with the present Dacian dynasty and the female emperor. Empty strength but unable to go further, hoping to ask for a title in the North Vietnam. Xin Reed's breathing was a little disorganized, and she seemed to be angry. Indeed, as Su Qiu heart voiced that, someone wants to plant evidence to frame their Qin family. Although these letters are not enough to trip up the Qin family will lose trust in front of the emperor and will struggle in the dynasty in the future. Xin Reed's jade hand clenched up, kneaded the letter into a ball, then said to Xia, "Take the fire pot over, don't let people see." After the command, she took out a dagger and cut her jade finger. She was going to write a blood book and put it back in its place. Su Qiu returned to his room. Looking at the empty dormitory, memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. He has been living here since he joined the Qin family, separated from Xin Reed. After all, he is just a ragtag family, and now he is still the status of a flunky. However, Su Qiu did not care. Although the side room was empty, the furniture that should be there was still there. Su Qiu sat cross-legged on the bed. This body was too weak and frail, especially after being eroded by poison for a long period of time. All the organs were failing. I guess it's normal to fall to the ground with this slap. Su Qiu recalled the techniques he had practiced in his previous life, only that what caused him a headache was that the aura of this place was too thin. It should belong to a low martial world, making it difficult to support cultivation. Fortunately, he had a technique that could forge his body with a small amount of aura, which happened to change his current physical weakness. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a Yuan Yang Gong body forging technique. After practicing it, it would run automatically all the time, and the body would become stronger and stronger over time. Copper skin and iron bones no less, and was extremely suitable for places with low aura. Su Qiu quickly settled down and inwardly recited the Gong method. After a tiny red Dan was refined in the dantian and automatically operated in the body, he then felt a wave of weariness come over him. A deep sleep followed. By the time I woke up it was dawn. Next to Su Qiu saw yesterday's maid Xiao Chui, wearing a light green gown shirt light green skirt, the age of about 2-8 years of the little girl. I only saw her rushing to wake herself up and say, "Auntie, get up. Madam wants you to come over." Su Qiu looked out the window at the blazing sun, estimating that it was already past the hour. "I'm sorry, I was too exhausted last night. I actually forgot about the time. Xiao Chui is just an underling. There is no need for Auntie to apologize to the slave girl." Xiao Chui, whose face looked like a peach blossom, smiled a little and softly said, "Auntie, Xiao Chui will help you get some water." "Labor. He. Auntie is still so polite," Xiao Chui said with a dimpled smile, then rolled up her sleeves and went out to fetch water. She knew that last night, after the aunt had finished her evening meal at the house, she had become popular, and that not only the madam but also the master had greatly changed their opinion of the aunt. Even the third miss, who originally resented him, had to sweetly call out to her brother-in-law. After Xiao Chui brought the water in a copper basin and Su Qiu washed up, she took the aunt to the madam's place. En route, Xiao Chui looked at Su Qiu's rosy cheeks and powerful words, and curiously said, "Auntie, today you are much more energetic. Yesterday you were still sickly. Last night's dinner was hearty, so your body recovered quickly." Su Qiu simply made an excuse and said, after all, he couldn't talk to Xiao Chui about forging his body. Not much longer. He was led by Xiao Chui through the large and small gardens, arches, and verandas, and then to the gazebo by the lotus pond. At the moment, there were several ladies sitting around the round table with Chen. Wait for them to approach. Chen's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Why did you guys come so late?" Xiao Chui stepped forward in small steps and whispered a few words in Chen's ear. "Tell Chen about Su Qiu being drugged by the maid of the house yesterday and almost being muffled to death. And by the way, the maid was caned to death by the eldest young lady." Nowadays, Su Qiu didn't have a single maid by his side and couldn't tell him to get up. Chen Xiaomei sniffed her willow brows, then said to Xiao Chui, "In the future, you will be responsible for taking care of your aunt's living." "Yes, ma'am," Xiao Chui answered and retreated to the side. And then, Chen pulled Su Qiu forward. "This is Squire Li's beloved wife Zhang. This is Tong Tongjing's beloved wife Lady Lu. These are all famous ladies in the capital. Especially Mrs. Tian is one of the top 4 ranked enjoined ladies in the capital." Chen introduced these ladies to Su Qiu one by one. Su Qiu also immediately dropped his hands and bowed, giving a polite cry. "Mrs. Zhang, Mrs. Lu, Tian Gongrun, you're welcome." The ladies nodded gently and did not say anything more. Even some of them did not raise their eyes. After all, the status of a flunky was low, and they didn't know what Chen meant by this. Obviously, the circle of noble ladies had a small gathering, but she pulled in her son-in-law, who had been in the family for half a month. Did she want to treat him like a son? These ladies don't know Chen's mentality, but Chen Xiaomei knows that pulling Su Qiu here is to see which lady is setting herself up, so that she can be on guard in the future. Abruptly, a silent Mrs. Lu, the corner of her mouth slightly prying, said, "Do you guys know? Recently my son-in-law accidentally authored the poem Spring Jedi but on the desk of the Emperor." When Mrs. Lu spoke, she was close to crossing her arms and her nose was about to turn up to the sky, and he asked his subordinates to take out paper, ink, pen and inkstone and write out the poem as he went along. The grass is green at the beginning of spring, and the willow flakes lightly flatten the surface of the water. The earth awakens with 1,000 flowers, and everything recovers. At this time, Mrs. Zhang was not willing to show her weakness and said, "When you said so, I also remembered that my scholar son-in-law has recently been a poem, but it has been circulating in the community." Then she wrote another poem, "Study hard in the cold window at night, and win the title on the gold list in the spring." The scholar and the first scholar return. The brocade clothes reflect the new day. Family and friends laugh together. Neighbors rejoice together. These ladies are bragging about their son-in-laws and how good their poetry is. Chen's eyebrows raised slightly at the sight. feeling that these ladies were just squeezing her in disguise. And a backward-looking family had the nerve to take it out? It's a proper climb. Just then, Chen suddenly heard Su Qiu's heartfelt voice. This poem is average. Actually can also be on the Emperor's desk. TSK. Dakian level is open to question. Chen's eyes lit up at the words, anticipating when Su Qiu could make some thousand-year-old famous sentence. Then again, these ladies were selling poetry in Chen's place, and the corresponding event was Qin Yuma being drunk and then being encouraged to molest the sixth prince. And in fact, someone wanted to use her hand to reveal that the sixth prince was actually a woman. By the way, let the Qin family offended the royal family. These ladies here is but to drag the time. Look at the Qin family's jokes. After all, the first line of melon eating, no more interesting than to see with their own eyes. Should I tell Chen? Forget it, she won't believe me if I tell her. As Su Qiu considered whether or not to tell Chen, Chen Xiaomei froze in place, especially after hearing that someone had borrowed Qin Yuma's hand to reveal the identity of the sixth prince. Chen was even more nervous to the extreme. The sixth prince was at the moment the favorite of the Deqian female emperor, and the prince who could succeed the crown prince in the hearts of all the ministers. If the sixth prince is offended, the Qin family will truly cease to exist in the future. The several ladies had not paid attention to Chen, whose expression was slightly stagnant. Mrs. Liu placed the poem in front of Chen. I heard that your son-in-law was once also a scholar and could write a good essay. I wonder if I can let him appreciate and comment on it. Mrs. Zhang concurred. Don't talk about appreciation. You should be instructed. He may not be able to hand out famous poems that have been passed down through the ages. All the ladies are holding up Su Qiu. But just then, Chen said, how would Su Qiu know about poetry and songs? It's better to let you appreciate it. After saying that, he turned his head to ask Xiao Qiao, the maid at the side. Where is that stinky girl Qin Yuma now? Xiao Qiao flickered her eyes, hesitated for a long time, and reported back. Madam, the third miss went to go. She was called by the other mansion's 1,000 golds to participate in the tea party. Tea or wine party? Tea? No, a reception. Xiao Qiao originally wanted to cover for the third young miss, but unfortunately, seeing Chen's gradually harsh eyes, she wimped out. Don't blame me. Third miss. At this time, Chen barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said to the several ladies, I'm sorry, there's been a small matter in the house, so I won't be entertaining you all. At this moment, Chen was furiously riding in a carriage towards the reception described by Xiao Qiao. Even Su Qiu was blankly pulled over by Chen. I also don't know how Chen found out that Qin Yuma actually went drinking. As for women's drinking, in the Dakian emperor's position is now by the female emperor in power, so the folk of women's common rules quite vary wide. What's more, the empress appointed many women as officials during her reign. Dakian at the moment is similar to the period of Wu Zetian. In Su Qiu's impression, although most men ruled during the Dakian period, there were not a few women who ruled, and it was rumored that the founding of Dakian was established by a female general. Therefore, Qin Yuma drinking is nothing. Women's drinking will not be lacking in Dakian. I'll just eat my melon nicely on the sidelines, Su Qiu silently said inwardly. Since his 3 lifetimes, he had either fought for territory during the ancient times or for resources during the immortal cultivation period, and he had gotten tired of fighting and killing for the most part. After all, after competing for resources for thousands of years, he had long been physically and mentally exhausted, and nowadays the days of being uncontested with the world were extremely suitable for him. Su Qiu wants to live without restraints. To be honest, in his heart, he still hoped that the Qin family wouldn't fall so soon, and he needed time to build up the strength that would allow him to debauch himself. While he was in a trance, a voice came from the coachman. Ma'am, there's the lady. Chen lifted the curtain of the car, and saw the crispy-faced drunken Qin Yuma, strutting towards a gentleman in brocade clothes, a group of young ladies behind her who mocked her, holding fans to cover their mouths, proper eaters of melons. Half an hour ago, Qin Yuma, who originally had nothing to do in the mansion and was swinging his feet in the swing, just heard the eldest Miss Tong Wanxia of the Lu mansion. The subordinate came over to pass the message that the young ladies of other mansions would be holding a poetry party at the 100 Flowers Tea House, with wine tasting on the side, and invited her to go over. Qin Yumo agreed to go without saying a word. Long ago, she had already put last night's heartfelt words of Su Qiu behind her. After all, boredom was worse than killing her. Waiting in the 100 Flowers Tea House compartment, she was used by all the family daughters. The store's specially brewed flower wine is specially prepared for you. You're our best sister as well as UMO. I know you are the best woman in the capital city alcohol. You are the sister of Qin Reed. You cannot lose to your sister Amidst all the boasting, Qin Yuma gradually lost himself. What was promised to be a poetry party also completely turned into a drinking party. There is not a single scholar or talented person, but only a woman of the world who persuades her to drink. Waiting until Qin Yuma was 8 minutes drunk, Tong Wanxia suddenly said, "It's really boring to not have a talented person who composes poems. If we can invite one up, it might be interesting for a few minutes." At this moment, Qin Yuma, whose pasty face was flushed and whose eyes were mesmerized, began to make a big deal out of it. Afterward, someone pointed to the yellow brocade-clad male loitering outside and said he wished to invite him up. Tong Wanxia also interjected, "Sister Qin, you don't want us to be disappointed either, right? Not to mention, this person is so handsome. If Sister Qin meets with him, it might be a beautiful story of a talented man and a beautiful woman." So Qin Yuma went downstairs without hesitation, intending to invite him up. No matter what method is used, the daughters of the world's families were all in the mindset of watching a good show, getting up and following her in droves, laughing, their group fans covering their pretty faces. The street also caused many passers-by to stop and watch at this moment, all of them looking curious. Just as Qin Yuma stopped the sixth prince and grabbed his hand and almost stripped him of his clothes. Abruptly, a voice came out, "Fei Mo, have you gone against the grain?" Qin Yuma's pasty face was filled with confusion as he heard the words. She twisted her head to look but saw that at some point, her mother Chen got down from the carriage and walked over with a fierce face in diameter. Qin Yuma looked at his exasperated mother and instantly sobered up half of his wine. "Mother, why are you here?" Qin Yuma rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe it. "What do you say?" Chen stared at her in anger at the moment. Qin Yuma was still about to inquire about something. Fortunately Chen arrived in time. If she really let her reveal the sixth prince's daughter body, I guess the empress will be completely angry. After all, she wants her daughter to take over the throne, but the ministers are demanding that the empress of the crown prince must be a man's body. Su Qiu remembers, Dakian female emperor is in the last emperor period is one of the two saints of the court. After the death of the emperor, she will be the empress plus two saints in the name of the king's right to the divine way to the throne in person. Although the court had been extremely stable, many ministers pleaded with the empress to make the crown prince an imperial son. Therefore, her own sixth princess had been defined as a royal prince since she was a child. When Qin Yuma heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words, her entire body froze completely in place, her cloudy eyes gradually clearing up, and a large portion of her wine waking up. She realized she was almost in trouble. Qin Yuma immediately lowered her head and said miserably, "Mother, my daughter knows she's wrong. I'll clean you up later." Chen glared at her, then turning to look at the male son, Chen gave him the Hail Mary salute and said, "This gentleman, I'm sorry, just now my daughter was naughty and almost bumped into you. I'll make amends and apologize to you." Sixth Prince-in-Law waved his hand. "It's fine." Just then, the boy next to him huffed, "Why is it alright? This woman is as crazy." Grabbing the Gungzi's hand and not letting go, wanting to plot against the Gungzi. Listening to his boy's words, the atmosphere was awkward. Chen gave a dry laugh and then changed the topic. "This gentleman looks so familiar. Could it be that you are His Highness the sixth prince of the current dynasty?" Before Sixth Prince-in-Law could answer, the boy next to him nodded. "Of course, the royal family is also someone your daughter can touch?" As soon as the boy's words fell, he was met with a fierce glare from Sixth Prince-in-Law. "Stand down." The boy reluctantly retreated. As Chen heard this, she became even more convinced of Su Qiu's heartfelt words. More or less skeptical before, they were now almost 100% certain that Su Qiu was extremely knowledgeable about their fate. Even the idea that the son-in-law was a divine arithmetic reincarnation could not be avoided in his mind. In the meantime, when he heard the boy's certainty, Qin Yuma's spine instantly chilled with cold sweat. She really almost got in trouble. She actually wanted to forcefully pull the sixth prince up to the reception. Especially when she heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words, she was close to revealing the sixth prince's daughter's body. Qin Yuma immediately felt the world full of malice. As soon as she thought of what Su Qiu said yesterday, that her fate ended up being to be relegated to the Department of Education and finally humiliated and killed herself, Qin Yuma's eyes watered up. Qin Yuma at the moment kept on the sixth prince, bowed and apologized up. "Sorry sixth prince, the little girl has eyes and does not recognize antidote. Rubbing against you." The sixth prince waved his hand. "It's fine, you're out of your mind due to the wine. Look to drink appropriately next time." "Thank you, sixth prince." When she finished, she silently stepped aside. However, the boy beside the sixth prince was extremely disdainful, and even let out a ch. She spat out her tongue, speculating that the boy beside the sixth prince should be ordinary people, and that she could not say that he was the imperial guards of the palace, protecting the sixth prince. She then quietly said to Su Qiu, full of gratitude, "Thank you brother-in-law." Su Qiu was confused as she looked at Qin Yuma, who was full of alcohol. "What are you thanking me for?" "Thanks to." Qin Yuma still wanted to say thank you for your heart, but when the words reached his mouth, he immediately covered them, and his watery eyes rolled around before saying, Thank you for coming over. If you hadn't been there, Mother would probably have scolded me badly. After making up the lie, she breathed a sigh of relief. Surely witty as I am, Chen Yuma hemmed and hawed. If brother-in-law knew that they could hear the heart, it might be extremely difficult to hear his heart in the future. Su Cho. Inexplicable. I don't think this girl has sobered up yet. Then he saw Chen Yuma's soft and sticky voice ringing out. Brother-in-law. I'm so dizzy. Can you help me? Su Cho swept a glance at Chen Yuma, who was full of alcohol, and was somewhat disgusted. But the next moment Chen Yuma fell over. Soft as cotton, blowing skin, breath like orchid body fragrance, accompanied by a gust of flower wine smell, and warm rolling body temperature slowly drifting. Thinking that she had just woken up drunk, she would have been desperately trying to suppress her drunkenness and force herself to wake up. Now when the pressure is off, it immediately snaps back to its drunken self. Chen in front of Su Cho and Chen Yuma. Again, he continued to apologize and even intended to make amends to the sixth prince. The sixth prince was filled with embarrassment as she talked her way out of Chen, who then left with Su Cho and the already drunken and unconscious Chen Yuma. Looking at the sixth prince whose carriage kept moving away, Yu in the back of Su Cho who disappeared into the carriage, and Lan's face was complicated for a moment, and he said faintly, interesting, but the boy beside her was extremely depressed. My lord, would it be too cheap to let them go just like that? Forget it, more is better than less. Sixth Prince and Lan spoke while staring at Su Cho's back. She had just heard a man's voice, ringing in her ears, but she couldn't find the source at all. But when Chen Yuma was drunk on her brother-in-law, Sixth Prince and Lan once again heard a strange heart sound. She is now able to conclude that the origin of the heart sound is to join the Chen family named Su Cho guy. In particular, Su Cho said, Chen Yuma almost revealed the sixth prince's daughter's body. Sixth Imperial Prince and Lan immediately sniffed at that time and his pupils shrunk a little. Even his breathing became rapid. She almost thought her secret was exposed, but now that she looked back, it turned out to be just that flunky's heart. Sixth Prince and Lan straightened his sleeves to cover his fair and tender skin, while the curiosity of why Su Cho knew her secret could not help but arise within him. Of course, she was more interested in why she could hear Su Cho's heart. Sixth Prince and Lan recalled what was on his mind when Su Cho was preparing to get into the car. Then again, there should be undercover agents around the sixth prince, otherwise no one would know the secret of her private visit. She couldn't help but frown. At this time, the boy next to her said to her, Your Excellency, why have you been staring at that backwards door of the Chen family? Could it be that you want to take him on as a staff member? Sixth Prince and Lan swept back a glance at the boy. Just now, did you hear him speak? The boy immediately shook his head. Subconsciously, he said, that backslider didn't say a word the whole time, as if he was watching a play. This way and Lan thoughtfully up. It seems that only she can hear the Chen family flunky's heart. However, seeing Chen Yuma and Chen's nervousness before, Anlin had a wild guess that they seemed to be able to hear the flunky's heart as well. That also means that they know about their daughter's body. And Lan frowned while not forgetting to ask the boy beside him, there shouldn't be a second person who knows the news of me coming out, right? That boy patted his chest and said, My lord, don't worry, the news of you coming out is only known to me. No second person knows about it. At those words, and Lan's brows furrowed a few more points and his eyes looked at him gloomily. The drunken Chen Yuma lay on the carriage. Chen glared at her helplessly, and then looked at Su Cho more kindly. She thought to herself, it's good that my son-in-law reminded me of this, or else the Chen family would have suffered a catastrophic disaster without even knowing how it happened. Su Cho is really a blessing to their family. Humph, those stinky ladies still compare me to their son-in-laws. They are really blind. Su Cho as their son-in-laws can be compared? Just heard that he was almost poisoned yesterday and had his nose covered. What kind of asshole did this? Chen thought of this cannot help but panic, especially recalling the previous Chen Reed's attitude towards Su Cho in general. Not only no good face, and even sleep in separate rooms, and ultimately let people drill holes. What if Su Cho's heart is dead to the Chen family? Chen felt that she had to go back and enlighten Chen Reed before she could do so. Su Cho looked at Chen's kind eyes, somewhat puzzled. It always felt like he'd gotten weird since he'd crossed over. Originally, the Chen family had ignored their flunky son-in-law and left him to fend for himself. Now it was gradually becoming like their own son, which made Su Cho wonder if he was really bookworm. Chen slowly spoke, Su Cho UMO girl always loved to mess around. You as her brother-in-law can be delayed. But Chen hadn't finished. There was a cacophony of voices from outside the carriage. Chen had just lifted the curtain to poke her head out in puzzlement, but the maid outside the carriage called out first, Ma'am, the officials and soldiers have surrounded our mansion. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomei immediately lifted the curtain of the carriage door. He then saw a group of officials and soldiers wearing the armor of the Imperial Forestry Army, fiercely surrounding the Chen mansion. Several officers and soldiers with strangling swords in their hands blocked the gate of the Chen mansion, erecting a refusal horse and forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Even when Chen's carriage driver tried to enter, he was stopped out. The officer and soldier also aggressively put the stranger's sword in their way and said, "No one is allowed to enter without His Excellency's permission, not even General Chen." Other officials and soldiers were constantly searching for things in the mansion, and even the sound of banging vases breaking could be heard. The commotion was not small, attracting other passers-by to make a spectacle and point at the Chen family. Seeing this, Chen hoofed down from the carriage and said anxiously, "How could this happen? What exactly did the Chen family do wrong?" The other maids were similarly gathered, waiting anxiously. They were all afraid that they wouldn't know where to go after the Chen family fell. At this moment, even the drunken Chen Yuma woke up leisurely, and seeing that the Chen family was surrounded, he said suspiciously, "Mother, what happened?" Chen's face showed a few moments of sadness, and shook her head. "Mother doesn't know either. My guess is right. There should be some people smearing the Chen family for collaborating with the enemy, and these Imperial guards are here to search for evidence of the Chen family's collaboration with the enemy, and it is expected that they will soon find the planted letters with the enemy's emissaries." Chen and Chen Yuma froze in place when they heard Suchio's heartfelt words. Special Chen Yuma's copperbell eyes stared blankly. The hand also could not help but shake a little. The flowers lost their color, kept recalling the previous heartfelt words of Suchio, who was finally sent to the Department of Education and killed herself with humiliation. The snow-white legs were even almost bloodless, and directly went soft. Her pale catkin grasped Chen's arm, and with a sobbing voice she delicately said, "Mother, what should we do? I don't want to go to the Department of Education." Chen did the same. Her face was pale, gripping her daughter's wrist tightly, saying without any bottom, "We should be fine, right?" Suchio looked at the two men suspiciously. The Chen family didn't even fall so quickly. Why are they crying? Chen Yuma? Suchio looked at their two pairs of bright eyes that kept staring at him. Chen's and Chen Yuma's expressions were stagnant, and their originally pale and bloodless pasty faces gradually recovered a trace of redness, and their breathing calmed down. Suchio looked at the two watery pretty faces. He scratched his cheeks and comforted slightly. "Mother-in-law, I think Reed will soon set this matter right. Don't worry about it. The other party does not want to one-time down the Chen family, because it cannot be done, not to mention the scruples of Chen Reed behind the forces. So it is not too much. Just let the Chen family and the female emperor that left a thorn. Chen Reed at most on the suspension of the investigation. Chen Xiaoliang will also be the official down 2 levels, but after this time, the Chen family's prestige and power in the dynasty are not as strong as before, and the other side is starting to ride the wave. So this is just foreplay." Chen and Chen Yuma, who had heard Suchio's heartfelt words, secretly relieved, but at the same time, the fear in the heart is also gradually raised, especially remembering what Suchio said in the dinner before. The Chen family destruction is close at hand. It haunts them. Chen subconsciously worried. "Suchio, do you know who is trying to trap the Chen family?" Suchio looked at her suspiciously. He was just a tiny flunky, or a poor scholar. The Chen family Chen's was a big family. Why did he come to inquire about himself? What a rarity. Even though Suchio knew who was framing the Chen family, he had trouble explaining it, so he shook his head and said, "Mother-in-law is making it difficult for me, and Suchio doesn't know who is framing the Chen family. Pretend you don't know anything so you don't have to bother explaining so much. After all, in his previous life, he himself, as a great immortal cultivator, did things with very little explanation, so telling it to the Chen family, he didn't think it was necessary." Suchio said he didn't know on his lips to muddle through, but Chen and Chen Yuma heard it in their hearts. "The Chen family is now in full swing. My titular wife was knighted Dingyuan General, from the 3rd rank. Titular father-in-law is from the 4th rank of the East Cabinet Minister. Military officials have someone. Civil officials also have someone. Naturally become the eyes of the Prime Minister of the Thorn in the Flesh, the Prime Minister of the dynasty." Chen was secretly shocked inside. How did they get in trouble with such a monster? If it wasn't for Suchio, she was completely unaware that Chen Reed and Chen Xiaoliang had attracted such a monster. Capital Palace, Yongqing Hall. Chen Reed and Chen Xiaoliang are kneeling in the Great Hall. At the moment on the dragon bookcase, the Empress stared at them expressionlessly, said, "Do you know, I called you for what? Last general?" "I don't know." Chen Reed knelt on one knee on the green stone ground. "I don't know either." Chen Xiaoliang said likewise. The phoenix eyebrow crispy, gloomy Empress in Chen Tian will be a zhang folding, casually flung in front of them. "You guys see." Chen Reed which picked up the zhang folding. He was an impeachment zhang folding. Impeachment of Chen Reed in North Vietnam close contacts, often with the North Vietnam ambassador letters, even letters hidden in the mansion of that position. Zhangzhua also one by one noted. When Chen Reed saw this Zhangji, Her crystal-like pupils shrunk slightly. A stone was dropped inside and at the same time, his heart was lifted. She originally didn't dare to completely trust Suchio's heartfelt words, but now Suchio's heartfelt words were verified one by one, almost accurately. Qin Xiaoliang also received the Zhangbiao at this moment, and when he saw the content inside, he also couldn't help but stare blankly. Breathing heavily, he said, "This is impossible. The Qin family is loyal to the Qian. Loyalty is not something you guys say." Empress and Qin Tian looked serious and said, "I have already sent the Imperial guards to search. If you are truly innocent, I will return your innocence." Qin Xiaoliang heard that he was being searched. Not a good look. He subconsciously recalled Suchio's heartfelt words from earlier, that someone was trying to frame the Qin family, so he can obviously feel this Zhangzhua is to run to the Qin family under the third way. Really despicable and shameless. At this moment, the other ministers outside the door at this time, a gloating expression. The Qin family is probably going to have bad luck. Kneeling inside for a full 4 columns of incense. I've never seen any minister kneeling inside for so long. Servant Li snickered. Tong Zhengtong at this time. In an aside, I heard that they and the North Vietnamese country close dealings, as well as private with the North Vietnamese envoys have close correspondence. I see that the charge of collaborating with the enemy cannot run away. Zhang Xiaoqing sniffed slightly and said righteously, "Then they are really detestable. In Dakian thick salary, but even still collaborate with the enemy. Really damned." But did not know that behind the crowd, a 6th grade Imperial historian Yi Liangchen looked at the back of the Qin Reed coldly laughed. Only he didn't dare to be so obvious, hiding behind the crowd and looking far outside the Yongqing Hall's door. Just as the crowd was gloating, an Imperial forestry lieutenant came to the Yongqing Hall from the diameter of the door, kneeling down on one knee, holding the box in both hands earlier. He reported back to the Empress, "Your Majesty, we found the box described in the Zhangfang as well as the letter in the east courtyard of the Qin mansion, under a willow tree." Empress and Qin Tian said without turning her head, "Present it." A eunuch presented the box on the dragon bookcase. Without the slightest hesitation, the Empress opened the muddy box, and her flourishing hand quickly took out the letter. At this time, Qin Xiaoliang cold sweat, incredulously looking at the box. He until now do not know what is going on. How the Qin family out of thin air more of these things. However, when Qin Tian opened the letter, his pupils shrunk slightly, breathing stuttered. Then the look became more grave. Qin Xiaoliang's legs kept trembling as cold sweat dripped down. However, in a few moments, a hint of a smile gradually appeared on the Empress's face, and the previous aura of solemnity disappeared. "Good the secretary really heart of the mountain, heart of me." And Qin Tian did not just solemn look, replaced by comfort, as well as a trace of reliance. On the Zhang folding people really is malicious. Even want to let me to question my love secretary. At this moment, puzzled ministers came in. Lu Zhengtong saluted and then said, "Your Majesty, isn't that the Qin family's correspondence with the envoys of the northern Yu state?" "It is indeed a letter, yes. But look." The Empress asked the eunuch to show the letter to the ministers. Lu Zhengtong read it carefully, discovered that the epistle is Qin Reed and the North Vietnamese envoy. But that is the North Vietnamese emissary to see Qin Reed as a sharp sword, for the great Qian on the battlefield to kill the enemy, and therefore want to pull together Qin Reed. But it was rejected by Qin Reed. Unfortunately, the North Vietnamese emissary remained undeterred and continued to draw her in. Qin Reed last direct blood bouquet, also painted on the handprints of the whole family. Show their own mind. Qin family to death with the great Qian together. Life is the great Qian people. Death is the great Qian ghost. One of them also blessed the long reign of Dakian with his life, and wished long life to the female emperor of Dakian. This ass-kissing was completely in the heart of the Empress, even if she was not forced to go to the palace by the ministers. But the ministers were constantly making small moves, just wanting her to abdicate. And now suddenly there was a loyal minister who wanted to stabilize her position of dominance. Would Qin Tian not be happy about it? And Qin Tian's eyes looked sharply at the ministers. "Ministers, what else do you have to say?" The crowd shook their heads. They don't dare touch His Majesty. Seeing that the crowd stopped speaking, Empress and Qin Tian directly said, "The two Qin not only no faults but also merits. I want to properly reward Qin Reed." "I am," Qin Reed said, "promoted 1 rank to General Xiaowu. My lord, thank you for the decree." Qin Reed bowed and led the way. "Qin Xiaoliang, I am, rise to the rank of Tongjeng Taishan." Qin Xiaoliang bowed and led the way. At this moment, Empress and Qin Tian looked at the many ministers and said, "Gentlemen, any objections?" The ministers looked odd. Qin Reed's General Xiaowu was a positive 3rd-grade military officer. The most terrifying thing was that she had real power in the capital, meaning that she was able to command 5,000 troops in the capital, transforming herself from an expatriate general to the capital's resident general. completely becoming the red man beside Empress and Qin Tian. Qin Shaoliang similarly from the 4th grade East Cabinet University Sergeant, promoted to from the 3rd grade Tongjung Taichung. Power change is not the same day. All the ministers did not expect that this time, the Qin family's reputation of colluding with the envoys of North Vietnam was not realized, but instead, they were promoted to the 1st rank. The crowd envied and hated it at the same time, especially Yi Liangchen, the imperial historian who was silent outside the door, but hate to gnash teeth, face full of shade, inner quietly said, no way obviously do seamless, why there will be a mistake, does not make sense, while he was caught up in self-doubt. The ministers who witnessed the terrifying eyes of Empress and Qin Tian, how dare they speak? A little fart did not dare to put, after all, their official position is not high. Hold up on the 4th grade, the Empress hit a poll, I guess they have to have dismissed. When Qin Shaoliang walked out of the Imperial City, he was all a bit in a trance and couldn't believe it. This isn't a dream, is it? Qin Shaoliang muttered, then slapped himself and felt a raw pain on his face before waking up in disbelief. This is actually real. He had worked diligently at the court for so many years, even when the Empress took the throne. Originally thought that the 4th grade officials will be the end of the road, but did not expect to actually promoted to the 1st grade. The general manager, Mr. Chang, the power in his hands is much greater than before, and he is responsible for conveying the female emperor's decrees in the capital area. That is, he is in charge of all the upward and downward communications, and the power in the middle can be imagined. Only Qin Reed's delicate face is quite complicated. Sweeping a glance at the Imperial City behind him, finally glancing at his father, he said with an expressionless face, all of this was with Su Qiu's help. Qin Shaoliang immediately reacted to his words. Daughter, are you saying that you're taking precautions in advance because of your son-in-law's heartfelt words? Qin Reed nodded bluntly. Qin Shaoliang looked at her greatly admitted, relieved at the same time, the heart inevitably a burst of joy. The sky to Xing my Qin family to the old man gave such a son-in-law. He then turned his head and spoke in a serious tone to Qin Reed. Although my father knows that you don't like Su Qiu that kid, but, he did save our Qin family. Without him our Qin family want to turn good luck into good luck think must be extremely difficult. Qin Reed was silent. She really didn't have any feelings for Su Qiu at all. Long before Su Qiu joined the family, she already had her heart in the right place. Unfortunately, that person, not only to get the first prize, into the dynasty as an official less than 2 years of the 6th grade, when she wanted to talk about marriage with the time, just because of the front of the war resigned, and so pacified the border back when, there has been someone with a marriage contract into the Qin house. Qin Reed originally wanted to withdraw from the marriage, but the ministers in the court were against it. After all, Dakian has always emphasized etiquette, and how can a marriage contract set by the masters be returned just because they say so? Especially the other side once had a favor to the Qin family. In order not to let the Qin family bear the name, become the ministers in the dynasty to make fun of the object, but also for the Qin family career, Qin Reed will have no choice but to agree. That kid you like nowadays is still looking at us as a joke. Qin Shaoliang sought his own daughter's silence and became more and more angry, saying, but the thought of his own daughter's official position was higher than his. Qin Shaoliang then didn't say any more, just a faint sentence, you take care of yourself. After saying that, he got on the graceful and luxurious carriage and headed towards the direction of the Qin mansion. Qin Reed pursed her red lips before she took a step to mount the tall white warhorse and followed behind. When they returned to the Qin mansion, however, they saw Chen and Qin Yuma in the mansion with a face full of sorrow, especially those ladies before, but also to their Qin family pointing, afraid of staining the bad luck as early as to leave. Only Su Qiu was still mindlessly strolling through the garden and looking at the chicken-filled yard, and the maids and servants were all distracted, feeling that the Qin family would fall at any time. Seeing this, Qin Shaoliang was confused and said, Ma'am, what's wrong with you guys? Chen's face was full of sorrow. Xiao Liang, Reed is not suspended to investigate? Are you not official down 2 grades? Qin Yuma was also on the side, echoing with a sobbing voice, today many soldiers of the Imperial Forest Army surrounded the mansion and turned it upside down. We almost thought that we would have to raid the house. How can our Qin family fall so easily? At least it's a county uncle's house, and our ancestors have passed down titles. Qin Shaoliang comforted, but recalling that his own family's position as a county earl of the 4th grade just fell away from his ancestors to his generation. Qin Shaoliang didn't talk about the county earl again, but excitedly said, you can rest assured that His Majesty knows that we were framed, and not only did he not condemn us, but also promoted us to the 1st rank. My husband is now a Tai Chang from the 3rd rank. Surprised or not, he smiled at the lady. Qin Yuma looked at Qin Shaoliang incredulously. Father, are you telling the truth? Of course, how could father lie to you? Qin Shaoliang said with a flirty face. His slightly old face was full of joy and did not have any hint of sadness. When Chen Yuma heard this, his originally mournful heart was then collected, and a smile reappeared on his face. Chen glared at him without a good mood. It really caused me to worry blindly. Madam has worked hard. Qin Shaoliang patted her back and comforted her. Then added, however, this is thanks to Su Qiu. If it is not the son's son-in-law's early warning, Qin Reed will not be a trick. They cannot be promoted at all, and even be demoted by the Empress. Qin Shaoliang felt that he had to treat Su Qiu like his own son in the future before he could do so. He was the hope of the Qin family. As soon as Qin Shaoliang's words fell, they all whirled around to look at Su Qiu. He was seen stepping into the east courtyard with Qin Reed. On the east wing courtyard porch, Qin Reed has been silent. Su Qiu was silent even as he followed her. Peering at the side of her face, her delicate nose shimmered in the sunlight. A few strands of green silk fluttered in the wind and finally fell on her milky white fragrant shoulders. A faint fragrance came to her nostrils, the smell of begonias. What was she thinking? Checking out because of the suspension? Su Qiu did not know that Qin Reed became a Xiaowu general, just seeing her pursing her cherry lips and being voiceless along the way. She rambled on. Qin Reed heard his heart and paused for a moment. Behind him, he twisted his head and looked up at him. Don't worry, our Qin family is fine, and I become General Xiaowu. Pretty good. Mama worked hard. Su Qiu froze for a moment before casually saying, he didn't have the character of the original owner kneeling to her before, but with a hint of indifference. Qin Reed felt that since he was poisoned by the maid, the whole person has changed, and the family can hear Su Qiu's heart. This guy, he's like a mind reader. She'll answer whatever comes to her mind. Qin Reed, who heard his heart again, slightly curled the tight corners of her mouth. She took a deep breath and said, thank you. Su Qiu sniffed in confusion and twisted his head to look at her suspiciously. He had done nothing to be thanked again. Before it was Qin Yuma to come, now Qin Reed and thanked himself. These two sisters' brain did not fever right? Su Qiu was about to speak at the moment. Suddenly, a maid came over and bowed to Qin Reed. Miss, Mr. Yi is looking for you. Qin Reed's eyes brightened slightly at the words. At this time, Yi Liangchen, who had just faded out of his official uniform and put on a brocade robe, stood in the courtyard and said to Qin Reed, Reed, congratulations on your promotion to the first grade. Liangchen, do you realize that I was framed for nothing more than an accidental promotion? Qin Reed let out a bitter smile, but with some softness in her eyes. Yi Liangchen was slightly stunned at his words and said in surprise, there's even this. Su Qiu saw the scene in front of him, and did not say anything. After all, before he joined the family, Qin Reed and Yi Liangchen is a good match. It is reasonable to say that he should be considered a third party. And even after the original owner joined the family, Qin Reed still invited Yi Liangchen into her home. The original owner had been afraid to make a sound. Now crossing over he is even more on the Qin Reed no feelings. Su Qiu for the Qin family but holds the mindset of a visitor. There is no need to intervene in these things. Still, Su Qiu gently shook his head. The titular wife of Love Brain, don't even know that all those illicit letters to the enemy were put by Yi Liangchen, and the letters were written by him in imitation. He always hoped for the downfall of the Qin family. Originally, there was some inner joy. Qin Reed, sniffing pupils shrinking slightly, looking at Su Qiu in disbelief. It seemed to be seeking an answer. Su Qiu's heart continued to ring out. Poor titular wife. Yi Liangchen can't possibly like her. Qin family won the prime minister of the obstacles. Yi Liangchen in the beginning has been evening the prime minister. Special prime minister's daughter has a marriage certificate in hand. So with the prime minister bound together, copy the poetry of the previous life to become famous and then close to Qin Reed. But it is from her body to set the information, and then overthrow the Qin family. The Qin family on the guillotine is Yi Liangchen caused by one hand, and I was poisoned by the maid he sent in. Su Qiu kept recalling the plot of the previous novel. He remembers the author making the male lead a dark man, by any means possible. He finally climbed up to the position of an extreme human minister, and his power was so strong that even Yi Liangchen's chancellor father-in-law was overshadowed by him. And although Qin Reed is a general with high force in Deqian, unfortunately, she's a relationship brain. After falling in love and being overthrown by Yi Liangchen, the Qin family is still thanking him for taking care of the Qin family, but she doesn't know that he's the one doing the work. Even the death of the original owner was caused by Yi Liangchen. Poor man, just a victim of this power game. Let's just say the author is disgusting. However, meeting an enemy is a big deal. Su Qiu murmured in a low voice. He was too weak now, not yet enough to kill Yi Liangchen. This guy had once practiced martial arts with someone. His strength should be at the level of a third-rate martial artist, and the person who taught Yi Liangchen was none other than the titular madam herself. LOL. Su Qiu inwardly sighed silently. Then Su Qiu twisted his head, and found the delicate Qin Reed, with treasure pearl eyes staring straight at himself. cannot help but recall that the original owner just joined the Chen family, then encountered Yi Liangchen privately entered the Chen house to meet Chen Reed. Even if the original owner was present, Yi Liangchen still swaggered, emboldened to enter the Chen house in front of the original owner to meet with Chen Reed. As for Chen Reed and did not take into account his feelings, but also let him avoid, and the original master is a son-in-law, so the family disciple position is extremely low, can only obediently obey. After a while the original owner got used to it. Su Qiu saw the gaze she cast at the moment, a gentle nod, then he whispered to her, since you don't like me, I think a merger is the best option. You should repudiate me, and we can all be relieved, and you can find your lover. After saying that, he went back to the yard to take refuge with himself. He didn't have time to play such cheap fun games with people. It wasn't like he was the original owner, much less a weakling. When Su Qiu had just turned to leave, suddenly, he felt a soft jade hand grabbing himself, then the green onion white jade finger ring, and his 10 fingers connected. A wave of tenderness from the heart of the hand. That delicate skin makes the human heart to protect. Su Qiu was about to leave when his steps were stopped. There was a pause, then turned his head and cast his eyes on Chen Reed's pretty face, full of doubts and incomprehension. However, he saw Chen Reed seem to make up her mind and said to Yi Liangchen, Sir Yi, I'm already a married man. I hope Sir Yi will respect himself and not trespass on the Chen residence in the future. This general is afraid of misunderstandings from outsiders. Chen Reed face expressionless said. It made it impossible to see her emotions. Only the hand that was interlocked with Su Qiu's fingers was subconsciously gripped a little tighter. At this moment, Yi Liangchen's expression was quite surprised, his mouth slightly open. The original Chen General Chen Reed, who had always been kind to him, actually opened his mouth for the first time and drew a line with him, which made him incredulous. Reed girl, what's wrong with you? Prince Yi, you have overstepped your bounds, Chen Reed said expressionlessly, and skimmed her head to the maid on the side. Send the guests away. You are the youngest student to chatter about sparing General Chen. Yi Liangchen first clenched his teeth, then pretended the color of regret and bowed as an album. However, as he was being sent away by the maid, his gaze caught a vicious glance at Su Qiu. It seemed to be amazed by the fact that he was actually alive. After he leaves, Chen Reed looked solemnly at Su Qiu. Her light red lips gently opened, and her calm voice said, I will not be parted from you. You came back to me in a palanquin with 8 carriers. So I have only one husband for this life. Su Qiu looked down at her, only to see that her gaze actually had a few moments of hesitation, but still said this. Maybe these nice words are just placating themselves. Su Qiu cannot be taken seriously. After all, in the novel she is the love brain. Only to the people who can make a few poems have a good feeling. They're own such a waste of money into her eyes. As for the family's son-in-law is just a product of compromise. As you wish. Su Qiu gently peeled her hand away, then said, I'll go back first. There were thousands of women who had shown their love for him in his previous life, and this sweet talk was probably not going to work to buy him off. Moreover, he is not what love brain, not yet stupid enough to casually listen to the words of Chen Reed. After saying that, Su Qiu turned around and left. Chen Reed watched Su Qiu's back disappear into the compartment, and she pursed her red lips. There was a sudden reluctance to speak. Is this a desire to get out of the way? At this time, Xiao Xia said, Auntie seems to be angry. However, Auntie rarely gets angry, and today's Auntie is a bit strange. It's my fault. Chen Reed abruptly without reason a sentence. Xia opened her mouth slightly. Ha! For the first time, the young lady actually blamed herself for her aunt's anger, which was very rare. After all, for the aunt, the young lady has never been extremely unpopular. Even if Su Qiu was sick yesterday, she was calm. Ever since Miss saved her aunt, she's changed. Xia was about to say something else. Chen Reed first spoke. Yi Liangchen estimated unclean. You go to check. He is not with the current prime minister to climb the relationship? Xiao Xia sniffed and her expression became even more complicated. She clearly remembered that Chen Reed had a few good feelings for Yi Liangchen, sitting and discussing from time to time. But now she wanted to check Yi Liangchen. Does the sun come out of the west? However, Xiao Xia didn't ask too many questions and nodded. Yes, Mississippi. After saying that, she left the courtyard with small steps and disappeared over the wall into the mansion. Chen Reed saw that there was no one around anymore, and she exhaled deeply. Her admiration for Yi Liangchen turned out to be just a stepping stone for the other party in the end. Previously, when she found the letters of the envoys of the North Vietnamese country, she was still unwilling to believe that it was Yi Liangchen's doing, but Su Qiu's reminder made her think about the fact that it was only Yi Liangchen who would be able to write in his own handwriting. A month after she met Yi Liangchen, she taught him the calligraphy of the Chen family along with her own handwriting. Chen Reed looked at the gradually dimming evening sun. Shaking his catkin, he returned to his room with heavy steps. Evening. Shortly after she left, a pair of watery eyes were staring into the east room. She then quietly entered the courtyard and came to the side room where Suchio lived. With an impatient look, Suchio was checking the condition of the dantian in his body. With the day's operation, he could clearly feel that his physique was a bit better than before. At least it was no longer the way that he would be out of breath after taking a few steps, belonging to the physique of an ordinary farmer's man. At the current rate, it was estimated that he would have third-rate martial artist strength after 10 days. Just then, Suchio heard a knock on the door. Then came Chen Yuma's voice. Brother-in-law, I couldn't sleep and wanted to find you to chat. Suchio froze for a moment at his words. Then he opened the door of the room and saw Chen Yuma, who was wearing a light green gauze dress and was moving under the moonlight. Low sash bodice, revealing exquisite white greasy collarbone, as well as hidden breasts. The wrist does not have heavy sleeves, is as thin as cicada wings of the gauze sleeve. A faint scent came from her milky body, adding a little more flavor to the gentle evening breeze. It was a lightening of the heart. Looking at her treasure pearl-like pink spirit lips, Suchio then inquired, "What are you looking for me to talk about? It feels weird to be alone in a private meeting at night, especially the other party is also his own wife and sister-in-law." That is, sister-in-law. Suchio cannot say strange. Facing the complex color on Suchio's face, Chen Yuma didn't care, but instead picked up a jar of old wine and said in a soft voice, "Brother-in-law, drink?" Suchio looked at the faintly transmitted aroma of wine and his throat subconsciously gurgled. He swept a glance at the dimly lit east room, where Chen Reed's room had already turned out the lights. The moon is in the house and the breeze is fresh. He then nodded in agreement. "Yes, been waiting a long time for you to say that." Chen Yuma mindlessly took Suchio's arm and dragged him towards the courtyard pavilion. Suchio felt the soft touch of his arm, slippery and sensual, froze slightly. His own sister-in-law was quite a bold, worldly-minded, spiritual free spirit. However, Suchio quite appreciated a woman with such a character. Chen Yuma took out a wineglass and poured it for both her and Suchio, then floated a large white. A little while later, a blush filled her pasty face as she said with a bit of drunkenness, "Brother-in-law, this is the consort brew that I bought at the 100 Flowers Tea House. The price of a jar is not cheap. Try it." Suchio sniffed and nodded. "I'm going to leave in 10 days, so I'll drink with her during this time. Anyway, she's treated me well in the past 2 days." Suchio has decided to leave. After all, his idea of this life is to lie flat life. But Chen family flunky status no matter what. Slightly more things. What's more, the Chen family can't be said to fall one day, and at that time, he will also be implicated by it, which is extremely inconsistent with the laying down of a flat life. But as Suchio raised his glass and drank, when Chen Yumo heard Suchio's heartfelt words, he couldn't help but freeze in place, his bright eyes widening in disbelief. She immediately slapped the table with her white jade hand and said, "No." The force was so great that the white flesh on the jade arm trembled slightly. Suchio's glass of wine that had been in his mouth stopped and he looked at her with a puzzled face. Chen Yuma realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately covered his mouth, hastily explaining in Suchio's suspicion, "I'm thinking of something abominable, so my mouth is scooped, so you drink." Chen Yuma almost piled on the smiles. Suchio had no choice but to drink from his glass. A wave of moonshine ecstasy then began to spread from the belly, down the throat and straight into the clouds, only to be followed a moment later by the rich spiciness of the wine, which tasted good. Suchio satisfied, just compared to the previous life of the immortal wine is still far away, but that is the immortal world of wine. The mortal world cannot drink. He sighed softly in admiration. "It's a nice wine. Then again, you like to drink a lot?" Chen Yuma cicatrizes slightly. "I quite like to drink these fragrant wines. Unfortunately, Always Be Mother said that the woman's family home cannot drink. The woman's family home, and what is wrong? Drinking offenses?" She began to reveal her heart, followed by a complaint about Chen. Suddenly, Suchio smiled. Chen Yuma's gaze was straight on him. "What are you laughing at?" Suchio continued to pour himself a drink and poured it for her as well, casually answering, "I know a woman. She is also addicted to alcohol, often drunk. Even if I persuade, all useless, but she is, I know, the most chivalrous. She's the kind of guy who gets into trouble after drinking and offends a lot of people, but almost all the women in the world look up to her as a role model. They like this kind of free-spirited person who is not bound by anyone. But I am rather headstrong for her." Suchio spoke, shaking his head with a bitter smile, and then he lifted his wineglass and drank it. That was the first female disciple he had taken in his previous life, an alcoholic female disciple. Of course, it was also the fact that she often stole and drank her own brew, and even nearly drowned in her own vat. I wonder if she's doing well now. However, thinking of this, Suchio gave up memories. Everyone has everyone's fate. Respect personal destiny. When Suchio's words had just fallen, Chen Yuma suddenly revealed an adoring gaze and said excitedly, "Is there really such a woman in the world?" "Sure. So how did you meet?" "Secret." Suchio smiled without saying anything. "That's my troublemaking disciple from a previous life. But no one will believe me if I tell them." Just then, Chen Yuma mistook her heartbeat for Suchio's words, so she once again tapped the round table and said, "I believe it." While the round table trembled, Chen Yuma's slightly bulging puffy breasts also shook a few times, as if they were afraid they would jump out of their skin the next moment. She looked at Suchio's suspicious eyes. It was only then that he reacted and realized he had made a mistake. So he swiftly covered his love of gibberish and giggled for a while. Changing the subject, he said, "Brother-in-law, can I ask you about something?" "Say it." "Brother-in-law, I have a friend." Shin Umo was just about to start to tell the occasion. Suchio interrupted her. "Is this friend of yours you?" "Ha!" Shin Yuma froze, thinking, how did you know? Just as she was about to make an excuse, Suchio waved his hand. "Go ahead. Who doesn't have friends yet?" Shin Yuma glared at him breathlessly, then spoke eloquently. "It's like this. I have a friend. Her husband and son-in-law is a flunky. Nowadays her husband and son-in-law wants to run away every day. She has been very good to her husband and son-in-law, but still can't do anything about it. May I ask how to make her husband and son-in-law behave themselves and stay at home?" Suchio's expression was quite complicated. Then he laughed. "That proves that she wasn't good enough for her husband and son-in-law. Why? If it was so good, he wouldn't be thinking about leaving. But her husband and son-in-law are extremely fond of her. Otherwise they wouldn't have joined the family. That's a dead heart. There's a relationship where you and I respect each other, but we don't love each other. It's just some kind of factor that forces us together. And maybe, your friend's husband doesn't want to live like that anymore. And it's in everyone's interest to separate. After all, the price of freedom is much higher," Suchio casually said, "and casually enjoy a glass of wine and admire the gazebo in the moonlight." Shin Umo froze in place at his words. The whole person was like a lightning strike. She felt that her brother-in-law had already died to Chen Reed, so he was thinking of leaving. "Sister, you're such an idiot. You don't want such a good husband. You go for some stinky wildflower. That guy just has a good mouth but a very dark heart. Now that the person who loves you the most doesn't, you're a stupid pig." Suddenly, she gathered her courage and gazed at Suchio. "Brother-in-law, if one day my sister doesn't want you anymore, is it okay if I marry you?" "Pust." Suchio, who was originally savoring the consort brew, couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of wine when he heard her unjustified words. Shin Yuma didn't know how he said those words. At the moment, her pasty face was flushed, as if she had taken a sip of spicy wine and turned her face red with intoxication. She hears that her brother-in-law is leaving and is dead to her sister's heart, so she makes a rush, want to use herself to leave her brother-in-law behind. Anyway, the future she cannot be good there, either miscarriage or the church department. It is better to be with the heart of the dead Suchio after entering the family, even if the waves of the world is not impossible. But her cheeks were so red now, her soft earlobes so red they could drip blood. Not even daring to look squarely at Suchio, his heart thumped with weakness. She then heard Suchio's heart. "This silly girl is quite cute, big-headed. Even the confession is so bold, like my disciple." But the heartbeat ends abruptly here, and then she heard Suchio's words. "You're a bit drunk. It's getting late. Go back to rest earlier." Suchio rubbed her head and after drinking another cup of consort brew, he got up and returned to his room. Shin Yuma pursed her lips, looked at his disappearing back and muttered, "Did I scare him?" The next day, Shin Yuma then told Chen what happened last night. One by one, Chen's face went white at her words. "No, he can't leave. He's our baby." Immediately tapping on the table, even her breasts jiggled a few times. Obviously she was nervous. She can't let this son-in-law of hers get away. Even after a superfluous son-in-law joins the family, he is basically the property of the woman and has basically no status or dignity to speak of. But flunkies are human beings after all, and if they are intent on leaving, there is always a way to leave. Besides, Chen knew that Suchio was not an ordinary person. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to let others hear his heart. Suchio was still able to see through the fate of the Chen family, and even the fate of many others. He's the Chen family's greatest treasure. I know that too, but it seems like he made up his mind. Shin Yuma beamed. He can see that the Chen family is in danger, so he wants to leave so as not to get into trouble. Chen said with the same sorrow at this time. "Yes, he came to our Chen family for many days. We did not care about him properly, not even a glance. The other day was almost poisoned to death. Fortunately Reed found something wrong before saving. It is estimated that the heart has long been is dead." Chen thought about what had happened earlier and couldn't wait to give herself 2 slaps. How can you even ignore your own sons-in-law? It is all her fault that she thinks it is Suchio who is dragging down Chen Reed's happiness. so she chooses to be out of sight, out of mind. But now that he was the Chen family's benefactor and had saved the Chen family from danger 3 times, Chen felt that she was the one who would return the favor. Chen couldn't wait to go to the Buddha hall right now to copy the scriptures and recite the Buddha's name to cleanse herself of her sins. At this time, Chen Yuma said somewhat strangely, "Brother-in-law seems to know about his past life." Chen didn't think much about it and just answered casually, "That's normal. People who have experienced life and death in a desperate situation suddenly remember the past life, and present life is not an impossible thing. He is also on the verge of death, so that we can hear the voice of the heart." Chen Xiaomei attributes the fact that Suqiu's heart could be heard to the miracle that befell her at the approach of death. That's why he has the ability to understand the past and present, right? It's just that he's not willing to talk about it, or else how could he know everything but not want to tell the Chen family himself? Condescension was originally part of the temperament of the able-bodied and righteous. He's our treasure. If he leaves, we'll be in trouble. Chen silently sighed and rubbed her head, thinking that she would have to do some thinking for Chen Reed tonight. After all, wouldn't it be stupid to leave a good treasure mountain untouched? Chen Yuma knew the importance of her brother-in-law, so she patted her small puffy breasts that weren't too big or too small and said, "Mother, just let me do it. For the sake of my brother-in-law. Big deal. I'll marry him for real. My life is bad enough anyway. I don't care if my brother-in-law is backwards." Chen froze for a moment, looking at the determined Chen Yuma. "Are you sure?" "Well, if it wasn't for brother-in-law, I guess I would have offended the 6th Duke. Bah, the 6th Prince by now. He has saved me no matter what. It doesn't matter if I give my body to him," Chen Yuma said with justice, a look of no doubt. Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. Said, "If Chen Reed has you so will think it is good. Mother also do not have to worry so much. Knew that it should be Suqiu married to you only to." "Not right. Is that you marry him?" Thinking of Chen Reed, Chen has a belly full of gas. But think of Chen Reed is now a general of the 3rd grade, from now on in charge of part of the capital's forbidden army. Chen's resentment and half of the achievements of the Chen family are brought by Chen Reed. Even Chen Xiaolian's official position is also rubbing her light, only to become the current 4th grade official. At one time, the Chen family only had an old title, barely becoming a noble circle in the capital, but now it was a real official position and had the courage to say that they were a family of the world. At this time, Chen Yuma comforted, "Don't worry, Mother, I won't let you down. If my brother-in-law really wants to leave, I'll elope with him." Chen knocked her on the head for no good reason. "Cursed, still elope. Who will support you when the time comes? Not to mention, you elope. We Chen face do not want?" A sister-in-law eloping with her brother-in-law is exciting to think about. It's estimated that in less than half a day, the word will spread throughout the capital. Chen Yuma pouted his little mouth indignantly. "We are now at this time, but also what face? Is not brother-in-law incense?" Fair enough. Chen's words felt extremely reasonable. Although the Chen family has just been promoted on the surface, it still has half a foot in the ghost gate. If it wasn't Suqiu, it wouldn't be a promotion. It would be a full house. After all, last night, when she heard that the Empress thought that the Chen mansion was suspected of fornicating with the North Vietnamese, she almost scared her heart out and passed away from the world early. So, compared to the Chen family's reputation, the Chen family's life was a bit more cost-effective. Chen clenched her teeth. "Your monthly allowance will also be raised by an additional 50 taels of silver. Keep him company. Don't worry, Mother." Chen Yuma revealed a smug smile. Then he pushed the door open. East Wing Yard. The delicate-faced Xiao Chui, with her clear voice, said, "Auntie, it's time to get up. Miss and Master have gone to court." She came in with a copper basin in her slender hands. Suqiu sniffed and slowly got up, then washed up. "To be washed up," Xiao Chui said. "Auntie, wait for a moment. I'll go and serve you breakfast." Suqiu suddenly waved his hand and said, "No need. Let's go out to eat. I haven't tried the breakfast in the neighborhood." Xiao Chui nodded. "Then let me help Auntie go to the account office to get the regular silver." Just as Xiao Chui was about to turn around and leave, a silvery voice came through the door. "No, use mine. I'm going to accompany my brother-in-law to eat breakfast in the neighborhood." And then they saw Chen Yumo drilling in from outside. At this moment she had already put on the clothes for going out, and even dressed energetically, especially the smile that had been hanging at the corner of her mouth, which made people think that she had some kind of happy event today. Xiao Chui bowed aside. "Mississippi, Xiao Chui, you don't need to go to the account office. I'll take brother-in-law to play today." Chen Yuma took a big charge of the situation, but it made Xiao Chui look silly. What's going on here? Even Su Qiu was equally puzzled. "Brother-in-law, what happened last night? Just pretend it never happened, okay?" Walking on the streets of the capital, Chen Yumo blushed shyly and cast her cicatrization aside, carelessly saying, Sucho smiled at his words and casually said, "Last night, did you see me? This chick is really cute. Last night a big grin to say goodbye, but now pretends to be nothing. Interesting. But then again, why her attitude will change so quickly? Cannot figure out. Forget it. Speculate on the heart of the girls is not my specialty." Sucho really couldn't figure it out. Ever since he crossed over, he felt that everything around him had changed, and it was no longer exactly as it was in the novel. The Chen family's attitude towards him in particular really caught him off guard. Originally, in the novel, the Chen family's flunky was supposed to be the object of blank stares and the cannon fodder character who was finally poisoned to death by Yi Liangchen. But that all changed when he arrived. Could it be that the accumulated luck of my past life changes all this? Can't think straight. Forget it. Don't think about it. Take a step. No. He. Brother-in-law is the best. Chen Yuma had originally heard Sucho's words and breathed a sigh of relief as he replied with a smile. But when she heard the heart, she could not help but blush even more, as if colored by Serbian red wine. Even more so, he didn't dare to look at Sucho squarely in the face, and had the appearance of being a thief. Sucho looked at the roots of her ears as well as her white and attractive neck a halo red, and even her breasts rose and fell for a while. So he wondered, "Why are you blushing again? You're not stealing a drink, are you?" No. Chen Yuma hurriedly denied. At this moment, Xiao Chui, who was following them, subconsciously covered her lips and laughed. It felt like Third Miss was as nervous as if she had seen her first love, with a bit of overwhelm, silly and a bit cute. Only, after that, Xiao Chui's expression became a bit complicated, because it was strange that the third young miss was actually interested in the aunt. Master is Missy's husband. What confused Xiao Chui even more was that the first lady didn't like her husband's husband, but the third lady did. It's so hard to figure out the relationship between the three of them right now, especially since the first lady actually didn't stop it. I'll just watch silently from the sidelines, Xiao Chui thought inwardly. At this moment, Chen Yuma hastily changed the topic, pointing to the colorful and fragrant restaurant not far away. He said, "Brother-in-law, this Qingyu tea house's breakfast is good. The capital is famous for its delicacy. A minimum of 2 taels of silver o. Try it then," Sucho said casually. He was then dragged in by Chen Yuma and ordered tons of exquisite pastries. She feasted up. Sucho saw her eating so happily, he couldn't help but taste it too. Well, although it wasn't comparable to the immortal world cuisine, it wasn't bad at all. Whether it's fried buns, shrimp dumplings, or sweet congee, it's all pretty tasty. Even Xiao Chui was pulled down by Sucho to sit at the table and savor it together. Xiao Chui was flattered, but by the aunt's repeated requests and Chen Yuma's acquiescence, so he also had the cheek to sit down and have a snack. After all, she had taken care of Sucho recently, so Sucho felt like treating her more kindly as a thank you for preparing to leave. But just then, an abrupt voice rang out. "Isn't this the Chen family's third Miss Chen Yuma? Why did you come here to eat?" Chen Yuma, Sucho, and Xiao Chui all turned their heads. He saw Tong Wanxia, who was wearing a pink light-colored dress and brocade skirt, bringing a group of friends, as well as maids over to the Green Jade Tea House. Tong Wanxia, I just want to accompany my brother-in-law today. Ahem, today is just an interest, so I came here to eat. Want to come together? Chen Yuma warmly extended an invitation. Apparently she thought of Tong Wanxia as her good girlfriend. Only, when Tong Wanxia saw Sucho gently shaking her head, her gaze held a slight hint of dislike, contempt, and casually said, "No, I don't want to disturb your rendezvous with your brother-in-law." The last word, rendezvous, she bit off a little too hard. It was clearly mocking Chen Yuma for having an affair with Sucho. After all, Sucho is a member of the Chen Reed, is the brother-in-law of Chen Yuma. Now that his sister-in-law was having an affair with a superfluous son-in-law, if things got out, he would probably soon become the laughingstock of the capital. At this moment, the other women chimed in. "Third Miss Chen family, dining with your brother-in-law smells good, doesn't it? And I can't believe the maid is sitting down too. What's decent about making love to your brother-in-law?" The women have covered their mouths with their sleeves. Tong Wanxia teased from the sidelines. Forget it, maybe people adore their brother-in-laws. Chen Yuma has always been a big, straightforward person. When she said this, she was connoting that Chen Yuma had no rules, a vulgar man. Originally, Chen Yuma thought that Tong Wanxia was just having an ordinary chat, but when he heard their words, Chen Yuma couldn't help but feel depressed. "It's none of your business if I eat breakfast with my brother-in-law. Besides, you haven't tried my brother-in-law yet." At this moment, Xiao Chui also hurriedly stood up at the words, lowered her head, and silently said, "Miss, Auntie, I'm sorry, you guys eat." This was a matter for the aristocratic circle, and she, a tiny maid, was just cannon fodder. just as Qin Yuma wanted to ruthlessly dislike him back. This should be the guy who framed Qin Yuma. Tong Wanxia, let her flirt with the 6 emperors, reveal the identity of the 6 emperors, has been deceived Qin Yuma round and round, and finally let Qin Yuma lost his body is also this guy. Qin family downfall she also have a part to help, but then again, Tong Wanxia also has an incoming husband, but she willingly became Yi Liangchen's harem, playing Qin Yuma for him and framing the Qin family. Unbeknownst to her, her current husband is having a private meeting with her nanny at the White Willow shop on Manho Street, and I heard that she has given birth to a girl at an advanced age. Su Qiu thought silently and couldn't help but tsk. It still feels like the author knows how to have fun and write this kind of weird stuff. Yi Liangchen likes married women. Good. Tong Wanxia's husband likes, especially when he is older. It's still really hot. Do you want to fight her? Forget it, let's write it down first, and then we'll refine her soul later. Su Qiu still in accordance with the thinking of the previous life of immortal cultivation. Now the strength is not enough. First meet out a while, and when the strength went up, and then take out a small book of revenge, kill and destroy corpses and enslave the soul of a one-stop service. As the saying goes, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When Qin Yuma heard Su Qiu's voice, Tong Wanxia actually treated himself like this. He could not help but be angry that his feet were trembling and his teeth were clenched to death. However, when she heard that Tong Wanxia's husband actually had an affair with her nanny, eyes that had been angry lit up involuntarily, as if catching a huge handle. Qin Yuma suddenly opened his mouth to retort to them. Of course it smells good to dine with my brother-in-law. At this moment, Tong Wanxia, who had originally laughed at them, as well as the sisters around her each froze for a moment. It feels like Qin Yuma's face skin is not normally thick. Damn. It felt inexplicably bad not to be angry at her. Especially hearing that the Qin family was also promoted by the Empress yesterday, and now the Qin family momentum can be said to be flourishing. Tong Wanxia is even more red-eyed and jealous. Just as they were trying to speak, Qin Yuma spoke once more. By the way, Tong Wanxia, on our way here, we seem to have seen your husband's son-in-law at the White Willow shop on Wanha Street, but he was sneaky, so he was making out with a woman. Speaking of this, Qin Yuma pretended to cover her mouth. A few bah humbugs and a few more self-condemnations. I guess I misread it. How could your husband and son-in-law do such a thing? And the other party is holding a child. Obviously his child. It can't be your husband and son-in-law anymore. It might just look like it. I'm really old eyes. Tong Wanxia, who had originally wanted to fight back, suddenly froze. No way. Tong Wanxia hesitated up, but obviously she seemed to know something, or her expression wouldn't have gotten so complicated. It was estimated that Tong Wanxia's life in the mansion before had allowed her to catch some clues. Just that there was no conclusive evidence for her to do anything. At that moment, the sister beside her said to Qin Yuma, "Don't talk nonsense, her husband and son-in-law are in love." Indeed, fetching water every day to help Wanxia bathe her feet, he would categorically not do such a thing. You must be looking at it the wrong way. These people were talking about Qin Yuma's faults, but Su Qiu on the side was rolling his eyes. Foot washing that is because by Tong Wanxia forced to come. Tong Wanxia but he will be like a dog to raise. Of course love. Dog and she cannot love? Put. Qin Yuma, who heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words, could not help but puff and laugh. She immediately covered her mouth and pretended nothing had happened. But her actions, however, made Tong Wanxia even more annoyed, and at the same time, it also confirmed one thing, that is, what Qin Yuma said should be true. The crowd's skepticism was surprisingly unmoved, and she was smiling. Only someone with a strong bottom line would be this confident. At this time, Tong Wanxia smiled at the crowd and apologized. I just remembered that there is something going on at my home, so I can only apologize for today's breakfast. I hope you all will bear with me, and next time, I will pay for the bill at 100 Flowers House. Is it possible? Wanxia, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. Well, let's just make another date sometime. Those sisters were smiling and polite. Then in the eyes of the crowd hurriedly left. Seems to really have an urgent matter look. After Tong Wanxia left, these sisters talked about it. It shouldn't be true. That can't be right. Her husband has never made a mistake. But I feel really wrong. While they were divided, Qin Yuma gently rubbed Su Qiu with her elbow, and her calling voice sounded once again. Brother-in-law, should we go and take a look? It feels like there's a good show. Am I such a melon lover? Hearing Su Qiu's heartfelt words, she had originally thought that Su Qiu would refuse. But Su Qiu's next sentence, he said, yeah, just in time to eliminate food. She couldn't help but sniff and chortle. You really do have a heart of gold. Su Qiu felt that Qin Yuma was inexplicable. He just said yes. How come his heart was not in the right place? However, before Su Qiu could ask, Qin Yuma tugged on Su Qiu's arm and walked towards the tea house and said to Xiao Chui, Xiao Chui, go get the bill. Oh, yes. 3rd Mississippi. See the 3 of them leave in a hurry. The sisters couldn't help themselves at the moment. Why don't we go and have a look too? That's not good. If Tong Wanxia finds out, won't we fall out? But we're doing it for her own good. What if Qin Yuma bullies her? Qin Yuma still has her brother-in-law with her. Yeah, let's just go see that Wanxia is safe. So, these noble ladies also took a step to follow. Of course none of them were there to watch the show. They thought so in their hearts. Manhwa Street and White Willow Shop. Tong Wanxia, who had hurriedly arrived, did not believe for a moment that her husband and son-in-law would do such a thing. The guy was obviously well trained by her to be a good boy. Never, the maid next to her said breathlessly. Miss, don't walk so fast. Be careful. But when she finished saying that, then she saw the scene in front of her that shocked her. Only to see the Tong family's aunt, actually with a woman who was a dozen years older than him, intimate in the White Willow Shop. Even the aunt had his arm around the woman's small waist, and there was a babbling girl between them. The maid was completely frozen in place. 2 people she knew. One was Mrs. Husband, Lu Baiqian, and the other was Mrs. Nanny, Auntie Huang. I heard that the young lady and now this husband and son-in-law or Mrs. Lu sat up. Is Mrs. Lu's mother's family Lu family side of the small family? Said that the pro on the pro, and now indeed a little pro over the top. At this moment, Tong Wanxia saw the scene in front of him, sparing her the preparation. She was infuriated. The wicked woman growled. Lu Bai asked, you can afford me, stealing behind my back. You deserve to die. Tong Wanxia's voice could be heard in almost the entire Wanhua Street. Even Su Qiu and Qin Yuma had just arrived at Wanhua Street when they heard Tong Wanxia's voice. This was followed by a cry. Auntie Huang, you can afford me. You dare to touch my man. Don't you look at you in all your tattered glory. Are you still good for it? Qin Yuma's eyes brightened even more at his words. She said to Su Qiu, the fun begins. Then he continued to tug on Su Qiu's arm and moved a little closer towards the front. Xiao Chui was extremely speechless, especially the 3rd young lady's big smile. Okay? It was just that her gossipy heart was ignited at the moment, and she followed in the same way, just as they found a vantage point to eat their melons. Aunt Huang heard this and directly knelt down, sobbing, Miss, the old woman is wrong. The old woman should not seduce the aunt S. Hope that Miss will not blame the aunt Ah. Good you Auntie Huang. Is it that this young lady not only can't blame him, but also forgive him? Ms. Who is he? He joined our family and even did such a thing. The face of our Tong family has been disgraced by him. Tong Wanxia pointed at Lu Bai and asked crazy output, but he was scolded to the point that he couldn't hold his head up. At this moment, there were more and more people watching from the periphery, and even the ladies who had just gone to the Green Jade Tea House with her had arrived. Then someone couldn't help but say, heavens, it's really been said by that guy Qin Yuma. How did this guy know? But they immediately shut their mouths when they saw Qin Yuma, who had come forward to watch the show, afraid of pissing off Qin Yuma, and then she would come to screw the crowd as well. At this very moment, White Willow Shop, Tong Wanxia's husband, Lu Baiqian, directly knelt down on the stone brick floor and hurriedly said to her, Mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here. Not to mention that I shouldn't have been seduced by Auntie Huang to stay. Mother, give me a chance. Aren't you disgusting, Lu Baiqian? You dare to take this broken flower. If you're not disgusted, I'm ashamed of you. For mother-in-law's sake, forgive your husband and son-in-law me this time. And mother-in-law, you are really damned. Your daughter has started to go. What else do you ask me to do? Is it that I, this young lady, don't know how to give birth, forcing you to find an outsider to give birth to? Tong Wanxia became more and more angry. It was especially exasperating to see the delicate doll face of the girl. Finally a heartless said to the maid next to him, Xiao Hong, ask people to escort them back to the mansion and serve them with the family law. And this girl child, sell them to the greenhouse. No, miss, the old woman is wrong. Let the child live. Aunt Huang's face turned pale at the words, and she hurriedly crawled to Tong Wanxia's skirt, crying out. Unfortunately, Tong Wanxia had lost her mind long ago when she saw the people who were eating melons in a frenzy and kicked her away, cursing, where did you get the courage to haggle with me as an inferior? But Tong Wanxia's words had just fallen. Snap. Instead, she saw Lu Baiqian scrape her face with a slap. Anger growled, Yue, if not you and Yi Liangchen that day while I was asleep, in front of my face, and he begged for pleasure to pass the female sex. I will not be angry to find foreigners to live? Wow. Didn't realize that was actually the case. I thought it was the fault of that backsliding family, not realizing that this worldly girl, who looked so well-bred, would do such evil things? It can be said that the world is unpredictable. This reversal is too fast, right? The people were commenting and pointing at Tong Wanxia at the moment. Lu Bai asked Fong just words, can be said to be quite explosive. How the crowd did not expect your circle is really chaotic. And both Qin Yuma and Su Qiu had not expected that Tong Wanxia was still such a person, stealing behind her husband's back, and even more excessively bringing it back home. Even Xiao Chui covered her cherry lips, even breathing became slightly confused, because she remembers, Yi Liangchen once pursued Missy. If it is known by the lady, such a goods with people to women try to pursue Missy, definitely pissed her off enough to spit blood. I didn't expect Tong Wanxia to be such a person. I really misjudged her, and to be friends with such a person, it's really disgusting. Qin Yumo was beside Su Qiu and said with extreme disdain towards Tong Wanxia. It was even so disgusting that even goosebumps rose. Subconsciously, he kept his distance from Tong Wanxia. Su Qiu sniffed but laughed a little and didn't say anything more. But Qin Yuma hurt his heart. In fact, she is also the so-called love brain. Right. Hot love period IQ is 0. Yi Liangchen a few copied poems let her fall in love. That's why she will be more and more on their husband's son-in-law to see the more bad eyes. To the husband and son-in-law all kinds of torture, making Lu Baiqian blacken to become a villain. Just I did not expect. She and Yi Liangchen can do this kind of step. In front of Lu Baiqian face to do the Minotaur thing. Su Qiu always felt like he wasn't missing out on paid programs. He remembered that there was clearly no such paragraph in his previous life. It's still a little exciting to think about the hero making peace with someone's wife in front of the main man. Sure enough, this is the kind of author who can write something different, with too many tastes. It seems that leaving the Qin family is also imperative. He recalled Qin Reed's admiration for the talented man, but he did not know that the readers were the most misguided. Su Qiu silently sighed. Qin Yuma felt incomprehensible for her ex-best friend, Tong Wanxia, who had lost her mind due to love. The afterthought of Su Qiu wanting to leave the Qin family was heard. At once, he nervously took Su Qiu's arm, as if he was afraid that his brother-in-law would disappear into thin air. Su Qiu felt someone grabbing his arm. He subconsciously twisted his head to look and found that Qin Yuma was gripping him tightly, and his plump breasts were also plastered over. Puzzled, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Qin Yuma said with a hint of nervousness on her pasty face, "Brother-in-law, although I know that my sister once liked Mr. Yi, but my sister is not a person as indiscreet as Tong Wanxia. There is absolutely no unauthorized action between them. After all, my sister can focus on her own reputation. It's just that, before things my sister did overdo it, so I'm on your side. If you really don't like the Qin family, the big deal is that I'll follow you to the ends of the earth in the future. You lead the way. I'll pay for it, and this lady will keep you." It was as if Qin Yuma was making a silent vow. The jewel-like eyes looked firmly at Su Qiu. Su Qiu was silent for a long time, then reached out his hand to gently rub her head. Casually, he said, "Silly girl, don't think too much." He didn't know why Qin Yuma suddenly said this without a clue. I don't know if this girl would be killed if Chen or Qin Shaoliang heard about it. Following a son-in-law to the ends of the earth, how could she even think of that? If I really take her out, I'll probably get my share of the piggy bank. Puffing, Qin Yumo sniffed and couldn't help but giggle. Looking at her high-strung brother-in-law and listening to his heartfelt humor, she always felt that this brother-in-law of hers was really cute. Su Qiu really couldn't grasp what this silly girl was laughing at. At this point, the sight returns to the White Willow shop. Lu Baiqian's slap was extremely heavy, hitting Tong Wanxia's face with raw pain. She froze and looked at her husband and son-in-law with an incredulous look on her face. At this moment, Lu Baiqian had gone out of his way for his daughter, growling angrily, "You, on the night of the wedding, the day of the bridal chamber, I haven't seen you have a drop of red. If not for Auntie Huang telling me that you had a private meeting with that bastard Yi Liangchen long ago, I still can't believe it. The child born later may not even be mine. Since you are so focused on name and honor, and on not being able to disgrace your Tong family, you should have repudiated me and married your Liangchen brother. In what I'm in the family for? It's you, Tong Wanxia, who's the most humiliated?" Lu Bai asked, roaring almost word for word. Every word echoed down Manhattan Street. The surrounding people, as well as Qin Yuma, Su Qiu, and those sister misses of Tong Wanxia before, all heard it clearly. Everyone's expression froze. Nice guy, Tong Wanxia is so skillful. He had slept with someone else before he was even married, and this female godfather was none other than Yi Liangchen. Of course, what puzzles them the most is that it is indeed excessive to have a private meeting after marriage. Some of the people scared. It's still the Tong mansion that knows how to play. For a young lady to be so debauched, it's really a long time to live. It's estimated that in the future, if the child family's daughter is pregnant, it should be the child of Yi daughter's godfather. It's really interesting that the child family is helping to raise a child. The flunky is actually innocent, right? And no one wants to help raise someone else's child. The people pointed their fingers at Tong Wanxia. There were even people in the crowd, spitting towards her. Today Tong Wanxia's reputation is considered to be infamous. At this time, listening to Lu Baiqian's accusations against herself, Tong Wanxia has never been so aggrieved, much less seen a little flunky dare to refute her mouth. She's kind of a boss now. Tong Wanxia was so angry that she was shaking and her face was flaming red. At that moment, the reactive ladies of the world's families gathered around. To Lu Bai asked a meal output, you do not want a blood. She and Yi Gongzi but innocent. Only elbow touched. Mouth kiss. Cannot be half a bit sorry for your things. That's what you men do. You cheat on your own and blame it on the women. She is your maiden. You can't talk about her like that. So what if she was once good with Lord Ji? She's your mama now. So you should love and cherish her instead of betraying her. They originally just wanted to help Tong Wanxia, so they directly distorted the facts. Their shamelessness once again refreshed the crowd's perception. Even Su Qiu looked straight and shook his head. This boxing. Forget it. You don't play too much with them in the future. Be careful to enter the pit. Su Qiu's later words were cautioning Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma nodded. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Yuma will stay away from these people in the future. The backstage drama is not for them to watch. A hot and bustling crowd on Manho Street is a magnet for the capital's inspectors. Then the inspector intervened in, and when he learned that it was the matter of the Tong family, he also had a big headache, and could only bring Lu Baiqian, Aunt Huang, and Tong Wanxia back to the Tong family first. As for the latter matter, it's an internal matter of the Tongfu family. It's not under their official control. The people watching the scene on Manho Street were dispersed by the patrolmen. Su Qiu and Qin Yuma were about to leave, and just as they turned around, they saw the sixth prince, who was wearing a brocade suit, looking straight at them, and Su Qiu had a strange look on his face. The sixth princess loves melons too? Sixth Prince Anlin. Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma broke this awkwardness first and said respectfully to Anlan, my little daughter pays her respects to His Highness the sixth prince. Be my guest. I also came out from the palace this time, so you can just call me Dukan. Sixth Prince Anlan waved his hand and said casually, yes. Qin Yuma nodded before apologizing. I'm really sorry about yesterday. Long forgotten. Don't take it to heart. Sixth Prince Anlan also casually said. At this time, Su Qiu also stepped forward, slightly arching his hand in a bow. Sir An. Sixth Prince Anlan suddenly smiled and said, should I address you as Mr. Su, or the Qin family's aunt? It's up to you. Su Qiu didn't care much. These were all vanity names. This princess learns to tease me, but it feels like she's weird. Is it because of Yi Liangchen's matter so irritated? It's not impossible that Anlan ended up being one of the male lead's harem, loving Yi Liangchen to death with 0 IQ, even going so far as to help him gain the status of an extreme human subject and overthrow her mother, only to find out in the end that she's nothing more than a birthing machine. And the deeper the love, the deeper the hate, right? But she's now up in arms over Yi Liangchen with love for her talent, and she hasn't yet not to the point of giving up her life to carry her son. Forget it, let's stay away from her. She's got a lot on her plate. Don't get involved in karma. Su Qiu got up the idea of leaving at this moment. After all, the greatest fear in the immortal cultivation world was to be tainted by karma. Even if a great god was tainted with karma, it would be difficult to escape the fate of a fragrant death. Su Qiu, however, was planning to ignore the Qin family's affairs and pull away, and this was even more true for Anlan. But when sixth Prince Anlan heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words, his breath also stuttered. What does that mean? Sixth Prince Anlan subconsciously said. Seeing Su Qiu looking at her suspiciously, Anlan immediately stopped talking. She now understood that she could hear Su Qiu's heart, but Su Qiu didn't know that his own heart could be heard. However, what puzzled Anlan was, he himself was actually one of Yi Liangchen's harem. Besides, what makes Yi Liangchen the male lead? The more the sixth Prince Anlan thought about it, the more angry she became. Although she did appreciate Yi Liangchen's talent earlier, she hadn't come to the point of liking him. Now it is even more because of the Tong Wanxia and Lu Baiqian things. See what Yi Liangchen is. Actually, even a married woman are not spared. Even Tong Wanxia has been married, actually hanging out together. It's disgusting. Anlan thought of Su Qiu's just heartfelt statement that she fell in love with Yi Liangchen and then assisted him to become an extreme human courtier, and actually overthrew her own mother. How retarded is this to be able to do this? Anlan felt that Su Qiu's heartfelt voice should be false when it was. When he looked up, he saw the pitiful gaze handed to him by Qin Yuma. Especially the words reproductive machine made Qin Yuma feel that Anlan was pathetic. It's not right. Anlan felt more and more that both Su Qiu and the Qin family were very wrong. At this time, Qin Yuma saw that Anlan was somewhat dumbfounded, so he waved his hand in front of her and softly inquired, what's the matter with you, Lord An? Have you stumbled over something? Returning to her senses, Anlan apologized slightly, got carried away thinking about something. Immediately, she inquired about Qin Yuma. By the way, Miss Qin, is it all right that the Qin family was investigated yesterday? Qin Yuma was puzzled as to why the sixth prince was asking this, but she didn't hide her answer. It's fine. Some people reported to the Empress that the Qin family has been fornicating with the North Vietnamese, and then found out that there is no such thing. My sister is bent towards Dakian and towards the Empress, so she also got a small promotion of 1 rank of official. At that, she added with extreme indignation. This matter is obviously someone is planted and framed. Actually in our house willow tree hidden letters. Our Qin family does not have a person to know, but the person who played the game to know the accuracy. Hateful. Anlin listened to her exasperation. Suddenly, I remembered someone. The person who made the appeal was Yi Liangchen's colleague. We are all from the Royal Historian's office, and we heard that he has a good relationship with Yi Liangchen. And Anlin feels that the crisis of the Qin family this time has nothing to do with Yi Liangchen. Only she couldn't help but inquire curiously. Then how did your Qin family escape this crisis? I'm not sure. Qin Yuma began to play dumb, but also said, don't worry sixth prince. Our Qin family was born a Dakian man and died a Dakian ghost. Qin Yuma is afraid of Qin Reed's message of changing the letter overnight to the Empress's ears. By then, the Qin family may have retired from the first rank. And Lan sighed silently. Qin Yuma was wary of her. She cares so much about the Qin family. Is she hitting on the Qin family's idea and trying to draw them in? And Lan heard Su Chou's heart. The expression became odd, so she immediately said, I'm only the sixth prince, not the crown prince. There's no need for me to hear that. And Lan puts a smile on his face and prevaricates to Qin Yuma. If my estimation is correct, she was made the crown prince in a month's time. It's just that she lost the crown prince position due to gender exposure, but now she's escaped this disaster. It's really strange. Su Chou felt strange that the plot seemed to have changed, and Lan couldn't help but look at Su Chou in a complicated way when she heard that. Her mother emperor did tell her that she would be made crown prince in a month's time, telling her to be more careful lately and not to be uncovered. And Lan gazed warmly at Su Chou. If I can bring him back, perhaps I can easily dissolve a lot of trouble as well, she thought darkly inwardly. Su Chou abruptly arched his hand and bowed. Mr. N, it's getting late. I still have to take my wife and sister back, or else my mother-in-law is afraid that she will be blamed. He borrowed Chen's name with the intention of disappearing. And Lan still wanted to talk to him more, but could only show regret. Indeed, it is I who am disturbing the three of you. And Lan nodded, but she suddenly took out a piece of exquisite jade pendant, above also engraved with the word Lan, and then handed it to Su Chou. Said, I and Mr. Su but we hate each other late, but unfortunately the time is not too early. This jade pendant you take it, to go to the palace unimpeded. You can go to the palace to look for me in the future. At this moment, the attendant guards by her side were extremely incomprehensible when they saw the sixth prince, who actually gave the jade pendant accompanying his side to a flunky, trying to persuade Anlin to think twice. Anlin, however, waved his hand with an air of determination, and to Su Chou, he once again said, I hope that Mr. Su will not refuse. When Su Chou saw her forcefully trying to shove the jade pendant at him, he really had no way of refusing, so he had no choice but to take it. Then I'll respectfully accept it. After saying that, he said goodbye to Lan and turned around to leave with Qin Yuma. Look at their disappearing backs. And Lan felt more and more that Su Chou was special. He should be hiding. Otherwise he knows everything but is unwilling to speak out. Even willing to become a flunky. Could it be that there is a great chance for the Qin family? And Lan really couldn't figure it out. Su Chou with the things in his head was enough to make him clothed and fed, even ranked as a minister, and become the red man of the current saint. It's just a daily touch and go around. If it wasn't for the fact that Lan could hear Su Chou's heart, perhaps she also ignored Su Chou, the strange person. At this time, the guard next to him said, Your Highness, is it good to give him the jade pendant? He a flunky. Don't underestimate him. Sixth Prince Lan waved his hand, and then added, Pay more attention to the Qin family in the future, and report any news to this king in a timely manner, especially the Qin family's superfluous son-in-law. Su Chou. Yes. At this moment, the Tong family was bustling with activity. Tong Wanxiao was originally caught female dry. Did not expect to be Lu Bai asked to poke out a whole lot of things. After Tong Wanxiao's mother, also known as Mrs. Lu, knew about this, she pointed at Tong Wanxiao's nose and scolded, You're really confused. It's all Lu Baichi's fault. If it wasn't for him, those things about me wouldn't have been blown out of proportion. But paper can't hold fire after all, Mrs. Willow said with her hand over her head. She was feeling dizzy now. The Tong residence is the residence of a fourth-grade official. It is also considered a small and famous family in the land of the capital. Now that this has happened to her daughter, it is expected that the reputation of the Tong family is quite hard to hear. After all, the so-called family of the world has taught such daughters to fornicate with others before they are married, and now they are doing the same after they are married. Mrs. Lu then inquired, Wan Xia, how did you know about this matter? Qin Yuma told me, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have gone to catch the female stem, and there wouldn't have been the things that followed, not to mention disgracing the Tong family. When Tong Wanxia said this, she began to resent it inwardly. If Qin Yuma hadn't warned her, perhaps she wouldn't have gone to Wanha Street, much less been exposed for fornication. They were obviously so good feelings. Why did Qin Yuma do this to himself? At this moment, Mrs. Liu rubbed her head and said, "It's useless to say anything now. We can only turn big things into small things. Turn small things into small things. Let Aunt Huang enter the door and become his concubine. The child will also follow the surname of the child, and of course in the future, it will also be the slave of your heir. You also try to also don't have any contact with Yi Liangchen. I don't think he is a good person either." After saying that, Mrs. Liu paused for a moment and added, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the Qin mansion to have a chat with Chen, to see how Qin Yuma knew about this matter." Mrs. Willow took a direct shot at it. Tong Wanxia was not in a position to object. Only, when Mrs. Willow left, Tong Wanxia clenched her fists and said in a sixfold voice, "No, I still have to look for Brother Liangchen. He's so smart. He'll definitely help me think of a way out. I can't swallow this breath of Qin Yuma's." Besides, Yi Liangchen had promised her that they would be together for a long time in the future. Nowadays, it was quite difficult for Tong Wanxia not to meet. Plus, originally Yi Liangchen had asked her to make Qin Yuma make a fool of herself in front of the sixth prince, but now she was being turned against Qin Yuma. She was able to see that at that time, when she caught the female dry on Wanha Street, Qin Yuma was about to laugh and gasp, so she is now very depressed and must take revenge back. "Little Red, let's go," Tong Wanxia said with a serious look. Xiao Hong was nervous and curious. "Miss, where are we going?" "Looking for Brother Yi. But didn't Madam tell you not to touch Dookie recently? Are you the master or am I the master?" Tong Wanxia glared at her fiercely. Little Red nodded silently. "Yes, Mississippi. Palace. End of the court meeting. Qin Xiaoliang and Qin Reed felt targeted. Yesterday, Empress and Qin Tian let them be promoted, but when it came to the court meeting, many officials stood up and petitioned against it. In particular, the Imperial Historical Office and the group of civil officials from the Ministry of Revenue opposed the Empress's decision, saying that it was unfair to the civil and military officials to be promoted without great merit. But the military officials' side did not object. After all, Qin Reed wants to pacify the rebellion as well as the military achievements of the border guard that is real. It is the civil officials who make the most noise. In the end, it was the Empress who overpowered the group, which passed. After all, the Emperor exported there is no backtracking. Out of the Imperial City Gate, Qin Xiaoliang was full of anger. All are a group of villains. In vain, I am so good to them, but also really let my son-in-law to say it. All to the old man tripped. Qin Reed, on the other hand, was preoccupied. At that moment, Xia came to her side. Seeing Qin Xiaoliang get on the carriage and leave, Xiao Xia slowly opened her mouth. The matter of Duke Yi and the Chancellor of the dynasty has not yet been investigated, but one thing has been investigated. Speak. Qin Reed took a deep breath. Duke Yi had a fling with Tong Wanxia of the Tong family, and rumor has it that she had a fling with Duke Yi slightly before she got married. And even after she got married she didn't know how to restrain herself, and took advantage of her husband's sleep to perform a fling in front of him. Xia said in a single word. Qin Reed sniffed and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. There was no expression on Crisp's face, but inwardly, he was even more disgusted by Yi Liangchen's behavior. She remembered Su Qiu's heartfelt words, and every single thing was confirmed. Xia continued. Now the capital city knows about Duke Ye's affair with the Tong family's daughter's daughter. Fuck. Got it. Qin Reed faintly said. She suddenly understood that last night Su Qiu would say those words. This is her self-mistake, to know a wolf-hearted thing. For some reason, Qin Reed felt that Yi Liangchen was 100,000 miles worse than Su Qiu. I'm so blind. Qin Reed silently flirted with herself a sentence. When she was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. General Qin. Qin Reed turned to look at the sound and realized that the person who called her was none other than Yi Liangchen. Qin Reed took a step back and said expressionlessly, "Something is wrong?" Yi Liangchen looked at Qin Reed, who took a step back, and thought, "Are you serious about taking a step back?" However, he still had the cheek to explain today's matter, saying, "The court will oppose you and your hall's promotion. It is the matter of the Imperial Historian's office. I originally wanted to stop them, but unfortunately I couldn't stop the Imperial Historian's office's servant, who is of the 5th rank. He wanted to brush aside the matter of the pilgrimage, and divide it cleanly with the royal court as a way of proving his innocence. However, Qin Reed knows that half of the Imperial Palace is the Prime Minister's people. If Yi Liangchen was involved with the Chancellor, he would not be able to get away with it." Qin Reed faintly said, "Got it." At this time, Yi Liangchen further said, last night suddenly took the liberty of visiting the Chen family. It was my fault. In order to apologize you would like to feast on General Chen. It so happens that I made a poem not long ago, a poem about the sands, and I would like to ask Reed to comment on it. Originally, he thought that last night was just Chen Reed slightly playing small sex, and today will be as good as new. Keep being gentle with him. Just did not expect. Chen Reed's expression was slightly disgusted, and coldly said, "Sorry, this general has a health problem. Forgive me for not being able to go." Yi Liangchen was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. How is it completely different from the imagination? The original Chen Reed, who was devoted to him, disappeared and became a cold stranger. Yi Liangchen subconsciously inquired, "Why? Why?" Chen Reed sniffed and shook her head in disappointment, saying, "You'd better take care of your Tong sister first." After saying that, he added, "If Imperial Yi has nothing to do, this general will return." After that, he left without looking back. There was no chance for Yi Liangchen to speak. He looked at Chen Reed's back incredulously. His teeth clenched. He but promised the Prime Minister, with his ability to trip the Chen family, but now want to contact Chen Reed are becoming extremely difficult. He took heavy steps on his way back. Suddenly I was asked to go up to Jiaozi. Then he saw Tong Wanxia with a hint of crying. Yi Liangchen was puzzled and said, "What's wrong?" Only then did Tong Wanxia say with tears in her eyes, "Brother Yi, you have to avenge me. Qin Yuma that let me catch the female fuck. I didn't expect that bastard Lu Baiqian to bite me back and expose the matter of my fornication with you, causing me to lose my reputation now." Yi Liangchen, who was already in a bad mood, listened. His face turned red with anger, and for no apparent reason, he slapped Tong Wanxia's tender face. "P.S. Thanks for the reward." At this moment, Tong Wanxia covered her reddish bar-mark face and looked at Yi Liangchen incredulously. "You hit me?" Tong Wanxia sobbed. "You heartless." Yi Liangchen, if you hadn't forced me at that time, Wanxia wouldn't have been like this. Tong Wanxia felt aggrieved. If she had spent time in the modern world, she would know the word scum. Yi Liangchen was exactly this kind of person, eating dry and turning around to leave without any mercy. However, at this moment, he also covered his head and felt a headache. If Tong Wanxia's capture of the female stem had not led to the secret being blown out, perhaps Chen Reed would not have avoided him. Now that Chen Reed was moving away from him, Yi Liangchen's plan was completely destroyed. Oh, Tong Wanxia was still crying and crying up, washing her face with tears, holding a silk scarf and constantly wiping her face, her mouth cursing. "You negative man." Yi Liangchen rubbed his head with a headache. This was followed by an apology to her. Another bout of coaxing and persuasion was all it took to get her to stop crying and wooingly fling herself into Yi Liangchen's arms. He then said, "Tell me more about the situation." So Tong Wanxia will Qingyu tea house met Qin Yuma accompanied his brother-in-law with breakfast began. From Qin Yuma's mouth, she learned that her husband's son-in-law cheated on her, and then the scene to catch the female fuck backfired, while Qin Yuma and her brother-in-law watched the whole show, and even laughed at her from time to time, which is really. Yi Liangchen sniffed and clenched his fists. It's this Su Chou again. How did he and Qin Yuma know about Lu Bai's cheating? He felt that there was something wrong with this Su Chou. This backslider was originally supposed to be dead. Not only did he take his poison for a long time, but he also placed maids in the mansion to watch over Su Chou, and reaped the rewards of his life in the process. Let Chen Reed become a dead husband's woman. Taking advantage of Chen Reed's window period, he can intrude into Chen Reed's life in a fair and square manner, intervene in the Chen family's affairs, and complete his plan. What do we do now? Tong Wanxia snuggled into Yi Liangchen's arms and said with a sobbing voice. Yi Liangchen gently stroked her chin and said, "Simple. As long as a more outrageous events can cover up our things, such as the Chen family that backsliding with his sister-in-law Qin Yuma through the female dryad." Tong Wanxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Wanxia knows how to do it. 5 days later, 100 Flower House poetry meeting. We will invite them over. At that time, put some drugs. Let them sleep together. Take advantage of the crowd and then catch the female dry. Make a big deal out of it. She couldn't help but smile at the thought. The thought of Qin Yuma losing his reputation made her happier and happier. Chen Reed returned to the Chen house. She saw that her sister Qin Yuma and Chen were looking straight at her. Chen Reed didn't know why. Her delicate face was full of confused colors. "What's wrong?" Chen sighed and was at a loss as to how to speak. Qin Yuma spoke first. "Sister, brother-in-law treats you so well, but you don't look at him correctly, and you even share a room with him, and now people have already died of heartbreak, and they plan to leave the Chen family soon to wander the world." Chen Reed sniffed and was stunned, looking at the two with an unbelievable face. How dare he? Hearing her words, even Qin Shaoliang took a sip of tea, put down the white background blue flower teacup, and gently shook his head. Chen, however, said, "What's there to be afraid of? And you don't like him? You've been hanging him out to dry." and the Chen family has no ties to him, and he's completely popular wherever he goes with his abilities nowadays. It's only a matter of time before he leaves. The Chen family can't keep him or tie him up. Chen just finished speaking. Chen Yuma added on the side, that is, today the sixth prince also presented him with the jade pendant, and graciously invited him to go to the palace to find her. Do you know that the sixth prince is a woman? When she finished, Qin Xiaoyang's body subconsciously trembled, almost knocking the teacup over. The weathered face was filled with incredulity as he looked at Qin Yuma with wide eyes. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. I was by my brother-in-law's side today and saw the sixth prince present the jade pendant to him with my own eyes. No, but about the sixth prince being a woman? Didn't mother tell you? Qin Yuma looked at Chen in confusion. Chen shook her cicatrices and sat on the spring platform. How would I dare to say such a big thing? How do you know? Qin Xiaoliang inquired. Sister-in-law's heart said chanting. Qin Yuma said casually, and when she said this she spat out her tongue. I almost revealed the identity of the sixth prince. Fortunately mother came over in advance to stop her daughter. Otherwise I really got into trouble. Speaking of this, Chen glared at Qin Yuma without any good sense of humor. Luckily, I heard Suchio's heart and rushed over to save you, or else you'd really have been victimized without even knowing it, and the Qin family would have offended the royal family. Qin Xiaoliang let out a sigh of relief when he heard this, feeling that the Qin family had come back from the dead. It's really thanks to Suchio, otherwise it's only a matter of time before our Qin family is decimated. He suddenly understood why Suchio had to leave. The Qin family was now on the edge of a cliff. Below it was an abyss of 10,000 feet, and it was only a matter of time before an inattentive person would be crushed to pieces. People had the foresight to leave early to avoid getting into trouble. He then added to the three of them, the matter of the sixth prince being a princess. You must not say anything about it, or else 10 deaths of our Qin family won't be enough. Don't worry, father, we understand, Qin Yuma said as she patted her crispy chest. Chen nodded back. Only Qin Reed was silent. At this time, Qin Xiaoliang looked at Qin Reed and said in a serious tone, although you are a general, the official position is higher than Dad, but Dad still can't help but to say you. Our Qin family can have a scare to cross the crisis. All thanks to Suchio. We owe him favor is estimated to be difficult to pay off in a lifetime. If you really don't like him, father can agree to let him be with you or even marry you and our whole family will have no problem going over there. As for your Yi Gongzi wanting to enter our family, no way. As for your Mr. Yi, if he wants to come into our family, no way. What kind of person is he? Father knows? He's targeting the Qin family at every turn, and he's in the same league as the Imperial court. Our Qin family can live without anyone but Suchio, so decide for yourself. Qin Xiaoliang's words just fell. Qin Yumo was originally expressionless, and in the next instant, her pasty face was filled with scarlet. Even her breathing became disorganized, with the look of a young girl in love. Only, Qin Reed's face was expressionless, just faintly said, I know. In fact, she didn't need others to persuade her to understand the importance of Suchio. As for Yi Liangchen, Qin Reed has long been dead. This guy is not a good person. He began to approach the Qin family with malicious intentions. Had it not been for Suchio's heartfelt words, perhaps she had been kept in the dark. After saying that, Qin Reed turned around and left. Looking at her back as she left, Qin Yuma pursed her lips, and she, who had originally held a trace of hope, felt a sudden loss. In the courtyard gazebo, Suchio was sitting on a round stool with consort brew on the round table. He took a few sips, admiring the full moon tonight and reflecting on his past life. At this time, Xiao Chui brought a coat and gently draped it over Suchio's shoulders. Auntie, don't catch a cold. Your body is just beginning to heal. You most definitely can't catch a cold. Thanks, Suchio said softly. Auntie, the slave girl is a subordinate. There is no need to thank her, Xiao Chui still said sweetly. Suchio ignored it. Just when he heard Qin Reed's footsteps, he said, let's go. Go back. Suchio was planning to return to his room. Just then, Qin Reed's silver bell-like voice came. Sleep in my room tonight. Suchio. Suchio looked at Qin Reed with an odd expression. Only under the dim night color, the lantern shone on her delicate puffy face, like a firefly in the dark night, flickering flesh-colored fluorescence. Qin Reed pursed light soft cherry lips. White slender delicate body has a light spirit of the gas. Skin delicate smooth. Bright eyes look forward. Especially that a slightly transparent peach red gauze dress. In the candlelight through a few strands of flesh-colored crimson. Strange, has she changed her mind? She invited me to her room. Forget it, maybe she's just doing it on a whim. Or she's being forced to do it. I'd better refuse. Qin Reed looked at Suchio who was about to open his mouth to refuse, and said with a hint of resentment in his tone, I'm sleepy. Why don't you hurry up? At this time, Xiao Chui whispered joyfully from the side. Auntie, Missy has allowed you to be in the same room. Why don't you quickly go? When Su Qiu heard this, he could only get up speechlessly, slowly following her petite body and stepping into the boudoir with her. As soon as she stepped into the boudoir, a light smoky scent hit her, as gentle as a spring day, and the room was filled with an intoxicating floral scent that put people in a happy mood. Is this the wife's room? It's really nice, Su Qiu muttered and looked around. Qin Reid's room is very simple: an octagonal boudoir lingerie bed, an exquisite dresser, a round table, spring flower pattern windscreen, antique closet as well as boxes. There is nothing else. However, Su Qiu's gaze was attracted by a beauty couch quietly placed by the window, which was positioned just right to allow one to enjoy the full moon outside the window, as if it was a well-conceived placement. So Su Qiu said, "I'll sleep there. I won't bother you tonight." Qin Reid has just taken off the soft red embroidered shoes. Jade feet are still wrapped in white brocade stockings. Can see white jade-like ankles hidden. She twisted her head to look at Su Qiu, who was looking around. Whirling around, he shook his head and said in a muted voice, "You can only sleep in his bed." Nowhere. There was a hint of doubt in that tone, as if it were the posture of a superior being. According to Su Qiu's words, it is the vestigial feeling of the domineering president forcing himself on me. Question: what's it like to have a dominant matriarch? Hey, it's kinda exciting. When Qin Reid spoke, a strand of black hair on her forehead gently hung down, quietly lying on her fragrant shoulders, making them appear even more hazy, and a faint white and greasy halo appeared, adding a few points of softness and beauty to her. Without caring, she removed her outer garments, revealing her showy, thin inner garments. The slender feet were similarly half exposed, along with a section of white calf. Only when she raised her head, she found Su Qiu staring at her half-exposed feet with nothing to do. So, Qin Reid's expressionless face slightly raised her feet, slightly wriggled her toes in front of him, propped her hands on the bed behind her, and said, "Do you want to touch it?" Cough. Su Qiu coughed dryly and waved his head. "I don't have that kind of fetish. I remember she was resistant before, but now the situation is really a bit weird. She wouldn't want to play some kind of couples game of house, would she? It's really hard to guess." Wanted to find an answer on her face, but unfortunately, Qin Reid remained indifferent in appearance. At this moment, Qin Reid's crescent-curved Su eyebrows gently closed, quietly looking at Su Qiu standing in place. She, even if there is no any sense of color, but also let a person can't stop. Full of temptation. Qin Reid see Su Qiu still do not come. "You are still stupid standing what? I'll go back when you're done." To be honest, Su Qiu is still the first time to be in the same room with her, and without seeing Qin Reid's purpose, he really does not dare to act rashly. But Qin Reid stretched out her catkin and patted the soft bed of dewy white by her crispy buttocks. "You come over." Seeing her eyes with the aura of a superior being, Su Qiu sighed. Although he couldn't figure out the situation, it was estimated that there would be no peace tonight, and he only prayed that there wouldn't be any changes. Now he really cannot beat Nyangzi, Qin Reid, as the first female general of the Great Qian. The strength is at least a first-class martial artist or even step into the level of Zhongsher. Su Qiu slowly walked over and then sat beside her. A light fragrance came from her, and it was the first time Su Qiu had leaned so close to her. "You sleep in it." Qin Reid's silver bell-like voice sounded, spoke without the slightest hesitation, as if they did not care about their own side sleeping in Su Qiu. "You really don't mind?" Su Qiu finally couldn't help but ask out loud. "You are the husband that I married into the door with 8 carries. What do I have to mind?" Qin Reid's voice rang out again and tilted her head to look at him, a strand of hair slowly hanging down, making her a little more adorable. Su Qiu nodded and didn't make any pretense. After removing his boots and climbing into bed, he lay quietly on the inside of the soft bed. His nose smelled the daughter's fragrance that had been lingering, felt the softness of the bed behind him, and turned his head to see Qin Reid, who had taken off the golden hairpin that was coiled in her hair, only to see a green silk like a waterfall, flowing down the fragrant shoulders and willow waist, hanging down in diameter on the soft bed. The slender waist was likewise hidden in the long hair, and the perfect curves were truly evocative. Su Qiu looked at the scene in front of him. "I've experienced life long enough in my 3 lives, and now I'm in bed with her with a hint of nervousness, which is rare, perhaps because of the original owner's own feelings. After all, the original owner but has been very like Qin Reid, and now that he inherited everything from him, his feelings were likewise inherited." But Su Qiu was still a little puzzled. After all, he had lived for nearly 1,000 years in his first 3 lives, and had long been able to achieve a mind as quiet as water. Su Qiu rested his head on his hands, his eyes staring aimlessly at the curtains. Puff. But Qin Reid, who heard his heart, twisted her head and suddenly gave a light laugh. In Su Qiu's uncertainty, he eventually took off the brocade stockings tied to his jade feet, revealing a bright full-footed banquet, and slowly lay down. It was the first time that Su Qiu had seen Qin Reid smile at him. How rare is that? Su Cho couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. What are you laughing at? Think of the heart and mouth. Chen Reed fumbled for an answer. Then the air felt like it stood still, and there was a silence in the room. Only the sound of the candles flickering, and the insects chirping outside. The nighttime buckets turn and the time passes a little bit. The silence of the room was like that of a quiet forest, except for the living breath of all things, and the breathing of the two men, whose frequencies gradually coincided with each other, as well as the sound of their heartbeats. At this time, Chen Reed's voice to break this extreme silence. Clear spring-like voice rang. I heard that you today with the little sister. Viewing Tong Wansha catch female dry. Yeah. Su Cho closed his eyes and casually replied. And then there was no sound, and the boudoir continued to fall silent. Chen Reed didn't get discouraged. As if she was used to it, she still continued to speak. The news of her and Yi Liangchen, the capital, is spread all over the city, and the Empress knows about it. Yeah. Don't worry. He won't appear in front of me in the future. Oh, it's good to have less interaction with such people. She skimmed her head and stared at Su Cho's side face, letting out a silent sigh and said with a little aggression, Are you still angry about what happened before? Why are you angry? Su Cho opened his mouth as if nothing had happened, feeling amused inwardly, but the expression was still cloudy and light, without any sadness or joy, just like a piece of senseless colored wood. This kind of small thing is really not worth my anger, but the pillow is a bit hard. After all, he knew that these are the author's characters, not to mention, Chen Reed is extremely traditional. After all, the Chen family is to train her as if she was the firstborn, so the rules did not learn less. Unlike Tong Wanxia, who had skin-to-skin contact with others before she was married, perhaps it had something to do with her high spirits. Only, listening to her tone, Su Cho felt that Chen Reed seemed to be casting her name. Chen Reed thought he was really angry, but it was a relief to hear his heart, and casually handed him his pillow. Soft voice said, This is for you. It is filled with fox fur. Softer. Su Cho froze and took the pillow that Chen Reed handed over. Thank you. Smelling the pillow full of aroma, he was somewhat skeptical that Chen Reed would be able to read minds. Is she a mind reader? Or does she know her husband as well as her wife? But we've just gotten married. Forget it. Let her be. Chen Reed sniffed. Suddenly tender lips slightly cocked, but extremely slight. So no one found. She added silently. My feet. You really don't want to touch them? Su Cho was rather speechless. There's really no need. Then go to sleep. Good night. Su Cho hadn't come back to his senses yet and subconsciously replied back. Next day. Phantom doesn't know how much time has passed. By the time Su Cho woke up it was already early morning, and the bright sunlight shone through the window on the bed. Then I saw Xiao Chui, who was fetching water, and her gentle voice. Auntie, get up. Miss has already left for the court. Aha. Su Cho covered his head and got up, touching the body heat that still existed beside him, feeling that last night's events were somewhat unexpected. Like a dream, Chen Reed's sex change did catch him off guard. He was still digesting last night's events when Xiao Chui continued. However, there is one good thing for you. Miss has asked people to move all of your things into this room. So in the future, you will be sharing a room with Miss, and you will no longer have to sleep in a side room. Su Cho faintly responded. At this time, Chen's side mate Xiao Chao came over and said, Auntie, Madam wants you to come over. Xin Fu's side hall. A maid poured a cup of tea for Mrs. Liu and retreated to the side. Mrs. Liu looked at Chen and couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Mrs. Chen, do you know that your son-in-law and your daughter are such as to discover what Lu Bai asked? I don't know about that. You'll just have to ask them. Chen pretended to be deaf and dumb. At this time, Xiao Chao came to the side hall and said, Madam, the aunt is here. Su Cho stepped into the side hall to see Mrs. Liu, who barely managed to squeeze out a smile, as well as Chen, who was sitting on the main seat, bored. Su Cho could only arch his hand and say, Good morning, Mrs. Liu. Aha. Mrs. Liu didn't look at him squarely, just picked up her teacup and rattled the lid, speaking carelessly. Since Mrs. Liu was like this, Su Cho likewise pretended to be a stranger and slowly came in front of Chen. Again, he didn't look Mrs. Liu in the eye. Is Mrs. Ryu this because of the Tong Wansha matter? According to my understanding of the plot, it is estimated that Tong Wansha cried all the blame on Ni and Qin Yuma, but their two mothers and sons are really half a catty. The daughter and Yi Liangchen met with Mrs. Lewis with her son-in-law late-night love. Su Cho remembers that Mrs. Liu on the couch also called Lu Bai asked brother Lu to come. As for Lu Baiqiang cheating, An Huang is nothing more than Lu Baiqiang's shield, a tool for cover. So Lu Baiqi was caught cheating, and now he's just taking things lightly, and even married Auntie Huang. Su Cho couldn't help but think that this author was really a fucking talent. I don't even know how this plot was thought up. Su Cho couldn't help but suspect that the author of the novel was a moderator by trade. and the Minotaur plot was quite skillful. At this moment, Chen Xiaomei, who was originally drinking tea to ease the awkward atmosphere, hearing Su Qiu's heartfelt words, he couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of tea, looking at Mrs. Lu with open eyes and an expression of disbelief. This Tong family is also too messed up. It's really a case of there's a daughter and there's a mother. It's off the charts. Chen thought inwardly. Especially heard Mrs. Lu actually with her son-in-law. Heard that Lu Bai asked but Mrs. Lu maternal family a nephew. This. Chen was beginning to resent Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu didn't know why. It was just that Su Qiu's attitude made her a little upset. But thinking about the matter of Tong Wanxia, he had to hold back his indignation and inquired. Little nephew Su, how did you and Qin Yuma come to know about Lu Baiqi's matter on Wanha Street? Don't know, Su Qiu replied indifferently. Mrs. Lu raised her eyebrows slightly, and the corners of her eyes were also slightly raised, seemingly a little angry. If you don't know, how do you know that Lu Baiqi is on Wanha Street? Chen also knew that Su Qiu was unhappy with Mrs. Lu's attitude just now, so to Mrs. Lu, she said, I'm sorry, Su Qiu has just recently recovered from her illness and is in a low mood. I think he just doesn't want to answer, Mrs. Willow said in a rude voice, even slapping her hand on the table with a pop. She couldn't hold back any longer at the moment. This little flunky had offended her. Su Qiu still didn't raise his eyes. Can you get rid of her? This woman is annoying to look at. Chen's also do not know that she came to the Qin family has no good intentions. Not to mention that she is because of her frame to hit the wall to kill themselves. Chen, who originally wanted to be a peacemaker, heard about it and her face quickly collapsed. Chen did not expect that the original person who harmed her was actually Mrs. Lu. At one time, Chen had treated her as a good sister, especially since all of them had the same husband's official position and were even pushover sisters. Just when Qin Reed became a female general, the future is also rocketing. Mrs. Lu was like a change of taste, often joking and deriding her, and now listen to Su Qiu heart, and in the future to harm her. Su Qiu's childish words, Mrs. Lu shouldn't blame him too much, especially since he just recovered from his illness. It's normal for him to forget often. Maybe he'll remember in a few days. Chen was determined to defend Su Qiu. Mrs. Lu staggered to look at Chen. Su Qiu is just a small backward door. Worth Chen Xiaomei so maintain? Mrs. Chen, you're going overboard. Mrs. Willow had just said half of it. A voice then came over. Mrs. Lu, it's true that my brother-in-law doesn't know. Do you still want to use that kind of way of flexing your muscles? Only to see Qin Yuma come directly across the door. She also heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words just now. Especially when Qin Yuma heard that his mother had hit the wall and killed herself to prove her innocence because Mrs. Lu had framed her. He couldn't wait to beat Mrs. Lu out of the room. Her daughter was just as much of a pest as she was, letting someone almost offend the royal family. You girl is really sharp-tongued. Mrs. Lu was furious. The Qin family seemed to be targeting her. Thanks for the compliment. Qin Yuma raised his head with a proud face. When Mrs. Lu saw this scene, she inwardly spat viciously. However, she was curious to know how Su Qiu and Qin Yuma knew about last night's events, so she cheekily said, Niece Qin, how do you know that Lu Baiqi is asking about things in Wanha Street? Didn't I already tell Ms. Tong? I saw Lu Baiqian cuddling with an old woman on Wanha Street. Qin Yuma came to Su Qiu's side as he spoke. A sticky mess. Mrs. Lu was contemptuous, but it didn't feel right, because Lu Baiqian wouldn't be strutting out on the street. After all, Mrs. Lu herself had warned him. What's more, Manhwa Street is as remote as it gets. The princes and nobles will not go there, and there are her people watching. Tong Wanxia is even more difficult to find it is, but people are completely aware of the White Willow shop. This is very wrong. It must be the Qin family's intention to make a fool out of our Tong family. Mrs. Lu became even more depressed when she thought about it. Suddenly, she recalled this day as the female child Wanxia asked her a few invitations to the poetry meeting, inviting Su Qiu and Qin Yuma to participate. Mrs. Lu knew that her daughter couldn't swallow this, and wanted to use the poetry party to teach them a lesson. Mrs. Lu was originally against it, but now she couldn't swallow it either, so he barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, so that's how it is. It's all because that stinky girl didn't make it clear to me. Then she took a strong turn in the conversation and said, right, I just remembered one thing. Here are a few invitations for the 100 Flowers poetry meeting in the evening after 5 days. Your son-in-law and niece Qin are both very talented in poetry and can communicate with the younger generation in the capital. I heard that this is organized by a few emperors, and all the major families are rushing to go. I don't know if your Qin family appreciates the emperor's faces or not. Mrs. Ryu is the one who put the words in her mouth. Invitations were issued by directly pulling the banner of the emperor. Chen raised her eyebrows slightly. She felt that Mrs. Lu didn't press her good intentions. Such an abrupt invitation, specifically naming Su Qiu and Qin Yuma, made people feel that there was something wrong at first glance. But she couldn't say no. Because Mrs. Lu has already said that it is organized by the Emperor. You want to offend the Emperor, you cannot go. Yes, Mrs. Lu, the Chen family will be there on time. Chen nodded stiffly. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, then we'll be waiting for you. After saying that, she left without looking back, and Chen also asked the maid beside her to see off the guests. Chen Xiaomei then turned to Su Qiu and Qin Yuma and said, Mrs. Lu probably doesn't have good intentions, so you guys should be more careful. Don't worry, mother, with brother-in-law here we'll be fine, Qin Yuma said with confidence. With a brother-in-law's heartfelt message, how can we lose? Su Qiu? A few days followed. Su Qiu has nothing to do, even if he and Qin read co-sleeping together, but also remains calm as water, and occasionally night gossip for a while. Just as often she inquired, my feet, do you want to touch them? Su Qiu didn't even know how to answer, so she could only pretend that she hadn't asked. After all, a woman of great beauty, stretching out like a white rabbit, white and soft little feet, asking if you need to touch it. Su Qiu always felt that his moral heart was being challenged again and again, and sooner or later, he would not be able to resist getting his hands on it. Woman, that's the pink skeleton. Su Qiu secretly sighed inwardly. 5 days of wind and calm. It is also the time when Su Qiu Yuan Yanggong is flat out improving. It's estimated that in another 6 days I'll officially have the strength of a third-rate martial artist, and even though it's a bit slower, this Yuan Yanggong is really considered the fastest in the low martial world. While Su Qiu was secretly thinking, Qin Yuma had already arrived. Brother-in-law, let's go. The 100 Flowers Poetry Festival is about to begin. Coming. Su Qiu got up and went. They then traveled in Chen's carriage. At this moment, the 100 Flowers Tea House, as if the Song Dynasty's fan Lu that prosperous. 5 high buildings, lights and colorful, fire trees and silver flowers, BMW car endless. The building is the literati and scholars to raise a cup 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 to raise a cup. At this moment, on the pavilion platform of the building, Yi Liangchen saw Su Qiu and Qin Yuma, down from the carriage. He pursed a cup of wine. Teasing smile on Tong Wanxia earlobe whispered, they are here. Don't worry, Yi Lang. They will regret coming to 100 Flower House today. Tong Wanxia snuggled into his chest and laughed comically. Yi Liangchen nodded gently at his words, and with one hand, he seeped inside someone's skirt and gave it a firm squeeze, eliciting a burst of complaining pout from Tong Wanxia. She said, Brother Yi, you really don't know how to be ashamed. Yi Liangchen indifferently grabbed her chin and laughed rufflingly. I'm not ashamed, but you like to be with people who are not ashamed. Oh, Yi Lang is still really annoying. Sure enough, men are all horny. Tong Wanxia pouted, twisted her hips, got up in a flirty manner, and left the attic pavilion. Originally a demonic cargo, she met the other-worldly family's daughter. Tong Wanxia immediately returned to a serious look. The gentle lady of the house owed her body, then said in a soft and sticky voice, Miss Zhang, Wanxia is courteous. There was none of the insidious cunning of the party. Qin Yuma, who had just gotten off the carriage, said, unfortunately, sister had something to do and couldn't come. If Qin Reed is also here, maybe they are more secure. After all, Qin Reed's strength is one of the best in Dakian. She's a general. It's not appropriate for her to come here. Su Qiu replied simply, poetry will be all the literati favorite place to show off their literary skills. They generally do not like the military generals and military officials. After all, to them practicing martial arts are vulgar people. Indeed, Qin Yuma nodded, then twisted her head and flashed her bright eyes, looking at Su Qiu with a face full of anticipation. Brother-in-law, then do you know how to compose poems? No, Su Qiu said bluntly. Although he had all the memories of his previous lives, copying poems was a breeze. However, Yi Liangchen as the hero of the book, but also as a traveler, has long copied a lot of poetry, so there is no need. After all, easy to collision. Su Qiu didn't intend to make himself famous, so he didn't intend to copy poems. Boring. Qin Yumo wanted to listen to Su Qiu's heart, but unfortunately Su Qiu didn't have a heart at all. She was about to speak, when suddenly, Chen gave a dry cough and walked between them, separating Su Qiu and Qin Yumo, and said, you two don't stick too close. Pay attention to your image or else these literati will be chewing on the Qin family's tongue again. At this moment, Qin Yumo was practically clinging to Su Qiu, so close to holding his arm. This is a poetry slam. Men and women don't get laid. Even if the couple is in the eyes of outsiders, they will not be so intimate, but just respect each other's appearance. And the two are still brother-in-law and wife-sister. Mother. Qin Yumo grudgingly looked at his mother's mother. Rare poetry will be the same as a secluded meeting. Cannot and brother-in-law paste. I said you are still not happy. You wild girl. Want to be educated? Chen did not have the good sense to say, especially now that it felt like someone was targeting them. So it was even more important to have impeccable etiquette. Just as they were wide-eyed. At this time, 6th Prince and Lan walked over and said, "Chen, Miss Qin, Brother Su." Chen and Qin Yuma immediately owed their respects. "6th Highness, all hail your highness." Su Chou also arched his hand slightly from the side and said, "6th Highness, be excused." 6th Prince and Lan waved his hand slightly. She then looked at Su Chou and said, "I wonder if Brother Su would be kind enough to accompany Little King to meet with other literary talents tonight?" There was no possibility of refusing this invitation. So Su Chou had no choice but to nod. "Of course, there's no problem." 6th Prince and Lan spoke to Chen. "Mrs. Chen, taking the liberty of borrowing your family's son-in-law." And then she had Su Chou follow her into the 100 Flowers building and went up to the second floor, heading to the 100 Flowers building's compartment prepared for the royal family. Chen's and Qin Yuma's expressions were quite complicated when they saw that they, Su Chou, had been invited by the 6th Prince just like that. Qin Yuma couldn't help but look at his back and said, "6th Gong. 6th Prince seems to fancy your brother-in-law." Yeah, this is extremely unreasonable. Chen also felt that something wasn't right, especially before, when Qin Yuma had told her that the 6th Prince had gifted Su Chou with a royal jade pendant that allowed him to come into the palace. It felt even more out of place. Suddenly, Chen speculated, could it be that the 6th Prince also has eyes for your brother-in-law? Maybe, Qin Yuma said incredulously. However, she recalled all the previous signs that the other party seemed to be able to hear her brother-in-law's heart. So 6th Prince and Lan's behavior wasn't too hard to understand. At this time, Qin Yuma looked at Chen and said with extreme nervousness, she shouldn't have taken her brother-in-law as an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Stop. Chen stopped her immediately before she could finish and said, her identity has not been exposed yet, so your brother-in-law is still safe. Qin Yuma let out a sigh of relief when he heard this, but Chen had no bottom within her heart at the moment. After all, the other party was a royal family, especially the most favored daughter of the female emperor, who did not hesitate to let her disguise herself as a man to inherit the throne. Su Chou followed in Lan's side, accompanying her to the second floor of the 100 Flowers building. Many of the surrounding literati gentlemen, and even minor officials in the capital, whispered, "Isn't the 6th Prince in Lan? Who is that person beside him, actually getting so close to the 6th Prince? It seems to be a flunky of the Qin family. How is it that this Qin family flunky can get so close to the 6th Prince? A mere flunky. Are all of us literate scholars better than to lose him?" The people inside the 100 Flowers building, who had seen Su Chou and Lan approaching, were truly envious and jealous. In particular, Su Chou's status as a flunky was particularly conspicuous. Those who could participate in the 100 Flowers Poetry Festival were all shotsi from all over the world, or even scholar, or petty officials who entered the court with true talent. They are all high-minded and proud generation. Su Chou is just a poor scholar who failed the exam, and now the Qin family is even more humble status. What virtue and ability can be ranked alongside the 6th Prince? What an envy! Probably the most honorable thing in his life. The men talked in low voices. 6th Prince and Lan simply said to Su Chou, "These people don't need to pay attention to. They are all like this, a little ink in their stomachs, and they think that the Chen condescends to them as if they are." Understood. Su Chou nodded gently, not reacting too much. And Lan felt more and more that Su Chou was a man of the world with this attitude. Even when dealing with royalty remains unassuming. Those who can are of this temperament. Lan didn't care. However, she still looked for a topic to talk about. "Brother Su, who do you think is likely to win the championship tonight? If that Yi Liangchen is attending, then it's him." "Why?" Lan was puzzled. Su Chou was slightly silent, "Because he is a traveler. In the previous life of 9 years of compulsory education, is a person will memorize a few poems out, not to mention the 5,000 years of history of poetry enough to copy, can be handed down for thousands of years of poetry are enduring, and even renowned in the world. So, how can anyone in the room beat him? This kind of poem writing and pretending thing is almost always internalized by the male lead." He didn't think of himself as a male lead, but at best a passerby. Lan was slightly surprised to hear his heartbeat. She didn't realize that Yi Liangchen didn't compose it himself, but copied the poets of his previous life, and that the original poems were all fake. Su Chou was silent for a long time before he replied, "I've read his first poem. It's still good." "Really? He's really good. The poems aren't even his own." And Lan abruptly said without a clue, "Su Chou?" He paused and looked at Lan quizzically, and Lan then realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately covered his mouth. Su Chou stared at Lan oddly. 6th Prince and Lan's heart couldn't help but thump up. Crap crap crap. He didn't realize that his heart could be heard by me. And if he found out, what if he was wary of me in the future? It was the first time Lan had ever felt so nervous himself. There was a time when even Yi Liangchen couldn't shake her mood. But now, being stared at by Suqiu, she really couldn't help but feel weak, and Lan immediately changed the topic. However, I heard that he is extremely good at governmental orders. No matter governing floods, or governing droughts are extremely reasonable. The temple examination. Its talent also let the Mother Emperor appreciation. It's really talented. Suqiu simply perfunctorily said. And Lan felt like Suqiu wasn't really jealous of Yi Liangchen's ability. After all, when the examiners reviewed Yi Liangchen's papers during the Imperial examinations, they all claimed that he had the ability to rule the world, and that many of his policies were unheard of. And the examiners all agreed that it was feasible after deliberation. And some of the later officials piloted it and found that it was indeed feasible and worked extremely well. Yi Liangchen, this can only be a short time. From the 7th grade official promoted to the 6th official, the Imperial Palace of History to him is only experience. His future is unlimited in the future. The Empress also told her to pull Yi Liangchen together. She would be of great use in the future. Just then, and Lan once again heard Suqiu's heartfelt voice. This guy is certainly capable of managing floods and droughts, not just building water conservancies, combating soil erosion, and managing people with that management science thing? In his previous life, he had 9 years of compulsory education on Earth, plus the fact that his college abilities could really hang with the ancients, and that the history curriculum was almost compulsory throughout. He knew all the decrees of the past dynasties by heart, and he had cases to follow, especially the establishment and development of the modern Red regime. So it was just a matter of copying the poem and then copying the policy. It's no joke to be good at math, science and chemistry. Anlin listened intently. The whole thing was dumbfounded, or unbelievable. I didn't realize that Yi Liangchen's talent was the reason, because he has a past life. Indeed, if I hadn't met Suqiu before, I really would have thought that Yi Liangchen was a capable ruler, and Lan secretly pondered. She then looked up at Suqiu and wondered if he was also a capable ruler. After all, Suqiu knows Yi Liangchen like the back of his hand. Maybe they both live in the same world at the same time. Not to mention Suqiu knows the fate of people. Just as Anlin was thinking about it, Suqiu's spitting heart could be heard ringing out. This silly girl, Yi Liangchen, has long been secretly by defecting to the Prime Minister of the Dynasty Chancellor. That is to say, he is the Chancellor of the people. He is now to the Chancellor of the Bill of Lading is to eradicate the Qin family, and reveal your identity as a woman. Empty female emperor, and you were later uncovered the identity of the woman. Still do not know as Yi Liangchen borrowed the hands of others to do, but also to throw themselves into the arms of people who think he can be entrusted for life. In fact, he is just borrowing you across the bridge, and finally sold for the number of people counting money. Anlin, her whole body froze in place. She remembers that Suqiu heartily said before that Yi Liangchen is not a good person, and she herself has become Yi Liangchen's harem. Now that he had heard it in such detail, Lan was even more secretly alarmed. Not only did he perceive that Suqiu was more knowledgeable about these things, but likewise, he was more disgusted by Yi Liangchen's shameless behavior. Absolutely impossible. I will not like him to death. What a bastard. In vain we appreciate his talent so much, to later turn out to be a negative man. Really negative is always a reader. And Lan secretly cursed inwardly. It was close to sending someone to finish Yi Liangchen off on the spot. If it hadn't been for Suqiu's heart, and Lan felt like he had been kept in the dark. Luckily, she was quick on her feet and climbed into a relationship with Suqiu to hear these important secrets. If only Suqiu could be by my side all the time. Listening to his heart can avoid disasters and even solve many things. 6th Prince and Lan said silently inwardly. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Suqiu's side face. His cynical attitude at the moment is really appealing, and Lan couldn't help but blush, a slight redness permeating her white face. At this time, Suqiu noticed that Lan's face was a bit red, so he inquired, "Your Highness, are you not feeling well?" No. Suddenly I feel hot," and Lan hastily waved her hands. Oh, Suqiu didn't care much about it, then looked toward the room and said, "Here it is." It was then that Lan reacted to the fact that he had already arrived on the 2nd floor of the 100 Flowers building while eavesdropping on his heart. The sudden display of the 6th Prince's majesty came out. "Brother Su, go inside." "Thank you, Your Highness." When Suqiu entered the compartment, it was found that the compartments of this 100 Flowers building were no better than the private rooms in his previous life, as if they were small banquet halls, extremely wide. Accommodating hundreds of people was not a problem. The location is also quite good, not only overlooking the entire 1st floor, but also looking out over the night of the capital outside the building, as well as the Qinhuai River, which carries a variety of boats. 6th Emperor brother. 6th brother. A sweet, soft voice came from the room. Suqiu followed the sound and saw that they were all the princesses of Deqian, as well as some of the young little emperors. He then casually arched his hand and said, "Greetings to the princesses." At this time, A princess greeted her and said to sixth prince Anlan, "Sixth brother, who is this?" Anlan briefly introduced, "This is the interesting person I met." Seventh princess, Suqiu slightly arched his hand. Seventh princess and Sinyu circled around on Suqiu, sizing him up curiously, and immediately said excitedly, "Could you also be a talented man?" Suqiu bluntly shook his head. "Sorry, I don't know how to compose poems." Seventh princess and Sinyu was like a deflated ball. "Yeah, you don't know how to compose poems, then why did you come up here? Finally, we can go down." Suqiu finally found an excuse to go down. As he was about to leave, he was suddenly pulled back by Anlan and said to the seventh princess and Sinyu, "Seventh sister, you must not be rude, but he doesn't know how to compose poems. What is he doing in the poetry society?" And Sinyu said in confusion, "You'll realize he's special after more contact." Anlan replied simply, after all, she didn't know what Suqiu had the ability to do until now, just that she could hear his heart. But at that moment, an abrupt voice was heard. "He doesn't know anything. What's he doing up here? Amusing our royal family?" Suqiu and Anlan both turned their heads to look, and they saw a young man wearing a yellow brocade suit on the seat not far away, saying with a disdainful face, "Fourth brother." Anlan spoke first, then said, "Is it not permissible for me to sit here if I invited you?" "Sixth brother, don't shove everyone here." Fourth prince and Tingwu didn't even lift his head as he continued, "Do you know who the person you invited here is? The one from the Qin family is a backstabber. How dare you invite this kind of person up here?" At this moment, the other princesses looked over. All of them stayed on Suqiu's body. Many princesses exuded some contempt and even disdain. But even though the fourth prince revealed him without mercy, Suqiu remained light and breezy without the slightest change in color. By and by, it aroused the curiosity of the crowd. "You're talking too much." Anlan now understood that none of them were able to hear Suqiu's heart, so she didn't have a good face for Suqiu. Anlan said stiffly, "Don't underestimate people." "Oh, then let him say what he will." And Tingwu looked up at Suqiu with contempt. "We'll eat," Suqiu casually replied. The face was expressionless as he looked at Tingwu. This guy should be the one who finally ascends to the throne. Right. The fourth prince in Tingwu. The chancellor is planning to put him on the throne, so that the hero burst the sixth prince's daughter body. At the same time, the female emperor to pull down the stage. Subsequently, the prime minister and Yi Liangchen joined efforts to hollow out the fourth prince in Tingwu, so that he became the name of the real puppet. The government cannot reach the capital, so it can be said that, in addition to the throne of the great Chen is still surnamed in, the rest are the prime minister and Yi Liangchen. Sixth prince Anlan originally had nothing to do, but here Suqiu's heart, the face fell. He was full of hostility towards the fourth prince in Tingwu, thinking that he was the one who had the last laugh. At the same time, it's also the fact that he's in cahoots with the chancellor, a guy who's going to be a big problem in the future. Ha ha ha, everyone knows how to eat, right? The fourth prince couldn't help but say, "Eat the unique delicacies of the earth," Suqiu said lightly, at the same time inwardly silently added, "Not an earthly delicacy, or a delicacy that does not belong to the mortal world. Then you are the cook." Fourth prince in Tingwu snorted, "A cook has the nerve to be proud?" The sixth prince Anlan, who had originally looked at the atmosphere gradually turning cold, suddenly laughed. She had just heard Suqiu's voice, so maybe Suqiu was really very special. Anlan thought that Suqiu might be a real person. That is, a person hidden deep in the mountains to cultivate. They often have great magical powers, and at the same time they are proficient in mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, so they are extremely clear about everyone's fate. Moreover, many of the people who practiced in the depths of the great mountains were exceedingly strong. After all, Jean Reed has become a female general with superior force in Dakian. That is because she once practiced in the mountain gate Qinghuan Valley, and the Qin family has a lot of relations with Qinghuan Valley. Sixth brother, what are you laughing at? Seventh princess and Sinyu was puzzled. That's right, sixth imperial brother, why are you still laughing? The other princesses wondered in puzzled disbelief. And Lan's smile is to laugh at the fourth prince in Tingwu is a stupid pig. Offended Suqiu, I am afraid that it is not good in the future. Even she felt that the fourth prince would probably have a hard time stepping down later on. Another princess queried, "Sixth imperial brother, you're not right." At that moment, Anlan didn't answer them, but instead turned his head to Suqiu and said, "Brother Su, do you need me to prepare the ingredients for you?" "Good." Suqiu didn't refuse. He knew that the fourth prince was targeting her, and these days Anlan treated him well, so Suqiu slightly showed her a couple of hands, which was considered to be returning the favor. He told Anlan everything he needed, a pure copper slab table, and a variety of herbs and fresh meat, preferably the older the herbs are, the better. 500 years of ginseng, 400 years of Ganoderma lucidum, even rare ambergris and so on and so forth. Anlan nodded. Although some herbs are rare goods, the national pharmacy may not be able to buy, but she still did not hesitate to order the subordinates to get these herbs. The palace is not in short supply. As for fourth prince in Tingwu, he said disdainfully, how delicious can a cook on the spot be? What earthly delicacies haven't I eaten before? What if it's not a delicacy on earth? Sucho burst into a light laugh. Anlan sniffed, confused, wondering what this not on earth delicacy meant. Sucho didn't pay any attention to the crowd. When the brass table, as well as various herbs and ingredients, were brought over, he then began to do so, and the fire started under the brass table, and the table began to turn red. Sucho moved skillfully, placing the various herbs onto the stage one by one. When fourth prince in Tingwu saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but sneer. This is frying and roasting herbs? Don't poison people to death just yet. Sucho didn't pay any attention to it, but cooked it fiercely and quickly. At this moment, when many princesses saw this scene, they couldn't help but furrow their eyebrows slightly, thinking to themselves that this is surely not getting a medicinal meal? She doesn't like pills, they're bitter and hard to eat. Besides, it's a delicacy cooked with herbs, so are you sure it won't poison them? And Lan's heart was similarly lifted, and she silently expected inwardly that Sucho would be able to amaze the crowd, or else her face as the sixth prince would be too much for her. As the crowd shaped up, abruptly, only Sucho's messy boiled herb slowly appeared as a burnt liquid. The black substance continuously bubbled and emitted a burnt medicinal odor. This thing is estimated that pigs don't even eat it. Seeing this, Antingwa's smile became even thicker and he couldn't help but flirt. The other princesses were also frowning. Even Princess Anlan's heart sank to the bottom. Seventh Princess Sinew, however, was surprised. Look, these medicines have actually changed color. Only to see Sucho combining all the boiled and charred medicine together. The original black gelatinous substance reacted the moment it was polymerized, and a puddle of greenish translucent liquid permeated out, and carried a faint fragrance. Instantly removed the original air herbal burning smell. Suddenly the whole room is only the smell of fresh incense. Sucho knew that this was a medicinal liquid formed by quenching the medicinal power. This kind of low martial world, but there was no aura to nourish everything, so spirit food was almost non-existent, and it was even more impossible to make immortal world delicacies. That's why Sucho extracts herbs through vintage herbs to make the ingredients carry a bit of spirituality and detach themselves from the mortal world. It's almost similar to alchemy. When Sucho put a piece of tender venison into the copper plate table, the venison was cooked at the same time. The medicinal liquid also penetrated into the same, and the clear fragrance mixed with the meat aroma floated in all directions. On the hall of the 100 Flowers building. This poem is really good. The spring breeze blows the green willow. Flowers bloom all over the garden. The bees and butterflies dance, and the swallows return to their nests. This poem, it's not as good as Mr. Ye's The Sound of Wind and Rain at Night, and How Many Flowers Have Fallen. Prince Ye's poem is indeed good wet. Sure enough, he is the first person of poetry talent in our great Chen. The scholars and talented men who were originally composing poems, is critiquing poems at the 100 Flowers Poetry Conference that used the word spring as a title. At that moment, an unheard of fragrance came from the second floor. Faint aroma gradually blowing away the 100 Flowers House banquet table delicacies taste. Even clamped up the pocket duck Chen Yuma also stopped the chopsticks in the hands. This color and flavor of the banquet delicacies, at this moment has lost color. Chen Yumo suddenly felt that the duck meat in his hand didn't even smell good anymore. The moment that faint fragrance permeated her nostrils, she felt like she was eating pig food. The smell is also too fragrant. A casual sniff makes the whole person refreshed up. Chen Yuma drooled and said. The others did the same. The smell made the exhaustion and irritation in their bodies dissipate at once, while every piece of skin, every muscle, and every cell in their bodies trembled, longing for the fresh scent. The crowd looked up in confusion. The murmurs were loud and clear. This smells too good. Yeah, I finally understand the meaning of lingering. I'll never forget this flavor. Is this the signature dish of 100 Flowers House? Impossible. I, Li, have come to the 100 Flowers House so many times and have never had this flavor. It seems to be coming from the royal compartment. Could it be that the royal princesses are eating something rare? The crowd smelled this fragrance. They had long since lost their minds to savor the verse. They clumped together at the moment, only wanting to find the provenance of this fragrance with a clear scent. It's heavenly. Maybe that's the kind of deliciousness that immortals eat. At this moment, inside the second floor chamber of the 100 Flowers building, the princesses didn't know what was going on downstairs. They only knew that Sucho actually made brightly colored, jade-like delicacies. This also smells too good. Seventh Princess Sinew said as she wiped her saliva, her gaze like that of a mother panther staring at her prey. They had never smelled anything like it. Even the Imperial chef in the palace couldn't make this flavor. Those mountain delicacies are not even comparable to the simple venison in Sucho's hands. Even Sixth Prince and Lan gulped and couldn't help but be surprised. Brother Su, I didn't expect you to have such a craft. Taste it. Sixth Prince. Sucho didn't answer positively. Instead, cut a piece and put it in front of her. At this moment, the guard beside Lan immediately stepped forward. Your Highness, my humble servant will try first. And Lan, however, immediately waved his hand, stopping him and saying, no need. The guard wanted to say something else. The other princesses jumped ahead at this time. If you eat one piece, we'll have one less. That's it. These princesses are like little hens guarding their food. Look at this guard as if he were a father's murderer. The guard scratched his face in embarrassment. He was only doing it for the safety of the royal princesses. And now in turn it was as if he had become a sinner. It was a flavor he did want to savor. Though, Anlin didn't hesitate to put the meat into his mouth. In an instant, a medicinal aroma was released from the meat if nothing else, and immediately afterward, she was surprised to find that the meat was actually gradually melting away, as if it were a pastry. The aroma grew stronger, gradually penetrating from her fragrant lips into her esophagus, followed by her abdomen. She then felt a jade warmth in her abdomen, warm as if her abdomen was soaking in a hot spring. She could even feel that being in a woman's body. She was afraid of being discovered, so she didn't dare to see the royal doctor, resulting in abdominal pain, or menstrual cramps, from time to time. Now that it was completely gone, a wave of relief washed over the body, as if all the pain of the disease had disappeared at the moment. This is amazing, Anlin said with wide, dumbfounded eyes. She could feel that the venison was quickly absorbed into her abdomen, and the warmth like jade began to travel through her limbs, every meridian radiating warmth and a fresh scent emanating from her body. At this moment, the seventh princess Insigne, who was beside Lan, saw Lan's rosy face, and her body fragrance was wafting around, looking better than ever. She hurriedly said to Sucho, quickly, I want it too. Sucho was speechless. He had never seen such a rude princess, and handed the plate directly to him. Sucho had to cut a piece and put it in her gold-rimmed plate. And Xinu picked up the chopsticks without any princess etiquette and immediately stuffed them into her fragrant mouth, and then a similar expression to that of Anlin, wide-eyed with an expression of extreme surprise. All the while his mouth kept smacking, looking like he couldn't get enough of it. But she suddenly felt an itch on her white, jade-like arm. It's my scar from falling out of a tree last year. How can it itch? Seventh Princess Insigne was puzzled and subconsciously reached out, realizing that the scar had actually clumped together, and then with a tug, the scar was directly ripped off, revealing flawless skin that even slightly emitted a halo of light under the candlelight. The milky halo said nothing about the whiteness of her skin. My scar is healed. And Insigne was even more incredulous when she saw the scene in front of her. This scene, but the other princesses present were excited. How they did not expect. A piece of meat actually has a cosmetic effect. What is a woman's favorite? Nothing but beauty. Now a piece of meat can be made beautiful and they must be thrilled to death. This princess wants it too. Present me with a plate. Sir, I'll have a plate too. Please, my lord. I, Kair, am also. Princesses have been scrambling. They had just smelled such an aromatic flavor and had long been unable to hold back. And now that this delicious food had such an effect, they were even more impatient. Sucho handed the chopped minced meat to the princess who had a good attitude. As for those with a slightly worse attitude, Sucho didn't even look at them, just let them scream. At this time, the seventh princess Insigne discovered Sucho's temperament. But Sucho, who possesses such means, is also inevitably arrogant. After all, delicacies similar to immortal medicine are really unheard of. So an Xinu immediately lectured her sisters. Mr. Su is not an ordinary person, so be nicer in your attitudes. Otherwise, you won't be able to taste this unique delicacy on earth. The other temperamental princesses, hearing this at the moment, pursed their red lips. Which one of them is not used to being overbearing in the palace? Just seeing those sisters who had gained it, showing their flaunting colors, she could only lower her noble head in droves. In a gentle voice, he said to Sucho, Mr. Su, it's me who has a slightly worse attitude. I'm sorry, please give me some. Seeing that they had a good attitude in admitting their mistakes, so Sucho then got a little bit of it back. When the princesses eat a piece of minced meat, well, all of them showed surprise. Many princesses closed their eyes and savored the delicacies, as well as the warm jade-like body. Many princesses originally cold limbs, now can feel a burst of warmth. The body of large and small problems seemed to medicine as if the disease. Sucho swept a glance at the expressions of the crowd, didn't care too much. This kind of semi-aura food originally had the effect of quenching the body, strengthening the body, and even beautifying the body. For mortals, This is both a holy medicine and a superb delicacy, but for immortals, it's just a snack that tastes okay and is used to kill the taste. The sixth prince Lan, who originally had some admiration for Su Qiu, upon hearing his heart, the entire person could not help but freeze in place, extremely surprised, because she had just heard Su Qiu said immortal, mortal, holy medicine and other words, so that's Su Qiu more and more mysterious. And Lan stared at the delicacies made by Su Qiu. Is this something only an immortal would make? Her gaze locked straight onto Su Qiu. Su Qiu twisted his head to look at her in confusion. What did you just say? Nothing. Lan hurriedly covered his mouth. Fear of being wrong led him to realize he could hear his heart. Su Qiu didn't care about the stranger. Instead, get yourself the biggest piece, put it in your mouth without hesitation. When the venison, which had been quenched by the medicinal liquid, entered the abdomen, it directly dissolved, and the medicinal liquid was integrated into the limbs and bones. Currently, Su Qiu was able to feel that the red dan in his dantian, which had been cultivated due to the Yuan Yang Kung Fu, was running wildly, constantly extracting the medicinal liquid and then quenching all parts of his body, and his internal strength was also growing under the effect of the medicinal power. Su Qiu detected his body ushering in a metamorphosis. Strength, speed, explosiveness likewise began to increase. The crowd simply doesn't know that its greatest function is to quench the body, allowing a martial artist's strength to increase drastically, making it a great tonic for martial artists. Su Qiu muttered inwardly. At the same time, he originally needed 6 days to advance to a third-rate martial artist, but now he only needed 1 day. The internal force also became more majestic, similar to that raised by meditating for 3 years. An abrupt voice interrupted Su Qiu's thoughts. Hey, backwards, you haven't given this king a piece yet? And Tingwu said with a hint of huff. Su Qiu gets a plate for everyone present, leaving him out. He was slighted, so Antinwu was furious. However, he heard Su Qiu teasingly say, didn't you say that what I cook, even pigs won't eat? Are you backtracking now? Su Qiu knew that he was deliberately targeting himself at every turn because he was competing with Lan for the throne of the crown prince. But Su Qiu wouldn't stay weak and be bullied. He still had a way to deal with a small fourth prince. Fourth prince and Tingwu froze at his words. I didn't expect a little flunky to be so tough. He was at least a prince. His status and position was somehow higher than Su Qiu, and now he was actually so bold. Do you villain know that offending the prince is a serious offense? The fourth prince stood up directly and growled angrily. Su Qiu was indifferent, and directly winded up what he had produced, and not a bit could be left for Tingwu. At this moment, the two men are at crossbows. Zhang moment. Sixth Prince Lan didn't hesitate to side with Su Qiu and said, Fourth Imperial brother, you've gone too far. It was you who disliked it before, and now it's you who wants to grab it. You're really not saying one thing with your heart. Sixth Imperial brother, the person you brought is so powerful, a little flunky even dares to offend the royal family. Fourth Prince Tingwu was not willing to show weakness, said to Anlin with a cold eye. The fists were equally clenched. He has never been humiliated in any way. Now that the little flunky keeps falling on his face, he can't stand it at all. Besides, this guy was brought by Lan, and he, and Tingwu, and Lan were secretly competing for the position of the crown prince. The person beside Lan naturally became a thorn in his side. Therefore, he would have no good color at all for Su Qiu. At this moment, seeing the atmosphere gradually become stiff, the other princesses were at a loss for words. How could they not expect a single Su Qiu to actually make the two emperors go toe-to-toe? At this time, the seventh princess Sinew, who had been standing at the side, crossed her arms and said, All right, if the two of you keep arguing, this princess will truthfully tell Mother Emperor to hear that the two of you are making a fuss at the poetry meeting and disgracing the royal family. And it's none of this princess's business if you're punished at that time. And Lan and Tingwu both changed their faces when they heard this. They are all afraid of the Empress and Qin Tian. After all, the Empress was once a one-person force to fight for the throne and become the Empress of Dakian. Enough to see her ruthlessness. Humph. And Tingwu sat back in his position with his hands clasped over his chest. Today is a poetry meeting. This king is not in the mood to argue with small people. I'm sorry, seventh sister. It was my fault. And Lan bowed and apologized to seventh princess Sinew. He then sat back in his seat as well, without a glance at Tingwu. But she hadn't been sitting down for long. Just hear Su Qiu's heart. This Tingwu was really reckless. Poor temperament. No wonder he later ascended to the throne directly be hollowed out. Become Lu Xia at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, although the name of the emperor, but at any time will be the prime minister pushed down the throne. Dakian also entered the period of total defeat. Anlin listened to the heartbeat with a rather complicated expression. This fourth imperial brother of hers was indeed as simple and reckless as Su Qiu described. However, is the identity of the emperor's son the basis for his arrogance? If the 3,000 quintals of explosives he stored in the warehouse on Manhwa Street in Taishi are exposed, I guess he can't keep his position as a prince. After all, those explosives were used to overthrow the female emperor and blow up the palace. And Lan sniffed, and his entire body froze in place. Anlin's brow furrowed as he heard the heartbeat. She raised her head and stared straight at Antinwu. Is this guy crazy? I can't believe I'm hiding so many explosives in the capital, especially the ones used to overthrow the empress. And Lan inwardly even more thumped. After all, the empress is her own mother, and Tingwu but the other consorts born, only the mother to seize the throne, did not take into account these royals and princesses, only to let them continue to be. Now Tingwu, however, has thought of how to regicide the king, and what an asshole. At this moment, Lan revealed a look of surprise, as well as a ringing sound, causing the crowd to be drawn over. Seventh princess and Sinyu was puzzled. Sixth brother, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Anlin shook his head. No, just remembering something shocking. And Tingwu, on the other hand, squinted at her, and after taking a sip of wine, he let out a ch. I guess I ate a bad stomach. He didn't have a good word to say, but Lan now looked at him with a meaningful smile on his face. She and Tingwu were already at odds, and now that Su Qiu was handing her a knife, could she not be happy? What's more, behind Tingwu was the chancellor. The chancellor had always wanted to find trouble with her, to stop her from inheriting the throne of the crown prince. And before that, Lan had never been able to find their weaknesses. And now, a small counterattack she could not be excited about? And Tingwa's scalp tingled when he saw Lan's strange smile and muttered in a low voice, something's wrong with his head. The compartment then gradually fell into silence. No one's talking. The atmosphere gradually became weird. At this time, Su Qiu said to Lan, Your Highness, I won't bother you here. I'll leave first. If he remained here, the immediate situation would continue and he would gradually become the center of the storm. Anlin nodded. I'll walk you. Seeing the other party being so polite, Su Qiu was embarrassed, but seeing her gaze, he could only nod and say, Thank you. After waiting to leave the second floor compartment, Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously she didn't like the atmosphere just now. And Lan looked at Su Qiu at this time and spoke. Brother Su, don't worry. I'll make fourth Imperial brother look good. I'll help you avenge today's humiliation. If Su Qiu were to get her hands on it, she didn't know how far it would go, so it would be most appropriate to leave it to her. Su Qiu was puzzled. He didn't understand the need for Anlin to do so much for him. This guy is interested in me? I'm just a son-in-law. However, for Anlin's help, he also, You're welcome. Su Qiu smiled and said, Then thank you, Your Highness. Anlin's expression stiffened slightly as he heard his heartbeat again. However, the corner of her mouth still spread a smile. If her daughter's body was blown out, then she would definitely let Su Qiu become her emperor's son-in-law. Because Su Qiu was too interesting, and there is no point in having a heart in front of her because she can hear the other person's heart. Just as Su Qiu was preparing to leave, Slow down, a voice came from behind them. Su Qiu twisted his head to look, and saw the seventh princess and Sinyu hurrying down the stairs. He waited until he came in front of Su Qiu before breaking sharply. Taking a breath this time, she said, This jade pendant is for you, so that you can enter the palace unimpeded in the future. This princess loves the food you cooked. Please remember to come in the future. Please. And Sinyu said while handing him a gold-colored jade pendant. Su Qiu glanced at her suspiciously and said, Aren't you afraid that if I enter the palace, rumors will spread and damage your reputation as a princess? Not afraid, and Xian had no qualms about saying, If I can't eat your food, I'm the one who's really scared. To be honest, it was the first time she had ever had her taste buds conquered as well. Nowadays, the delicacies in the palace, she all felt that compared to the ones made by Su Qiu, it was simply a difference between clouds and mud. What's more, it also had beauty benefits. So an Xian felt that she would really regret it if she missed it. If Su Qiu wasn't a flunky, maybe she would have tied Su Qiu back up by now and forced him to be her extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Okay, I'll just put it away. Su Qiu was nonchalant. Then he turned and left without the slightest delay. Seventh princess and Sinyu looked at his dashing back and cupped her face and said, This guy is quite handsome. Especially when he cooks in the square, it is really tempting. But it is a pity that he is a flunky. If I could have met that earlier, that would have been so good. And then she looked at Anlan and said, I say, sixth brother, do you have a way to snatch him back? If he becomes my sidekick, then we can eat as much as we want. Anlan, she thought to herself, I want to grab it too. The scholars and literati who were originally critiquing the poem at the 100 Flowers building, saw Su Qiu being presented with a token by the princess, and their eyes immediately turned red. How could this be? How can a tiny flunky obtain a token from the seventh princess? Does it depend on the white boy? This guy obviously already has a female general of the Chen family, and now he is still closely involved with the princess. Is this guy so bold? In comparison with him, this poem does not make a. So be it. These literati scholars were envious and jealous of Su Qiu. Some people feel that even if they win the poem, the princesses did not even look at them. On the contrary, Su Qiu did not even have a poem to get the favor of the princesses. Based on this alone, completely crushed the crowd. The crowd was properly the loser. Except for that Duke Yi who made Spring Dawn, it was favored by many ladies of the world. I don't even know how many invitations I've received, just compared with Su Qiu, or slightly inferior. After all, people are the princess favor. Yi Gongzi but the world family gold. So many people gnashed their teeth at Su Qiu. This included Yi Liangchen, who was as if he had eaten shit, the 6th prince-in-law as well as the 7th princess, who were originally going to be rated by him, had now fallen in love with Su Qiu. What an abomination! At this point, Tong Wanxia did not know that Yi Liangchen had already changed his heart, but only thought that he was annoyed that a superfluous son-in-law had stolen his thunder. Then the soft voice whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, tonight the Chen family will be disgraced, and they'll be the joke of the whole room. Well, please, you're the one person I can count on the most." Yi Liangchen felt his conscience, only to see Tong Wanxia's face filled with a blush when she heard these words, with a touched look. After all, concubine is your person. She waved her hand, and a few maids helped Qin Yuma, who had already long been drunk to unconsciousness, toward the 100 Flowers Building's pavilion, where the guests stayed, and the dragnet that Tong Wanxia had prepared for them. Originally, Qin Yuma was not drunk from a few cups alone, but she was secretly drugged by Tong Wanxia, and thus, she was drunk from a single cup of wine. What's more, there were also a lot of worldly ladies persuading her to drink at the poetry meeting, and she couldn't refuse, so she drank a few more cups. So it was unavoidable that she was hit. Qin Yuma pasty face a flushed red, mouth still yells this lady can still drink. She was then locked in her room, even bedding was laid out, and by the way, her gossamer tunic was removed, leaving her with only a belly band. At the same time, Mrs. Liu brought a few family members and slowly came to Su Qiu's side. Human animal harmless said, "Qin Yuma that girl she is drunk, now is upstairs. Chen now do not know where. Now you and Qin Yuma the most close. You quickly go to pick her back. If she suffers from the cold cannot be good." Su Qiu looked at her suspiciously, but the thought of Qin Yuma being drunk and having his body defiled was probably bad. After all, Qin Yuma was the one who lost her body under Tong Wanxia's framing. Thinking that Qin Yuma had treated him well before and helped him a lot, Su Qiu didn't intend to see death and save him. Then he nodded. "Which room is she in?" Su Qiu was brought to a room in the attic by 2 family members. Entering the room, he saw Qin Yuma who was already asleep. Only that the clothes on her petite body were extremely thin, with only a single thin belly band, exposing her showy white arms. Even her delicate collarbone was hidden under the bedding, and her hair was scattered on the brocade pillow. The mouth is still dreaming. "Brother-in-law, another cup ah, brother-in-law, let's break through the sky together." Su Qiu was relieved to see that she was safe and sound. It was only the bare Qin Yuma that made him raise his eyebrows slightly. A houseguest suddenly laughed coldly behind him. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry." Only to see him turn around. A houseboy sprinkled pink medicinal powder directly onto his face. With the sudden attack, Su Qiu also froze for a moment. However, at the moment of the attack, Su Qiu still held his breath, and the medicinal powder couldn't enter his body. Another houseboy stepped forward with the intention of grabbing him. With a teasing expression, he said, "You backslider, enjoy your own wife and sister later." Only when he rushed forward, he was kicked by Su Qiu with unerring precision on his lifeline, and his third leg suffered a severe bludgeoning. The family man who had originally opened his teeth and claws, immediately covered his baby and directly knelt on the ground. His expression also changed from previous contempt to now being lifeless. The pain made him unstable to even kneel. Collapsing to the ground, he curled up in agony and wailed. At this moment, the other houseguest who was spreading the powder saw this and subconsciously covered his own egg. However, before he could react, Su Qiu's fist had already blasted above his face, instantly punching him into a concussion, and he fainted with a wild nosebleed. None of these householders had expected that the Qin family's entry into the family would be so powerful. Su Qiu tied the 2 men up and his mouth was gagged with a cloth, and then immediately came to Qin Yuma's bedside, quickly picked up the clothes and wrapped them around her. Looking at her groggy appearance, Su Qiu directly carried her on his shoulders. There was a sudden sparse noise from outside the room, as well as Tong Wanxia's voice. "Are you saying that the Qin family's flunky has gone in?" A maid nodded and said. The slave girl was squatting in the corner and watched him being brought in by the houseguards. Listening to the movement should have gotten him. "Great." Tong Wanxia sneered more than once. Now it's their turn to be humiliated. Only, it didn't take long for her to get excited. One leg stepped out after that, and a figure followed. On the narrow porch, after Tong Wanxia saw the visitor, her pupils slightly shrunk as she said incredulously, "Why are you okay? You think I'm up to something so much?" Suqiu said without haste. Eyes were fixed straight on her. Seeing that things were not going well, Tong Wanxia instantly turned around and was about to leave. Unfortunately, she couldn't outrun Suqiu no matter what, and just after taking a step, she was chased by Suqiu, and a handful of knives struck her directly on her neck, and the instantly huge force caused her to faint immediately. When the little maid saw the scene in front of her, she originally wanted to scream out, but in the next instant, Suqiu's hand blade appeared in front of her, and the maid fainted. Suqiu dragged them into the room and used the same method they used to deal with Qin Yuma as he did, dragged them down to just a belly band, right on the body of the houseguests. They searched out pink-colored medicinal powder. This should be aphrodisiac powder. I didn't expect that they would actually want Qin Yuma to lose her body to me. Suqiu couldn't help but recall that behind Tong Wanxia was Yi Liangchen. This guy messed with himself 3 times, even though Suqiu had never put him in his eyes. He was enraged at this moment. Although Suqiu was not vindictive, but being ridden face output 3 times, even if his temper was good, he could not help but want to slap him a few times. We can't get the other party killed. Yi Liangchen is now a positive 6th grade official. Getting killed will implicate the Qin family, and even more so, me. Suqiu muttered. Murdering a court official was a big crime, and in case the Empress investigated thoroughly the matter was not small. Not long after, Yi Liangchen's voice came from outside the door again, and he called out in a low voice, "Sister Tong." At this time, Suqiu took a black cloth to cover his face and said in an urn, "Master Yi, Miss Tong is dealing with Miss Qin inside." Yi Liangchen heard what sounded like a voice coming from the houseguest inside. At once his eyes lit up. Silently, he said, "Tong Wanxia is really my right-hand man, only he just opened the room." Suddenly a shadow flashed out and an arm went towards his face. Yi Liangchen was blindsided by the sudden attack. However, he still subconsciously blocked and deflected Suqiu Fang's powerful punch. He thumped back a few steps, not realizing that Suqiu had just been nothing more than a soundbite. In the moment Yi Liangchen blocked the attack, Suqiu sprinkled the pink medicinal powder violently into his face. Although Yi Liangchen was a third-rate martial artist, yes, his practical combat experience was far lower than Suqiu's, and his mouth and nose didn't even consciously inhale the pink medicinal powder. He tried to cover his mouth, but unfortunately he was still a step too late, and almost half of the powdered medicine, it all went inside him. He stared at Suqiu dead in the face, but didn't recognize Suqiu, who had already covered his face, and simply asked, "Who are you?" Suqiu didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he directly stepped forward. His fists kept going towards his face. He squarely boosted his internal strength through medicinal food. He still had the power to fight against Yi Liangchen. Not to mention, fighting could speed up Yi Liangchen's blood flow and make the drugs work faster. At this moment, the moment the two heads met, Yi Liangchen frowned. Where did this guy come out from? Although his strength is slightly inferior to mine, he is extremely experienced in actual combat and cannot be helped in a short period of time. Yi Liangchen thought inwardly. Suqiu, however, didn't give him a chance to rest, constantly greeting his head with big meteorite fists towards his head. Yi Liangchen, who was originally still able to fight back, found that a dry heat was spreading in his body, and his mind gradually became drowsy. At the end of the day there is only blocking. This medicinal power is too strong. Yi Liangchen secretly agonized, but she didn't know that Tong Wanxia, in order to ruthlessly retaliate against Qin Yuma, wanted to make her not only lose her reputation, but also make her lower limbs rotten. So the medicinal dispersions used for bull mating were tripled in weight, and the strength of the medicine was extremely manic. If it was used on a human being, not to mention an ordinary person, even a first-class martial artist would have to kneel down and poke a broken hole in the wall. In one of his careless moves, seizing the opportunity, Suqiu kicked him to the side of the bed and immediately carried the unconscious Qin Yuma, leaving the room without saying a word and closing the door behind him. Yi Liangchen originally wanted to go after him, but after taking half a step, it was as if his body was being burned by flames, and his eyes gradually glowed red, and his breathing was equally rapid. He twisted his head to look, only to see Tong Wanxia, who was wearing a belly band, and her maid, lying quietly on the bed. Looking at the white fat slippery skin of Tong Wanxia, the exquisite collarbone is even more beautiful at the moment. Yi Liangchen's eyes were full of her, and his desire kept telling him that the beauty in front of him would gain great satisfaction by properly trampling her and destroying the beauty. Extremely cool. In the end, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but pounce on him, tearing up everything in his way. On the banquet hall of the 100 Flowers building, Mrs. Ryu pretended to hear one of the maids whispering. Then he shouted loudly, "What did you say?" Someone entered Qin Yuma's room with the intention of misbehaving with her. The voice was incredibly loud, even echoing through the banquet hall. At this moment, the lobby was quiet as a pin drop, and the originally lively poetry session was interrupted. Everyone looked back at Mrs. Lu with faces full of surprise, looking at the gazes of the crowd, especially the gaze of his own male friend, Lord Tong. Pretending that she had lost her temper, Mrs. Lu arched her back slightly and said, "I'm sorry, it was this lady who lost her temper." Tong Zhengtong was puzzled and said, "Ma'am, where did you get this information?" Mrs. Lu whispered, "Just now it was Wan Xia who she helped the drunken and unconscious Qin Yuma to her room to rest, and now the maid beside her said that a man saw the sleeping Qin Yuma and quietly entered the room." When the crowd heard these words, a righteous scholar said, "Lord Tong, Madam Lu, it's better to hurry up and save the Qin family's third miss. If we're late, I'm afraid it's not good." The others nodded at that. "Yeah, if it's a guy who is worse than a beast, third Miss Qin's innocence is gone. How did our poetry club get mixed up with animals? It's still bad luck." All these literati originally savored Yi Liangchen's spring dawn. Spring sleeps without realizing the dawn. Crowing birds are heard everywhere. The wind and rain come in the night, and the flowers fall to know how much they know. It's just that they savor half of it and something like this happens. It pissed them off big time. A good poetry session was interrupted. Lord Tong felt obligated to save Qin Yuma. After all, Qin Shaoliang was at least a fellow officer. So he said, "Gentlemen, follow me up. There's no time to wait to save Miss Qin." He and Mrs. Lu went ahead of the crowd. The rest of the group followed suit. Chen and Qin Shaoliang, who were far out at this time, were equally nervous when they heard the words. Chen's heart was beating wildly, and she said at a loss, "Oh no, my son-in-law said that Yumo's girl would be framed and end up losing her body. What should we do now?" Qin Shaoliang similarly said in a deep voice, "What else can we do now? Quickly rush over there and hope that Yumo is safe and sound." All they could do now was pray for a miracle. Qin Shaoliang's fists clenched, so they too followed the tail of the crowd. At the same time, the royal princes and princesses who were originally in the compartment also looked like they were watching a good show. After all, eating melon is human nature. The group clattered up to the third floor. At this moment, there was no one happier than Mrs. Lu to say the least. When the crowd found Qin Yuma and Su Qiu rolling together in bed, they didn't know how shocked they were, especially when Mrs. Lu saw Chen's and Qin Shaoliang's faces as if they were sinking. The corners of her mouth rose even more. When the crowd came to the room on the third floor, the Chanel family, 1192 to 1910, with Qin Shaoliang trying to walk forward from the tail end of the crowd, they all felt a tug on their coats. The two immediately turned their heads, only to see that at some point, Su Qiu appeared behind them carrying Qin Yuma. "Son-in-law, Qin Yuma, you guys are fine." Chen was speaking with relief. Su Qiu directly made a should gesture, directly interrupting Chen's words, then whispered, "Hurry up and leave. The Tong family doesn't have good intentions. They want Qin Yuma to lose her virginity and lose face in front of everyone." Chen heard. Cicatrices immediately nodded like a rattledrum. She was originally worried about Qin Yuma's safety, and now Qin Yuma is fine. She does not have any attachment to the 100 Flowers house, and cannot wait to leave the place of wrongdoing earlier. Qin Shaoliang was equally grateful to Su Qiu. "If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that girl Fama would have lost her body, and our Qin family would have become the laughingstock of the capital. You are truly a benefactor to our family." "It should," Su Qiu simply said. Continuing to carry Qin Yuma, he disappeared into place. "I'll save her without you telling me. She's been good to me." Before leaving, Qin Shaoliang and Chen couldn't help but smile in relief when they heard his heartfelt words. Tong Zhengtong told the people around him, "Quickly go in and rescue Miss Qin." Mrs. Lu turned to the surrounding family members and said, "Get inside." Without saying a word, the house guests directly crashed through the door of the room. Then a group of scholars and literati rushed in with a clamor, fearing to be a step late. Only, after they went in, they realized that they were really late, because they saw the rumbling bedding, as well as the woman's whimpering voice, and the pillows also appeared to be cloaked, and the hair was constantly twitching. But one of the scribes wondered, "Why are there two voices of women whimpering?" The other scholar said, "Never mind that. Save the people first." Seeing the crowd's righteous indignation, Mrs. Lu laughed heartlessly from the sidelines. She now wanted to see the Qin family fall into disrepute and become the object of everyone's scorn. However, when the crowd lifted the bedding, they instantly froze in place, because they all saw Tong Wanxia and a maid covering their faces and constantly sobbing, as if they had suffered great grievances, and their bodies were like hens waiting to be slaughtered, with their feathers plucked a little bit and naked. The culprit of everything was Yi Liangchen, who was breathing rapidly and had a red face, just like a beast. He slapped both of them directly on the buttocks, as if they were on fire. The mountain was as red as an eruption. At this moment, everyone present froze in place. They didn't know what to say. Yi Liangchen, who was originally the most poetically talented person in Dakian, would do something worse than a beast like this. It's completely over the top. Mrs. Liu, who was standing behind the crowd and was snickering, saw the scene in front of her. Her face lost color, was shocked, and she couldn't help but yell out, "Daughter how are you?" Tong Zhengtong was equally red-faced and roared angrily at Yi Liangchen. "Bastard! What have you done to Lao Fu's daughter? Get your ass down here!" Mrs. Liu rushed forward, pulling her daughter to the side and covering her body with bedding to prevent her from being seen. The other family members also grabbed Yi Liangchen down. At this moment, the flame in Yi Liangchen's heart had not subsided, and his thick arms, even though they were grabbed by the houseguests, he was still powerful and easily threw them all out. It wasn't until someone splashed water on his face that Yi Liangchen gradually came to his senses. Looking at the strange gazes of the crowd, he realized he was in trouble, and Tong Wanxia kept choking. "Mother, it hurts, he is a bastard. Oh, I cried out in pain and he didn't even stop. Does he want to screw me to death?" The maid beside her was also crying tears like rain, grabbing his shirt and whimpering. Listening to the lady's words, she kept nodding her head, as aggrieved as she wanted to be. At this moment, the crowd had more dissimilarities towards Yi Liangchen. "I thought good guy. I did not expect the most poetic talent in Dakian. Actually is such a bully of women. Really human face Yi Liangchen saw the expressions of the people shaking their heads, and for the sake of face, he also tried to retain his reputation as much as possible. Yi Liangchen couldn't help but curse. "If it wasn't for you, Miss Tong, seducing me, I wouldn't have lost control. And what kind of medicine did you concoct? The potency of the medicine is actually so great." All he wanted now was to save face as much as possible. If that masked guy from before, he wouldn't be reduced to a joke for the crowd at this moment. Tong Wanxia sniffed and choked even more. "Brother Yi, you would have protected me before, but now you actually learned to blame me. I even cried out in pain. Why don't you stop?" Mrs. Liu has mixed feelings at the moment. Originally wanted to see the Qin family's joke. Now the clown is actually their own. Tong Zhengtong looked angrily at Yi Liangchen, then slammed his fist directly on Yi Liangchen's face. "You goddamned! You even dare to bully the old man's daughter. Report to the officials. I want to report to the officials." As soon as she heard about reporting to the police, Tong Wanxia immediately said, "Father, don't we expose everything to the police? Brother Yi will also go to jail. You're also the asshole. You still want to defend this asshole? Our Tong family is ruined in your hands, asshole." Tong Zhengtong was furious and pointed at his daughter and cursed. Tong Wanxia whimpered even more when she heard her father's reproach, inwardly aggrieved. Their original plan was to have Qin Yuma roll in bed with his brother-in-law, and then now the bed object actually turned out to be themselves. This is even so. Seeing that Yi Liangchen is selling out, Tong Wanxia did not say anything, but she realized that Yi Liangchen is getting rougher and rougher. She can't stand it anymore. "Father, daughter is innocent." Tong Wanxia wiped her tears and said. Mrs. Liu also had no choice but to say stiffly from the sidelines, "Master." Wanxia was also momentarily haunted by Yi Liangchen. Tong Zhengtong angrily scraped Mrs. Liu's slap. "If you hadn't favored her like this, would there be what happened today? You're really a disgrace to my Tong family." Mrs. Liu covered her red-printed face and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, how dare you beat me for an outsider?" The room was getting noisier by the moment. The other scholars and literati were too embarrassed to stay where they were and exited the room. This belongs to the Tong family's domestic affairs. The literati left the room like a pot of bees, and when they came out, all of them shook their heads in unison inside. "I didn't think that Mr. Yi would actually be such a person, not even sparing the already married young lady Tong. Yeah, originally I thought that all the previous rumors about him and Miss Tong were rumors, but now it seems to be true. It's so true that you don't know what you're doing. It's a pity that it's useless for him to write good poems with such a good poetic talent and a bad character." They adored Yi Liangchen, but now, not to mention adoration, they weren't even in a respectful mood. At the same time, quite a few of the worldly ladies who were watching the show saw the scene in front of them. For Yi Liangchen, good sense plummeted. Originally they were extremely appreciative of Yi Liangchen's talent, and even quite a few of the thousands of golds had already made love letters. But unfortunately, before the love letters were sent they saw a scene of him being brutalized on the women's beds. The shadow of Yi Liangchen began to sprout within all of the worldly family's young ladies. However, they were also contemptuous of Tong Wanxia. The Zhang family's young lady couldn't help but say, "This girl didn't expect. Miss Tong is this kind of person who doesn't know how to be discreet, obviously married, but still rolling together with Yi Liangchen. No wonder other people's husbands-in-law go outside to find a clean one. I feel dirty. Yeah, Before she sweetly called me sister. Now it's really goosebumps. How could this young lady know such a person? The ladies of the world are talking. A look of disappointment filled Crisp's face. Recalling the scene of catching the female fucker in the room just now, they instantly got goosebumps. And in the crowd returning to the banquet hall, 7th Princess and Sinew said to 6th Prince and Lon on the side, "It seems that this Dookie isn't a good person. Thanks to you being optimistic about him before." Indeed, I looked away, and Lon admitted with a big smile. She still appreciated Yi Liangshan's poetic talent before. But now, well, after listening to Su Qiu's heartfelt words, she felt that Yi Liangshan was nothing but an asshole relying on his past life's memories. It also recognized what Su Qiu's heart said, that Yi Liangshan was a hypocrite. When 4th Prince and Tingwu passed by her, and Lon clearly detected a hint of disappointment on Tingwu's face. He really is all the way with Yi Liangshan, and Lon said inwardly. There was a lot of arguing in the room. Tong Zhengtong felt that he had lost a lot of face. He could not imagine how those ministers would mock him in the court tomorrow. But it's all come to a point where it can't be undone. Tong Wanxia not only ruined her reputation, even her body was mostly ruined. Therefore, in the end, they could only let Tong Wanxia and Lu Baiqian separate. And then Yi Liangshan remarried Tong Wanxia. But Yi Liangshan demanded that Tong Wanxia could only be a concubine. At that time, but the Tong Zhengtong will be pissed off. Hate to beat Yi Liangshan to death. But when Yi Liangshan moved out of his and the Prime Minister's daughter has a marriage contract, Lu Zhengtong can only lay down his flag. After all, he was only a 4th-ranking official, and the Chancellor was a 1st-ranking official. The two sides are not on the same level. Tong Wanxia's face turned pale when she heard this. She cried and said, "Father, I don't want to be a concubine. I want to be his wife. A flat wife is fine." Tong Zhengtong didn't have the heart to say, "Do you have a choice now?" Stealing a man from the Chancellor's daughter, unless one wanted to find death, no one usually dared to do so. You have to know that half of the courtroom is now filled with the Chancellor's people, and with a casual move of his finger, he can make an ordinary family instantly go up in smoke. Woohoo! Tong Wanxia sniffed and could only continue to huff and puff. Suddenly she regretted it a little. She was a daughter of a family. When could she have been so aggrieved to be a concubine? Although she liked Yi Liangshan rightly. However, now she saw Yi Liangshan with a trace of fear in her heart, especially with everything that happened tonight. Yi Liangshan's rage was clear to see. Qin Fu, after Su Qiu sent Qin Yuma back, changed a piece of clothing and returned to Qin Reed's boudoir. Su Qiu was already used to this place, and he didn't know how many times he had smelled it, especially the sweet and elegant flavor. At this time, Qin Reed has already known about the poetry meeting. For Yi Liangshan's shameless behavior inside the incomparable disgust, especially his hands on Qin Yuma, wanting the Qin family ruined, which makes Qin Reed feel shuddering. Cold hairs are standing up. If it wasn't for Su Qiu, the Qin family would have lost a lot of face. Qin Reed said faintly to Su Qiu, "Thanks for today. By the way, you're welcome." Su Qiu casually waved his hand and drove on the inside of the bed. "You should be grateful to me. Otherwise the Qin family would have been discredited and I would have been implicated." Qin Reed looked at Su Qiu unconcernedly, as well as his inconsistent heart. Inside, it was hard not to laugh for a moment. However, Qin Reed also fully understand that Su Qiu is completely involved in the Qin family, but he still chose to save Qin Yuma, self-sacrificing but indifferent to fame and fortune. This may be the so-called true gentleman. Go to bed early. Su Qiu lay on the bed glancing her head to the other side where she couldn't see. Qin Reed looked at him like that and lay on the bed in doubt. Today, Su Qiu was very strange, and seemed to have been avoiding her sight from the moment he entered the door until now. Is this guy starting to hate himself? When Qin Reed thought of this, her heart could not help but lift up, but her face remained unperturbed. Only, she suddenly heard Su Qiu's heart. What kind of medicinal powder does this Tong Wanxia dispense? The medicinal power is so overbearing. Really miscalculated. A little inhalation began to roll over hot blood. See, Qin Reed can endure to now is good. Alas. First use the internal force to press the medicinal properties of it. Wait for her to sleep, and then quietly go out to solve the medicinal properties. Clear the charming poison. He had constantly used his inner strength to suppress the medicinal properties at the 100 Flowers house before. Fortunately, before the poetry meeting he obtained precious medicinal herbs to refine his internal force with the help of Enlon, which made his strength grow quite a lot, which was suppressed only on the way back. With the passage of time, the medicinal powder immersed into the meridians, making it more and more difficult for him to control it. Su Qiu kept recalling his previous life in his mind to distract himself and took a deep breath. Let the breathing ease. Puff. But I didn't know that Qin Reed suddenly laughed. It made Su Qiu a little taut. Qin Reed, what are you laughing at? All right. Qin Reed's silver bell laughter, but also let Su Qiu inner difficult to calm. Hot blood rolling, so constantly read the meditation mantra. ice cold for thousands of years. Everything is especially quiet. The heart should be quiet. Looking at me alone, God. The heart and spirit are united, and the chi is suitable to follow. No surrender. No abandonment. No action. No self. It was only at the same time that Su Qiu was silently chanting the meditation incantation. A long, soft, white leg appeared on his abdomen, and the soft touch startled him at once. Su Qiu violently opened his eyes and looked straight at Chen Reed, only to see under the blasphemous pants as her seductive long legs, up to see his slightly open collar, and deep bottomless gully, and accompanied by a burst of fragrance, constantly stimulate people's sense of smell. In front of the picture is really beautiful and unattainable. Chen Reed's slender white hand gently propped up her head, gazing sideways at Su Qiu with her delicate body. She acted as if this was something she was used to. Are you playing with fire? Su Qiu took a deep breath. You have a fever? Su Qiu couldn't help but inquire. No. Chen Reed shook his head, then slowly knelt on his abdomen. What do you want? Su Qiu was on the verge of breaking. Chen Reed's copper bell eyes stared straight at him. No expression could be seen on her face. Just then, she said carelessly, I heard that they were planning to use on other people after mesmerizing my sister. Now your whole body is feverish. So you must have been hit by some, right? Su Qiu froze for a moment, full of doubts. This, you also see it? He just inhaled a little bit and kept suppressing it with his internal energy, looking no different from an ordinary person. The color of his face was also normal. So how the hell did his mother find out? You take your mother as an ordinary person? Chen Reed faintly said, but in which with a trace of resentment, your mother at least is also a Zhongsher level martial artist. Husband must now be in the body of the chi and blood rolling, right? Su Qiu looked at Chen Reed's ancient well, thinking that she should say is true. After all, after becoming a martial artist, the five senses would be sharper than before, not to mention a Zhongsher level martial artist. Chen Reed saw that Su Qiu did not answer, and so continued to talk to himself. If you are hit with and keep holding it back and not releasing it, it will accelerate the blood meridians and meridians while thermally destroying the organs. You should be about to step into the ranks of a martial artist. I'm afraid that if you fall into the roots of the disease, it will affect your strength and your upper limit won't be as high as it should be. I'm about to be a martial artist and you know it? I'm a patriarch, Chen Reed said with a calm demeanor, although she was listening to Su Qiu's heart, only to know that, Road he is about to be a martial artist, but it does not prevent the Reed from lying. Seeing that Su Qiu still didn't move, the head of the cicada also gradually leaned downwards, and in Su Qiu's ear, faintly said, what are you waiting for? Perhaps husband will consider this to be our wedding night. Look at her slender figure, her delicate petite body, her white skin, her ascetic cheeks. Well, the powder managed to get to his brain. Su Qiu a roll over. Chen Reed is under. However, Chen Reed did not lie to him. This guy didn't resist at all. With a look of letting himself be picked up. Su Qiu still didn't figure out now how this guy accepted himself all of a sudden. Su Qiu, whose hot blood kept rolling inside his body, said to her, are you sure you've thought this through? However, he saw that Chen Reed did not say a word, but his legs clamped on both of his ribs. Mother, you're playing with fire. Other side. On a quaint lobby, black draperies hung from exquisitely carved columns, and behind them was a figure. Yi Liangchen stood respectfully outside the curtain and kept his arching posture. I only heard the person behind the curtain, coughing dryly, saying, you really let the old man down today. Obviously the old man has already betrothed his daughter to you, but you're seeking another love? Yi Liangchen hurriedly explained. Gu Pavilion Elder, don't misunderstand. Yi Mao just wanted through the hand of Tong Wanxia, so that the Qin family's reputation is in tatters, and take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the Qin family. I'm to Xiangxiang, but heaven and earth can judge, the sun and the moon can be investigated. But how do you explain what happened to you today? Being caught female fucking in bed. Originally, it was to let Qin Yuma and the incoming fish and water, and then be caught female dry. But I didn't expect Qin Yuma to have an expert around him, and in turn, he got himself in. An expert. The old man behind the curtain pondered for a moment and said, could it be that the one from the Qin family is backwards? I don't think so. He's just an ordinary man. Yi Liangchen said with a shake of his head. He knew Su Qiu very well. Su Qiu was a complete waste of time. A down-and-out scholar who relied on a marriage certificate to bind the Qin family. At that moment, the voice continued from behind the curtain. Humph. No matter what the reason is, now that your reputation has been ruined, if Xiangxiang marries you it will only ruin her. The man was annoyed with Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen lowered his head, and hurriedly said, don't worry Court Elder Gu. Yi, will definitely get back the lost reputation. At this moment, the person behind the curtain was silent for a long time before saying, I'll give you a chance. In a few days. Afterward, The people from the Crescent Moon Pavilion will come to the capital, so you should take advantage of it and not let me down again, or else you won't want your current position. The reason why they are afraid of the Chen family, it is only that Chen Reed is behind the Green Lawn Valley. If, on the other hand, they had the backing of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, he alone would be able to speak above the court. Yes, Court Elder Gu, I will do it properly. Yi Lianchen clasped his hands together. He then left the lobby, which was like a great hall, hands clenched tightly in his fists. An inward pang of depression overwhelmed him. If it wasn't for this accident, he wouldn't have been blamed. Not to mention the need to look at the chief minister's face. We'll see about that later. The Chen family. A night of fish and dragons. Early morning sunlight filtered in through the cracks in the windowsill. Suqiu opened his hazy eyes, looking at the body heap beside him that had already disappeared, as well as the falling red like flower petals on the bed sheet. He was in a bit of a trance. Last night, Chen Reed actually took the initiative? There's something wrong with this plot, isn't there? Suqiu scratched his somewhat inflated head, feeling that the medicinal power had dissipated, and his spiritual platform was becoming clearer. Moreover, the red Dan in the dantian was not damaged due to the. On the contrary, the body was more energetic than before. Suqiu muttered, third-rate martial artist level now. He was no longer an ordinary person, although he could easily get him killed if he met any random martial arts master in the Jianghu, but no matter what, he at least possessed the ability to defend himself now. This has to be thanks to the sixth prince and Lan to collect precious medicinal materials for him. Of course, at the same time to thank Chen Reed, at least she was the one who helped herself out of the drug. Suqiu's expression was complicated for a moment. Thinking of yesterday's Chen Reed's help, Suqiu silently sighed. Forget it, stay for a few more days, see what there is to repay the Chen family, then leave. Suqiu's consistent purpose have grace to repay grace, have revenge. He is not the kind of eat dry, pat the ass and go away negative man. He got up and encountered Xiao Chui beating a basin of fresh water in. Xiao Chui placed the copper basin on the kickstand and softly said to Suqiu, Auntie, it's time to get up. Miss, the master has already gone to court. Aha, Suqiu nodded, rubbed his chaotic head, and slowly got up, was about to wash up the occasion, then remembered what? To the body beside Xiao Chui pointed to the bed. That point of falling red said, right, last night with your home miss will bed sheets dirty, trouble you to clean it. Xiao Chui followed her aunt's finger to look. When she saw the falling red on the bed, can't help but be surprised. She excitedly said, Auntie, Miss has finally accepted you. When Xiao Chui excitedly told Chen about the news of her aunt's cave with the young lady, the courtroom, on the other hand, was a bloody mess. Fourth Prince in Tingwu, even though he lowered his head last night at the poetry meeting, it doesn't mean he will always lower his head. Several admonition officials who were closer to the fourth prince, came out in the courtroom, then with the Wutu board in their hands, bowed to the female emperor in Qintian on the dragon chair. Then he loudly proclaimed, Your Majesty, the young minister has something important to report. Empress in Qintian raised her eyebrows slightly, her slender white hands propped up her head, glanced at him slightly, and said, Play. Yesterday at the poetry meeting, that superfluous son-in-law of the Qin family spoke ill of the fourth prince, which is already a great disrespect to the great Qian Imperial family, and even made the so-called unique delicacies in the world, deceiving the Imperial sons and daughters and letting them risk trying them out. And if there is an accident, no one can take responsibility for it. This admonisher finished. Another counselor also came out. Continued, according to the small minister, the Qin family's son-in-law crime should be executed. The Qin family should be well punished. A small son-in-law dared to be so reckless, not only bumped into the emperor, but also to take the life of the emperor in princess jokes, the intention of the sinister. At this moment, Empress in Qin Tian suddenly came to be a little interested. Well, they're targeting the Qin family. It seems that allowing the Qin family to ascend previously did get in the way of some people. Another adman also added, Your Holiness, a small flunky or so dare to be reckless. Do not put the Dakian royal family in the eyes, maybe with the Qin family indulgence related to the Qin family. I heard, the Qin family but the capital will be made all over the city, but also ask Your Holiness to be clear about it. As they spoke, they pointed the finger at the Qin family, though they were all being subjected to the fourth prince's will to have them target the Qin family's flunkies, but they also took this opportunity to fix the Qin family in passing. After all, the Qin family is now gradually becoming a stumbling block to the chancellor, and the wind is in their sails. Empress in Xintian looked at them with a smirk, looking like she was watching a good show. At this time, standing at the head of the group of ministers, the chief minister of Gu Tianshou stood out and said, Your Majesty, according to what they said, this Qin family superfluous son-in-law is also really bold. I think the necessary punishment is still to be. The Qin family should not be spared and punished. To save the face of the royal family is important. After all, the day of the poetry will be a lot of literati and scholars. If they let them learn, this capital can be a mess. Oh, according to lone elder's meaning, what should be the punishment? Empress and Qin Tian looked at him with interest. Gu Tianzhou casually said, Qin family's superfluous son-in-law came to death in the vegetable market. As for the Qin family, a slight small commandment can be, but the Qin family's superfluous son-in-law is the husband of General Xiao Wu, the official third-ranking general of the current dynasty. I'm afraid it wouldn't be right to cane him directly. It would chill General Qin's heart. Nothing wrong. Offense to the royal family is a big crime. Even as a courtier, offense to the royal family, dismissal from office, is also a common thing. He is just a small flunky. Status at a glance. Gu Tianzhou said in a serious manner. Maybe removing a flunky won't hurt the Qin family, but it could also disgust them. Not to mention, Su Qiu did offend the fourth prince. The fourth prince wanted to kill Su Qiu, so Gu Tianzhou still needed to satisfy him, or else he didn't know what the fourth prince would cause. Only, his words caused Qin Shaoliang to gnash his teeth and keep cursing with his mouth. Old piker. Unfortunately, this was a court meeting, so he couldn't be reckless yet. At this time, the Empress and Qin Tian looked up to the military generals. Slightly leaning forward, Qin Reed said, What do you mean now? Qin Reed directly stood out. Expressionless, the husband of the last general is not guilty. He did not offend the fourth prince, because he is not such a person. Oh, the Empress and Qin Tian is more interested. When the chief minister Gu Tianzhou wants to eliminate the Qin family to the Qin family this but to die to defend this family, who can you say who is right? The admonition officers who had appeared in the party said, Your Majesty, perhaps if we call all the parties involved and confront them, we will be able to find out the truth. In order to preserve the face of the royal family, I still hope that Your Majesty will grant me permission. May it please Your Majesty. Seeing that the three of them had said so, Empress and Qin Tian couldn't turn a blind eye. Yi Liangchen, who was lined up behind the many civil officials, saw the scene and a wide smile faintly appeared on his face. He has been constantly. Su Qiu died, so that Qin Reed this will appear gap period. Convenient for him to start. Empress and Qin Tian was about to recruit Su Qiu and the fourth prince over. Suddenly, a civil official from the Ministry of War came out and said, Your Majesty, the junior minister has an even more important matter to report. Play, and Qinshan casually waved his hand. That civil official of the Ministry of War then made an edit, then boarded up straight and said, Report to the saint. The small minister listened to the following official said, Wanha Street Taishi warehouse storage but private storage of 1,000 quintals of gunpowder. If this batch of gunpowder is ignited, the consequences are unimaginable. Wanha Street is almost buried in the sea of flames. Not to mention, rumor has it, this private stash of gunpowder is designed to blow up over the palace, overthrowing Your Majesty. U.S. When he said the last few words, this civil official of the Ministry of Military Affairs immediately weakened, and when the others heard it, there was a great deal of talk in the whole courtroom. What? Who dares to hide gunpowder in the capital? This is a capital offense, of a great sin. This person's heart is punishable. Trying to overthrow Her Majesty the Empress, I think it's just like a fool's dream. But what about so much gunpowder? Thousands of quarts of gunpowder is enough to blow up all the gates of the capital. What can be done about that? I implore you, Your Majesty, to send a large army to collect if it is transferred away, the consequences are unimaginable. Discussions rose and fell, but in the end, they all pleaded with Empress and Qin Tian to send a large army to investigate. After all, the degree of danger in this matter could be higher than the fourth prince arguing with someone. These guys who are smuggling gunpowder are clearly headed for the Empress. Other things will just have to roll off to the side. When Yi Liangchen heard that the Wanha Street Taishi warehouse was stored, his pupils slightly shrunk. There was a great shock on his face. Even Gu Tianzhou was like this. His expression twitched slightly. Fortunately, he had been an official in the dynasty for many years, and had long been an old fart in the courtroom, encountering things without changing color. Both of them knew what the Wanha Taishi warehouse meant. It meant that the fourth prince would be struck by a great disaster. Because of the fourth prince's violent temper, he said that if the Empress did not establish him, he would let the Empress and Qin Tian taste the taste of being bombed in the palace no matter what. So, the fourth prince secretly smuggled gunpowder and kept it hidden there in the Taishi warehouse. At this time, the chief minister Gu Tianzhou directly scolded, A bunch of nonsense. The capital city is the foot of the emperor. The emperor ruled the country well. How could this happen under the eyes of the emperor? Moreover, 1,000 quarts of gunpowder is not a few pounds of rice. How can it be transported secretly into the city without anyone noticing? That civil official of the Ministry of War directly said, Your Majesty, it's better to let General Qin go to find out. Making unnecessary fights in the Imperial court I think the thieves know. Secretly transferring the gunpowder. It will be troublesome to investigate later. The other officials nodded. At this moment, Empress in Qin Tian's face changed. She didn't think it was that simple. Although she also didn't think that someone could easily transport in a large amount of gunpowder into the capital. But nowadays it was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Subsequently, the Empress in Qin Tian looked at Qin Reed. Now as the Qin general you wear the crime. If you find, to protect your husband's son-in-law unharmed. If you cannot find, vegetable market mouth caning. Qin Reed felt quite speechless. She did not do anything, and she needed to take the blame. But for Su Qiu, it felt worth it again. So she knelt down on one knee and led the way. My lord will obey. Qin Shaoliang was similarly relieved. Seeing his daughter leave the great hall, he muttered, my son-in-law's little life depends on you. Qin Reed left the palace and immediately led the capital's forbidden army to Wanha Street Taishi warehouse and surrounded the place. However, when Qin Reed sent people to search, no matter how to rummage, they could not find the location of the gunpowder. After searching for half an hour, there was still no movement. At this time, the lieutenants of the forbidden army came up one after another and reported back. General, the last general's men failed to search for gunpowder. The other forbidden lieutenants likewise said, General, I am the same here. Qin Reed sniffed and her eyebrows knitted up slightly. Without gunpowder, she couldn't help Su Qiu get off the hook, and she didn't want Su Qiu to be caned to death at the market entrance. Just thinking of this, Qin Reed has a big idea. Why not just call Su Qiu over? So Qin Reed said to the generals, continue to surround the Taishi warehouse. Don't let anyone come in. Violators will be killed without amnesty. My lord will lead the way. XN. The lieutenants nodded and bowed. Then continue to blockade the Taishi warehouse. Qin Reed just sent a person to the Qin house to invite Su Qiu over. When Qin Reed blocked the Taishi warehouse on Wanha Street, the news had also reached 4th Prince and Tinggu's ears. A boy reported back to the things outside the city, and Tinggu heard that his own warehouse was actually surrounded and seized. He could not help but have his heart beat wildly, and he slapped the desktop with a hand. What did you say? My warehouse was seized? The boy against his head said. A military minister suddenly reported. Said Wanha Street 2 West warehouse hidden gunpowder? Intends to plot against. So the Empress sent Qin Reed to go to a thorough investigation. It's that damn family again. The more 4th Prince and Tinggu spoke, the more angry he became. The Qin family seems to have been working against him lately. The Qin family flunky fell on his face on the spot, and now the flunky's wife has come to check out his warehouse. And Tinwu clenched his fists. What now? Have someone just detonate it? The boy said. Your Highness, it's not good. Once this happens everyone in the capital knows that there is gunpowder hidden in the warehouse. So how about now? We are hiding extremely hidden. Even the entrance to the cellar has been sealed by us, and also sealed solid stone bricks. They can't find it at all. The little slaves think that they must have returned in defeat. Hearing the words of the boy, and Tingwa's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a sigh of relief. That's okay. It would have been a problem if they had found it. The boy added, Your Highness, I heard that the Empress ordered Qin Reed to, but it's letting her wear the guilt. How? If she can't find the gunpowder, then her backwards husband will be caned to death in the marketplace for offending the royal family. The boy bowed and whispered, and Tingwu sniffed with a bright and incomparable smile on his face. Grabbed the teacup. Very relieved look. He also have today. A small flunky when can become a jumping jack? The news of Qin Reed's siege of the Taishi warehouse on Wanha Street came back. Su Qiu was originally sitting in the East Courtyard Pavilion having his morning meal. When he heard this news, his expression became extremely odd. Xiao Chui didn't see the change in her aunt's expression, but said to herself, I heard from the people in the court that the Empress ordered the young lady to look into the matter of the hidden gunpowder on Wanha Street, and I'm afraid a large number of people are going to be implicated lately. Su Qiu nibbled on a hot meat bun. Looking up, he inquired of her, Do you know who played up the gunpowder cache on Manhattan Street? I'm not sure, but it seems to be a military minister. Xiao Chui propped her head up with one hand and spoke in a slightly distressed manner. Su Qiu fell into silence after listening. He now feels a little wrong. He participated in the poetry meeting last night, was stimulated by Tingwu a little, originally wanted to prosecute Tingwu through the means of conspiracy to rebel, but did not expect someone to help him do it. Could it be in Lan? Su Qiu pondered. But the question is, how did she know that there was gunpowder hidden in the warehouse on Nanhua Street Taisai? Could it be mind reading? No way. Su Qiu suddenly felt funny when he thought of this. He had never heard of mind reading in his previous life when he became a god twice. Nowadays, this is just a low martial arts world. It is even more unlikely that anyone would be able to read minds. Plus Lan is an ordinary person. It is even more unlikely that she would be able to read minds. Su Qiu can only give this more reasonable explanation. I think she should have already heard about it, and now it happens to be for me to seek justice. So disgusted and tinguit, this girl is still worth deep friendship. Just as he was floating, the ant is here. At that moment, two maids arrived with a forbidden lieutenant. Although he didn't think much of Su Qiu, but thinking that he was Qin Reed's husband's son-in-law, he still politely said, Mr. Su, General Qin asked the last general to bring you over. What am I doing at the warehouse? She said, if you can't find gunpowder, the Empress sent word to have you cane to death at the market entrance. Mr. Su, you're now with the reputation of offending the royal family. That's why General Qin said it's a matter of your life. That forbidden army lieutenant brought Qin Reed's words to him. Su Qiu froze at his words, eyebrows slightly raised. The fourth prince really wanted to reach his death. Su Qiu is not a random object to be slaughtered. Even if the royal family cannot, the previous life he became a god. What royal family has not seen? It was just a mortal ruler. It was fine to fish and meet the common people, but to fish and meet people with high strength, then they could only wait for their country to be destroyed. Therefore, in his view, both the royal family and the commoners were all mortal to him. Su Qiu did not dwell on why Qin Reed would call himself over. After all, this matter has been related to his life, so it is normal for Qin Reed to let him go. Go. Su Qiu stuffed the meat bun into his mouth in one bite and handed the other bun to the forbidden lieutenant, saying, sure enough, the fourth prince wanted him dead, so he was simply prepared to make a big deal out of it. The two of them then left the Qin mansion. Xiao Chui originally wanted to follow her over, but Su Qiu said, you stay here, it's dangerous there, so Xiao Chui had to stay in the house. Qin Reed was sitting on a taiji chair. A forbidden soldier hurriedly walked in. General Qin, the sage has sent word to give you 2 more columns of incense. Once the time is up, return to the court immediately. Qin Reed nodded. Although the surface looks cloudy and light, but in fact there is still some hidden uneasiness inside. That forbidden army lieutenant came and knelt down on one knee and said, my lord has brought Duke Su. Let him in. Soon after, when Su Qiu came in, his eyes roamed over everything in the warehouse. Seeing the crowd looking at him, Su Qiu was indifferent, but instead said to Qin Reed, you're looking for gunpowder? Aha! Qin Reed nodded her head, and her gaze remained on Su Qiu, wanting to hear what was on his mind. But Su Qiu didn't have a heartfelt voice, but said bluntly, where you're sitting now, prying open is where the gunpowder is hidden. The generals were soldiers of the Forbidden Army, and they looked at him with complicated expressions. He searched nothing, did nothing, and came here just to look a few times and knew where the gunpowder was hidden? It's not science. Besides, would gunpowder be placed in such a conspicuous place? That's the front door of the warehouse. Qin Reed did not hesitate, directly moved away from the eunuch's chair, and said to the soldiers, dig, there's actually a secret compartment here. It's not a secret compartment, it's a secret passage. A few soldiers of the Forbidden Army picked up their lances and kept prying the stone bricks apart. Then they realized that there were a few stone bricks that were completely stuck together. Once pried open, it was a stone door that opened and closed, and if it hadn't been for the stone bricks for cover, the crowd wouldn't have searched for so long without finding it. When a few forbidden soldiers used all their strength and red faces, this opened the door to the entrance of the secret passage. A stone staircase leads down into the deep cellar. At that moment, a forbidden soldier was about to light a torch, intending to go in and take a peek, but he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by a lieutenant, who said with extreme anger, are you out of your mind? If it's all gunpowder down there, do you want everyone present to go up into the sky with you? The other soldiers who were lighting oil lamps or torches then stopped their movements. If a small flame detonated the explosives, it was estimated that none of the people present would be able to survive. At this time, Qin Reed also said, no fire. Knives also give this general to tighten a little bit. If it rubs out a little spark, everyone really will die. Everyone gulped. Su Qiu looked at the deep cellar, and at this moment had already thought about it. This cellar is not an ordinary cellar. Not only hidden gunpowder, there are a large number of compartments, secret rooms, hidden weapons, armor, food and grass. Of course, there is a 4-clawed gold robe, which is his private collection room. Qin Reed sniffed, her bright light staring at the deep tunnel. Then he took a step ahead of the others and entered the deep tunnel, followed by Su Qiu, who was going to see in Tingwa's tiny collection room. The other lieutenants and soldiers followed similarly. The crowd walked with caution, fearful of igniting the gunpowder in the cellar. Less than a moment, the people came to the cellar. He looked around. Fortunately, during the day the cellar can still vaguely penetrate the light, barely able to see. The size of the place could no longer be described as a cellar, but a huge basement. Several rooms were shut up tight, and when he came down, a strong odor of gunpowder constantly lingered in the basement. The crowd had furrowed their brows. The amount of gunpowder here was beyond imagination. A lieutenant said to Qin Reed, General Chen, the amount of gunpowder here is larger than expected. Well, order people to start over to move it, not enough manpower to continue to transfer the Forbidden Army over. Chen Reed not slow to command, as she gave the order. But I found Su Qiu looking around, looking west, as if searching for something. Chen Reed said to the surrounding lieutenants, follow him over and ensure his safety. The lieutenants all nodded. All came to Su Qiu's side. Chen Reed also followed behind Su Qiu and watched him keep fumbling with things. Chen Reed just heard Su Qiu's heart. This basement some extraordinary things, not only gunpowder. At the moment, Su Qiu didn't care. He only wanted to make a big deal out of it now, so that Intrigue didn't have a chance to turn around. After all, the person who wanted his life couldn't be kept. This was a life truth he had learned in the world of immortal cultivation. Su Qiu is quite a lifesaver. That secret door should be here now, he muttered. Feeling a strange stone tile in his hand, he pulled it out and a mechanism appeared inside. When he pressed the mechanism, he only heard a rumbling sound coming from the basement. A stone door in front of him was slowly opened, rolling up some smoke. The crowd was covering their noses with their cuffs. Su Qiu had long since crossed the threshold and entered inside, only to see that it was also a huge warehouse. The lieutenants who have followed him are all stunned to see the scene in front of them. This place actually stores a large number of weapons. One could only see rows and rows of racks with lances, long swords, and armor hanging through the cold light. The refinement of these armors is completely not inferior to the Imperial guards of the Imperial city. These weapons are expensive. Stashing armor and weapons. They're trying to rebel. The lieutenant gulped, looking at the arsenal of weapons that could equip 200 men. At this time, Su Qiu suddenly reminded them, don't freeze here. There's more than one such weapons storehouse. There are 15 in the entire basement. Remember, have someone carry it separately from the gunpowder. Nowadays, the crowd had long felt admiration for Su Qiu, and one of the lieutenants didn't make any pretense. I will supervise them properly. You can rest assured. Mr. Su Qiu answered softly. Continue toward the depths. The other lieutenants couldn't help but ask at this point. There's more in there? Well, there is a dragon robe, Su Qiu said simply, but his words exploded directly in the crowd. Dragon robes? Sure enough, they are the ones who revolted and got it to the capital openly and honestly. Their heart is punishable. I wonder which family wants to rebel, they murmured. Last time, by virtue of the huge means, and the strength into, the only one who made it to the top was Chen Tian. However, before that, she has long been through the means of pulling together the hearts of the army, to collect the army, full of civil and military half of her people. Therefore, Chen Tian, this is the use of women's identity to ascend to the throne, become the 7th emperor of the Great Chen. But it was clear that the guy with the arms stash in front of him wasn't going to get the throne the proper way. However, when the captain who asked, I wonder which family wants to rebel, his words just fell. As Su Qiu walked, he faintly said, your 4th prince Intrigue. Su Qiu's words were like a thunderbolt that struck the crowd. Thunder on the ground describes the mood of the crowd at this moment more than appropriately. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, dumbfounded. He followed behind Su Qiu, and his steps became stiff. The crowd's minds felt chaotic. Their thoughts felt like they were frozen. Unable to believe that the 4th prince actually wanted to rebel? Only has been following Su Qiu behind the Chen Reed, is still cloudy and light appearance. After all, even the Chen family was planted and framed. Almost the whole family into the cell have experienced, so did not feel much surprise. As the crowd floats along, Su Qiu had already found the door and casually opened it, only to see a dragon robe appear in front of everyone. The crowd still couldn't help but giggle at the sight of the yellow robes. It's really a dragon robe. A lieutenant couldn't help but cry out. Look at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. Even their breathing was dull, as if they hadn't seen the world before. Su Qiu couldn't help but say, what are you guys waiting for? It was then that the crowd reacted. There were nods. Yes, yes, yes. His Majesty is rushing. Somebody get everything out of here. The lieutenants moved quickly, greeting their subordinates to quickly carry the dragon robes, as well as everything in the warehouse. Su Qiu, on the other hand, returned to the ground with Chen Reed. It was only then that Su Qiu saw Chen Reed's gaze had been on his own body. He coughed dryly and winked. Curious that I know this? Chen Reed first nodded her head, then shook up her cicatrices and said, everyone has their own secrets, and that's normal. She really wasn't in a hurry to hear it, because she could hear Su Qiu's heart, and come what may, sooner or later she would know everything. Seeing that she didn't ask more questions, Su Qiu didn't intend to say much either. Only, they just came out not long ago. Chen Reed suddenly wrapped Su Qiu in the back of his petite body and shielded him. The tasseled voice said, danger! Only the warehouse fellows who were originally escorted by the soldiers of the Forbidden Army were seen. suddenly forcefully broke free from the restraints, knocked the soldier over, then quickly stepped forward and violently rushed towards Chen Reed and Su Qiu, and hysterically shouted, "Death to all of you." After saying that, he immediately took out the body clip hidden in the inner side of the waistcoat gunpowder package. With a fire refractor ignited the line above, "Want to die in the same way? Ignite the gunpowder." At this moment is being moved up by the soldiers of the Forbidden Army, and at the same time to Chen Reed and Su Qiu a gun away. At this moment, all the Forbidden soldiers saw the scene in front of them. Both were mortared in place, not knowing what to do. If the gunpowder in the basement of the warehouse is ignited, the whole warehouse shall not be blown up to the sky, and all the people present will be difficult to be spared. Even if Chen Reed is also the same, he's supposed to be a dead soldier being groomed to stop the warehouse gunpowder from being discovered and blowing up the warehouse. Chen Reed said as she kicked the entrance to the cellar closed while picking up the lance and kicking the fellow out. Just dude getting kicked in the air at times. Accidents still happen. The next second, the gunpowder exploded. Brilliant flames bloomed, like fireworks in the sky blooming on the ground, while an explosion followed by an airwave heat wave impact swept in. Su Qiu saw a wave of heat gushing out, swept his hair into disarray. If he had the strength of a second-rate martial artist, he would not be afraid of this at all. He was an immortal cultivator, and as a second-rate martial artist he had the means to forge his body, making his physical quality reach the Zhongshu level, and explosions were nothing more than scratching an itch. Only now, seeing the violent explosion, Su Qiu only had to back away. But, for a moment, he then saw Chen Reed blocking in front of him, the steel gun dancing like a helicopter propeller, forming a stealthy air shield. Chen Reed's speed of turning the lance was extremely fast. The flames of the explosion, as well as the shockwaves, were all weakened, and even the gusty winds dispersed the air currents of the explosion. That fellow was smashed to pieces, and I guess he couldn't imagine that the self-detonation had no effect at all, failing to injure the corner of the patriarch's coat. The patriarchal Chen Reed is as terrifying as it is. Wait for the explosion to pass. Chen Reed stopped the lance in her hand and heavily smashed it on the stone tile floor, which shattered, and the lance stood straight up. She said to the Forbidden soldiers with no expression, "If anyone struggles, shoot on sight." At this moment, the crowd was shocked by Chen Reed. Such an explosion actually failed to hurt her in the slightest. Su Qiu patted the dust on his body and, carefully measuring Chen Reed, her talent is higher than imagined. If it is the previous world of immortal cultivation, she will be the pride of the clan at this moment, or even a Saint Girl level character. Just, low martial world. Her potential is only so much. At this time, Chen Reed looked at him and said, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Su Qiu waved his hand. Suddenly, the cellar door was pushed open, and the lieutenant kept coughing, that bastard, making such a big commotion, causing the old capital to eat a faceful of dust. All the Forbidden soldiers were then looking at him, their expressions becoming odd, complicated, or gloating, because Chen Reed was staring at him slyly. When the school lieutenant saw Chen Reed's gaze, he immediately felt a slight pain in his neck and gulped. Above the court, everyone waited in silence. Just Chen Reed led the army to surround the warehouse for so long, and has not returned. Many officials began to resent. The longer the delay, the longer they stood. At this time, Gu Tianqiu said to Empress in Qin Tian, "Your Majesty, General Qin has not returned by now. It's been an hour. It's overdue. If we wait any longer it won't be possible. I think she's suspected of delaying on purpose. Your Holiness, it's better to recruit General Qin back. My humble servant sees that there is no gunpowder in the warehouse at all. It must be a blackmail by people. I second the motion." At this moment all the major courtiers were out in force. Ask the Empress to recruit Chen Reed back and stop continuing to search the warehouse now. Empress in Qin Tian Fengyang swept a glance at the crowd, and seeing that many courtiers were mooching their legs, she nodded and said, "Pass on my decree and order General Qin to return quickly." Hearing this decree, Gu Tianqiu's mouth subconsciously revealed a smile. The Empress decrees. The little yellow door eunuch bowed his head and received the holy decree, then led a few guards forward to the warehouse. Gu Tianqiu saw the eunuch leave the court palace. He had long been happy inside and secretly relieved at the same time. He thought that fortunately, the fourth prince in Tingwu hid it quite well and was not discovered. Otherwise, Tingwu would be completely out of power, and his investment in Tingwu would directly go down the drain. Gu Tianqiu, however, wanted to support Tingwu to the throne and make Tingwu a puppet emperor so that their Gu family's position in the dynasty would be more secure than ever. At the same time, it's also a high point for the Gu family. It's just that the Qin family can't be hurt. It's just a shame to have a dead one who joined the family. Gu Tianqiu muttered. After all, for a family, a superfluous, the death of a son-in-law is inconsequential and can only be a minor deterrent. Similarly, the one who was as relieved as Gu Tianqiu was Yi Liangchen. That Antinwo guy, he almost made a big deal out of it. Yi Lianchen was simply afraid of being implicated. However, it occurred to him that if there was an accident, he wouldn't be able to implicate himself. After all, it was entirely in Tingwu's own doing. He collects them just to fulfill his dream of being an emperor. After all, Yi Lianchen and Gu Tianshou had already persuaded him, but Tingwu was still doing what he wanted. And Tingwu was a brainless one. But it's because of this brainlessness that he's good to be controlled when he's in power. Even the two felt that things had passed the occasion. An abrupt voice came over. General Chen is back. A voice-carrying eunuch shouted outside the gate of the Great Hall. That voice echoed above the Great Hall, instantly attracting everyone's attention as they all turned their heads to look. Even Empress and Qin Tian, only to see Qin Reed quickly step forward, kneeling in the center of the hall under the jade steps of the dragon chair, clasping his hands into fists. He said, "The last general has lived up to his promise and has searched." Empress and Qin Tian looked at her with interest. With a hint of playfulness, "Found the gunpowder? It took so long?" "They were hidden in the cellar, and it took the end of the line to find the entrance," Qin Reed said bluntly. "Tough on General Qin. General Qin is really my favorite minister. Living up to expectations." After saying that, and Qin Tian's eyes became sharp and swept a glance at all the officials present. "You old things. It seems that you are really old. The capital city's private gunpowder actually do not know." The courtiers endured the scolding against their heads. After Qin Tian finished scolding the courtiers, he still didn't get over it. So he looked at the head minister of the dynasty, Gu Tianshou, who was trembling at the sight. Just as she was about to admonish, Qin Reed interjected again. "Your Holiness, the last will have a thing that needs to be reported." And Qin Tian glanced at Qin Reed. Qin Reed then said, "We also found in the cellar not to lose the armament of the Imperial army, the number of 3,000 sets, plus a 4-clawed dragon robe." When Qin Reed's words just fell, the court hall above the silence is terrible. You can hear a pin drop. At this moment, everyone looked at her in disbelief. Even Qin Tian took a deep breath as a reddish color appeared on his face and said, "Are you telling the truth? Thanks to curtain_AC for the reward, thanks." Qin Reed nodded without lifting her head. Tone as flat as water said, "Are the last general husband's son-in-law's credit. He found the entrance to the cellar, broken inside the organs, only to find those weapons and dragon robe." As she spoke, she pushed the credit to Su Qiu. All of this is Su Qiu deserved. If not him, perhaps Qin Reed can only return in defeat. Besides, if Su Qiu had merit, the Empress would not arbitrarily punish him in the future, even by caning him to death in the vegetable market. Just as Qin Reed spoke, the eunuch who originally went to pass the decree walked in again, holding a 4-clawed golden dragon robe in his trembling hands. Behind him, the guards likewise carried the collected weapons inside the Great Hall. At the same time Qin Reed back to the endowment, show above the court hall. At the same time followed by there are forbidden army lieutenants to protect, have kneeled in front of the temple. The ministers who saw this all froze. Incredibly, I didn't realize it was actually true. Who is so bold as to even make a 4-clawed dragon robe? Punish the 9 clans. Who owns this Manhattan Street 2 West warehouse? The courtiers were talking and talking. The eyes kept resting on the dragon robe. Hiding gunpowder can only show that there is a plot to rebel. Hiding weapons shows that he really wants to rebel. And the meaning of the dragon robe is that the other party's status is not low at all, and even the status of the ministers in the court above. After all, the 4-clawed dragon robe is 1 level lower than the 5-clawed, but at the same time, it also shows that someone wants to make Empress Enkinshin as the supreme emperor, because it is the 5-clawed dragon robe that is on Empress Enkinshin. It's obvious that someone is trying to force the issue. Only the princes, or those who were related to the royal family would do such things. As a result, the courtiers speculated on who it was that was so arrogant. General Qin, you have made a great achievement, worthy of being my beloved secretary, and that husband of yours, I will reward 1,000 taels of gold, and seal a budding official for him to do. The Empress cast an approving glance at Qin Reed. However, everyone noticed that Empress and Qin Tian's expression became more and more grave. Her brows locked tightly, her neck gradually becoming red, and her phoenix eyebrows were like a sharp knife scraping across the crowd present. The ministers could not help but tremble. Who's to say which one of them owns the 2 West warehouse on Manhattan Street? And Qin Tian's voice echoed through the courtroom. No one spoke at the moment. Everyone fell silent. Even the current chancellor, Gu Tianshou, remained silent and slowly retreated into the crowd. Inside, he had already cursed in Tingwu 180 times. This stupid bastard private gunpowder, even if did not expect to actually even produce the dragon robe, completely even the opportunity to defend. Appear to be STH. The courtroom was as silent as a forest, and Empress and Qin Tian's anger continued to rise. Suddenly, Qin Reed's emotionless voice came. Your Holiness, the end will know who it is. That is the fourth prince in Tingwu's property. Chen Reid's words just fell. The other courtiers looked over, with Chen Reid leading the way. There are other courtiers opened their mouths. Wanha Street Taishi warehouse is considered to be the fourth prince's property right, because it is subordinate to Zhang Guifei's, and Tingwu was born to Zhang Guifei. In any case, Antinwu was the indirect owner of the warehouse. When Qin Tian ascended the throne, and did not crack down on the Yin family, the Sane did not demobilize the harem, has been letting them continue. Only the selection of consorts will never be carried out again. After all, now the saint is a female emperor. The selection of the face of the head is more or less the same. Only, and Qin Tian hadn't thought that even though he had been so forgiving, the other party was still harboring evil intentions. At this point, both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Labor's squire officials came out. I can also testify, when the Taishi warehouse is registered in the Ministry of Public Works, the Ministry of Public Works, that there is also the land deed of the warehouse. When the Zhang Guifei was selected, these are the dowry given by the Zhang family. Hearing this, Zhang Shaoqing of the Imperial Servant Temple, an official of the fourth rank, immediately knelt in front and said, "Your Majesty, our Zhang family was not involved in this incident, not to mention that we didn't know that your Highness Shan would condone the fourth prince." The fourth prince in Tingwu revolted. Their Zhang family is now a yellow mud on their pants. Not a shit. Empress and Qin Tian did not look at him squarely. Instead, he said to the officials of the Dalizi, "Bring it down to me and investigate it properly. I want not a single bit of information to be left out." "I obey." The Dalizi official bowed, and look at each other. The Zhang family do not need to think. Move the three clans is also the nail in the coffin. Then the female emperor to the Imperial Army Yong general said, "And Tingwu, Zhang Guifei private armament, intends to plot rebellion. From this moment onwards, all removed from the clan. Tomorrow beheading. You go to arrest in Tingwu." His side of the close minister's attendant maidservants are also captured. The Zhang family together to take down the disobedience of those who will be killed. Empress and Qin Tian's voice was like an evil dragon roaring. It kept echoing above the courtroom in the middle. The last general obeys the order. General Yong of the Imperial Forest Army bowed and led the way. At this moment, the Empress breaks people's lives and deaths in an instant. When Gu Tianshou, the head counselor of the dynasty, heard this, his face turned pale and he felt as if he had aged much older. His investment in Antinwu was completely wasted. Now it's straight back to pre-liberation. I didn't realize that today's incident would make Antinwu never turn over a new leaf. Suddenly Gu Tianshou captured a person. That is, Qin Reid's husband Su Qiu. He but heard clearly. Qin Reid is relying on Su Qiu to find the gunpowder location, as well as the organs inside the cellar. The dragon robe. It was also found by Su Qiu. And last night, Su Qiu and Tingwu had an argument. And today, something happened to Tingwu. Gu Tianshou thought about how this felt too coincidental. Originally, Tingwu wanted to put Su Qiu to death, but now it was the other way around. What's this Qin family's son-in-law all about? Yi Liangchen's expression was not much different from Gu Tianshou's. He couldn't believe that the fourth prince in Tingwu, whom the prime minister had been supporting, had fallen so quickly. What he couldn't figure out the most was, the Qin family's tiny flunky. How in the world did he know about the Taishi warehouse? Could it be that he had been there? No, even if he had been there he wouldn't have known about the organs inside. He was just a rags-to-riches scholar. Yi Liangchen couldn't figure it out at all. But at the same time, hate gnashed his teeth. The other side. Inside the palace. Over time, Tingwu was getting more and more chipper inside the palace, even making himself a pot of hot tea, next to the boy. This time said, "Your Highness, small think now Qin general returned in defeat." Listen to the news coming from the courtroom. The female emperor but a few decrees, recruiting the Qin general to return to the position. Yesterday that tops your little flunky. I'm afraid that now has begun to be executed in the vegetable market entrance. And Tingwu thought of Su Qiu who had contradicted him last night. Now that he is bound to die, he suddenly said with a gloomy mouth, "What's the use of great cooking skills? It's better to die than to die." Is the dignity of the royal family not something that an unruly person can trample on? Just as he uttered the words, a palace maid ran in a panic. It was too late to salute, so he directly said, "Your Highness the fourth prince, it's not good. The dragon robe of the Taishi warehouse has been discovered, and now the female emperor is going to behead you." This palace maid was one of concubine Zhang's people, and she came in a hurry to report the news. Only, her words had just fallen. A knife slashed through her head, and an Imperial Guard lieutenant cursed. A little palace maid is so bold to be reckless. The Empress-Emperor ordered it in the front foot, and she sent a message in the back foot. At that moment, Tingwu looked at the palace maid beside his mother consort and was cut down just like that. He stayed in place. This is not right. Anting's hands and feet were trembling as he muttered, his face filled with panic. At this time, the Imperial Forest Army lieutenant walked to Intrigue. Intrigue, you are not a prince now. Dare to have treasonous intentions. Tomorrow ask for beheading. Men, detain them all. The captain of the Imperial Guard gave an order. A large number of soldiers of the Imperial Guards rushed into the inner palace, and arrested the boys, attendants, and guards. Even fourth Prince Intrigue was pinned, but he was still incredulous. It's impossible, they couldn't have found the cellar, much less the dragon robe. Intrigue's whole body trembled. He did not want to really overthrow the female emperor in Qin Tian, just once out of anger, feeling that the female emperor took away his father's kingdom. So he wanted to get back the kingdom for his mother's consort. This is the private collection of weapons. It was all a product of a brainstorm at the time. He regretted it later, and therefore, kept it hidden in the warehouse cellar without being discovered. The only one who knew about it was also Gu Tianshou, the chief minister of the dynasty. After all, the other party wanted to aid himself to the throne, so Intrigue took this matter as a pitch. Little King didn't want to rebel. Intrigue wants to argue. The Imperial Guard captain directly interrupted him and said, everyone who wants to rebel says they don't want to rebel, and the old capital has heard his ears calloused. Intrigue is trying to struggle at the moment. Unfortunately, the soldiers of the Imperial Forestry Army were all strong men, directly pinning him and detaining him on the ground. No matter how much Intrigue struggled, it would not help. Intrigue was still undeterred. This must have been planted. How is it possible that my warehouse hides a large number of weapons, as well as dragon robes? Can the little king hide it from the capital's important place? The Kingsguard lieutenant looked up and swept him off his feet, shaking his head in disappointment. With a hint of contempt in his tone, he said, planting evidence to frame you? A Qin family's tiny superfluous son-in-law can also plant evidence to frame you. Then you, the prince. No, the chaotic ministers and thieves are also quite useless. What did you say? Intrigue immediately raised his head at his words, eyes staring straight at the Imperial Guard lieutenant. He said, the look of surprise. The Kingsguard lieutenant saw how curious he was, so he told him everything, so that he could die. Straight to the point. Her Majesty the Empress asked General Qin to search the Taishi warehouse, and as she turned it upside down and couldn't find it, she called out to her own husband, that Mr. Su, and I didn't expect the other party to be quite good at finding the entrance to the cellar before even entering the warehouse. Compass are not used. Gently point your finger. You know the warehouse like the palm of your hand. Really capable people, but unfortunately is a flunky. If the army is of great use, the Kingsguard lieutenant said, and muttered something. Intrigue's face paled at his words. He didn't even listen to a single word of the Imperial Guard lieutenant's compliments to Su Qiu in the back. Instead, they showed an incredulous look. All that was left on his face was shock, amazement, and incomprehension. I just want to put the other party to death. Why can he do this point? Directly will be hidden for many years, the bottom of all to lift open. Now it's even more so that he's never going to be buried. No, is this guy the devil? And Tinwo growled frantically. He now understood that Enlon had been pulling Su Qiu's strings all alone, and that the guy was pretending to be a pig in a poke. Stab you silently and you don't even react. You can't even make a chance to fight back. Seeing Intrigue, whose face was miserably lightless, the Imperial Guard captain waved his hand, and a few soldiers gently lifted him, directly pinning him away. The noble consort line is completely finished, the Kingsguard lieutenant said thoughtfully. After all, the Empress hates people rebel, overthrowing her rule, so the other princesses born to the princess, the Emperor cannot be spared. The princess were her family, as well as other clansmen, completely implicated. Some friends do not look carefully. So in this note, the Imperial consort harem are the former emperors. The Empress ascended to the throne, did not clear out the former emperor's harem to let go. After all, she is also one of the wives of the former emperor. That's the cruelty of politics. Or perhaps, a brainless prince is very scary. He knew that Intrigue was a reckless, high-minded lord, far less affable than 6th Prince Anlin. Same day, the Empress in Qin Tian issued a large number of holy edicts again. Firstly, the 6th Prince, Enlon, was established as the crown prince, as the heir to the crown prince. Originally, during other periods, many civil ministers would have objected. After all, Enlon was born to her, and it was unfair to the other imperial sons. But now no one dares to speak, because the Zhang family is full of people, even if they are not involved from the beginning to the end. But unfortunately, the imperial consort is one of their people. If Intrigue ascends to the throne of the Zhang family has the greatest power, so it can only be a success or a failure. In the courtroom, several officials who had close interactions with Intrigue, such as the 3 admonishing officials from before, were also dragged out at this moment. they will be dealt with as Intingwu's accomplices. For a time, there was little opposition in the courtroom, and Lan will pay homage to the royal clan in 3 days, officially becoming the crown prince. Chen Reed, because of the merits of the search, rewarded 1,000 acres of good land, 1,000 pieces of brocade, 1,000 taels of gold, a pair of royal stone lions. At the same time, the Empress did not forget to reward Su Qiu with a small budding official, the 9th grade of the capital prosecutor. This official position is not big, but there is a lot of oil. The main responsibility of the Beijing Prosecutors School is to scrutinize, checking and checking. For the merchants of the capital, the peddlers, and even the city gate checking are within his duties, and there is usually a large number of people bribed. It is a small official with a lot of power. When the Empress finished her announcement, it was then the turn of the Sooners. The two organizations are responsible for the security of the capital, monitoring the state of the capital. But even under the eyes of such a thing happened, the soles of the feet of someone hiding 1,000 quintals of flame but do not know, is completely dereliction of duty. And so, demotions were made, and pay penalties were imposed. The number of officers who were never hired was as high as 7 or 8. It's almost as if the Sooners have been given a big change of heart. Those officials who were deposed and demoted, but they hated Intingwu. What kind of rebellion in a good cause, and now even involve a group of people. Gu Tianshou, the chancellor of the dynasty and also the chief minister of the dynasty, who had originally wanted to remain hidden in the crowd, was similarly given a hard glare by the Empress in Qingtian. Pavilion Elder Gu, you're an old man. You should take good care of your body. Don't keep tossing and turning. It's not good for your health. Her scarlet lips made a sound as if she were caring for an old friend. Only, it sounded like a warning to Gu Tianshou. Most of the officials who were laid off in Shuntianfu were from his faction, and Qingtian used this hand to eradicate his power in the dynasty. Even the Zhang family is actually from the chancellor's faction. Thank you for your majesty's concern. The old minister will keep his peace. Gu Tianshou paid his respects to the female emperor. The court then retired without business. Su Qiu returned to the mansion. He saw Qin Yuma, who had just woken up from a nap, only to see her wearing a single thin cloud dress, the sunlight penetrating the light color fragrant muscles, as well as exquisite and charming shoulders. The bony, tight collarbones were dripping with dew and glistening in the sunlight. The dew ran down the delicate skin, sliding slowly from the jade neck down to the collarbone, and finally disappearing onto the tiny puffy breasts, where it was absorbed by the low-necked bodice. Qin Yuma rubbed her slightly swollen eyes with her jade hand, her tone carrying a few winks without realizing it. Brother-in-law, good morning. Ha! He said hello with a big yawn. Su Qiu said carelessly, if you don't get enough sleep, keep sleeping. You were drugged last night. Recalling the events of yesterday, Qin Yuma then gradually came to his senses, constantly touching around her body, afraid that her innocence was gone. Su Qiu looked at the nervouser and said, don't worry, you're fine. Just as Su Qiu's words fell, Xiao Chui hurriedly ran in, her voice coming along with her. Auntie, the Holy Spirit has come with an imperial decree. The Qin family's superfluous son-in-law Su Qiu found in Tingwu plotting profits with merit, so the reward is 1,000 taels of gold. Promoted to the 9th grade of the Beijing Division Inspection School. Authorized official title will be Shilang. Chen here. The summoning eunuch's sharp voice rang through in front of the Qin mansion. He then put away the edict, turning to Su Qiu, who was kneeling on the ground. Still with his shrill duck voice, he said, Prosecutor Su received the decree. Su Qiu nodded and slowly got up, received the imperial decree and picked up some broken silver and handed it to the eunuch who had passed it on. The summoning eunuch received the silver, and only then, with a smile on his face, he left the Qin mansion with a large group of attendants strutting around. It just left the still stunned Su Qiu in place. I'm becoming an official here? He was still a bit incredulous that this official position came too easily. Of course, one of the things that most puzzles Su Qiu is that the Wanhe Street Taishi warehouse was actually exposed. To be honest, he hadn't even begun to make his move yet, and the fourth prince had gone east so quickly. Although at that time, Su Qiu was Qin Reed recruited over. Because of the news of the dynasty, if he could not find gunpowder, he had to be caned to death in the market, so he did not think much about helping to find gunpowder. But now, after calming down, Su Qiu felt more and more wrong. Why Qin Reed appeared in the Wanhe Street Taishi warehouse? The same Anlin will not have a relationship with this matter as well? Before Su Qiu could think about it, Qin Yuma's voice sounded behind him. Brother-in-law, congratulations, becoming a 9th grade official. Even though it's only a prosecutor, it's still an official who enters the household ministry, belonging to the imperial court. Qin Yuma danced with her hands and said, her pasty face full of joy, as if her own brother-in-law had been awarded the title of lifted man. Qin Yuma was at least from a worldly family, so she knew quite a bit about the official positions in the Imperial court. Well, thanks, Su Qiu reluctantly said. To be an official for Dakian, a waste of time. Forget it, I'm idle anyway. In the future, 2 days of fishing and 3 days of sunshine. It's better to be dismissed. He had been an immortal in his previous life, and he couldn't look at mortal officials at all. After all, the eyes are there. Besides, Su Qiu was ready to leave the Qin family, planning to wander the world instead of staying in the Qin family, and the official position was a kind of constraint to him. What was marginally useful to him was only a bounty of 1,000 taels. This could become his coils for his future wanderings. When going out, money is still very important. But Qin Yuma sniffed, but not happy. Brother-in-law, you should feel happy is. The capital official is not casually can be. Even if the successful candidate may not be assigned to the capital official, at most, it is also the expatriate county magistrate. And brother-in-law you are now. It's already close to the water. Okay. Su Qiu replied simply. He had this perfunctory attitude at the same time. But I don't know that the people around the onlookers, or scholars and literati each show envy. This Qin family is also too good to join the family, without even having to take the Imperial examinations. They have become 9th grade Beijing officials. I've heard that a small capital prosecutor can't get such an official position without 500 taels. It's a pity. Even if I win the examination, the Beijing officials are not related to me. Only connections as well as money open the way to get the Beijing officials. I heard that the son-in-law of the Qin family, relying not on connections as well as money, is that he found evidence of the 4th prince's treason? And that's why he was rewarded by the emperor. Everyone is very jealous of Su Qiu, regardless of the reward of 1,000 taels, or the 9th grade Beijing official inspection school. When Su Qiu followed the sound of the crowd and slowly twisted his head around, he realized that at some point, the 6th prince Lan, who was dressed as a prince, was quietly standing amongst a crowd of spectators. The whole time it's all about the melon. When he was discovered by Su Qiu, Lan came slowly. When Qin Yuma saw the visitor, he immediately bowed respectfully and softly said, "Hail to the 6th prince." "No, the crown prince." And Lan waved his hand and said in a calm tone, "I will be the crown prince in 3 days, and I am not the crown prince now. I'm sorry, it was my daughter who overstepped her bounds." "It's fine," and Lan said simply, but as she recalled what happened last night, she said, "Last night at the poetry meeting, you should thank Mr. Su. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that your innocence wouldn't have been preserved." Only then did Qin Yuma recall that he had gotten himself drunk at the poetry party last night. He couldn't help but flushed his pretty face. "It was my daughter who was reckless." "Well, I'm looking for Mr. Su this time," Anlin stated the purpose. Qin Yuma also understood, and after a farewell, he returned to the Qin mansion, leaving the place to Su Qiu and Lan. But at the same time, she hid behind the door and peeped at Su Qiu and Lan along the doorway, and couldn't help but think inwardly, the 6th princess. Pooh, the 6th prince wouldn't really like her brother-in-law, would he? Thinking of this, Qin Yuma subconsciously grabbed her sleeve, fearing that her brother-in-law would be snatched away by Lan. At the moment, when the light bulb is not behind, 6th prince Lan said to Su Qiu, "I have yet to congratulate Duke Su on becoming a 9th-ranked capital official. I'm just an officer, but you're royalty, and at the end of the day I still work for you." Su Qiu made a rare teasing remark. Anlin smiled dumbly at his words. "It's no, however, today, you are indeed the one who gets the credit. If not, no one would know about the 4th prince's treasonous intentions." She changed the topic and said, "Only." When it came to this topic, Su Qiu turned his words around and said, "By the way, Your Highness, can I ask you a question?" "Brother Su, you and I don't need to be polite. I'll be sure to say everything." "Your Highness, how did you know that the 4th prince was hiding gunpowder in the Taishi warehouse on Wanha Street?" Nowadays, Su Qiu only suspected 2 people. One is Qin Reed. Search Taishi warehouse, she was present. Not to mention that she is the one who let himself go, but the news coming from the court can be ruled out Qin Reed. The second is the 6th prince. The reason yesterday's poetry meeting, and Lan said to help himself out. Today the 4th prince has a problem. This thing is estimated that only I know, as well as the Prime Minister and Yi Liangchen. There should not be a 4th person. So now a well-known look. Really make people guess not. Anlin had wanted to answer, but hearing his heart, Anlin dutifully kept his mouth shut again. Lan couldn't let Su Qiu discover his ability to hear his heart, so he casually made up an excuse and said, "In fact, I had been bribing people around the Chancellor before, which is how I got the news from him, and he ratted out yesterday when the poetry meeting was over." "So it is." Su Qiu came to a realization. No wonder, it was so simple for the 4th prince's matter to be known. At this time, Lan continued to change the topic. "By the way, not long from now, The Crescent Pavilion Master is preparing to enter the capital. What does Brother Su think about this matter? The owner of New Moon Court, Hyun-ah Arigato, is coming to the capital, and the capital is going to be bustling with activity. The Chancellor tried to pull together the object, but in the end was picked up by Yi Liangchen. From this moment onwards, Yi Liangchen official promotion continues to speed up. Sucho pondered slightly. Arigato Hyuna was a super sovereign level monster, which meant that her strength was above Chen Reed. However, the most feared is her mysterious and unpredictable ability, divination and fortune-telling medical skills, not to mention these, fire-inducing techniques, sword chi, and even the art of gods and ghosts. Her mysterious and unpredictable, so that the royal family scruples. In fact, she was now stuck between mortal and immortal, and if she passed that hurdle, she could officially become an immortal cultivator. For Su Qiu, it's just slightly more watchable. After all, he had ascended to immortality twice. Now it's just a do-over. Su Qiu stopped at once and kindly reminded Enlon, recruit if you can. If you can't, just give up. The most important thing for you right now is to solidify your position. For Enlon, who treated himself well, Su Qiu was only kindly reminded. After all, what the royal family gives, the Crescent Moon Pavilion has Qin Hyuna does not need. Fame and status is dispensable for her. What she was seeking now was nothing more than to go further. That is, to step over the threshold of mortals and enter the realm of the metaphysical. The only thing that the Dacian royal family could offer was precious medicinal materials to give her alchemy. Only that a mortal wanting to make immortal Dan was tantamount to a fool's dream, and she had no way of making half-spirit food. After Su Qiu reminded him, he found an excuse to return to the Qin mansion. Enlon also knew that a high-ranking person like Su Qiu didn't talk much, but he raised a wake-up call that Enlon needed to seriously think about. Is it this Yi Liangchen again? It's all him this time. I really am a worldly enemy with him, right? Anlin didn't know what this guy was capable of. However, Yi Liangchen was not a good thing. Recently there was a story circulating in the market. Tong Wanxia, the daughter of the Tong family, is ready to repudiate her husband and divorce Liu Baiqian. Of course the most outrageous thing was the following. After the merger, Tong Wanxia actually willingly married Yi Liangchen and became his concubine. The most unbelievable thing was that Yi Liangchen was now only a 6th rank official, and he was still alone today, which meant that he was not yet married. But Tong Wanxia was actually willing to become his concubine. It couldn't help but arouse the curiosity of the crowd. What was so difficult about this Yi Liangchen? Until one of the scribes brought up the poetry slam. The crowd was surprised that Yi Liangchen and Tong Wanxia were playing with such flowers. Tong Wanxia, as a married woman, actually had a private meeting with Yi Liangchen to pass the female stem, and was even caught red-handed at the poetry meeting. The Tong family's reputation at the moment also fell to a low point. It is expected that in the future there will be 1,000 gold all people do not choose, in case the past female dry is your family's general disease, or tradition. Thus, in order to save face, the head of the Tong family could only allow Tong Wanxia to become Yi Liangchen's concubine, and things were considered to be taken over, barely considered a lover's marriage. The people in the neighborhood heard, straight called, really or city people will play. If it is placed in the countryside, immersion in a pig cage is inevitable. A good pair of female dry husband. At this time, walking on the street Qin Reed, hearing Xiao Xia report back, Master, Yi Liangchen does have a marriage contract with the daughter of the current Chancellor Gu Tianqiu, Gu Xiangxiang, and if not for this time when Tong Wanxia married him to become a concubine, no one would have known about this matter. Qin Reed sniffed, her eyebrows slightly knitted, and her phoenix eyes gradually became sharp. The previous lightness on her face had long since disappeared, and there was a hint of viciousness in her beauty. Hold up. Go as if you were a dangerous beauty without anger. If it is not that Yi Liangchen has an official position now, Qin Reed will not be able to resist stabbing him in the right place at this moment. Loyalty is always a dogslayer, and negativity is always a reader. Qin Reed muttered. At this time, beside Xiao Xia added, Master, recently the pavilion master of the Crescent Moon Pavilion is preparing to come to the capital. I heard that the Prime Minister has sent someone to enlist. If the Prime Minister's back is against the Crescent Moon Pavilion, I'm afraid that the dynasty is even more unafraid of the Green Luan Valley. Although Daqian is a large country, forces such as the Crescent Moon Pavilion and the Green Luan Valley are able to sway the situation. After all, there were super clan level monsters within the gate. Even if the Great Qian can send an army to kill the Green Luan Valley or the Crescent Moon Pavilion, it is quite easy for the other doormasters to go directly to the Imperial Palace and take the Emperor's head. Hence the scruples of strength. Once on the second Great Qian Emperor, want to collect the Green Luan Valley, not hesitate to kill on the mountain gate. The next day, the head of the Great Qian Emperor was hanging at the city gate. The entire Great Qian is full of panic. Therefore, spending 2 generations of emperors this to repair the relationship between the Pro-Luan Valley. Fortunately, the Green Luan Valley prides itself on being the land of immortals, and therefore has no other demands except for the need for some offerings, not to mention paying no attention to worldly matters, with the appearance of a worldly Highlander. It is only when the operation of Chen has not been disturbed. Chen Reed sniffed expressionless. Even if the Crescent Pavilion such emerging forces, the formation of a certain pressure on the Green Luan Valley, but cannot shake the Green Luan Valley. Chen Reed did not care too much. She just blandly said, "Got it." When she returned to the Chen mansion, Chen Yuma's hair was not combed and was a bit loose as she panicked. "Sister, why are you just coming back now? What is it?" Chen Reed looked at her sister suspiciously, clear as a jeweled eye with disbelief. Chen Yuma gasped, swallowed a mouthful of water, slowed down, then said, "Sister, the 6th princess." "Pooh-pooh, the 6th prince is looking for brother-in-law again, and even supported me. If brother-in-law is caught by her as a side horse harnessed by the side of a team, what to do?" Chen Yuma's face was filled with nervousness. The white, condensed jade hand clenched tightly. Chen Reed sniffing speechless. She gently patted Chen Yuma's cicatrices, said, "Don't worry, the 6th prince, if it is true, she is not self-exploding woman identity it. The prince's position, I'm afraid that she has no chance, so the 6th prince will not make this kind of silly things." Speaking of this, Chen Reed was silent for a long time, raising his head slightly to look at the sky. He said half-heartedly, "Your brother-in-law's life, too, was saved by someone else's help. She didn't know when. The original seemingly mediocre husband Su Qiu, gradually becoming popular, even more popular than she was before. It was heard that the princess in the palace missed him. The 6th prince liked to look for him, and even Chen Yuma was completely devoted to him." Chen Reed halfway through his words, then slowly walked back to his own yard. She always felt strange. A faint feeling of jealousy welled up from within, but she didn't know that. She just felt a little hard inside. Originally, she should only have the name of husband and wife for Su Qiu after she got married, but only now, she found herself caring about Su Qiu even more than before. Especially Su Qiu's salty attitude toward her is very different from what it once was, and Chen Reed does not know that she wants to escape, but she knew that loss was more painful than gain. As she passed the East Wing courtyard gazebo, but see Su Qiu holding a bottle of consort brew, a Confucian scholar outfit, with the wind fluttering clothes willow, looking up at the bright crescent moon, seems to be preoccupied with the look, so that people mistakenly think that he is locked in the deep courtyard of the boudoir grudges, or the consort who was sent to the cold palace. Only that heartfelt voice stood out. "Now is already a third-rate martial artist, breakthrough second-rate need to forge the body, which can be troublesome. The demand for medicinal herbs is very large, can only go to the palace to find the princesses to dilly-dally a bit. Fortunately, the work of the law is not in a hurry." Chen Reed lifted her crescent-curved eyelashes and looked at him with clear gem-like eyes. There was no expression on his face. At this moment, Su Qiu also noticed her, and recalling the events of last night, he was slightly moved inwardly and said, "I really thank you for what happened last night. He's not the kind of guy who eats and lifts his pants." Chen Reed recalled last night's things. Delicate face naturally surfaced on the light reflecting red. To be honest, last night she was really the first time. Of course, at that time the idea was just to bind Su Qiu. After all, Su Qiu's importance is honestly not worse than anyone of the Chen family, counted as a pillar of the Chen family. Chen Reed was silent for a long time, and her soft voice sounded, "You and I were originally husband and wife." "That's true too." Su Qiu always felt that something was strange. "You say she's reluctant, but she did initiate last night and harasses herself with her jade toes every day. But you say she volunteered, right? Before she crossed over herself, she had nothing more than a stranger's attitude towards the original owner. Could it be the immortal king's breath from before he crossed over? It's possible. After all, no matter how much a person changes his or her appearance, the temperament is difficult to be changed." Just at this time, Chen Reed suddenly picked up an ordinary long sword and casually threw it into Su Qiu's hands, faintly saying, "If you can beat me, I will give you a foot touch." Su Qiu was speechless. "Do your feet smell good? Needs me to be stroked like this?" But Su Qiu recalled before, Chen Reed's soft and boneless jade feet, as if tangled cat bones like jade toes, delicate and oily fragrant muscles. Well, he did want to try, but now the most he's thinking about right now is, help her to check the leaks and fill in the gaps. It is considered to return her favor. The Qingluan Valley sword even if the first class here, but there are still many defects. Su Qiu gripped his longsword and pulled it out of its scabbard, a faint cold light emanating from the moonlight. His aura was extremely astringent and drifted with the wind, looking like a silent swordsman from afar. Chen Reed narrowed her eyes and listened to his heart, feeling that Su Qiu was really talking big. Green Luan Valley, whether it is sword or gun, are the world's attention achievement? Unusual people difficult to find to crack the method, even if the Crescent Moon Pavilion is also slightly lower Green Luan Valley ahead. Her son-in-law Su Chiu had only just stepped into the ranks of a third-rate martial artist, and he actually suspected that there were flaws in the Qingluan Valley's sword technique. Originally, Qin Reed was only trying to mention Su Chiu, so that he could tamp down his third-rate martial artist's strength. Nowadays it's just about beating him with skill. Su Chiu crossed his longsword across his chest in the night, and said indifferently, "Ladies first, you make the first move." Aha! Qin Reed did not have any politeness. A move of biting sword intent to kill Su Chiu. However, Qin Reed is afraid of Su Chiu injury, so she but put away the vast majority of the force. Even the killing moves are also avoiding the fatal vitals and go. Only this seemingly deadly sword intent was easily blocked by Su Chiu. Dang! There was a crisp metallic clink. That force was skillfully diffused by Su Chiu. Su Chiu's sword body to the side. Qin Reed a large number of sword intent tilted out in the other direction. The trees at the back of the courtyard because of the sword energy and shook violently. The leaves fell several pieces. Qin Reed realized that he was resisting quite easily, so she said, "Don't be complacent, no matter what." She was also a Zhongshi level strength general. Come, Su Chiu didn't care. The next moment, Qin Reed's biting attack continued to come. The lower plate fiber white leg swept. The ground rolled up a strong wind. Leaves such as razor blades rolled up the wind knife. Willow waist like a snake twisting. Her hand-long sword like the wind is quickly floating away. As if the breeze came slowly, the main fight an up and down chi attack. The moon is like a disc. The sword is like the wind. Nice move. Su Chiu only commented briefly, nodding his head in approval from time to time. Just a moment. Su Chiu's attacks were even sharper. The long sword goes straight to the middle way. The centered door to the sniper. I do not know how you should respond to my path of 1,000 miles. Out of the clouds only? At this moment, he was fully concentrated. The long sword such as the human body extension. The diameter of the door toward the Qin Reed crisp chest heart stabbing. As if a sword through the throat. Qin Reed up and down attack has not yet attacked. Su Chiu's sword tip has stepped through the void. Qin Reed had to dismantle the move. The previous move shed. Resist Su Chiu an arrow through the heart. Just resist a moment. Su Chiu long sword is like a white snake spitting snake letter, constantly attacking her heart position. Qin Reed can only be tired to resist, while constantly backside. Qin Reed was a bit incredulous. She didn't expect that after only 2 moves, she had already begun to be beaten back by Su Chiu. Although she didn't use the strength of a grandmaster, she was using the sword art that Qingluan Valley was extremely good at, or the world-famous Qingluan sword art. It's just that technically, Su Chiu finished her off. In one hand-to-hand instant, all of Qin Reed's sword techniques were ineffective, or were cracked by Su Chiu's moves. Qin Reed was able to discover the flaws that appeared in the Qingluan sword art, which could not be perfect, even on the battlefield. She hadn't been as bad with her sword as she was today. It was also impossible for her master to win over her as easily as Su Chiu did. Qin Reed is quite surprised to look at Su Chiu. Suddenly feels Su Chiu more and more strange. An ordinary rags to riches scholar, with a sword actually better than her. Where did you learn to sword fight? Qin Reed inquired with some incredulity. There was a hint of incredulity on Crisp's face. The previous life comes with it. After all, the previous life casually a sword art. Is the Qingluan sword cannot be compared. This Qingluan Valley feel like miscellaneous. Not into the stream of small sects of the merit. When I met the immortal before, he passed on my sword skills, only I never knew how to do it. And it was only recently when I was on the verge of death that I inspired my talent. I guess. Su Chiu explained simply. Honestly, Qin Reed loved to believe. Now Su Chiu's self-preservation no problem. More do not care about these. After all, Su Chiu was an immortal in his previous life, and he never explained what he did, and always did as he pleased, even when he took on disciples. Today, but it is just looking at Qin Reed's help last night and today, so Su Chiu said more. Qin Reed was speechless. Could you have explained it more perfunctorily? If I didn't hear your heart, I'd be really pissed off at you. However, the Green Luan Valley miscellaneous feats. What do you mean? Qin Reed slightly knitted eyebrows. Phoenix eyes with a trace of anger. She grew up but in the Qingluan Valley. The Qingluan Valley feelings are very deep. Now that she had been reduced to nothing by Su Chiu, she was a little grumpy. Su Chiu did not know that he had angered Qin Reed. Instead, he continued to instruct. Your sword art focuses too much on killing moves, and your sword intent is awe-inspiring. But true sword intent is not unleashed like flourishing flowers in full bloom. Simply put, it is just fancy, and it is not as good as a simple strike. Originally, he thought he would wait until Qin Reed responded. In the end, but get is, Qin Reed gradually burning wariness. Again, it was followed by her sword intent filled with anger. Su Chiu was full of doubts. Did he unsettle her Taoist heart? No way. So easy to strike? Seeing the unwillingness to concede the mother, Suqiu, what else can be done? Can only be properly coached. At this moment, Xia, who had been hiding behind the courtyard wall, filled with shock, he looked at the scene in front of him, murmuring, when did Auntie become a martial artist? And he's so skillful with his sword that he's like a decades-old monster. However, she had been living in the Chen family and became Chen Reed's personal guard, so she knew her aunt very well. Suqiu has always been just a weak scholar, as if the wind will collapse, especially before the maid quietly poisoned. She was carefully interrogated. The aunt has been taking poison has been more than a month. The meridians have been wasted to be. Now the aunt looks like a freak. Of course, what shocked Xia the most was, the sword skills that Miss learned in the Green Luan Valley were actually so frail and weak in front of Master Auntie, and were broken in every way. What's going on? Is the swordplay of Qingluan Valley not as good as a casual move by the aunt? But when did Auntie possess such great sword skills? Xia couldn't figure it out at all. Click. A loud voice rang out. Xiao Xia, who was in a daze, then came back to her senses and looked at a willow tree in the courtyard that was now cut in two and slowly fell down. The cuts were very smooth. At this moment, Su Chou, who had a bitter smile on his face, was sitting under a tree stump. Chen Reed is standing in front of him, her long white delicate long legs stepping on the stake near Su Chou's right shoulder, blocking his way. A long sword against Su Chou's left shoulder, but the blade just did not enter the stump and did not hurt. Su Chou could see the red bottom of her blasphemous pants hidden under the hem of her skirt and said helplessly, I lost. Su Chou felt that he hadn't lost unjustly. In terms of swordsmanship he could completely crush, but in terms of absolute strength he was hung by Chen Reed. The reason for this is that Chen Reed is at the Zonshur level, and he is only a third-rate martial artist who has just started, and his strength is not at all at a level. Su Chou patted the dust on his clothes. He is considered to have pointed out all the shortcomings of Qingluan Valley's sword art to his titular wife, so the favor is considered to have been cleared. Su Chou stretched his waist and said to Chen Reed, who was in silence, digested well. At this moment, although Chen Reed crushed Su Chou in terms of strength, but how can she not be happy? Because the sword art is the opposite of her being crushed. However, she vaguely felt that her bottleneck was being broken through little by little. Originally she was only at the Zonshur level. The party had gained a lot from the battle with Su Chou, more than the insights she had gained over the past few years, and breaking through to the Ultra Zonshur mirror in the future should not be a problem. Even when she was with her teacher, she struggled to get such gains. After all, arriving at the clan master level, if she wanted to go further she would need to sense it on her own, which was why she chose to leave the Green Luan Valley. Thanks. Chen Reed pursed her red lips. The knight looked churlish. Truth be told, she was chafing at the party. It was clear that Su Chou was acting out of good intentions, taking the initiative to pick apart the problems with the Qingluan Valley sword technique, and bringing a hint of mention to her in terms of cultivation. But, Chen Reed felt that because of his temper, he crushed him with his patriarchal strength, and he was suddenly overjoyed inside. Well, Su Chou just responded faintly. Now we're even. You saved my life. I'll help you with your training. So we're even. No thanks. When Chen Reed heard Su Chou's heart, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The clear gaze stared straight at Su Chou, wanting to see something from his expression. Unfortunately, Su Chou remained bland, not gloating over the party, not to mention carrying the favor to ask for something else, as if the party's sparring was a very ordinary thing. Chen Reed saw a crack in the corner of Su Chou's clothes. Apparently, she hadn't collected her force just now, which had cut through Su Chou's clothes. I can't help but feel even more guilty. I'm sorry, Fang shouldn't have pressed you, Chen Reed suddenly said in a soft voice. Hearing these words, Su Chou stopped in his tracks and twisted his head to look in confusion. Only see Chen Reed do something wrong, little girl. Delicate, especially the moon color. Under her pasty face emerged a light milky color, even though she was a general, but now she was still the age of a young girl. In Su Chou's previous life, Chen Reed should be but just the age of college. Even the world of fairy cultivation is just a tiny fairy. What are you apologizing to me for? Su Chou still could not understand the sudden change in Chen Reed's attitude towards himself. I'm just pointing her out a little. She doesn't have to put her posture so low, does she? However, Su Chou was also quickly relieved. In his previous life, he was at least a great immortal cultivator, and it was almost a supreme honor to be able to obtain his guidance. Immediately, Su Chou waved his hand again and said, apologizing is exempt. I don't care. After saying that, he returned to his room without looking back, intending to go to sleep early and see if he could try his luck at the palace tomorrow. Nowadays, Su Chou only wanted to quickly recover his strength, at least the strength to walk freely in this world, and then get away with it. He didn't want to see something similar to the fourth prince casually being able to threaten him happen again. Even the Empress could not threaten him. Chen Reed pursed her lips, chagrined at the same time as to why his party was so grumpy, also thinking of ways to make up for it. After all, she didn't want to be 2 and 2 with Su Qiu. Better to be entangled for the rest of her life. So she followed Su Qiu into the room like an errant little daughter-in-law. Seeing the scene in front of her, Xia didn't know what to say at the moment. The expression was blank. The original always high and proud young lady actually lowered her noble head and apologized to her aunt as if she had made a mistake, with a look of self-reproach on her face. But, Miss is a clan general. Even if she had to admit that the aunt did not know where to learn the sword, actually able to easily break the game Chen Reed Green Luan Valley sword art, but the strength of the crushing is still difficult to fill. And finally Su Qiu is not beaten only to admit defeat? Just, Chen Reed obviously won, also guilty of what? Are you afraid of breaking Su Qiu's heart? To be honest, it was also the first time Xiao Xia had seen the young lady like this, and it was somewhat refreshing to her three views. Xiao Xia murmured, could it be that Miss is really in love? And is really in love with Auntie? Inside the boudoir, Su Qiu did not know that Chen Reed wanted to be entangled with him for the rest of his life. He changed into a light, broad nightgown and was about to close his eyes when he did. Suddenly just the abdomen came the touch of soft things. Slippery cotton soft, with a faint fragrance, as if just out of the hole of the snow-white moonrabbit. Su Qiu opened his eyes and found that at some point, Chen Reed has also been lying down, and she put her jade feet into her arms, and then fell back to sleep. I really don't have such a fetish. Su Qiu was really speechless. This guy, he had been tempting himself before, but now that he had directly and openly stuffed his jade feet into his arms, it wasn't temptation anymore, it was bullying. Su Qiu really want to understand. Previously the cold and lonely Chen Reed? How did you become a willful little wife now? Su Qiu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on her and said, I really don't have that kind of fetish. At this time, Chen Reed's side of the body, crisp face as bright as moonlight, gas as orchids, especially small nose small charming, 3,000 green silk scattered on the brocade pillow, a good picture of the beauty of the clear spring flowing water. Su Qiu had thought she would take it back, but heard Chen Reed boarded a small face, an unquestionable touch. Okay. Su Qiu swallowed everything he wanted to say. Forget it, let's not make her angry in case she beats her up violently. Just, hissing, this skin, this jade toes like cat bones, especially the jade feet little bird-like, playable. Ahem. I'm just fulfilling her unreasonable demands. Su Qiu comforted himself in this way, but the hand did not stop, as if playing with 2 pieces of lamb's jade fat, delicately coiled in the hand, gently caressing. Chen Reed did not have any resistance. Just like this quietly closed her eyes, followed by the sound of faint breathing. Soon, Su Qiu also fell into a deep sleep. It's time for Auntie to get up. When Su Qiu opened his hazy eyes, Xiao Cui, who had fetched water, appeared in his vision, only to see her. Xiao Cui placed a set of official uniforms in front of him and said, Auntie, the official uniforms for the Capital Prosecution School have been sent to you, so it's time for you to report for duty. Auntie, she shattered. Obviously. The official position was given yesterday, and now we have to report. Is this squeezing the labor force? Su Qiu got up reluctantly, wash up, put on the official clothes and went straight to the Capital Prosecutor School office place. That is a guard yamen, mainly responsible for the capital anti-smuggling investigation of goods this piece. Xiao Cui followed Su Qiu all the way at this time, pointing out locations to him from time to time. When Su Qiu arrived at the guard's office, an officer saw his new official uniform and enthusiastically came forward and said, Lord Su, have you eaten today? Su Qiu looked at him in confusion and couldn't help but inquire, do we know each other? He had just arrived today and was treated warmly. It honestly boggled his mind. But I saw that Yaman said familiarly, of course you don't know the little man, but the little ones all know you. You are the capital inspector given by the saint himself, and now your reputation has resounded throughout the capital. Nowadays everyone talks about who is the most special in the land of the capital. Among them had to be Su Qiu. After all, he was just a silent and nameless Qin family flunky. Surprisingly, he was rewarded by the Empress. And of course the most outrageous thing was that Su Qiu had found evidence of the 4th prince's plot to rebel. Everyone didn't know that this tiny character was actually able to turn over such a big wave. So the crowd was extremely surprised by him. So I'm so famous in the capital, Su Qiu muttered. Not a good thing, though. There is a saying that people are afraid of being famous. The truth that people are read is right and wrong Su Qiu is more than clear. And he is a person who is afraid of trouble. I, Zhou Liang, am a 3rd-grade yamen of the guardhouse yamen. My lord, let me introduce you to the situation of the yamen. Zhou Liang enthusiastically stepped forward at this moment, leading the way for Su Qiu and introducing him in detail about the situation of the guardhouse yamen. There are 3 classes of guardsmen. It is very different from the soap operators. quick classes and strong classes of the state government offices. The state government yamen were mainly responsible for arresting thieves, holding prisoners, and even executing them. The guardhouse yamen, on the other hand, were only responsible for specific functions in the capital, so there were only specific yamen, and they were divided into 3 levels. The yamen who lead the shift are first class, those who are able to survey the goods are second class, and third class yamen who specialize in doing the dirty work are third class. Simply put, they are employees, contractors, and interns in the government sector. As for Suqiu, 9th grade Beijing Division prosecutor, is a real civil servant, not only has the official position in the body, can receive a higher salary, get more official subsidies, that is, salary, at the same time to do the least work, the hand, but has the most power. The yamen, on the other hand, don't have such good benefits and are, to put it bluntly, paid to work, and to listen to his blind command. However, although Suqiu was a 9th grade capital prosecutor, at the same time he needed to be reassigned. Zhou Liang whispered at Suqiu's side, Lord Su, you've just come to the yamen nowadays, and the capital guards that you've been assigned to are still unknown. It all depends on the mood of the officials of the guards yamen. Speaking of this, Zhou Liang paused, with a hint of an inquisitive tone in his eyes. He said, Lord Su, have you bought off the civil inspection division of the guard office? Suqiu shook his head. Although he knew quite a bit about the plot of this bookworm world, he really didn't know much about this world administration. Crap! Zhou Liang secretly screamed. Seeing his nervous expression, Suqiu was puzzled. Do I still need to bribe him? Lord Su, you may not know, if you buy him off, later conveniently transferred to the guards with more oil and water, and quite safe, otherwise, transferred to the poor countryside, can only be a pauper, and cannot squeeze out any oil and water, and even some places are the land of gangs, and they have the attitude of the guards to the general. Zhou Liang felt his heart pine, and suddenly he had some regrets about treating Suqiu warmly, although Suqiu's background is not soft. However, the hands of the military officials cannot be inserted here, not to mention that, the guards mainly belong to the Ministry of Mandarins. The people who can manage him are naturally less. The civil prosecution division of the guard office is almost like the presence of the king of the earth. They were already in and out of the courthouse as they spoke. The lobby of the guards yamen was extremely luxurious, but the ear rooms on both sides were filled with all kinds of goods. Apparently they were all goods that had been seized by the magistrates. Suqiu was surveying the surroundings of the courthouse. An abrupt voice rang out. You're that new prosecuting colonel, aren't you? Suqiu followed the sound. I saw an old, fat official in the lobby, dressed in a brocade silk official uniform, with tiny 8-pointed mustaches on both sides, walking over with a 6-parent pace. Did not look squarely at Suqiu. A haughty head said, although you are the saint's appointed prosecutor, but, as the old saying goes, no square is not a rule. So, to this, you have to follow the laws and regulations of the Qianlong. Suqiu was a bit puzzled by his words. Anyone would be at a loss when they come in and talk about imaginary things. At this time, Zhou Liang beside him whispered in Suqiu's ear. He's the one inspection division, the lord of the guard yamen. The capital prosecutor's office is an official of the 7th rank. It didn't look like a big official position, but it was also 2 ranks higher than Suqiu. After dryly coughing, the cultural prosecutor's secretary casually said, now that all the other guard stations are full, except for that area of Beiha Street, which is short of a prosecutor's colonel, in the future you'll be serving there. As he was leaving, he swept a glance at Zhou Liang and said, there's a shortage of people there, so you can also go over and give Suqiu a hand. He's just short of lead. After that, he left without looking back. Zhou Liang's entire body was stunned in place at the sound of his words, and he was close to sitting on the ground. Suqiu still looked puzzled. How did it scare you like that? Finished? North River Street is finished, Zhou Liang muttered up. There was a hint of disappointment as well as regret towards Suqiu. Only after a long time did he explain. North River Street, that is the territory of the Black Tiger Gang. Not only is there no oil and water to be salvaged over there, but the Black Tiger Gang is vicious. And I heard that several yamen had offended them before and then disappeared, and did not come back afterward. Don't the other government offices in the capital care, control, people backstage heart it? Not to mention, the Black Tiger Gang famous ruthless, before the court several times want to eliminate them. Were they escaped? Some officials also suffered. I heard that the family out of the time, have encountered mountain bandits. Zhou Liang said this with a look of fear on his face. He then looked at Suqiu. Lord Su, have you offended him before? Surprisingly, he sent you out on an assignment to such a horrible place. Suqiu waved her head. I don't know. A foreman yamen, with a contemptuous smile on his face, took the official document and casually flung it into Zhou Liang's hands. Looking at Su Qiu, he said, "This is the warrant. Lord Wen has already signed it, so you can go over there today." On the way out, he also swept a glance at Zhou Liang, whispered, "You, this guy really eyes long in the ass, ah. Just anyone dare to climb. He is the Qin family into the family, and the Prime Minister does not deal with." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Zhou Liang, whose heart was ashen and who was frozen in place. This foreman magistrate's voice was very small, but unfortunately, even if it was small, Su Qiu, who was now a third-rate martial artist, still heard it clearly. It's nothing more than that this civil prosecution division of the guard office is the Chancellor's man. Therefore, he did not deal with the Qin family at all, which made things difficult for him. However, Su Qiu does not matter. He will not be here for a long time on duty. When the time comes, Su Qiu will leave Dakian, go out and look around. Zhou Liang walked over with a bitter face and said to Su Qiu, "Lord Su, I'll come and show you the way." After saying that, Su Qiu followed him to the neighborhood on the fringe of the capital. This should be said to be the place where civilians live, a large number of poor people living a difficult life. Many beggars in ragged clothes are begging along the street, as well as a variety of 3 religions and 9 streams, mixed with fish and dragons. Zhou Liang came to a ragged 2-entry courtyard. With a face like death, he said, "Lord Su, this is the guardhouse on Beiha Street now." Su Qiu swept a glance at the tattered and torn guardhouse. Even the plaque was covered in a great deal of spider silk and had lost the sheen of its paint, like an old man with dry, cracked skin. So he took out 20 taels of silver and casually threw them into Zhou Liang's hands. Bland tone said, "These silver take to repair the guardhouse. In the future, we are here in the office. No good environment affects the mood. More for you." Zhou Liang, who had originally seen the dilapidated guardhouse, was full of despair for the future, but after getting these silver taels, his entire being came to life, especially Su Qiu's words at the end. It made Zhou Liang excitedly say, "Don't worry, my lord, I will definitely repair this place to look brand new." His reluctance to come here is simply because there is no oil to be had. But now, Su Qiu is his regenerative parent. Zhou Liang then led Su Qiu into the guardhouse, North River Street Guardhouse. There is no previous that guardhouse yamen like fully functional, only a simple lobby as well as a warehouse. Even the yamen's weapons are just stacked in a corner, as if the scrap iron waiting to rot. The air also smelled stale. The magistrates in the guardhouse at the moment, witnessing the arrival of Su Qiu in his new official uniform, did not reveal any expression. With a salty look and a hint of laziness in his tone, he said, "My lord." Their mouths shouted "Lord," but their bodies did not move, still lethargically leaning against the wall, or reclining on the eunuch's chair, not putting Su Qiu in his eyes in the slightest. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhou Liang was furious and said with extreme anger, "What do you mean by this group of officials? Seeing the superior officer is also this perfunctory attitude?" One of the magistrates beamed and whispered, "Come on, who knows which day he'll be gone." Another yamen nodded similarly. "We've already lost 5 prosecutors in this guardhouse, and even the ones who didn't want to leave were scared by the Black Tiger gang and resigned the following day. Give us a break." The other magistrates wiped their faces with their hands and pretended to show helplessness, then continued to play deaf and dumb. Even if Su Qiu's backstage is extremely tough, so what? In the end it was time to go. After all, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Therefore, they didn't hold too much hope for Su Qiu, an iron magistrate, an official in running water. The officials have gone one by one, but the magistrates have all worked here for most of their lives. When Zhou Liang heard this, he was even more furious and could not wait to go forward to beat them to a pig's head. Unfortunately, the magistrates were telling the truth. "My lord, them." Zhou Liang was so infuriated that he couldn't speak, accusing them for a long time, but he couldn't say a single word. However, he saw Su Qiu gently say, "Let them be." Su Qiu quite liked their salty attitude like this. Su Qiu himself wanted to be salty. He did not want to help work for the Dakian royal family at all. The power that could make him work had not been born yet. But Zhou Liang was still about to say something when he was about to say something. "I've heard that the capital prosecutor's school is free to form a yamen class, right? That is, remove the useless people and get in the ones who want it." Su Qiu suddenly opened his mouth and said bluntly, "Though the running officials are right about the iron magistrates, however, it is still up to the will of the officials if they want to work in the yamen. After all, if an official writes a little bit of bad yamen in his paperwork or in his jingdian, it is expected that his career will come to an end. It's simply impossible for a magistrate to have an iron rice bowl." Zhou Liang nodded. Su Qiu said, "In this case, later I will write a letter to formally make you a foreman yamen. It just so happens that this guardhouse lacks a foreman yamen." Zhou Liang's eyebrows lit up at his words. The foreman yamen, even if they were still miscellaneous, had much more power than before. both in terms of salary and power. These positions are bought with money. Wanting a foreman yamen at least 50 taels of silver, clearly marked. Now, Su Qiu was full of it and gave him a promotion and didn't need his money. Zhou Liang was quite moved. Many thanks, my lord. In the future, I will look after you. Zhou Liang clasped his hands and knelt on one knee, looking at Su Qiu with a gaze that was even more fiery than before. Zhou Liang suddenly realized that he hadn't followed the wrong person. It is true that Su Qiu was suppressed by the Cultural Inspection Division of the Guardian Yamen. However, people are very generous. Unlike those who buy their way into official positions, the first thing they do when they come up is to rake in money, but they have not pulled the wool over the eyes of them. These insignificant magistrates. Good point. Su Qiu remained on cloud 9. At this moment, each of those salty yamen froze at the words. They didn't expect Su Qiu to be so barbarian. Although Su Qiu is just a petition, and does not actually have the right to fire their squid, but, in the above left a record. In the future on their duty is not good. If the top really agree with Su Qiu's paperwork, they these yamen positions say no to no. At the same time, if Su Qiu wrote a letter to give them a good word, their chances of being promoted to the rank of foreman would be very slim. It will be similarly enlarged. After all, there is no problem with Su Qiu's 9 product officials getting through to higher officials, but not them, the magistrates. At this moment, the original salty crowd, one by one, they stood up and cried out respectfully to Su Qiu. Lord Su, have a seat, and I'll clean the guardhouse for you. Lord Su, just forgive me lightly as an adult. In the future, whatever your excellency says, I will never complain. Each of these yamen was sucking up to Su Qiu. Just like a pug, it constantly surrounded Su Qiu. Zhou Liang also couldn't help but sneer at the situation. Before you all had your noses staring higher than the sky. Nowadays it's not just a matter of coming over here on your ass and pleasing your superiors. Su Qiu didn't care. He held the same salty attitude. As long as these yamen didn't give him any trouble, Zhou Liang will be your foreman from now on. If there's anything you need to do, look for him first. Yes, the crowd nodded. Warming up to Zhou Liang, Su Qiu planned to be a shirker. Zhou Liang instantly felt that he was heavily used, and while being godly, he became even more enthusiastic towards Su Qiu. My lord, let me bring you to familiarize yourself with the daily routine. Su Qiu looked at the tattered and torn guardhouse and was idle. So he nodded. All right. A group of yamen surrounded Su Qiu and left the outdated guardhouse to the mixed fish and dragons of Beha Street. At this point, the streets had just been rained on and had become slightly muddy, and pedestrians had to walk on tiptoe and detour when they saw standing water. Even under these circumstances, the people of North River Street continued to hustle for their livelihood. There was an endless stream of vegetable-faced vendors, bone-thin fellows constantly lifting and carrying goods. The smell of sweat filled the air, and even women were carrying some objects on their backs in a hurry. At this point, a local magistrate walked up quickly and said respectfully to Su Qiu, Lord Su, villain Huang-san, he has been serving here for 5 years. It's better to let me introduce you to your lordship. Okay. Su Qiu nodded and made a note of this person in passing. Huang-san, seeing Su Qiu agreed, enthusiastically said, the area around Beha Street is under our control. No matter whether it is goods or vendors, we have the right to check for contraband. These stores are equally so. As Huang-san spoke, he came to a stall selling buns. Viciously, he said, Hey, old man Chen, open them all. Routine inspection. Today, Su Qiu really realized the phrase although the official is small, but the harm is great. Officials are nothing short of a social tumor, and they are involved in the downfall of every dynasty. Huang-san is a living example. He was full of fawning colors to Su Qiu, but when he saw a tiny bowsy vendor, as if he were a landlord, his head was high and proud as he lifted their steamer, grabbing a steaming bowsy with his hand and nibbling on it, then keep turning the buns over and over at the handle of the peyote knife, even rubbing the buns together to check the filling inside. In an unkind tone, he said, Old man Chen, there is an extra silver charge for wild game. Do you want to evade the tax by hiding wild game in your bag? Master, the villain, this is but a meat bun. Where is the game? From? Old man Chen, who sold buns, said with a bitter face. Hands don't know where to put them either. Huang-san didn't even give him a chance to explain. Don't make me say it a second time, or you'll have no bun store. Later, but the villain has obviously paid once yesterday. Sir, the villain is a small business. There is no profit. Old man Chen from the bakery said in a pleading tone. Unfortunately, Huang-san remained deaf and even made a gesture of drawing his sword. At this moment, the passers-by coming and going around gradually gathered around. They have long been used to bullies and dirtbags. One after another, they urged the old man selling buns. Old man Chen, you'd better pay, or you'll have trouble even staying alive. Yeah, The people don't fight the officials. You can't win. The bakery is your lifeblood. You can't live if the bakery is gone. These people kept persuading. Old man Chen, who sold buns, had a bitter face, like a mute person who had eaten a bitter melon. Can only hands trembling pants pockets? Difficult to pull out a few sweat-stained copper plate. Officials, this is the money earned by the villain today, but also hope that the official high hand, TSK. So little, Huang San grabbed it, his face disgusted for a while. He then handed the copper plate to Su Qiu enthusiastically and said in an extremely flattering manner, "Your Excellency, this is the daily work. Checking the goods is just an excuse to fish for oil. Although we are basically poor people in North River Street, but it is better than the number of people. As long as they all smoke some, it is still quite a lot of oil. As the saying goes, gathering sand into a tower, a few coins from each peddler and peddler would still result in 1 or 2 silver pieces of income per day. You can also earn 30 taels a month. It's totally fat for the prosecutor's school. It's just that these oils on North River Street are 5 times less than in other neighborhoods. After all, what Sing bit of the prosecutor in school pursued was to return to the capital in half a year. That is, to rake in 500 taels of silver in half a year. The price of an official position of a 9th grade capital prosecutor is 500 taels of silver. If you can't get it back, then you can't get your money back. At this moment, the surrounding people saw Huang San fawning. They then reacted. So it's the new officer. No wonder it was collected yesterday and again today. So it's filial piety for the new official. Ugh, we don't have that much money to pay. The voices of the people around them were rising and complaining. Even the footmen carrying the goods couldn't help shaking their heads as they looked at the scene before them. These officials in power have not cared about the lives of the people at the bottom. But just then, Su Qiu, who had gotten the coins, suddenly walked over to the old man Chen, who was selling buns, and placed a few coins in his hands, while also taking out 1 or 2 pieces of silver, saying, "These are considered reparations for him breaking your bun, and you don't need to pay for the lack of game inside your bun. We're not tax collectors." Old man Chen, who sold buns, looked at the heavy silver in his hands. The entire group was dumbfounded. Looking up at Su Qiu, an incredulous look appeared on his face. Extremely puzzled asked, "Lord, this cannot be made. This bun is not worth a few money, but also small people can be copper. Just take it, old man. It's not easy to live here." Su Qiu didn't care about the silver. He is not at all short of money. He receives 100 taels of monthly silver in the Qin mansion every month, and the Empress has recently rewarded him with 1,000 taels of gold, which is 10,000 taels when converted to silver, plus 15 taels of silver per month for the 9th rank of the capital prosecutor. Even if he was lying down now, his monthly income was quite substantial, almost more money than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. Old man Chen, who sold buns, could not help but be moved to tears upon hearing this, and the old face gradually reddened into a blush. Kneeling on the ground, his body couldn't stop shaking, and he said with hot tears in his eyes, "Your Excellency, you're a great benefactor, the great master of the green heaven. In the future, whatever buns your lordship wants to eat, I'll make them for you without charging any money." Seeing this scene, Su Qiu gently raised his hand to help the old man up. At this moment, Huang XXX, who had been standing by his side, was very confused. "So he's the villain?" Huang San couldn't help but walk up and asked, "Sir, what are you doing? Drawing taxes was originally a routine. If you don't collect them, how will the people below survive? And how will you make money, my lord?" The petty officials, were not as high-minded as the officials, much less the lord who asks for people's lives. After all, the minor officials also have to survive. The capital inspection school monthly salary of 15 taels of silver, but they are these magistrates a month is only 800 yuan. Even the foreman magistrate is only 1 or 200 yuan, and occasionally encountered the superior's deductions. Withholding a few months of the monthly salary often happen, and even 50% off the monthly salary issued. Minor officials also need to eat, so there is no way for them to survive if they do not fish for oil. Do you think evil officials are naturally formed? No, most of the petty officials were forced to do the most work for the least money, and even their monthly salaries would be eaten up by their superiors. The officials don't care about their deaths, they only care about their own interests. In order to live, the vast majority of petty officials can only turn themselves into evil. After all, goodness cannot be food. Just as Huang San questioned it, he saw Su Qiu take out silver and fling 2 taels of silver to each of the magistrates. This guardhouse exactly 7 yamen. Su Qiu's salary, just each yamen can share 2 taels of silver. Huang San looked at the 2 taels of silver in his hand headlong. "However, I heard Su Qiu's voice coming leisurely. Follow me. You can all receive 2 taels of silver every month, but my rule is that you can't take money that you shouldn't, and if I find out who exploits the people again, Don't blame me for being impolite, Su Qiu said with an undoubted tone. At least he had received a red education in his previous life, and he could not do this kind of exploitation of the people. Similarly, he did not want to cause hardship to the people at the bottom because he was an official. Immortal cultivation also emphasizes karma, and merit is one of the strengths of an immortal cultivator. Although Su Qiu didn't want to gain any merit either, he also didn't want to create any sins, which would give birth to demons in the Taoist heart and would not be conducive to cultivating immortality. Huang San still felt incomprehensible. At this time, Zhou Liang said quietly beside him, Lord Su is the son-in-law of that Qin family, and is also a Beijing prosecutor appointed by His Holiness, and people are not bad at all. Only then did Huang San realize, no wonder Your Excellency is so generous. He felt admiration in his heart for Su Qiu, and there were almost no officials who could give them a share of the silver. But Su Qiu is an exception to the rule, and directly distributes his salary to the magistrates under his hand. 2 taels of silver, that's 2 months of their monthly salary. If all the prosecuting schools were such generous people, Huang San and the others didn't have to be bad guys every day to exploit the poor people who already had no hair left. Although they are outside, all the lower class people have to call him master. In fact, it is only within the government offices that they know the extremely dark doorways inside. Huang San, the guardhouse yaman of these remote places, had almost become the main target of deductions, and the guardhouse yaman had already owed them half a year's wages, and yaman's monthly salary is not full, monthly 800 when actually to hand only 401, almost half were eaten by the officials. You can only helplessly endure. After all, you don't have to do as someone else to do. A large number of people want to make money to seek a yaman as a pawn. Therefore, the government is not at all short of yaman. Even if the deduction of wages, there are a large number of people to cut their heads to the inside. Huang San has been evil since he became a magistrate, because he also stuffed 20 taels of silver. At this moment, Su Qiu's gaze swept over all the magistrates. If you are now disgruntled you can leave. I will not obstruct. All the magistrates immediately shook their heads. Joke. Su Qiu gifted them 2 taels of silver every month, which was more than the oil they were raking in on the street. Beihua Street is a notorious slum, and they work hard to get just a few $100s a month, not as much as the change Su Qiu gave. No, we'll all listen to Your Honor from now on. The magistrates shook their heads. There was even more burning in his gaze towards Su Qiu. Joke. Nowadays, Su Qiu was their god of wealth. The gift of 2 taels of silver per month alone is a complete regeneration of parents. The magistrates thought freely of the better days to come. Who would risk exploiting others if they didn't have money? If they messed with the wrong gang, they might not even know where their bodies were. Huang San also bumbled his way over to the old man Chen who was selling buns at this moment, casually handing over the copper plates he had on him. He handed them to old man Chen and said, I am much offended by what happened before. Please forgive me. At this time, the old man Chen, who sold buns, had never seen such a scene. The previously unscrupulous official was now politely apologizing to him. Make it so. Make it so. Old man Chen immediately waved his hand and handed over a few meat buns to him. Somewhat flattered. But Huang San didn't take it, because he knew that Su Qiu didn't like people who exploited the people at the bottom. 3rd year of the 60-year cycle, e.g. 1985 or 2045. There's no point in continuing to be evil. A bad reputation isn't something everyone wants. Su Qiu was very satisfied with his results. A carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. If these yamen did evil while he was on duty, Su Qiu wouldn't mind teaching them how to behave. At this time, Su Qiu inquired to the old man Chen who was selling buns. Old man, do you make other food besides buns? The old man Chen, who sold buns, was uncertain. Still, he nodded. Yes, sir, besides making buns, I know a thing or two about pasta qeto. Then keep all this money. I'm going to hire you as a cook to cook 3 meals a day for us, and these will be the deposit. Only then did Su Qiu explain the purpose. The guardhouse yamen of the Great Qian did not supply lunch and dinner like the public security bureaus of the previous world. All officers of the guard need to prepare their own food. So not only were petty officials poor, they also had to provide their own dry food. So eating bully food was the norm. Unlike in his previous life, even as an auxiliary police officer, he was able to get canteen food in the police station, and life was not too stressful. Besides, Su Qiu was too lazy to eat out. Just hire a cook. It's not much money anyway. The old man Chen, who sold buns, was overjoyed at the words, "Many thanks, my lord." "Thank you, sir. Cooking for the crowd of guards is better than his hard work selling buns outside. Not to mention, the official in front of him looks like a rich man. People are not bad for this money." Old man Chen instantly felt that the peak of his life has come, and the other yamen sniffed with the same joyful look on their faces. There was never an officer that thought of covering their meals. The money that the magistrates themselves earned was not enough to eat, not to mention the fact that they had a family to feed, so that money was even less. Now that Su Qiu had taken care of the meals, they were able to save a lot of money at once, and in the future, it would be easy for the family to eat meat every month if they wanted to. Don't be polite. Let's start today, Su Qiu faintly said. At this moment, the surrounding people were incredulous when they saw this scene. Unable to understand these things that Su Qiu did, there were actually officials who did not want their salaries and casually gave their salaries to the people below them, at the same time to discipline his own men from exploiting the people at will. It was the first time that all the people of North River Street had encountered such an official. They were incredulous and shocked at the same time, and some people even couldn't help but emerge with a smile and directly praised, "Officer, you are really the light of our Diqian. Our Diqian from. Come, no officer like you has ever appeared." Yeah, well, it's not too much to ask for a big old man in the green sky. It's a blessing for the people of North River Street that you're in office here. Yes, of all the officials in Diqian, I, my little man, only serve you. The people were talking and praising. Everyone looked at Su Qiu with hope in their eyes. There was even a frenzy of applause and celebration. Who does not hope that the official who manages them is a clean official? After all, the people at the bottom have been exploited by the officials above them for too long, and have long since become numb. Su Qiu is like a fresh wind or a mudslide in the official world. Restore their hope in the numbness of officialdom. At the moment, there were some other people whispering behind their backs. This official, it seems to be that son-in-law of the Qin family who joined the family. Yes, yesterday I heard that the saint appointed a prosecutor who helped the saint find evidence of the fourth prince's rebellion, and was thus rewarded. I really remembered when you said that. Recently the son-in-law of the Qin family has been in the limelight. Not only has he befriended the princess, but he's also acquainted with the prince. It's a pity that such a good official master is actually a member of the family. The Qin family is too inconsiderate. The people who were talking about it couldn't help but feel unworthy for Su Qiu on their faces. Look at the hot streets. Surrounding so many people at this place was not a solution. So Su Qiu said to the other government officials, "Let's go, and explain all the other workflows together." Huang San, Zhou Liang nodded their heads. Turning to the people around him, he said, "Disperse, all of you." Then he took Su Qiu and continued to introduce the daily work. The magistrates became more disciplined than before, no longer knocking over vendors' things or extorting money from them, and turning a blind eye to the people at the bottom. After all, Su Qiu gives the people can back up. They do not dare to be reckless. Meanwhile, the corner of the street, not far behind Su Qiu, a beautifully embroidered sedan chair stopped at the roadside. The curtains by the window of the sedan chair were pulled open, and a beautiful woman slowly came into view. With a hint of curiosity on her delicate face, she looked distantly at Su Qiu, who was surrounded by the people. Scarlet lips opened and closed as if they were blooming roses, and an interesting one at that. The maid next to her said, "Pavilion Master, do you need me to call him over?" "No need." Crescent Pavilion Master Arigato Huna lightly shook her forehead. Crescent Moon Pavilion Master Arigato Huna looked at this guy who was pleading for the people with interest. Her jade onion-like orchid fingers slowly propped up her exquisite cicatrices. Her autumn eyes were more like the stars in the sky. Her gaze was all on Su Qiu's body, just a slight frown on her eyebrows. Her jade lips gently opened up and said, "Unfortunately, even if one pleads for the people, so what? In the face of absolute strength, all kindness is floating clouds." Huna Arigato muttered to herself. It seemed as if his heart was in the right place. It's not at all a good look for this kind of stupidity for the people. Merely find it interesting. After all, like Su Qiu, such a fool is not rare at all, especially in the officialdom of the Great Qian is simply an anomaly. Only, while she was observing Su Qiu likewise noticed that someone had been staring at him. Since he had stepped into a third-rate martial artist, the sensitivity of his five senses had increased drastically. Moreover, with the help of the Yuan Yang Gong, nowadays, even if Su Qiu was only at the level of a third-rate martial artist, he was more than 3 or 4 times stronger than the average third-rate martial artist, and even if he fought against a second-rate martial artist, he could still fight for a draw. And the Yuan Yang Kung Fu was running all the time. That is, every day his strength grows. It only took 40 days or so to break through to a second-rate martial artist. Su Qiu twisted his head to look behind him. On the other side of the street, the woman inside the sedan chair parked on the curb stared up at him. "Isn't this the Crescent Moon Pavilion's owner, Huna Arigato?" Su Qiu squinted his eyes as he looked out, and inwardly, he was also a little surprised with how quickly Huna Yukin actually appeared in the capital. Arigato Huna looked at Su Qiu's gaze and was slightly surprised. This guy is quite perceptive. Noticing this pavilion master so quickly, she couldn't help but take a few interests in Su Qiu. Only, the next moment Su Qiu's heartbeat was heard. Is this a 1,000-mile voice transmission? Arigato Huna was puzzled. Her puffy eyebrows filled with doubt. Obviously from such a distance, she actually heard it clearly. However, Arigato Huna was able to sense that Suchio was only a third-rate martial artist, which was strange. Thousands of miles? The maid next to her was puzzled. She hadn't seen Suchio say a word from the beginning to the end. Suchio just looked over quietly, his mouth unopened. Arigato Huna was becoming more and more curious about Suchio and was planning to have her maid go forward to investigate Suchio. Suddenly, a procession of Imperial guards arrived in a hurry. A lieutenant, at the head, bowed, clasping her fists. She said respectfully to Huna Arigato inside the sedan chair, "Lord Pavilion Master, welcome to Chen. Our Empress Majesty has been waiting for a long time. I hope Lord Pavilion Master will show his face and go to the Imperial Palace. The Holy Emperor has already prepared drinks for Lord Pavilion Master." The Imperial guards had already gotten word before that Huna Arigato had entered inside the capital. It's just that Huna Igio's movements are more hidden and no one has even noticed where she is. If it wasn't for the fact that Huna Arigato liked to wander around blindly, directly strolling through the entire capital, the Imperial guards wouldn't have been able to discover it. "Well, lead the way," Arigato Huna said with an expressionless face. At the same time the palanquin curtains were lowered. The curiosity about Suchio could only be suppressed. Within minutes, she was following the Imperial guards to the palace. Looking at the departing Yukon Huna, Suchio didn't pay much attention to it, but continued to familiarize himself with the workflow. Afterwards, back inside the guardhouse, slightly explaining some things and arranging a special cookhouse for old man Chen, Suchio changed into his ordinary nobleman's traveling clothes. Intending to head to the palace, Suchio didn't forget to dabble in the herbs of the palace. After all the nourishing herbs are complete only in the palace, and the palace of Dakian is searching the treasures of the whole country. Come before the entrance to the Imperial city. Suchio took out the jade pendant that the 7th princess and Sinyu had gifted to him earlier and said to the Imperial city's guards, "This is the 7th princess's token. Please pass it on and say that the Chen family's young son-in-law is looking for her." The guards who originally wanted to refuse Suchio's door, once they heard that it was the 7th princess's token, immediately, he respectfully said, "My lord, please wait a moment." He then went in to pass on the message, and in about a quarter of an hour a courtesan in an orange and yellow brocade dress came out with small steps. When she saw Suchio, her wailing voice said, "Please come in, Mr. Su, my princess has been waiting for you for a long time, and she has been chanting about you before, but you've only come now." She spoke with a hint of resentment in her tone. Obviously, he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Suchio for only coming to the 7th princess and Sinyu now. "I'm sorry, I just got off work before I was free, so I pay my respects to the 7th princess." Suchio was slightly polite. After all, he would need the help of the 7th princess and Sinyu later on. "Let's hope you're telling the truth," this courtesan said with a small hint of arrogance. She was at least the 7th princess's personal palace maid, so her status inside the palace was not low. Even the eunuchs had to call out respectfully when they saw her. Suchio was led by a palace maid through the heavily guarded palace, the red walls and yellow tiles, as well as the harem gardens, which led him to a rich and beautiful, the magnificent gardens. Only, when he entered the moon arch, Suchio saw the 7 princesses standing on the tree. She was trying to pick loquats from the tree at the moment. Beneath the tree, on the other hand, was a group of panicked palace maids, constantly shouting, "Your Highness is in danger. Will the slave girl help you pick it? 7th princess, your body is important." Those palace maids were in a panic. If anything happened to the princess, they would probably have their heads on the ground. At this moment, the same palace maid who had led Suchio into the palace saw her 7th princess in the tree. Equally alarmed, he ran forward and said to the 7th princess and Sinyu on the tree, "Your Highness, the 7th princess, why are you on the tree?" When Sinyu saw her, she was puzzled. "So it's Xiao He, where's Suchio?" Xiao Hua awkwardly pointed to the side, to Suchio who was looking at her under the tree. "Ha!" When Sinyu realized that her ugly state was actually seen by Suchio, her pasty face turned red, and her entire body was at a loss for words. While grabbing the hem of her skirt for fear of revealing herself, she panicked and grabbed the trunk of the tree, trying to get down immediately. But because the hem of the skirt was too long, nervousness caused an Xinu to step on the foot of her skirt, and in an instant, the whole person lost her balance and fell down high from the tree, directly coming into a free fall. All the palace maids instantly turned pale when they saw the scene in front of them and spoke out in shock, "Princess!" There were arms raised trying to catch their princesses. Unfortunately, the palace maids were like ants on a hot pan, completely unable to embrace an Xinu. An Xinu saw the moment she was about to land on her head. Next moment, a figure appeared in front of her. Then broad arms swept her up in their arms with precision. An XINU goes from a free fall to a princess hold. When she came back to her senses, she realized that at this moment, Suqiu was holding her, protecting her in his arms, and after Suqiu made sure that she was safe and sound, his iron hand mercilessly and gently placed her on the ground, and Sinyu had never had this kind of experience before. Her heart couldn't stop beating wildly, like a deer colliding. Her delicate face was also filled with blush. Even her ears were flushed, capable of dripping blood. She even became short of breath. Suqiu looked at Sinyu, whose gaze was a bit dull, and reached out to shake his hand in front of her eyes. "Seventh princess, are you alright?" "Ah," reacted Sinyu shrieked out, followed by patting her skirt and pretending to be ladylike. It's okay. Thank you for what happened just now. If not, I'm the 7 male mane fall into a pig's head." While Sinyu laughed bitterly, a blush appeared on her fair and tender cheeks. The flushed face looked like a young girl who had met her first love, especially her heartbeat, which could be heard clearly when it was quiet. Suqiu couldn't help but reach out and touch her forehead to see if she was running a fever or if it was caused by shock. "It's good that you're okay," Suqiu replied in a bland tone, not wearing any joy on his face because he had saved the princess. Instead, the surrounding palace maids felt that this was too calm for Suqiu. If it was the usual guards that saved the princess, they would definitely be beaming with joy, while at the same time for the princess's gratitude constantly showing their loyalty, with a dog-licking look. And Suqiu gives the impression that he saved the princess in passing. While the palace maid was depressed, the 7th princess and Sinyu was still in a frenzy. Suqiu saw that she was silent, so he opened his mouth to change the topic. "Your Highness, the 7th princess, why did you climb to the treetops?" When he asked about it, the 7th princess, and Sinyu, was suddenly nervous and said hurriedly, "This princess is not that reckless daughter, just because she wants to pick." She stammered a bit as she spoke, as if she wanted to explain, but she didn't know how. After all, a princess who loves to climb trees is a real laugh to say the least. The great Qian princess was known as a lady, but she was like a barbarian. Suqiu saw her stammering, slightly relieved. "I understand. Is love to play it, princess now this age greedy normal? I'm not in love." "Well," and Sinyu didn't have a better explanation and could only nod her head, to ease his embarrassment. Changing the subject, he said, "By the way, what took you so long to get here now?" And Sinyu spoke with a hint of burying, as well as complaining, in her tone. "Your 4th brother almost caned me to death at the food market entrance, so in order to protect myself I had to get busy and come to you a little later." Suqiu casually replied, "Don't mention that guy to me. He's not my 4th brother. I don't have a royal brother who's going to rebel." And Sinyu was furious when she thought of Ntingwa's ugly face. Xian and Lan were both born to the empress. When she was still young, the mother was still the mother, until the father died of illness. The mother with her own power to ascend the throne, become a rare female emperor of Dacian. But the mother did not kill the other royals and princesses on a large scale, as well as other noble consort talent, but to retain the harem. Even the status of the other royal princesses was left behind. Now instead of being grateful, they want to overthrow the mother emperor. As a result, an XINU felt angry at Ntingwu. After all, if she succeeded, an XINU's own fate wouldn't be too good, so she was already in a community of fate with the empress now. Suqiu looked at the 7th princess with some anger. Then he fell silent and just stayed quiet. It wasn't until Sinyu came back to her senses that she said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, mentioning that guy makes this princess unconsciously angry." Suqiu didn't care. "By the way, this is for you, to thank you for saving me just now." And Sinyu suddenly pulled out a delicate glazed hairpin from her bosom, sort of a token of appreciation. It was handed directly to Suqiu's hands. Suqiu swept a glance at the woman's object in his hand. Originally he wanted to reject it, but unfortunately, seeing the 7th princess' unrefusable eyes, Suqiu could only silently put the hairpin away and faintly said, "Thank you." The 7th princess waved her hand, then curiously asked, "You didn't look like an ordinary person just now." What had just happened was vivid in Sinyu's mind. Suqiu was but a dozen feet away from the loquat tree, and the moment she fell, Suqiu arrived underneath her and accurately cradled her in his arms. This kind of maneuver, the readers cannot do, not to mention, rumor has it that Suqiu body bones are very weak, but how to explain what happened just now? Well, just recently stepped into the ranks of martial artists. Suqiu didn't hide anything. After Sinyu heard Suqiu's words, excitement instantly appeared on her face, and her eyes similarly lit up. Suqiu glanced at the 7th princess's burning gaze and was somewhat puzzled. This chick is really strange. Being a princess, she's actually so active. It's true that princesses are savage. At this time, Sinyu's gaze inquired with a hint of hope, "Do you have any sword techniques that are suitable for women to cultivate and become relatively fast?" Suqiu looked at her exuberance. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Princess, are you sure you want to get your sword and dance? What's not to like? And you didn't want to stay in the palace all the time as a boudoir grudge." She crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming as she stared at Su Qiu, and said with a sense of entitlement, "Can't a princess fight with a sword and go to the ends of the earth? Is being a princess always going to stay in the palace and end up scribbling to marry an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team?" "All right." Su Qiu couldn't say anything else. As the saying goes, where there is a mother, there is a daughter, and it was understandable that she wanted to fight with the sword as her mother became a female emperor. Besides, he had seen a violent woman like Chen Reed, so what kind of woman has Su Qiu not yet seen? So Su Qiu pondered a little before saying, "There is indeed a set of sword techniques that are suitable for women to cultivate, and practicing to a high level can step past the super sovereign realm and reach the realm of the innate." Su Qiu was at least 2 lifetimes in the world of immortal cultivation. As a result, there were quite a few feats obtained in the world of immortal cultivation. There are even more countless such commonplace sword art swordsmanship, but even the most common mortal martial arts practicing techniques can allow a person to break through and go to the top of the mortal world. It was also considered a top-tier technique in the low martial world, and Sinew simply did not know the level of practicing martial arts, nor did she know the super sovereign realm, nor did she know the meaning of the realm of the innate. The realm of the innate was the existence of the top of the mortals, and it was almost the top tier of the Qingyuan Valley's battlefield existence. She excitedly shouted, "I want to learn! I want to learn!" At that moment, the surrounding courtesans came forward. He kept persuading, "Princess, you are a precious body. Swords are blind. If you get hurt, it's a loss for Diqian. I hope your highness the 7th princess will think twice." The palace maidens were afraid that the 7th princess would be injured. If they were blamed for this, they'd be in danger of losing their lives. Besides, it's weird for a woman to practice martial arts. If she has a full set of abs, how can she marry her son-in-law in the future? Even the palace maid Xiao He came over to persuade, "Yes, women are not suitable for sword practice. 7th princess, you don't want to see muscles growing on your body, do you?" And Xinu, however, covered her ears in a way that she didn't listen, and to the surrounding courtesans, she said, "As long as I don't practice secretly, you'll keep my secret, right?" Before the courtesans could speak, and Sinew had then walked to Su Qiu's side, then said, "How long does it take to practice this set of swordsmanship? If you start practicing at the age of 8, you'll be able to become a minor success at 10, proficient at 12, a major success at 13, complete at 15, and at 18, you'll be at the realm of transformation. What about now? It takes 5 years to become a minor success," Su Qiu said without any hint of concealment. After all, she was already past her best time for cultivation. The 7th princess was 18 years old today. "Yeah, need to take so long?" And Sinew lost it when she heard this. Then she said, "5 years is too long. Isn't there a faster method?" Looking at an Xinu's expectant gaze, Su Qiu felt that he had achieved half of his goal, so he coughed dryly and said, "You've already passed the age of the best martial arts training, and it's very difficult to be faster. But, it's not without a solution." Su Qiu followed the advice, and Sinew directly grabbed Su Qiu's arm and ecstatically said, "Quickly say it. Use the medicinal liquid." Su Qiu paused for a moment then added, "The medicinal liquid is able to quench the body, and the body is more likely to accept the gong methods. That's what he's all about. In fact, by practicing that set of sword arts, and Sinew would be able to reach the realm of Mahayana in a few years. After all, this sword art was considered a top-notch existence for this world. It was only that Su Qiu needed the medicinal liquid, so it was most appropriate to let the 7th princess and Sinew help." 7th princess and Sinew sniffed without saying a word and said, "Tell me what herbs you need, and I'll find them for you. Get a pen and paper." Su Qiu's words just fell, and Xinu then hurriedly asked the surrounding palace maids to quickly get a pen and paper. Su Qiu then wrote down the required herbs on it and casually handed it to her, and Sinew was anxious and handed it over to Xiao He. "Quickly go and get all that eunuch Wang needs." "Princess," Xiao He sighed helplessly, "there are some herbs here that only His Holiness can use." "Are you sure, princess?" "I don't care. We can have eunuch Wang give us the first use, and just make it up later," and Sinew said with a resolute attitude. Xiaohua could only nod helplessly when she saw the princess with a firm tone. She then searched for eunuch Wang. After about a quarter of an hour, a large number of herbs were brought over, and Xinu looked at the herbs all over the floor. The entire princess mansion was filled with the smell of herbs. She said with some impatience, "Mr. Su, hurry up." Just a moment. Su Qiu didn't expect the 7th princess to be even more anxious than he was, but it was to his liking. Su Qiu began to use the medicinal furnace to extract the medicinal liquid, while the iron pot was also used. If he had immortal arts, Su Qiu might not have to go through such trouble. but now he could only make do with what he had, and Xingyu looked on with anticipation. In about 2 incense sticks of time, under the addition of the fierce fire, all the medicinal herbs gradually turned charred black, and a strong smell of charred medicine filled the entire princess mansion. The courtesans frowned at the smell. I thought to myself that this can't be cooking poison, right? Such a bad smell, sure it's herbs? And still burnt black color. Chinese herbs are not boiled like this, right? Xiao He whispered in the princess's ear at this moment. Your Highness, the 7th princess, is this to make sure there's no problem? Of course there's no problem. And Xingyu said with full confidence. She had previously witnessed Su Qiu making delicacies at the poetry meeting. It also starts with a carbon-burnt flavor, but it gradually turns into a deeply memorable and delicious flavor later on. But Xiao He didn't even know what Su Qiu was capable of. Still skeptical. It's dark. It's not good if you eat a bad stomach. Your Highness, you mustn't try it easily. At this time, Su Qiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Don't worry. I'll try it out before you princesses eat it. Koho was slightly surprised. She had obviously whispered, and still whispered in the princess's ear from a great distance away, yet it was still heard clearly by Su Qiu. She whirled around and closed her own mouth. Only Su Qiu mixed all the medicinal liquids together as he spoke. Immediately following the events of that night's poetry session, once again, it resurfaced. After all the medicinal liquids were mixed together, an amazing scene appeared. The black substances fused with each other, producing a violent chemical reaction, followed by a greenish-colored liquid slowly flowing out from the black substances, and an enchanting aroma gradually filled the entire princess mansion. The original smell of coke was swept away, and at the moment the princess residence only had a mesmerizing aroma, and Xingyu couldn't help but gulp as she smelled such a flavor once more. It's a flavor you can't get tired of, no matter what time of day it is. Even the palace maid revealed a surprised look at this moment, feeling incredulous, while continuously taking deep breaths, wanting to incorporate the scent into her abdomen. Xiaohua couldn't help but say, this smell is too fragrant. She regretted what she had said earlier. Just now, she was still questioning whether Su Qiu was refining poison, but now she was slapped in the face. Which was poison? This was clearly a delicacy on earth. At this moment, Su Qiu poured himself a whole cup, then gulped and swallowed it into his belly. In the next moment, a warmth emanated from his body, and Su Qiu could feel his body's yuan yang gong, or the red dan in his dantian, was absorbing the medicinal power crazily, accelerating the meridians of his entire body, and his internal power climbed just as rapidly. Every piece of skin, every cell in the body is quenched. Su Qiu felt that originally, it would take more than 40 days to reach a second-rate martial artist, but now, it would only take 30 days. The potion cuts the time directly by a quarter. At this moment, Xingyu witnessed a large cup of medicinal liquid being drunk by Su Qiu. She was furious and said, hey, you should at least leave some for me. This princess wants to drink too. I'm just proving it's safe. Su Qiu said slightly perfunctorily. He frantically absorbed the medicinal liquid under the guise of proving that it was fine. As Su Qiu spoke, he made another half cup of medicinal liquid and handed it to Xingyu. Drink it. Xingyu received the medicinal liquid with delight, was about to drink into it. The small lotus beside her hurriedly said, Princess, you have to think twice. Although it smelled very good and was appetizing, Xiao He had not forgotten her mission as a courtesan, which was to take care of the princess as well as protect her safety. However, an Xinu looked at Xiao He as if she was killing her father. Stop. When is it your turn to meddle in this princess's affairs? Koho had to step aside helplessly. My own princess is like a kitten that protects its food. That aroma, if anything, it filled the palace, but the smell was very faint at the moment. Aegean Huna, who was in the middle of the palace, was seated in the main hall of the palace, and the palace maids around her kept handing her delicacies, but Aegean Huna put down her chopsticks after just a few bites. The empress also sat on top of the throne, allowing the dancers to sing and dance and show her the special dances of Diqian. Pavilion Master, how was my banquet? Was it satisfactory? Empress Qin Tian twisted her head to look at Huna Arigato on the stage and opened her mouth to inquire. Without any expression, Huna Arigato just nodded slightly and said, well, the empress has been gracious in her hospitality. In the face of such a condescending lord, Empress Qin Tian didn't care. Only the next moment, Huna Arigato suddenly froze, and the whole person stayed in place after trembling a bit. Empress Qin Tian glanced at her movements and couldn't help but become curious. What's wrong? Pavilion Master real? Suddenly my heart felt something. Sorry, Huna Arigato didn't explain in detail, but only said in a slightly perfunctory manner. She squarely smelled a particular odor. The smell made the body shiver through the agitated nose, and a feeling of longing rose up in the heart. The empress was about to say something else when she did. Excuse me, This pavilion master is going to take a walk. Arigato Huna intended to borrow urine and search for the source of the smell in the palace. Empress in Qin Tian was confused. Did real people need convenience too? Still, she casually let Huna Arigato go. After Huna Arigato left the main hall, directly disappeared in a palace garden. Body dexterity borrowed the roof of the palace to move back and forth, like a dragonfly pointing at the water. Moving quickly, did not disturb the guards in the Imperial city. Within a short time, he appeared inside the 7th princess's mansion hall in the palace. The smell, it should be coming from here, Arigato Huna muttered. She then saw Insinu holding the cup and gulping the green-colored medicinal liquid into her stomach, and she subconsciously shook her long sleeves and directly rolled away a third of the teacup that was still left in Insinu's hand. An Xinu? An Xinu was drinking the medicinal liquid with pleasure, the sweet scent filling her entire abdomen. A warmth gradually radiated through her body, and she could feel that her body was better than ever at the moment. Even her arms and legs were much more flexible. But just as she was getting her drink on, the cup in his own hand was suddenly swept away. At this moment, an Xinu felt like taking away her wife's hatred, and angrily looked at the person who rolled away her cup. In an extremely dissatisfied tone, she said, "Who are you? How did you take away this princess's things?" Only to see that the one who rolled away her medicinal fluid was actually a woman. An extremely beautiful-looking young woman, snow-white skin, delicate features, green silk scattered on the fragrant shoulders, exquisite collarbone is also hidden under the lapel. Her eyebrows are also tattooed with 3 petals of peach blossom, embellished by the beauty of the unrivaled appearance. Mature temperament also came to the nose. The woman didn't look squarely at an Xinu, just a glib reply. "You don't need to know who I am." She then lifted the cup and sniffed the potion carefully. In an instant, that particular scent hit her straight in the heart, and Huna Arigato felt her body soothe like never before at the moment, as if her soul was crying out. She clearly felt that her cultivation, which had been stagnant for many years without advancing, was showing a hint of hidden loosening at this moment. Arigato Huna's originally calm expression gradually became surprised. She had never seen a potion like this before. Even if the outside will have Qin Huna's alchemy art rumored to be divine, refining pills that can live and die, but in reality, compared to these medicinal liquid, it is still a far cry. After all, this medicinal liquid is able to enhance a person's strength. Even if she is super sovereign, mirror still possesses the effect. It had to amaze her. An Xinu saw her potion being played with. Even more furious, what the hell is this guy doing here? And robbing this princess of her things. It was the assassin she wanted to tell the guards to take down. Suchio gently patted her shoulder and said, "Forget it, I'll just refine it for you again tomorrow." They're the Crescent Pavilion's pavilion master, Arigato Huna. Insinu, who was in the midst of her anger, heard Suchio's words and the anger in her heart immediately dissipated. That guy is even pampering his own mother's queen. 7th Princess Insinu knew that the other party's identity was higher than even herself. She couldn't afford to offend the other side. Although an Xinu was very heartbroken, she pretended to have a generous look and said to Hyuna Yuchung, "Take this as a gift from me to you." Huna Arigato wouldn't care about her attitude at all. Even if an Xinu didn't gift it to her, she had a way to snatch it. After all, who would dare stop her in Chen? Just as Huna Arigato wanted to ask who made this medicinal liquid, suddenly a voice came into her mind. This new moon pavilion master a bit reckless, but also, this half-immortal spirit of the medicinal liquid even she cannot refine out. Desire is normal. After all, this medicinal liquid for her, it is a great tonic, is expected to break through the super master mirror. She heard it loud and clear. Huna Arigato couldn't help but stare at her phoenix eyes as clear as gemstones locked onto Suchio tightly. She didn't understand what exactly Suchio meant by giving her a 1,000-mile voice transmission. Could this guy be taunting himself? Arigato Huna's delicate and smooth catkin squeezed the cup slightly harder, only to see a few cracks gradually appearing on the body of the cup. And only then did Arigato Huna realize that she had almost spilled the medicinal liquid. Hastily, he withdrew his force. Well, why is this guy staring at me all the time? Does he see something about the potion in me? Huna Arigato? Hearing the heartbeats suddenly froze. Thousands of miles of normal people don't say these things. She suddenly realized that this was not a 1,000-mile voice transmission, but Suchio's inner voice. It seemed that she had been mistaken before, and the other party would not be able to send 1,000 miles of sound at all, only that she was able to hear the other party's heart. Huna Arigato was soon puzzled. Was he himself destined to hear his heart? While she was in a daze, Suchio had already come to Insinu's side and quietly edged her ear. Just say that this medicinal liquid was obtained unintentionally, or else, if she finds out that I refined it, you'll never see me again. Insinu originally didn't understand Suchio's words, but when she heard the last sentence about never seeing again, she realized at once the seriousness of the matter. Immediately, she said to Huna Arigato, Pavilion Master, this medicinal liquid was something I unintentionally obtained in the workshop, so if, however, Pavilion Master wants to look for it, she will have to take her own chances. Oh yeah? Arigato. Huna looked at an Xinu with a smirk. His gaze then looked towards Suchio, and his showy pasty face was filled with playfulness. She said thoughtfully, could it be that it wasn't someone close to you? Who refined it? And Sinyu was a little anxious when she heard this, and immediately waved her hand. It's not him, he's just a playmate that I invited. Yuck, an underling that I invited. Seventh Princess and Sinyu felt like she was almost about to say something. However, Arigato. Huna's eyes narrowed, becoming even more convinced that this medicinal liquid was refined by Suchio. It was just that right now. She didn't want to make this known, after all. There was a real sense of novelty in eavesdropping on someone's heart for the first time. Huna Arigato said lightly, if he is your subordinate, then please borrow me for a few days. And Sinyu was instantly displeased at the words. Pavilion Master, an underling is worth borrowing from you? This Pavilion Master is interested in him, Arigato. Huna said very bluntly, without any beating around the bush. And Xinu wanted to refuse, but unfortunately, she was now just an ordinary princess. If Mother Emperor knew that she had offended the Pavilion Master because of Suchio, presumably, she would be punished. After hesitating for a long time, an Xinu said to Huna Arigato, it's fine, but he has to teach me swordplay first, and then I'll give it to you to use for a few days afterward. Suchio instantly felt speechless. This girl betrayed him so quickly. However, Suchio was relieved after thinking about it for a little while. Crescent Pavilion Master has a strength comparable to that of the Green Luan Valley. It's normal for Dakian to flatter her, and this stinky girl wouldn't dare offend her. When Crescent Moon Pavilion's owner, Arigato Huna, heard this heartfelt voice, a bad smile could not help but appear on her delicate face, a sense that it's fun to toy with people. Huna Arigato spoke slowly, no problem, thank you, Pavilion Master, and Sinyu was ecstatic and even bounced in place a few times. After that, she grabbed Suchio's clothes. Teach me quickly. Suchio can only nod helplessly. The princess he cannot afford to offend now, so he had to teach her the most inferior women's swordsmanship, lower than the original by a grade, but cultivated to the Zongshire level no problem. Suchio was considered a small revenge, and Sinyu, who had been baptized by the medicinal liquid, quickly acquired this sword technique. It only took less than an incense stick to learn all the basics. She cheered even more. While Suchio was teaching in Sinyu sword techniques, Huna Arigato had long ago quietly taken the medicinal liquid inside the cup and sent it into her own mouth. Immediately afterward, she felt a warmth in her abdomen, and a wave of medicinal power traveled through her limbs and all her meridians became more open. What made her feel most incredible was that the age-old dark wounds gradually recovered, and there was a hint of loosening in her realm. This is the potion? Huna Arigato's eyes widened, and even though she was prepared before, she was still shocked. This medicinal liquid actually has such a magical effect? The gaze that then looked at Suchio became even more burning. At this moment, Suchio felt that gaze, and the two of them were quite helpless. What the hell is this guy doing here? Borrowing me for a few days, so that I can help her break through the super sovereign realm? Unlikely. After all, I only look like a third-rate martial artist, so I won't be much help to her. Suchio was secretly thinking about it. Arigato Huna, on the other hand, kept her eyes on him. At this time, Suchio said to Sinyu, this is the foundation. If you practice according to this, you'll be fine. After saying that, Suchio was still planning to turn around and quietly off. Unfortunately, Arigato Huna's gaze stayed locked on his body. As she listened to Suchio's heartfelt voice, she always felt that this guy was hiding some kind of big secret. Huna Arigato said, you finished teaching, right? Aha. Suchio nodded and said to her with slight curiosity, dare I ask what the Pavilion Master has to say? The Empress's banquet is not yet over, so accompany this Pavilion Master. Huna Arigato didn't answer him positively. Instead, he changed the subject. Suchio was speechless. What does the Empress feast have to do with me? Suchio didn't want to show his face in front of the Empress. After all, this was trouble. In the future, if the Empress was curious about his relationship with the Crescent Moon Pavilion, there was no way for him to do so if he wanted to lie down. Alas, troublesome things again. It seems to leave the capital ahead of time to do so. When Huna Arigato heard that, her gaze couldn't help but look over again. If Suchio really wanted to leave, was there a chance for her to take him back? Even being a mascot is pretty good. Besides, this guy was able to refine special medicinal liquids, so if he brought Suchio back and locked him inside the damn room, did that mean that he would be able to obtain medicinal liquids in a constant stream? Arigato Huna suddenly said faintly, you don't look like a person from the capital, and you have no intention of staying in the capital. Look, You can see this too? Sucho's face was puzzled. I can divine. Huna Arigato casually makes an excuse. Sucho still didn't believe it. After all, divination he also knew, but using divination to know a person's thoughts, it simply couldn't be done. It was obvious that what Huna Arigato said was an excuse, and perhaps, she really wanted to take herself away. This guy, he's a pain in the ass. Let's just take it one step at a time. Sucho then fell into reminiscence. If Sucho wanted to judge the other party's behavior, he had to recall the plot. Hyun Ah-yukin, the new head of Crescent Moon Court, one of the female leads. The purpose of her coming to the capital should be to find some external forces in addition to looking for offering resources. After all, she has just taken over the Crescent Moon Pavilion and her own position is not stable. The Grand Elder of the Crescent Moon Pavilion has colluded with outsiders, and even the Holy Maiden of the Pavilion has second thoughts, and everyone wants to force the palace. So, in an exchange of benefits with the Empress provides resources for her to develop her own power in Dakian, while she shelters the Dakian royal family, but she should still be in negotiations now. As Sucho walked, he recalled the plot from the novel in his previous life. She was a newly promoted super sovereign realm powerhouse, and was already considered a semi-top tier existence in this low martial world. But unfortunately, even with her great strength, Huna Arigato was unable to kill people with impunity, and moreover, it was still a problem within her mountain sect. The Grand Elder, the Holy Maiden were both at the Patriarch level, and their strength wasn't bad at all, so it might develop into a lose-lose situation in the end. After all, in the low martial world, the gap between all people was not that big, and the number of sovereign mirrors and super sovereign mirrors could actually be made up for. As Sucho recalled these episodes, Huna Arigato subconsciously froze as she listened to the heartfelt words. She was currently walking side by side with Sucho on the road to the palace, but hearing the heartbeat couldn't help but cause her eyes to widen with a surprised expression. How does this guy know these things? Could it be that this is what he divined? But it's impossible for divination to be this detailed? Arigato Huna felt more and more that Sucho was hiding quite deeply. Sucho looked like an ordinary person who actually knew so many things, especially the female master in Sucho's voice. Arigato Huna didn't understand it. She is indeed the newly crowned head of the Crescent Moon Pavilion. And Sucho is right. The eldest elder has always been at odds with her. There are some hidden plans to set up another force. As for the Holy Maiden, she also has a lot of small thoughts. Now the Crescent Moon Pavilion is a worrying situation both internally and externally. Now, even her intention to face the Empress now was guessed by Sucho. Arigato Huna's gaze was locked on Sucho. She couldn't wait to pack Sucho away right now. This guy just had too many secrets. At that moment, Huna Arigato paused and inquired, I heard that you're a flunky of the Chen family? Yeah. Sucho nodded gently. Huna Arigato went on to ask, since you are a flunky of the Chen family, why, then, do you want to be a minor prosecutor? After all, when the Chen family's superfluous son-in-law does not worry about food and drink, there is no need to be a small prosecution school. The Holy Spirit gave it to me, Sucho said honestly. To be honest, he does not want to be at all, just want to be a good salted fish. But unfortunately, the strength is not enough now. The saint's decree will be temporarily, when the time comes to go. Suddenly, Huna Arigato said, why don't you come to me? I'll get you from the Empress. Your future is not a flunky, but the big world out there. She began to paint the cake and said, of course, most of all she wanted to keep Sucho by her side. The mere fact that she was able to hear Sucho's heart was extremely tempting. Even treating Sucho as a vase wasn't a loss. I'm sorry, but the Chen family won't agree. Sucho shook his head and straightened up. They've been treating me like one of their own lately, and if I'm really wanted by you, there's a good chance they'll say no. He clearly noticed a huge shift in the Chen family's attitude towards him since he crossed over. Even the original love period IQ of 0 Chen Reed, at the moment, completely will be his as if he is a gentleman. Every day to touch the foot, completely out of context with the original plot. Sucho couldn't figure out why this was happening. However, Huna Yukin, who heard his heart, had a guess. Could it be that the people of the Chen clan were also able to hear his heart, and thus knew of his importance? And in that case, he was held up as a treasure by the Chen clan. Huna Arigato thought darkly. It was only a guess, but she felt more and more that it was highly likely. Just as they were talking and walking, abruptly, in the garden and the palace, a silhouette slowly walked out from under a wigwam. Sucho carefully swept a glance and realized that the person who came was none other than Yi Liangchen. And at the moment, his eyes only had Arigato Hyuna, so he didn't pay attention to himself beside Arigato Hyuna. Yi Liangchen came to Arigato Hyuna's front and bowed slightly respectfully. Your Excellency should be Crescent Pavilion's pavilion master. Lord Arigato, right? What is it? Huna Arigato gave him a faint look. Right at this moment, Yi Liangchen suddenly pulled out a jade pendant and handed it over to her. This is something I obtained unintentionally. I think it must be something from the Crescent Moon Pavilion. Now it's considered to be returned to its original owner. Arigato. Hyuna looked at the worn jade pendant and her entire body froze slightly. Where did you come from? This jade pendant was a token of her master, who was the previous generation's Crescent Moon Pavilion master. Yi Liangchen felt that there was a scene with a smile on his face and was about to speak. Yukin Hyuna then heard Seo Aki's heart once again. Of course it's a lie. In your master's body to obtain a small lover. That small lover in the end and his informants died in the Jianghu people, dying when Yi Liangchen rhetoric to deceive over, take possession of it, only to create contact with the Crescent Pavilion of the conditions of the, P.S., because of the recent pneumonia. So dizzy. If there are typos, or sentence problems please readers greatly proposed, leave a message, IC will immediately modify. Yi Liangchen was on his way to the capital to catch the examination when he met Master Arigato Hyunya's young lover. It was a middle-aged man who had lost his kung fu and was being chased on his way when he happened to bump into Yi Liangchen, who said he could save him and obtained the jade pendant from him. The middle-aged man says that this jade pendant can make Master Arigato Hyuna help him, and asks Yi Liangchen to take the jade pendant to Crescent Moon Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Liangchen had already betrayed that middle-aged man, and on the surface, he still swore that he would guarantee to go to the Crescent Moon Pavilion, practically exposing the man's location. The man was killed in the end, and Yi Liangchen successfully obtained this jade pendant. Su Qiu kept recalling the plot of the novel from his previous life. At that moment, when Yi Liangchen saw that Arigato Hyuna was slightly anxious, he inwardly felt that there was something going on, and he immediately showed a happy face. Immediately arching his hand, he said, Lord Pavilion Master, Mr. Yi obtained it in the hands of a chivalrous man. At the time he was being chased and killed before he died. He hoped that I would return the jade pendant to the Crescent Moon Pavilion, and now I am considered to have fulfilled his last wish. Yi Liangchen felt that his words were seamless. Hyuna Arigato will surely develop a favorable opinion of herself. Unfortunately, Arigato Hyuna's vermilion lips lightly opened, but she coldly said, then I still have to thank you for your kindness? Not really, I'm just fulfilling his last wish. Yi Liangchen looked righteous and responsible, completely ignoring the look on AG and Hyuna's face at the moment. In her opinion Yi Liangchen was very hypocritical, especially after she heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words. She felt even more disgusted with the guy in front of her. Su Qiu's heart voice cannot lie, because a person's inner thoughts are the most real, especially if he does not know that his heart voice can be heard. The credibility is extremely high. She couldn't hear Yi Liangchen's heart, so what Yi Liangchen said could only be half believed. According to the direction, the hero should use the jade pendant to make her feel good, and then invite her to his home. After using the journey to the west, Feng Shen-yi, and other such mythological stories, to make her mesmerized. Hyuna Arigato wanted to stand on top of the world after all, so when she heard a certain line in the mythological story that could make her have an epiphany, she naturally couldn't refuse it, and ended up becoming the guy's harem, and the male lead's official position was thus promoted at a faster pace, and he even practiced the core inner strength of the Crescent Pavilion to get even further ahead. Su Qiu watched quietly from the sidelines. There was no interjection or expression, only, when Hyuna Yukin heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words, she couldn't help but slightly knit her eyebrows and her pasty face gradually condensed. I'll be this hypocrite's harem? Start what? Joke. Hyuna Arigato felt insulted. At this moment, Yi Liangchen didn't know that Arigato Hyuna's attitude towards him had begun to change. Still foolishly thinking that he was in for a treat, pulling in the favor of Hyuna Arigato, he continued to speak. I'm not the kind of person who carries favors. However, I have the cheek to invite Lord Pavilion Master for a small gathering. I'm still very eager for the Jianghu and would like to ask for advice. Yi Liangchen's mouth said that he didn't carry grace, but in reality, he wanted to invite the other party to the banquet with this bit of goodwill. Only, Arigato Hyuna heard Su Qiu's heartfelt voice. There was no good feeling for Yi Liangchen, only bad feeling. This male lead is carrying Un. Yu Chung Hyuna shouldn't be able to say no. After all, she's so heavy on Un that she doesn't have a brain. Hyuna Arigato heard his heart once more. The phoenix brows were similarly tightly furrowed together. She looked back at Su Qiu, but saw that the other party had a look of watching the show and didn't say anything to remind her. Is that what I am in your mind? Arigato Hyuna subconsciously said. He had the look of an old subway man looking at his cell phone. A blank, uncertain look on his face. Why is she telling me this? Are you out of your mind? When Hyuna Arigato heard the heartbeat, she realized that Su Qiu didn't even know that someone had heard his heartbeat. She lightly bit her red lips, wanting to give Su Qiu a slap. Unfortunately, punching him for no reason would only cause Su Qiu's favorability to drop. Only then did Hyuna Arigato turn her head back to look at Yi Liangchen, her tone unkind. To aspire to the Jianghu, one would not look for Jianghu scum. Do you think that this pavilion master is idle? After saying that, she put away the jade pendant face and left without the slightest bit of procrastination. On his way out, he also looked towards Su Qiu, who was still eating melon on the side. Come over quickly. Su Qiu let out a helpless sigh. It was true that he could not escape such a fate. He felt strange. Since he crossed over, it felt like the plot had changed, and there were more and more women around him, and he was clearly nothing more than an ordinary flunky of the Chen family. Got it. Su Qiu made a slightly perfunctory remark and quickly came behind her, facing Arigato Huna's sideways glance. He always felt that there was something wrong with the Crescent Moon Pavilion master in front of him. How come? Yi Liangchen was dumbstruck when he saw the scene in front of him. Completely incomprehensible. Originally, he thought that the jade pendant would be enough to make her feel good about him, but now Yi Liangchen had the feeling that Arigato Huna extremely disliked him, even hated him. When Yi Liangchen remembered Su Qiu, the table, emotions also gradually twisted up, and a wave of jealousy arose. How did he gain the favor of Huna Arigato? This guy is obviously nothing more than a flunky. What can he do? Yi Liangchen's hatred for Su Qiu grew deeper and deeper. Since Su Qiu came back to life, he felt that his plans would always have accidents, such as the original Qin Reed, who had a good feeling about him, was now full of vigilance. Qin Yuma, who had originally become a victim of his plan, had continually escaped the calamity and was now at large in the mansion. Even his hope, Crescent Pavilion Master Arigato Huna, looked at him coldly, without any hint of a good attitude, and using the jade pendant didn't help. This guy is a calamity. He can't stay, Yi Liangchen said with gloomy eyes. Suddenly, he remembered that Su Qiu had recently been assigned to that shitty part of Beihe Street, and the most famous local gang was the Black Tiger Gang. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but sneer. He had already thought of a countermeasure to use the Black Tiger Gang's hand to eradicate the other party. His face was filled with shade as he muttered, "Qin family flunky, your time to die has come." Huna Yukin saw that Seoaki had been looking at herself with a curious gaze. She was also afraid that the secret of being able to eavesdrop on his heart would be known to him personally. Thus, Arigato Huna explained slightly, "I am not on good terms with my master, and the jade pendant is dispensable to this pavilion master." As she spoke, she casually handed Su Qiu the jade pendant. "This is gifted to you." Su Qiu directly froze at his words. "This is your master's token. My master is no longer alive. It's useless to keep it, so I might as well give it to you. This jade pendant is Tianshan warm jade. It can nourish your body, and it will be of great help to you in practicing martial arts. I have no merit in this. Drinking your potion kind of evens things out. I didn't make that potion." Su Qiu was still trying to deceive her. However, he saw Huna Yukin looking up at him with an expression that said, "Do you think I'll believe you?" Su Qiu was speechless, so he could only accept the jade pendant silently. Only, what made him feel strange was that this jade pendant was originally gifted to his young lover by Master Huna Arigato, and now she was gifting it to herself. Was it considered a token? When Xiao Chu followed Arigato Huna into the Grand Hall on, Empress and Qin Tian, puzzled, looked at Su Qiu beside Huna Arigato and inquired curiously, "Is this, the flunky of the Qin family is also your majesty's ninth grade prosecutor?" Huna Arigato replied faintly, "Empress and Kenshin?" Empress and Qin Tian froze in place at her words. Looking incredulously at Su Qiu, she subconsciously knitted her brows and frowned. One simply couldn't figure out why the Crescent Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, Arigato Huna, would have her eye on this brat. Didn't he find evidence of Antingwa's rebellion before? How on earth did he manage to climb up to the pavilion master? The moment Su Qiu was helpless under the Empress's burning gaze, quietly, he sat on the side of Huna Arigato. In the next moment, resuming his clouded appearance, he did not tense up because of the Empress's gaze, and the action of raising his cup to drink tea was quite elegant, with the demeanor of a worldly superior. The Empress looked at him with interest. This guy is quite interesting, actually remaining calm and collected in such a scene. Before Qin Tian rewarded Su Qiu, did not invite him to the hall, is to casually scribble reward some silver, as well as inconspicuous official position. Now witness the real Su Qiu. Suddenly it felt like this guy did have a special aura, almost similar to Yukin Huna's movements. It reveals a worldly aura. Someone needs to be sent to scout this guy out properly. Empress and Qin Tian thought silently inwardly. Su Qiu calmly sipped his tea, enjoying the dance of the maid in front of him. "I guess the Empress is already curious about me. There are less troublesome things behind. Forget it, take a step, just a little more troublesome than the Empress. Arigato Huna, I really don't know what this guy's purpose is. Could it be a medicinal liquid? Only, even if the medicinal liquid is powerful, it can only allow her to reach the innate realm, And if she wants to break the mortal fetus and cultivate immortality, she must practice a new technique. Huna Arigato listened to his heart quietly. He was unaware of the realm of the innate in Tsuchiyo's mouth. After all, she had only heard that after the Super Sovereign's mirror, it was the mirror of celestials, the apex of this world. Huna Arigato twisted her head to look at him and suddenly inquired, "What is the realm of the innate? Never heard of it." Tsuchiyo pretended not to know anything and shook his head very perfunctorily. "How can I tell you that this is the foundation of immortal cultivation? If you hold on to me, you'll be in even more trouble." Huna Arigato smiled inwardly and thought, the base realm for becoming an immortal? How is this possible? Although legends say that in the ancient times, there were people who could fly with their swords, and people who could move mountains and fill in the sea, but that's just a legend. She recalled the canonical books within the mountain gate, none of which recorded anything about the ancient period. The only record is clearer. Is the Crescent Moon Pavilion founding ancestor? Once was the realm of celestial beings. Then a few hundred years ago he was immortalized and actually passed away. Old ancestor hadn't mentioned anything about becoming immortal at all. It's just that the realm of celestial beings is so mysterious that life expectancy can be extended, growing to be 200 years old, while being able to release his energy outwardly, killing people invisibly. Huna Arigato didn't know that the realm of the innate and the realm of the celestial were almost the same realm, but Tsuchiyo's previous life in the world of immortal cultivation was called the realm of the innate, whereas nowadays in the world of low martial arts, the realm of the innate was mistakenly regarded as the realm of the celestial. The realm of the innate is regarded as the mysterious realm of the celestials. Nevertheless, Arigato Huna glared fiercely at Siochu. Can this guy be any more perfunctory? If he hadn't been able to hear the heart, he might have been fooled. Drink your tea. There was a hint of grudge in Arigato Huna's tone, as if she were a little spiteful woman. After that, he stopped paying attention to Tsuchiyo and left him to his own devices. Tsuchiyo shook his head helplessly. This woman is afraid that she is not sick. A moment of enthusiasm, a moment of indifference? Sure enough, a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea, no matter which world or dynasty she is in. Tsuchiyo quietly savored the tea that tasted as bland as a widow, listening to Hyuna Arkan and the Empress gradually discussing other things during the banquet, such as Hyuna Arkan agreeing to put up a name in the dynasty as an offering for the Dakian royal family, and at the same time, Dakian would also fulfill her request to prepare all kinds of rare medicinal herbs, as well as the financial and material resources. This incident did not deviate from the plot. The only thing that deviates from the plot is that Hyun Ijio refuses Yi Yunchen's invitation. It was really puzzling, but he was quite happy to see Yi Lianchen suffer. After all, he and Yi Lianchen were mortal enemies. A few moments later, the Empress and Huna Arigato had almost negotiated the terms. In the future, a brand new Crescent Moon Temple would rise up in the capital, and Huna Arigato would send people inside the temple to facilitate communication with the Dakian royal family. At this time, Empress and Qin Tian suddenly inquired, "Pavilion Master, it's already late in the day. I've already sent someone to repair a garden, so if it's the Pavilion Master who doesn't mind, you can head to the mansion to rest." Thanks to the Empress' kindness, this Pavilion Master intends to rest his feet in the Qin family. Huna Arigato suddenly opened her vermilion lips slightly. At this moment, Tsuchiyo, who was sipping his tea, sniffed and subconsciously sprayed the tea out of his mouth. Siochu couldn't even wipe the tea from the corner of his mouth as he froze and twisted his head, his eyes staring straight at Huna Arigato, full of incredulity. This guy is crazy? In the Qin family rest feet, not afraid of Qin Reed to take the knife to cut her. However, Qin Reed also really cut not dead her. Both differ from a realm. Qin Reed represents the Qinghuan Valley, and Arigato Hyunya is the Crescent Pavilion. And these two forces were originally not dealing with each other. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Although the Green Luan Valley does not have too many ideas about the Great Chen, but the so-called the side of the couch, will not allow others to sleep soundly? At the same time, with a bewildered and puzzled look on her face, there was also in Qin, the Empress of Dakian. Days. She blinked just as furiously, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. I thought to myself, could it be that Huna Arigato wanted to take revenge on Qinghuan Valley or prove that she was more powerful than Qinghuan Valley? And Qin Tian froze for a long time before opening his mouth to inquire. Your Excellency, are you sure you want to do this? This could stir up the Qin family's discontent, and although my holy decree can make them obedient, if you are harmed in the slightest, my heart will be uneasy. Just kidding. If something really happened to Huna Arigato and Dakian, Crescent Moon Pavilion would probably not be finished with Dakian. Don't worry, they won't. The person who can defeat this Pavilion Master in Daqian hasn't been born yet. Huna Arigato said gently. Arrogant. Both Tsuchiyo and the Empress felt that she was very arrogant, but what Arigato Huna said was indeed the truth. There were no super sovereign realm powerhouses in the current Chen. Only the Green Luan Valley Master had the strength to crush her. But the Green Luan Valley Master would not come out unless it was a matter of life and death. While the Empress tried to persuade, Arigato Huna had already said to Su Qiu, "Lead the way. The Chen family is where you live." Su Qiu didn't know what to say. This guy simply rides the face output. Seeing that Huna Yukin looked like her mind was made up, Su Qiu couldn't say much. These are ultimately the Chen family and her things. They are no more than outsiders. Just wait and eat melon. Let's go. Courtier. Su Qiu gently wiped the tea stains on the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up, then raised his hand in a gesture, waiting for Yukin Huna to follow Xiao Qiu out. The maid beside her also felt puzzled at this moment. "Lord Pavilion Master, why do you want to go to the Chen clan? Go if you want to. There's no reason for it." Huna Arigato answered simply. Of course she wouldn't tell anyone that she was going to the Chen family because of Su Qiu's. Chen Yumo was fuming outside the courtyard. "Brother-in-law, why haven't you come back until now?" Xiao Chui was beside her, reminding, "Third miss, you're a lady of the house nowadays. It's not good to be too close to your aunt, right?" Before Su Qiu went to the palace, she let Xiao Chui go home first, and then she waited with Chen Yumo at the mansion for her aunt to return. "What are you afraid of? They say an elder brother is like a father. Brother-in-law treats me like a sister. What's the harm in being intimate?" Chen Yumo looked like he deserved it. At this time, Xiao Qiao hurriedly said, "Auntie has returned to the house." She didn't linger, though, but ran towards the inner courtyard. Chen Yumo was overjoyed at the words and immediately came to the Chen mansion gate. Only, when she opened the door, she saw Su Qiu followed by a woman whose beauty was not inferior to her sister's, entering the Chen mansion together. Ha! She froze. That woman wore a crescent-colored garment with stars embroidered on her body. The woman's phoenix eyes smeared with red, her eyebrows dotted with 3 flower petals, her white skin, her slender and smooth neck, and her 3,000 hair as if it were a river of stars perched on her forehead. The woman's beauty is not below Chen Reed. She gently stepped over the threshold of the Chen family's home, her face devoid of any ripples, as if it were an insignificant thing. What the hell is going on here? Chen Yumo was directly stunned as he looked at the image in front of him. She couldn't imagine her brother-in-law bringing a strange woman back. Had her brother-in-law moved on? However, it's impossible to bring back a woman from outside even if you move on. Not to mention that this is still the Chen family. Chen Yumo came to Su Qiu's side in disbelief. "Brother-in-law, what the hell is going on? She's the owner of the Crescent Moon Pavilion." Su Qiu replied simply. Chen Yumo felt unbelievable when he heard this, staring at the woman in front of him with wide eyes. Why would someone from the Crescent Moon Pavilion come to the Chen family? After all, the Chen family stands behind the Green Luan Valley, and the Crescent Pavilion that is not a proper rivalry? I also want to know why this guy wants to live in the Chen family, but anyway still have a good show. While Su Qiu's brain ached, a melon-eating mentality similarly rose. After all, the first line of melon eating can really get the juices flowing. Chen Yumo glared at her brother-in-law without any good humor. People have already killed the door. You actually just want to watch the show. How can you watch the show without bracing yourself? This guy, really? Both Chen and Qin Xiaoliang also came out of the door one after another. Seeing Yukin Huna was equally stunned, especially since she was the one who led Su Qiu in. Her expression towards Su Qiu was even more odd. When he heard the other party's identity and Su Qiu's heart, it was even more complicated. Crescent Pavilion Master wants to live in the Chen house. I do not know whether to be happy or sad. The Crescent Pavilion is a superpower. Many officials of the Imperial court can't wait to flatter them. But, Chen Reed is out of the Green Luan Valley, and her forces are simply incompatible. The most puzzling thing for Chen and Qin Xiaoliang to figure out is why Arigato Hana is living in the Chen family. You're Qin Xiaoliang, the head of the Chen family, right? Arigato Huna suddenly flicked her red lips. Qin Xiaoliang bowed respectfully to her, then nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Pavilion Master. May I ask what is the matter?" "This is your Emperor's edict. She has given me permission to live here. Go prepare the courtyard." Huna Arigato didn't drag her feet in the slightest. Change or replace. No polite words. Directly took out the Imperial edict and casually threw it into Qin Xiaoliang's hand. When the Imperial edict reached Qin Xiaoliang's hands, his entire body trembled. This is an Imperial edict. How could the other party be so casual? However, Qin Xiaoliang was still extremely polite. "Lord Pavilion Master, this way please." Turning her head, she said to Chen again, "Ma'am, quickly give up the west wing of the courtyard so that people can live in it. That's where the sun lives. Isn't he not back yet? Even if he is back, let him sleep in the side room. Hurry up." Qin Xiaoliang's tone carried no doubt. He is the owner of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, and the Emperor has to respect him when he sees him. After Xiao Qiu led Yukin Huna through the door, he quietly stood aside as a qualified eater. Silently, he watched the Chen family's crowd busily going up and down the stairs, respectfully treating Huna arigato, but with an extremely complicated expression. Joy did not count at all, nor did it count as an enemy meeting an enemy. At this time, Xiao Chui said from the side, "Auntie, how are you going to bring the pavilion master back to the mansion? She was the one who followed me back to the house." Su Chou retorted slightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuma, who was at the side, was a bit nervous. "Why would she return to the mansion with you?" "I don't know. This guy doesn't play by the rules and wants to pack me away, and I don't know who to ask." He even felt as if he had robbed Yi Liangchen's chance. How come he went to the palace for a single trip, and he was being relied upon by others? When Qin Yuma heard this heartfelt voice, she directly grabbed Su Chou's arm and muttered with her small mouth, "She's hitting on you?" She was afraid that Su Chou would be snatched away. Su Chou nodded gently. Qin Yuma was not the only one who heard his heartfelt words. Chen and Qin Xiaoliang also turned their heads to look at Su Chou when they heard what he said. The expression was as if he had eaten a fly. And his expression was very complicated. To the Crescent Moon Pavilion have Qin Hyuna even more not to see. But unfortunately, under pressure, Chen can only bored-face barely squeeze out a smile. Entertain her. Having witnessed their expressions with her own eyes, Arigato Hyuna, who had similarly heard Su Chou's heartfelt words in the party, noticed that Chen and Qin Xiaoliang, as well as Qin Yuma, were all twisting their heads, especially when Su Chou Xin said in his voice that he wanted to take him away. Qin Yuma immediately showed a hint of hostility towards himself, and Arigato Hyuna felt that it wasn't simple. Interesting, this family can actually hear Su Chou's heart. Sure enough, my guess was right. Hyuna Arigato thought darkly. No wonder. Su Chou a tiny flunky who actually managed to gain the favor of the Qin family, while the crowd was on their own. The sound of horses came from outside the door. Then he saw Qin Reed enter through the door. Just look at the scene in front of her. She froze in place. See, have Qin Hyuna extremely puzzled, because they have no contact. So Qin Reed does not know who the woman in front of her. At this point, it was like Qin Yuma had found help. Small steps quickly ran to the side of Qin Reed. In her ear sighed, "Sister, if you do not come back, brother-in-law is going to be snatched away." When Qin Reed heard these words, puzzled, Qin Yuma continued, "She is the owner of the Crescent Moon Pavilion," rushing back to her brother-in-law. At those words, Qin Reed's brows knit slightly, her eyes staring straight at Arigato Hyuna, as if she was facing a great enemy. "Seriously," he said, "what is your honor's purpose in coming to my Qin mansion? Staying temporarily for a few days. Your saint has already agreed anyway." Arigato Hyuna was similarly unsympathetic. "Really, if it's an ordinary residence, the Qin mansion welcomes your excellency's presence." Qin Reed came to Su Chou's side while talking. At this moment, Su Chou felt like the scum of the earth, making two women fight over him in a weird way to say the least. But the fact that he didn't do anything really boggles the mind. However, what Qin Yuma said just now was indeed exaggerated. If Su Chou really wanted to go, there was no one to stop him at all. Even if there was Qin Hyuna who couldn't hold herself down before Su Chou could speak. But see Qin Reed's warm jade-like white hand, gently holding Su Chou's palm, seems to be swearing. When Hyuna Yukin saw this scene, the corners of her mouth smiled slightly. "You guys are really in love." "Of course, he's the one I married in a palanquin." Qin Reed voiced a look of reluctance. He always felt a little weird about what his titular wife said, before he could think much about it. Arigato Hyuna, however, said indifferently, "From what I've heard, the Qin family's flunky had a less than ideal life before, sleeping in the side room, not being treated well, and almost being poisoned to death without anyone knowing." She had just asked her maid to inquire about the Qin family on her way here. Moreover, Qinghuan Valley was her strong competition. Thus, she had not known much about the Qin family earlier. At this time, Qin Reed sniffed the white hand slightly twitching. Obviously there was some regret for what she had done, but she still said, "But now, I'm married to him, is it?" Organ Hyuna suddenly smiled and looked at Qin Reed. Yin Yang said, "Is it not because he thinks he is useful this is gradually accepting him to hear you, but after he woke up this only to change the attitude of the past?" Hyuna Arigato was the one who caught the point of the matter. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how Qin Reed was resisting Qin Feng. Qin Reed was silent. What Hyuna Arimato said was true. She did accept Qin Feng gradually because he had value to her at first. But as time goes by she realizes that Qin Feng is not as simple as he seems. He is thoughtful and strong in martial arts. But more importantly, he also has a kind heart. Gradually Qin Reed's feelings for Qin Feng underwent a subtle change from utilization to dependence and then from dependence to adoration. So how Qin Reed cold snort today. He has been more than just a utilization value for me. He is my husband, my child's father. Hyuna Arigato raised her eyebrows. Looks like you're quite good at making excuses for yourself. Chen Reed disdainfully skimmed his mouth. That is natural. Chen Reed always words. If not he saved my daughter I will not easily become his wife. That's a nice thing to say. Huna Arigato sneered, but who knows if what you're saying is true or not. True or false has its own public debate you and why bother to mess around here? Chen Reed said impatiently. Organ Hyunia saw Chen Reed as a dead duck hardened look also no longer say more just a trace of sinister in the eyes flashed. She knew that Chen Reed's feelings for Chen Feng were true but she would never allow Chen Feng and Chen Reed to be together. Because she was never going to allow anyone to take what belonged to her. Especially Chen Feng. He was supposed to be hers. It was the man she had spent countless efforts to get. But Chen Reed came out of nowhere to steal everything from her. She hated to break Chen Reed into pieces. She wants Chen Reed to taste the taste of losing everything to make her pay a painful price for what she did. A hint of madness flashed in Arigato Huna's eyes. She slowly stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Chen Reed, I must make you bleed. We learned about his person and his past. We realized that he was not what we first thought he was, but a very kind and decent man. He was once injured in order to protect us, which made us feel very grateful. That's why we gradually changed our opinion of him and were willing to accept him into our team. Oh, I see. Huna Arigato nodded thoughtfully. It seems like you guys have really changed your minds about him. However, I'm still curious as to why you guys suddenly have so much trust in him. After all, he was once your enemy. Chen Reed was silent for a moment, and finally answered honestly. The main reason why we have so much trust in him is because during the time he was unconscious, we realized that he has been silently protecting us, and even got injured in order to protect us. This made us feel very touched and admired. We realized that he was actually a very kind and upright person, and was not what we initially thought he was. That's why we gradually changed our opinion of him and were willing to accept him into our team. Huna Yukin was silent for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. Eventually, she laughed softly and said, it seems like you guys have really changed your minds about him. However, I'm still curious as to why you all suddenly have so much trust in him. After all, he was once your enemy. Surname Chen. Okay, I'm going to continue this story for you. Chen Reed took a deep breath and explained seriously. The reason why we have so much trust in him, aside from his performance during the coma, there is a more important reason. She paused, and her gaze became determined. We realized that the reason he was once our enemy was not out of his own intention, and it was being used and manipulated. After learning about his past experiences, we realized that he was actually always a good and decent person who was just unfortunate enough to have some uncontrollable things happen to him. So, we decided to give him a chance to prove himself again. We believe that as long as he can get rid of the shadow of his past, he will become a very good fighter for us. Huna Arigato smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with Chen Reed's answer. I see. It seems that you guys really value him enough to accept him. However, I'm still curious as to how exactly you guys found out the fact that he was being used? Chen Reed pondered for a moment and replied cautiously, it's a very long story. To put it simply, when we were investigating his past, we found some clues and gradually pieced together the truth. We realized that the reason why he became our enemy was not out of his own intention, but was compelled and manipulated. I see. Arigato Huna nodded. It seems like you guys really know his past well. So, since you guys have decided to accept him, what do you plan to do with him next? Chen Reed pondered for a moment and said seriously, we intend to give him a chance to prove himself again. We will arrange for him to participate in some important missions, so that he will have the opportunity to show his strength and loyalty. As long as he is able to complete these missions, we will officially accept him into our team. Oh, I see. Arigato Huna nodded thoughtfully. It seems like you guys really value him. However, I'm still curious as to why you guys trust him so much. After all, he was once your enemy. How can you guys be sure that he won't betray you again? Beside Huna Arigato, a maid appeared. She bowed respectfully at the side, her silver bell-like voice ringing out. Lord Pavilion Master, what are your orders? Qing Yi, help me check on this person Yi Liangchen today. Yukin Huna gazed at Xiao Qiu and said with a faint mouth. Qing Yi sniffed with some incomprehension. Lord Pavilion Master, a small official needs you to understand? This person is extremely well hidden and does not appear to be a good person. Arigato Huna recalled today, when she first met Yi Liangchen, the heartfelt voice from Su Qiu. It seems that one will be entangled with him in one's destiny, after which one will fall in love, while helping him to seize the official position and even accomplish his career. Huna Arigato wanted to see what kind of goods were at the bottom to be able to get into her eyes. Yes, Lord Courtier. Aoba bowed afterward. However, he did not leave immediately and hesitated for a long time, unable to hold back the curiosity in his heart. Lord Pavilion Master, why are you so favorable to that Su Qiu's flunky? Is he worth it? Huna Arigato has given too much to this Chen family flunky. Not only did he personally come to live in the rival's residence, but he also acted like he was jealous. which was really beneath the status of a pavilion master, but she saw Arigato Huna let out a light laugh. This guy is certainly worth it. He knows secrets that are not known but he can't tell you for the time being. Huna Arigato didn't want others to know that she possessed the ability to listen to Suchio's heart. Seeing his pavilion master's confident smile, Chingy also stopped talking much, disappearing into the night like a bat in the dark. It was difficult to detect her. The Chen mansion. Today's events are quite exciting. As Chen hears Suchio's heartfelt words and the great presence of Arigato Hana, her heart simply could not be still at this point. Even Suchio's sister-in-law, Chen Yuma, had the same anxious look on her pasty face, pursed her flesh-colored lips, and her slender jade fingers clutched the corner of her coat, clearly a preoccupied look. In the end, she couldn't help but speak up. Father, Arigato Huna should be able to hear her brother-in-law's heart as well, or else how could she come to the mansion to snatch her openly? Chen couldn't help but interject. Indeed, Master, your good son-in-law. Ah, I'm afraid he'll soon be snatched away. That's what she said though, but Chen understood that she was equally inseparable from Suchio. Su Kishin's voice can help the Chen family to solve potential threats, and is an important means to save their lives. Previously, when the Chen mansion was copied and Chen Yuma was framed, it was all resolved with the help of Suchio's heartfelt voice, and even Chen Xiaoliang's promotion to a third-ranking official was gained with Suchio's help. It was not too much to say that Suchio was the Chen family's regenerative parent. The Chen family can't live without him. Chen Xiaoliang heard both his daughter and his wife say so. He was at the moment two heads in one, upset and anxious. What else can we do now? Chen Xiaoliang quite hurt his brain, sipped a mouthful of tea, then he added, but the Crescent Pavilion owner wants a son-in-law. It will not be so easy. No matter what, the son-in-law is our Chen family. If the openly robbing people will offend the Chen house, as well as Chen reads back of the Green Lawn Valley, so I think she shouldn't be so reckless. Our son-in-law is fine for now, at least if she lives in the Chen mansion. Crescent Moon Pavilion owner Arigato Huna, even if she could hear the heart, but she can't possibly drop so much as to grab a flunky, or else I'm afraid that it would be difficult for her to develop in Dakian by an inch, because people look down on her. Chen listened to Chen Xiaoliang's words. I hope what you say is true, otherwise without Suchio, our Chen family will wait for death. She was completely dependent on Suchio nowadays. With her son-in-law, the Chen family is safe, and her innocence is likewise. Chen Yuma's lifelong happiness was also the same. If possible, Chen couldn't wait to marry Chen Yuma to Suchio now. Yes, father, if it wasn't for Suchio, I'm afraid my daughter would have long become a joke in the capital. Chen Yuma nodded frantically and sat on the stool next to the round table. Brother-in-law is my benefactor. If he is really captured, I will go with him. Alas, isn't the old man more anxious than you guys? Chen Xiaoliang's rough hand stroked his forehead, his head spinning. To be honest, he didn't have a good idea. One could only hope that Huna Arigato would throw in the towel and not dare to come on strong. After Chen Xiaoliang sighed, he helplessly said, I can only hope that Yurid will be able to guard his son-in-law so that he won't be snatched away by outsiders. Chen heard that her husband couldn't say what to do and didn't have a clue. She saved her eyebrows and frowned, her willow brows slightly locked, and her plump body trembled with anger. Finally, without good humor, she crossed her arms, and her Jew lips lightly opened. If you don't have a solution, then I might as well marry you and to him. I don't believe that two daughters folded in, but still can't tie him up. The original bitter face of Chen Yuma, when he heard the words, suddenly a small head of a cicada like a chicken pecking wildly nodded up. He said with a look of joy on his face, but still pretended to be righteous, reservedly, I do it for the Chen family, sacrificing herself to serve a husband with her sister. Chen Xiaoliang was extremely depressed, bitter and hateful. Do not even think about it. The great Chen has never had a sister flower married to the same person. My Chen family's face or not? Ha! Returning the face of the Chen family, Chen lightly laughed, her face showing disdain. You protect the face of the Chen family. Who protects the safety of the Chen family? In the future the head will be chopped off. Do you still want to have a face? Concubine C when the time comes to marry me together with this windy candle. Also cannot save the Chen family. Chen crossed her arms over her chest. Chen Xiaoliang immediately looked embarrassed. Of course he knew what his wife had said in her anger. Only, indeed, it was such a truth that the life of the Chen family and the face of the Chen family could only proceed to choose one or the other. Alas, Chen Yuma married over as what? Concubine? Chen Xiaoliang said rather helplessly. Have you considered Chen Reed? I do not want to see their two sisters. Later on in this issue of conflict, the heart of the handback can be Mita. Chen Yuma wanted to say that he didn't care. Her life was saved by her brother-in-law. And what's more, if it weren't for her brother-in-law, she would have had to marry a domestic abuser and end up cutting her own throat in the rectory. Then what do you say? Chen said with some reluctance. Take a step. Xin Shaoliang could only say this. In the end, the courtyard was filled with the sound of sighs and sighs. However, they became even more attached to Su Qiu. Su Qiu even Crescent Pavilion Master let attracted over. This guy is a big treasure If the Qin family was not attentive to letting someone grab it, it would be a complete loss to the Qin family. Su Qiu, who was covered in wounds, lay quietly on the bed. It's ridiculous. I haven't done anything and I'm being used as a punching bag. I don't want to stay in this house. Su Qiu silently spat up inside. If not for his lack of strength at the moment, Su Qiu couldn't wait to press her underneath his body and let her try the taste of being tempered. At the same time, he was depressed. He's just a watermelon eater, lying down for no reason. And Huna Arigato followed him here on her own, not by his invitation. Never mind. Su Qiu planned to find a suitable opportunity to leave. Avoid the two troubles of Arigato Huna and Qin Reed. When Qin Reed heard this heart, inwardly cannot help but feel guilty, but also nervous that Su Qiu really intends to leave the Qin family, or she will become the Qin family's ancient sins, to drive away their own husbands and sons-in-law. I'm such a fool. Qin Reed gently patted his head, secretly chagrined. Qin Reed pursed her red lips, and her watery eyes stared at Su Qiu, secretly chagrined at her previous intention. Unfortunately, the jealousy in her heart was overturned. She was internally blocked and a little emotional. At that moment, her vermilion lips lightly opened, and her silver bell-like voice came out. I'm sorry, it's my concubine's fault. She almost lowered her stature, stretching out her soft and white catkin, gently caressing the wounds that had just accumulated from the sparring match on Su Qiu's body, with a hint of heartache on her face. Su Qiu only responded lightly. Apparently he's really pissed off. Qin Reed did not care, slightly distressed at the same time, gently sat on the root of Su Qiu's legs, slowly lifted his shirt. Su Qiu was instantly filled with a look of incomprehension. You? What for? She's not going to take the piss even in bed, is she? He had felt Qin Reed's jealousy earlier, and especially after being outputted by a meal by Arigato Huna, she had become even more repressed inside. Only, Su Qiu's imagined pissing action didn't come. Instead, Qin Reed laughed dumbly, and her soft catkin gently stroked his chest. While gently kneading, he said, bruises on the body, if not treated in time, will turn into internal injuries over time. This is Qinghuan Valley's kneading technique, which is able to speed up the elimination of bruises. Qin Reed spoke without the slightest pause in her movements, just like performing arts. Rusty techniques pressed bruises on Su Qiu's body. Thanks for that. At this moment, Su Qiu looked at Qin Reed's serious expression. He was at a loss for words and could only barely squeeze out the sentence. We're husband and wife. You're welcome. Qin Reed's cherry lips lightly opened. She pressed extremely carefully. Even if the hair on her forehead has been hanging down, she is also oblivious. Let 3,000 green silk lying on the fragrant shoulders, or coiled down on Su Qiu's body. Jade hand also extremely controlled the force, not heavy nor light. With her half-bowed body, she could see the delicate collarbone and the half-open abyss with the restless bunny. A faint fragrance also lingered on the tip of Su Qiu's nose. Su Qiu could clearly feel that his meridians were starting to become loosened. The speed of blood flow was accelerating, and the speed of elimination of bruises increased. Maybe it has something to do with being attentive to one's titular wife. Su Qiu very much enjoyed his body being contracted, and was not shy. In his previous life, he was a great power in the world of immortal cultivation, and to be able to whack him on the back was a kind of honor for his subordinates. Not to mention, it's his own titular wife. He's a great general. The feeling of being nothing more than a son-in-law is indeed surprising. The white and soft jade hands, the glowing skin, the moderate force, the breathing close at hand, the softness coming from the legs as well as the warm jade-like body temperature, and the fragrance lingering on the tip of the nose. Opening his eyes was the face of that stunning beauty and the meticulous attitude of the stunning person. It is extremely pleasing to the eye. Better? Suddenly, Qin Reed raised her eyes and opened her mouth to inquire. Su Qiu nodded gently. Well, much better. That's good. Lie down. Oh. Su Qiu obediently cooperated and turned around. Lying down on the bed, Qin Reed's soft movements still continued. Actually, the titular wife is pretty good, at least in that respect. Impeccable. Hearing this heartfelt voice, Qin Reed guffawed. The rubbing became even more vigorous, almost all eyes on Su Qiu. Concentrating, Su Qiu twisted his head and glanced at his titular wife, actually snickering. That's going to give him a whole lot of trouble. You want to be happy about giving a massage? But he didn't say much, in case this was Qin Reed's fetish. Soon, Su Qiu relaxed his whole body and mind and fell into a deep sleep and enjoyment. Tonight's confrontation was on the intensity and he needed sleep to recover. The next day, Su Qiu opened his eyes. It felt like a pressure in his chest. When he looked up, He found that Chen Reed was quietly lying on his chest, and his pasty face was stuck on his chest. The soft hair was like a waterfall spring, scattered all over the body along the chest, silky like silk, mixed with a light soap fragrance. Especially Chen Reed regular breathing. The body is like Intanu warm, as well as the soft little body bones, the appearance of the little bird. People cannot help but rise a strong desire to protect. Su Qiu swept a glance. Sleeping in the chest of Chen Reed, there is a hint of moving inside. This guy probably helped me stretch my legs until late. Su Qiu fell asleep last night, but ignored Chen Reed. He moved slightly. Let the originally sleeping Chen Reed woke up leisurely. She raised her head slightly and rubbed the corners of her hazy eyes. Loose puffy breasts showed a hint of white, flesh color visible. After the vision was clear, Chen Reed realized that Su Qiu had been staring at himself. Chen Reed's silver bell-like voice said, "Good morning, husband." Morning. Su Qiu has long been accustomed to Chen Reed on his own. Attitudinal changes. From the original strangers, gradually feelings warmed up. Separate beds and then the same bed. Respect each other and then at the moment sticky. Even Su Qiu didn't expect to be able to get used to it so quickly. Only, when Su Qiu was about to get up, he found that Chen Reed had been gripping his arm and was unwilling to let go. Su Qiu understood her worries and said slightly, "Don't worry, she won't be able to take me away. And what's more, I'm just a tiny flunky, much less worthy of her doing this. Well, as long as concubine is your maiden, she will always be your wife," Chen Reed said in a firm tone. Su Qiu gently rubbed her hair. Got it. At this moment, he felt that having Chen Huna come to the Chen family wasn't a bad thing. With the pressure of competition, his titular wife would become more talkative. With Su Qiu's confirmation, Chen Baixia then stretched and got up to wash. He then left the house in his general's uniform. Su Qiu looked at his departing back, feeling that today's events were like a dream. No matter what, a patriarchal wife pampering you. The matter itself was bizarre. I should get to work too. He had important things to do and couldn't stay in the house all the time. Su Qiu then appeared inside the guardhouse on Beihua Street. When Huang San and Zhou Liang saw him push the door in, they immediately stood up, meat buns in their hands set aside, and respectfully shouted, "Good morning, Lord Su. Let's eat the bun first." Su Qiu waved his hand and told them to continue eating the buns. The old man Chen, who had recruited in last night, held out a bowl of meat porridge, as well as 3 meat buns with nimble hands. "Master Su, this is today's morning meal. Thanks a lot." Su Qiu took the breakfast, and instructed again, "The cost of food at the guardhouse. If you're short, remember to look for me to get it." Enough is enough. The meals at the guardhouse cost less than 2 taels of silver a month. Old man Chen hurriedly waved his hand. These things aren't worth a few bucks at all. There weren't many guards yamen. Not to mention that he had his own access to cheap rice and noodles. Su Qiu nodded with satisfaction and took a bite of the meat bun. The skin of the bun was soft and delicious, and the meat inside was juicy and sweet. The flavor is really good. Only, it didn't take long to start eating. Eunuch Wang had then arrived at the guardhouse, his shrill voice saying, "Prosecutor Su, the saint has asked you to make a trip to the palace." Su Qiu lifted his forehead at his words. Inwardly, he said, "It seems that trouble still can't be avoided. The palace, the hall of nourishment. My humble servant pays his respects to his holiness." Su Qiu arched his hand and bowed. His tone was unassuming and there was no hint of a flattering tone. The empress had her pen on the dragon case and paused for a moment before she raised her head to survey Su Qiu in front of her. And Qin Tian measured from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head, finally locking onto Su Qiu's face, saying, "Not bad. I didn't expect that the Qin family's flunky was really a talented man, and especially with this look, he could indeed make a woman pregnant." Su Qiu was a bit puzzled by what he heard. Why is the empress praising people? The empress placed the brush in her hand on the pen rest. The fact that the entire Qin family was trying to protect you before shows that you have something to offer. Tell me, how did you come to know the Crescent Pavilion master? Su Qiu was rather speechless. Sure enough, the expected empress would ask about this. His eyes turned slightly, and he said softly, "Actually, I don't know her, but last night she suddenly appeared at the princess residence, so I was called over by her." The princess's residence? The empress raised her phoenix eyebrows slightly. 7th princess. Su Qiu didn't mean to hide it. After all, the entire palace is the empress's. She can casually find out if she wants to, and can't hide it at all. The 7th princess? The empress narrowed her eyes, her bright hands gently lifting her white jaw, her gaze like a cheetah looking straight at Su Qiu. "What are you doing in the 7th princess residence?" The 7th princess is her own daughter. Therefore, she didn't want anyone to hit on an Xinu's idea. Besides, the man in front of him was just a tiny flunky of the Qin family. The 7th princess values the craftsmanship and swordsmanship of the microcosm. Su Qiu said bluntly. there is no need for any concealment. After all, if even this was hidden, then the only topic left would be falling in love with the 7th princess. But if that was the case, the Empress had the heart to kill him. Craftsmanship and swordplay? Empress and Qin Tian's phoenix brows frowned slightly in uncertainty. That girl wants to practice swordplay? Well, she wants to fight with a sword. Su Qiu stood in a position 10 paces in front of Qin Tian's eyes, his tone cloudy and light, not fearful because the other party was a female emperor. Empress and Qin Tian suddenly laughed, her gaze like a knife scrutinizing Su Qiu. It's really interesting. If she wants to practice sword, I can casually find a better gentleman. Do you think your sword skills can be better than those gentlemen? Your Holiness, what if it's Qin Reed's set of sword skills? Su Qiu was not the least bit intimidated, still calm and collected. His eyes looked straight at the Holy Lord and slowly opened his mouth. The Empress and Qin Tian's eyes froze slightly as she sniffed. Then the Psychiatriarch raised his head slightly, and his eyes rolled, as if he were in deep thought. She had to be sure that Qin Reed's sword skills were indeed unique in Chen, and it was hard to find an enemy. Qin Reed was born in Qingyuan Valley, and the sword art she practiced was also the top sword art of Qingyuan Valley. Otherwise she would not have been able to easily pacify the border after she became a general. If, for example, Su Qiu really learned that set of sword techniques on Qin Reed, and then taught it to Xin Yu, thinking about it is not a bad thing, because Qin Reed never taught the sword art to others. It seems that I have still underestimated you. Empress and Qin Tian reared her forehead. There was no more to be said about the 7th princess, just a simple exhortation. Teach that girl and Xin Yu well. If you teach her well, there will be a reward. Su Qiu simply arched his hand and nodded. But, at this time, the Empress and Qin Tian continued, why you have been waves. De Chen is very difficult to raise a person like you, even if the princess prints to see me, but also have to be respectful. You before but a small scholar, now the same Qin family's small superfluous son-in-law. Su Qiu simply replied, perhaps because of the resurrection from the dead? Back from the dead? A while ago, the Qin family was framed, and the micromanager was also poisoned, and was still being held by the neck as he was dying, and was finally rescued by the Empress, and thus looked down on life and death. You really dare to say that the Qin family has been framed? It's also the first time I've heard it in your mouth. Empress and Qin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a slit in her eyes. She examined the purpose of Su Qiu's words. Then Qin Tian put the fold in front of him on one side, and said without haste, go on, who wants to kill you? Su Qiu said expressionlessly, Qin Reed became a widow, to whom it is most favorable. The person who kills is him. Funny, you're the first one who still has to make me guess. Empress and Qin Tian was curious about this. The capital prosecutor who didn't fear her at all. She then said without hesitation, Yi Liangchen, I think. But what does he gain by harming the Qin family? He killed you, so to speak, because he also adored General Qin. But what did he gain by harming the Qin family? Empress and Qin Tian grasped certain key points at the moment. It was that the person Su Qiu spoke of as having killed him and the person who framed the Qin family were both the same person. He is engaged to the daughter of the chief minister of the dynasty. Su Qiu didn't blink his eyes as if he was saying an ordinary thing. When Qin Tian, who had heard this matter, his pupils shrunk slightly, and even his breathing paused for a moment. Yi Liangchen's engagement to Gu Xiangxiang, the daughter of the chief minister of the dynasty, was also just. It had just recently exploded, and previously they had hidden it very stealthily. So Empress and Qin Tian was not aware of it for the time being, and likewise there were not many knowers within the capital. Empress and Qin Tian's gaze returned. Gently pick up the dragon case. The gold-patterned dragon figure of the teacup. Orchid finger ruffled the lid. A fine sip. Only then said in a deep voice, can I see you? Want to kill people with a knife? Yi Liangchen talent group of ministers have witnessed. If he has damage, is the misfortune of the great Qian. Whatever. Su Qiu slowly spoke. The Empress's brows knitted as she sniffed, and for the first time, someone spoke to herself with such an undertone. And Qin Tian couldn't help but give him a high look while at the same time being a bit annoyed at his offense. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qiu said first, if it's your majesty who has nothing else to do, the micro-minister will leave first. You really have the guts. Every courtier can't wait to show themselves in front of me. On the contrary, it's you who are thinking of leaving. Are you afraid that I will eat you? And Qinton had a complicated time with this guy. She had never seen someone with this much guts, but at the same time, someone who annoyed her. His Holiness won't, and if His Holiness really wants to bestow death on me, I guess certain people will be very happy. Who? Huna arigato. Why? Empress and Qin Tian became more and more puzzled. Couldn't figure out where exactly Su Qiu got his confidence. Because she wanted to take me and lacked an excuse. Funny, why would she want to take you? Your Holiness can only ask the pavilion master himself. After saying that, Su Chou never said more. Now, he doesn't care whether Qin Tian will give himself death or not. If she dares to let himself die, he will escape and come back later. Anyway, the question was thrown to Qin Tian. You can do whatever you like. Su Chou directly chose to open the pendulum. Besides, it was enough that he could leave a nail in Qin Tian's heart, and once the emperor's suspicion of his subjects rose, it would be out of control. The empress Qin Tian looked at Su Chou with a dead pig's face. Her chest was a bit blocked, and her petite face was very depressed. She does want to cut Xiao Chu, but unfortunately, last night Xiao Chu was the guy who was acknowledged by Huna Arigato and people were staying at his house. If it kills, it would be difficult for the court to find someone who was looked up to by Huna Arigato again. Also, I wonder if Huna Yukin will be angry. After all, she's the one who picked the people. Empress Qin Tian slowly exhaled a breath. I won't hold you accountable for your rudeness before, but you have to grasp the relationship with the pavilion master, or I'll give poison wine. Of course, if this is done well, I will heavily reward you. Empress Qin Tian said word for word. Su Chou bowed and received the order. Then he exited the Hall of Nurturing Heart and left at a quick pace. Eunuch Wang said at this time, Your Holiness, is it proper to let him? A tiny flunky, go and contact the Crescent Moon Pavilion's pavilion master? What's wrong with that? The Crescent Pavilion master lives in the Qin Mansion, and behind the Qin Mansion is the Green Luan Valley. It's impossible for them to work together at all. Instead it's to our advantage. And Qin Tian was actually happy to see that Huna Arigato was residing in the Qin Mansion. The two of her and Qin Reed were naturally at odds, so she might be able to check and balance. Eunuch Wang added, but this person is afraid that he is not easy to control. He is arrogant. The pavilion master is looking at that would have no pride. Only, if he messes up, I don't mind bestowing death on him. Empress Qin Tian was full of grievances, just like a complaining woman. After Su Chou leaves, her eyes were like a sharp sword, filled with an icy color. When Eunuch Wang saw this, someone was touching her scales, only to see Qin Tian turn to Eunuch Wang. His eyes were morose as he said, have someone go and find out everything about Yi Liangchen, including those things he did with the head minister of the dynasty. And Qin Tian originally favored Yi Liangchen. He even hoped to support him as a party force to fight against the chief minister of the dynasty. Only, and Qin Tian was disappointed that Yi Liangchen actually had a marriage contract with Gu Shangxiang. Wasn't this a clear indication that he was standing in the camp of the head minister of the current dynasty, and together they were hollowing out her? The empress? Su Chou left the entrance of the palace. He muttered, it's true that being targeted by Huna Arigato isn't a good thing, but I've also borrowed her name, so it's even. The empress's favorite thing is to play the balancing act. Whether it was the Qin family or the chief minister of the dynasty, they all played with the checks and balances of power. The empress had befriended the Crescent Moon Pavilion, and in a way it was also to check the power of the Green Luan Valley. Qin Reed became a positive third-grade general. Her forces will be further expanded, not to mention that she also represents the Qingluan Valley. As for the current chief minister, the empress of the same is also afraid of this guy. Gu Old Man Two Dynasties. He pulled together a lot of officials under the hand. That was why the empress self had come up with this plan, looking for the Crescent Moon Pavilion to be her backer. At the same time, Huna Egio also needed outside forces to solidify her position, so the two hit it off. Only in the plot of the novel in his previous life, the one who ended up picking the peach was Yi Liangchen. Su Chou didn't like that stuff, so it planted the seed of suspicion in the empress, regardless of whether Yi Liangchen is talented or not. In the end he will not be reused. Talent is not number one in the court. Standing in line is. As for whether the empress rewarded or punished herself, Autumn won't even care. Anyway, when his wings are full, getting away with it is the right thing to do, and the empress will have to tremble at his feet. Brother-in-law, is it alright for the empress to find you? At that moment, a crisp voice rang out from outside the palace gates. Su Chou looked up and realized that Qin Yuma seemed to be waiting here for a long time. Puzzled, he inquired, what brings you here? Qin Yumo's vermilion lips lightly opened. Xiao Chui said that you were called away by the saint. I was worried about you, so I came over. Of course she was nervous that the empress would hand her brother-in-law over to Huna Arigato and make him a victim. She didn't want to lose Su Chou. These days of contact, Qin Yuma had completely relied on Su Chou, and was even secretly in love with her. When Su Chou heard her words, he twisted his head to the side and looked at Xiao Chui, who was cowering behind Qin Yuma, and she even spat out her fragrant tongue as if she had made a mistake, indicating that she had no intention of doing so. Auntie, Third Miss is also worried about you, Jade said timidly. Su Chou popped her in the head. Afterward, he rubbed Qin Yuma's forehead, his expression bland. Don't worry, just inquiring about something. After that, he headed in the direction of the guardhouse. Qin Yuma followed his flank, her slender fingers clutching the corner of her coat. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Brother-in-law, if the Crescent Pavilion master wants you over, will you leave the Qin family?" Hearing these words, Su Qiu twisted his head to look at her. Only her pasty face was filled with worry and her eyes had little color in them. And at some point, one of her hands clutched the tail of Su Qiu's coat. "Don't worry, she won't be able to get rid of me." Su Qiu simply relieved. He could clearly feel that Qin Yuma's dependence on him was getting stronger. Not only did they treat him as a father, but also as a husband-like role. Not far out of the city gates is Vermilion Bird Street. La! A sham sounded. Su Qiu and Qin Yuma glanced over curiously. Just see a mansion side door open. The matchmaker carrying the bride covered with red cloth on the sedan chair. This marriage procession is not large in number, can be described as shabby. In addition to a 4-carried sedan chair, there are only 6 people left to beat the gongs and drums to raise the flag. Qin Yuma muttered, "These are all official residences. How can the female head of the house be married? So few people. Concubinage will be like this." Xiao Chui reminded from the side. "Third miss, this is the Tong mansion. So it's Tong Wanxia getting married." Qin Yuma suddenly realized. Tong Wanxia and Yiliangchen Pass female dry news has long been rumored. The entire capital, whether it is the circle of nobles, or the people's circle, basically all know. It is also known that Tong Wan Xia repudiated Lu Baiqian and became Yiliangchen's concubine. This has been the most decent thing the Tong family has done, but it's still saddening. At this time, the marriage procession seems to try their best to hide themselves. Swana just simply blow a few times, and then put back. Other musical instruments are the same. Only 2 maids crying. At the same time, they also specialize in going to the place where there are fewer people, for fear of being seen as if only the people on the sidelines remained numerous. When Qin Yuma saw this scene, a smile reappeared on her pretty face. "Serves you right. You made it with your own hands, letting a good husband and son-in-law at home not want to, but wanting to have sex with someone, and now you can only be a concubine." She crossed her arms with a feeling of great revenge, especially that night. If her brother-in-law hadn't saved her, her innocence and reputation would have been ruined. Therefore, Qin Yuma hated Tong Wanxia. Only, when she twisted her head to look at her brother-in-law, she found Su Qiu staring at a woman. The woman's face is clear, with a brocade coat and embroidered jacket, and her neck is covered with fox fur, and she is well-mannered, and she looks like a lady of the bookish family. She hid on the street corner and kept her eyes on the marriage procession until it was far away. "Brother-in-law." Qin Yuma was furious, was about to remind my brother-in-law that he was a family man and not to be out spying on other women. Su Qiu's heartbeat could be heard. "Gu Shangxiang, the daughter of the head minister of the dynasty. Why is she here?" Qin Yuma's words changed directly to his mouth. "Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? The daughter of the chief minister of the dynasty. Gu Shangxiang, why is she here?" Qin Yuma repeated Su Qiu's heartfelt words. "She has a marriage contract with Yi Liangchen, perhaps because of the matter of Yi Liangchen's concubine. So look at Tong Wanxia." Su Qiu explained simply. He knew what the plot was about, and likewise knew Gu Shangxiang's character. Silly white sweet female main character, was well protected by the chief minister of the dynasty, did not understand the world, only to be cheated by Yi Liangchen. Now people have concubines, should not be able to accept it, but, I think Yi Liangchen convinced her. She's pathetic and blind. Qin Yuma was originally hostile to Gu Shangxiang because the Qin family was framed by the head counselor of the current dynasty and thus hated the house, but when she heard her brother-in-law's words, she felt quite sorry for Gu Shangxiang. Qin Yuma's red lips lightly opened. She only has the look of heartache. She doesn't look like a bad person. If she is a jealous woman, she should have a resentful expression at this moment. "Accidentally. Your observation is indeed good." Su Qiu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards his sister-in-law. This guy has grown up with himself, not like before. He's a fool. Qin Yuma quietly said to Su Qiu, "Brother-in-law, why don't we go help her? She's quite poor." Su Qiu nodded. "I think so too. A good woman cannot be spoiled." The 2 men looked at each other and smiled. The expressions were all grim as well. Yi Liangchen and the daughter of the head minister of the current dynasty have a marriage contract in place. And Yi Liangchen and Su Qiu, they also have the same grudge in place. As the saying goes, to give the enemy to find pain. This is perhaps the greatest pleasure. "I'll do it." Qin Yuma volunteered to help, then quietly **** came to Gu Shangxiang's side. After dryly coughing to attract her attention, Qin Yuma then lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "You're Gu Shangxiang, right?" Gu Shangxiang turned back to look at Qin Yuma, her willow brows slightly knitted. "Who are you?" "I am Qin Yuma of the Qin mansion." Gu Shangxiang first drifted off, then recalled the rumors and said, "I've heard of you, And it seems that you made a lot of noise at the Poetry Society. Qin Yuma was puzzled. This young lady is making a scene at the Poetry Society? That's what I heard Yelang say. That you almost lost your virginity because you were drunk. Gu Shangxiang blinked her big copper bell eyes, full of innocence. Certainly her tone was not hostile. Although the Prime Minister of the current dynasty is not dealing with the Qin family, but the Prime Minister of the current dynasty did not tell these things to his own daughter, Gu Shangxiang, but has always protected her very well, making her extremely simple. Only, Qin Yuma was suddenly furious at the words and became very irritated, because she almost lost her virginity drunk. The mastermind behind everything is Yi Liangchen and Tong Wanxia. Now listening to them arranging themselves, Qin Yuma bites her red lips tightly, hating to dismantle them. It is true that they are a group of son of a bitch. Qin Yuma calmed himself, squeezing a smile on his face. He said, these are all rumors. The last ones to be arrested were Yi Liangchen and Tong Wanxia. Hearing these words, Gu Shangxiang instantly showed a bitter expression, and her heart felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. As mute as a yellow fever, it is difficult to speak. Qin Yuma could see the change in her expression, so he comforted her. I'm sorry, it was Yuma who said the wrong thing. It's fine. This matter Shangxiang has known about for a long time. Gu Shangxiang waved her hand and said, that night, Yi Liangchen had explained a lot to her. He said that Tong Wanxia pounced on him as if she had turned upside down and drugged his drink, after which he was forced by Tong Zhengtong to marry Tong Wanxia, and he still had to marry someone else, because the Tong family was one of the targets of the chief minister's request for pulling the strings. Besides, in the future, Tong Wanxia would be nothing more than a concubine, and Yi Liangchen guaranteed that her main wife would still be hers. Gu Shangxiang understood Yi Liangchen, so she didn't dwell on this matter. Only the matter of concubinage still had a hurdle in her heart. There's something I don't understand. Why are you so enamored with him when he's betrayed you so much? Qin Yuma's lips slightly opened. Looking straight at the other party, he couldn't help but inquire. Yelang is a good man. He has a hard time. Gu Shangxiang was still obsessed, and it was obvious that she was extremely in love with Yi Liangchen. It seemed like it was not him for life. However, at this time, Su Qiu could not help but speak. Even when he wrote a love letter to my mother, he had a bitter intention? Gu Shangxiang froze for a moment at his words, then turned her head to look at Su Qiu, her gaze full of disbelief. Why does this gentleman say that? Before I got married with Qin Reed, your lover went to my mansion for 3 days, wanting to meet with my mother, and wrote a bunch of love letters. I think your family Yi Lang should have a few copies hidden. After saying that, Su Qiu pretended to be sad. His head was bowed and his eyes were hiked up, the corners of his mouth drooping. Both eyes also gradually became lifeless, with the look of someone who had been broken through. Even Qin Yuma subconsciously consoled at the sight. Brother-in-law, I apologize for my sister. You've been wronged. Subconsciously taking his arm, she said crisply, besides, brother-in-law, you still have Yumoa. She has been worried now, her sister's harm to him. After all, before these things, Qin Yuma also knows some. Unfortunately, at that time, he did not know better, did not dissuade his sister in time, but a little. Qin Yuma then heard the heartbeat. This girl has really improved only a little, but it's good that she's like this to increase my credibility. Qin Yuma, who originally wanted to continue comforting Su Qiu, paused for a moment, feeling heartbroken. My brother-in-law's heartbreak was faked, but it was too much of a fake, wasn't it? Qin Yuma pinched Su Qiu's arm somewhat gamely. Inwardly, he let out a soft hum. When Gu Shangxiang heard this, her face gradually turned white, her eyes looking straight at Su Qiu in disbelief. Yelang doesn't do these things. Yes, Miss Shangxiang, the Yi Lang in your heart wouldn't do such things, but there are quite a few people who have seen him in the Qin residence. Su Qiuji, 1938, Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician, continued fanning the flames. The implication is that the evidence is all there. It's up to her to find out. At this moment, Gu Xianxiang's heart was like a knife, but she said word by word, you want to break us up? That's right, Su Qiu admitted with a big smile. You're a good person, and we don't want to see you get cheated. You would be so kind? Gu Shangxiang looked at the two men warily. Su Qiu was fearless. Of course it cannot be considered kind. He has planted evidence to frame me, against my wife, and even hit my wife and sister, and you are his biggest backer. Naturally want to break up your. However, you are a good person. I do not want to deceive you. As for you to believe it or not is your own matter, he said without haste, and acknowledged it greatly, truthfully. After saying that, he pulled Qin Yuma towards the distance. Just seed the suspicion and wait for the seeds to germinate and bear fruit. Gu Shangxiang pursed her cherry lips. She doesn't want to believe Su Qiu's words, but Su Qiu admits his purpose in a big way. That says it all. Could what he said be true? Gu Shangxiang watched Su Qiu's back, gradually disappearing into the street corner, and muttered. At that moment, a maid ran over with small steps. "Miss, why are you here?" The maid gasped for air, propped her hands on her knees, and said in a half-bowed position, "Came to see Miss Tong get married." Gu Shangxian looked at Tong Wanxia, biting her red lips tightly. "Miss, what's there to see in her?" The maid gave her breath away and stood up straight again. "It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not to mention, Mr. Yi has a hard time with it." Gu Shangxiang heard her maid, putting in a good word for Yi Lianchen. In his mind, he was recalling, as much as he could, what Su Qiu had just said. Although she liked Yi Lianchen very much, if the other party was a negative man, would she still want to bang her head hard? "Chao Chun, go and inquire for me, whether Yi Lang was once frequenting the Qin mansion. And by the way, check Yi Lang's previous relationship with Tong Wanxia, as well as his relationship with other women." Gu Xianxian's voice was decisive. Xiaochun froze at her words and couldn't help but raise her head to look at Miss. "What are you doing? Miss? Yi Lang is lying to me. He's hiding a lot of things from me." Gu Xianxian's eyes were red at some point as she spoke. Xiaochun, seeing her young lady's aggrieved expression for the first time, understood and nodded. "Slave servant understands." Soon after, Xiaochun came back in a hurry and returned to Gu's house, and before she could catch her breath, she ran into Gu Xianxian's boudoir. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, looked at his own young lady was sitting on the desk, looking through the poetry from somewhere. Her eyes were immersed in it. Even the sound of Haru gasping for air failed to startle her. Xiaochun thought of those things, pursed her lips, and couldn't help but speak. "Miss." When her voice rang out, Gu Shangxian came back to her senses and said in a soft voice, "You've already found out?" "Aha!" Xiaochun's head nodded like a rattle, and then she was torn. Half a moment before she said, "Miss, are you sure you want to listen?" She was afraid of breaking Miss's heart. Gu Shangxian looked askance at Xiaochun's tangled appearance. At once, the heart already has a rough idea. Inwardly more bitter smile, the heart also gradually become cold, biting the cherry lips. "Say it, this young lady can afford it." Haru sniffed inside. Only then did he say, "Miss, indeed, as you think so, Yi Gengzi long ago, hooked up with General Qin, but also wrote a few poems for her, and even on the day of General Qin's wedding, privately into the mansion, and she talked to her. But fortunately, General Qin is an old-fashioned man, has not overstepped the bounds of things." Everyone in the Qin family knew about this. Even the head of the Qin family turned a blind eye until recently. And Mr. Yi and Miss Tong, even more so, as early as half a year ago has been good. I heard that Miss Tong also for him to keep his body like jade, even married, but also has not been with her husband's son-in-law in the same room. The most outrageous is the people of Wanha Street. All said that Yi Gengzi in front of other people's husband's face, with the child girl, and the number of times is not low. The poetry will catch female dry is the truth. As Haru said this, her voice gradually became faint, and then gradually stopped. She peeked up to peer at her lady. At this moment, when Gu Shangxiang heard these news, her entire body stiffened in place, her pretty face pale and lightless, her pupils were lax, her eyes were completely disoriented, and her entire person gradually became dull. Soon, the catkin pressed on her chest. She felt a special pain in her heart. Her heart was like a knife. Even her breathing stopped, as if she had entered a swamp. A sense of suffocation gradually surged to her heart. Gu Xianxiang's bean-sized tears inadvertently flowed across her cheeks, then barred onto her hands like a trickle of water. Her voice was low, with a sobbing tone. "So, all of this is a lie to me. Yi Lianchen, you have a cruel heart. Xiangxiang treated you with sincerity, yet you left Xiangxiang with. It's full of bruises." Miss Xiaochun saw the scene in front of her, at a loss for words, and finally could only comfort. "Miss, there are many negative men. Don't hang yourself on a tree. You are the daughter of Gu Court Elder. What kind of person can't find? You're the daughter of Court Elder Gu. What kind of man can't you find?" Master Gu's love for the young lady was almost well known. Even if she wanted the stars in the sky, Master Gu would probably pick them for her. "No need to comfort me." Gu Shangxian wiped the tears on her cheeks with a quick hand. The tear tracks didn't disappear. Her whole body was lost in thought, but at the same time, some sort of determination was made. Taking small, quick steps to the locked box, she picked up the key and opened it. Pulling a marriage certificate from it, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately held on to it tightly. Out of the boudoir, he went to his father's study, which was like a palace, and knocked gently. "Who?" "Father, it's the daughter." "Xiang, come on in." A kind voice was heard from the study. Gu Shangxian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, pushed open the door to the study, and crossed the threshold to enter the study. At this time, Court Elder Gu was in front of his desk, carefully reading letters from all over the world, and only when he saw his daughter come in did he slowly raise his head from the folds. "Come over here." Gu Shangxiang nodded and walked with heavy steps. When she stepped forward a bit, Court Elder Gu's direction could see the tear stains on his daughter's cheeks, the reddened eyes, and the bleak eyes. Court Elder Gu's heart couldn't help but tighten. The face that was originally unperturbed gradually turned gloomy. A slightly aged voice inquired, "Who caused you grief? Tell father. Father will stand up for you." "No need, father. No one can make a woman sad." Gu Shangxiang swung her cicatrices, a hint of stubbornness on her face. She slowly placed the marriage certificate on the tabletop. In a slightly hoarse voice, she continued, "Father, Xiang Xiang wants to withdraw from the marriage. Yi Lang and Xiang Xiang are not suitable." When she said this, Court Elder Gu had already guessed who had angered his daughter. His brows were furrowed and his expression gradually became serious, but he always showed tenderness towards his daughter. "Don't worry, tomorrow father will let him return the marriage certificate." Dare to bully the old man's daughter. He really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. When Court Elder Gu finished speaking, he slammed the table with an almost murderous gaze, his voice tinged with anger. Gu Shangxiang knew that her father was really angry, but there recalled her and Yi Liangchen little by little, and couldn't bear it. Then her cherry lips lightly opened and said, "Father, forget it, don't make things difficult for him. He's pissed you off and you're still as this taking care of him?" Court Elder Gu was somewhat unable to understand. Gu Shangxiang sniffled before she spoke. "After all, we've known each other for a while." "All right, father, as you wish. However, some bitterness is still necessary for him to eat," Court Elder Gu said without question. His daughter. Not just anyone can bully her. Same time, Qin Yuma followed behind Su Qiu. Following him back to the guardhouse, she pursed her cherry lips and said, "Brother-in-law, are you still angry about your sister? Why are you mad at her?" Su Qiu twisted his head, looking at Qin Yuma who was clutching the corner of his coat, confused. Then those words, "from the party," Qin Yuma said halfway through. Su Qiu directly raised his hand to interrupt. "It's only to make Gu Shangxiang believe it. Su Qiu does not care about this small scar in the past. Not to mention, that is the original owner of the body. And now Su Qiu has nothing to do with. As for Qin reads good. Su Qiu simply as her compensation for the original owner. That's good." Qin Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as my brother-in-law doesn't blame my sister." Qin Yuma looked at her brother-in-law's back, suddenly a little glum. And to be honest, she was a little upset that she wanted to be stuck with her brother-in-law too. Unfortunately, her father was right that night. She couldn't possibly grab something from her own sister. Could she? Just as they were walking down North River Street, Qin Yuma suddenly heard the sound of crying and wailing coming from the alley. Master, spare my sister, don't kill her." She craned her head to look. Following the gap in the alley, I saw a mud-covered maid, her hands and feet bound with twine, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy for her sister, who was only 7 or 8 years old. The rough man with a bearded face and a red sack coat said menacingly, "What the hell? How dare you speak for her?" After saying that, he kicked over. His foot kicked the girl's waist and abdomen, only to see her being kicked out, then kneeling on the ground for a long time, unable to speak, and her body twitching in the same way. The sister, 7 or 8 years of age, was in a state of entire dizziness, with pale blood and weak breath, and supposed to be suffering from a high fever. The rough man was full of concern, picked up the dagger and stabbed through her heart. Blood splattered, but unfortunately the small body did not have much blood. The girl twitched a little and then died. The rough man said to the other accomplices, "Tie up a stone and sink it in the river." "Yes, big brother." A man picked up one of the girl's legs, intending to leave, and when Qin Yuma saw the scene in front of him, he was filled with anger and subconsciously shouted angrily, "Stop it all." Qin Yuma's voice was so loud that the gang in the alley all cocked their heads and squinted at the righteous woman. All of them froze. Immediately, the rough man at the head could not help but laugh out loud. "It's really interesting. Actually someone disturbed our transportation. The other juniors, all of them, did the same, laughing their heads off, and some even covered their stomachs and taunted profusely. The bitch is pretty righteous. Maybe she's foreign and doesn't know the rules of North River Street. Really, girls who don't know anything, be damned." The crowd all looked contemptuous, not putting Qin Yuma in their eyes or taking her seriously. There were also a few people who looked at Qin Yuma, ogling her from the soles of her feet all the way to her head, and finally locking onto her puffy breasts. The sardonic laughter was unceasing, and his eyes were filled with color. Obscene. Even Qin Yuma subconsciously covered her chest and took a few steps back, thinking that these people were really disgusting. A few junior brothers licked the dry cracked corners of their mouths. "It's really a pretty little pussy. I don't know which one of them is a big girl. Why don't we arrest her and have some fun? I agree. Hear their voices. Chen Yuma's eyebrows frowned slightly, biting her light lips. You guys dare? Aren't you afraid of offending the Chen house? The Chen mansion? The rough man at the head of the group laughed at the words, then said with great disdain, even if the Chen family is a person. So what? We can kidnap whoever we want. Can the nobles resist us? As he spoke, the minions around him laughed even louder. Several people slowly stepped forward and raised their hands, trying to surround and kidnap her. One man lewdly said, "Little pussy, you'd better obediently obey the masters, or there will be plenty of suffering to eat." Chen Yuma immediately retreated behind Su Qiu, his hand tightly grasping his arm. Brother-in-law. She's scared. She didn't have as good a body as Chen Reed, just now, but a moment of impulse. This group of people do not hesitate to kill a child. Normal people with conscience will choose to drink them. It's just that Chen Yuma didn't expect that these assholes were actually fearless. Su Qiu said in a mellow voice. You guys are also really bold, actually causing trouble on Beha Street. The sound made the others stop in their tracks. The thick man at the head lifted his head to resurvey Su Qiu, taking a glance at the official uniform he was wearing, lips slightly hooked, full of contemptuous laughter. The original only 9 inspectors. This matter actually invited your old man to come. We are still face a lot of it. Since that chick is your people, we do not make things difficult for her. Let her apologize to us, and then compensate for 180 silver. This matter on the past. Hearing this, Chen Yumo subconsciously clenched her pink fists. The glazed eyes were filled with indignation as they glared straight at them. Can't wait to dismantle them. Zhou Liang and Huang San, with the other magistrates, hurriedly rushing over, he saw the Black Tiger Gang's people, protecting Su Qiu and Chen Yuma behind them. Huang San quietly said to Su Qiu at this time, My lord, how did you mess with them? Zhou Liang also stepped aside and spoke out. This group of people kill without blinking an eye. Even the government can't do anything about them. Your Excellency, if you want to take up a job in Beha Street peacefully, don't mess with them. Huang San pounded his head like garlic on the side. Then a man walked up alone, with a smile on his face, and respectfully said to the rough man at the head, This inspector is just here. He doesn't know the rules. Please Brother Chu, let him off. Don't update the people. How about the brothers' drinks on me? As Huang San spoke, he placed the 2 taels of silver that Su Qiu had gifted them last night. Send it to the roughneck named Chu. But Chu Hanzi confiscated it and casually threw the silver on the ground, saying in an unkind tone, A few taels of silver to get rid of us. Do you think we are beggars? The surrounding little brothers, likewise drew out the knife in their hands. That's right. We are shipping goods. We were disturbed by this bitch as well as the dog officer. How can we all have to compensate for 180 pieces of silver, right? Huang San Siso, the heart of the cold, but also can only be hard to accompany a smile. Brothers, do not be like this. There are words to say well. I speak properly. Chu Hanzi sneered. Did they let the old man speak properly? The group continued to speak in an unkind tone, not taking the officials seriously. Su Qiu similarly slowly drew his sword at this moment. No one has ever been able to threaten him. Zhou Liang tried to hold him down and quietly said, Your Excellency can't be allowed to do that. They are the Black Tiger Gang behind them. Su Qiu gently said, Don't worry. The Black Tiger Gang can't make any waves. He knew that although the Black Tiger Gang was working for the Tigers in North River Street, in reality they were only doing so to the commoners, and the officials who had no power. But when it comes to the strong, this group is nothing more than ruffians. After all, the head of the Black Tiger Gang was only a second-rate martial artist, completely unable to get on the stage. My lord, make not. Zhou Liang still wanted to persuade, but the next moment, there's an unexpected scene on the other side. The girl who was originally kicked out by Chu Hanzi. He held his stomach and convulsed for a while, and when he slowed down, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. While Chu Hanzi's back was turned to her, the girl rushed to his side, followed by a bite on his arm, biting at dead center until a piece of flesh was bitten off. The Chu Hanzi looked at the blood pouring out of his arm. The pain was so intense that it drove him very mad, and he immediately drew out his knife, his mouth cursing, Damn wild girl, let's see if I don't chop you to death. The moment he raised his knife to strike, a silhouette appeared in front of him. The hand rose and fell. Chu Hanzi's arm that raised the knife instantly flew out. That cut was extremely gorgeous. The hand flew out the next second. Blood wildly soared out from the veins. The Chuhan looked at the missing arm and the pain coming from the broken hand that made his veins explode, wailed in agony. When the others saw this, they froze in place. They hadn't seen Su Qiu's figure clearly. This guy somehow appeared on the boss's heels and sliced his hand off with a sword. Big brother! Someone yelled out. The others attacked and killed towards Su Qiu. However, Su Qiu didn't even lift his eyelids and cut Chu Hanzi directly into a human stick. A kick sent him flying. At the moment towards him to kill over the minions. Suchio similarly no mercy. A knife stabbed a dead. Chopping melons and cutting vegetables as easy and casual. Those minions are blood and flesh. Heads fall to the ground. Before the arrogant people, at this moment, no longer have the attitude of the party, is the fear of looking at the godlike Suchio. His whole body couldn't help trembling, and the hand holding the weapon kept shaking, so much so that he couldn't even grip the weapon steadily, and it clattered to the ground. He's crazy. Run. This group of juniors had long since lost the mentality to resist, and their first thought was to flee. Run away as far as you can. But Suchio wouldn't give them a chance. He lifted his foot and kicked up the ground stone. The small stone was like a bullet. It easily passed through the neck of the fleeing Hans. A blood mist exploded from their necks. None of them left the alley alive. Looking at Huang San and Zhou Liang who were covered in corpses, completely dumbfounded. They had never expected that Suchio possessed such a good means. It was too unbelievable. Suchio waved the long sword in his hand, shook the bloodstains dry, and said expressionlessly, "If you dare to murder an Imperial official, you can be executed in the street." There was no doubt about his voice. At this time, the girl who slowed down on the side, rushed to her sister's side, looked at her sister's body, first froze, and then sobbed and cried. Qin Yuma no longer paid attention to the corpses all over the ground. She gently patted the girl's shoulder. "My condolences." Qin Yuma's words had just fallen, but he heard the maid kneel on the ground, wiping her tears. "Sister, please save the others. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Midnight Monster Uncle. Reserved." There was a problem with the background. The reward has not been seen. Only now stumbled upon it. "Sorry. Save them?" When Qin Yuma was puzzled, the little girl crawled and ran to the front of several cargo carriages, and forcefully lifted the cloth wrapping of the parcel wagons. The view inside the cloth wrap was then revealed. Only a wooden cage was displayed on the carriage carrying the goods, which was filled with skinny girls, and some 12 or 13-year-old maids. They have curled up in it. They looked at everything outside with fear, while their bodies kept trembling. They didn't have much clothing on their bodies. Their arms and legs were all exposed, and they were covered with silt and bruises. Their pupils were dodging around. Their eyes were dull, and their mouths were twitching. A carriage carrying goods was loaded with at least 8 or 9 maids. They were too terrified to even make a sound. Qin Yuma witnessed the poor girls in front of him. His heart couldn't help but seize up, clenching his tender fists, and becoming even more disgusted with the corpses of the Black Tiger gang members that had already fallen to the ground. She swept a glance and found that the magistrates around Suchio were indifferent, accompanied by a hint of anger. "Why don't you hurry up and save them?" The magistrates came back to their senses. Zhou Liang led the other yamen and rushed to the front of the delivery wagon, cleaving the locking device on the cage with his sword and opening the door of the wooden cage. But Huang San hesitated for half a minute, and finally couldn't help but say, "That's the Black Tiger gang's human cargo. If we move his cargo, he won't let us go." Huang San has been an errand boy on North River Street for so many years, having witnessed the successive procuratorate. Those who took the Black Tiger gang to task basically had no good results, and even they were threatened from time to time. So, Huang San has long been used to it. One can only turn a blind eye. After all, there was once a tragic case of a prosecutor taking down the Black Tiger gang's goods and dying horribly on the street the next day. Subsequently, the officials arrested, just scribbled a few people, and then hastily wrapped up. The other yamen heard the words. They also stopped their hands. Their expressions stiffened. They did not dare to continue. Searching the goods of the Black Tiger gang is a life-threatening situation. People are groundlings. They're just little people. Seeing this, Qin Yuma's gaze was filled with indignation as he angrily cursed. "A small club can make you all so fearful? Do you want to watch these girls die?" The magistrates all lowered their heads. Do not dare to look at Qin Yuma. They have a guilty conscience. But there is no way. People are threatened with death. They have to think about their own lives. Besides, who doesn't have a family? The Black Tiger gang kills without blinking an eye. Even your family members are killed together. The magistrate does not have the guts to gamble on the lives of his own family members. Suchio gently patted Qin Yuma's fragrant shoulder and said softly, "I understand them. The Black Tiger gang is a snake on the ground. They all have a father and a mother. It's normal to be afraid. But, these children maids are all innocent." Although Qin Yuma didn't want to cause trouble for her brother-in-law, she couldn't bear it. These girls as well as the maids are pitiful. They were sold as goods. Qin Yuma couldn't imagine the darkness they had to go through as she twisted her head to look down at the ground. The girls collapsed in a pool of blood. She can't be 8 years old. It's an injustice of the world that the best years of your life are gone like this. Suchio gave her a relieved look. Then he turned to them, the magistrates, and said, "You all have old people and young people. I won't force you to do what comes next. It's between me and the Black Tiger gang." Su Cho didn't want to get involved in these things. Just look at the carriage. Cannot stop trembling girl. Su Cho the same heart cannot bear. When Su Cho finished saying this, everyone's nervous. Zhou Liang directly opened his mouth and said, "My lord, you mustn't be impulsive. The Black Tiger Gang is hiding around the capital. Unless the Forbidden Army is sent. Otherwise the government offices can't deal with them at all." Huang San similarly chimed in. "My lord, Zhou Liang is right. Although you are very capable of fighting, they are outnumbered. Not to mention that the Black Tiger Gang also has a few sitters who are crowned with strength." Su Cho shook his head. He knew the Black Tiger Gang very well. The most powerful person in the Black Tiger Gang was only the Hall Master, a second-rate martial artist, and the rest of the sitting halls were only third-rate martial artists. To say strong, bullying the civilian population is a handful, or a powerless official. But in the face of Qin Reed, he is nothing more than a mole. Of course, what Su Cho valued the most was that the Black Tiger Gang's Hall Master had a demonic Dan-like bead in his hands. It was of great benefit to his cultivation. Su Cho remembers that inside the plot, Yi Liangchen granted the trust entrusted by the Empress, and by the way, in order to get promoted, he stepped on the Black Tiger Gang and obtained that bead, and the spiritual power inside quenched the male lead's body, allowing him to make consecutive breakthroughs and reach the level of a first-class martial artist. Therefore, Su Cho was imperative. Holding a long sword in his hand, he ruthlessly cut off the iron lock of the wooden cage on the carriage and released all the maids inside. "You are all free. Up!" The girls trapped in the cage watch as the door is opened, but they didn't come out, still cowering inside in fear, their eyes dodging, not daring to look squarely at Su Cho. Xin Yuma looked at their appearance, gripping his heart. He said, "You're all free. Why are you still hiding inside?" The maids and girls remained curled up inside. At this time, that dead sister's maid said, "My lord, they are afraid that, even if you let us go, the Black Tiger Gang's people will still capture us back." When she said that, she showed a look of despair. Su Cho twisted his head to look at Zhou Liang, Huang San and the others. His tone was morose. "Do you know the Black Tiger Gang? The stronghold in this place?" Zhou Liang, Huang San shook their heads. "This is true of all the other Yamas. Shake your head." But Huang San suddenly remembered something and raised his hand to slap his head violently. Fong said, "This brain, the Black Tiger Gang's stronghold hidden. We do not know, but the Black Tiger Gang in the North River Street placement of human goods subchamber. I do know. I think most of the human goods are through that hand. The Black Tiger Gang has too many subchambers. The headquarters is even more unknown. However, each branch has its own scope of business, including the branch on North River Street, which is the main place for human cargo trafficking. It's just..." Huang San suddenly hesitated and stammered, wanting to speak but not knowing how to say it. Su Cho understood. "You don't need to participate, you just need to show me the way." The magistrates nodded at this. Su Cho twisted his head to look at his sister-in-law, Xin Yuma, and said, "They'll be yours. I guess most of them are lonely children." Xin Yuma nodded. "Well, don't worry and leave it to me." Su Cho sniffed and then stopped paying attention to these maids. He said to Huang San, "Leave 3 people behind, and the rest lead the way." "Yes, my lord." Huang San arched his hand. He led Su Cho to Beha Street, where a wharf by the river combined with a large mansion, and from time to time, he could see a caravan that made a whimpering sound, slowly entering the high court. The Black Tiger Gang's North River Street branch hall is located on the street, with passers-by and carriages coming and going, and it is completely built on the street in a dignified manner. Su Cho looked at the dock and the mansion, breathlessly. He looked at Huang San and said, "Don't tell me this is their branch hall?" Huang San nodded helplessly. Su Cho really do not know how the government is thinking. People built in a dignified manner on the side of the road actually do not send people to eliminate. Instead, it allows the other side to operate a human trafficking business in an open and honest manner. Trafficking in human beings is explicitly prohibited, and violators are killed and all their wealth confiscated. But people are doing head-killing business in a dignified manner, and so many people are witnessing it, but the government offices are not doing anything about it. Huang San seemed to see Su Cho's doubts. He glanced at the dock, which explained, "Because we do not dare to catch. Above the government offices in Beijing State Governor also do not dare." After all, angered the Black Tiger Gang, although the governor will not have a life, but his family members will not have such good luck. Kidnapping for ransom, mountain thieves ransacked and no less, so they turn a blind eye to this Jianghu people. The capital's government office. The governor of Beijing State is the 6th rank of the official rank. To say big is not big, to say small is not small. Being able to manage the entire government offices in the capital, he did not dare to provoke the Black Tiger Gang. They are all tough characters. To fight up, both sides lose. The capital's officials cannot afford to lose. in case of a screw-up. The admonition of the impeachment of them to be dismissed, and the Black Tiger Gang did not touch the interests of others. The governor of the capital directly avoided. It's true that all the officials in the capital are a bunch of wimps, Su Chou briefly commented afterward. Then he copied his long sword and headed for that big step. Huang-san, Zhou Liang still wanted to dissuade them. Su Chou waved his hand. This matter has nothing to do with you guys. Hurry back. Even though he said this, Huang-san, along with Zhou Liang and the other magistrates, didn't dare to go back and hid behind a vendor's cart. After all, Su Chou was their superior officer. They could only hide in the corner and quietly watch them go up to the officer. Maybe even collect the corpse for Su Chou or something. On the North River Pier, many of the women were crying and being held in their cabins while they waited for the ship to dock at the pier. And they were driven out. Walk smartly. If you dare to be lazy, believe it or not, I'll chop off your legs. A ferocious man with tattooed arms said in an unkind tone. He held a machete in his hand. At that moment a thin woman, who had taken 2 steps, could not help but fall to the ground. She wanted to get up, but unfortunately her ankle was sprained and edematous, as red and huge as a pig's hoof, and if she didn't treat it she was afraid that her leg would be ruined. She was having a very hard time trying to stand up at the moment. One could only grit one's teeth in a cold sweat of pain and force oneself to stand up. Unfortunately, without saying a word, the tattooed man slashed at her leg with one of his knives. Ah! The woman screamed miserably and fainted afterward from blood loss. The tattooed man turned to the surrounding. The companion said, "This woman can't be sold for a good price. Throw her in the river and feed her to the fish. Remember to tie on the stones." "Yes, Brother Ryu." The minions nodded good-naturedly. With skillful movements, the woman was tied to a heavy rock, and then the 2 men threw her straight into the river with a thud. The unconscious woman drowned a mouthful of water and woke up with a jolt, realizing that she was inside the river. So she kept struggling and reaching out to slap the water. But unfortunately, with the rocks tied to her body, she gradually sank and the water went down her throat. Other women with their hands and feet tied, watching this scene with no light in their eyes, they had long since become accustomed to it and became extremely numb. The tattooed man known as Brother Ryu. From the dock shore came the mansion. Turning to an old man with a goatee, he said, "Lord Xia, this batch of goods of good color arrived safely. Only, nearly 10% of the people died." Xia Sidong nodded gently. Without batting an eyebrow, he pursed the teacup in his hand, gently placing it on the round table. He said, "Find 2 pretty ones, wash them and put them in my room." "Yes, Lord Xia." Ryu Bing clasped his hands and nodded in response. Only, when he was about to leave, he recalled something. "Lord Xia, we've been waiting for a while. How come there's still a shipping team that hasn't arrived?" "Indeed, they are an hour late." "Lord Xia, are they soaking inside the hookah?" Listening to Lu Feng's doubtful words, Xia Xitong's tone was a bit low. "It seems like they need to be punished properly." Just as he finished those words, an abrupt voice came from outside the gate. "You don't need to punish them. They are no longer in this world." The voice was so piercing that the 2 men couldn't help but twist their heads to look. He saw a handsome man wearing the uniform of the capital prosecutor's school, strutting in from outside the gate, his longsword still stained with blood in his hand. It looked rather heroic. "It is like a chivalrous man. Are you the new capital prosecutor?" Xia Xitong's expression turned steeply serious. His flowery white brows locked. "Aha!" Su Chou nodded expressionlessly, then picked up the token and said to them, "You are suspected of human trafficking, and according to the laws and regulations of Deqian, you can be executed on the street." Xia Xitong sniffed and sneered. Before he could speak, Lu Feng, who was beside him, had already spoken. "A small 9th-grade prosecutor in the capital city also dares to clamor here in our Black Tiger Gang. You're really unbridled." They, the Black Tiger Gang, have never put the officials in their eyes. Even a small horseman is equally capable of shouting at an official. Now it's the other guy's turn to be ridden. How could Ryu Bing not feel angry? As he spoke, the minions around him were already, after surrounded up, at least more than 30 people, their hands clenched blood-stained dry machete. Fierce God stared at Su Chou, bound to dismantle him 8 pieces. There were some bold juniors who blurted out, "You're a tiny official who dares to beat on the door. You're still quite a bully. Looks like he needs to be taught a lesson." The fish inside the river happened to be a little hungry, and the meat of an official should suit them perfectly. These people didn't put Su Chou in their eyes at all. They licked the corners of their lips, their eyes full of cruelty. Outside the pier, a large number of people stopped to watch. The interior of the large mansion on the bank of the pier was viewed with a look of saber rattling and chatter. Who dares to intrude into the Black Tiger Gang's territory so boldly? This official uniform. Seems like the prosecutor's school. Could it be the same lord from yesterday? Oh shit. Why is Officer Su messing with him? The people took a good look at Su Qiu and immediately felt bad inside. They didn't want anything to happen to Su Qiu. After all, he is the entire North River Street. Few upright officials. As a prosecutor school actually does not receive black money. This is simply the people's gospel. Someone even whispered, if something does happen, save him if you can and send him to the medical center. Everyone else nodded. They didn't want Su Qiu to die, but at the same time, some people complained, he's really headstrong. Why did he mess with the Black Tiger gang? These people are killers without blinking an eye. Complaining that Su Qiu's sense of justice was too overwhelming. It was unwise to mess with such a powerful real. Inside the yard, Xia Sidang sat in the eunuch chair with his legs crossed, lifted his hand to hold the teacup, sipped the tea, and said to Lu Feng, greet the person well, don't let him die easily. When Lu Feng heard this, he smiled heartily, don't worry Lord Xia, I will make his life worse than death. He had already thought about how he would torture Su Qiu, but Su Qiu hadn't been afraid at all, and instead looked up at the pier. The maidens and women locked in cages, as well as the skinny women who kept flailing and struggling on the surface of the river. The pale blood stained the river red. A burly man with a steel sword in his hand stepped forward quickly, a disdainful smile still floating on his face. I'll come first and give him some dowry. When he walked up to Su Qiu, he was ready to slash down. A sword shadow flashed. Before this strong man could react, he suddenly found a coldness in his neck, followed by his vision dropping downward, and then he saw the standing body, as well as the neck that was wildly spilling blood. Thanks to Curtain_AC and Book Club member 202311056118_CB for the reward. A million thanks. Su Qiu was merely a sword. It just made Lu Feng and the others look dumbfounded. Originally, the people thought that Su Qiu was an ordinary, rich man who became a prosecutor's school by buying and selling officials, but they did not expect that he was actually ruthless to this extent. With just one light sword, he separated the head of one of Lu Feng's men. Lu Feng looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Subconsciously drawing the saber at his waist, he pointed at Su Qiu and immediately shouted, chop him for me. When the crowd of juniors heard this, they immediately raised the steel swords in their hands and all killed towards Su Qiu, with their mouths shouting, kill this dog official. They shouted and killed to the heavens, and their pace was extremely fast and stomping. Although their steps were extremely disorganized, the people on the periphery were scared back several steps when they saw the scene unfolding in front of them. Their hearts were beating furiously, their palms were sweating non-stop, and they were even more worried about Su Qiu. Frontal brows furrowed. There were even some women who couldn't bear to see it, covering their eyes with their calloused hands and muttering, it's a pity that such a good official died in the hands of the Black Tiger gang. They used to have the fantasy that the court would suppress the Black Tiger gang in the decades since the founding of the Great Chen, except for one big extermination operation. But after a change of emperor and a governor, it never continued. The Black Tiger gang has gradually grown from a small gang of land ruffians and hooligans into the parish gang it is today. The governmental court has let it go and completely contributed to it. As a result, the people have long since stopped putting their hopes in the government. Looking at Su Qiu in his official uniform, the people rekindled a glimmer of hope, only to also feel despair that only one person in the official government dared to challenge the Black Tiger gang, and how ridiculous it was. An old man sighed, let's hope that this official can keep a whole body. Although they said it on their mouths, they couldn't help but fantasize in their minds that Su Qiu would be dismantled in a big way. A clanking sound rang out. The scenes that the people fantasized about didn't happen. Su Qiu was still standing there. His feet did not move back a step, like an iron stake, steadily fixed there. The people from the Black Tiger gang who rushed up were not as lucky as this, as they held steel swords in their hands and were about to slash Su Qiu. The long sword in Su Qiu's hand was like a viper that had smelled blood. The body of the sword curved and floated gracefully like a dancer, lightly curving back and forth as it wandered through the necks of these men, and the sound of the long sword slicing through the air could still be heard. A few swooshes, those who originally rushed up in a fervor of blood. At this moment, all that was felt was a coldness in the neck, followed by a step into the former's footsteps, with the vision falling downward, and then a blackness in the eyes, and the body. It fell to the ground just as loosely. The rest of the group did the same. Just as he rushed forward he stopped dead in his tracks. There were even people, whose bodies were still running, whose heads fell to the floor, and who ended up planting their bodies on the ground in unison with their heads. Blood splatters and blood spatters. The green stone brick floor, dyed red by the blood sprayed furiously by the Black Tiger gang's minions, gradually turned into bright red tiles. The bodies began to pile up. When Su Qiu stopped the sword in his hand, those Black Tiger gang members who had recklessly killed earlier had all become headless corpses, like turnip cabbages displayed on the ground. The rest of them stopped and stood still. When they saw this scene, their eyes were wide and full of disbelief. while fear arose and gradually took over their psyche. Those members of the Black Tiger gang who were glad that they didn't rush up to him couldn't help their feet from trembling as they looked at Su Qiu, feeling that he was like a killing god. The longsword was drenched in blood, and the blood slowly fell from the sword with a ticking sound. Big brother, this guy knows martial arts. The surrounding juniors didn't dare to go forward and gulped at Lu Feng. Lu Feng also knew that the 9th grade prosecutor in front of him was not weak, especially in less than 3 breaths. A dozen people were buried under his sword. This means is also extremely outstanding outside. Lu Feng similarly gulped and slightly arched his hand. I wonder who you are and why you are intruding into our Black Tiger gang. Did our Black Tiger gang offend you? He didn't have the same heart-on he had earlier. Today the situation is stronger than the people. That could only be said politely. It was best to get rid of the other guy as much as possible. After all, he'd die if he got on him himself. At this time, Xia Sidong continued to sip a mouthful of tea, and spoke leisurely on a daily basis. What are you afraid of him for? Xia Sidong was quite confident in his strength. This dock, this high-walled mansion, but where he sat, nothing ever happened. And now so many people are dead. Would he let Su Qiu come and go as he pleased? Lu Feng sniffed and quietly came to Xia Sidong's side, whispering in his ear, My lord, could it be that you can deal with him? He's just learning some martial arts in the Jianghu. Dealing with him isn't a piece of cake. Xia Sidong's tone was full of disdain. If he dealt with the small scum of the Black Tiger gang, it would also be a chopping block. After all, these scum do not have kung fu in their bodies, only strength, and that ruthlessness. Lu Feng was energized when he heard him say that. Heads up again. Forget the euphemisms you said earlier. You dog official. You killed so many of us. Do you think you can still let it go? Lu Feng said under his breath. However, he is still a dog in the fight. His minions no longer dared to step forward even though they were all clamoring. Interesting. Su Qiu just said indifferently, and then walked up step by step. Whenever his feet stepped into the floor and came the sound of footsteps, Lu Feng and his minions all took a step back. Although the machete was pointing at Su Qiu's face, their bodies honestly flinched, and some of their hands even couldn't help but tremble. It made the machete wobble. Even Lu Feng was equally fearful and came to Xia Sidong's side, his mouth trembling a bit as he said, Lord Xia, he's too strong, but our brothers have lost more than half of them. Xia Sidong continued to take a sip of tea at his words. Snap, which eased the tea down. The voice rippled. All of you, step back and watch how old man will clean him up. Xia Sidong slowly got up and walked step by step to Lu Feng. His body was straight, and incidentally, he drew out the lances that was resting on the table. All of them breathed a long sigh of relief. For Su Qiu unsuspecting smile up. Someone whispered. This time, I'm afraid it's useless even if he's strong. Indeed, I've heard that sitting Lord Xia is close to being a second-rate martial artist, and is the third existence of the Black Tiger gang, second only to Hall Master Shao and sitting lordly. Although this dog official is powerful, I think he should be a third-rate martial artist soon. The members of the Black Tiger gang whispered and looked at Su Qiu to gloat, not caring about the body lying on the floor. They are all living on a knife edge, not caring at all that their companions became corpses and died. That was their bad fate. Su Qiu did not care who the visitor was. Even if it is a second-rate martial artist, he also kills as usual. As long as he fails to reach the strength of the Zhongshu level that Qin Reed is able to crush everything, Su Qiu has nothing to fear. He looked at the woman who was gradually sinking to the bottom of the river. Turning to Xia Sidong, he said expressionlessly, Make your shot quick. I'm in a hurry. Xia Sidong was originally very arrogant. In the North River Street official 8 officials, see him have to nod and bow. However, when he heard Su Qiu's words, he immediately frowned, and his hand tightened its grip on the steel gun. His tone was extremely unkind as he said, You guys have a big mouth? It seems that I have to give you some pain before I can do so. After saying that, he sheathed his steel spear, and the tip of his biting spear went straight towards Su Qiu's face, still carrying a sharp spear chi. It was just a moment when he raised his hand. Su Qiu's long sword appeared right in the middle of his chest. When Xia Sidong saw this, he couldn't help but stare in surprise. You're not a third-rate martial artist. P.S. Thanks to the Midnight Uncle Dan reward 50,000 coins. Thank you very much. I originally wanted to add more, but recently infected with pneumonia, while hanging the needle while coding, the speed cannot come up quickly, so the first ode, and make up for it. Thank you. Who says I'm not a third-rate martial artist? Su Qiu talked easily, the corners of his mouth hooked slightly, revealing a smirk as he said, I'm just like you, an ordinary third-rate martial artist. When Xia Sidong heard this, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally as if he had heard some sort of joke. Eyes looking straight at Su Qiu, he said in a morose tone, You think I'll believe your words? Believe it or not. The corners of Su Qiu's mouth were slightly open and he didn't care. His expression was very bland, coldly observing the crowd. like an emotionless killing machine, with indifference written all over his handsome face. Xia Sitong's steel spear was steeply raised. Putting the steel spear up and using the long pole of the spear body against Su Qiu's sharp sword chi, there was a crisp ringing sound. The steel spear and the long sword clashed together, sparks flying in all directions. The sound was deafening, and the ground rolled up in waves of air. The crowd of the Black Tiger Gang, unable to open their eyes from the impact of the airwaves, covered their cheeks with their hands and retreated back. The hearts were all amazed. This guy is strong. How can a jungle person become an official? Can Xia Sitong beat him? All of them had doubts in their hearts, followed by a look of worry, and fear could not help but surface in their hearts. Even Lu Feng was biting his yellow teeth, secretly terrified, while praying that Xia Sitong would be able to beat his opponent, even if he won miserably, just to defeat Su Qiu. Unfortunately, he doesn't get what he wants. Although Xia Sitong resisted Su Qiu's killing move, something unforeseen happened. Su Qiu's long sword was like a long snake with eyes. I can't believe I turned the corner. The moment the sword body impacted on the gun body, the long sword bent like a long snake, cutting through a weird arc, the tip of the sword piercing Xia Sitong's clothes and similarly cutting through his skin. A large portion of Xia Sitong's chest clothes fell, while an antenna-like wound appeared, showing up in front of everyone's eyes as blood flowed out. Xia Sitong had never seen this kind of swordplay before. He stomped his legs and fell backward with great speed. At the same time, the steel-cast lance did not forget to trip Su Qiu, trying to stab him in the chest, and with a light tap of Su Qiu's long sword, the steel lance crooked its head. The crowd of the Black Tiger Gang saw this scene. There was no longer any previous arrogance. One move easily injured Xia Sitong, the young man in front of him. In the end, what kind of monster was he? You? Xia Sitong looked at Su Qiu in surprise. The person in front of him was stronger than he thought. Staying green is not afraid of having no firewood to burn, Xia Sitong thought inwardly. In an instant, he struck again, lifting his gun and attacking towards Su Qiu's lower three paths. His gun had like rain. The drops fell on Su Qiu's lower limbs, trying to come up with a fairy scattering flowers. Su Qiu's eyes did not have any ripples. Raising his hand and raising his sword, the long sword intertwined with the steel spear, crackling and popping, sparks flying like firecrackers in the Chinese New Year. Not knowing whether it was a celebration or a crisis, Summer Sitting Hall with a jab, spinning around, he changed his stance, and as his steel spear attacked Su Qiu's face, he suddenly retracted it violently. The head of the original attacking gun was like a deflated ball, instantly returning to Xia Sitong's hands. He did not raise his head, without saying a word, lifting his feet to flee outside the courtyard, but Su Qiu had long since captured his purpose. Softly, he said, "Still want to escape?" In an instant, his sword was like a violent storm that poured madly behind Xia Sitong. Xia Sitong's originally gorgeous clothes, disturbed with the wind, turned into a strip of rags, and large and small wounds sprouted on his body. He was as if he was a beggar wearing tattered clothes. "I'm just a sitter, but there are at least 10 sitters in the Black Tiger Gang. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by our Black Tiger Gang?" Xia Sitong saw that he couldn't beat his opponent. One can only move the forces behind it, to drink back Su Qiu. However, Su Qiu was indifferent. But instead, the corners of his lips were slightly open and he let out an icy voice. "I only want you to die." Xia Sitong was furious at his words. "You are unbridled. Now let me go. You still have a way to live. If you kill me, the Black Tiger Gang will break you into pieces." He was halfway through his sentence. Suddenly, the large lychee-like eyes widened and disbelief filled his rough face. The figure also paused, covering his chest in despair, only to see that at some point, Su Qiu's long sword pierced through his heart, the tip of the sword passing through his chest from his back, and he looked down at his chest as blood sprayed wildly. The hand touched gently, and in no time it became a bloody hand. Su Qiu was like an emotionless killer as he stomped on his back with a forceful stomp, and the long sword was drawn out. Blood slid down the sword and dripped onto the floor, and Xia Sitong was kicked. His body staggered, covered his chest. The next second, fell to the ground, will not be able to get up. He opened his mouth wide, blood sprayed wildly, and then his body convulsed a bit. Then no sound. Dead cannot be dead again. The people standing outside, witnessing what was happening in front of them, kept rubbing their eyes in disbelief, saying, "The sitter of the Black Tiger Gang is dead? This guy was able to beat even the captain of the Imperial Forest Army, and he actually lost at the hands of Officer Su. It's so unexpected. Lord Prosecutor Su's strength is so high and powerful." Everyone was shocked, especially before they felt that Su Qiu was hopeless and would be dismantled. But things were beyond the crowd's imagination. The losers were the Black Tiger Gang instead. Su Qiu was as if he had killed the insignificant guy. His expression did not change in any way, and his face was written with ease and casualness, and he passed by. casually wiping out the necks of the surviving Black Tiger gang members, one by one. As Lu Feng watched his little brothers, one by one, die in front of him, he was so horrified that his legs suddenly went limp and he fell to his knees. A pleading voice rang out, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Your Excellency! You can make me do whatever you want, and I'll tell you everything about the secrets of the Black Tiger gang." He's been scared shitless for a long time. No backbone at all. In particular, Xia Sitan's death had left him with no thought of resistance. When Su Qiu heard the voice, he paused for a moment and twisted his head to look at him, then said expressionlessly, "You want to live so badly?" "Of course." Ryu Bang nodded frantically. Su Qiu, however, twisted her head and inquired him, "But they also want to live. Did you agree?" Lu Feng's face turned white at his words, and he was about to continue explaining, but he looked up to see a cold light flash by, and his vision began to fall, and soon his eyes went black. Su Qiu wouldn't care about his words at all. After all, those who kill, sooner or later, will be killed as well. He went to the river and pulled the woman, who was submerged in water over her head, out by the hand, only to see that she had lost one foot and the other was tied to a heavy stone. The moment she came out of the water, Su Qiu raised his sword and cut the rope tying the stone. The rescued woman coughed violently and dryly, spitting out several mouthfuls of water before she was able to get her breath back, only to find it when she realized that the dock was full of bodies. The person who saved her was dressed in official clothes and held a long sword with blood in his hand. She was stunned. Su Qiu looked down at the stagnant her and said, "You're free." The woman then reacted, kneeling on the ground and continuously kowtowing. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor." Su Qiu just nodded lightly. At this time, Zhou Liang Huang-san rushed in one after another, saying anxiously, "Are you all right, my lord?" So did the other Yamen, afraid that Su Qiu would make any mistakes. After all, the lord in front of them was their treasurer, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Su Qiu didn't answer positively, but simply said to them, "I'll leave it to you to handle this place, and if it doesn't work out, I'll hand it over to the officials." After saying that, Su Qiu left without lifting his head. Zhou Liang secretly smacked his lips and said, "Your Excellency is truly courageous and worthy of being the son-in-law of the Qin family. That's for sure. Your Excellency's wife is the bravest female general in our Qian. How can a man married by her be ordinary?" Huang San said to Su Qiu with his gaze filled with admiration. The news of Su Qiu defeating the Black Tiger Gang's branch on Beha Street spread throughout Beha Street in less than half an hour, and gradually traveled toward Manhattan Street. In particular, Su Qiu's end of the Black Tiger Gang's branch hall, which had rescued a large number of women, had been rumored in a colorful manner. The women in the cages were originally bought and sold and killed as goods, and human trafficking is a felony in Dakian and is the responsibility of the government. But once the government did not want to get involved in the affairs of the gangs, not only was there no political achievement to be gained, but on the contrary, the government suffered serious losses, and the superior officials were likely to be impeached by the admonishing officials. As for the prosecutors and schools monitoring the goods, they dared not get involved in this matter. After all, they were responsible for making money, not to mention that their power background was far less than that of the Black Tiger Gang. Now, such a tumor was brought to an end by Su Qiu in a single pot. It can be a real blast. Many people in the tea house, discussing the time, cannot help but sigh. Su official really is our big lord of the blue sky. Will be the North River Street tumor eradication. The heavens have opened their eyes. Who says it isn't? If it weren't for him, our North River Street would still be the same, with girls being taken away from time to time. Indeed, with him, nowadays our North River Street is much calmer. Those former dog legs of the Black Tiger Gang, they don't dare to come out and make trouble. The people commented on it and couldn't help but have smiles on their faces. It's a great blessing for them that Su Qiu is inaugurated here. The reason why North River Street is messy is because the Black Tiger Gang is here, operating human cargo, and they have a large number of lackeys who oppress the people, leading to long-term chaos here. Now the largest branch hall was just wiped out, and the people inside died in a clean sweep. North River Street is expected to be smooth for a long time. At the moment, the other side, the storyteller in the tea house, with his folding fan in his hand, clapped his hands together. He boasted, "At that time, you do not know how critical the situation was. The Black Tiger Gang Xia Sidong manipulated a steel gun, and stabbed towards prosecutor Su's body. If it was an ordinary person, etc., stabbed by him, it is estimated that it is difficult to save their lives, and the death is miserable. But when prosecutor Su saw the suffering women, he felt compassion and vowed to fight them to the death. So he sacrificed his arm to be stabbed through and through by Xia Sidong, and that's how he got close enough to Xia Sidong to then finish him off with a knife. The rest of the fighters saw the situation, have kneeled down and begged for forgiveness. Good thing, Prosecutor Su is a person who knows right from wrong, lifted his hand to kill this group of people who know a lot of evil, which in the North River Street infamous subchamber of the Black Tiger Gang, only to be Prosecutor Su a pot of to the end of the school. Mr. Storyteller said it was called shocking, as if Su Chio himself was possessed. The diners around them were also mesmerized. The mind fantasizes about the time when, seen. At this time, one person couldn't help but inquire, can Prosecutor Su be that powerful? I've heard that Xia Xitong's martial arts are so strong that even the Imperial forestry lieutenants are no match for him. Mr. Storyteller's face was filled with disdain. What is the Imperial forestry captain capable of? Do you know that Prosecutor Su is the son-in-law of the Yi family? I don't know. Speak up, don't keep people waiting. The listeners were bewildered, shaking their heads, and spinning around with anxious inquiries. Only then did Mr. Storyteller sip his tea and said in a serious manner, Prosecutor Su is the son-in-law of the Chen family, and his wife is the most powerful female general of the dynasty, who had once pacified the rebellious border chaos. So her husband's son-in-law cannot be powerful? It is estimated that the head of the Black Tiger Gang is not a match for Prosecutor Su. His words had just fallen. The crowd couldn't help but let out a wow sound. All of them were surprised. At the moment, diners listened to Mr. Storyteller as he explains, without noticing the sixth prince in Lan, who was listening carefully on the sidelines. Hearing Su Chio and Xia Xitong battle, he immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. The flesh-colored lips opened slightly. Then he muttered, Brother Su is actually so capable. Even killing the Black Tiger Gang sitter is truly unexpected. However, she saw the guardly beside her say, this can't be possible. The Imperial Forest Captain is a strong man in the army. It's not a problem for one person to kill 100 people. Escort Li thought they were just bragging. Blow hard on Inspector Xiao. In his opinion, Su Chio was nothing more than a tiny 9th-grade capital prosecutor. The sixth prince did not retort, but said, call the storyteller and ask if you don't know? At this time, Guard Li persuaded, Your Highness, tomorrow is your crown prince's crowning ceremony. Why do you still want to go out of the palace? Came out to spread the sentiment, and Lan actually wanted to find Su Chio, but didn't dare to say so explicitly, so she casually found an excuse. I've been staying in the palace, and I can't observe the people's feelings. Escort Li was quite speechless, but there was nothing he could do. Soon he brought Mr. Storyteller to him. Mr. Storyteller held a smiling face and respectfully arched his hand. Your Excellency, may I ask what you are looking for me for? The prosecutor Su you mentioned just now. Can you go into more detail? And Lan took a sip of tea and looked at him. When Mr. Storyteller struggled for a moment, Guard Li put half a taels of silver and slapped it on the table. We won't treat you badly anyway. It's the villain's fault. Thank you, sir. Mr. Storyteller saw the half-2 silver and became more respectful, and then spoke in detail. Su Chio today's passage. He first encountered the carriage transporting people in the alley, and only after that did he head towards the branch hall of the Black Tiger Gang in Beha Street, rescuing those innocent young girls and ending the branch hall in the process. And Xia Xitong's corpse is still placed in the guardhouse today. However, at this, the storyteller sighed softly, whispering to Lan. He said, but this prosecutor Su's good luck. I'm afraid it's coming to an end. Sixth Prince Lan turned his head to look at him, full of doubts and said, what do you mean by that? Mr. Storyteller continued to explain. The one he offended was the Black Tiger Gang. Nowadays the Black Tiger Gang is dead but only one sitting hall, but they still have the remaining 9 sitting halls. I heard that their hall master's kung fu was even better. The Black Sword Overlord who was ranked 19 in the Jianghu rankings, he fights all over the second-rate martial artist tier without any enemy, and it is rumored that he has also fought a first-rate martial artist in a tie. He had a point. Amlin knew just as well that things were bad. It was quite dangerous for Su Chio to mess with such a monster. After Mr. Storyteller left, and Lan held up the teacup in his mouth, not knowing whether to sip the tea or simply wet his lips, she pondered for a long time and said, eradicating the Black Tiger Gang should have been a yamen matter, but now it's being meddled with by Brother Su. Are those yamen on a diet? The yamen represents law and order, and the guards represent inspecting goods, so the Black Tiger Gang should be under the yamen's control, not the guards. Now Su Chio had taken over their functions and directly confronted the Black Tiger Gang. Li Escort on the side of the expressionless said, Beijing State Governor dare not tube. Also lazy tube. Tube offended Black Tiger Gang, but also may be promoted without hope. No matter, but also can collect money. Promotion is no obstacle. And Lan's willow brows knitted slightly at the words. Puzzled, dealing with a Black Tiger Gang is still a hindrance to promotion? Escort Li explained in detail. Of course, the Black Tiger Gang is a big force on the outskirts of the capital. How many people would have to die to deal with them? Back then there was a capital governor who wanted to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang, but instead the government offices suffered extremely heavy losses. The government servants and constables all died out, and in the end it was the Forbidden Army that wrapped up. Soon after, the capital governor was impeached by an admonition officer and lost his official position. And no one has ever hit the idea of the Black Tiger Gang again since then. When this matter arose, the Black Tiger Gang not only failed to be eradicated, but on the contrary, the officials lost their jobs. Naturally, no one ever hits them again, and it's a lot of work. When Enlon heard this, he immediately felt worried about Su Qiu. Subconsciously, he said, "Who transferred Mr. Su here?" Li Escort subconsciously said, "The guard Yaman's One Inspection Division. Seems to be a bit connected with the current dynasty's chief minister." "Check him," Anlin said with a bad look in his eyes. The other side. Black Tiger Gang's main hall. The large painting of righteousness hangs right in the center of the lobby, and the general hall eunuch's chair is erected above the steps. The Black Tiger Gang's hall master, Black Sword Overlord Xiao Tianxiong, sat there quietly. At this time, a junior brother hurriedly came and returned with an arch. "Lord Hall Master, an adman named Yi Liangchen outside the door is looking for you." "What does the admonisher want with me?" Xiao Tianxiong said in confusion. Although he often dealt with the authorities, he only bribed and bought them off, and few officials sought him out, especially the admonition officials. These admonition officials can go to the court. Their official rank is usually not small. Xiao Tianxiong seldom contact these officials. Only then did this junior brother explain. That adman wanted to find Lord Hall Master and trade certain things. Then let him in. Xiao Tianxiong casually waved his hand. The henchman then nodded, bowed and led the way out of the lobby. Shortly afterward, Yi Liangchen, who looked like a scholar in Confucian clothes, appeared in front of his eyes and said with an arch of his hand, "I've long heard of the mighty name of the Black Tiger Hall Master, and today I've seen that it's really not false." Such a loud ass-kicking. Instead, it made the Black Sword Overlord, Xiao Tianxiong, feel good about him, especially since the other party was also a big official, a 6th rank official. In a more relaxed mood, he said, "You're welcome. Dare I ask what is important to Lord Yi?" Since Hall Master Xiao is asking this, then Mr. Yi won't hide anything, so I'll be straightforward, but there's no harm in saying it. Xiao Tianxiong gazed straight at him, his hand gently stroking the golden trigger finger. The surface of that plate was very smooth, as if it had been polished for many this. Yi Liangchen's tone was light and self-conscious, and he didn't have the feeling of being in a thief's camp. Speaking slowly, he said, "A new inspector has come to North River Street, and this fellow is the rival of the head minister of the dynasty, and with his character, he might spoil the great things of Hallmaster Xiao." Borrowing a knife to kill a man. Xiao Tianxiong's mouth hooked slightly and let out a light laugh. "You're trying to use my knife to kill someone you want?" Though he didn't mind killing an officer, but everything has a price. After all, it was an official of the great Chen. In case someone pursued the matter, they still had to take money to eliminate the disaster, which was not cost-effective. Yi Liangchen also knew it was a deal. However, he drew a pie and said, "If you can slaughter this person, you will be able to get into the sights of the Prime Minister of the current dynasty in the future, and with his help, the development of the Black Tiger Gang will be like a tiger adding wings." "So the favor you gave me was just the promise of being the head of the dynasty?" Xiao Tianxiong narrowed his eyes and sized up Yi Liangchen. This little counselor actually wants to buy someone's life without spending any effort. What in heaven's name is so good? Yi Liangchen said without haste. "This is an investment in the future. If Hallmaster Xiao gets the favor of the head minister of the dynasty, I think you understand your future path without me saying it, right? In the future, the Black Tiger Gang will be able to place itself on the stage with honor, and will even be able to take over the government's tax courses, and will no longer need to do these sneaky deeds." Yi Liangchen was indifferent to the promises made to him. Negative hearts are always readers anyway. It wouldn't be too late for him to come back against the Black Tiger Gang after he had taken power and gained influence. Yi Liangchen had already sent people to inquire about the Black Tiger Gang. He knows the Black Tiger Gang like the back of his hand. Finger palms. Therefore, there is no fear that the Black Tiger Gang will grow. Xiao Tianxiong pondered slightly before shaking his head in a whirlwind. "Admonisher Yi, you'd better hire another expert. The first minister of the current dynasty wants to kill people with a knife. I am afraid that the person is not small." Xiao Tianxiong does not want to get involved in these official matters. Besides, he wasn't familiar with Yi Liangchen at all, in case the other party was just giving empty words, and instead, the dirty work would be done by the Black Tiger Gang. That wouldn't be fair. Yi Liangchen didn't expect Xiao Tianxiong to be able to refuse so decisively, but he remained undeterred and tried to continue his persuasion. Xiao Tianxiong knew what he was thinking, immediately reaching out to stop. "There's no need to say anything. Hurry up and get out while this hall master is in a good mood." Yi Liangchen's face gradually darkened at his words. If he comes to power, he will be the first to destroy the Black Tiger Gang first. He was about to leave when he did Suddenly, a junior outside ran in hurriedly, not careful to look at the road, and directly tripped over the threshold, only to fall to the ground. When Xiao Tianxiang saw this appearance, he immediately frowned and said in a morose tone, "What's going on? Fluffy, want to die?" That junior brother trembled as he climbed up. It was close to kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, Lord Hall Master. It's because I was in a hurry." "What's the matter?" Xiao Tianxiang directly inquired. Only then did that junior brother say, "The branch hall on North River Street was terminated, and even sitting Hall Xia died at the hands of the other side." Xiao Tianxiang originally had an expressionless face and an air of superiority. When he heard about this, he broke his defense in the next moment and was extremely shocked. "Who is it? Who is the one who terminated our branch hall?" That person also did not hide. While gasping for air, he said, "That person is the new Beihua Street prosecutor Su Qiu. Not only did he end our branch hall, but he also brought back all of our people and goods. The losses are heavy, Lord Hall Master." Xiao Tianxiang frowned tightly. Even the trigger finger was crushed by his force. First dented, then unable to take the force, snapped open. Xiao Tianxiang was extremely angry, but he didn't immediately take Su Qiu's life. Thinking slightly for a moment, he said, "An ordinary person wouldn't do such a thing. Where does this guy come from?" Yi Liangchen saw this situation, feeling like I'm in for a treat. So he interjected, "I am aware of this man's origins." Xiao Tianxiang sniffed and raised his hand. "Please speak." "This person is the son-in-law of the Qin family, and the head of the Qin family is a third-ranking official of the current dynasty, and he has some power in the dynasty, so Su Qiu was able to be unscrupulous." Yi Liangchen slowly opened his mouth, at the same time ignoring the fact that the Qin family possessed a general. In this way, there was no worry that Xiao Tianxiang would hesitate. When Xiao Tianxiang heard this, he really believed him. His fists clenched tighter. "Do they all take us for dry food? Thinking that just because they are big officials, they can bully us? Indeed, who in the capital doesn't know the reputation of the Black Tiger Gang?" Yi Liangchen followed his words and continued, "Mr. Yi does have a suggestion. Go ahead, tie him up, and subsequently blackmail the Qin family to make them hemorrhage. And then when Hall Master Xiao comes back with a murderous rampage, not only will the Qin family suffer heavy losses, but Hall Master Xiao will also be able to make a huge profit." Yi Liangchen didn't hide it either. He just wants a big wave of blood from the Qin family. At the same time, he also wanted Su Qiu to die at the hands of the Black Tiger Gang, which would kill two birds with one stone. When Xiao Tianxiang heard this method, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Clapping his hands, he said, "This method is very good. Not only can we kill that brat, but we can also make them compensate for our branch hall's losses." At this time, that junior brother, trembling, said, "Lord Hall Master, I heard that prosecutor is not weak." Xiao Tianxiang let out a humph and did not put Su Qiu in his eyes, then send the other halls to encircle him together. "I don't believe that this hall master won't be able to catch him." This little brother arched his hand and left. Yi Liangchen added to Xiao Tianxiang, "Hall Master Xiao, if you can get rid of Su Qiu, Mr. Yi's words just now will remain true to his word." Xiao Tianxiang slightly squeezed out a smile. "Good to say." Yi Liangchen had a harmless smile on his face. When Yi Liangchen left the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang, he immediately felt relaxed and muttered, "I didn't think that the heavens would help me. This little flunky, so headstrong. He even dared to kick the others' branch halls. It's also fortunate that he kicks people. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd have trouble convincing him." Yi Liangchen hands can trade not much, and is only a 6th grade official. Want money no money, want power not much. With the Black Tiger Gang quite no bottom, so he can only pull the flag of the dynasty's first minister. Yi Liangchen whistled in a good mood, only when he had just taken no more than a few steps. Abruptly, several men in black appeared in front of him. Yi Liangchen swept a glance at them and instantly frowned. "Everyone, may I ask what is the matter?" "Yi Gongzi, you have done a great thing." The black-clothed man's eyes were ice cold and said, "Actually let our young lady cry bitterly for you. This is the marriage certificate. According to the master's meaning, the young lady wants to withdraw her marriage with you." Yi Liangchen, who was originally unsure of what was going on, blanched at the words and had an unbelievable look on his face. Subconsciously, he said, "That's impossible." "What's impossible?" "Miss has long known that you this double-minded person. I did not expect you to play quite flowery. The Tong family, the Qin family, including our Gu residents, even the princess has also dabbled in ah." Yi Liangchen still wanted to explain. The man in black drew his huge stick. "If it weren't for Ms. Gu, this wouldn't be what you're eating." Thanks to Book Club 202311056118_CB and Book Club 20230605921922 for the reward. Pain. Yi Liangchen bared his teeth. Although he had also reached third-rate martial artist, the number of black-clothed men on the opposite side was large. and under their crazy burst of hammers, Yi Liangchen didn't have too good a way to resist. Not to mention that the man in black on the opposite side was the guard of the head minister of the dynasty. It's kind of his personal armament. Yi Liangchen didn't dare to offend. Luckily, these people were all holding sticks, not swords, or else they'd all be covered in bruises anyways. He looked at the creased marriage certificate in his hand and frowned. He had originally eaten Gu Shangxiang to death, but I didn't expect people to back out of the marriage and know those things about him. Yi Liangchen's eyes were indignant and a bit frantic, spitting a mouthful of bruised blood onto the ground. Who the hell is it? Destroying my feelings, without the help of the Gu family. Want to climb to a high position in a short time? I am afraid that it is a little difficult. The only thing he could get the Empress to look at now was this talent. But Yi Liangchen suddenly thought that in the future, he could only steadily and slowly ascend to a high position. He was so upset for a while. A little schoolboy beside him hurriedly ran and looked at the bruises on Yi Liangchen's body, and painfully helped Yi Liangchen up, eyes full of worry. Are you alright, my lord? It's fine. Yi Liangchen clenched his teeth and shook his head, then said, Fu Bo, why did you walk over here? My lord, I hoofed it over here as soon as I got the bad news, Fu Bao replied. Yi Liangchen sniffed and twisted his head to look at him. What bad news? Fu Bo first took a breath and did not hide his words. This morning, the child girl out of the marriage into the prince's residence. The Chen family third miss and that into the family. And Miss Gu talked on. Also do not know what to say. Miss Gu looked lost, but also let the side of the maid to check you. Not long after that, the news that Gu Shangxian wanted to withdraw from the marriage spread. In the Gu family I also heard it from an underling in the Gu family, so I hurried over. Yi Liangchen sniffed and fell into deep thought. Today is his wedding day. However, concubinage does not require a big banquet, just a little over the fire pot. Place some furniture, feast some guests, hastily. Therefore, Yi Liangchen took advantage of the time in the afternoon and came to the Black Tiger Gang's main hall, intending to get this done. But he didn't realize that people were similarly lighting fires in his backyard. Yi Liangchen first bitterly smiled, his eyes gradually cold. I did not expect a short time was stolen home. The Chen family into the family. And that Chen Yuma are really damned He clenched his fists tightly. A heavy punch then hit the stump, only to see huge holes appear in it. Su Chou, 1974, Chinese short story writer, just got out of the palace. Walking down Vermilion Bird Street, he stepped into a tofu shop and ordered a bowl of tofu flour to savor. The inspection of schools is concluded today. He then searched for the seventh princess, as usual, and rubbed her medicine in addition to teaching her swordplay. There is no shortage of all the materials in the palace, and all kinds of valuable herbs can be found. And after Su Chou refined the medicinal liquid, he drank a large mouthful of it as he did last night before giving the rest to seventh princess and Sinew. Su Chou slightly felt his internal energy. With a slight force from his palm, the white porcelain bowl holding the tofu brain shattered in the next moment. The shopkeeper saw the scene, slightly stunned. This bowl is fine. Why is it cracked? Immediately, she came to Su Chou's side. I'm sorry, sir, I guess this bowl has been used for a long time before it cracked like today. I'm going to go and replace it with another bowl for you. After the shopgirl wiped it clean, she got him 2 bowls of tofu brain. An extra bowl is considered an atonement. Su Chou was quite embarrassed to see this and muttered, the internal energy has grown unexpectedly. With his current strength, it was enough to kill a second-rate martial artist with a cross-level strike. With the world's low-ranking martial artists, the gap between the two sides is minimal. The so-called third-rate martial artists, second-rate martial artists, approximately equal to the first layer of the chi cultivation stage, the second layer, and therefore want to kill people over the level. It is easy. With Su Chou's current swordsmanship, as well as his internal energy, he could completely do it. He finished his tofu brain briefly and put down his money for 2 bowls, then leave Jubilee Street, waiting to come to the Chen mansion, but see a burst of weeping and crying in the house. He entered the door and found that many women girls, half-kneeling way to Chen Yuma is full of gratitude. Su Chou stood on the sidelines, arms crossed over his chest as he curiously looked at the end. Only, when the women realized that Su Chou had returned, they knelt in front of him and said in unison, "Thank you, benefactor." There were also girls of 7 or 8 years old, who milked their voices and said, "Thank you, big brother." Su Chou observed that on them, they had long since changed into new clothes. Although they were only underclothes, they were much better than before. At least they could cover their bodies. Chen Yuma quietly came to Su Chou's side, and a fragrance, if any, spread on the tip of his nose. Chen Yuma flickered her crescent moon eyelashes. Her cherry lips slightly opened and said, "Brother-in-law, they are a group of poor people. Some were captured by mountain bandits and sold to the Black Tiger Gang. Many are gamblers mortgaged to the gambling house, or farmers who can't afford to pay the rent. by the landlord to sell their mothers and daughters. Of course there is a small portion of beggars abducted. Listening to the meaning of my sister-in-law's words, the Black Tiger Gang has various channels to search for human beings for subsequent trafficking. The only thing that confuses Suchio is, aren't they afraid of losing money? Losing money? Chin Yu. Mo sniffed and shook his head. Calling voice sounded. These women sent to the capital. The price doubled. Especially the spring workshop. The greenhouse. The hook bar opening price is 4 or 5 times higher than the outside. Almost. There are dental firms to collect. Twice the price is not a problem. Suchio came to a realization, holding his chin with one hand in slight thought. No wonder. They like to run human cargo so much. This operation is too violent. 4 or 5 times the price is only a little more than pornography and gambling. With such huge benefits, the Black Tiger Gang didn't care about these lives. Suchio swept a glance at the women, maids and girls kneeling on the ground. He coughed dryly and put his hands behind his waist. His tone was bland as he said, according to the laws and regulations of Dakian, trafficking in human beings is a felony, and I'm the prosecutor of the North River Street, so it's my duty to do so there's no need to thank me. Suchio didn't mean to take credit. These people are trouble. He didn't want to get too involved in karma, although there were good and bad things that could affect cultivation. As Suchio left, he barked at Chin Yuma. I'll leave these people to you, so I won't be able to interfere. Don't worry, brother-in-law, mother will help too. Chin Yuma patted her pink breasts with a confident smile on her delicate face, except that her puffy breasts were slightly flat, as if they lacked nutrition, perhaps still in the developmental stage. Chin Yuma is only just 18, if placed in the previous life, the age of high school students. Suchio just glanced at it, then twisted his head and walked towards the inner courtyard. When he just took a step, suddenly feeling a tug on his sleeve, he paused and twisted his head to look, but Chin Yuma hesitantly lowered his head, eyes drooping. 2 white jade-like hands, tightly tugging on his cuffs, cherry lips slightly open and close, a moment before drumming up the courage to say, I'm sorry brother-in-law, today's incident was Yumo's recklessness, putting you in danger in messing with the Black Tiger Gang. When Chin Yumo thought of today's events, he couldn't wait to slap his own mouth. I can't believe I got my brother-in-law in trouble. I only blame myself for being too kind, seeing others suffer, but letting my brother-in-law suffer everything in silence, and offending the Black Tiger Gang. Chin Yuma similarly blamed himself for not having that strength. At this time, Suchio gently patted her little brain. Don't think too much. If I met I would also help. This was originally the duty of the prosecutor's school. After speaking, he continued walking towards the inner courtyard. Only Chin Yuma, who was gripping the corner of his shirt and looking foolishly at Suchio's back, was left behind. P.S. Thank you for the 3,000 coins rewarded by the enthusiastic citizen LV Xiaoshu, and the 1,000 coins rewarded by Charming Infinity. The rewards are invisible to me, and I can only surmise who has rewarded them by virtue of the book list, so if I haven't thanked all of you who have rewarded them, thanks. Suchio had just stepped into the inner courtyard. After taking 2 steps on the lapis lazuli plate, suddenly, a faint golden halo of light slowly gathered on the spirit platform. Between heaven and earth, golden halos also flew towards Suchio like fireflies, starlight flickering. Outsiders couldn't even see this golden light. But Suchio was keenly aware of it with his weak perception from his previous life, and the faint golden light slowly merged into his body and then flowed around his body. It was just that the amount was extremely scarce, and Suchio looked at the merit condensed out of his palm. Murmured, merit, it's really a windfall, but this point of merit can only make the luck slightly better. This point of merit is very rare, minuscule. In his previous life, if a great immortal cultivator had merit and virtue wrapped around him, he would become incredibly strong. And at the same time, if he was killed, he would suffer the punishment of the heavenly Tao. That's why merit is so precious, except that it's hard to obtain. The amount of heavenly merit needed to be added to the body if one wanted to merit it was immense. Now merit is only better than nothing, I guess, but good luck. It's part of strength. As Suchio muttered to himself, Shinji coldly appeared beside him, as if Apao had suddenly flashed in. If not for Suchio's sharp 5 senses, he would have thought that the visitor was really a ghost. Suchio was rather speechless. Can you show up with some footsteps? Otherwise it's scary at night, just like a ghost. Aoba. A pang of discontent ran through her. However, thinking of the task given to her by the pavilion master, she could only calm herself and said expressionlessly, Mr. Su, my pavilion master has an invitation. Suchio raised his eyebrows slightly at the words, his face showing doubt as he spoke. What does she want with me? I am not aware of that, so you can ask the pavilion master yourself. Qingyi was still expressionless, as if he was a wooden man, and did not make any unnecessary nonsense. Suchio looked at her, and could not help but raise the idea of taking her in. After all, such a maid would not nag all day long, and the work was extremely proper, and the work was not bad, and it was properly a tool person. Xingyi didn't know that Su Qiu thought, just noticed that Mr. Su looked at her a few more times. Su Qiu came to the West Wing courtyard with a diameter. Just as he stepped into the gate of the West Wing courtyard, he heard the weak sound of water, resounding in one of the rooms. Before Su Qiu could take a closer look, with a babble, Xingyi had opened the door to the room. Sir Su, enter. Su Qiu gently stepped over the threshold. Just under the beams of the house, a screen embroidered with lotus patterns blocked the view, and behind the partitioned room, a thin shadow was reflected in front of his eyes. On the huge wooden barrel, the silhouette was graceful. The shadowed head of the show tilted slightly, the soft and boneless jade arm raised, the other hand holding the silky brocade silk, gently wiping it. This was followed by the sound of lingering running water. Su Qiu looked at the figure behind the screen. This guy isn't supposed to on me, is he? While Su Qiu was secretly thinking, behind the screen, Yukon Huna's movements paused, then slowly lowered her own jade hands, her body shrinking into the bucket of water, revealing only her showy head. Do you know what this pavilion master is looking for you for? I don't know, and would like to clarify. Su Qiu replied simply. Arigato. Huna was silent for a long time. The weak sound of running water resounded once again, her silver bell-like voice, swirling with the sound of the water. I want you to help me refine the medicinal liquid. Medicinal liquid? Su Qiu couldn't help but stare, then shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Pavilion Master. Forgive Mr. Su for not being able to refine a medicinal liquid for you. After all, I don't know how to do it either. Hearing this, Hyuna Arigato couldn't help but smile a little, her gaze fixed on Su Qiu behind the screen. A soft voice rang out, lying is not a good habit. I am telling the truth. Su Qiu still didn't blush and lied in a serious manner. Arigato. Hyuna had never seen such a brazen person before. She softly shouted, Aoba. Like a ghost, Xingyi suddenly appeared in the room, and Su Qiu didn't even know how she came in silently. The weirder thing was that Xingyi did not open the door of the room when he came in, which was really inscrutable. Xingyi looked at him and said with a stern face, Mr. Su, today at the 7th Princess Place, refining the medicinal liquid and stealing a big bowl of it. Xiao Qing saw it with her own eyes. Su Qiu was rather speechless. I didn't realize this guy had been following him. Su Qiu silently sighed. Although his own 5 senses acuity had already surpassed the second rate, unfortunately, Xingyi's strength was within the first class, so it was indeed his own mistake that Su Qiu's mental power had not covered her. Hyuna Arigato said with interest, Mr. Su, what else do you have to say? Su Qiu could only weep. Continuing, he said, Pavilion Master is not joking. How could the people not know about your alchemy skills? Do you still need Mr. Su to refine medicinal liquid for you? Xingyi abruptly held up a small metal dan furnace and displayed it in front of Su Qiu's eyes. Su Qiu witnessed the remnants of the medicinal herbs inside the small dan furnace, which were basically blackened. It's burnt and can't help but give birth to the idea that Hyuna Arigato is trying to imitate herself, only to fail completely. Su Qiu snickered. You guys are destroying the herbs? Arigato. Hyuna frowned slightly at her words, but she quickly relieved herself. So, you have to help me refine the medicinal liquid, or else you won't be able to walk out of this room. Oh. There was a hint of threat in her tone. Su Qiu was speechless when he heard her words. Only after a long time did he say, Does the master of the Crescent Moon Pavilion want to keep me here for the New Year's meal? Or do you want to marry me privately and hold a child in your arms? When Aoba heard this, he was close to drawing his long sword, to fight him. However, she was stopped by Hyuna Arigato. Aoba, stand down, Lord Pavilion Master. He is deriding you. Aoba still wanted to argue. Instead, Hyuna Arigato waved her hand. Stand down. Xingyi could only nod helplessly. Yes, Pavilion Master, then disappeared into the room. At this moment, the only thing left in the room was Su Qiu and Hyuna Arigato, a lone man and woman sharing a room. It was indeed strange to say the least. Su Qiu thought that if Chen Reed knew that he was now in the same room with Hyuna Arigato, it was estimated that the jar of vinegar would be knocked over again. He got a headache just thinking about it. Although he has no feelings for his titular wife, Su Qiu is also tired of sparring after another bout of pounding. At that moment, Arigato Hyuna slowly got down from the bathtub, her long and slender thighs without any flab, and landed on the ground, followed by a brocade-colored fur coat. As she dressed, she spoke, What will it take for you to help me? Su Qiu was silent. He didn't want to get too involved with Hyuna Arigato, who had Crescent Moon Pavilion behind her. According to the memory of the novel in his previous life, the plot is Qin Hyuna and the Crescent Moon Pavilion trouble a whole lot of things. All kinds of betrayal, all kinds of backstabbing, and a line of life and death. Su Qiu didn't even want to get involved. Only, Before he could answer, behind the windscreen a bead was suddenly thrown, landing precisely in the middle of Suchio's hand. He looked on in confusion, and Arigato Hyuna's voice slowly rang out. "This is the deposit you helped me with." Suchio pinched the beads in his hand. "Fix your eyes." Demon pills?" His expression carried some surprise. Suchio had not thought that there was actually a demonic beast inner Dan in the hands of Hyuna Arigato, which was a good thing for immortal cultivation. Hyuna Yukin seemed to notice that something was wrong with Seoaki. Recalling Suchio's words just now, he was puzzled and said, "Demon Dan? What is it?" Hyuna Yukin had a very keen sense of hearing and heard Seo Chu just talking to himself. He didn't worry about it, and made up a lie, the name of a kind of bead. "In my hometown it is called Demon Dan. Just an internal sigh of relief. This demon pill has been left for too long. The good stuff inside has almost disappeared. It's barely usable." Hyuna Arigato listened to his explanation and heard his heart again. Quite a bit embarrassed, he had to speak. "This bead is something left behind by the previous pavilion master, and I heard that it has existed since the Crescent Moon Pavilion was first established. Although the Crescent Moon Pavilion had only been established for over 100 years, it was very new compared to the hundreds of years of history of the Green Luan Valley. But the history of the Crescent Moon Pavilion is no better than that of the Great Shenlong." Suchio nodded at his words. No wonder the bead's spiritual power was only 1/5 left, so it had been placed for hundreds of years. Suchio estimated that they didn't know how to use the demonic Dan, and just treated it as a bead that could nourish their bodies, without knowing to refine the spiritual energy inside. The presumption was based on the fact that special feats were needed to extract the spiritual energy inside. At least someone who had stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation would know how to refine a demonic elixir. At that moment, Arigato Hyuna added, "If you can help this pavilion master enter the realm of celestial beings, in addition to this deposit, there will be heavy gifts behind it." Hyuna Arigato speculated that Suchio possessed the means to enter the realm of celestial beings, especially when she realized that this guy, his strength was increasing extremely fast, somewhat beyond expectation. Hyuna Arigato was able to conclude that Suchio had once possessed the same realm, only that, for some reason, he could only start over. As for trapping Suchio and forcing him to fulfill his demands, Hyuna Arigato didn't have that in mind at all. In case Suchio escaped, his revenge on himself would be even more terrifying in the future. And Hyuna Arigato wouldn't set up a strong enemy for herself for no reason. Instead of thinking about dark practices, it would be better to have a good relationship with Suchio. Suchio nodded his head after thinking for a long time. "I can promise you that, but the materials need to be found by you, and the medicinal liquid that is refined will be split 50-50. Suchio went to the palace to refine the medicinal liquid. He always drank 60% to 70% first, and only gave the rest to the 7th princess to take. The figure behind the screen was silent for a long time. Nodding his head, he said, "I can promise you that, but this time, I need all of the medicinal fluid." "No problem." Suchio nodded without hesitation. He had used it in the palace and didn't need to keep drinking the potion. Too much use in one day didn't work very well, and it took time to digest. Hyuna Arigato got dressed and slowly stepped out from within the screen. She, bare, white, greasy feet, with light steps, made a wet footprint on the wood-colored floor. Candle-like reflection, color crystal jade, such as the crescent moon halo, delicate skin, with elastic red lips, but also add a few touch of beauty posture. She placed her hands on her belly, and when she passed by Suchio, her body carried a hint of the fragrance of begonia, which was refreshing to the heart. When Suchio's eyes lowered, he could see the delicate collarbone, hidden under the candlelight. Arigato Hyuna pushed open the door to her room. "Aoba, bring the herbs and the Dan furnace." Not long after, Qing Yi, like a ghost, reappeared beside Suchio, carrying a few items with him, among which was an exquisite wooden box half a person tall. When the wooden box was opened, the strong smell of medicine filled the air. Suchio raised his eyebrows slightly and smacked his lips. "This is not a bad herb. It's at least 500 years old. Mr. Su really knows his stuff." The corners of Hyuna Arigato's mouth hooked up, revealing a refreshing smile as she softly colored. "These are the herbs that were found in the back of Crescent Moon Pavilion, and their vintages are all quite old. The Crescent Moon Pavilion is deep in the mountains. Finding a variety of valuable herbs is fairly easy. I'll refine it now then. I'll probably get beaten up again if I go back late later," Suchio simply said. Hyuna Arigato smiled a little at her words. Thinking about last night, Suchio fought against Qin Reed. Thought it was very interesting. She could feel the Qin Reed with a hint of jealousy, so the moves were ruthless. Only, after the end, Qin Reed changed back to a gentle lady, and went out of her way to help him to live the muscles and bones until dawn. Of course, in the face of such a good opportunity, how could Hyuna Arigato not forget to pull the strings? "Why don't you come to me?" If I achieve the celestial realm, I can consider becoming your wife. Oh, Huna Arigato spoke. The delicate body leaned in slowly with water vapor. The faint scent of begonias smelled clearer and more refreshing. To be able to become the pavilion master's husband, what an honor this is in the world. It's like a carp jumping over the dragon gate. But Sucho shook his head. Marriage without an emotional foundation is meaningless. It's nothing more than a transaction. Not to mention that you're really willing? Huna Arigato smiled at her words. Sucho rejected her. Expectedly, she narrowed her eyes, becoming even more curious about the person in front of her. Those who dared to reject her were hardly ever born, but this guy was hardened. But at that moment, the heart of Sucho came from the heart. Women are pie in the sky. What's the difference between that and the "I'm testing your heart" lie? Hear this heartbeat. Huna Arigato froze for a long time. Moisten. The voice continued. I do not lie to you. If I become your maiden, I will only be true to you and never betray. And that too voluntarily. Sucho shook his head and ignored her. Concentrate on refining the medicinal liquid. Seeing this, Huna Arigato continued to seduce. You can sleep at my place tonight as a proof. Sucho remained speechless. Instead, Aoba was secretly surprised to hear it. She really didn't understand how Huna Arigato, in the end, thought that she would let the tiny flunky sleep in her bed? His own lordship of the court wouldn't be crazy. Aoba was still trying to persuade. Suddenly a light fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Soon, the smell became stronger and stronger. Chingy couldn't help but breathe in the air greedily, wanting to suck all the flavor in the air into his belly. She could feel the cells in her body trembling, even excited. An extreme craving for that flavor. Pavilion Master. This is even more intense than what I smelled at that time. Chingy stammered. Huna Arigato nodded. The medicine is better because the herbs are of a different grade. Chingy abruptly understood why Arigato Huna valued Sucho so much. This guy was capable of being in the body. This kind of medicinal liquid, no matter if it was her. Its people who saw it would show their greed. It was like a brand was planted in Aoba's thoughts. A voice kept telling her that as long as she drank the medicinal liquid, her strength would gain a great boost and even break through to the sovereign level. However, Chingy hesitated for a long time before asking, Lord Pavilion Master, will you really marry him? Why don't you marry? Arigato Huna asked rhetorically, her gaze glancing at Aoba, but he is only at a third-rate level. Aoba murmured in a low voice. Huna Arigato laughed softly and spoke in a whirlwind. Was he once rumored to have martial arts skills? What about now? Chingy was puzzled at first, then came to a realization. Pavilion Master, are you saying that he became a third-rate martial artist in a short period of time? Huna Arigato nodded gently. As Chingy received confirmation from the Pavilion Master, she couldn't help but look squarely at Sucho. To be able to enter the ranks of a third-rate martial artist in such a short period of time, this person must be a demon. As they spoke, Sucho threw the jade pot smoothly in Arigato Huna's arms. Alright, it's getting late. I'm going back. He clapped his hands together and spoke in a bland tone. Seeing that Huna Yukin didn't say anything, he then prepared to leave. But no sooner had his foot lifted to the threshold than a voice came to his ear, stopping him in his tracks. Huna Arigato narrowed her eyes suddenly and said in a deep voice, Did you steal another drink? Sucho did not get nervous when he heard this, but said lightly, The cooks in charge of the dishes all need to taste them in order to determine if they are cooked properly. Arigato Huna couldn't help but let out a laugh when she heard that. He looked at him askance with a slight hook at the corner of his mouth. Fine. I'll leave it at that, just to sweeten the deal. She then gently covered the door to the room. Sucho similarly returned to his room, while Chin Reed is asleep, took out the demonic beast endodermis ground to absorb the spiritual power inside. A faint blue halo flowed in the body. While quenching the body, a sea of aura appeared in the dantian. A long-lost feeling. This body has gotten stronger. Sucho had a delighted expression on his face. Fong helped Arigato Huna refine the medicinal liquid, and Sucho secretly took a sip as the powerful medicinal power swept through his limbs and bones. Now that the aura had been baptized again, Sucho crushed second-rate martial artists with ease, and the strength of his body exceeded that of first-rate martial artists. So arm wrestling with them was not out of the question. After all, Sucho now had the presence of Jin Qi and spiritual Qi in his body. Although his strength was infinitely close to that of a second-rate martial artist, his physical strength had long surpassed that of a first-rate martial artist and was close to the level of a zongshi. Anyone with brute force could defeat a second-rate martial artist. Huna picked up the jade pot and slowly poured the jade liquid syrup into her mouth. As the medicine entered her throat, Huna Arigato felt unprecedentedly free, especially as the medicine entered her abdomen and the warmth gradually spread all over her body. She could feel the old wounds in her body gradually being repaired. The scars that were once caused by fighting or practicing were completely healed to form flawless skin. At the same time, her realm was loosening up. The super sovereign mirror she had broken through by accident. So she hadn't been in this realm for long, but now with the help of the medicinal liquid, she could feel her strength growing extremely rapidly. The strength of the body was like playing chicken blood, growing crazily. This amount of growth was something she could only cultivate in 7 or 8 years. A pot of medicinal liquid actually produced such an effect. Even though she had seen a lot of things, she couldn't help but stare at her treasure bead-like eyes. Blinking, this potion is amazing too. Arigato. Huna stretched out her white, delicate catkin and pointed it at the screen. And suddenly, a powerful aura was released, instantly blowing the wind screen down to the ground. Bam! The rattle of the screen falling to the floor. It caught Aoba's attention and she immediately appeared in the room. In an urgent voice, he said, Lord Pavilion Master, are you alright? It's fine, Arigato. Huna said softly, and then explained. This Pavilion Master was practicing her internal energy, so it caused a certain amount of commotion. Aoba looked up at the words and found the fallen screen. With the raised hand of Huna Arigato, his face showed a shock that was hard to hide. Color of surprise. How strong must this energy be to bring down the screen by using energy in the air? Could it be because of the medicinal liquid? In order to make the Pavilion Master's internal energy grow rapidly, Shinyi remembered that the Pavilion Master's strength had not yet been able to hit the effective people through the air, but now it was able to make such a big noise. When Arigato Huna saw her maid's surprised expression, she wore a smile of satisfaction on her face. Sucho was more valuable than expected. Arigato Huna felt that she only needed a few more pots of medicinal liquid to reach the celestial realm and become a top-notch existence. She did not know that the so-called celestial realm was the innate realm in the world of immortal cultivation, which, in Sucho's opinion, was nothing more than the existence of the most basic level of immortal cultivation. Huna Arigato said, "Get out." Aoba bowed and led the way, then disappeared into the room. Sucho completely digested the demonic beast's inner elixir with that mouthful of medicinal liquid last night. Nowadays, he was able to use Reiki and Jin Chi together to produce great effects. After Sucho washed up, when he intended to go out, he saw Qin Yuma, as well as a few extra maids around her, and several 11 or 12 young maids. These are? Sucho was puzzled. In the face of her doubts, Qin Yuma bluntly explained, they are all the people you saved last night, but some of them have no place to go, and it's not good to live on the streets, so I discussed with my mother, so they were allowed to work as long-time laborers in the house. And when they gather enough money to stay in the capital, or as a dishwasher to live in other places. Chen, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was also followed by several maids of honor. She also smacked her lips and said, "Don't worry, I won't bully them, they're a bunch of poor people." Chen said this as if she had deliberately said it to Sucho's. It seemed like the intention was to want to perform well in front of Sucho's eyes. Chen explains to herself, could she be afraid of worrying herself? Sucho suddenly laughed. Although the Qin family was a cannon fodder family, they were actually not bad at heart, only more brainless. It is extremely easy to be broken down one by one. In fact, in some strict sense, they are just victims in the power struggle, falling in the struggle between the Chancellor and the Imperial power. Chen was quite embarrassed to hear his heartfelt words. After all, what kind of mother-in-law explains to her son-in-law? However, recalling Sucho's ability, his own approach was not unacceptable. She could only give a humph and added stiffly, "Don't look at me like that. This lady is just borrowing you to say these words to them, so that they can relax. The Qin family won't treat anyone poorly." Her words had just fallen. There was a sudden knock at the side door. Chen said to the maid at her side, "Xiao Xiao, and see who's coming." "Yes, ma'am." Little Joe nodded. Just as he walked up and opened the door, he saw an oddly expressive Lu Bai asking. When Chen saw the visitor, she was puzzled. Hadn't this guy already made peace with Tong Wanxia? Why is it still here? Xiao Xiao said suspiciously, "Mr. Lu, may I ask what's the matter?" "It's like this. Mrs. Lu would like to invite Mrs. Chen to her residence for a gathering." Lu Bai asked so. Chen gazed straight at him, wanting to see what they were up to. Just once again, I heard Sucho's heart. Now Lu Bai Chen should be the children's family Mrs. Lu, in the name of relatives to stay in the house. In fact, she raised the face of the head, male ducks, called Chen's past as nothing more than a cover. In the future, when the Tong Zhengtong asked, or to find an excuse to say that Chen's also present, to block the Tong Zhengtong's mouth. Chen listened carefully to this heartfelt voice, her eyebrows knitted slightly, her eyes showing a look of dislike. I didn't expect Mrs. Lu to play quite flowery even if she did, but she actually took herself as an excuse. Chen was a bit angry. People treat her as a good sister, she treats them as fools. Chen did not know. Not long after, Mrs. Lu was almost crashed, so she was confused and pushed into the room of Lu Bai Chen. Mrs. Lu then to capture the female dry way to skimming. whitewash themselves. Chen sniffed in disbelief, but she quickly recalled earlier the words in Su Qiu's heartfelt voice that she would lose her innocence. Anger surged in his heart. Even Qin Yuma, hearing this heartfelt voice, was likewise filled with ill feelings towards Mrs. Liu, especially towards the entire Tong family. Qin Yuma hurriedly spoke. Mother, you'd better not go. There's a whole lot of things going on at home. But she saw Chen smile and said, Mrs. Liu invited so kindly, it would be hard to say no if I don't go. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Then I'll go with you. Chen revealed a bad smile. Since she knew the other party's purpose, the things behind her would be much better. Since people want to cheat, let her do it openly and honestly. Su Qiu saw Chen's iron will to go, opened his mouth to persuade, mother-in-law. He hadn't finished. Chen then waved her hand and interjected. You should also be on duty. Do not delay the hour. Of course, dangerous things do not do, such as last night to save people. Do not try to show off. Their own most important. If you have a long and short, the Qin family's sorry for your dead parents. Su Qiu nodded at her words. Although Chen had the intention of dismissing herself, her tone was still full of concern. He had to stop the words in their tracks. Silently, he said, I'm going on duty. This Chen feels a bit strange. How come when she hears Mrs. Liu, she looks like she's eager to try? Su Qiu rested her chin, muttering and whispering in thought. Could it be that the previous poetry meeting, Qin Yuma's affair, caused Chen to resent on Madame Liu? He thought about it a little and decided it wasn't out of the question. After all, both Chen and the Qin family had knew that at that time, it was Yi Liangchen and Tong Wanxia that the poetry club had framed Qin Yuma. Hence, the same reasoning is hating the house. After Su Qiu stepped into North River Street, the people who greeted him were all smiling at him, and kindly shouted, Good morning, Lord Su. There were also quite a few vendors, taking out crummy snacks. Lord Su, would you like a bun? Lord Su, you don't want money for today's fresh dishes. Lord Su, our wontons are delicious. Come and try a bite. I'll treat you. Lord Su, our daughter is watery. If you don't mind, it's fine to be your concubine. There is an endless stream of such voices. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic about Su Qiu. The fire over the passion had become so frenzied that it all made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Qiu could only wave his hands one by one and simply say, You are all welcome. Don't delay your livelihood. Then the attentive crowd sent away. Su Qiu did not expect. He but eradicated the Black Tiger Gang branch hall, actually attracted the people to treat so. But there was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in the heart. A girl stepped forward slowly and said in a milky voice, Big brother, these flowers are for you. She then handed Su Qiu a bunch of dandelions. Su Qiu looked at the girl and gently touched her head. Go back quickly. Don't make your adults anxious. The girl gave a sweet hum and left at a brisk pace. Su Qiu looked at her departing back, smiling knowingly. When he looked at the dandelion in his hand again, he found a golden stream of light that slowly surged into his body. Su Qiu was first stunned, then incredulous. This also has merit? Although the amount was small, his luck doubled again and the merit was able to coalesce to the size of a thumb cap. In his previous life, Su Qiu didn't obtain merit. After all, he was too busy cultivating to become an immortal or fighting for resources in the immortal cultivation world to care about this. Not to mention that merit was not easy to obtain. Su Qiu continued to head to the guardhouse amidst the people's greetings. When he came to, just find the guardhouse doors blown open. Su Qiu had just stepped into the threshold of the guardhouse when he saw Zhou Liang Huang San and the others kneeling on the ground one after another, their faces covered in bruises, and some of them had even lost a few teeth. He had not yet opened his mouth to inquire. A voice came out of it. You are that great officer Su who destroyed our branch, right? Su Qiu twisted his head to look. The eunuch chair was sitting quietly, a scarred man. He was full of fat and tattoos. He looked bloated, but his strength had already reached a third-rate martial artist. The sharp voice on the other side came in the same way. You'd better be good and tie your hands, or these people in your guardhouse, I'm afraid they'll die without even knowing what's going on. Su Qiu cast his head to the side again. The man with the snowy face was seen, very effeminate, like a eunuch in the palace. This guy was also a third-rate martial artist, but his strength looked to be a bit stronger than, say, the scarred man covered in fat and tattoos. At this moment, Huang San and Zhou Liang, as well as the other magistrates, were trembling. A look of horror filled his face. Their party was tortured in no small way. Su Qiu's heart sank to the bottom of the water. However, calm as water, he inquired, Where do you want to take me? At this moment, another dry and hoarse voice came from behind Su Qiu. Of course, you will be sent to the main hall, so that the hall master can personally deal with you. Su Qiu looked back and found a white-bearded old man with a crutch, walking step by step, blocking his retreat. Don't look at the old man's old age. He was again a bit stronger than Scarab Han as well as the pussy. Suchio sniffed and suddenly laughed. He happened to want to go to the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang, and he just lacked a guide. The Black Tiger Gang's hall master had a demonic beast Dan in his hands, and Suchio was in need of demonic beast Dawn, while the hall master's one was a complete version, meaning that the demonic beast's inner Dan retained a large amount of spiritual energy, making it a great tonic for those who had just begun to cultivate immortality. I can immediately bind my hands and go with you, but you have to let them go. This incident originally had nothing to do with them, Suchio said softly to them. The old man frowned slightly at his words. The words sound so good. You wouldn't be thinking of escaping in the middle of the road, would you? Suchio, however, laughed softly. There are 7 of you surrounding this place. Can I run away? That too. The old man leaned on his cane and smiled in the same way. The 3 of them made contact with Suchio first, while the remaining 4 hid around to prevent Suchio from leaving. The scarred man threw the rope over. Since you're so sensible, you should know what I mean. Suchio leaned over and picked up the rope at random and tied his hands. In fact, these ropes could not bind himself at all, but one has to do a full set of drama. In the process of tying himself up, he inquired curiously, I'm afraid you've brought me back for more than just disposing of me, haven't you? Snow White skin, with the eunuch-like man, sniffed Jijia laughed. Of course, we intend to use you for some benefits. After all, the Chen family is so rich, always need to pay for what you did, I guess. Suchio wasn't annoyed either. His tone was slightly relaxed and light. Then you guys have to protect me. If I break my arms and legs, and the Chen palace doesn't buy it, it won't be good. You're quite the catch. You kid. The old man felt funny. Suchio, however, said, after all, I'm just a flunky, so it's normal for me to be greedy and afraid of death. He then pulled out a few taels of silver from his pants pocket and casually threw them into Zhou Liang's hands, instructing, find a good medical center to take care of it, as compensation for me dragging you down. After saying that, he followed these people away. The scarred man looked at Suchio's behavior and couldn't help but admire. You're quite a righteous person. Rare. If you hadn't killed Hall Master Xia, I would have had to pull you into the Black Tiger Gang anyways. I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future, Suchio said lightly. Of course, he was saying that the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't even have a chance in the future. If you go to the main hall yourself, you don't know how many of the Black Tiger Gang will be alive by then? Suchio's words, in the ears of these people, they felt that this guy should know his own death. That's why he said these words. Historically, no one who offended the Black Tiger Gang had a good ending. When they leave, Zhou Liang and Huang San looked at the silver in their hands, their faces filled with anxiety. What do we do now? Quickly inform the Qin mansion. Only they can save Lord Su. Come on, come on, come on. Zhou Liang and Huang San sent someone to notify the Qin mansion in a hurry. Of course, what happened here likewise spread throughout North River Street. All the people heard this news and similarly exploded. What? Lord Su was taken away by the Black Tiger Gang. We have to think of a way to save Lord Su. What can be done but pray that the news reaches the court? They talked about it, and finally came to the idea that it would be a good idea to spread the news as far and wide as possible. It didn't take long for the news to spread extremely fast. Soon after Chen arrived at the Tong mansion, she sat down in the side hall. Mrs. Lu greeted her for a while, and let the people next to her deliver snacks and food, allowing Chen to stay for a while Mrs. Lu left under the pretense that there were some things that needed to be taken care of. Chen sipped the finest good tea and ate the new desserts from Hundred Flowers House. A faint smile appeared on his face. Xin Yumo was unsure. Mother, what are you laughing at? When I came to the Willow Mansion, I invited a number of ladies over. And of course, the head of the Tong family. How can you catch a girl fucking in bed without the main man? P.S. Thanks to Curtain_EC for the 788 Q-Bucks reward. And thanks to Whisper Over for the 500 Q-Bucks. Chen and Xin Yumo were being well entertained at the same time. Mrs. Lu had already arrived at a side room long ago, only before she could push open the door. The door to the room was suddenly opened from the inside and an arm wrapped around her, slowly dragged into the room, only to see that the visitor was Lu Baiqian, who sniffed intimately at Madame Lu's face and muttered, Madam, you still smell good. You're really annoying. What's the rush when people aren't even prepared? Mrs. Lu buries him in a comment, lingering in his arms. Smoothly, he closed the door to the room. At this time, Lu Bai asked curiously, Ma'am, what are you doing inviting Chen here so openly? Of course it's for the convenience of making excuses. If someone asks about us, just say that Chen was also on the spot. She can testify for us all. When Mrs. Lu said this, a strange smile appeared on her face. What she didn't say in her mind was, if there was an accident, Chen would be the scapegoat. But it was best that such a thing didn't happen. Mrs. Lu gently stroked Lu Baiqian's face as she said with a hint of apology, I'm sorry about my daughter Hopley remarrying. I can understand that, and the lady has been good to me, building my young nephew a large mansion in the countryside to house my mother and daughter. Aunt Huang is also a good person. Don't let her down. She has paid a lot for our Tong family. Even Wan Xia was brought up by her. Mrs. Willow was suddenly sentimental, but Lu Baiqian didn't have the slightest bit of flavor. Instead, he picked her up in a princess embrace and then pushed her onto the bed. Madam, don't be sentimental. After a long time, Chen's suspicion can be bad. Mrs. Lu narrowed her eyes and couldn't stop smiling even more. A blush was even hanging on her face. Shyness, excitement, nervousness, and stimulation of complex emotions also surged into her heart. Lu Baiqian couldn't wait to undress, then pounced in, and the two of them tangled up on the bed. At the front door of the Tong family, Chen and Qin Yuma asked the subordinates to open the door. Other ladies of the worldly families appeared outside. They looked at Chen in puzzlement and said, Mrs. Chen, what's the important thing that you're calling us over in such a hurry? Today is the Crown Prince's crowning ceremony, and many dignitaries have gone over to see it. Yes, if you don't tell us the truth today, our sisters will be lost. The ladies were talking. All that was said was some gaslighting. After all, they had been called over in a hurry and felt a little sorry that they hadn't been able to visit the Crown Prince's crowning ceremony. Chen, however, had a bad smile on her face. Sisters, it's not good to talk about this stuff, so let me keep it mysterious, and when the time comes, the ladies will be. It felt like a no-brainer, only she had just finished the sentence. Lord Child came in hot from outside. When he saw the ladies, he first froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Chen in disbelief. May I ask Mrs. Chen, what is the point of calling this official back in such a hurry? Today is the Crown Prince's crowning ceremony. Chen saw that the main man had returned. The heart has been happy for a long time. Only the face did not show it, but was slightly worried. Sir Tong, my concubine didn't mean to disturb you. It's just that today, Lady Lu looks strange, as if she's a scared bird. She's scared at every turn, and our group of sisters are worried about her. So that's why we rushed to find you, Sir Tong, to come back and take a look at Lady Lu. Chen's pretty face was filled with worry as she spoke. Pretend to look like a big-hearted person. It made Lord Tong unavoidably marvel in his heart that Chen was indeed a person of deep affection. When Lord Tong remembered that he had framed the Qin family before, a twinge of guilt arose within him, but he was thin-skinned and didn't utter a word of apology. Instead, he said softly, let the old man go and see. After saying that, Lord Tong entered the mansion. The other ladies looked at each other and looked at Chen, but unfortunately, Mrs. Chen was not willing to open her mouth at all and kept it completely secret. The ladies could only endure their curiosity and follow along. Some of the maids in the mansion, seeing their own master return, they could not help but feel surprised and wanted to immediately run into the inner courtyard to remind their own ma'am. Pity! Xiao Chao quietly appeared in front of the maid and blocked her way. A pained look on her face as she said, I'm sorry, I ate the wrong thing this morning and now my stomach hurts. Can you take me to the outhouse? The maid stammered and tried to refuse. Heading towards the inner courtyard, Xiao Chao immediately grabbed her arm and said with a pale face, I can't help it. Please help me. The maid tried to loosen her arm, but little Joe was dead set against it. It wasn't until Lord Child entered the inner courtyard that Xiao Chao acted as if nothing had happened and let go of her hand. I'm sorry, my stomach is fine again. The maid was exasperated. Unfortunately and hopelessly, one can only silently pray that nothing happens to his lady. It seemed that the maid's prayers worked, but they were counterproductive. Lord Child had wanted to enter his room and check on Mrs. Halfway there, he heard a very obvious movement coming from the other compartment where Lu Baiqian lived. The sound of a babbling bed shaking looming. His feet subconsciously paused. Was about to continue to his room. Chen added fuel to the fire. Lord Tong, Lady Lu seems to be heading in that direction. Did you go to the wrong room? Lord Child sniffed in his face. Minor changes. Unbelievably, she looked at Chen, wanting to see the flavor of lying in her eyes. But Chen's eyes were extremely firm. Even the lady who followed looked at each other in disbelief and then spoke for Chen. Lord Tong, I also heard a commotion in that room. Could it be that you were really in a hurry and went to the wrong room? Lord Child swallows his saliva, and take a deep breath. It was only then that he retreated his steps, turned and approached the compartment with a light hand, and a forceful push to open the compartment. The door of the room was heavily pushed open, only to hear the bed movement in the room stagnate for a moment, followed by the rattling that came from the room. Becoming more and more impatient, with heavy steps, Lord Child walked in, and then he realized that there were actually two heads on the bed, one of his wife, Ru, and the other of her distant nephew. They both covered themselves with the blanket of death, with no clothing at all below their necks, and a mass of white flesh. Seeing this scene, Lord Tong's blood spurted, and his face swelled red with anger as he growled angrily. Lu, you can afford me. No wonder you were kind enough to let your nephew stay before. I didn't think he was coming to be a concubine for you. The other ladies also entered the room. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Three views completely shattered. Did not expect. Mrs. Lu will do such a bad thing, and his nephew for pleasure. It's just, like, daring to be first. History has never heard of such a thing until now, and it simply shook them to their core. Chen, on the other hand, snickered. Humph, let you take me across the bridge. Want to come to set me up? Before Qin Yuma did not find you guys to settle the score, but now come to move to my head. She was really out of her mind. At the same time remembered Su Qiu. If not for his son-in-law, she could not jump out of this crisis, much less see this good show. In the future, I must be more intimate with Su Qiu than my own son before I can do so. Even if I call him my godfather, I'll admit it, Chen thought secretly. At the moment, the other ladies were equally good at watching the show. They even gave Chen a kind smile, their gaze laced with gratitude, as if to say that if it weren't for Chen, they wouldn't have been able to see such a blow-up. Lord Tong was now enraged and fiery, pointing fiercely at Lady Lu. You're such a... For her part, Mrs. Lu's face turned pale as she bitterly explained. Husband? No, my concubine was tricked into coming here by him. He drugged my concubine. Mrs. Lu pushed the matter directly to Lu Bai to ask, and Lu Baiqian, which was in a state of complete confusion, reacted by slapping Mrs. Lu in the face and breaking the pot. It was you who seduced me and made me serve you, and it was also your idea to let me marry Tong Wanxia in the first place to make it convenient for us to sleep together. And now you're biting me back? Lu Baiqian had already gone out of his way at this moment. Originally it was a matter of you and me. I didn't expect Mrs. Lu actually gave him up. Let him completely take the blame. How can this be? Mrs. Lu heard his words, her face even more white. With a sobbing voice, you wronged me. Good you a nephew. Actually do this reckless common sense things. I was sincerely for your good. For my sake? Sneaking into my room for the first time and letting me co-sleep with you is for my own good? Are you kidding me? Mrs. Willow. You? Mrs. Lu was so furious by the way Lu Baiqian tore her face off that her eyes straightened in her hand, pointing at him, kept trembling. When Lord Child heard what they said, his face turned green and he stared at the two with anger. Veins cracked and fists clenched. Even his chest was shaking with anger. You pair of dogs, Lord Tong bellowed, threw up his fist and slammed it into Lu Baiqian, and finally slapped another hard slap over Mrs. Lu's face, continuing to split his head and curse. You're really a bunch of animals. In vain my Tong family treats you well. Lu, is this how you treat the old man? Making peace with outsiders while I'm away. Lord Child growled angrily as he beat them. The sound was deafening, causing even the dust to be shaken down in the entire room. And Chen and the rest of the ladies were shocked into retreating when they saw the scene. But the heart of the melon eater still hasn't died down. Instead, it's getting more and more exciting. Rather, it was the loud noise here that drew the attention of the maids outside the courtyard as well as the household servants. They have rushed in. They saw the unforgettable scene of shedding their bodies. Their own mistress, actually with the little nephew to make a fly in the ointment. What a blinding sight. But they, as subordinates, could only stiffly pull on Lord Tong and keep persuading. Master, you quickly calm down. Master, if you keep hitting, Madam will be killed. The maids and servants all came forward to pull Lord Tong, but Lord Tong tugged desperately, trying to get out of the trap, and gave Lu and Lu Baiqian a few more punches, and screamed, Don't stop me. I'll beat them to death. I'll have them dipped in a piggy bank. Lord Child cursed spitefully, completely out of his mind. Seeing this, Chen and the other ladies slowly exited the room, though the excitement on their faces did not fade. Instead, he looked like he couldn't get enough. It's true, gossiping is a woman's nature. These ladies looked at Chen with gratitude. If Chen hadn't asked them all to come, they would have missed this wonderful scene and regretted it for the rest of their lives. Mrs. Chen, there was something wrong with my tone just now, so I apologize to you first. And don't forget the sisters for these things in the future. So am I. We're all family. So don't be angry. There was a 180-degree shift in the attitudes of these ladies, who had previously held doubts, but now only gratitude remained. Chen smiled just as brightly, waving his hand. He said, We're all looking out for Mrs. Lu's sake. The other ladies smiled at that. Sure enough they weren't as thick-skinned as Chen. Soon, the dust settled on the child house matter. Being green Lord Tong simply cannot swallow this breath. Had to let Mrs. Lu and Lu Baiqian immersed in a pigsty. He is now even Tong Wanxia doubt is not his own biological? The behavior of both Mrs. Lu and Tong Wanxia was exactly the same. Like mother, like daughter. When Tong Wanxia, who had just married into the Yi mansion, heard about this matter, she almost fainted and cried out to go back to her mother's house. But unfortunately, 3 days had not passed, and she could not go back according to the rituals and customs, so all she could do was cry night after night and keep writing books to ask Lord Tong to let her mother go. It's just that Lord Child's mind was made up long ago. If word of this gets out, what face will the Tong family have? Chen and the other ladies, bidding farewell at the gate of the Tong mansion, the smile at the corners of their mouths, did not converge, but stayed on. It was close to telling the crowd that she had just done something bad. You deserve it. Who told you to screw us like this before? Causing my daughter to almost lose her virginity. Even the old woman me. She was still cursing at Willow. Chen Yuma ran over with a face full of panic. When Chen saw her daughter, she was as confused as if she had lost her soul, saying, "UMO, what exactly happened? Mother, quickly save brother-in-law." His subordinate said that brother-in-law was captured by the Black Tiger Gang's men today. Chen sniffed with a shocked face, open wide eyes at the same time, but also panicked, Deng Feng at a loss for words. But after a long time, she suppressed the worry and anxiety in her heart, rationally said, "Quickly tell the matter to your father, and your sister. Let them help to rescue their son-in-law. I'll have someone go to the Black Tiger Gang. If they are willing to give money to privatize this matter, spend as much money as they can to get the person back." Chen Yuma nodded before running in the direction of the palace. She was extremely familiar with that area, especially Vermilion Bird Street, next to the palace, where it was basically a place for dignitaries to go shopping, and Chen Yuma hadn't done much shopping there. Chen Yuma lifted his foot and just left. Chen hurriedly let his subordinates drive the car, returned to the mansion, and immediately sent the guards of the mansion who had some strength to look for the people of the Black Tiger Gang and talk about the conditions with them. As they learned the news, the people of North River Street, too, spread the word. They were all worried about Su Chio's condition, and some even prayed, and the news, in no time at all, spread throughout the small half of the capital. Crown Prince Lan, who had just finished crowning himself, returned to the palace to rest. Her inner circle, "Just come over and tell the party that you just found out the news." And Lan sniffed and subconsciously slammed the table, containing anger. This Black Tiger Gang is also too bold, actually daring to kidnap even Imperial officials. Who gave them the guts? She was enraged and at the same time extremely puzzled. The capital of Deqian is not the capital of the Black Tiger Gang. How can these dirty things be so arrogant? At this time, the beloved Guardly arched his hand and explained in a slender manner, "Your Royal Highness, you don't know that this Black Tiger Gang was nothing but a small gang a long time ago, and the leader was Xiao Tianxiong. There was once a capital official who sent government officials to encircle them when they were expanding their power, but unfortunately, it was not expected that this person would be so ruthless that he would hang all of the encircling government officials, and that capital official was demoted because of it. Finally the Forbidden Army came out to clean up the mess, but unfortunately Xiao Tianxiong even killed a few lieutenants. To escape, soon he rose again, but the subsequent Beijing officials, the former Beijing officials to eliminate the gang bandits failed to be relegated to the post. The family members of the same tragedy was slaughtered by the mountain bandits. They don't dare to control. What's more, Xiao Tianxiong bribed these Beijing officials. They even turned a blind eye, indirectly prompting the Black Tiger Gang to become stronger and bigger, to the point that it is now lawless. Escort Li was quite familiar with this past, especially since he was once part of the Forbidden Army. Prince Anlan's brow furrowed as he sniffed, not thinking that there had once been such a history. In her opinion, Deqian is now a peaceful world, even if the capital, but also calm and peaceful. I did not think that there are these tumors under the eyes. It's just that what she doesn't understand is, why has no one gone to the court until now? Guardly said at length, because no one dares to take on this burden. Want to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang. Nowadays only the Forbidden Army as well as the Imperial Forest Army. The ordinary Yamen can't play a role at all, and if you want to mobilize them, you have to have an Imperial decree to do so. But if the eradication fails, those officials who take the blame will not only be impeached by the admonished officials, but their families will also be threatened by the Black Tiger Gang, he said, finding a pamphlet from somewhere. Flipping through the top, he eventually found a page, presented it to Anlan, and continued, "These are the dead prosecutors. Most of their families were brutally slaughtered, the rest were put up for sale, and there were some prosecutors from the 7th rank who also died at the hands of the Black Tiger Gang." And Lan looked at the page. His eyes were glazed over. In these decades, 3 prosecuting schools actually died, and 1 prosecuting secretary. The most horrible thing is that the governor of Beijing State. The report to the court is that these officials suddenly died a violent death, so the court is no longer pursued. Lan was furious when he saw this. Qian was founded less than 100 years ago. There are such disgusting things, and Lan cursed indignantly. These gangsters are not shallow in their collusion with the government. This matter must be a result in the courtroom. Su Qiu must also be saved. He is very important to himself, at least to send the Forbidden Army to save. The prince's crowning ceremony is over. The pilgrimage was postponed for 1 hour. Qin Reed looked at Yi Liangchen with shadowy eyes, with a hint of killing intent, and even Qin Shaoliang did the same, clenching his fists, his veins bulging. The Empress and Qin Tian came late, and the Crown Prince and Lan followed her, and when she sat on the throne, and Lan stood in the position of a courtier, except that she was the head of the group of courtiers. Of course, standing at the head of the group of ministers was another, the head minister of the dynasty, Gu Tianshou. At once, a unanimous voice rang out from the group of ministers, "Long live His Majesty, 10,000 years old, and the Crown Prince is 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old." When the group of ministers greeted the Empress as well as the Crown Prince, it meant that the court meeting had begun. Then an admonisher stepped forward and wanted to impeach so-and-so. Of course, the military officials are basically the object of attack by the adman, and some people even impeached Qin Reed. "Your Holiness, General Qin has done nothing since he took over the Forbidden Army, and she doesn't care about the 4 thieves in the capital." Only, before this adman had finished speaking, Qin Reed has then stepped out. Then kneeling on one knee, he said to Empress and Qin Tian, "I grant your Majesty permission to dismiss my official." When she said this, the ministers were all puzzled, and even Empress and Qin Tian could not help but stare, eyebrows slightly knit, eyes full of confusion. "Iching, why do you want to solve the official?" Qin Reed explained in detail. "The end of the husband's son-in-law today was captured by the Black Tiger gang. The end will go to save him. Do not know when to return. As for the solution to the official, the Black Tiger gang is the handwriting of the admonition officers. When the governor of the capital state besieged the Black Tiger gang, it was impeached by the admonition officials, so much so that no more capital officials dared to besiege the Black Tiger gang. And now the Black Tiger gang has been entrenched in the underground of the capital for many years, capturing and trafficking in human beings, oppressing the people, and blatantly assassinating the imperial officials, and those who have been killed. The prosecuting school has 4 people, and the prosecuting division has 1 person. This has been to the point of human and God's indignation, but the capital large and small officials, in order to protect themselves, turn a blind eye. No one dares to report, since no one to deal with. The end will be relieved of his duties. 1 person to deal with, not to involve the court and all the officials. Qin Reed's tone was full of anger, as well as being disappointed in the entire court. When Empress and Qin Tian heard her words, it was as if she wore a locking device on her white forehead, locking her brows tightly together. Her eyes gradually turned cold as she looked at the group of ministers, especially the Royal Historian's Office, where the admonition officers were all from the Royal Historian's Office, and the Imperial Court is in cahoots with the Chief Minister of the dynasty. As for the admonition officers, when they heard her sermon, they instantly turned pale and stared in disbelief. All the admonition officers cursed and said, "You are slandering. You're slandering us out of thin air. We've never heard of the Black Tiger gang bribing us. That's it. Even the Black Tiger gang we don't know." Many uninvolved officials similarly shook their heads and muttered, "Yes, where did the Black Tiger gang come from? Why haven't we heard of it? I've heard a thing or two about this small sect, the Black Tiger gang, but it's not as bad as this." They were all officials of the 4th or 5th rank and had no knowledge of the matter. As they mumbled and whispered, Qin read again on the court. "The end will be dismissed before. There is still a matter to play." Listen to her determined tone. Empress and Qin Tian's heart sank for a moment. Then she slowly spoke. "Play." Qin Reed turned her head to look at Yi Liangchen, her eyes full of biting killing intent, and said, "I am going to impeach Yi Liangchen. This person is ruthless. Not long after my marriage, this person sent someone to mix into the Qin mansion, poisoned my husband and son-in-law, and when he saw that my husband and son-in-law were not dead, he reached out and strangled him. That day the poetry meeting, Yi Jianguan and Tong Wanxia, poisoned and framed my sister, but also sent people to kidnap my sister, want her and my husband and son-in-law to do incestuous things. The end of the general in the hands of the evidence. My sister can also testify. As for now, the Black Tiger gang is arresting my husband's son-in-law, so we have to ask Admiral Yi what kind of dealings he has with those people? Have to put him to death?" Speaking of this, Qin Reed suddenly revealed a cold smile, and at this moment she has already gone out. Make everything public one by one, going out of her way to blow something up. She was planning on unofficially anyway. When we rescue Su Qiu in the future, we'll go to Qinghuan Valley together instead of the dirty capital. Yi Liangchen heard the face white, full of unbelievable eyes looking at Qin Reed. Did not think she actually went out of the way, had to pull himself off the stage. He was only a 6th rank adman, barely having the rank to attend the court meeting, and the other party was a 3rd rank official, so her credibility was much higher than his own. "Are you as good as this?" Yi Liangchen was so angry that he covered his chest. Before he could finish, Qin Shaoliang, holding the tablet, also stepped out of the line, his eyes equally sharp as he looked at Yi Liangchen. He said, "The humble minister also impeached Yi Liangchen. This person's heart is not right, has always wanted to overthrow the Qin family, only because the Qin family blocked the way of some people. Yi Liangchen is in their hands. Let the Qin family downfall of the tool. His marriage with Gu Shangxiang, the daughter of Lord Gu, is the proof of this." When Su Qiu was captured by the Black Tiger Gang, the first thought of Qin Reed and Qin Shaoliang was that Yi Liangchen was also involved. After all, he was involved in every accident in the Qin mansion. The moment Qin Shaoliang's words came out, the important ministers in the courtroom all stared with wide eyes. They didn't expect Yi Liangchen to hide quite deeply and actually really have a marriage contract with Gu Shangxiang in hand. Originally, the people thought that the news was nothing more than a marketplace rumor. Credibility is not high. But now, coming from Qin Shaoliang, the credibility is high. The officials suddenly realized at this moment. No wonder the fledgling Yi Liangchen, who had joined the dynasty as an official for less than 2 years, had become the youngest 6th grade admonisher. Rumor has it that, not long ago, the Ministry of Internal Deliberation intends to promote Yi Liangchen to the 5th grade of the university sergeant. The folders have been written. It seems that the chief counselor of the dynasty has made a lot of effort. Can promotion be slowed down when there's a marriage contract at stake? At this moment, Qin Shaoliang's words gave Gu Tianqiu like a blow to the head. I didn't expect the fire to reach him. Empress in Qin's eyes were sharp as she stared at the head counselor of the dynasty. Court Elder Gu, do you have something to say? Such a big thing. Don't tell me about it. You are an old and precious daughter. When Empress in Qin Tian spoke, her tone was laced with coldness. Gu Tianqiu realized that danger was gradually approaching, so he could only let out a helpless sigh. I report back to the saint. My daughter Gu Shangxiang yesterday with him to break off the marriage contract. Yi Liangchen this person, although there are some strategies, but the character is extremely poor people. Yesterday Gu Shangxiang cried back to the house. The old man asked one or two to know. Yi Liangchen and my daughter have a marriage contract in hand, and even hooked up with outsiders. Qin, General, Miss Tong, and even some princesses. So the old minister, in a fit of anger, had the marriage contract dissolved. Gu Tianqiu broke his arm to defend himself. What's more, the moment last night when Yi Liangchen was angry and cried at Gu Shangxiang, Gu Tianqiu never helped Yi Liangchen again and kicked him out of his camp. Empress and Qin Tian heard. To Yi Liangchen eyes full of dislike color. Especially the other party also hooked up with the princess, and Qin Tian brow is even more tightly locked. In this case, Yi Liangchen this person is not suitable for the official. Crown Prince Lan, who had been silent, also stepped forward and said, Mother Emperor, my son likewise has one thing to say. Empress in Qin Tian's expression became odd. Did Yi Liangchen commit some kind of public anger? Even his own female disguised as a prince had to say a word. And Lan bowed, then said, my son suggests that Admiral Yi be arrested for interrogation. Yesterday the City Patrol Division sent word that Admiral Yi secretly left the city, and I heard that he was heading towards the Black Tiger Gang's main hall, so I'm sure that they have a relationship. When the matter was mentioned, she spoke up again and suggested, I also hope that the Mother Emperor, do not dismiss General Qin's post, let her lead the 800 forbidden troops to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang, eradicating the poisonous tumor in the capital, and incidentally rescuing her husband. At the same time, the child minister feels that the capital city officials below the 6th grade need to be thoroughly investigated. The capital city such a big tumor, but no one to report. This thing is very wrong. Maybe someone's secret but not reported, deceiving the lower to conceal the upper. When Crown Prince Lan said this, all the ministers showed odd colors, although only officials below the 6th rank were investigated. This offended a large number of officials at once. Many of the minor officials are relatives of major officials in the court. Marriages between officials in the capital are the norm. Under the list to catch son-in-law is even more long-standing. The Imperial examinations, the first prize, Tan Hua, will be the big official to catch as their son-in-law. Therefore, the capital officials are basically nepotism. At this time, a minister of the Ministry of Justice, hastily out of the column. Your Highness, this method is not good. If this kind of investigation involved a wide range, I'm afraid that the following officials do not have the heart on duty. The entire capital will also stop. Prince Anlin smiled a little at his words. Then he said, then this highness will take a step back and investigate the lineage of the governor of the capital state, especially the capital Yamen and the guard Yamen, who are often in contact with the Black Tiger Gang. This, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, silently nodded. Your highness is properly considered. I think it can be. He reluctantly agreed to this, previously rejected. now rejected again. I'm afraid the Empress will think he has a ghost in his heart. Empress and Qin Tian swept a glance over the crowd. Then her red lips slightly opened and said, "Do you all have any objections to the Crown Prince's suggestion?" In the face of the female emperor's inquiry, no one in the courtroom spoke up. The courtiers do not dare to speak, because the Qin family has already put their lives on the line. If this time to stand out, I am afraid that it is against them. In case they are crazy even bite you, the loss is not worth it. No official dared to touch them. Besides, the chief minister of the current dynasty also laid down his flag, and even broke his arm to survive. Now that he had fallen on Yi Liangchen, there was even less need for the crowd to speak. See, all the heads bowed. Empress and Qin Tian's eyes were sharp as she said, "Then according to the prince's meaning, and pass on my decree, anyone who is involved with the Black Tiger Gang, no matter how high their official position, to the death penalty. If it is to help its trafficking in human beings, the involvement is serious. I grant him guilt by association family. As for the royal historian's office, also give me to check together as well." And Qin Tian spoke at this moment, his terrifying aura radiating out. Previously, all the courtiers did not value her because she was a woman, but now when the people saw her shadowy eyes, they recalled that this was an empress who lived and killed. The head counselor of the dynasty wanted to protest, but realized that the empress was staring straight at him, and that coercive aura forced Gu Tianqiu to lower his head. The empress is a clear-cut purge of his power. In particular, Yi Liangchen's marriage to his daughter, Gu Xiangxiang, had irritated the empress. Yi Liangchen was originally the female emperor to support and draw in the object to counterbalance the dynasty's first minister. Did not expect people have long jumped to Gu Tianqiu. Of the camp, one family being big is extremely dangerous to the dynasty. If not for the fact that Gu Tianqiu was a veteran of 2 dynasties and still held a large number of officials in the court, and Qin Tian would have long wanted to destroy him. The empress swept a glance at the people present, and seeing that no one had spoken, she said, "If there is nothing else to be done, leave the court." The ministers gave a sigh of relief and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Empress and Qin Tian casually glanced at the crowd and cursed. "A bunch of trash." It wasn't loud, but it was audible. The ministers' heads bowed even lower, and at the moment the admin were all sweating, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down. A thought arose in everyone's mind: why was the Qin family so attached to a tiny son-in-law? It doesn't make sense. If a son-in-law dies, he dies. The big deal is to raise other men in the future. Do we have to gamble the entire Qin family for a son-in-law with no status? Biting like a madman. After the empress left, Crown Prince Lan was in the Great Hall, looking at Yi Liangchen and saying to the Imperial guards, "Take down the suspect Yi Liangchen." Listen to her words. Yi Liangchen originally wanted to hide, or escape, but when he saw Qin Reed's terrifying eyes, as if he had killed his husband, he had no choice but to stay where he was. How could Yi Liangchen not expect that the general who once liked him was now an enemy? He could not think of any way to understand. Qin Reed in the end how to find out. He was framing the Qin family. At Lan's command, the Imperial guards outside the Great Hall rushed in and ruthlessly detained Yi Liangchen, who was ashen-faced as death, before escorting him away. Qin Reed, who looked at Yi Liangchen's back, slowly disappeared into the hall. Turning around, she realized that Anlan had appeared at her side. Anlan arched his hand and said, "General Qin, I'll leave the latter matters to you. This Highness can only help you so far." "Many thanks, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'll keep this favor in mind," Qin Reed said simply. "Leave the Great Hall immediately." When he got out of the Imperial city gate, he picked up his lance, mounted his warhorse, and ran to the camp of the Forbidden Army with his decree. Order 800 Forbidden Army. Quickly eliminate the Black Tiger Gang in the city. Qin Reed herself, one person is leading 200 people. First go to interrogate Yi Liangchen. In order to explore the location of the lair of the Black Tiger Gang, many of the people in the capital city witnessed the Forbidden Army hurrying through the streets. Can't help but murmur, "What the hell is going on here? Did another official commit a crime and get copied?" To be able to mobilize so many forbidden soldiers at one time, the most common thing these days is to copy a family. And only copying a family will use a large number of soldiers, but all the hundreds of people who stopped to watch, the last name is all wrong. The Forbidden Army did not go to raid the house, but stopped at the branch hall of the Black Tiger Gang on Manho Street. Most of the people in this place knew that it was the Black Tiger Gang branch stronghold. The people all stopped to watch. At the same time, the soldiers of the Forbidden Army drew out their strangers' swords. The swords gleamed in the sunlight. The leader of the Forbidden Army, lieutenant, led the charge to kill the subchamber, and shouted loudly, "The Black Tiger Gang has committed crimes, murdered court officials, and trafficked in people to help the tigers. And now His Majesty has decreed that they should be punished on the spot, and those who dare to resist should be killed on the spot." All the Black Tiger Gang members turned pale. Listening to their tone, they have to die either way. So they fought back, but the Forbidden Army was a famous army in the capital, and the soldiers were well trained, and with their hands and swords, they hacked a large number of Black Tiger gang members to the ground, and those who escaped were killed by the crossbow arrows behind them. That's when it dawned on the people who stopped to watch. So it's the court that intends to take down the Black Tiger gang. Great! This Black Tiger gang has been rampant for such a long time. Finally someone has come to clean them up. Which official is it that dares to take on the Black Tiger gang? Hundreds of people marveled at the same time. Can't help but wonder too. In their opinion, the court officials were all a bunch of goons who didn't dare to take a shot at the Black Tiger gang. But at this moment, they were really killing the Black Tiger gang, even calling on the Forbidden Army. Suddenly, someone spoke up. I heard that it was the Chen family. General Chen leading the Forbidden Army to eliminate the Black Tiger gang. Could it be that she's avenging Lang Jun? Her husband and son-in-law were captured by the Black Tiger gang. The Black Tiger gang deserved it. Messing with the wrong people. The people had a gloating look on their faces. The Black Tiger gang had bullied them quite a bit, and the people of the capital were all in a state of resentment. Even if it is reported to the officials, it does not help because the officials do not accept it at all. Coming to the Delisi, Chen Reed, who was ready to interrogate Yi Liangchen, turned over and dismounted, and went to the dungeon of the Delisi for interrogation. But at that moment, the chief officer of the Delisi came out with an apologetic face. General Chen, I'm sorry, but the Yi thief actually knows martial arts. And the moment he entered the dungeon, he killed several guards and Imperial guards, and scaled the wall to get away. And now we're tracking down his whereabouts. Chen Reed sniffed her brows tightly. Only now did she recall that Yi Liangchen had learned some martial arts. All of this is her fault. If he hadn't seen Yi Liangchen's pity in the beginning and gifted him a few ordinary secret books, Yi Liangchen wouldn't have become a third-rate martial artist. She tugged on the reins tightly. Regret in the back of her mind. Just rolled over onto his horse. I saw Xiao Chui rushing in panic, standing behind the horse, without even taking a breath. She blurted out, Missy, it's a big deal. The third miss has been captured by Yi Liangchen. Chen Reed sniffed, and her eyes were filled with a vicious color. Let's go and find the main hall location. Chen Reed tone folder hidden strong killing intent. That killing intent and her this petite body completely inconsistent. Chen Reed riding on a fast horse, quickly broke into the outskirts of the capital. Whitewater River a big pier. Rumor has it that Yu Sitting Tang, who ranks third inside the Black Tiger gang, controls this waterway. It is also the third branch of the Black Tiger gang. The members of the Black Tiger gang at the Whitewater River pier had no idea what was happening in the city, let alone that they were in big trouble. Chen Reed harnessed a warhorse and appeared single-handedly in front of the pier. The members of the Black Tiger gang, seeing someone riding a warhorse suddenly appearing, coldly shouted, Who are you and how did you appear here? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Black Tiger gang? Another Black Tiger gang junior. See clearly the coming person is a delicate woman, especially that the closed moonshine flower posture is comparable to the capital city of the big girls. At that moment, evil was born. In evil smile, little girl, you come to our Black Tiger gang turf. Do you want to give all the gentlemen to have some fun? Chen Reed looked up as the icy cold eyes, as if she was looking at corpses. Without saying a word her lance struck out with a sweeping blow, and in an instant, the two juniors' heads fell to the ground. The two men didn't see how the other struck at all, and they were separated head to head. The sudden killing of the two minions immediately alerted everyone at the pier, and someone shouted, Someone's attacking the pier. Chen Reed ignored their shouts, but chopped and sliced all the way in, killing inside. In a few moments, everyone was killed with their livers. This bitch is crazy. She's too much of a fighter. Quickly ask you to sit down. The little brother rushed to report what was happening outside. Yu Sidong heard the words, immediately stood up from the eunuch chair, looked at the Chen Reed, who had just barged in, and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency came to barge into my Black Tiger gang. Could it be that when my gang is no one? He pulled out his belt knife, and then chopped fiercely towards Chen Reed. Only, the next moment, Chen Reed merely raised his hand. His hand directly pinched his face, followed by a forceful smash on the ground. The floor tiles thumped and split in pieces, and his knife came out of his hand. Unable to counterattack, Yu Sidong was given a second by Chen Reed's move. The back of his head was covered in blood, and his mind was in chaos. A shocked look appeared on his face. Who the hell are you? Chen Reed did not answer him, and continued to lift his head and smashed it hard on the ground, and the cracks in the stone tiles produced a few more, as well as bright red blood. Only then did she speak with satisfaction. Tell me where your main hall is located, or die. Chen Reed's voice is still this cold, as if the god of death in the night. Yu Sidong no longer had the same momentum as before at this moment, but trembled and said, my lord, don't kill me. I'll tell you right here. The rest of the surviving juniors were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Their Black Tiger Gang's third-ranked Yu sitting Tang was actually easily taken care of, and still subdued in one move. What a woman! At that moment, the other members of the Black Tiger Gang heard the voices of soldiers coming from outside, and a Forbidden Army lieutenant ran over panting. General Chen, don't get into danger alone, or we won't be able to give an explanation to the saint. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted. She's our great Qian's General Chen? This group of little brothers, immediately incomparable fear. After all, the great Qian Qin general, but the general existence of the god of war, invincible in the great Qian. The main hall of the Black Tiger Gang is located in the valley of Longhu Mountain, with only one side of the valley in and out. It was easy to defend and the hidden mountain pass behind it was just right for a base camp. Therefore, the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang was set up here. The old man, the scarred man, and the sissy sitter combined their efforts to escort Su Qiu into the main hall. Su Qiu wasn't nervous at all, looking up and around the base camp with a gaze full of curiosity. The white-bearded old man, in a pale tone, said, "Don't worry, you don't have to remember, because there's no way you're going to get out." "I know." Su Qiu nodded gently, not caring. He impressed those around him with this ease. The scarred man continued with a big grin. "You this temperament against the old capital appetite. Actually sheep into the tiger's mouth are not afraid. Really is a great man, but unfortunately you this great man why to kill Xia Sedong?" He had always wanted to pull Su Qiu into the Black Tiger Gang, but it was sobering that Su Qiu was now an enemy of the Black Tiger Gang. It is the philosophy of the Black Tiger Gang that it is impossible for an enemy to live. Anyone who dares to be hostile to them must be erased. Su Qiu swept a glance at the main camp. Apart from the large number of juniors who were ordinary people, only 8 people possessed force. Among them, he could sense that inside the main camp, a second-rate martial artist was inside, whose aura was on the verge of breaking through to a first-rate martial artist. The remaining 7 sitters were all ordinary third-rate martial artists, and to count the strongest, they were infinitely close to second-rate old men. This old man should be the so-called Li Sedong. As Su Qiu was distinguishing the location of these people, a voice suddenly resounded within the main hall. "Ha ha ha, the so-called flunky of the Qin family is nothing more than that, appearing here so quickly." Xiao Tianxian's loud voice echoed within the main hall. He stared at Su Qiu with a gleam in his eye, itching to dismantle him. His mouth didn't forget to tease. "I thought it was a much stronger fellow, but it's just a freshly initiated contraption." Su Qiu wore a smile on his face and didn't get momentarily angered by his words. Instead, with his breath, he began to search for the bead's whereabouts. When Xiao Tianxiang saw that he didn't say a word, he thought that he had chickened out. Dang's disappointment was written on his face. If the other would have struggled violently, it might have been much more interesting to torture. He threw a long knife. In front of him, "The one who kills me, breaks an arm since first. If I'm in a bad mood, you won't live to see tomorrow." The ropes on Su Qiu's body were also loosened at this time. The crowd was in a gloating mood to see how he would remove his arm on his own. Su Qiu does not care. He has sensed the location of the demonic beast endoderm, in front of Xiao Tianxiang waist pouch. I did not think that this guy carries with him, just to save him the trouble. He was ready to pick up his knife and finish off Xiao Tianxiang as he was in front of him. A voice came from behind the crowd. "Hall Master Xiao, I suggest you kill this guy quickly. I'm afraid the Qin family won't be able to get their money." All of them looked for the sound, only to see a messy-haired Yi Liangchen, appearing outside the main hall gate, with large and small sword wounds on his body, and carrying a woman who was tied up in 5 different ways on his shoulders. When Xiao Tianxiang saw Yi Liangchen, he was puzzled and said, "What is this saying? I, Yi, have miscalculated." Yi Liangchen suddenly laughed maniacally, and continued, "When you guys tied this guy up, the Qin family was in the courtroom with us, and now, Qin Reed is leading the Forbidden Army, and has already had all of your strongholds in the capital uprooted." The members of the crowd froze. All of them are incredible. Xiao Tianxiang's eyes also became unkind as he looked at him, but just then, Yi Liangchen threw down the woman he was carrying on his shoulder. He said, "However, I have also brought you a little gift, the third miss of the Qin family. With her, we still have room to bargain with the Qin family. Cut off one of her arms. The Qin family is probably willing to sit down and negotiate properly." At the moment, Qin Yuma was gagged and kept moving his body. A look of fear appeared on his face. Su Qiu saw his sister-in-law being tied up. Her body was full of bruises. On her neck were handprints from being pinched, and her face was even a red piece. Slaps only have such power. Obviously when captured, was severely tortured. His eyes went cold. The only thing left in Su Qiu's eyes as he looked at the crowd was a corpse. He didn't like it when someone threatened those around him. It was like touching his scales. Cultivation Immortal World. Everyone protect short. is almost a matter of course. Sister-in-law has long been his side of the people. Su Qiu is not going to forget Qin Yuma all these time to his good. Xiao Tianxiang and Yi Liangchen didn't even know that they had angered Su Qiu, and instead, they were conversing amongst themselves. Brother Yi is indeed a person who values love and justice. At the time of my Black Tiger Gang's survival, he sent such a generous gift. I, Xiao, recognize you as a brother. If we can get through the immediate crisis, Brother Yi, you are the 11th seated. Our Black Tiger Gang will always have a place for you. Xiao Tianxiang almost patted his chest and said. Yi Liangchen smiled at his words. Hall Master Xiao, you're welcome. Mr. Yi just did what he should have done. After all, you and I are now on the same boat. He was briefly polite. Of course, nowadays, Yi Liangchen intended to get a firm foothold in the Black Tiger Gang, help the Black Tiger Gang to tide over the difficulties, and later on, with his wisdom, he would make the Black Tiger Gang his own force, and at the same time, make the Black Tiger Gang bigger and stronger, and become the position of the top force in the capital city. He will make those who hurt him pay back tenfold, to avenge his shame today, especially the Qin Mansion. This group of people should all be damned for dragging him down for the sake of a tiny flunky. Abominable. Yi Liangchen's eyes stared fiercely at Su Qiu, not caring at all that Su Qiu's eyes were ice cold at the moment, just like a dragon lurking in a deep pool, just about to snatch someone and eat them. At this time, Xiao Tianxiang said to Su Qiu, now that I've given you the decency, are you going to kill yourself or do you want me to help you with a ride? Su Qiu remained silent and did not look up at the crowd. Instead, he lightly bent down and picked up the long knife on the floor. Everyone thought that Su Qiu was planning to kill himself. Yi Liangchen abruptly spoke. Hall Master Xiao, Mr. Yi has an unkind request. Yi Di, what is it? But there's no harm in saying, this person is my mortal enemy, and I want to kill him with my own hands. Yi Liangchen's eyes were full of hostility towards Su Qiu, and the hatred in his heart was even greater, especially when he thought of the pile of things that had happened before. Since Su Qiu was saved by Qin Reed, things began to move in an uncontrollable direction, and Qin Reed became cold and hostile to him. He wanted to frame the Qin family, but instead the Qin family escaped, and were all promoted to higher positions, and were rewarded by the Empress for pulling them together. Revealing the identity of the sixth prince, and Lan similarly fails. Instead of framing Qin Yuma at the poetry conference, he gets himself deeply involved in the whirlpool, causing him to have to take Tong Wanxia as his concubine. Hated by Gu Shangxiang, it led to the annulment of the marriage contract, the loss of the help of the chief minister of the dynasty, and now he is left all alone. This person is a third-rate martial artist. Yi Di, are you sure? Xiao Tianxiang spoke again. He knew Su Qiu's strength, capable of killing a third-rate martial artist from the Xia sitting hall. Yi Liangchen drew the long sword at his waist. Sure, I hope you all can do me a favor and hold down his limbs. When Xiao Tianxiang heard this, he nodded his head in a small way. Old 2, old 4, old 5. Go hold him down. The old man, the scarred man, the pussy, sniffs and gets up. Yi Liangchen also took a step forward as he looked at Su Qiu with a teasing look on his face. Just when he thought that the other party would be a fish on the chopping board for him to slaughter, Su Qiu raised his head, a pair of icy cold eyes, like a killing machine. The biting killing intent, like substance, could cause people to freeze. Seeing this, Yi Liangchen subconsciously stopped in his tracks, wanting to blackmail Su Qiu with Qin Yuma. His hand had just reached out when a flash of cold light flashed by. Yi Liangchen was surprised to find that his arm was cut off magnificently and his hand flew out, falling under the corner of the wall, blood staining the entire stone tile. Before he could react, scarlet blood spurted out from his veins, suddenly spilling all over the ground. This speed. Yi Liangchen's face immediately appeared shocked. He couldn't imagine how fast the other party was. In the blink of an eye, from a distance of more than 10 paces, he instantly arrived at his side and chopped off a hand. What kind of amazing speed was this? Fear began to well up inside Yi Liangchen, and a sharp pain burrowed into his heart. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Aha! My hand! Covering the disconnected arm with one hand, but the cut was too big to stop the wound. Blood gushed out from it, and Yi Liangchen's originally rosy face was much paler all of a sudden, losing its human color. He hastily retreated a few steps back and finally sat his butt on the steps at Xiao Tianxiang's feet to gain such a little bit of security. The people present saw this scene. All of them sucked in a breath of cool air, and the lobby seemed to freeze at this moment, until Su Qiu shook off the blood on his long knife. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses. Their eyes were only alert, staring at Su Qiu in death. All the guys panned out. Even the 4 sitters around the hidden perimeter had Su Qiu as a semi-path, backing away in unison. His speed just now was beyond the crowd's imagination. In the blink of an eye, the distance of more than 10 steps seemed to be only 1 step away, instantly crossing over and chopping off one of Yi Liangchen's arms in the process. Such a speed. It was simply perverted. Xiao Tianxiang gritted his teeth and couldn't help but say, "What kind of monster is this?" No wonder old brother Xia actually died in his hands. Old brother Xia didn't die unjustly. The old man similarly frowned. Even though he was infinitely close to second rate, he still failed to see Su Qiu's movements. The others were even more silent. Only Yi Liangchen was left sitting on the steps, his face pale, using his clothes to stop the blood from his arm. Su Qiu did not look at the crowd. Utterly abject contempt. With a flick of his long knife, the thick hemp rope that bound Qin Yuma snapped off in unison. Qin Yuma, who was loosened, immediately sat up, threw the hemp rope on her body to one side, pulled out the rough cloth in her mouth. Her pretty face was full of aggression, but she was still full of concern for Su Qiu. "Brother-in-law, it's good that you're okay, but I've dragged you down again. In today's environment, she's a total liability. She can't do martial arts. She can't fight. She can't do anything. She only has a mouth." Qin Yuma suddenly regretted that he didn't learn swordsmanship from his sister, or else he could still defend himself in this scene, and wouldn't become a burden to his brother-in-law. Su Qiu reached out to stroke her slightly messy hair, lightly said, "Close your eyes and cover your ears." Qin Yuma was unsure, but when he saw the vigilant gazes of the people in the general hall, as well as the icy eyes of his brother-in-law when he looked at them, she seemed to understand and silently closed her own eyes, her jade hands covering her ears with force. Su Qiu saw Qin Yuma's movements, gently stroking her head again. He didn't want his sister-in-law to witness too much bloodshed, especially if he killed someone. Su Qiu looked down at Yi Liangchen and faintly said, "You've gone too far, protagonist." Yi Liangchen was uncertain. "What protagonist? Traveler, what do you say?" Su Qiu's tone was sparse. Yi Liangchen froze directly in place at the words, foolishly looking at Su Qiu with an unbelievable face. That expression was as if he had eaten a fly. Quite shocked. It's amazing that his true identity has been discovered, and it's the opposite. Xiao Tianxiang was unsure of the conversation between the two and said suspiciously, "What are you guys talking about?" Yi Liangchen subconsciously said, "He's saying that none of us can get out alive, and only the dead can keep secrets." The fact that the opponent was able to blurt out the secret with arrogance meant that he was ready to kill and kill, and only the dead could keep the secret. Xiao Tianxiang's brows tightened at his words, immediately ordered, "Together!" The old man, the scarred man, the maiden, and the four sitters hidden around them rushed forward in unison. Long swords were held in his hands, steel swords were gripped, lances were picked, and even weapons like chains were displayed by the sitting hall. They moved their feet and leapt in the air, all of them killing towards Su Qiu. The biting attack was not too much to describe with a mountain of mountains. There was no dead angle at all. In their seemingly airtight offense, Su Qiu just lightly swept a glance, his foot lifted, and the first one of the chains that had come speeding, was stamped on the floor by his foot, embedded within the stone tiles, splattering a large amount of smoke and dust, and firmly nailed within the ground. Facing the rest of the incoming weapons, the steel blade in his hand, alive and well, was like a light and thin sword, accurately and flexibly blocking every weapon that was about to get close. Clanking sounds rang out and sparks splashed everywhere. He repelled all weapons with his long knife in hand. The crowd's attack was thus completely neutralized. At this moment, the crowd could not help but be shocked. With only a steel blade, Su Qiu was able to defend without a single drop of water, as if he was a xuanwu shrunk in its shell, without a single crack. The people present had never seen such a sharp defensive maneuver before, and the moment the weapon was just about to touch Su Qiu, the knife in his hand as well sped on, one after another. They blocked the crowd's killing moves. "His strength is above first class," the white-haired old man subconsciously said. Everyone looked towards Xiao Tianxiang, who had not made a move. A second-rate expert who was rumored to be able to compete with first-rate martial artists. First-class experts won in strength as well as speed, but Xiao Tianxiang took an alternative path, using a large number of moves to make his opponent defenseless, and thus was able to fight first-class experts to a draw. Simply put, it's dexterity fighting brute force. Xiao Tianxiang saw the many sitters, all looking at him. He wanted to hide behind the curtain, and was simply embarrassed, but could only helplessly walk in front of the crowd with a hard head, a hand to rip off the clothes, revealing the strong tendon meat, and the air like a cow road. "I'll hold him back. You guys look for weaknesses, and we'll take him down together." With the hall master joining the battlefield, the crowd then found a trace of confidence. Xiao Tianxiang's voice was like a rainbow as he said, "Kid, although I have to admit that you're very strong, but with so many people, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists, as you know. If it's you who obediently retreated, perhaps you can still keep a life." He actually didn't want to fight against Su Qiu. After all, Su Qiu was still unharmed under the siege of 7 people, so it was evident that his strength could not be underestimated. Fighting will only result in 2 losses. Xiao Tianxiong didn't want to be injured, otherwise it would be difficult to suppress the Black Tiger gang crowd. Su Qiu sneered, and without saying a word, he attacked towards Xiao Tianxiong. Toast the wine and eat the punishment. Xiao Tianxiong shouted explosively, and 2 4-foot-long steel swords appeared in his hands in an instant. It fell in unison towards Su Qiu's shoulders. Su Qiu did not care. Lifting his foot he sidekicked the steel blade aside, and then the knife in his hand stabbed at Xiao Tianxiong. Xiao Tianxiong was also not willing to show weakness, and similarly raised his foot, wanting to kick his steel blade askew, only to be stopped by his tremendous strength when the root of his foot stepped on Su Qiu's blade. In this fleeting sparring match, the remaining 7 sitters were keen enough to catch the battle opportunity, and the weapons in their hands were picked up, followed by a leap, smashing towards Su Qiu in the void, wanting to settle the matter in one battle. Go to hell! Xiao Tianxiong gazed at the scene in front of him with a teasing expression on his face. Under the circumstances of their siege, even a first-class expert would have to die from serious injuries. Su Qiu now can be held by him. There are 7 sitting around. All make a stance, even if it is a master level that will have to be injured. Xiao Tianxiong didn't think that Su Qiu was at the Zhongshu level. The sovereign level was not something that could be encountered randomly in a big way, except for a few special mountain sects and also dynasties that had the possibility of cultivating it. Jianghu first-class masters has been considered the top of the existence. After all, the Jianghu want to come out of the masters, especially difficult. There is no mountain gate or the court's offerings. It is true that if you are poor in study, you are rich in martial arts. The crowd felt that victory was in sight at the moment. An unexpected and strange phenomenon occurs. Su Qiu's body glowed with a light blue light. When the 7 sitters' weapons were just a few centimeters short of entering Su Qiu's body, they felt like the weapons in their hands were entering a swamp and stagnating. In the next second, a wave of qi pushed all of their weapons away, but they hadn't seen Su Qiu make a move. This movement instantly caused their eyes to widen, and an expression of disbelief surfaced. A wave of air was then released with Su Qiu at the center, blowing the 7 sitters over in a flash, with many of them hitting the wall and rolling down to the ground, all of them becoming dusty. The old man couldn't help but say, could this be a release of strength? The others sniffed with a blank look on their faces. They didn't know that Jin Qi could still be externally released. The scarred man asked, what's a power release? Beyond the clan master level, one can do a power outward and kill someone within 100 paces through the air. The old man explained simply. He is the man who has seen it all. However, these were all rumors, not knowing whether they were true or not, and the only people who could achieve the externalization of their strength were the Crescent Pavilion Master, as well as the cultivators of the Green Luan Valley. No one in the Jianghu was able to do this at all, even if it was a martial arts ally. If they wanted to kill someone through the air, they would have to borrow a concealed weapon, much less be able to do it like Su Qiu, whose body didn't even move before they were blown over on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Tianxiong was also shocked. He hastily kicked away the knife in Su Qiu's hand, turned and ran for his life, intending to break through the window and escape. His Black Tiger gang once suffered annihilation, when he was only a third-rate level, but also rely on the 36 plans. Go for the best plan, so that he can later rise again. Now Xiao Tianxiong wants to preserve himself and calculate later. As for these sitters, dead is dead. Anyway, there are quite a lot of third-rate martial artists in the Jianghu Lake. Then recruit some more is. He lifted his foot and just took a step. Su Qiu's voice came right in his ear. Did I let you go? Xiao Tianxiong sniffed his forehead in cold sweat, and with a turn, the knife in his hand was making a dying effort to slash down towards Su Qiu's head. However, with a gentle lift of Su Qiu's blade, it clashed with his blade. Dang! A crunch. Xiao Tianxiong felt that his tiger's mouth was numb from the shock, and it seemed as if he was hacking on a metal wall. The rebound made him ache. Su Qiu glanced at the long blade in his hand, which could not withstand the pressure to break after Feng had resisted the attack. He did not care. Instantly gripping the broken blade, his strength and aura were violently released, and the broken blade, like a boomerang, spun and sped out at an extremely fast speed. In Xiao Tianxiong's fearful gaze, the broken knife split his body in two, cutting it perfectly. At this moment, even though the broken knife sliced through his body, it didn't stop, but came out through the wall, and after chopping 2 trees in a row, it smashed into the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene, and their shocked looks could not fall for a long time. Xiao Tianxiong was even more so, but he was bleeding heavily at the moment and his breath gradually became weak. You might be a flunky. That's all he left on his deathbed. Sort of last words. Su Qiu did not answer and casually picked up the knife in Xiao Tianxiong's hand. At this time, the maiden was the first to open her mouth. I admit defeat. Lord Su, you want us to do oxen and horses can be. His feet couldn't stop trembling and he fell to his knees, his face pale and bloodless. Only, When he finished the sentence, there was a flash of cold light and he found himself on the ground with his head on the ground and the kneeling body in his vision as his eyes faded to black. Sucho shook the blood from the steel blade dry. I only need corpses, not slaves. The eyes he looked into the crowd were as if death had descended, without any color of mercy. For a while, the entire main hall fell into silence. Yi Liangchen looked at Sucho and watched as he mercilessly sent the rest of the sitting hall to hell. And Yi Liangchen's ears echoed for a long time. Sucho just said that he was a traveler identity thing. He covered his broken arm, his face pale, gasping for air. You're not a flunky of the Chen family at all. Where's the once dead student Sucho? Sucho picked up a cloth from the floor and wiped the blood from the knife. Only when he heard Yi Liangchen's voice did he raise his head, looking for the sound, and when he saw that the male lead's eyes were full of disbelief, the corners of his mouth hooked slightly, and he actually smiled. Spinning around, he replied, isn't that what you chose, the protagonist? Once that Sucho was dead, the tone of speech was as mocking as possible. Yi Liangchen instantly froze at his words, staring at Sucho with his eyes open in disbelief, and finally let out a bitter smile. So that's how it is. I should have thought it would be. You and I are both from the same place. He has guessed that today's Sucho is also a traverser. Otherwise it cannot explain why that small Chen family son-in-law, poisoned, but also able to come back to life, and a great change in temperament, and now is a master of the Jianghu. Simple to destroy the Black Tiger Gang main hall. If he hadn't poisoned him himself, the otherworldly soul wouldn't have crossed over to the flunky. Cleverness is not a good idea. He then laughed maniacally, half crazy. Ha 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 ha, Jesus couldn't keep me, could he? You bet. Sucho took a step forward, staring expressionlessly at Yi Liangchen, and said indifferently, your biggest mistake, trying to kill me 3 times, otherwise I would have still stood by and watched. After all, I'm just an outsider. As he spoke, he held the steel knife left behind by Xiao Tianxiong in his hand and slowly stabbed it into Yi Liangchen's heart. The latter stared at the steel blade with a deadpan, trying to struggle but unable to block Sucho's power, and could only watch the steel blade step by step as it disappeared into his chest, powerless to stop it. His eyes were filled with resignation, regret, and despair. He eventually died of gas and collapsed on the stone steps of the Black Tiger Gang, which was his final destination. Sucho did not pull out his sword, but casually picked up a green sword from the ground, waved it in the air with one hand, and reluctantly said, it's okay, it can be used for self-defense. After saying that, he came to Xiao Tianxiong's corpse and began to touch it. In a short while, from the pouch at his waist, he searched for the demonic beast's inner elixir. When Sucho gently held it in his hand, he could feel a surge of spiritual energy inside, flowing inside the bead. Fortunately, Xiao Tianxiong simply did not know the benefits of the demonic dan and mistakenly thought that it was just worn on the body and possessed the ornaments that nourished the body. Possessing this demonic beast inner dan, Sucho was able to directly break through to a first-class martial artist, and according to the immortal cultivation world, he was at least in existence at the 5th level of Qi practicing. Combined with the secret kung fu techniques from his previous life, it was not impossible to fight all over the Jianghu without an opponent. Brother-in-law, is it ready? A voice rang out at that moment. Qin Yuma closed her eyes tightly and her hands tightly covered her ears. But after a long time, she couldn't resist her curiosity. Sucho put away the demonic beast inner elixir, strolled over to her, and knocked on her head. Right. Only then did Qin Yuma open his eyes. Only, the current scene was not too wonderful. Corpses were everywhere. Even Yi Liangchen, who had grabbed her, was at the moment stabbed through the heart by a knife, collapsed on the steps, and looked at the sky in death. Qin Yuma froze for a while, seeing that there was no blood on Sucho's body. There were no wounds either. Heart relieved at the same time, the sense of fear also arose. She has never seen such a miserable picture. Pretty face also became pale, hand trembling to hold Sucho legs, buried his head into the legs. Do not want to see this horrible picture. Brother-in-law, can you take me out? Her voice stuttered and shook a little. Sucho was rather speechless, but also patient, gently caressing her hair. Don't worry, it's fine. Get used to it if you look at it for a long time. In the world of immortal cultivation, no matter how old or young a man or woman is, this is the way to go if they want to become immortal. Qin Yuma rubbed against his leg and shook his head, dead set on seeing this scene. Sucho had to say, then you have to close your eyes again and better cover your ears. The members of the Black Tiger Gang are not dead. Everyone in the inner hall was killed by him. Even the head of the Black Tiger Gang was dead. However, the other members of the junior brothers outside the hall remained unaware of what was happening in the inner hall. Sucho intended to dispose of them all. Otherwise these people would continue to endanger the world. And those who could join the Black Tiger Gang should not be expected to be good people. Qin Yuma nodded desperately, like a chicken pecking at rice. Su Qiu raised his arm around her waist and carried her up. Qin Yuma first froze. Her white and genuine face instantly flushed. Her white hands had nowhere to rest, and her breathing became rapid. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Qin Yuma stuttered up, trying to open her watery eyes. She refused to look at the bloody image of the inner sanctum. One could only hold onto the clothes behind Su Qiu with a death grip. Su Qiu said in an unchanged tone, "Of course it is to take you out. Why don't you stay here and I will kill them all first?" Qin Yuma heard brother-in-law to put down his own. Katkin is more firmly clutched his clothes, almost reached out to hold his waist, dead and not willing to come down kind of. "No, don't you put me down. I'm afraid." Her volume was raised at first, and when she said it, she cowed, and her Katkin couldn't stop trembling. The inner hall was full of corpses, many of which were incomplete, with broken arms and legs, and half of them were headless corpses, with their heads not far from the corpses, and their faces were hideous. Qin Yuma was scared just by looking at it, so he probably couldn't sleep at night. Su Qiu could feel that when she heard that she was going to leave her behind, her body trembled enough to see her fear. Su Qiu shook his arm, letting Qin Yuma stand firmly on his shoulder, and patted her on the hip before he said, "All right, then we're going out." Qin Yuma's red face slightly nodded her head, completely forgetting that her brother-in-law had spanked her just now. Just a timid sentence. Good. Su Qiu didn't care. Carrying his sister-in-law, he was just about to step out of that door. Suddenly there was the sound of fighting outside. "Help! This is a crazy woman. Run! We can't beat him. Quickly invite our hall master. Only the hall master can deal with it." Immediately, there were several juniors rushing into the inner hall. However, when they saw the corpses that littered the ground, as well as Su Qiu, who was carrying his sister-in-law with a long sword in his hand, several people were all stunned. They were about to speak. Su Qiuqing's sword had then appeared in front of their eyes, and everyone's necks were cold, followed by heads rolling. Not a single one of them was left alive. On the contrary, when Qin Yuma heard "crazy woman" being shouted outside, she smiled and said, "Sister must have come to save us. Only my sister has this ability to kill the other side." Rumor has it that once she suppressed a border rebellion, one person holding back an army of 1,000 men. But what made Qin Yuma slightly regret was that the time alone with her brother-in-law had become less again, and although it was dangerous now, she could at least be alone with her brother-in-law. The moment Su Qiu stepped out of the threshold, he saw the ground full of corpses outside, as well as Yukin Hyana, who wore a pink sprinkled smock with shoulder-length hair. She was seen standing on an overturned carriage as if she were a dragonfly, holding a female sword tattooed with a phoenix in her hand, followed by Qin Yi, who wiped the blood from the sword. They had just cleared the entire area around the Black Tiger Gang's main hall. At this moment, not a single member of the Black Tiger Gang was alive. The moment Su Qiu saw her, he said to Qin Yuma, "You seem to have guessed wrong. That's not your sister." Qin Yuma listened to Su Qiu's words and was completely unconvinced. Opening her wide Khazarian eyes, she twisted her head to see Huna Arigato staring at them. She raised her eyebrows slightly, puzzled. How could it be her? Qin Yuma felt like a love rival had come to his door and didn't understand why Arigato Huna appeared here. "Why couldn't it have been me?" Arigato Huna said with a smirk, her gaze looking playfully at Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma continued, "It should be sister who comes. Brother-in-law is her husband." Unfortunately, she wasted quite a bit of time just by transferring her troops. Arigato Huna retrieved the female sword back inside the scabbard and said indifferently, "Besides, they don't know the location of the main hall, so don't find it by then, when it's already too late to find it." At those words, Qin Yuma was dumbfounded. After all, her sister was in an official position and couldn't do what she wanted like Huna Arigato. As they speak, Aoba disappeared for a while. A moment later, he returned to Arigato Hyuna's side and quietly reported back, "Pavilion Master, everyone in the inner hall is dead, including the Black Tiger Gang's hallmaster Shao Tianxiong, as well as Admonisher Yi Liangchen, all of whom were killed in a single move." Pavilion Master. Could it be Su Qiu who killed him? Arigato Huna's pupils shrunk as she listened to Aoba's report, mildly incredulous. Spinning recalled before, Su Qiu night practice with Qin Reed, the strength shown, the power is slightly worse, but the technology is crushing. Huna Arigato nodded slowly. "It's just him, there's no one else. The first to save Su Qiu, only her, but the inner hall of all the Black Tiger Gang senior all real death. I'm afraid that no other people caused, only Su Qiu himself," which makes sense. Qin Yi also found it unbelievable to hear that. In her opinion, Su Qiu was only a third-rate martial artist. It was a miracle that he was able to kill a second-rate, 7 third-rate, and the scheming Yi Liangchen. Even a first-class martial artist would find it difficult to do so. and it would be hard to retreat in one piece in the midst of a crowd of experts surrounding them, not to mention the fact that it was almost always a 1-2 punch that strangled the crowd. This can already be described as a one-sided massacre. Are you sure, Pavilion Master? He can even refine medicinal liquids. Nothing is impossible, Arigato Huna said lightly. She stood on the wagon, glancing at Suchio who was unharmed. In a soft voice, he said, "It seems like I'm being redundant. You can get out alive on your own and save your sister-in-law. There's no need for this Pavilion Master to save you." Suchio was uncertain. It felt as if the guy, who seemed to be playing a bit of a spoiled brat on himself, he slowly put down Chinyuma, whose face was slightly pale, and said, "But thank you, at least you came. I don't want you to die here." While Huna Arigato was concerned about him, she was equally afraid that if Suchio died, there would no longer be anyone to refine medicinal liquid for her. Now that Suchio was fine, there was no need for her to stay here. After saying that, Huna Yukin turned around and prepared to leave. Abruptly, Suchio called out to her. Arigato Huna turned her cicatrizal head, her glazed eyes looking at him, her vermilion lips lightly opening as she queried, "There's something else? Can I ask you something?" "You say. Send Shin Yuma back to the Chen mansion on the way." "I won't go back," Suchio casually said, pushing Shin Yuma, who was hiding behind him, to the front. When Shin Yuma heard this, her delicate face was filled with puzzlement. "Brother-in-law, why don't you go home?" "Home?" Suchio thought of this. The corners of his mouth smiled. "Shin House does give the feeling of my home, and they are all good people. However, I intend to go to the outside world to walk around. Of course, there is time I will go back. Do not worry." Suchio had new ideas since he got the beads. Nowadays, his strength was not enough to face all the dangers, but it was more than enough to protect himself. What's more, Yi Liangchen the enemy is also dead. Suchio on the capital even more unattached. The only reluctance is perhaps these days, to their own good titular mother. Thinking back to that day for their own sacrifice, Suchio feel like a negative man. Even though Chen Reed's goodness to himself stems from his guilt over the original owner, Suchio actually feels her goodness. But he still says he's sorry, can only return to the Chen family next time, and then meet Chen Reed, and then make up for her properly, in helping her strength to raise the super sect master realm. When Shin Yuma heard her brother-in-law's words, her immediate reaction was that her brother-in-law was leaving home. She was like a bolt from the blue, as if the world had collapsed and what she had been dreading had happened. Shin Yuma immediately took hold of Suchio's arm, the kind that wouldn't let go no matter what. "Brother-in-law, if you don't go home, where do you live? You can live anywhere in the world, and do as you please." Suchio was speaking at the moment with an airy feeling, as if he were a high monk outside the world, more like a chivalrous man with no constraints. Huna Arigato listened to his words and muttered a few words. "Do as you wish, as you please." At once, he felt that Suchio's Taoist bones were immortal, like a wise man who had attained immortality. It's a picture that's very much a fait accompli. She was once still a small holy maiden when she saw with her own eyes the Crescent Pavilion 105 years of age of the elder. When he passed away, naturally smiled and also said similar words. The heart is like a white cloud is often at ease, and the intention is like flowing water any east and west. Huna Arigato gradually entered a state of epiphany. She hadn't been enlightened for a long time, ever since she became the Crescent Moon Pavilion's pavilion master and also a super sovereign level powerhouse. She felt more and more that the road ahead was arduous, and enlightenment was even more difficult to come by. Shin Yuma simply couldn't understand Suchio's words, but instead pestered. "If, brother-in-law, you really want to go, then Yuma honors the promise he once made, and accompanies you to the ends of the earth. You're responsible for the waves, and I'm responsible for the money." She recalled the cup of consort brew that she once drank under the moonlight and swore to accompany Suchio in his wanderings. As Shin Yuma spoke, she pampered herself and pressed her face tightly against Suchio's arm. Sticky paint and a muttered mouth. There was no shyness at all, much less the etiquette of a sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Instead, it was like a negative man, and a woman obsessed with love. Suchio sighed helplessly and persuaded. "If you come with me, the Chen residents will worry about you." Shin Yuma raised her head, looked straight at Suchio, and pouted. "Could it be that if you leave, brother-in-law, the people in the Chen mansion won't worry about you?" Suchio was dumbfounded by her top, helplessly shook his head, gently stroked her forehead, and said, "All right, I can take you, but listen to me on the road." "Yes," Shin Yuma agreed with alacrity, not at all like a lady of the house. The sadness from before instantly disappeared without a trace, and the speed of this change of face also left Shin Yi shaken. He thought to himself, what kind of magic does this Suchio have that can make his sister-in-law swoon over him, even to the point of flying into a flame? Aoba silently defined Suchio as a negative man. only thinking about the medicinal liquid he refined last night, as well as today's one-man massacre of the entire Black Tiger Gang's General Hall hierarchy. Shinyi again had to pay attention to the person in front of him. Shin Yuma suddenly instructed Suqiu, "Wait for me here. I'm going in to pack up my things." "Pack what?" "Money." Shin Yuma, looking like a hostess, explained with her arms folded. "If we don't clean up their money, where will we get the money to travel the world?" Suqiu did forget about the inventory thing when she said so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait here." Shin Yuma obtained his confirmation and endured his fear to enter inside the main hall and search for money. As her back disappears, Suqiu said to Huna Arigato, "Trouble Pavilion Master to help me apologize to Chen Reed, saying that I failed her good intentions, and that I will make up for her in the future when I have the opportunity to do so. At the same time, if something happens to the Chen family, I hope that you can help out, and I will refine 2 pots for you free of charge in the future as a token of my appreciation." To be honest, he still had some trouble letting go of the Chen family, equally worried about Chen Reed. After all, she is good for her real. However, Chen Reed was a general, and she was chained to the capital as well as the battlefield. Suqiu needed to walk around everywhere, in addition to getting away at the same time, was to take chances and look for opportunities to restore his own immortal strength. "Alright, I will wait for you in the capital, and I will stay there in the Chen residence, and I will take care of your maiden. As for apologizing, you go by yourself." Huna Arigato half agreed to his words. Suqiu listened to her tone and didn't refute or defend, just nodded silently. He's breaking into the outside world this time, so I guess it'll be a year and a half before he returns to the capital. In a few moments, Shin Yuma finished her search, and although she felt disgusted witnessing the corpses inside and her jade face became even paler, she also had a large amount of extra gold and silver in her hands, as well as tens of thousands of taels of silver in money bills. Money notes can be exchanged for silver at major money changers and ticket banks. Is to break into the south and north of the home necessary coils. As for gold and silver, just as pocket money. Arigato. Huna looked at the two of them, Shin Yuma and Suqiu, as they left the valley and their backs disappeared. Shinyi was puzzled and said, "Lord Pavilion Master, why are you letting them go? In case he cheats you, the medicinal liquid won't be able to be refined in the future. But it's an investment in him, isn't it?" Arigato. Huna twisted her head, a slight smile on the corner of her mouth as she looked at her maid. Aoba. Aoba remained confused. Is letting him go considered an investment? Do you think that even if we force him to stay, he will return? Arigato. Huna narrowed her eyes, the hook of her lips lifting slightly with a playful smile. He alone can kill all the top brass of the Black Tiger Gang. Can you keep him? Aoba's head lowered when she heard this. If it wasn't for the Pavilion Master's reminder, she had almost forgotten everything that had just happened in the inner hall. All of them were killed by the same person. A person who killed decisively, almost killing with a single move, leaving no room for error, even stabbing Yi Liangchen to death, with the complete mindset of playing with his prey. Shinyi might not be able to kill Suqiu even now. He's also too eccentric to be able to raise so much in such a short period of time. Yet on the surface he's at the level of a third-rate martial artist. She muttered to herself, "Nothing strange. Is it not a mortal who can refine medicinal liquids?" Arigato. Huna nodded. She swept a glance at the Black Tiger Gang's main hall, which had become ruins, and continued, "What's more, letting him go is also a good thing. If he goes back, I'm afraid that he will be drawn in by the Empress, or even other forces. It's better for us to leave a good karma, and in the future, the first thing he will think of will be us. After all, as long as the Chen house is there, he can run away from the monk and can't run away from the temple." Suqiu is growing faster than imagined. Huna Arigato was still a bit shocked. So there's no harm in having a good relationship with him. Not to mention there's a deal on the table and at least one anchor point in the relationship. Huna Arigato finished shortly afterward, was about to enter the inner sanctum to have a look and see the misery inside. There was a da-da-da-da sound from outside. Chen Reed led 200 cavalrymen and rushed towards the valley where the Black Tiger Gang's main hall was located. But when they came to this place, they found all the people of the Black Tiger Gang softly collapsed on the ground without any sound. The cavalrymen were quite shocked at the sight. How come all the people from the Black Tiger Gang are dead? Which power was the one who killed them? These forbidden cavalrymen originally thought that when they came to the Black Tiger Gang's main hall, it would be a fierce fight. After all, the Black Tiger Gang's main hall was similar to the existence of a pass, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Without realizing it, the place had been wiped out long ago, and the crowd didn't even see that the forces that needed to destroy them. That is, until one of them pointed to the distance, to Huna Arigato standing in the center of the cottage, and said, "There is a woman there." The crowd looked up. There are indeed people. Are they the cottage families? All eyes suspiciously surveyed Huna Arigato. They had never seen Huna Egio because she was so unpredictable and went out in a veil or in a sedan chair, so few people knew her face. The cavalry were about to move up. Chen read but reached out to stop. She is the owner of the Crescent Pavilion. You all stay here. When the forbidden cavalrymen heard this, they all froze, followed by a shock from the bottom of their hearts as they looked incredulously at Huna Arigato standing in the center of the room. She's too strong. She even slaughtered the entire mountain fortress by herself. Originally, I thought that the Crescent Pavilion Master had a false name, but I didn't realize that he had strength. The way you say this, you looked down on the Crescent Moon Pavilion Master before? The forbidden cavalrymen were talking at the same time. Chen read a single person single-handedly, slowly came to the side of the organ. Huna, is you a person? Solve the Black Tiger Gang? Huna Arigato shook her head, her eyes looking straight into the interior of the inner hall as she said, I'm only addressing the outer minions. As for the higher-ups of the Black Tiger Gang, it's all your husband's doing. Chen read does not believe. She rolled over and dismounted, her lance in hand, and followed Huna Arigato into the inner hall, only to see the inner hall is even more tragic. Severed head corpse several, all are third-rate martial artists. There is even a second-rate martial artist, directly chopped off. That looks extremely tragic. Even Yi Liangchen, whom she hated the most, had been stabbed in the heart by a long knife at this moment, and had long since lost his voice. Chen read's phoenix eyes solidified, looking unbelievably at the scene in front of her. Then he turned his head to look at Huna Arigato. Is it really my husband's doing? Do I have to lie to you? There was a hint of exasperation in Arigato Hyuna's tone even though a faint smile had been hanging on her diamond lips. She was already in the super sovereign realm, so she didn't need to fudge with others at all. But Chen read didn't care, and her vermilion lips lightly said, Where is my husband? He has wandered away, not knowing when he will return. What did you say? Chen read was surprised. His voice increased steeply, his glazed eyes widened, and then he stared dead at Arigato Huna. Arigato Huna let out a light laugh. Is there something wrong with looking at me like this? But I let him leave. It is his own unwillingness to stay in the Chen house, want to live a free and easy life. He left. I think you know better than others. After all, his inner thoughts, you as a pillow is the most understanding. Her voice was like a sharp sword, ruthlessly piercing into Chen read's heart. When Arkan Huna spoke, her luscious red lips were already close to Chen read's ears, and that tone was full of provocative flavor. Chen read could feel her tone of voice, blowing into her ears and itching. But Chen read is not in the mood to care about this at the moment. What she cared about was that when Suchio had said that he was going to leave the Chen mansion, she didn't think that he really had to leave. Without even saying hello, Chen read felt some stabbing pain in her chest, as if she had been stabbed by a needle. The white teeth were tightly biting the vermilion lips. Chen read knows the reason why Suchio left. All along, she has let Suchio suffer a lot of grievances, whether it is the culprit who killed Suchio, Yi Liangchen, who often frequented the Chen house incident, or she was jealous and took it out on Suchio, or she used to be so apathetic that Suchio was poisoned and almost died, and Yi Liangchen was not brought to justice by her. In the end, it turned out to be Suchio himself who took care of it himself. This is not something that should happen to a couple. If it is not possible to hear Suchio's heart, Chen read's attitude has improved. Perhaps the two of them will always be strangers. Strangers who respect each other as if they were guests. Even the spring night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and she just wanted to keep Suchio. After all, after the marriage, this life can never be another person, so let go some. Not to mention, Suchio worth. Chen read reached out and gently stroked her chest. Endure the needle-like heartache in your heart. With her reddened eyes, she looked at Huna Arigato and said word for word, I'll get him back, and I'll make him happy for the rest of his life in the Chen mansion. Huna Arigato was about to leave when she heard her words, even more contemptuously. This is your love for him? Really selfish, treating him as a canary in a cage, and then constantly peeping into his heart. However, do you think you can do it? Take a look. All of these he struck down. If he doesn't want to come back, no one can force him. Chen read looked at the inner hall, and an unspeakable bitterness surged to her heart. Nowadays, Suchio's growth had truly shocked her as well. With his own strength, killing many experts, Suchio's strength was feared to have reached first-class martial artist. She has been missing the growth of Suchio and has been playing with her own temper, and Chen read is very regretful at this moment. He himself had been selfishly using him as a tool to protect the Chen mansion. Arigato Huna looked askance at Chen read, her pasty-faced lost and godly appearance, so she slowly opened her mouth. You don't cherish yourself, then you can't blame others. However, he didn't cut off his relationship with your Chen family. At least, your sister accompanied him to wander the world, and he promised to return to the capital sometime, and he also asked me to bail out your Chen family, so you should be happy. Chen Reed sniffed, her hand tightly gripping the lance. A tear could not be held back after all. Thanks to userbookfriend 20240304655_AC for the reward. Huna Arigato added as she was leaving. They've already wandered off. If anyone asks afterward, it's best to say that they've disappeared. Otherwise, if his fame becomes bigger, it's expected that all the forces will pull for him, and you'll lose him completely by then. With those words, she left without looking back. Only the bewildered Chen Reed was left behind. Huna Yukin didn't want Siochio's matter to be known by other people. Sooner or later, that guy is going to make a splash that will shock the world and make all the major powers salivate. Therefore, Huna Arigato delayed for as long as she could. She didn't want to create other potential competitors to fight with her for Suchio, especially if they were found out by the ancestors of the Green Luan Valley or other hidden mountain sects. Then it would be even more troublesome. Wait for Huna Yukin to leave. The entire inner hall was left with only Chen Reed, and her entire body was lost. Like a defeated general, her white teeth biting her lips, she was already in tears at this moment. I don't know how long it took. Chen Reed supported her delicate body with her lance. She stood in the center of the inner hall and looked at Yi Liangchen, who was dead on the steps. With hatred, the face was expressionless, and he stepped forward one step at a time. When looking at Yi Liangchen's face and the unwilling eyes, Chen Reed was filled with abhorrence. Subconsciously raising the red-tasseled spear in his hand, he stabbed into his heart without saying a word. Puff! The red-tasseled spear and the long knife that Su Qiu had stabbed into him were intertwined. Yi Liangchen had already cooled off long ago, and even with the whipping, his blood had already solidified, and there was no spattering scene to be seen. Chen Reed left without looking back. Only a grotesque corpse was left behind, with a long knife sticking out of the left room where the heart was, and a red-tasseled spear in the right room, where the heart was. As if fearing that the person would be resurrected, a second layer of sealing was performed. Yi Liangchen is as dead as he can be. Chen Reed was in a trance as she walked out of the inner hall, mounted a tall warhorse, and walked toward the outside of the valley that was full of corpses. The rest of the forbidden cavalry unknown, especially see Chen Reed read one person out. Someone cannot help but curious, Chen General, Su Gonzi as well as Chen Girl? The forbidden soldiers all knew that the extermination of the Black Tiger Gang at this moment was actually to rescue Su Qiu and Chen Yuma. Chen Reed soulfully said, "They are all missing." After saying that, he clutched the reins and left in diameter. When the other forbidden soldiers heard this, they stopped talking, but silently followed behind Chen Reed, losing her husband and sister at once. It is estimated that it will be very difficult for people to accept, especially when they see Chen Reed's sick godless look. The forbidden soldiers are worried that their generals will be overly sad. They couldn't even say, "I'm so sorry." The last captain of the forbidden army said, "General Chen, Mr. Su and Miss Chen, must be lucky and will be fine. Why don't you ask your subordinates to send people to search the surrounding area for their traces?" Chen Reed simply said, "It's not necessary." Her figure then disappeared down the mountain path. The forbidden soldiers looked out at this back, with unspeakable bitterness in their hearts. I don't know how much time has passed. The darkness of the night enveloped the capital, and the hazy moon hung in the ink-like sky. Chen Reed returned to the Chen mansion. Chen and Chen Xiaoliang saw her come back alone, full of worry, and inquired, "How in the end? Has the son-in-law been rescued?" "Yeah, say something. You're killing us." Chen was not a patient person. She had waited anxiously in the mansion for a day, fearing that something would happen to her son-in-law as well as Chen Yuma. Listless Chen Reed looked up and lightly swept a glance at Chen and Chen Xiaoliang. Expressionless, Su Qiu wandering, sister followed the past, now do not know where. When she finished, she went back to her room without her soul. Chen and Chen Xiaoliang looked at each other. They really didn't expect that Su Qiu would leave when he said he would, without the slightest bit of procrastination, only slightly reassuring them that Chen Yuma was following his son-in-law's side. In this way, the son-in-law is not afraid of being taken away, especially by other families, to become a son-in-law again. As long as Su Qiu is still their son-in-law, everything is fine. It's just that the girl Chen Yuma has been aggrieved. However, Chen watched Chen Reed's back slowly disappear into the corridor. "Ah, Liang, look at the Reed. She, go over and see her." I guess it hit her hard when her son-in-law left. Chen Xiaoliang gently patted Chen's buttocks. Chen pouted. Only then did he head towards the east wing courtyard. When Chen opened the door of the room, she saw Chen Reed hair, the whole person curled up on the bed. Exquisite jade toes also out. Tears have long been wet eyes, plowed out obvious tear marks. Clothes are also wet. Obviously, the party Chen Reed has cried a lot. Chen see her daughter like this, cannot help but feel distressed. Reed, he will come back when he is tired of playing. But, broke his heart. I always thought I could make it right. Chen Reed weak mosquito voice said. Chen stroked her long hair. He is your husband. Couple which has overnight hatred? She has not finished. Chen Reid's tears are again clattering out. It is I who have done wrong. It is I who have not been sincere. Let him be poisoned, strangled, and even slept in the cold partial room, but did not ask, and was almost cheated by the leaf thieves. It is I who have failed him. Oh. At this moment, Chen Reid cried like a pear. Her mental defenses crumbled. Originally, she thought she could be full of concern for Suqiu, but now the moment Suqiu left, she really hurt. If time could start over again, she would not hesitate to be good to her husband without any distractions. Chen listened to her words, also lowered his head, nose red, holding her head. Silly child. Emotional things are not something that can be swayed by people. Not to mention, our Chen house is also sorry for him, once also treated him poorly. At this time, Chen Reid red eyes, but eyes firmly said, Mother, read to find him. She had once been a missionary caveman to Suqiu, sharing the same bed, only for Suqiu to stay in the Chen family and keep the Chen family in peace. And now, she was truly dead to Suqiu. When she heard that Suqiu had left, she felt that the sky was going to collapse, and Chen Reid simply did not know when she was so dependent on him. Mother supports you, Chen said in a firm tone. Of course, what she didn't say is that if you don't find him, don't come back. Guardhouse Yamen, an organization that manages the capital's large and small guardhouses, welcoming uninvited guests. Crown Prince Enlan, with his escort Li, and a group of Delizi Yamen guards, barged inside the guardhouse Yamen, witnessing the gilded columns inside and the fresh fruits on the round table. Enlan couldn't help but sigh for a while. It's really luxurious. The movement of Enlan strutting in instantly caught everyone's attention. The magistrate saw that her identity was not simple and retreated to the side, and called the chief clerical inspector of this place. When the inspection division saw the son wearing gorgeous clothing, and the group of sword guards behind him, a glance can see that this person's origin is extraordinary. Must be someone in the dynasty is a big official. After all, this kind of escort is not an ordinary person officials have. The cultural prosecutor's office didn't even recognize that it was the court guards of the Delizi, because the Delizi case has always been mysterious. Mainly to do are some big cases, especially the court within the case. His level is not yet accessible. When Censor piled up a smile and hurriedly put on a hot face to a cold ass, saying respectfully, Your Excellency, you have come to visit. May I ask what is the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? You're the civilian prosecutor? This official is. The civil prosecutor nodded desperately. And Lon asked once more, Is Suqiu the one you sent to North River Street? Yes, North River Street lacks empty seats. Just more than one of him. When inspection division was uncertain, but still explained, and reached out to make a gesture of invitation. Gongzi, why don't we go in and have a cup of hot tea in the inner courtyard? No need. Prince Enlan first waved his hand, then pointed at his nose and said to the surrounding magistrate guards, Take this man. Chapter the gift of Suqiu's departure. She is arresting the person who sent Suqiu to North River Street. The Delizi Yamen guards sniffed and immediately rushed forward, detaining the censor on the ground. The civil prosecutor, who was being held down, looked bewildered and had no idea what was happening. He was detained for no reason at all, and the man was not at all indiscriminate. Moreover, the other party does not look like an official position in the body. On what grounds to detain him this official? He is at least from the 7th grade Beijing Yamen prosecutor. In the capital is not a small official. The civil prosecutor subconsciously growled. What are you doing? Plotting against a court official in the street? The other guard Yamen saw their superior officer being held and heard his call. They all wanted to rush forward to free it, but at this time, a magistrate guard pulled out the token in his hand and loudly scolded. The Delizi is handling a case. Unimportant people should not come near. Violators will be killed on pain of death. Other fellow officers drew their long swords. The aggressive stance instantly scared back the Yamen who wanted to come forward to obstruct. The guards Yamen were at a loss for words, so they could only watch from the other side of the river as if they were watching from afar, looking at the Shangguan being pressed to the ground, and also doing nothing about it. They all knew that the civilian prosecutor's office was afraid of being in trouble. The prosecutor's face turned white at his words, but he remained undeterred and said, What have I committed that I must be investigated and punished by the Delizi? He is at least in the camp of the current first minister, although he is only an insignificant minor official, but no matter what, provoking him is also equal to provoking the faction of the current first minister. Are you not clear about the things you've committed yourself? And Lon looked at him askance. Embezzlement and bribery, condoning the Black Tiger Gang, turning a blind eye to the smuggling of people from Beha Street and Wanha Street. May I ask which one of these you can easily get away with? And Lon was like a demon in hell at the moment, muttering and whispering. The prosecutor's office listened to a list of crimes being listed, his face gradually pale and powerless. Even his breathing was much weaker, and his legs went weak, and Lan came to him, narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Of course the most important thing is, Su Qiu is my man. You actually let him go to a dangerous place and let him offend the Black Tiger Gang. You really deserve to die. Even sitting is cheap for you. The civil prosecutor's pupils shrunk, and he subconsciously said, "You are? Prince?" Anlin whispered a soft sentence, grunted, and twisted his head. When the cultural prosecutor heard her last sentence, his entire face was ashen and lifeless, and his body lay limply, as if he were a paralyzed patient. He used to use this as the dynasty's chief minister of a faction, to suppress the people of the Qin family, has not thought. Su Qiu is actually the side of the crown prince. Framing Su Qiu means, he directly offended the crown prince. At this moment, the cultural prosecutor's office regretted that it should not have made things difficult for Su Qiu if it had known that. Now it's straight up his ass. The recent Black Tiger Gang matter has caused the capital to be in a tight spot. The lowest officials almost became the target of investigation and punishment, and the matter was fully entrusted to the supervision of the Delizi, in which the crown prince was also involved. For a while, everyone in the capital was in danger from the officials. Even the governor of the capital was taken away on the following day and escorted to the dungeon of the Delizi. The original evil atmosphere in the officialdom was quickly stopped, and the corrupt officials also converged a lot. The capital's social atmosphere reversed rapidly, as if to make people feel a clear sky and clear politics. The streets of the capital are teahouse inns and wine shops. Many of the diners' remarks were windy, and their eyes were glowing when they talked about today's events. I heard that the Black Tiger Gang but committed public anger, even kidnapped away the North River Street a clean official, led to the people's voices boiling, and now the Qin family to dismiss to the court. The prince cleansed the officialdom. General Qin led the army to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang. Who in the world is this purser with so much power? This man was originally the door-to-door son-in-law of the Qin family, and because he was rewarded by His Majesty, he was given the title of a minor prosecutor. Can an incomer also be an official? Women can also be an official. What is this? Not to mention that people have real talent. Did not embezzle a penny of the North River Street. I heard that impartiality. The people of the North River Street as a guabao. Only a pity that now this Qin family son-in-law, the whereabouts of this son-in-law of the Qin family is unknown, and together with his whereabouts is unknown. There is also the third lady of the Qin family. They are afraid that the fate is very bad. Alas, it's really too bad. The news of Su Qiu and Qin Yuma's disappearance was spreading all over the capital. The people of the capital remember that Su Qiu, the 9th grade capital prosecutor, sacrificed himself to destroy the Black Tiger Gang, at the same time purging the capital of the ugly culture of officialdom. The crowd mourned in their hearts at the same time. Many of the people came to Yi Liangchen's mansion on their own accord, and the stones and feces all smashed into the doorframe. When they learned that Yi Liangchen actually colluded with the Black Tiger Gang, brutalized loyalists, and captured Qin Yuma, each of them was furious and cursed at Yi Liangchen's mansion. What a damned thing! Yi Thief is really an animal. Now the heavens have even opened their eyes and let him die. It's a pity that the widow is still alive. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and for Tong Wanxia, who had just become a widow, they were even more abhorrent, transferring all their resentment onto her. Tong Wanxia, now too frightened to go out. She never expected that Yi Liangchen would be sent to jail, then flee to the Black Tiger Gang and finally be killed. She now regrets. Let go of the good child family goal not to be. Instead of following Yi Liangchen, ultimately making herself nothing, her husband is gone, the status is gone, even the reputation is gone, and become the object of everyone's shouting. Just then, a group of Yamen slapped the door fiercely and said loudly, Yi Liangchen's private communication with the Black Tiger Gang and the mutilation of court officials. Now the Holy Spirit's kind heart grants the guilt by association. The men will be exiled for 3,000 miles, and the women will be filled into the Department of Education and Training. Tong Wanxia, who was hiding inside the house, heard the vicious voice of the magistrate. The whole thing fell limply to the ground. All that was left in his eyes was regret and fear. But the people, on hearing this, were all clapping their hands, and for the first time they agreed with the magistrates. Even a scholar muttered, "Unfortunately, such a wonderful scene, Mr. Su and Miss Qin. I'm afraid they'll never be able to see it again." Several other scholars similarly sighed, feeling unworthy for Su Qiu. Unbeknownst to them, Su Qiu and Qin Yuma was walking down a country lane at a leisurely pace. Su Qiu weighed the demonic pills in his hand, which had already dimmed a lot. He had been away from the capital for more than 3 days, and half of the demonic pills had been absorbed by him, and a large amount of spiritual energy filled his dantian, mirroring the Yuan Yang technique he cultivated. The power chi cultivated by the Yuan Yang Gong and the demon pill aura flowed into each other in the body, and Su Qiu also managed to step into the ranks of second-rate martial artists. According to the world of immortal cultivation, it was at least a cultivator of the 4th level of Qi practicing. If the demonic pills were completely absorbed, Su Qiu would at least become a first-class martial artist. That is, a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi practicing. If one was at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, one would be able to step into the realm of the innate, which would be similar to the late stage of Qi cultivation consummation, and the peak of Qi cultivation. However, being at this stage is usually referred to as the early, middle, and late stages of the realm of the innate, and finally succeeding in building the foundation, formally leaving the mortal world and entering the immortal world, with a lifespan extended to 240, and becoming the lowest grade of immortal cultivator. After all, the Qi practicing stage was still essentially mortal, and even the realm of the innate was only half mortal and half immortal. In this low martial world, the innate realm was called the celestial realm by the natives, mistakenly believing it to be the highest realm, not realizing that it had only just begun. Su Qiu's physique nowadays was at least at the Zhongshi level, and with his own sword skills and techniques, he would have no problem completely crushing the first class, and would be on par with the Zhongshi level. At this time, Qin Yuma bitterly spit water and said, "How long do we have to You can go back if it's too much trouble." "No way." As Qin Yuma spoke, she jumped up and down and leapt onto Su Qiu's back, letting him carry her, and stretched out her long white and greasy legs, softly clamping them onto his waist and abdomen. A princess spoiled brat look-alike. She was walking a cliff path earlier, fearful, and Su Qiu carried her down the cliff, whereupon Qin Yuma found herself successfully unlocking a new pose. That would be to let brother-in-law carry the back. Not to mention, no one interfered here, so Qin Yuma would be able to ask for the back openly and honestly. Anyway, brother-in-law doesn't mind. "Brother-in-law, I want to learn swordsmanship, so I won't drag you down in the future," Qin Yuma whispered in his ear. "Could be." Su Qiu nodded gently and did not care. Before Qin Yuma was captured by Yi Liangchen, Su Qiu felt that his sister-in-law should learn some kung fu to defend herself. Otherwise you'll get caught later and not know what's going on. It was just that Su Qiu had just taken a few steps before he stopped in his tracks and stopped where he was. Qin Yuma was puzzled and was about to open his mouth to ask, when he heard his brother-in-law's heartfelt voice. The smell of blood is so strong. When his heart fell, he saw that not far away, in the dense jungle, the figure of a woman suddenly appeared, her body covered in blood, rushing into the woods in a panic. Seeing them, the woman's pale lips opened and she cried out, "Help!" Not long ago, as Su Qiu and Qin Yuma were about to pass by a village. Around the village, a large number of mountain thieves emerged from the steep mountains and forests, frantically breaking into the village while the villagers were unprepared. A leader of the mountain bandits, riding a warhorse and holding a 9-ring sword in his hand, shouted an order to the mountain bandits, "Arrest all the women, kill all the men, and snatch anything of value." The villagers turned pale at the sight and fled to their homes, locking the doors and windows as if it was the end of the world. The mountain bandits, however, found these to be heavenly, robbing money and food and pussy. "Come with the old capital." "Wait a minute, old capital. Leave me a couple of fine pussies." These mountain thieves were like spermatozoa. Their greedy gazes scanned everything in the village, and their hands and feet were extremely swift, so it seemed that they hadn't robbed many people, chopping fleeing farmers to the ground. Blood stained the country roads, treat the people shivering in the house. The mountain bandit even held a slightly rusty machete in his hand and kicked the door of the house with a hard kick. Snap! The latch was instantly kicked off and the door was kicked open. They then dragged the people inside out. The men were simply hacked to death and the women were tied up and taken away. Even some can't wait for the mountain bandits. In the people's house on the sickening things, pull down the pants on the use of force. And when he left, the only thing left in the people's house is 2 eyes empty, unkempt women, and constantly sobbing children, and fell in a pool of blood. Farmers. Some of the farmers who resisted, with hoes and plows and harrows, tried to drive the mountain bandits out of their houses to protect their insiders and children, but by the mountain bandits hacked to death, and disassembled 8 pieces. The death is extremely miserable. The leader of the mountain bandits looked at his men, like ghosts entering a village, burning and looting the village indiscriminately. Many of the mountain thieves found that the woman kept struggling and wanted to use force, but the other party was dead set against it, so they stabbed her through and through, and then move on to the next one. The leader of the mountain bandits was on fire and barked loudly again. "You stupid pigs, don't kill the women when you're done. They're for sale. If anyone dares to kill them, I'll castrate him. Understood?" "Sixth Lord," being shouted at like that by him. The mountain bandits were much more disciplined. Even when the woman struggled it was nothing more than a knockout. A mountain bandit called out from the distance, "There's another one there, just a short distance away, at the edge of the village, in a folk house near the mountains. A beautiful and delicate-looking woman, not like a mountain village woman. She was currently running in a dead faint towards the depths of the mountains. She was accompanied by her guards, who died and fled. The woman, on the other hand, didn't care that the branches were scratching her delicate skin. This was the highest quality woman the mountain bandits had witnessed in this sweep of the village. The sixth master's eyes also glowed red at the sight. Even his breathing became rough, and bellowed, "It's that Li Nyangpi, leave her to me, you guys go catch her." The woman twisted her head in horror to look at the person who had bellowed. The footsteps stumbled even more. She fell headfirst onto the muddy ground, but she couldn't care less about everything and continued to flee deeper into the mountains. It's a shame she just took that fall. Let the mountain bandits catch up with her. The foremost mountain bandit shouted. Quickly grab her. Don't let her run away. Below is a steep wall. We won't get anything if we fall. This stinky skinny bitch is quite good at running. Catch her and make sure to make her feel good. Many of the mountain bandits cursed. The mountain bandits looked hideous and horrible. Scared out of her wits, the woman's liver and guts gave way, and she continued to fall. Fortunately, among the mountains and forests in front, a dawn light appeared, and two silhouettes shadow slowly appeared in front of them. A man who looked like a Shotsai was carrying a lively and lovely boudoir on his back, with his feet still swaying on his waist, and the two of them strolled among the jungles. When the woman saw the sword at the man's waist, she called out, "Help! Mister, save me!" While shouting, she ran towards them. Only, she hadn't run for long when suddenly, her hand was yanked by one of the mountain thieves, followed by a tug, and the woman stumbled and stood on the ground, instantly subdued by the mountain thieves. One of the mountain bandits even cursed, "You stinking bitch, you're quite good at running." The old man almost threw up the chicken but he ate this morning. He also picked up a wooden stick and slammed the woman's buttocks as he spoke. It didn't take long for the bruises to appear. The woman's thighs jerked slightly, apparently the force that had temporarily disabled her ability to run. Su Chou originally wanted to ignore her, but the mountain bandits had already run in front of him. Not to mention, the woman had likewise seen him, and it didn't seem good for him to run away like that. Qin Yuma's white tender legs clamped his waist and abdomen. "Brother-in-law, save her, her innocence is going to be gone." A few mountain thieves turned their heads to see Qin Yuma, who had white skin and looked as beautiful as a flower. Both eyes were glowing, greedily surveying her body. "I didn't realize there was a little pussy here. Quite a pretty little lady. Supposed to be a lady of the big city. But how did a lady of the house end up in the countryside? Never mind that. Arrest them first." At this point the mountain bandits jumped into action. Some swallowed, others licked the corners of their mouths, and even more loosened their pants. They had long ago thrown the woman pressed underneath them, behind their heads, and at this moment, there was only Qin Yuma in their eyes. Qin Yuma's beauty could simply overwhelm all the village women, and could be described as being as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Even the flower girl of the greenhouse might not be able to compare to her. Her simplicity and loveliness, her vivaciousness and spirituality, these were all personalities that could not be imitated by a flower girl. The greedy eyes of the mountain bandits. It made Qin Yuma extremely uncomfortable. If it were in the past, she might have felt fear when she saw these mountain bandits, but now that her brother-in-law was here, she was in turn incredibly safe. Su Chou said helplessly, "Close your eyes." "No, sooner or later, I'll be practicing my sword anyway, to get used to it all," Qin Yumo suddenly said in a petulant manner. Su Chou nodded as his sister-in-law said so. However, he saw a mountain bandit come step by step, holding a rusty machete in his hand, and arrogantly said, "Kid, thanks for bringing your good-looking little pussy belt over here. I'll let you go on your way in pain." He had a lewd smile when he walked up and tried to stab Su Chou. However, when he saw Su Chou lifting up a foot and kicking him in the waist and abdomen with slow movements, the arrogant mountain bandit from the party jetted out like a cannonball. It hit the trees behind him hard, only to see the trunk click and rattle. The trees were split in half, while the mountain bandit's waist was deformed in reverse, and the sound of bones clicking and shattering could be heard. Is this guy a monster? They had never seen a guy with such terrifying power. Even their sixth leader, despite all his brute strength, couldn't kick someone to death, let alone deform them. Su Chou attempted to boost his body's strength afterward at the moment, warming up in the process. He runs his power chi on his legs, plus the quality of his body. The force generated by the two was enough to kick an elephant to death, not to mention a person whose body was much smaller than an elephant's. When the woman, who had fallen to the ground, saw this situation, the original desperate eyes gradually recovered a trace of hope. The mountain bandit who reacted, hurriedly said, "This guy has a lot of strength. We can't do him. Only the sixth master can deal with him. Let's invite the sixth master." The mountain bandits, at the moment, treated Su Chou as a guy who only knew brute force, did not think of him as a martial artist. However, as the mountain thieves turned to flee in droves. Sucho spoke softly, "Did I ask you to leave? Modal particle intensifying preceding clause?" The mountain bandit twisted his head in confusion. However, they saw that at some point, Sucho had appeared in front of them, and without saying a word, sheathed his long sword. A flash of cold light flashed by, and the mountain bandit who originally wanted to escape only felt a coldness in his neck. Before the mountain bandits could speak, their heads fell to the ground. How could they not expect that this guy would strike so ferociously? Outside of his massive strength, even his speed was even more so. The mountain bandit's body fell softly to the ground, blood soaring wildly. Even the woman who had just been caught had a trace of red blood splattered on her clothes. The woman stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes, her face slightly pale, and her lips had lost some of their blood color, shrinking, but at the same time she was relieved that the mountain bandits were dead and she would be safe for the time being. But her heart lifted again. Was someone so murderous and decisive also kind? She was afraid of escaping from the wolf's mouth and falling back into the tiger's. At that moment, a voice like a silver bell came out. "Can't you just pierce the heart? Why do you have to chop off the head every time?" Chen Yuma was puzzled by Sucho's technique of only chopping off heads when he killed his enemies. The sight of blood made her face go white for a moment as well. After all, the image is too creepy to look at and keep people awake at night. Sucho, however, said gently, "Because of this, it is possible to quickly cut off a person's anger, and instead stab the heart. What if another person's heart is on the right side? If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring." Sucho added. After this incident from Yi Liangchen, Sucho was able to prove one thing: if the other party didn't die through, in case there was another traveler incident, then the chances of getting flipped are high. He himself is a stark example. Couldn't you have stabbed it more? And how do you do that with one move? Chen Yuma was dumbfounded by what was said. She was not deeply involved in the world and did not know much about the cruel Jianghu. Facing the easy conversation between the two, the woman breathed a long sigh of relief. At least from the language she was able to conclude that the two were not murderous people, or a cute little couple. The woman crawled with difficulty. She then said to Sucho and Chen Yuma, "You'd better leave quickly. This place has become a hell on earth." Seeing the woman's panicked look, Chen Yuma jumped down from Sucho's back and slowly helped her up, saying, "What in the world has happened here? The mountain bandits of the Evil Wolf Mountain have killed down the leader of the Evil Wolf Wall's sixth boss, with several hundred mountain bandits, and now in the village, those who are dead, and those who have been captured, and I don't want the two benefactors to risk their lives." The woman saw Chen Yuma and Sucho, still relaxed and at ease, so she was very anxious. After such a big incident, even if you're good at kung fu, it's still hard to beat the many mountain bandits, right? Only, the woman's words had just fallen. Suddenly a burly voice came over. "Someone actually wants to break my good deed?" The woman looked at the sound, only to see that the person with the thick voice is the sixth leader of the Bad Wolf-walled city in her mouth. "I didn't expect to catch up so quickly. Go!" The woman cried out sharply, but the sixth lord bellowed, "I'll see who can walk away." He charged ahead of the others, his huge body, toned with tendons, crashing into the trees, which shuddered. The mountain bandits beside him, carrying rusty long knives, arrived with gusto. These mountain bandits were used to the days of licking blood from the mouth of the sword, so killing became their hobby, especially when they saw Sucho, who was as ungrateful as Sucho. They were extremely excited, together with Chen Yuma behind Sucho. It made them want to lick on Chen Yuma's white legs and taste the taste of this big girl. The sixth leader of the Bad Wolf-walled city, at this time, was like an enraged bullfighting bull, violently barging headlong into the mountains and forests, charging towards them, and the women were so frightened that their faces turned pale, turning their heads to look at Sucho. Only his face was calm, not caring that his opponent was pounding towards him. Even Chen Yuma was the same, except that she was slightly hiding behind Sucho, poking out half of her head and observing the appearance of the mountain bandits with interest. The woman subconsciously said, "Aren't you guys scared?" "Scared?" Sucho looked at her suspiciously. Spinning around, he lightly swung out a sword. Originally, like a fighting bull possessed by the sixth lord, it was too late to brake and stop the car, and then he realized that his head fell off, and his vision tumbled in the air. A burst of heavenly rotation, and especially seeing his body continue to run sideways due to inertia, the sixth lord was very bewildered, until his body rushed out 7 or 8 meters away, before collapsing softly. It was only then that the sixth lord realized that his vision was also dimming, and it was clear that he was cold. At this moment, the woman witnessed the whole process. The whole person froze in place, full of unbelief. Even the pink lips also forgot to close. The open mouth can be stuffed down a quail egg. Chen Yuma, who was on the side, said with a playful smile, My brother-in-law is invincible. How could he be afraid? She's like the heartless girl, leaving the woman utterly dry and speechless. Wasn't Chen Yuma worried about her brother-in-law? Nope. Why are they still hugging each other when they're both brothers-in-law? What a scandal, especially with Chen Yuma's affectionate appearance towards Suqiu. It was not at all like a brother-in-law wife-sister relationship, but rather like a couple who had eloped. She had just misunderstood the two as an interesting couple. The woman felt like her three views were showing some signs of falling apart. Was this a kiss on a kiss? Or, the woman's mind began to make up. The overwhelming love between them, such as Suqiu helplessly married Chen Yuma's sister. In fact, Suqiu really loved the person as Chen Yuma. The two lovebirds were beaten up and eventually had no choice but to elope. What are you thinking? Chen Yuma looked at the woman's weird eyes and always felt that she was thinking in a bad place, so he quickly opened his mouth. Oh, sorry, your relationship is too complicated, the woman said bluntly, then introduced herself. My name is Li Liao. She hadn't finished her introduction. The sound of the mountain bandits crumbling was heard. The sixth master is dead. The sixth boss, who is second only to the fifth boss, was killed in one move just like that. This is impossible. Impossible. There's nothing impossible. This guy is an expert in the jungle. Run away. At this moment, when the mountain thieves saw their sixth leader, having his head cut off, they immediately lost the will to attack. Everyone fled in a panic, fearing that they too would follow in the footsteps of the Dang Dang, and fled in a hurry. However, Suqiu did not spoil them. Qingjian lifted the stone on the ground, letting it float in midair, and raised his foot to kick it away, only to see half a fist-sized stone. A violent sonic boom was produced, and as if the air was compressed, it poured out at an extremely fast speed, like a high-speed bullet, instantly shattering these mountain bandits' heavenly auras. The mountain bandits' brains flew out and they fell straight to the ground dead. None of the mountain bandits were able to run away. There have been headshots. When Suqiu saw that the mountain bandits were all killed, he shook off the blood on his green sword and sheathed his long sword. On the contrary, it was Li Liao on the side. Seeing this, her big watery eyes couldn't help but glaring round. The shock on her pretty face didn't dissipate. She didn't expect Suqiu to be so relaxed and solve a large group of mountain thieves at once. It just didn't take long for her to be surprised. Something seemed to come to mind, followed by some sort of determination. Li Liao immediately turned to Suqiu and fell to her knees. Please sir, help me save the people. My little daughter is grateful. If sir wants any payment, my little daughter will try to fulfill it by all means. Li Liao suddenly transformed. It caught Suqiu and Chen Yuma off guard as well. The woman who had been hunted before was now concerned about other people instead. Chen Yuma acted like his brother-in-law's agent, shielding Suqiu behind him as he immediately inquired. Miss Lu Yao, who do you want my brother-in-law to help you save? Lord Governor of Blackfish County. He is now within the Bad Wolf-walled city. Chen Yuma was puzzled and said, how come the governor of Blackfish County is inside the cottage? Because he was captured by the evil wolf-walled city, and it has been 7 or 8 days now. Li Liao did not hide anything. Just that. Her words made Chen Yuma's suspicions cloud over even more, his eyes rolling. Thoughtfully, if the governor is taken, that's a big deal. Why hasn't anyone reported it to the court? Chen Yuma remembered that when he was in the capital, he hadn't heard of any governor being taken away. This has risen to the level of rebellion. Li Liao let out a bitter smile, unable to tell the truth, because the county minister, the governor, and the chief bookkeeper they all thought that this matter was too big. If they stabbed it up, I'm afraid they would lose their heads, so they chose to hide it. But what's the use of hiding it? Could it be that the magistrate will come back? In the end, it's still not the court cleaning up the tale. Chen Yuma's cheeks puffed out in exasperation. She couldn't figure out if she had to wait until it couldn't be solved before informing the court. Wasn't that official afraid of being implicated? Can't they figure out something so easy to lose their heads over? However, Suqiu suddenly interjected, because they want to raise money to ransom the governor and bring him back safely. Am I right, Miss Lu Yao? Li Liao stared wide-eyed. Some incredibly looked at Suqiu. Subconsciously red lips lightly said, how do you know? Looking at Li Liao's curious eyes, Chen Yuma's clear eyes similarly looked at Suqiu, her cherry lips lightly opening. Brother-in-law, Yuma is also curious as to how you know? It's simple, because the magistrate is your brother, Qin Xingwen. The only reason why these officials raised money to free him was because he was a member of the Qin family. The officials were afraid that they would offend the Qin family if they did not protect their principal officer well, and therefore, they did not dare to report the case for fear that the Qin family would learn about it. When Suqiu learned that this was Blackfish County, as well as the woman in front of him calling herself Li Lu Yao, he then remembered the plot of the novel. Qin Xingwen through their own ability, the Imperial examinations in the list to become the Year of the Scout. and then served as the 8th grade magistrate, served in the Blackfish County, served for 3 years, now exactly in its 3rd year, but there was an accident on the way. Qin Shingwen wanted to do something practical for the local people at the end of his term of office, and intended to clear out the mountain bandits from the evil Wolf Mountain, not realizing that it would result in his arrest. On the way, Li Liyao, who met and fell in love in Blackfish County, ventured to the small mountain village near the wicked Wolf Mountain in order to save him, and likewise to raise money and even look for connections. If we follow the course of the plot, bad Wolf Mountain bandits attacked this village, at the same time forcing the death of the now living Li Liyao. When the ransomed Qin Shingwen learns of all this, he gradually blacks out, and his 3-year period has expired. Just returned to the capital to report on the occasion, and came a burst of bad news. The Qin family collapsed. Sisal rope picks out the smallest place to break, and misfortune only seeks out the afflicted. Because of being framed by the female cadre, especially Yi Liangchen means, resulting in the entire Qin family being implicated. Even if Qin Reed is a person of Qinghuan Valley, but Yi Liangchen helped the court to pull together to have Qin Haiyunya. Therefore, the court has the bottom line to overturn the Qin family. Qin Shingwen was also sent away for 3,000 miles. On his way to exile, he was taken away by the Green Luan Valley, and since then, he has officially embarked on the path of blackening, becoming Yi Liangchen's #1 villain. But now, the plot changes because of Su Qiu. Su Qiu did not expect to swim in the mountains and also bump into this thing. He was more or less helpless. Looking at Qin Yuma's curious gaze, Su Qiu casually found an excuse and said, the normal process would be to report it to the court, but at this moment they are hiding it, so there must be a reason for it, so it can probably be guessed that they are also raising money to ransom the man, wanting to cover up the matter and keep it from the people above. Listening to this perfunctory excuse from my brother-in-law, a hint of contempt appeared in Qin Yuma's eyes, but she couldn't poke at it. So angry yo. On the contrary, Li Liyao, who didn't know why, listened to Su Qiu's analysis and was so uncertain that she was close to clapping her hands. It's amazing how well you can analyze things with just a few simple words, Li Liyao subconsciously said. Mr. is really smart. Just based on this alone, you can get a glimpse of it. At this point, Qin Yuma has long heard Su Qiu's heart and knows who the kidnapped governor is. But still, he asked knowingly, what is the name of this governor? Surname Qin, first name Qingwen. Li Luyao's words just fell. Qin Yuma pretended to be surprised. That's my second brother. In fact, she did just now not know where her second brother, Qin Qingwen, had taken up his position as a governor. After all, she was heartless in the Qin family, only knowing how to eat and drink all day long, ignoring her second brother. And of course, Qin Qingwen didn't tell him. If it wasn't for Su Qiu's heartbeat, perhaps she would never have known. When Li Liyao heard Qin Yuma's words, she couldn't help but be stunned, and then said in surprise, "You're Lord Qin's sister Qin Yuma? You know me?" Qin Yuma's eyes carried a hint of suspicion. I thought to myself that they didn't seem to have met before, and that today was the first time they had seen each other. Li Liyao shook her head, recalling the past. Her peach lips smiled slightly bitterly. He mentioned you to me. So, naturally, I know your name. Only, he is now. After saying this, Li Liyao's eyes revealed a wave of worry. With Su Qiu around, Qin Yuma didn't have too much to worry about. Instead his catkin gently patted her shoulder. Comfortingly, she said, Sister Lu Yao, don't worry, isn't there still a brother-in-law here? As Qin Yuma spoke, his gaze glanced to Su Qiu at the side, a smile spreading at the corners of his lips. He always had a feeling that something was wrong. Oh, dear. Su Qiu thought about how the Qin family had taken care of him and helped him in every way these days, sentiently and reasonably. It was only right to save Qin Qingwen in order to repay the Qin family's favor, and he would do so regardless of whether or not Qin Yuma took the initiative to ask for help. Su Qiu was a vindictive person, but he would return any favor. Is he really going to help? Li Liyao was pleasantly surprised, and her original worries were now only replaced by a bright smile. She didn't even know about Su Qiu, not to mention that Qin Yuma had a brother-in-law. The reason for this is that Qin Qingwen is in Blackfish County, serving for 3 years and has never returned home, and even the exchange of letters is rare. Instead, it is Su Qiu, who joined the Qin family 3 months ago, not to mention that Li Liyao didn't know. Even Qin Qingwen didn't know that he had a brother-in-law. Don't worry, I will save the people, Su Qiu assured her. Just as the words came to him, he suddenly changed his tone and said, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. Qin Yuma and Li Liyao both froze for a moment. On the contrary, Li Liyao didn't have too many waves. She was already prepared to be slaughtered. Su Qiu said indifferently, the price for letting me save him is to borrow your channel and help me inquire where strange things are happening. He wanted to look for some chance, and therefore, It was necessary to take on the divine mystery. It might be possible to find something useful, such as items like demon pills. Li Liao was puzzled at the words. Is it that important? It's important to me. No problem. Lu Yao will help Mr. try his best to find it. Li Liao didn't think it was a big deal, so he agreed to it. Immediately, Su Qiu looked at Qin Yuma and lightly said, and you, the price is to be my maid for 3 months. Ha! Qin Yuma was stunned. No, she was clearly already his sister-in-law, and now she was serving him as a maid. Qin Yuma felt strange just thinking about it. Besides, wasn't he good enough for him? Now, he's wandering the world, and he's silently digging in and acting as a little wallet. I'm your wife's sister. Do you want to learn swordplay? Su Qiu raised his eyes to look up at her and directly interrupted her. Qin Yuma originally wanted to refuse, but turning his head to look, Li Liao cast that pitiful gaze, and thinking that she must be bound to her brother-in-law, she reluctantly agreed. No problem. Just when she said yes, inside, thoughts began to float. The maid. Brother-in-law, does he treat me as a passable maid? Really don't know shame. But, I vaguely expect what's going on. If brother-in-law uses force, what to do? Should I obediently agree and let him at his mercy? Or should I be reserved and struggle to accept it? He's still really annoying. If we go back to the Qin family in the future, my brother-in-law and I will bring 2 babies back. Mother and Pops should be very surprised. Her face reddened even more at the thought. Even the earlobes turned scarlet, as if they were wearing rubies. There was still a wisp, if any, of steam rising from his forehead, making Li Liao look suspicious. He wondered if Qin Yuma was feeling aggrieved. Just then, Su Qiu picked up a branch and knocked Qin Yuma's cicatrization, saying, don't think crookedly, simply doing rough work, maid. Qin Yuma smacked his somewhat crimson. Oh, Li Liao then saw her lost expression, even more puzzled. Was something else going to happen to the maid? But both of them are brother-in-law and wife-sister relationship. Li Liao suddenly felt that your circle is too chaotic, making her a little dizzy. At this moment, Qin Yuma changed the topic and said, by the way, Miss Lu Yao, you ventured here purely for the sake of my brother? She heard Su Qiu's heartbeat. All that is known is that the kidnapped governor is his brother. Not knowing that Li Liao, in order to save Qin Qingwen, sacrificed herself. After Qin Yuma's words, Li Liao's white face couldn't help but flushed with a flushed red color and shyly lowered her head. But associating it with Qin Qingwen, who was still suffering in the cottage at this moment, she gathered the courage to raise her head. With an air of righteousness, he said, well, Lord Qin has been working diligently in Blackfish County for 3 years, benefiting the people, and now that he's in trouble, how can I sleep peacefully at home? So I came over here to see what can be done to rescue Lord Qin. Li Liao's words were spoken as if it was a witnessed oath. Qin Yuma immediately smiled with joy and assisted Li Liao. My brother should be very happy when he knows about this. Sister Liao. Her voice sounded sweet. Inwardly, he already thought of her as his sister-in-law. To be able to take the risk of coming here and rescuing Qin Qingwen's woman, this person should genuinely like second brother. If not, she wouldn't stay in such a dangerous place. Almost people are lost. Qin Yuma was very optimistic about the two. When Li Liao heard this, her face reddened even more. That look was extremely coy. Qin Yuma was even more certain that Li Liao and that second brother of his definitely had an affair. This girl, I'll treat her as her sister-in-law, but if I didn't save her, in the future Qin Qingwen will slaughter the whole bad wolf village for her. If the plot stays the same, Qin Qingwen would kill the entire evil wolf mountain because of Li Liao's tragic death. Even the family members of the mountain bandits were not spared. Qin Yumo heard, cherry lips slightly open. She did not know her second brother, actually also so like Li Lu Yao. It seems that Li Liao is really my future sister-in-law, Qin Yuma said silently inwardly. He was even more enthusiastic and intimate with Li Liao. At this moment, Li Liao was a bit bewildered. She didn't know why Qin Yuma was so enthusiastic about her. But now, she didn't think about it so much, and was looking towards Su Qiu, saying, Sir, my little daughter has an ungrateful request. Can we rescue the people in the village together? They are all good to my daughter. My daughter is unwilling to watch them being trampled on. My daughter is willing to pay for it. Don't worry. Something along the way. Su Qiu knew that the Bad Wolf Cottage colluded with the Black Tiger Gang in the capital, in which the Bad Wolf Cottage was responsible for arresting people and the Black Tiger Gang was responsible for sales. Li Liao fell to her knees once more. Thank you, sir. Don't be thankful. Maybe I'll have to call you my wife and brother-in-law in the future. So I hope you'll take care of me. Su Qiu joked in a relaxed tone. At those words, Li Liao's face turned even redder, shyly lowering his head. His lips were like a fish spitting out foam, finally spitting out a few words. Mister, don't laugh at me. Lord Qin has always been career-oriented. children's love is put aside. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qiu had already interjected. Your sister-in-law has her eye on you. Only Su Qiu pointed at Qin Yuma. The latter smiled like a mother's aunt. Suddenly her delicate jade hand patted Li Liao's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll say good words in front of my second brother. Anyway, I've already identified you. When Li Liao sniffed, her face reddened even more, like a red apple. Under the Bad Wolf Mountain, this village is called Li Jiazhuang. It was a farmer under Li Liao's tenancy and used to be one of their subfamilies. It was only later that the bloodline was so long that it gradually became a natural village. At this time, half of the mountain bandits in the village had died, and the other half had fled into the mountains and forests immediately after the death of their sixth leader. There are too many people and too wide a range for the mountain bandits to escape. Therefore, Su Qiu just scribbled to give up after killing a dozen or so people in a row, not pursuing. Only, before their sixth boss died, these mountain bandits had already taken away dozens of women and escorted them up the mountain. So even if Su Qiu chased after them now, he couldn't chase them back for the time being. Inside the village, cries and wails rose from house to house. As Qin Yuma walked, her white greasy hand tightly wrapped around Su Qiu's arm. The eyes were full of insecurity, sympathy for them, but also heartbreaking. Qin Yuma did not think of the world outside the capital. Actually so miserable. Kind sister-in-law is back online. She suddenly took out a money bill and said to Li Liao, this money, give it to them to share. So many people died in the family. Some of them had their bodies forced. They are all poor people. Originally, Li Liao was shocked to the third degree when she saw her intimate movements with Su Qiu, but Qin Yuma's action of gifting, and left her impressed. Although the rules of etiquette overstep outside, but Qin Yuma is a kind person. Li Liao swept a glance at the money bills and couldn't help but say, the money you gave is too much. They won't be able to use so much in their lifetime. Only the money notes in Qin Yuma's hand could be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver, and each family could share a dozen taels of silver. Much? Qin Yuma was puzzled. That amount of money is just her allowance for a year. Li Liao quickly nodded her head and said, they work in agriculture, and they can't earn 2 taels of silver per year. If so much silver appears, they will definitely be missed by the thieves, and then it will be a second round of massacre. Su Qiu suddenly said, perhaps you can use this money to hire village guards or build your own fortress to defend against outsiders. He's not being gratuitous. When I was on Earth in my first life, I didn't have a lot of exposure to history in the ancient turbulent times. Almost every village is building bunkers and tunnels, and hiring some kind of bodyguards or private armies to protect the village. Li Liao's eyes lit up at the words, but then dimmed. This method was once thought of by someone, but the court was afraid of conspiracy. And if there was a large-scale private stash of weapons, then it would be classified as a rebellion. Then hire some martial artists with kung fu and teach the village people martial arts. Su Qiu changed his approach again and opened his mouth. There are plenty of ways to do this if you're willing to be flexible. Li Liao nodded and said softly. At first, Governor Qin thought the same thing. Only, the county didn't have that much money, and a martial artist would cost at least 50 taels. Qin Yuma directly handed her the money banknotes and said, take it for them first. So many people died in each household. They also need money to live. As for the martial artist, I will hire another one. She almost took it in stride. Of course, Qin Yuma didn't mind the money at all. After all this money was the Black Tiger Gang's money. It just happened to be looted by her. The Black Tiger Gang earns this money. Qin Yuma uses this black money to protect the village. It is considered to be a good use of the money, and save some mean virtue for the Black Tiger Gang. What a kind sister-in-law. Su Qiu inevitably sighed derisively. Aha, kind sister-in-law. Li Liao nodded, subconsciously following the trend. She didn't notice the sudden scoop of her mouth. Hearing this, Qin Yuma smilingly looked at her, and Li Liao, who had come back to her senses, instantly blushed, realizing that she had just said the wrong thing. Hastily waving his hand, he stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't worry, I'll allow this appellation. Qin Yuma reveals a sweet smile, a leaky little cotton-padded look, especially when she reveals her bright white teeth. Li Liao's face turned even redder, but inwardly she acquiesced to her sister-in-law's existence. While they were chatting away, the surrounding villagers, the surviving village women, when I heard that it was the young man in front of me who saved the entirely family estate with his own strength, all of them looked grateful and came forward, kneeling and kowtowing. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our Li family. If it weren't for you, our Li estate might not have survived today's crisis. Yes, if you had come one step later, my daughter would be inside the fortress today, letting them ravage her. Some of them kneeled down to Su Qiu and thanked him, but they themselves cried their eyes out first. The tears were like a trickle, and with a hint of contagiousness, the crowd then clamored and cried. especially when a woman has lost her husband or son. The crying is called tragic, holding the body and crying with tears in her eyes, apparently turning a thank you into a memorial service. More than 80 families lived in the Lee family home, and now at least 60 families have lost their men, and more than 30 families have had their women taken away. Many families have lost their fathers and captured their mothers, leaving only 1 or 2 orphans. This time the mountain bandits suddenly attacked the Lee family home to a surprise. Many farmers are not any preparation. Everyone is in the fields to do the work. The mountain bandits out of them only to realize that the big thing is not good. As a result, a large number of men were cut down without resistance and died in the fields with the mountain bandits, but only a few people. After all, the mountain bandits are accustomed to licking blood from the mouth of the knife, has been facing the soil back to the sky of the farmers are not their opponents. Look at the mess. Suchio was forced to stop helplessly, listening to the cries. Just then, a 5 or 6-year-old girl child suddenly pounced on him, kowtowed violently to him a few times, even if his head was broken and bleeding. It was extremely heartbreaking to watch. With a sobbing voice, her little hand wiped her tears, and she summoned up the courage to say in a milky voice, "Big brother, please save my mother. Oh, save my mother. I'll give you everything." Her voice instantly drew other children to follow suit, all kneeling and begging, "Big brother, be kind and save my sister and mother." They were supposed to be protected, but in this moment, those who could protect them were either dead or taken. Shin Yuma and Li Liao couldn't bear to look at this scene, skimmed their eyes and shook their heads, their catkins tightly gripping the corners of their clothes, full of heartbreak, and the warm tears couldn't be stopped. These children are innocent and now they have to face this. Suddenly, Suchio lifted the palm of his hand upwards, and a majestic forceful chi prevented the children from kneeling down. The children froze as they looked at their knees, unable to kneel, and a force held them up at the knees, staring at Suchio with wide, copper-bell eyes, blinking in surprise. Her original crying gradually stopped, completely in shock. Suchio swept a glance at the many children and said in an unhurried tone, "I can save your loved ones right now. However, as to whether or not your loved ones are still alive, I can't guarantee it." He wasn't going to waste time on the cottage. The Bad Wolf Cottage doesn't have any great opportunities, except for lots of money, lots of materials, and lots of women. And he promised Qin Yuma and Li Liao to help them rescue the second son of the Qin family, the titular brother-in-law Qin Qingwen, whom he had never met. Hear that? At this moment, not only the children kowtowed to him, but all the survivors of the Li family home, the old and the weak, the women and the children all kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. Benefactor's great virtue the little people can't repay. My daughter would like to pray daily for her benefactor to live a long life." The old woman too. If the benefactor can save her daughter-in-law, whatever the benefactor wants, the old woman will give it to you, whether it was a young woman or an old woman. Their eyes were filled with gratitude, and they could not wait to repay the favor by working for him as a cow or a horse. Suchio gives them hope in the midst of despair, and their hope of finding their family. Suchio did not care about the kowtowing of the crowd, but turned to Li Liao, who was already in tears at the moment, and said, "Stay here and take care of the villagers." Then he shouted to Qin Yuma, "Go." Li Liao, who kept wiping her tears, he was about to ask him if he didn't need to find out information first or recruit some people from the Jianghu, and then eliminate the Bad Wolf gang together. It was then that Suchio disappeared from sight, leaving only an exasperated Qin Yuma, glaring at her jade feet and pouting as she shouted, "Bastard brother-in-law, wait for me," then farted to follow, and soon disappeared into the mountains and forests, without a trace of the appearance of a lady of the house, but, on the contrary, a rebellious and lively big girl. Li Liao, who was being touched by the villagers, looked stunned and open-mouthed. "Still a strange combination," she murmured. Bad Wolf Mountain. A huge cottage towered between two large mountains, viewed from afar like a pass. It firmly occupies the surrounding mountain passes, while the terrain is treacherous, with steep downhill slopes that make it impossible to set up military formations, especially in the dense mountain forests, where there is not a single flat clearing at all. It means that this place is difficult to be breached, and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Of course, this place is not a major transportation route in Dakian, not even a country road, belonging to the place where birds do not shit, the safest place for mountain thieves. At that moment, a group of panicked mountain bandits. It was a wild ride all the way from the foothills. They gasped for breath, but they didn't dare to have any pause, striding on their already sore legs, and shouted, "Open the door! Something big is wrong." The mountain bandit who was originally guarding the fortress poked his head out from the wooden wall, puzzled. "What's the big deal? It still has you all in such a panic. The sixth master has been killed." A mountain bandit who had escaped and returned had just swallowed his saliva when he shouted towards the wooden wall of the fortress, For a moment, the entire fortress seemed to freeze. These fleeing mountain thieves were then brought in by other companions, passing by the cottage house. Can see the cottage, built up a huge fence. The women are like goats in general, was driven to the fence. Hands and feet are tied on the thick hemp rope. They are now like animals, being used with sheep pen. The body was dirty, and even the clothes were torn in a large area, with small pieces of white flesh out and peeling off a bit under the sun exposure. The people were all hollow-eyed and cried little, as if they were old men on the verge of dying. Every now and then a fly rides on their heads or buzzes around them. These mountain thieves, who had returned from their escape, were accustomed to it and ran straight to the lobby of the fortress. When they entered the lobby, they were met by 5 gloomy-eyed dongjia. What exactly happened that could cause 6th brother to die? Their grand boss, Go Xuanrong said in a deep voice. That terrifying aura caused the mountain bandits who came in to soften their legs and kneel on the ground. Big boss, it's all because of the Li family under the mountain, the mountain bandit said with a face full of grief. When we originally attacked Li's house, that little bitch surnamed Li didn't expect to find a helper, whose helper's strength was above that of the 6th dongjia, and killed the 6th dongjia the moment we made contact. Moreover, our brethren also suffered heavy losses. If we hadn't run fast, we wouldn't have even had the chance to ventilate. Big boss, you must avenge the 6th boss and the other brothers. Big boss Go Xuanrong's brows furrowed in anger at his words. A slap on the table. Where did this Li bitch hire help? He had originally wanted the people to properly humiliate Li Liao and use this to torment the dog officials they had captured. Thus he ordered the 6th household to attack the Li family home, because Qin Zhixian and Li Liao, rumor has it that they are by a leg, using the humiliated Li Liao to stimulate the Qin magistrate, so that he would all behave with his tail between his legs in the future and understand what would happen if he angered the evil wolf mountain. It was just that he never expected that Li Liao's expert who came from nowhere would kill his 6th leader and turn the tables on him. The second leader, Huang Qiusheng, then opened his mouth to analyze the situation. Miss Li is from a merchant family, so she naturally has the money to hire a Jianghu expert. Only, 6th brother is a third-rate martial artist, so I guess Miss Li hired a second-rate martial artist, and of course, that's as high as she can go. In the Jianghu, the stronger the martial artist, the more temperamental he became, the more eccentric his personality became. It's hard to impress them with money. After all, with strength in hand, money and women's status these are not lacking at all. Li Liao was just a small merchant family, although he was quite wealthy in Blackfish County, but only in Blackfish County. Going elsewhere was simply not enough. There were countless powerful people with more money and power than her. Therefore, hiring a second-rate expert was already her limit. Second brother, you have a point. Big boss Go Xuanrong first nodded his head, then slapped the table in annoyance. Where in the world are the Jianghu masters who dare to offend our wicked wolf mountain? The evil wolf-walled city was enjoying a bad reputation in 100 miles around. Most importantly their 6 brothers, each with extraordinary means. If one of them was offended, it would be the same as offending the other 5. Therefore, very few forces in the Jianghu dared to mess with the bad wolf-walled city. But now there's actually a prick out there. Killed their 6th brother who had been born and raised for many years. Big boss Go Xuanrong had a hard time in his heart. The second leader, Huang Qiusheng, pondered for a moment and proposed. I'll head to the Li family home with Lao San and capture that helper, as well as Miss Li, to make her try what hell means. Good. Big boss Go Xuanrong slapped his thigh, then said to him, if you really catch them, Li Nyangpi I allow you to be the first one to be humiliated, in front of Qin Zhixian. Ha ha ha. Anyway, Li Liao was going to be in front of Qin Xingwen, ruthlessly humiliated by a few of them in turn. Go Xuanrong didn't mind, letting his second brother come first. Just as they were discussing another attack on Li's house, just outside the door, a mountain bandit ran into the lobby, with a rather odd expression. He stood in the lobby for a long time before finally saying leisurely, bosses, 2 people have suddenly come outside. Whom? Go Xuanrong's face showed doubt. Huang Qiusheng spoke first. Who are the 2 who came? The mountain thief reported back. They're from the Li family village, and I heard that they're from the Qin family and are coming to rescue them. This little mountain thief opened his mouth and said. Everyone else was puzzled. Huang Qiusheng whirled around and thought of something, so he spoke out. It should be Governor Qin's family. These 2 are really skillful and bold. They actually dared to go into danger alone. The big boss Go Xuanrong said. Who cares who he is? If you want to redeem Qin Zhixian, you have to make them bleed. We've lost one of our bosses. Do you really think we're easy to bully? As he spoke, he slapped the cup on the tabletop into pieces. The force was so great that the table also gradually cracked, and a trace of wood shavings were squeezed out, and the informing mountain bandits were even more shaken. Cold sweat is coming down on his forehead. The feet couldn't help shaking, but Huang Qiusheng advised him to calm down at this time. This person might also be an expert invited by Miss Lee, or else he wouldn't be emboldened to appear in front of the cottage. Who cares who he is? If he dares to appear in front of me, I'll chop him with my sword. Go Xuanrong didn't care. He was at least a first-class martial artist. The black god Guan Dao, who is ranked 13th on the list, has never been wronged in this way. A second-rate martial artist was no different to him than chopping up a melon or cutting up a vegetable. Only the number of times he struggled was different. Huang Qiuxing sighed helplessly, then said, "Let's go and meet him before we do so." After he proposed, the people then flocked to the walled city. On the wooden wall, he clasped his hands to his chest and looked down at Su Qiu and Qin Yuma under the fortress with a face full of pride. At this moment, Qin Yuma gasped for air and came to Su Qiu's side with the same steps, his entire body exhausted and panting. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Brother-in-law, why are you running so fast? I almost couldn't catch up with you. If you want to practice the sword, your physical strength must keep up. It's considered a workout for you," Su Qiu said without a care in the world, his hands behind his back as he looked up at the high wooden wall. He was about to split the wooden door with his sword and enter the fortress to kill. Voices were heard coming from the city. "Your Excellency has the audacity to come to my bad wolf-walled city. May I ask if you are here to ransom Governor Qin?" The person who spoke was none other than the second leader, Huang Qiuxing, and he waved his hand, asking the mountain bandits below to carry the five-tied Qin Xingwen up, only to see Qin Xingwen's hands and feet were bound, several whip marks on his body. His hair was cloaked, his face was also red and purple, his body was covered with mud, obviously suffering inhuman torture before. When Qin Yuma saw his second brother in this state, he immediately shouted at them, "What have you done to my second brother?" Her questioning voice instantly drew everyone's attention. When the crowd saw Qin Yuma, their gazes stretched out. The woman in front of them was also too beautiful, completely as the capital city, that kind of delicate girl. Delicate and tender skin, orange and red with the women's clothing, that temperament, indeed. Then the county to see the woman more spiritual, especially dignified features, delicate little agaric nose, scented cherry lips, warm and jade-like face, a few strands of hair swaying on the white forehead, like a heavenly nymph. This woman is too good-looking. Indeed, this is a true lady of the house. If I were in charge, I would have captured her and made her my lady in arms. The crowd murmured. The crowd all greedily sized up Qin Yuma, scrutinizing him from foot to head. Compared to the county's boudoir girls, the person in front of her is able to outshine them in terms of temperament and appearance. Before, the crowd's eyes were on Su Qiu, not noticing Qin Yuma on the side. At this moment, Qin Xingwen, who was tied up with 5 flowers, subconsciously shouted, "Third sister, why are you here?" A worried look filled his face, but after Qin Yuma took a well-balanced breath, she crossed her arms and, in a big sisterly manner, lectured her second brother, "If I don't come again, you'll be sold without knowing where you're going." After such a big incident, wouldn't you have sent a letter to the family? It's not like father and big sister won't help you. She stared angrily at her second brother. Blackfish County has such a big mountain bandit. If Qin Xingwen comes with a letter, estimated that Qin Reed has long brought people to destroy, will still wait for Qin Xingwen kidnapped? At this moment, Big Boss Go Xuanrong's eyes were full of salivation, and he was slightly polite to Qin Xingwen. "I didn't realize she was your third sister. That's good to know. Don't you hit on my sister," Qin Xingwen said stiffly. Big Boss Go Xuanrong continued to pat him on the shoulder and said, "Why would I hit on your sister? I just want to take good care of her, and if we were to become in-laws, I would have to call you my great-uncle, wouldn't I? You can also leave unharmed." Big Boss Go Xuanrong's words were completely naked threats. Wanted to use Qin Xingwen's sister as a squeeze in exchange for his freedom. "Don't even think about it when you're dead." Qin Xingwen sheathed a mouthful of saliva. "Don't do this in toast." Big Boss Go Xuanrong stormed out, punching him in the waist and stomach. Qin Xingwen spat bitterly, his face all twisted together in agony as he immediately fell to his knees. "Second brother!" Qin Yuma exclaimed at the sight, while also tensing up to the extreme, worried that something had happened to his second brother. At this time, Go Xuanrong smiled and said to her, "It's simple to want to save your second brother. You stay and become my suppressed wife. All the previous things can be written off, including the death of the sixth brother. You only need to compensate for some silver." He originally wanted to avenge the sixth lord, but after seeing Qin Yuma, he changed his previous thoughts. No matter what, he wanted to make Qin Yuma the pressurized lady. This woman is also too beautiful. Whether it is the appearance or temperament are the capital of the great lady model. Plus a little lively, mischievous, obvious contrast Meng. Really let a person cannot stop. I don't know how many times prettier than that Miss Lee. Don't you dare. Qin Yuma was feeling so angry at the moment. Her pink fists clenched tightly and her onion-white jade fingers began to turn white. but she only blamed her lack of strength now, and could only stare. At this time, Huang Qiusheng, the second leader on the wooden wall of the mountain fortress, similarly opened his mouth and said, "Miss Qin, you don't want to see your second brother with a broken arm and leg, do you? Our big boss will only give you one tea time to think about it. If it passes, we will remove one of his legs." Huang Qiusheng drew his long knife as he spoke. This long knife was not like the weapons in the hands of other mountain thieves, which were rusty, but it was incredibly sharp and silver, and did not have any rust. If you use it for chopping, you want it to be clean and not have any dampening. Qin Yuma's angry gaze was fixed on him. Qin Qingwen, who was kneeling on the ground in pain, looked up at the crowd with difficulty and said word for word, "Even if I die, I won't let third sister marry a bunch of you heavenly killers." Immediately afterward, he said to Qin Yuma under the cottage, "You run quickly, don't mind me." Just as soon as his words left his mouth, the fifth leader, Zhang Haihuan, raised his foot and tried to kick him violently, but the next moment, phew, a leaf came hurtling in and produced a cracking sound. Before the fifth leader, Zhang Haihuan, could react, the leaf was like a sharp slicer, cutting off his raised leg directly. Instantly severed limbs flew out and there was a huge spray of blood. The fifth leader, Zhang Haihua, witnessed his leg break, and the pain instantly rushed into his mind. He fell to the ground, covered his leg, and screamed, "Aha! My leg! You asshole!" The cry echoed through the cottage. He screamed miserably, at once attracted a lot. Originally lost the color luster of the cage woman. Those captive women, when they saw the defeated evil wolf fifth leader, a trace of joy actually welled up in their hearts. At this moment, everyone at the city's head was frowning. They searched for the person who had attacked. Surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. After all, a single leaf had broken the legs of their fifth leader. This strength should not be underestimated. Only a man stood quietly beside Qin Yuma. He gently rested one hand on Qin Yuma's fragrant shoulder, sniffing the scent, and said simply, "Don't worry and leave it to me." Qin Yuma's beautiful eyes looked at Su Qiu, and a sense of full security surged through her heart. As if she were a beautiful wife at home, she showed trusting eyes and said in a loose tone, "Well, please, brother-in-law." Su Qiu's action was simply pulling hatred, especially the big boss Go Xuanrong, who wanted Qin Yuma to become the pressurized lady, stared at Su Qiu with a fierce face, as if he was cuckolded. Su Qiu didn't care, but instead looked playfully at the crowd on the fortress and said with a hint of playfulness, "So are you willing to release them now? Do you think our evil wolf mountain is for you to come and go as you please? Letting people go? Depends on whether we agree or not." Big boss Go Xuanrong said in an extremely stiff manner. He was extremely upset with the guy's attitude, not only because he and Qin Yuma were extremely intimate, but he actually injured the fifth leader of the evil wolf-walled city, which was simply intolerable. Su Qiu smiled very brightly with a leaping look as he said, "Since you guys aren't willing to release him, then I'll have to use my own means to make you release him." Facing such an arrogant enemy and making them feel desperate was the most pleasurable thing. And Su Qiu needs to warm up too. Before absorbing a lot of demonic pills, the body has also undergone qualitative changes. Need to find someone to practice properly. The evil wolf cottage in front of him is a very good target. Kill it with no pressure. The second leader, Huang Qiusheng, shouted at him, "Don't you mess around. Dare to attack our bad wolf-walled city. We will fight to the death with you." Before his words fell, he saw Su Qiu raise a green sword, instantly disappeared in place. When he appeared, he was already in front of the gate of the cottage. Before the crowd could react, they saw him raise his hand and wave it, and a strong forceful chi followed the long sword, splitting the thick wooden door of the cottage in two. Boom! The cottage wooden door was split in two and fell to the ground with a thud. Su Qiu's thunderous tactics immediately made the crowd of mountain bandits look dumbfounded. The wooden door, which looked thick and sturdy to the crowd, couldn't even resist him for a moment. What kind of monster is this guy? At this time, the mountain bandits who were guarding under the door, holding their weapons, froze and looked at Su Qiu. Su Qiu did not say much and continued to slash through. The mountain bandits directly landed on their heads. 7 or 8 people instantly became a corpse. As far as the efficiency of the killing was concerned, it was simply beyond the crowd's imagination. Immediately, Su Qiu never stopped again, and walked all the way into the fortress, and he swung his sword at all the mountain bandits he saw. Without any action, the mountain thieves saw a flash of cold light, and in the next second, they felt their necks were cold, and then their vision was rolling over, and at the same time, they saw their bodies slowly fall down, and their blood ran wild. Su Qiu simply walked a distance of 12 feet. Already, more than 30 mountain bandits had fallen. Even the mountain bandits guarding the goat pen were spared from being killed, and were cut off in a flash by Su Qiu. The women, originally hollow-eyed and enslaved in captivity, gradually awoke from their despair and slowly gained more than a glimmer of hope. There were even people who stared wide-eyed at Suchio's movements, and they actually felt an incomparable sense of pleasure inside, a sense of revenge, because they had almost lost their families, all because of these mountain bandits. Big Boss Go Shuanlong looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes were wide with anger. He clenched his fists and said to the surrounding fourth boss and third boss, "Quickly stop him for me." It hadn't been long since Suchio had entered the mountain fortress. At least more than 40 mountain bandits had died. This was a big loss. The number of mountain bandits in the entire cottage was just over 200 in total. According to this method of death, it was estimated that after another incense stick of time, there would only be one corpse left in the entire mountain fortress. At the moment, Suchio was too much trouble. The green sword plunged into the muddy ground and picked, and a large amount of stones bounced up. Suchio kicked out. The stone carried a terrifying cracking sound and sped away in the void. And in the next moment, he saw the mountain bandit's canopy instantly lifted off. As if he had been hit by a powerful bullet, his body flew out inertially, and he collapsed to the ground in a split second and died. With his kick, at least 7 or 8 mountain thieves went straight to see their great-grandmothers. "You brats! Don't be reckless here! Come and die quickly!" The fourth lord and the third lord rushed over. They were both second-rate martial artists who had also entered the Jianghu ranking 18 and 20 existences respectively, known as the Leopard and Bear Twins. Suchio's eyes were contemptuous as he waved the bloodstains on his sword and said, "You guys look down on me that much? Just sent 2 gadgets?" Both the third and fourth leaders were humiliated and cursed. "Your strength is at most a first-class martial artist. How dare you look down on us? See how our 2 brothers can clean you up." They sensed that Suchio was only second-rate, but his strength was completely that of a first-rate expert. However, the third and fourth masters remained confident that as long as they combined their efforts, even a first-class expert would have to retreat. After all, the 2 worked together seamlessly. If you're not a jungle leaderboard, you need to fight solo, not as a team. Maybe they are ranked to make the top 10. One person was seen holding crescent shovels similar to scythes in both hands, also known as Shaolin soul-chasing shovels, each of which weighed more than 20 pounds. The other held a 9-section whip, a weapon with one section of metal joined together and a tapered head, well suited for mid-range distance combat. The 2 were far and near, complementing each other as they ran towards Suchio to kill him. The 2 men's eyes were fierce, itching to dismantle Suchio, quickly rushing in front of Suchio one after the other. The third boss held the crescent moon shovel in both hands and attacked towards Suchio's neck. The force is so great that it all cuts out a cracking sound in the air. If a 200-pound fat pig is cut on, it doesn't take a second to cut it in two. However, Suchio only held the green sword in his hand and gently pressed it against his head. The green sword and the crescent shovel clashed together, and sparks flew in all directions, and the body of the green sword trembled continuously and buzzed, the arc of the shaking becoming larger and larger. After all, the green sword was thin, not heavy, and weighed no more than 5 pounds. It's a far cry from a crescent shovel. Seeing this scene, a cruel smile appeared on the third patriarch's face. Your weapon isn't that great. How dare you say such arrogant words? Let's see how I'll cut you to death. After saying that, the third leader continued to exert himself. The eyes were full of ferocity, as if they were hungry for evil spirits, trying to break the green sword with brute force as well as the hardness of the crescent shovel. It was just that although he had a good idea, he was shocked by Suchio's ability in the next moment. Suchio's body suddenly a huge force of chi surged into the green sword, and then, the original trembling green sword became abnormally hard. That chi, gradually bouncing away from the crescent moon shovel. How is this possible? The third leader's expression changed from cruelty to surprise. He had used all his strength, but he failed to break the green sword, and instead, he was trending backwards. I'll help you. At that moment, the fourth lord's 9-section whip arrived late. The sharp tip of the 9-section whip went towards Suchio's face, carrying a whooshing cracking sound, no less than the speed of an arrow off the string. If an ordinary person was hit, I'm afraid that his head would be pierced through. However, Suchio merely raised a glance and slightly skimmed his head, and the 9-section whip directly pounced. You think it's so easy to dodge? The fourth lord snorted coldly. Don't think that the whip that is cast out can't be manipulated. Then this is too underestimating the second-rate martial artist. Not to mention that he is ranked 20 in the Jianghu, but he has strength. Only to see his hand gently shaking, originally pouncing on the 9-section whip, as if turning back to attack the rattlesnake, immediately turned toward the spine behind Suchio. That speed has not weakened, but on the contrary, it is somewhat accelerated. The fourth master thought he was about to get his way. Suchio did not feel any fear. Instead, he suddenly sidestepped and retracted his green sword as the 9-sectioned whip came at him. Suchio flicked the 9-sectioned whip with his sword, causing it to rush towards the third pawnbroker at an extremely fast speed. The third Dongji was startled by the sudden scene and immediately blocked it with a crescent shovel. However, with a light tap from Su Qiu, the angle of the 9-section whip shifted, originally heading towards the third leader's chest, and instantly shifted down 3 inches. Third dog's defenses are down. The 9-section whip grazed the edge of the lunar shovel, and if it had been displaced a centimeter further up, perhaps the lunar shovel would have been able to block it. Unfortunately, the fight is fleeting. In this split second of effort, the third leader did not react, and the whip head of the 9-sections whip had already penetrated his abdomen. The metal 9-section whip as thick as a fist created a large hole in his body and instantly brought all of his large and small intestines as well as his stomach flying out, like a fishhook that hooked out all of his internal organs. These parts touched larger and larger, eventually pulling his heart out. The third leader couldn't believe it. He could feel his body being emptied as if it was hollowed out, and a sense of powerlessness surged through him. Before the blood spurted out, his internal organs pulled him and dragged him out. The third leader fell to the ground, twitching a few times and then no sound. The death of its miserable. The fourth lord, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Originally his sharpest move, it is not too much to say that it has become a means for others to strike at their own people. And this is not too much to say that it is a borrowed knife. Bastard! How dare you kill my brother? I'm not done with you today. The fourth lord gave a violent cry of rage, rushing forward with large strides. His huge fist swung up, wanting to die with Su Qiu. Su Qiu, however, was as calm as water and said, "The one who killed him is you. Don't push it onto me." As soon as he spoke, the fourth lord had appeared in front of him. The huge fist was heading towards Su Qiu's face. Su Qiu didn't care. Instead he raised his foot and kicked him heavily in the chest. Legs are always longer than hands. This is the theorem is the same regardless of men and women. When his foot came into contact with the fourth leader's chest, the fourth leader felt a majestic force emerge from Su Qiu's feet, instantly caving in his chest. The one immediately following was like a kite with broken strings, quickly flying out and heavily smashing under a roof, directly collapsing the house. After the smoke and dust cleared, the fourth leader was bleeding from all 7 orifices, foaming at the mouth, and his limbs were twitching. Finally his head tilted and his breathing stopped, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, all the mountain thieves, witnessing the whole process, they froze in place, don't even dare to breathe out loud, afraid of attracting Su Qiu's gaze and sending them to hell. But they are a dream come true. After Su Qiu finished this, he did not even raise his eyes to look at the fourth leader of the evil wolf-walled city. Instead, he walked towards the closer mountain bandits, and another knife fell. Those few mountain thieves were extremely innocent in the head. The rest of the mountain bandits were demoralized. The people were like panicked birds, leaping up from the treetops and flying about in the air. And now the cottage was in such a state of disarray. The mountain bandits seemed to be headless flies, fleeing in all directions within the fortress. The mountain bandits fled for their lives away from Su Qiu. Wherever Su Qiu went, a vacuum appeared and no one dared to approach at all. It's no fun to play like this. Su Qiu resumed speaking. He headed towards the direction of the wooden wall. At the moment, quite a number of mountain thieves had gathered there. After all, that was the closest place to their big boss. It seemed that as long as they were close, they had the shelter of the big boss, and they were able to find a trace of security and solace. Unfortunately, these mountain bandits far underestimated Su Qiu. He suddenly stretched his back, his thighs took half a step backward, and then he violently stomped. His entire body was like a crossbow arrow off the string, extremely fast. There was also a hint of a cracking sound. A loud bang passed. The mountain bandits that were swept by Su Qiu had their heads fall to the ground in an instant. In an instant, more than 20 mountain bandits died under Su Qiu's sword without any defense. For a while the entire mountain fortress, like a hell on earth, was filled with the corpses of mountain thieves, and Su Qiu didn't stop along the way, killing all the way to the city fortress. There were bodies of mountain bandits all along the way. Big Boss Go Xuanrong stared at the scene in front of him, his teeth about to crumble. How dare he? I'm going to kill him. This dog official will be buried with him. His gaze turned menacingly toward Qin Qingwen. He watched the 3 and 4 leaders all die at the hands of Su Qiu, as well as the many mountain thieves, who died, and angrily crushed the stake into pieces. When Big Dainji Go Xuanrong drew out his long sword and was about to chop towards Qin Qingwen's head, a leaf came rushing in, suddenly appearing on the flank of his blade. As the machete descended, the leaf hit the blade hard with a clang. Go Xuanrong realized that his knife was askew, cutting into a nearby stake and embedding itself. Qin Qingwen instantly escaped. He was scared half to death just now, and cold sweat broke out. Upon realizing that he was safe and sound, Qin Qingwen smiled thankfully. Unfortunately, this moment Go Xuanrong crazy like, will machete out to continue to cut toward him? Qin Qingwen feel like they are about to cool. Just escaped a robbery and then another robbery. This day still call for people how to live? A section of 9 section whip suddenly appeared on Qin Qingwen's waist and abdomen, instantly binding him and then flinging him out like throwing a gyroscope. Gonna puke. Gonna puke. Qin Qingwen rotated magnificently in the air, like a bamboo dragonfly being flung away, forming a perfect parabola, and he didn't know how many branches he had broken, clicking a few times, before finally landing on the treetops. The acid in his stomach then poured out, and his entire face paled as a wave of weakness surged through his body. He never wanted to experience, ever again, the feeling of that vision constantly turning. Now his ears were still buzzing, and even the sight of his sister, who kept calling out to him from under a tree, showed a great deal of double vision. Second brother, how are you now? Qin Yuma put his hands against the corners of his lips, like a megaphone gesture, and shouted at his second brother in the treetops. Only, at this moment, Qin Qingwen was dazed, giggling. Yuma, why is your head crooked and upside down? Ha, your skirt actually doesn't hang down? Qin Yuma slapped his hand on his head. It's over. Second brother has become a fool. Won't sister-in-law have to stay alone? On the citadel, Go Xuanrong, who was originally going to hack Qin Qingwen to death, realized that the duck at his mouth had actually run away, and was even more furious. I want you to die, Su Chou. However, let out a light laugh. There are quite a few people who want me dead. As he spoke, he wiped the neck of one of the mountain thieves who stood in his way, casually shaking off the blood stains on his sword. As Go Xuanrong was about to rush, the second leader, Huang Qiusheng, pulled him hard. Go Xuanrong lost his mind and growled angrily at Huang Qiusheng. All the other brothers are dead. Do you still want to stop me from taking revenge? The second leader Huang Qiusheng was very speechless, so he could only keep persuading from the side. Big brother, the person in front of you is too strong. You're just sending him to his death by going directly. This guy is not a second-rate martial artist at all. Go Xuanrong looked at the corpses all over the ground. A few liters at the moment, no sound. Cold cannot be penetrated. It was the man in front of me who caused all this. He also calmed down quite a bit. So what do you say? That thing we once obtained might be the key to a comeback. Huang Qiusheng reminded with a huff. They had dug up a long dusty weapon with rust on it not far from this place. Originally, the crowd thought it was a weapon from the ancient battlefield that had been left for a long time to cause this, and paid no more attention to it until one person's blood splattered onto the weapon. In the next moment, a red light emerged from the weapon and the rust disappeared. On the contrary, after someone held this weapon, the person became insane and at the same time, possessed enormous power as if being manipulated. An ordinary mountain bandit possessed the strength of a third-rate martial artist in a flash and killed several people in a row. Now that the situation is critical, it is the time to use it. Go Xuanrong's eyes instantly lit up. As long as he had this weapon in his hand, even the stronger Su Qiu would not be enough to look at. Now that the cottage is littered with corpses, there is no shortage of blood. As long as he fed his weapon, he possessed the strength of a clan master. Ha ha ha. He then laughed maniacally and stared at Su Qiu dead in the face. Sooner or later, I will dismantle you, chop it up and feed it to the dogs. As he spoke, puffing, a long, serpentine sword pierced his abdomen, stabbing in and out of his back and then out of his abdomen. The long sword was covered in a large amount of blood. Those are Go Xuanrong's blood. Big boss Go Xuanrong's pupils shrunk. A look of surprise appeared on his face as he turned his head incredulously, glaring at Huang Qiusheng who had stabbed him in the back. His voice was full of disbelief. What are you doing? A teasing smile appeared on Huang Qiusheng's face as he said sorrowfully. I've put up with you for a long time. You're nothing but force, no intelligence, no ability, and you've still been sitting in the position of the big boss. It's not too much to sacrifice your blood to this longsword now, is it? You. Go Xuanrong was so angry that he kept pointing at Huang Qiusheng. Hate to cut him, but at this moment, he felt his body's power drain madly, his strength rapidly receding, and his fingers became withered. At this moment, not to mention killing him, even picking up the knife was a struggle. Huang Qiusheng's smile was wide, glaring at him with wild evil eyes. Don't worry, you will end up becoming one with the longswords and become part of them. He had been secretly experimenting with the longsword at the cottage. There was no shortage of corpses in the cottage, so he quickly felt his way out. The blood absorbed by the long blade, the higher the strength of the blood bearer, the greater the strength of the long sword will be utilized, especially with a first-rate martial artist like Go Xuanrong. Using his blood to sacrifice this serpentine longsword, Huang Qiusheng would also be able to possess strength comparable to that of a grandmaster. Go Xuanrong's eyes were filled with unwillingness. I treat you as a brother. You actually, except he wasn't finished. Huang Qiusheng kicked him in the waist and pulled out the long blade. Blood burst out and Go Xuanrong collapsed on the ground unwillingly. He didn't have too much blood on him and it came out more than it went in after he collapsed on the ground. Wang crushed his kneecap with a kick. Indignantly, he cursed, "Have you ever treated us as brothers? Ha ha ha, ridiculous, we are nothing but your tools." This sudden turn of events did cause Su Qiu to pause in his steps and look somewhat dumbfounded. The mutiny at the end of the line was a real surprise. However, when Su Qiu looked at the long blade, his pupils similarly shrunk and a puzzled look appeared on his face. How did this thing end up in his hands? Su Qiu remembered that when he was in the world of immortal cultivation, this weird long sword was gifted to his eldest disciple, the alcoholic sword Immortal. When she first entered the world of immortal cultivation, Su Qiu sent her the snake-kissed sword seized from the evil cultivator, perfect for a foundation stage cultivator. Only, she disliked it as disgusting and lamented the evil demon's crooked ways, so she didn't know which corner she threw it into, but now the snake-kissed sword had unexpectedly appeared here. Quite surprising indeed. Su Qiu felt that this world seemed to be somewhat beyond its original position. That is, the world was changing. Something from the original world actually appeared here. Su Qiu didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. He muttered, "Never mind, let it go." Holding the snake-kissed sword in his hand, a red glow suddenly exploded from Huang Qiusheng's body, and his eyes gradually flushed red. An odor of blood similarly filled the air, and all the mountain bandits could not help but palpitate. Even Qin Yuma and Qin Xingwen, who were outside the cottage, frowned. A suffocating sense of bloodshed, as if one was on top of a battlefield, was chilling. "Second brother, what is this?" Qin Yuma subconsciously said. Qin Xingwen shook his head. "I also didn't know that the evil wolf-walled city possessed such a thing." At this moment, Huang Qiusheng's aura continued to skyrocket, not to mention exceeding a first-class martial artist and infinitely approaching the Zhongshu level, as his entire person became brutal and bloodthirsty. With a casual sword strike, he slaughtered the mountain bandits around him. "Second Lord, I'm one of us. Second boss, I, Black Dog." The shouts of the rest of the mountain bandits didn't change Huang Qiusheng's sobriety at all, but instead made him laugh maniacally. "I know you, so you should be honored to be its sacrifice." His voice was like a demon from hell. Another sword was swung out, and several mountain bandits were cut off at the waist, coloring the city fortress into a crimson red, like an inferno on earth. At this moment, Huang Qiusheng twisted his head and stared at Su Qiu with scornful eyes. "Now it's your turn. Are you ready?" Wang is incredibly confident. The snake-kissed sword in his hand infused his body with massive power, and Huang Qiusheng clearly noticed that his muscles began to condense and become hard. Hearing vision is sharper than before. Even 100 meters away, the sound of the mountain bandits whispering could be heard clearly. Possessing a huge amount of strength caused him to drift and inflate his ego, without putting Su Qiu in his eyes. In his opinion, even if Su Qiu possessed the strength of a first-class martial artist, he was still just a weakling. His strength today was comparable to that of a Zhongshu level. Could Su Qiu exceed the Zhongshu level even if he was more powerful? "Be my sustenance," Huang Qiusheng burst out. Borrowing the wind from the shareholder of the snake-kissing sword, he directly killed Su Qiu, his feet stomping the entire person suspended in the void, smashing into Su Qiu at an extremely fast speed, and it rolled up a strong wind, blowing the surrounding mountain thieves to the ground, and their bodies fell down from the fortress. At a height of 3 or 4 feet, the body was dropped into a puddle of flesh, and the moment it hit Su Qiu, the seemingly sturdy fortress also exploded violently in an instant. A large amount of wood was swept into wood shavings by a gust of wind, and then drifted down into the air. It looked as if smoke was rolling around, but it was all powdered wood shavings. Qin Yuemo stared at the scene in front of him with wide glazed eyes, not daring to blink. Her whole heart lifted, pink fists clenched, protected in front of the small chest, delicate face full of worry. Even the red lips also pursed tight. Qin Xingwen, who was still hanging from the tree, looked at the violent explosion and showed the same look of worry, but he still said, "That male should be fine. He looks very strong." Suddenly, Qin Yuma glared at him and said, "He's not called that male. He's called brother-in-law. Didn't you hear our conversation clearly just now? Brother-in-law." Qin Xingwen, who heard these words, was stunned as a whole. That looked to be more surprised, dumbfounded look at Qin Yuma, do not dare to believe, and even rubbed his ears to doubt whether he heard wrong. A guy this strong is a brother-in-law? Yeah, that means he's big sister's husband. Aha, Qin Yuma nodded rightfully. Only she didn't realize that Qin Xingwen had a very complicated expression and her eyes were extremely odd as she surveyed her sister. Eventually couldn't help but say, "Then how come you're with him? Still looking as close as if you'd eloped." I. Qin Yuma smiled and immediately blushed. The words also became stuttering. "A good handful, but also do not know what to say, and ultimately can only curse to YouTube." Qin Xingwen. Well, he hadn't been home in too long and didn't know what was going on at home. He didn't know when he had a brother-in-law, and a brother-in-law with a high level of force. At the same time, his sister. How to elope with her brother-in-law? This is completely out of line. Think about it is a bit hurtful. The logic of this is too messy. Only, Qin Qingwen also silently prayed that nothing would happen to Su Qiu, or they'll all die here. Huang Qiusheng is completely insane at this moment. Inhumanly insane, killing even his own people, let alone them. In the meantime, the other surviving mountain bandits, the faces were all oddly colored. That arrogant guy seems to be dead. Definitely just dead. The second lord is so powerful, how could he not die? If we were in there, we would definitely be pulverized. But it wouldn't do us any good if he died, would it? After all, big dog, one of the mountain thieves spoke with a complicated and tangled expression. Nowadays, the second boss is a madman. No matter what, he kills everyone, even if they are fellow mountain bandits. He kills them as if an evil demon has descended. At this time, a mountain bandit said, but as long as that guy dies, the second boss should soon restore clarity, or else the whole cottage won't be able to operate. And with that guy alive, he won't let us off the hook. The other mountain bandits nodded their heads at the words, which made perfect sense. If there is no one in the cottage, what is the use of the second master obtaining an empty shell bad wolf cottage? Therefore, the crowd gradually changed from originally being entangled to being eager for Su Qiu to lose the battle, so that they would have a chance to live. If Su Qiu had the upper hand, it was expected that he would go on a killing spree. After all, from the time Su Qiu had broken into the mountain fortress until now, at least half of the mountain thieves had died in his hands, and he was as terrifying as the second Dongji. Rise up, second lord, and kill that goddamned guy. Our second boss is invincible. The bad wolf-walled city will win. The mountain thieves have switched to the name of the second leader, Huang Qiusheng, not caring that he killed the big leader before. The slogans also grew louder and louder, and now their only hope was the second lord. A gust of wind blew through. The smoke that had filled the air was gradually blown away. The crowd rose in anticipation, looking forward to the corner side being one of their own. When the smoke cleared, it wasn't that Su Qiu was defeated in battle as everyone imagined. It was that two silhouettes appeared at the same time. Huang Qiusheng's sharp attack was lightly blocked by Su Qiu with his green sword. The tip of the former's sword touched the latter's sword, and the two forces were at odds. They tied? It can't be. The second lord possesses so much strength. It's impossible that he can't compare. The crowd was dumbfounded at the moment. Unexpectedly, Su Qiu was able to block the seemingly horrifying strike with equanimity, and the two sides directly tied. The crowd was torn as to whether it was a draw or not. Su Qiu had a faint smile on his face as he commented one by one. Your speed is good, and so is your strength. However, your sword skills are no good, and you are simply unable to master this snake-kiss sword. After all, this sword can make the strong stronger, but a weak person can only look like a strong person, but is far from being able to reach the point of a strong person, and will still be exhausted. Su Qiu's voice in this review was like a very easy-to-burn fierce oil, splashing on Huang Qiusheng. Huang Qiusheng blushed at his words. Like a volcano erupting, he roared angrily, "You're still so arrogant at the end of your life. I admit that you are strong, but can you stay strong?" Huang Qiusheng shouted almost hysterically. He then held the snake-kiss sword in his hand and frantically struck Su Qiu's green sword, wanting to cut this ordinary sword off at the waist. Dang! The sound of metal clinking continuously resounded and struck a large number of sparks, which was extremely dazzling even in the daytime. The metal mingled at an extremely high frequency, gradually becoming extremely harsh. You die. Wang continued to growl, not realizing that with every slash, he had less stamina. The green sword in Su Qiu's hand. For a moment there were large and small ruptures. The cracks in the sword body were getting more and more, but the green sword was withstanding the other party's attack, as well as Su Qiu's strength and aura. The moment, Su Qiu didn't spoil him anymore. With a fierce force, he directly shattered the green sword. In an instant, the green sword shattered into large and small fragments, and Su Qiu nimbly clamped his fingers onto these fragments and violently threw them with force. The fragments became sharp concealed weapons, while interspersed with terrifying air-breaking sounds, attacking towards Huang Qiusheng, who was close at hand. Huang Qiusheng's face changed slightly when he saw this. He couldn't imagine that his opponent even had this kind of fighting style. Without a moment's hesitation, Shikura sacrificed his weapon, and after it turned into pieces, there was another intensive dark weapon attack. "You're cheating!" Huang Qiusheng cried out, placing his snake-kiss sword across his chest to ward off the shards. But the moment of contact, Huang Qiusheng's entire body became even more terrified, because the force of these fragments was greater than expected, and he might be able to resist one or two of them. However, there were at least a dozen fragments thrown by Su Qiu, and he couldn't completely eat them. At this moment, His hands were numb from the shock, and the last fragment, even more so, sent his sword flying out, and he fell heavily behind him, cutting a trail. The snake-kissed sword spun in the void and finally stuck in the floor, the red glow on its body gradually fading. Wait for the fighting to die down for a while. The weak, unable to become strong by external forces, Su Qiu made a light sentence and walked towards the snake-kissed sword, was trying to get it. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared at the top of the mountain fortress. A woman's figure flashed out. She glided through the air and stretched out her white childish hand, similarly heading towards the snake-kissed sword, and said expressionlessly, "This is the treasure of the Green Yuan Valley. Idle people quickly retreat." Su Qiu glanced sideways and found that a woman actually appeared on his side, wearing a lightweight light green flush-chested jacket, and reached out her white and tender hand, trying to grip the hilt of the snake-kissed sword. Her hair was all coiled and tied up, forming a bulge at the back of her head, with a few strands of green silk fluttering in the wind. Quite a clean-looking woman. But the visitor is not good. Her sentence, "This is something from the Green Yuan Valley. Idle people quickly retreat." It made people lose all goodwill. Su Qiu wouldn't spoil such a person. As she was about to grip the hilt of her sword, Su Qiu was like a mother hen protecting her food, slapping her on the back of her hand. Yawn. Instantly a flash of crimson appeared on the back of her hand, and the slap mark was very visible. Hiss. The woman retracted her hand in pain, and her jade foot landed on the ground, stopping her body from tilting forward, and then she stomped and retreated backward, eyes full of caution. He looked at Su Qiu. At the same time, he was secretly surprised inside. He was surprised that Su Qiu did not put the Green Yuan Valley in his eyes, and that his strength was not weak, or at least not worse than his own. "Who are you? I haven't seen anyone like you in the Jianghu." The woman is standing on the fortress, with a condescending face. He looked down at Su Qiu, didn't put him in the least bit. Perhaps the disciples of the Green Yuan Valley were all pampered and spoiled, so even if their abilities were slightly better than theirs, they still held their heads high. With Su Qiu's first life on Earth, the matchmaking woman is similar to a monthly salary of 3,000, but look down on a monthly salary of 10,000. But also a look of the old lady married to you is to aggrieve the old lady look. Not to mention, the woman was a disciple of the Green Yuan Valley who had just stepped into the Zhongshu level realm. This may also be the base of her condescension. You guess? Su Qiu looked at her with contempt, playing with the flavor. The woman didn't have the good sense to say, "I'll guess if you let me." This girl doesn't want to guess. I'll say it again. This sword belongs to the Green Yuan Valley. If your excellency interferes again, don't blame this girl for not being polite. Her hawk-like eyes gazed menacingly at Su Qiu, and a female sword appeared in her smooth, fat-like jade hand at some point. The female sword gleamed in the sunlight. It looks powerful. Su Qiu wasn't the slightest bit oppressed by his aura. Instead, he leisurely said, "Just by your simple sentence, this long sword belongs to you?" He reached down and pulled the snake-kissed sword out, casually patting the weight and waving it around in midair some more, eyes contemptuous of her, and continued derisively, "Then can I put it this way, that by stopping me, you are actually harboring the evil wolf-walled city, harboring them to burn and loot and do no evil?" Strong words. This girl is only retrieving her long sword. Is she not helping them to do evil? The woman was dismissive. Su Qiu, however, continued to retort, watching the evil wolf-walled villages do evil, but indifferent. Instead, sitting here to reap the benefits of fishing. The Green Yuan Valley doing is really interesting. Qin Yumo then felt bad, rushing to the fortress, witnessing the corpses all over the ground and the blood on the ground. Qin Yuma held back his fear. Without any pause, her feet panted and came to Su Qiu, quietly persuading, "Brother-in-law, that's the Green Yuan Valley. Speak politely. In case we mess with them, we're going to be hunted to the ends of the earth." "It won't," Su Qiu said calmly, a smile if any still hanging at the corner of his mouth. "Why are you so confident?" Qin Yuma subconsciously said. Whirling around, she heard Su Qiu's heartbeat. Qin Reed is a big disciple of Qingyuan Valley. When he was killed by the food market, Qingyuan Valley did not send anyone down to help. So how could they chase us? They're just a bunch of silly women who only know how to fight each other in the mountains. Qin Yuma's expression froze slightly when he heard this. According to what her heart said, it was indeed such a reason. She had previously never understood why the Qin house had been copied and her sister had her head killed, and the Qingyuan Valley had not sent anyone to save the Qin house. As it turns out, they didn't even try to send help, and from what my brother-in-law said, these people were too busy infighting. Su Qiu, at this time, replied, "Intuition." Qin Yuma gave him a blank look. Fragrant cheeks muttered up, and in her heart she silently chanted, "A man's mouth deceives a man's ghost, and if it weren't for this young lady's ability to listen to your heart, I'd really be fooled by you all the time." Su Qiu made such a naked mockery, much to the woman's annoyance. She rounded her eyes and glared at the man in front of her, who really had a mouth on him. The glazed beads that hung from her earlobe shook with anger and made a tinkling sound. She was about to speak. That voice came from the bottom of his heart. The tone was the voice of the man in front of him, yes, but it wasn't coming from his mouth. It was invisible, ringing in her own head, and the woman was slightly stunned, somewhat incredulous. Could this be a 1,000-mile message? She mentally muttered. But then again, it doesn't feel right. If it's a 1,000-mile message, there wouldn't be anyone who would explain it to someone else and pass it on to themselves. Moreover, the 1,000-mile voice transmission was at least at the celestial realm, and only at the level of the mountain master of the Green Lawn Valley would it be used. What the hell is going on here? Especially his relationship with Chen Reed. Chen Reed is a woman's sister in the same door, just a different master. The woman could not guess. And Su Cho that a group of stupid women is to stimulate her. The more the woman thought about it, the more annoyed she became. So she simply put everything behind her, squinted at Su Cho, and said in a steeply icy tone, "It seems that your excellency is very dissatisfied with our Green Lawn Valley? Indeed. After all, you're going to rob something." Su Cho responded lightly. The woman lightly bit her red lips, extremely angry, but still said, "This long sword is full of evil. It is a great evil. What's wrong with my Green Lawn Valley suppression? You call a big evil a big evil?" Su Cho only finished briefly before biting his finger and started drawing a charm on the snake-kissed sword. His third life was a world of immortal cultivation, and he was close to ascending to become a god, so whether it was charms, alchemy, or anything else, he was familiar with it. Nowadays, it was just a simple talisman art, which could be achieved at the chi practicing stage, and Su Cho was now able to use his spiritual energy, so it wasn't difficult, only the power is just average. Su Cho finished the last stroke of the charm on the sword. The originally red glowing snake-kissed sword suddenly had its breath internalized and turned into an ordinary long sword. Only, the snake-kissed sword rust continued to fall off, and a bladed sword with a cold light appeared in front of his eyes. The woman was dumbfounded by the situation, and subconsciously rubbed her eyes with a look of disbelief. The weapon that she felt palpitating, and the next second her breath was gone, really blew her mind. "How do you do this?" Su Cho gave another playful laugh. The woman was so enraged that she couldn't help but attack towards Su Cho in the end. "No matter what, I will bring back this longsword today. If you really aren't afraid of the Green Lawn Valley, try your best to resist and try." The woman's voice took on a threatening tone, holding the Green Lawn Valley over people. Su Cho did not spoil her. "Do you want to see the true power of the snake-kissed sword?" After he said these words, he spun around and slashed his sword towards the void. The woman thought she could scare him with the name of Green Lawn Valley. Unfortunately, she thought wrong. Su Cho is completely oil and salt, for the Qingluan Valley did not put in the heart, which makes her very annoyed. Want to get the snake-kissed sword can only rely on their own strength. "I'll just see how powerful it is?" The woman still had a lonely look on her face and said. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. "Only," Su Cho sneered and slashed out with his sword. A biting sword chi then condensed into substance, rolling up the leaves on the ground, while the sword chi cut a mark into the ground. This terrifying sword chi, which seemed to be able to split the air in two as if it was able to do so, rushed towards the woman's face with an extremely strong sense of oppression. The woman who was originally lonely and arrogant and high-cooled, at this moment, felt that sword chi, and her pasty face instantly turned white. She could detect the killing intent contained within that sword chi as if it was real. It could even make one hallucinate, as if she had fallen into an infinite hell, filled with dead people and the horrors of constantly dying inhuman corpses. The woman could only give a sword, which was also a sword chi, only it was not a star worse than Su Cho. That's as far as she could go. Waiting to strike a sword, the woman immediately placed her long sword across her chest in a defensive stance. In an instant, Su Cho's sword chi arrived in front of her, swallowing the sword chi that she had swung out, devouring it, and the woman's sword chi supported for less than a second before it shattered, leaving no residue behind. On the contrary, Su Cho's sword chi had no intention of weakening. It continued toward the woman's face. The woman heard the female sword in her hand, shattering at that moment. The moment the air froze, the cracks on the sword spread rapidly like a spider web, from the hilt to the tip of the sword. But in the blink of an eye, the sword that had accompanied the woman for many years made a mournful breaking sound. The sound was sharp and short, as if it was the sound of glass breaking, causing the heart and soul to crack. Shock and disbelief were written all over the woman's face, her eyes widening as if the entire world was collapsing in front of her eyes at this moment. Am I going to die? It was the last thing on the woman's mind. She slowly closed her eyes and wondered in her mind what kind of monster the man in front of her was. She had never actually heard of this number, but death did not come. Su Cho's sword chi, however, slid across her cheeks in an extremely gentle manner. The sword chi seemed to have a tangible temperature as it gently touched her skin, There was no pain, only a strange paralyzing sensation. Her cheeks throbbed slightly, as if lightly brushed by a breeze, before the sword energy continued its path, passing soundlessly through the back of her body. The curtain wall of the cottage cracked directly, and a deep, bone-deep sword scar appeared. The woman opened her eyes when she heard the movement coming from behind her, holding the broken sword in her hand, the sword marks under her feet spreading all the way across directly behind her, eventually reaching the wooden wall. I'm actually alive? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the white palms. A feeling of being on the verge of death and then coming back from the dead filled her with palpitations. The woman gasped for air, and a bean-sized cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she raised her head to look at Suqiu, and that gaze became complicated. It was clear that this guy could have killed her, but Suqiu didn't. In this moment of life and death, her heart surprisingly gave birth to a reverence for the unknown power of this Suqiu. At the moment, not to mention her shock, even the surviving mountain bandits who were watching the show, as well as Qin Yuma who ran in, were dumbfounded, their mouths moving to the snake-kissed sword in Suqiu's hand. It took a long time. After all, this was no longer the realm of mortals. The crowd didn't know if this was the power of the snake-kissed sword or Suqiu's personal strength. If it's Suqiu's strength, is this guy a god? The sword chi that swung out, at least a dozen feet away. The crowd did not dare to imagine that if Suqiu had swung out this sword earlier, the many mountain thieves on the city fortress would have long since gone up in smoke. Just as the crowd fell silent, the woman's red lips opened slightly and she suddenly spoke. You won. She originally wanted to say that she would not kill, but when the words came to her mouth, she froze and was so condescending that she could not say it. All that could be said was to purse her red lips. How it feels. Suqiu didn't take her words at face value, but smiled without saying anything in return. The woman was silent for a long time, her delicate face slightly blushing. It's me who lost, but she blushed slightly for a moment. The woman lifted her head and gazed straight at him, that blazing fire of war burning from the bottom of her heart. She said in a firm tone, this sword is temporarily placed here with you. Next time I'll get it back. I'll definitely beat you. With that, she turned to leave. Pavilion long legs, dragonfly-like, gently stepped on the ground and flew up in the air. It was as if she was a lightweight paper figure with no gravity at all. It didn't take long to float from the ground to the citadel. At that moment, Qin Yuma immediately came to Suqiu's side and couldn't help but say curiously, why was everything destroyed with that sword? And instead she was fine? The sword technique of execution of evil. All those who do evil will die, and those who are good will be unharmed. Suqiu explained simply. Immediately, he wrapped the sword in a cloth bag and then threw it to Qin Yuma. This will be your sword from now on. Qin Yuma held such a heavy sword. Then when she heard his words, she immediately waved her head. This sword is too scary. Can I not want it? You have to take it even if you don't want it. You're the maid, Suqiu sparsely said. As soon as she heard this, Qin Yuma was furious. She was at least his sister-in-law. How could she be like this? But when she recalled that not long ago, she did promise her brother-in-law that she would be a maid for Suqiu for 3 months in order to save her second brother. She again had to swallow her bitterness in her stomach, with a bitter expression as if she had eaten a fly. Aggrieved, she muttered her little cherry lips and simply returned. Oh. Holding the snake-kissed sword, she abruptly thought of something and said quietly to Suqiu, are you really letting her go? That woman didn't look like a good person, especially since he was under the banner of the Green Luan Valley. And even though my sister was also a member of the Green Luan Valley, she was afraid that people would hold a grudge. Qin Yuma is now starting to take the shape of Suqiu. Cutting the grass must remove the roots in order to be Yuan Hengli chaste and free of faults. The evil execution sword technique has already spared her, so I guess she's not a bad person. Suqiu downplayed a sentence. I already have no physical strength. How to fight? That a sword on the use of all the strength and aura. Hiss. This snake kisses the snake consumption is now difficult to eat it. Qin Yumo originally believed her brother-in-law's words, but when she heard the heart, she barely tensed. Good lord. You're lying to me again, aren't you? It's true that a man's mouth lies to a ghost. Qin Yumo was so angry that she couldn't wait to instantly stomp her feet, cross her arms, and deliver a heavy pink punch to him. However, the woman from the Green Luan Valley was also here, so if her brother-in-law told the truth, it would be quite bad if she killed her backhandedly. At the time when Qin Yuma didn't have a good mood, the woman paused, not forgetting to twist her head to look at Suqiu. The breeze blew, blowing up a trace of her green silk, and her gaze was once again complicated. The voice reappeared. Originally, she also believed Suqiu's set of words, but when she heard these words she couldn't help but wonder. This is not a 1,000-mile voice transmission thing. In the end, what is it? Does it mean that it is Suqiu's heart? The woman more and more think is Suqiu's heart. Otherwise, directly report their own shortcomings. Normal people will not do this. yet she could hear the heart. However, thinking of Suchio's mercy just now, the woman still still a noble head. The previous fight could not knock off her arrogance. As she was leaving, she left her voice saying, "My name is Nangong Wanner. Remember my name. Next time it's your doomsday." When she finished speaking, she was like a petite bird of prey, leaping high into the air and falling gently, and with a light step, she disappeared into the forest. 95. This guy. After seeing Nangong Wanner leave, Chen Yuma stared at her silverbell eyes and spoke in exasperation, totally forgetting about Nangong Wanner's strength. To Chen Yuma, any guy who targeted his brother-in-law deserved to die, especially the woman looks not weaker than himself at all. A faint sense of crisis surfaced in Chen Yuma's heart. Those people are vixens. No! I must become strong and crunch any enemies or vixens that stand in my brother-in-law's way, Chen Yuma thought secretly, and tightly clenched small tender fists, knuckles slightly white, a cat lady teeth and claws look. That angry look cannot afford to have any fear. In turn, inexplicable contrast cute, especially a faint scent on her adds more joy. Suddenly, a hand knife accurately struck Chen Yuma's small head. She instantly suffered pain and covered the top of her head with both hands, a trace of aggression flashing in her eyes. Her small, round face was piled with incomprehension and doubt, and she looked at Suchio with tears in her eyes, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone. "What's up?" Suchio looked at her askance, his voice calm and slightly snarky. "They've already left, and you're still looking stupid. Liking them?" Chen Yumo stared at her brother-in-law rather speechlessly, then puffed out her cheeks. Why do I like people? But she didn't like women at all, and she wouldn't have minded if it had been her brother-in-law, except that he had never made a move. Suchio looked at Chen Yuma's fragrant cheeks bulging, slightly pinched her pink little face, after saying, "As a maid, shouldn't you pack up the cottage treasures? For the things of the mortal world." Suchio did not have the slightest rarity. However, one must have a plate when going out, so it was most appropriate to leave it to Chen Yuma to take care of. It was just that Chen Yuma looked at Huang Xiaosheng, the second leader who didn't die, as well as the remaining mountain bandits. These are the ones she can't deal with. Chen Yuma shrunk his head and hid behind Suchio. "I don't want it. They're not all dead. Yuma doesn't want to be part of the women in the cage." As she spoke, she pointed to one side of the sheepfold-like fence. The women who were captured by the bad wolf-walled city suffered almost inhuman treatment. The women's clothes are tattered, some half-body, the whole body in a mess. A lot of weak breath of the women fell in the pile of grass, foaming at the mouth. The delicate body is also a whiplash, before the thought of suffering from the horror of tyranny. Also, Suchio casually picked up the knives on the ground. It was indeed easy to put his sister-in-law in a dangerous situation by cutting off the grass without removing the roots, and it was him who had not thought it through well. Crazy. Huang Xiaosheng was currently looking at Suchio with eyes full of horror. He struggled to get up from the ground, dragging his bloodied thigh with him, and turned to leave. It was considered a lucky break for him to survive Suchio's attack just now, especially without the protection of the snake-kiss sword. He was nothing more than an ordinary second-rate martial artist. Chen Yuma looked at his brother-in-law, recalling Suchio's heartfelt words from earlier. His strength had been completely used up. Chen Yuma's bright jade hand gently pulled her brother-in-law. A warm touch from Suchio's hands. He turned his head to see Chen Yuma holding his hand. Whispered, "Brother-in-law, do you still have strength? If not, don't force it, and leave the rest to the officials under the mountain. My brother-in-law has been fighting for a long time." A turn to single-handedly challenge the 6 leaders of the evil wolf-walled city was not something that an ordinary person could do. She was worried that Suchio was physically exhausted. Looking back at his sister-in-law's worried eyes, her delicate, vermilion lips, Suchio nodded, casually undoing the cloth of the snake-kiss sword, and said to her expressionlessly, "You have a point, so the rest is up to you." "Ha?" Chen Yumo's beautiful eyelashes trembled for a moment. Her delicate face revealed a shocked color. Then she waved her hand and said, No. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't dare to kill anyone." She had never even killed a hen, and now she was being asked to kill someone, which was too difficult for her sister-in-law. Even as she made the sign of crossing her arms, her cicatrix shook like a rattle. Suchio still handed over the snake-kiss sword to her. "Don't worry, this sword contains power. Even if you are an ordinary person you will still be able to do it. This is the first step in your cultivation that you will be taking." He pushed after his sword was shoved into her hand. Chen Yuma staggered a few steps before she was able to stabilize her stance, but she still turned back 2 steps at a time and kept blinking as she looked at Suchio. Warm tears continued to well up in his eyes, and he didn't know if it was because he was aggrieved, or if fear was taking over his heart, or if he simply loved to cry. "Can you not kill the lion?" She spoke pitifully. Suchio swung his head and said in a resolute tone, "No, do as you're told." People are running away. Well, Chen Yuma pouted her little pink cherry lips. She feels like it's too hard for her. Not only does she have to take care of Suchio's ups and downs, but she also has to help him kill people. As if no one loved the wretch. The limping Qin Xingwen, leaning on a tree branch and slowly walking inside the cottage, heard Suchio surprisingly call his third sister a maid. Let the kind third sister, who had not killed a single chicken, come forward with her sword raised and trembling. Qin Xingwen felt like his three views were collapsing. What was going on? He remembered that his sister was pampered and mischievous at home, completely disobedient to discipline. A living capital city female dude. Even he could not control Chen Yuma as a brother. But Chen Yuma was now extremely obedient to her brother-in-law, completely telling her to do whatever she was told to do, and she obediently obeyed. Qin Xingwen muttered, "What happened during the time I didn't go home?" Of course, what he couldn't understand most was why his third sister and brother-in-law were here, especially since there were only two of them. It looked like they were eloping. What about big sister Qin Reed? Did she not react? Qin Xingwen wanted to step forward to stop Suchio. After all, he was too messy to let his third sister kill someone. Not to mention, the person to be killed was the second leader of the Bad Wolf Walled City. This person's strength was not weak. The third sister was just an ordinary person. How could she fight? He was about to go up and talk to Suchio. Just then, the second leader Huang Qiuxing saw that there was no way to retreat. The soles of his feet stomped on the ground, a leaping and storming up, hands clasped together and clenched tightly. The veins have ripped up bigger than a centipede. I'll pull it back even if I die. Girl, be my concubine in the netherworld. Huang Qiuxing's reddened eyes, his gaze full of viciousness. That voice was extremely loud, as if a shocking thunderbolt echoed in the cottage. He wanted to hammer Chen Yuma's head with his fists. Let her die. At the same time, he glanced at Suchio with a cold smile. He really couldn't understand why this guy was so big-hearted that he actually let the forceless Chen Yuma strike him down, simply laughing his ass off. Suchio was overconfident in himself. Huang Qiuxing's deafening voice reached Chen Yuma's ears, and his periosteum was buzzing. Ah! Chen Yuma immediately closed her eyes and screamed, not daring to look at Huang Qiuxing in fear. At the same time, Qin Xingwen saw this scene and was jealous at the sight of it. Third sister. Even his crutches were abandoned, and he intended to go up to save Chen Yuma. If anything happened to his third sister, he would never forgive Suchio. Even his brother-in-law was useless. Shocking images emerged. Chen Yuma, despite closing her eyes in fear, her body suddenly moved as she held the snake-kiss sword. At the moment Huang Qiuxing leaped up high. She gripped and subconsciously sliced across towards Huang Qiuxing's waist and abdomen. Huang Qiuxing witnessed his body being split in two, his eyes showing disbelief, and finally died full of unwillingness. 96. I actually killed him? Chen Yuma opened his eyes and looked at the corpse on the ground, as well as the snake-kiss sword that was covered in blood. The watery eyes revealed incredulity. Fang felt that all her actions were subconscious behaviors, simply for self-preservation. The moment the catkin gripped the snake-kissed sword, her five senses were more sensitive than ever, and even though her eyes were closed and it was pitch black before her, she listened to the sound of the others breathing and the feel of the wind in her cilia. Chen Yuma still clearly judged that Huang Qiuxing was located. There was a voice in her head that kept telling her to swing her sword, so without hesitation, Chen Yuma swung the sword. She could then detect a cutting sensation coming from the sword. It's like slicing pork. Qin Xingwen's eyes were wide open, his mouth wide open enough to stuff an egg. He was shocked that the handless Chen Yuma had instantly killed Huang Qiuxing. It's mind-boggling. When did my sister get this power? He muttered. Qin Xingwen's heart had been anxious to rescue his sister earlier, and he had subconsciously thrown his crutches away, and now that he had lost the support of his crutches, he only now felt the pain coming from the soles of his feet. One of them fell to the ground without looking and rolled over on the ground in a heap. Instead, Chen Yuma didn't look at her own brother. Instead, she looked at Suchio with a face of currying praise, raised the sword in her hand, and jumped up on one foot in place with excitement in her long, light dress, jumping from one hop to the next. The light long skirt also danced with the wind as if it were a wave, revealing her snow-white jade ankles, her white and creamy calves, hidden from view. Vermilion lips lightly opened, and a silver bell-like voice rang out from her mouth. Brother-in-law. I made it. Yay! Suchio just smiled gently, but he didn't laugh for a moment. See Chen Yuma happy jump not long. Suddenly faced Jiao face white. A feeling of nausea from the bottom of the heart, as if suddenly eat support acid reflux. Vom. Dry heaves erupted, and she fell to her knees, sputtering as she lost control of her body. Suchio walked on the dry cracked ground, came in front of her, two fingers together, quick as a flash to point at Chen Yuma's bright neck. A few acupoints under the delicate collarbone. There was a soft touch in her fingertips, and a sweet, sweet body odor. Qin Yuma's crispy breasts just gently shook a few times. Su Qiu didn't care and casually said, "It's like this the first time, after that it's fine." Originally, Qin Yuma's face was pale, and the nausea weakened her, but Su Qiu actually reached out and lightly tapped her place. Qin Yuma couldn't help but blush, and that burst of nausea disappeared without a trace. "Brother-in-law, this guy, don't you know that men and women are not related? Oh, my innocence is gone. Forget about it in the future. I have to ask my brother-in-law to be responsible for me." "Not responsible? I'll just talk big and say he." Qin Yuma thought secretly, and his wishful thinking crackled. Just as Qin Yuma was being helped up, Li Liyao then had already led the crowd, hurriedly coming from the depths of the dense forest. She was surrounded by the officials and soldiers of the Blackfish County and the magistrates. The number of people was not much, just more than 50 people. "Miss Li, is the Bad Wolf Wall really being cleaned up?" A magistrate, wearing the official uniform of Crane's figure, lifted his trouser skirt with difficulty, crawled panting to the front of the cottage, and asked. Li Liyao pointed not far away, at the Bad Wolf Walled City and said, "Look." At this moment, all the officials and magistrates saw that there were not many people left in the Bad Wolf Walled City. The gate of the fortress that was broken open was full of headless corpses, just like a hell on earth. Even the head of the fortress was empty. At this time, Li Liyao exclaimed out in shock, "Lord Governor!" She witnessed Qin Shingwen, who had collapsed on the ground, and hurriedly rushed there with small steps, without the slightest bit of the courtesy of a great lady. With a worried look on her crispy face, she helped Qin Shingwen up and hurriedly said, "Lord Qin, are you alright?" "It's fine." Qin Shingwen gave her a relieved smile. "Fong just fell. It's good that everything is fine." Li Liyao let out a sigh of relief. The heart that had been hanging in the air before was finally put down. At the same time, a few warm tears seized from his eyes and crossed the slightly haggard face. Qin Shingwen's heart ached inwardly when he saw her expression. With a bitter smile, "I'm sorry for worrying you." "No." Li Liyao's face was a burst of shyness, delicately lowering her head. They were warming up, suddenly interrupted. The county magistrate suddenly came. "Governor Qin, is everything alright?" "It's fine." Qin Shingwen first said a mouthful, then commanded, "Now that the evil wolf-walled village's leaders have all been decapitated, and the mountain thieves have no power to resist, you quickly go and eliminate the remaining mountain thieves and rescue the lost woman." The magistrate kept nodding his head, and then ordered the officers and soldiers, as well as the magistrates, to hunt down and kill the mountain bandits who had lost their will to free the women. 2 officers also picked up a stretcher. "Lift Qin Shingwen up." Li Liyao also walked over to Su Qiu and Qin Yuma's side and respectfully inquired, "This evil wolf-walled city, did you guys break it all?" Qin Yuma nodded without hesitation. Her white jade hand stuck on her waist, her pasty face hung a bright smile, and she said in a very condescending manner, "Of course, it's all because of brother-in-law and I. These pawnbrokers are unbeatable in front of us. In particular, their second leader was solved by me with a single slash. Isn't it awesome?" She was like Pinocchio at the moment, just about to turn her nose up in the air. Then Su Qiu gave her a handful of knives. Qin Yuma covered his head in pain and said indignantly, "What's wrong again? That guy couldn't manage the snake kiss sword, causing his strength to be sucked dry, so you're just picking up the slack." Su Qiu mercilessly dismantled it. Huang Xiuxing had no idea about the side effects of the snake kiss sword. A large amount of qi and blood was needed to move it, and in addition to killing people, it would also suck the holder's qi and blood. As a result, Huang Xiuxing's strength had long been inferior to even a third-rate martial artist. That's why Qin Yuma took a big advantage. Qin Yuma was dismantled and pouted her cherry lips in an aggrieved manner. "What the heck? I did kill him, didn't I? Can't you give him some face, brother-in-law?" "Humph." As Li Liyao looked at the two flirting, she stretched out her sleeve to cover her mouth and gently laughed. At the same time there was a hint of envy in his gaze. She and Qin Shingwen had always respected each other, but they had never been so jovial. Li Liyao then bowed and made a big salute towards them, saying, "On behalf of the people of Blackfish County, I would like to thank you too, for eliminating the evil wolf fortress that was doing so much evil and ridding the people of harm." At this moment, Qin Shingwen was similarly carried over. He lay on the stretcher and arched his hand towards Su Qiu, saying, "Thank you both. We in Blackfish County owe you a big favor." Qin Yuma was extremely dissatisfied and heavily slapped his injured leg, causing Qin Shingwen to grimace as she bluntly said, "Call brother-in-law, Li Liyao." Qin Yuma suddenly pointed at Li Liyao and said, "You call brother-in-law too?" Li Liyao's face couldn't help but redden at the words and timidly shouted, "Brother-in-law." Qin Shingwen couldn't help but blush at this moment. He could see that Qin Yuma was deliberately setting the two of them up. "Third sister. I don't know. I decided she was my sister-in-law anyway." Qin Yuma covered his ears with a look of a Wangbang reciting scripture without listening. Li Liao's face turned even redder as she sniffed. At this moment, Qin Qingwen looked up at Su Qiu, wanting to detach her sister. Su Qiu looked at his constantly swinging eyes, so he said to Qin Yuma, "The treasures within the fortress, you go and scavenge them." Oh, Qin Yuma also sensed that Qin Qingwen had something to say to her brother-in-law. Still, she nodded and ran off. Only then did Su Qiu look at Qin Qingwen. "Say what you have to say." Qin Qingwen dismissed the officials and soldiers carrying the frame, and was supported by Li Liao, who hesitated for a long time before saying, "You and my sister, are you eloping?" 97. Elope? Su Qiu sniffed in confusion for a long time, then shook his head and said simply, "It's just that she insisted on coming along." Qin Qingwen was even more puzzled when she heard this. Couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that you're trying to escape the marriage?" "Well, not really," Su Qiu casually said. "I've stayed in the Qin mansion for a long time and want to go out for a walk." Su Qiu's words seemed to have some truth to them. Only, Qin Qingwen couldn't figure it out. Qin Reed will easily let him go. Not to mention, Su Qiu, that wanderer's heart. It is estimated that there is no 1.5 years is not able to return home. Wouldn't Qin Reed be worried? Qin Qingwen was not pleased, but still patiently said, "Aren't you worried about your sister? Worrying about you all the time at the mansion? She won't." Su Qiu's tone was extremely calm. "Out for a walk. Just don't have to go to the Emperor's class. I don't have the habit of helping people to work. As for Qin Reed, she has a class to go to," he was thinking so inwardly. Qin Qingwen, however, felt her heart clogging up a bit. "I don't know what to say. I want to scold but I can't." At this point, the atmosphere gradually looked awkward, especially when Qin Qingwen looked like he was interrogating. So Li Liao broke this atmosphere, said, "Brother-in-law, cough cough. Mr. Su martial arts is strong. Even the 6 leaders of the evil wolf-walled city is not as good as him. Mr. Su walking the rivers and lakes, there will not be too much danger. I think UMO followed him is also safe. Qin Zhixian, what are you worried about?" Qin Qingwen became very helpless upon hearing this. If, however, Su Qiu was nothing more than an ordinary scholar, perhaps he would have chastised him for fleeing the Qin mansion privately and disgracing the Qin mansion. But now, he does not dare. Su Qiu's strength to prove everything. Qin Yuma ran up just then. Coming to Su Qiu's side, he looked at Qin Qingwen warily and said, "Brother, what kind of reasoning are you trying to tell brother-in-law again?" Qin Qingwen didn't have the heart to say, "Third sister, I'm your brother. Su Qiu is also my brother-in-law." "Ha!" Qin Yuma crossed her arms, pouted, and said in a domineering manner, protecting Su Qiu behind her like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Qin Qingwen's expression became even more complicated when she heard this. He was heartbroken as he watched his sister turn her arm outward, and this scorn Luan paradoxical. Say out will also let people laugh to the teeth, but Qin Yuma heart but completely pounced on the body of Su Qiu. Not to mention, Su Qiu is only her as a maid, but Qin Yuma is happy to do so. Qin Qingwen, the old father, had his heart broken. On the contrary, Li Liao, who was on the side, pursed her red lips and covered her face with her sleeves and laughed. Then he said, "You two siblings, don't quarrel." In her eyes, it's like the old, feudal, old-fashioned father who was at odds with his daughter, who was boldly courting, over a man. The siblings are so funny too. Qin Yuma glared at his second brother. "Humph." At this time, Su Qiu inquired, "Have you searched all the treasures of the fortress?" "No," Qin Yuma obediently explained. "The bad wolf-walled city treasures are all in a basement, but unfortunately it's locked by an iron door, and Yuma couldn't find the key." "Okay, I'll drive." Su Qiu turned around and left after saying that, looking at his back disappearing into the fortress. Qin Qingwen couldn't help but ask, "Although I don't deny that he's strong in force, but it's necessary for you to go to such an extent, treating him as if he were a young daughter-in-law treating her husband. You're his sister-in-law. It's against common decency." Qin Yumo heard that she was Su Qiu's youngest daughter-in-law. Her face couldn't help but go red and flushed. 2 parts shyness, 3 parts joy, 5 parts excitement. Her delicate catkins all clasped together, the smile at the corners of her mouth impossible to hide. But Qin Qingwen and Li Liao were stunned. Did they say the wrong thing? When Qin Yuma came back to her senses and raised her head to look at Qin Qingwen, her originally happy face instantly slammed down. "Humph, can you change your face any faster? Let's destroy this world quickly. My heart is tired." However, he saw Qin Yuma suddenly speak. "You really don't know the importance of your brother-in-law?" "Importance?" Qin Qingwen rubbed his head suspiciously. Puzzled, "I don't know." Qin Yumo was speechless at his words. She glanced at the well-behaved and obedient Li Liao on the side and signaled. The latter seemed to understand Qin Yuma's meaning, placing his walking stick in Qin Qingwen's hands and saying, "I'm an outsider. It's inconvenient for me to listen to your family matters, so Lu Yao will leave first." With that she left without looking back. Only Qin Yuma and Qin Qingwen remained at the venue. At this time, Qin Qingwen spoke. "No one's here now, so tell me, where exactly is he important? Didn't you just hear your brother-in-law's heart? Sisterhood of the heart?" Qin Qingwen's face was filled with a confused look. Qin Yuma looked at his second brother's expression and added, "Just now, brother-in-law said that going out to make a name for himself and being able to skip the emperor's shift, he doesn't want to work for the emperor. Did brother-in-law say that?" Qin Qingwen looked confused, and the look of confusion on his face deepened. Qin Yumo heard this look from his second brother. He took a few steps back, despisingly looking at his second brother with a few moments of dislike, and uttering solid words. "Qin Qingwen, are you born of mother or not? How am I not biological?" Qin Qingwen was uncertain. If he wasn't born to his mother, was he a foundling? "Our whole family can hear the heart, but not you, and you claim to be pro-life? What heartbeat?" Qin Qingwen was even more aggrieved. He hadn't been home in 3 years, and the house held so many secrets. Nowadays, instead, you look like an outsider. Qin Yuma saw her second brother's aggrieved look. She also stopped hitting her second brother, so she said, "Forget it, just let this matter rot in your stomach. Don't mention it to your brother-in-law. And also mother said that your brother-in-law is a treasure of the Qin house, more important than you." She droned on in a serious manner, and patted Ergo on the shoulder in an old-fashioned manner. Only, Qin Qingwen, who heard these words, had an even more painful heart. "It's so solid." He let out a helpless, bitter laugh. "I haven't been home in 3 years, and I'm actually not even as good as my brother-in-law? Could it be that he is the biological one? That's for sure." Qin Yuma crossed her arms and solemnly nodded her head, her nose going up to the sky. "It's so solid." He kind of wanted to go home now and hide under the covers and cry. Su Qiu casually picked up an axe and forcefully split the locks of the dungeon. The axe broke in unison with the lock. When he entered the cellar, he found that it was full of silver and gold. These mundane things he couldn't even look at. On the contrary, the rows of bookshelves next to him, as well as the treasure chests on the shelves, attracted him. Su Qiu strolled away, sweeping the secret martial arts books on the bookshelf and ignoring them. Instead, he opened the treasure chest, only to see 2 orbs emitting a faint milky white light appear before his eyes. "This is demon pills?" Su Qiu was slightly stunned. The aura of the demonic beast's inner pills was very weak, and it seemed that after years and years of passing, less than a quarter of the original body was left. However, even the few auras that were available could help him break through to the sovereign level. Strange, there are no demon pills in the evil wolf wall in the plot. Why would they appear here? 98. Su Qiu felt like the world was changing in an uncontrollable direction. Did he kill the protagonist and, as a result, the world turned upside down? Su Qiu didn't think deeper, and after collecting the 2 demon pills, he checked the rest of the warehouse in passing and found that there were no good things, and then picked up a black sword to act as his own saber. The quality of this black sword was even more superior than the green sword, estimated to be forged from 100 refined steel and twice the weight of the latter. It could barely be his weapon. Not long after, Qin Yuma also entered the cellar and searched the riches inside. Of course, she as a woman's family cannot bring so much gold and silver, can only search for money banknotes, when the time to exchange in the money changer can be. Qin Yuma clapped her hands contentedly. This time she had harvested tens of thousands of silver money bills. Surely making money isn't as fast as robbing. She had a smile on her pretty face, and her watery eyes glowed with a hint of the light that comes from coveting someone else's property. Su Qiu knocked her little brain speechlessly. He whispered to Qin Yuma, "Let's go." Just as Su Qiu raised his foot to take a step, a faint golden light from heaven and earth continued to pour into his body. Originally only the size of a fingernail cap, the heavenly Dao merit is now actually as thick as a small section at the end of his ring finger, and although he can't merit to mold a golden body for him, it's enough to make his luck majestic and his blessings deep. Su Qiu peered internally at the heavenly Dao merit within his body and muttered, "Those 2 demonic pills were due to an element of luck?" He really didn't rule out that being a factor. After all, he was lucky now, better than the average dignitary. It's not too much of a stretch to describe the depth of the blessing. Su Qiu walked out of the cellar and pushed open the lobby door after. It was found that the women who had been rescued, clad in rough linen, saw him walk out and fell to their knees, kowtowing and thanking for performing the kneeling. "Many thanks to you, my lord, for saving my life. If it weren't for your excellency, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to have a family reunion today. Yeah, woo-hoo-hoo. I thought in this life, I would never see my daughter and child again. This goddamned mountain bandits, but they have been bullying and humiliating our daughters for a long time. If it were not for our benefactor, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to avenge our hatred." The thanks were interspersed with mournful cries. Many of the women covered their mouths and cried like pears. Even the dry ground was wet with tears, and some of the women kowtowed so frantically in gratitude that their foreheads bled from touching them. When Su Qiu saw the group of women, he understood that the merits of the party were given by them. Su Qiu was as calm as water and said, "You all go back. The family is still waiting." When he finished, he turned to leave, not the slightest hint of lingering flavor. However, behind him, Qin Yuma, gazing at his dashing back, the look of adoration on his face intensified. Could it be that brother-in-law was a chivalrous man who walked the world with a sword in his previous life? Qin Yuma became more and more curious about his brother-in-law's past life. "Brother-in-law, wait for me!" Qin Yuma exclaimed, and then he followed Su Qiu with his ass in the air. And Qin Qingwen, who witnessed this scene from afar, was filled with heartache. Sister is gone just like that. Actually, this is quite good. At least, Mr. Su looks extraordinary. He will surely do great things in the future. And your sister won't be treated poorly, Li Luyao said from the side. Qin Qingwen was even more bitter at his words. Is even Li Luyao going rogue? But Qin Qingwen was still struggling with the matter of the heart's voice inside. And now the only way to get an answer was to make a trip home. With the destruction of the Bad Wolf walled city, a large number of women also got out of the trap and returned home. Su Qiu's deeds were spread in their mouths and soon spread to the entire Blackfish County. A person with his own strength to take out the entire cottage. Single killed 6 evil wolf cottage boss. And things whisked away. Deep hidden merit and fame. It spread Blackfish County all over the place for a while. I've heard that Mr. Su is a high-ranking person in the Jianghu, or at least in existence in the top 10 of the Jianghu. How is it possible that the top 10 exist? At least the top 5 exist. The Mountain Fortress Big Boss is a first-class expert. Ranked 8th Black Sword Madman. Can kill this person. Should be more powerful than him. No. 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 The evil wolf-walled city has a sacred weapon in its collection. Originally, Mr. Su couldn't win against the mountain-walled city's Grand Master. He obtained that sacred weapon in the walled city, and suddenly his strength soared before he single-handedly killed the mountain-walled city's Grand Master. Inside a tiny liquor store in the county seat. Talk about Xiao Chu's exploits continued one after another. Everyone talks about it after tea. When the man said that the cottage had a divine weapon, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. A few people who were drinking from the Jianghu chivalry couldn't help but slap the table and say, "This brother, what kind of divine weapon is it? Say it quickly." The drinker was taken aback, but witnessed the men's menacing appearance. Honestly spit everything out. "Listen to me," was saved back to the mother and said, "The artifact named Snake Kiss Sword. I heard that after sucking the blood of the sword after the strength of the person greatly increased." Su Master's side of the girl, the original hands without a chicken, holding the sword, after the spot to kill the 2 pawns, and Mr. Su is holding the sword, and the previous to come to the Green Lawn Valley Hermit, a tie. When he finished the sentence, all eyes lit up. All the Jianghu people were showing greedy gazes, to be able to fight the Green Lawn Valley Hermit to a draw. This is a rare treasure. Someone smashed their mouth and said, it was important to know that the hermits of the Green Lawn Valley, if any one of them came out, could be ranked in the top 5 on the Jianghu list. Even some hermits were stronger than the Martial Alliance Masters, only that they disdained the position of Martial Alliance Master. This Mr. Su, I've never heard of him, nor has he been on the Jianghu list. Is he not a person who sells his reputation on the basis of a divine weapon? I'm sure it's the same. It's a pity that the artifact is in his hands. If it falls into our hands, we don't care about Green Lawn Valley. The crowd talked about it, and they simply couldn't stop smiling at the corners of their mouths. Their desires are felt even by ordinary people. Subsequently, many of the Blackfish County Jianghu warriors had embarked on a journey in search of Su Qiu. Most importantly, for the sake of the divine weapon in his hands, Qin Reed appeared on the Bad Wolf walled city. Xiao Xia, who was at the side, respectfully said to her, "Miss, the news that has been poked around is that Auntie once appeared at this place and destroyed the evil wolf-walled city." "Got it." Qin Reed nodded. She crouched down on one knee and stretched out her delicate, smooth catkin, picking out a small piece of dirt and squeezing it in the palm of her hand. Suddenly her eyebrows knitted slightly. Senior sister has appeared here. She detected traces of this place, with the Qingluan Valley sword technique, and her strength had just stepped into the Zhongshe level. And according to her understanding of her own mountain clan, there was no one else except for a few senior sisters. Qin Reed's heart also gradually raised. If the mountain sect knew about Su Qiu's abilities, would they be taken back? Unprecedented gravity appeared on Qin Reed's delicate face, and she must find her husband as soon as possible. Go, they didn't stay here. 99. Qin Xingwen then met his big sister Qin Reed in Blackfish County, only to see her dusty appearance. What he wore was just ordinary traveling clothes. Qin Xingwen was in the western garden of the yamen, sitting on a round stone bench, and inquired curiously, "Sister, why are you here? Could it be that you've come for your brother-in-law?" Sucho front foot just left 2 days. The back foot Chen Reed rushed over. Chen Reed sniffed and immediately said, "You've seen him?" "Aha." Chen Qingwen gently nodded her head, casually picked up the warm cup of tea, slightly sipped and said, "He saved my life before, and we got to know each other by mistake." After saying that, he put down the teacup again. Li Liao on the side obediently added tea. Curious eyes surveyed Chen Reed. Chen Reed is obviously not in the mood to understand the question of how they met. It was with considerable haste that he said, "Do you know where they are now?" At this moment, Chen Qingwen looked to his side. Li Liao, who was standing in a regular manner. Li Liao blinked and called out, "General Chen," and bowed respectfully before finally saying, "They asked me to collect strange things around me earlier, and then they left." "What strange thing?" 100 miles north from here. A fish spring town. I heard that strange ancient tombs appeared there, and from time to time there was a medicinal odor emanating from it, so they left 2 days ago." Lila Yuan saw Chen Reed is so anxious, also did not beat around the bush, bluntly explained. When she finished, she added in a half-hearted silence, "Right, there's one more thing. Nowadays, the Jianghu claims that Mr. Su possesses a divine weapon. Therefore, many Jianghu people are hunting him down, wanting to seize the treasure." Chen Reed first heard a slight frown, and then the pretty face returned to calm, with a face that doesn't care. "The jungle people can't kill him." Chen Qingwen was puzzled. "Sister, are you that confident in him?" "I'm just telling the truth." Chen Reed's eyes drooped slightly, recalling the past, and said extremely pertinently, "The evil wolf-walled city was all killed by him, including the Black Tiger Gang's top brass in the capital, and if there was no Zhongshe level, no one would be able to injure his life." She had become a Zhongshe level expert for so many years. There was a great understanding of Su Qiu's level of strength. To be able to single-handedly slaughter the Black Tiger Gang and the Bad Wolf-walled city, his strength had long surpassed that of a first-class martial artist. When Chen Reed learned about Su Qiu, she turned around and left without saying anything. At this time, Chen Qingwen called out to her, "Is Su Qiu really that important? Need you to come all the way here to find him?" "Indeed important. He is the pillar of the Qin mansion." Chen Reed nodded, while adding, "And the only husband and son-in-law I've ever had in my life." "It's because of the sound of his heart?" Chen Qingwen asked a rhetorical question. Chen Reed surveyed him curiously. "You can hear?" "Can't." Chen Qingwen shook his head with a helpless, bitter smile. He saw Chen Reed's contemptuous gaze, exactly the same as when Chen Yumo once looked at him. "You can still hear them spitting out the same words. Were you born to your mother or not?" After saying that, Chen Reed left without looking back. Only Chen Qingwen, who was frozen in place, was left behind, only to see his eyes glaring round before he finally sighed and said, "How is it that she said exactly the same thing as her sister? Could it be that I really did pick it up?" He fell deep into self-doubt. 3 days later, Fish Springs. Chen Yuma's hair was disheveled, and his hands cradled a long sword wrapped in cloth, cradling it in front of his chest. Lowering her head, her delicate face was also dirty and covered with dust, and she beamed. "What kind of seizure are these Jianghu people having? They haven't let anyone sleep peacefully for 3 days." She had been attacked from time to time by people from the Jianghu during these 3 days on the road to Fish Spring Town, whether it's a concealed weapon, or a big, bright fight. In short, the list is endless. Although my brother-in-law solved all the problems one by one, it was so annoying that I couldn't even sleep well at night. "Let's go to the inn first," Su Qiu proposed. Chen Yuma nodded. They arrived at the best inn in the town of Yu. At this time, the store assistant greeted him and said with a smile, "Is this a stopover or a stay for the guests?" "Stay." Su Qiu opened his mouth. Only, when the shopkeeper re-examined them for a few moments, witnessing their disheveled hair and clothes full of dirt, there was a rancid odor coming from his body, and even Chen Yuma's original appearance was covered up, looking like a village girl. The store assistant thought they were all landlords in distress, and said with slight disdain, "Room D, 50 cents a room." Chen Yuma listened to Room Ding, the cheapest compartment in the inn. She walked to the shopkeeper in a bad mood, grabbed 10 taels of silver and slapped it on the table. "Shopkeeper, I want the best room." Originally sitting in front of the cabinet board shopkeeper, "See 10 taels of silver." Eyes are staring straight. Then angrily, he knocked the junior. "You bastard thing. Are you really blind? The 2 honored guests don't know?" The shopkeeper had a resigned look on his face. How could he imagine that the 2 men, who were like beggars, were so rich? After cursing, the shopkeeper enthusiastically invited Su Qiu and Chen Yuma into the inn. "2 guests. The most extravagant room in our place is the heavens know. Room, 1 day 1 or 2 silver. How many rooms do 2 guests want?" Only, when the shopkeeper finished the sentence, Chen Yumo suddenly glared at him. The shopkeeper immediately understood. Dry cough, Pretending to apologize, I'm sorry for the 2 guests. Our day's number room has long been booked full, now only the last one left. The 2 do not reluctantly sleep in a bar. I will give you to compensate for the wine is the... Hearing this, the corner of Chen Yuma's mouth only slightly hooked up. Pretty face reveals a reluctant look. Okay, the last room on the last room. But give us a bucket of hot water too. These days have not bathed dirty dead. And a few pieces of good clothing. No problem. The shopkeeper smiled and accepted the 10 taels of silver, while kicking the store assistant and rudely scolding. Why don't you hurry up and prepare it for the guest? And another table of signature dishes. Okay, the store boy said, covering his sore buttocks and bumbling off to the hearth room. Only then was Chen Yuma satisfied, taking the key and going back to her compartment with her brother-in-law, pushing open the door to the room. A light smoky scent hit his nose. Looking at a large bed, a cicada-like thin screen, and a tub that could accommodate 2 people, Chen Yuma's face instantly flushed a slight red. Inside fluttered. I don't know. Will my brother-in-law bathe first, or eat me first, or eat while bathing? Thinking of this, her face became even more shy, especially when she saw the screen as if it were transparent. She also complained with a disgruntled sentence. This store plays really flowery. The screen is as good as nothing. Really no shame. The smile at the corners of her mouth didn't stop when she said that. Seeing that Su Qiu had already entered the room, Chen Yuma chased after him. Brother-in-law, let me change for you. I'm your maid now anyway. Chen Yuma was extremely uptight. It quickly adapted to the status of a maid. Su Qiu looked at her askance and nodded gently. Chen Yuma moved a bit monkeyishly, plucking off a layer of his outer clothing. She had been pampered and had never really been a maid, so she wasn't too skilled in the changing business. However, Chen Yuma didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, looking at the outline of Su Qiu's muscles, her face flushed slightly, covering her face with her clothes, like a young girl who was thinking of spring. The bell hairpin on her head, jingling and shaking, adds a few points of shyness. Just as Chen Yuma continued to take off the next piece, suddenly, Su Qiu reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender white waist, directly holding her in his arms. Chen Yuma's breathing became rapid, heart pounding, inwardly screaming. What to do? Brother-in-law is really going to eat me. So nervous, She stared straight at Su Qiu and the 2 of them locked eyes. Finally, Su Qiu reached out his hand and covered her tender and full lips, as well as her delicate nose. Fong whispered, someone's been laying down the mists. Chen Yuma twisted his head, found a small paper window in the corner. I do not know when 2 silhouettes, sneaky with a small bamboo tube poked through the paper window, swallowing clouds and fog. It took her a moment to react to the fact that someone had come to set them up again. Chen Yuma was furious. She hated being interrupted at duo moments. At this time, Su Qiu took out 2 needles and handed them over to her. Now is the time for you to practice your hidden weapons. This needle is coated with poison. Hesitation appeared on Chen Yuma's face. I've only been practicing for less than 3 days. Should I go into actual combat so soon? Actual combat can quickly improve strength, Su Qiu said in relief. Don't worry. These people are mere targets. However, Chen Yuma was still hesitant. She's not that confident. In case if I throw the wrong one, these 2 thieves will run away. Seeing her hesitation, Su Qiu had no choice but to put his hand into her abdomen and said, I'll ferry you a little bit of Jin Qi, and you just throw it out according to your daily habits. When Su Qiu's palm stroked her soft abdomen, Chen Yuma's entire body stiffened. Even the roots of her ears were as red as dripping blood. The breathing became more rapid. For the first time, her belly was being touched. Brother-in-law. This. Concentrate. Su Qiu didn't care and still poured the power chi in his body into her. Chen Yuma, whose heart was originally thumping, suddenly felt a warmth in his abdomen, followed by a rapid swelling of the dantian, as if he was holding in his urine and squeezing out his bladder. His abdomen bulged. There was a flush on her face. It's full. Is going to be filled. Chen Yuma screamed as 2 silver needles were thrown out by her with great force, and a large amount of strength poured out. 2 minutes before Su Qiu and Chen Yuma entered the room, 2 cloaked jugglers had been trailing them. When Su Qiu entered the room, the 2 hid in the corner. A man with a sinister voice had an evil smile appear on his face. Although that man is very strong and killed so many people along the way, he is no stronger than poison. That sword should have belonged to us. The poison ghost twins, the other companion, 2, laughed in a similarly braying manner. They are the 23rd and 24th ranked poisonous ghosts in the Jianghu, and they are best at using poison. The 2 had once teamed up to poison a first-class martial artist, and had become famous ever since. This is, blow it in later, kill the men and take the women. When the time comes, don't you take it from me, I'll go first on the female. Brothers say so much. People have 2 pits, we up and down. Not good? Or you know how to play. The two men were talking about meaningless yellow jokes and smiling so lewdly that you couldn't help but hit them with a broomstick. Really underheaded men. When they put two tiny bamboo tubes, poking them into the paper window, they slowly blew up the poisonous mist. Just then, a voice rang out, "It's going to be full." X2. Both were puzzled. That sounds weird. Did they go in there and do unspeakable things? But it was less than 2 minutes. And that's awfully fast. But shortly after they were puzzled, the paper window suddenly cracked open and 2 silver needles raced towards their throats. Poisonous Ghost Double Fury saw this scene, cold sweat are down, and sucked in a breath of cool air. This speed is too fast. They simply cannot react in time. Previously also did not feel someone to them. Out of the way. One man shouted. Only when they were about to avoid it, they realized that the silver needle had long since disappeared into their throats, passing out from the other side at an extremely fast speed. The silver needle's speed did not diminish, but instantly disappeared inside the largest red-centered wooden pillar, exploding 2 small holes, and eventually the silver needle was stuck inside the wooden pillar. The two of them, the poisonous ghost twin fiends, flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground, covering her already collapsed throat. Her eyes widened as she looked along the cracked paper window. She saw Chen Yuma's throwing motion, as well as Su Qiu placing one hand inside her waist and abdomen, the two of them one after the other. It's a hell of a sight to see on your deathbed. It's worse than eating shit. Moreover, the poisonous ghost twin fiends were killed by a powerless little ninny, and they couldn't believe it even before they died. God damn, what kind of perverts are these dogs who have ed up and can still observe other people? The two didn't know that they had misunderstood Su Qiu and Chen Yuma. In the end, the poison followed the blood and entered their heads, and the poison ghost twins died where they were. Watching two people die, Su Qiu gently loosened his hand, although Chen Yuma's abdomen was extremely soft, like a cotton ball, warm and nourishing to the palm of the hand. But no matter what, Chen Yuma was still his sister-in-law, so he had to respect it. Su Qiu simply ferried the energy to her. Nowadays, the quality as well as the quantity of Su Qiu's vital energy was extremely high, especially in these few days, when he completely absorbed the demonic Dan into his body. His strength nowadays had barely reached that of a first-class martial artist, but he just hadn't thought that Su Qiu's simple ferrying of a little bit would almost prop up his sister-in-law. Poor sister-in-law. Only when he withdrew his hand. Well, why is it sticky? Su Qiu looked at Chen Yuma with suspicion. Chen Yuma's face was instantly flushed red, and no matter whether it was his neck or his toes, they were also on fire, like bathing in a pool of chili peppers, and his forehead was constantly breaking out in a cold sweat. She didn't hold it in just now. It was a feeling she had never felt before. Blame it on stinky brother-in-law. Not even say a word. So suddenly. Who can hold it? Chen Yuma covered her face, half petulant, half shy, mixed with a trifle exasperated, pouting. Humph. It's all your fault. Yuma is going to bathe. Don't peek. Bad. Su Qiu shook his head breathlessly. Another heavenly room. A graceful and beautiful lady was sitting on her knees. She wore a deep purple cloud brocade dress, jade face and delicate face. Even more than 30, also radiant and moving. A mature and seductive atmosphere came out. Full and plump red lips, but also to add a few points of moving beauty. Snow white as condensed skin, especially hidden under the lapel of the plump breasts, but also people cannot move their eyes. As she meditated on her bed, that voice of Chen Yumo just now interrupted her meditation. In Hongyang slowly opened her clear, flawless eyes. Vermilion lips flicked out. It's really the world's trend. People's hearts are not in the right place, and you're still screaming so loudly at the inn. She could no longer settle down afterward, and only felt a pang of irritation. In Hongyang moved her white and soft jade feet, foot snow white like silk-wrapped socks, was trying to get out of bed. A voice came from the heart. This snake-kissed sword is really a burden. Or find a place to bury it, or pretend to throw it to someone else. The voice was unmistakable. In Hongyang immediately bounced up from the bed, drew the female sword at her waist, looked around, and shouted, Who is in my room? She looked around warily, silently transmitting his voice to this place. This person's strength must not be bad. Escaping In Hongyang's perception alone, this had to make her wary. Unfortunately the voice never sounded again. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Master, Yuer has already inquired about the news. Voices also entered through the door. In Hongyang put away her long sword and said, Come in. The door to the room was then pushed open. A 17 or 18-year-old girl, dressed in a light green shirt with a melon face. Her curious gaze surveyed In Hongyang, who was full of caution. Master, what happened? Did you hear a sound just now? In Hongyang inquired instead. Huang Yui shook her head after a slight recollection. No, Master. Yuer didn't hear anything when she walked over. When In Hongyang heard this, she said, It might be a hallucination. When she just sat down on the stool. How long is this girl going to soak in the bath? The voice sounded again once more. In Hongyang fiercely drew her long sword. Who is hiding in the room? Come out. If you don't come out, don't blame me for not being polite. Looking around the entire room, his guard was raised to the limit. It was only her actions that made Huang Yue feel very incomprehensible. What's wrong with you, master? You're feeling nervous. Did you meet something dirty? In Hongyang looked at Huang Yue's puzzled eyes. She asked once more, did you not hear the party? No, Yue didn't hear anything. Huang Yue shook her head. In Hongyang rubbed her brow. She should be hallucinating. Huang Yue said with concern, Master, are you suffering from hallucinations because you have been overly worried lately? In Hongyang sighed and no longer dwelled on the topic, but said, how is the news inquiring? Seeing her master's father ask about this, Huang Yue excitedly said, reporting back to master, 30 miles southwest of Fish Spring Town, there really is a huge ancient tomb. I heard that the people who went in to steal, basically none of them came out alive. And according to the locals, the ancient tomb will emit a strong medicinal odor when it comes to the night of the full moon, and that there might be the tomb of the pharmacist that we're looking for. Only, when she spoke, that voice in Hongyang's mind resounded once again. Perhaps you can bury the sword in the ancient tomb of medicinal flavor, as an equal trade with the owner of the tomb. In Hongyang, 101. Am I really being haunted by an evil spirit? In Hongyang's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her delicate face was also showing a look of sadness at the moment. She clearly heard voices, but couldn't find where they were coming from, and they rang out again and again. It was no longer as simple as hallucinating, but there's no reason. With my strength nowadays, I'm already able to wipe out evil, so how could I possibly be haunted by an evil spirit? In Hongyang lowered her head, her plump jade fingers resting against her rounded chin as she quietly pondered. She sensed around her, there were no strange people in the whole inn, except for the couple. Huang Yue saw that Master froze, so she spoke out to remind him. Master, what's wrong? In Hongyang, who had returned to her senses, shook her head and said expressionlessly, we'll leave tonight. Ah, have to be in such a hurry? Huang Yue froze slightly. Eyes suspiciously looked at the master. Originally they planned to spy on the news, when the understanding is clear, and then enter the ancient tomb. This way it is safer. But today's master is clearly in a hurry. In Hongyang didn't know how to explain to her apprentice that the eerie voice she heard just now directly mentioned the ancient tomb. Therefore, In Hongyang simply entered earlier just in case. Don't worry too much about this matter. Just know that this time, it's an important opportunity for us. In Hongyang said with a clap. Huang Yue nodded helplessly with a silly smile. It was only when she turned around that her smile gradually became bizarre, with a hint of an evil smile. The other side of the room. Xin Yuma hid inside the tub, her mouth constantly spitting out bubbles. The rippling puffy breasts, which showed a slight sinking in the hot water, had not lost the blush on her face. Bad guy, stinky brother-in-law. People are not ready. Xin Yumo's mouth sank inside the water as he muttered to himself, thinking about what happened just now. Her face was already all scarlet, her delicate, fat-like legs were slightly mooching in the water, and her catkin was rubbing her abdomen. She raised her head and looked at her brother-in-law, who had his back to her, through the thin, cicada-like screen, and pursed her lips again, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, when Suchio's heartfelt words about throwing away the snake-kiss sword were heard, Xin Yuma subconsciously shouted, "No!" That was the first time her brother-in-law had given her something, and although it looked strange, Xin Yuma was quite cherishing it. Suchio twisted his head in confusion. "No what?" Xin Yuma, who looked back, scratched his reddened cheeks in embarrassment and stammered for a long time before finding an excuse. "I'm talking about how you can't turn back. I'm about to wash up." Oh, Suchio didn't care too much. After all, sister-in-laws are often mysterious. Sometimes it would inexplicably shout out, causing Suchio to think that she was deranged, and she can only say that her sister-in-law's thinking was too jumpy. Suchio then continued to absorb the demonic pills. At this time, Xin Yuma looked at her brother-in-law's sexually cold appearance and muttered, "I told you not to turn back, but you really don't turn back?" Suchio wouldn't be able to hold by her words, then asked, "So do I turn back, or don't I?" "Humph, no turning back." Xin Yuma stubbornly pouted her cherry lips again. Secretly, he cursed, "What a beast! Obviously, a man and a woman in the same room, and the thin as a cicada wing screen. With and without no difference. It is brother-in-law a good time to start thoughts, but he is like nothing, really anxious to death me." Abruptly, Suchio stood up. After stowing the demonic pills on his body, he said, "Prepare to leave for the ancient tomb." Hearing these words, Xin Yuma immediately poked his head out of the bathtub. full of suspicion and said, "Should we be in such a hurry? We just stayed at the store not long ago." Just now, there was no less than Arigato Huna moving quickly in the direction of the ancient tomb. Suchio did not hide anything and said. Chinumo heard this before he hurriedly climbed out of the tub. Only just halfway through the climb, Suchio rang out again, "You're naked," only to see that Chinumo, who had half of his body exposed outside the bathtub, exchanged a few glances with Suchio at the other end of the screen. She looked down at her figure again, immaculately white, her delicate collarbones still dripping with crystallized jade beads, her body, and of course, most of all, she cared that she could see cute toes. Chinumo, who came back to her senses, immediately covered her chest with both hands, instantly reddened her ears and ducked into the tub again. Hot water caught in the petals splashed all over the floor. Suchio looked at his sister-in-law who was both in love with and afraid of him, and it was really a cute pinch. 30 miles southwest of Fish Springs, a village called Dahua. At this moment, there were quite a number of Jianghu people gathered, all of them fierce and vicious, and carrying all kinds of strange weapons on their bodies. When the villagers saw these strange people, they were afraid to go out and could only hide inside their houses and watch from afar through the windows. A man carrying an axe with a rough voice said, "I didn't expect an ancient tomb to attract so many people." A man wearing a mask beside him, his voice hoarse, said, "That's for sure. This ancient tomb is a legendary medicine tomb. I heard that there are quite a lot of good pills inside. Swallowing them can increase one's power by 10 years. Those who want to become a martial arts ally, of course, they won't let go of the rare opportunity." In Hongyang and Huang Yue, who were veiled in purple, appeared in view. Their beautiful figures immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some bold Jianghu people, striding forward with a very lewd smile, said, "Two girls, see you all come to the ancient tomb. Want my old man to accompany you? Yeah, without a man to protect you guys, you'll get hurt easily." The voices of these jaded people were extremely offensive to listen to. Huang Yue drew the sword on her waist, her eyes full of ice coldness and said, "We're from the Green Luan Valley. You guys better put your mouths cleaner or you won't know what's going on when you die." Her nakedly threatening voice immediately scared off a group of people who wanted to come forward. Even the few Jianghu people who had accosted him earlier were immediately embarrassed. They have retreated. They wouldn't dare to provoke a behemoth like the Green Luan Valley. In Hongyang was very satisfied with the effect of the shock. She just looked up and swept the crowd. "Why did you meet the Green Luan Valley's people again? It's really a ghost that won't go away." "Ha!" In Hongyang heard the voice again, just when she thought she was hallucinating. Suddenly, two figures appeared within her field of vision. Suchio put his hands behind his waist and walked towards this place like an idle cloud, followed by a woman holding a huge strange sword. The sword body was all wrapped in cloth and silk, and he didn't know what the name was. In Hongyang had originally just slightly they took a glance, mistaking them for ordinary Jianghu people, and without caring, she skimmed her head. At this time, the woman beside him spoke. "Brother-in-law, why are there so many people? Could there really be treasures inside the ancient tomb? People from the Green Luan Valley are here, so there should be treasures." Suchio casually replied to his sister-in-law's words. Only, his voice sounded extremely harsh to In Hongyang. It was the exact same timbre as her previous phantom hearing. In Hongyang was mentally shocked. "This voice is his." Immediately she said to her disciple, "Call him off." 102. Huang Yue looked at her master teacher who was a bit out of sorts. A look of doubt filled his face. "Is he that important? Don't ask why." In Hongyang's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Huang Yue could only nod her head helplessly as she only headed to Suchio's heels, reaching out to stop their path. "I'm Huang Yue of the Green Luan Valley. My master wants to find you guys for something?" Originally full of vigilance, Qin Yuma wanted to protect his brother-in-law behind him, but hearing that it was the woman's master looking for her brother-in-law, Qin Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't those shameless vixens. At the same time a voice rang out. "Green Luan Valley Huang Yue, the next saint. Her master, I'm not wrong, should be In Hongyang, Qin Reed's master." Suchio was sizing up the other party. When Qin Yuemo heard this heartfelt voice, his watery eyes carried the same curiosity. Even peering her gaze towards In Hongyang, she was quite curious about how her sister's master was. As they sized each other up, "What are you looking at? Watch your eyes. My master invites you to go. Keep your heads down and go." She looked down at Suchio and Qin Yuma with a face full of condescension, similar to that Nangong Wan air before. All of them are high-minded and proud. Originally, Qin Yuma thought that she was her sister's senior sister and really wanted to make out, but when she heard Huang Yue's words, she instantly dismissed the idea. "It's better to pretend you don't recognize it." Instead, Suchio didn't spoil her and said expressionlessly, "Since you don't have the attitude to invite people, get out of the way. Don't get in the way." When she finished speaking, she raised her hand and waved it away, telling her to blink to the side. Huang Yue had never been defeated before. Looking at the toasted Su Qiu, he was furious and clenched his fists. Same moment, Yin Hongyang was also startled. She twisted her head around and stared at Su Qiu as she once again heard that heartbeat. It was not a hallucination. It was this guy's voice. A 1,000-mile message? Impossible. This guy's strength was only a first-class martial artist. Thus, Yin Hongyang had a bold guess in her mind. So, what I've been listening to is this guy's heart? Before she could continue to think about it, she heard Huang Yue's displeased voice once again. I'll give you one more chance. Refuse to obediently bow down. Be careful of punching the hell out of you. Her voice was not loud. However, the surrounding Jianghu people heard exceptionally clearly that Huang Yue intended to make an example of the crowd. Perhaps it was to make those who entered the tomb more afraid of them. The man with the axe shook his head and said, "This guy seems to be out of luck. Who says otherwise? This guy actually hardened himself against Qingyuan Valley. He's crazy." The masked man on the side also spat out. The surrounding Jianghu people were equally lively in their discussions, and the crowd could be heard leaning under the courtyard wall, whispering, "Guess he's the first to be used as a flag sacrifice. I also wonder how strong he is. Can he deal with this girl in front of him? I'm afraid I can't." A random disciple from Green Luan Valley can come down and be equal to the Martial Alliance Master. The crowd looked as if they were watching a good show, discussing the winners and losers of both sides. At this time, Yin Hongyang's voice sounded again. "Don't make things difficult for people." Because Yin Hongyang heard Qin read this name, that is her big disciple. The guy in front of her knows Qin read. It is estimated to be her relatives and so on. Yin Hongyang does not intend to make things difficult for people. Not to mention that she could hear Su Qiu's heart. That's going to take some research. But he's too arrogant. "Senior, are you really not going to teach him a lesson?" Huang Yue simply couldn't swallow this breath. Although she had a delicate face, at the moment her eyes were filled with a shade that was not symmetrical to her beauty. "Huang Yue, think clearly about our purpose this time. We must not cause any complications." Yin Hongyang warned her disciple once more. Huang Yue sniffed and had to keep her mouth shut. However, his gaze when he looked at Su Qiu was still fierce, and with a humph, he retreated behind Yin Hongyang. Qin Yuma said quietly beside Su Qiu, "Are all the people of Qingyuan Valley so arrogant?" "Well, so is your sister." Su Qiu nodded. When Qin Yuma heard this, she stretched out her white and delicate catkin and pinched his arm. "Sister won't." Su Qiu let out a light laugh. "He's just being snarky. Huang Yue is a famous traitor. She likes to pull the tiger's skin, and then eat the dependent person dry. So it's only right that she has no one in her sight." Su Qiu recalled the plot. Extra to the novel, there was a detailed description of the Green Luan Valley. Huang Yue extremely selfish and self-interested guy. In order to one's own selfishness, to reduce the potential competitors of the Saint's daughter, framing the way to force Qin Reed out of the Qingyuan Valley. Afterward, in order to gain greater benefits, he went so far as to betray his master and inform others of the news of his master's regression in cultivation. In the end, Yin Hongyang was not much better than Qin Reed, becoming someone else to step into the realm of celestial beings peddle. It could be considered cannon fodder division. Yin Hongyang heard the heartbeat and looked at Su Qiu with a suspicious gaze, but now she didn't know how to speak, so she looked at Qin Yuma and said, "You look like a familiar person of mine." Qin Yuma was at Su Qiu's back, poking out his little head, his eyes surveying the cordial and amiable Yin Hongyang, and his guard was only slightly lowered by a few points. Opening his mouth, he replied, "Do you mean Qin Reed? She is my sister. So it's Reed's relatives. No wonder they look so much alike." Yin Hongyang's indistinct look, and continued to inquire, "Is she doing well now?" "It's okay." Qin Yuma didn't know what to say. "My sister is having a pretty bad time." If it hadn't been for the heartfelt words of his brother-in-law, he would probably have been asked to be beheaded in the street by now. "What about him?" Seeing Qin Yuma's concerns, Yin Hongyang changed the topic and placed her gaze on Su Qiu. Of course, Yin Hongyang's target from the beginning to the end was only Su Qiu. After all, he carried a bit of mystery with him, especially when Su Qiu said that Huang Yue was a traitor. It was even more confusing to her. It was impossible for her disciple to be a traitor. "My brother-in-law." Yin Hongyang's expression was slightly odd when she heard Qin Yuma's introduction. The sister-in-law and brother-in-law appearing here makes it feel like an elopement, and the relationship between them is kind of complicated. Is this her checking the household registration? Look at her expression. Should be misunderstood what? As Yin Hongyang pondered, she once again heard Su Qiu's heartfelt voice. The expression was a little awkward, so Yin Hongyang didn't ask any more questions, but said, "Since they are all familiar with each other, for the trip to the ancient tomb, follow behind me." Her words clearly meant that within the ancient tomb, Su Qiu and Qin Yuma were covered by her. At this moment, the surrounding Jianghu people saw this scene. All of them dropped their jaws in shock. I thought I was killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey, but I didn't expect it to be hugging a thigh. This is too infuriating. On what grounds? I want to hug my thighs too, especially if he's a guy with 3 women. That's too much happiness. They were so shocked that it was like a vinegar bowl had been spilled. For Su Qiu was full of envy and jealousy, especially since the 3 beside him were all stunning beauties. They were a sight for sore eyes. At this time, a man said, "Have you noticed that the maid by the man's side has been holding a strange sword? This can't be the rumored divine weapon, right? Discover the artifacts that have recently been rumored to be out in the jungle, close at hand." The crowd gradually revealed their greed. However, they were afraid of the Green Luan Valley. It seems that they can only make a big deal out of the ancient tomb. Many of the Jianghu people were mentally beating their heads against the wall. Of course they're not the only ones who are playing up the math. There was also the girl Huang Yue who followed In Hongyang. These guys, I didn't expect them to be eldest sister's relatives. We can't let them live. Find a way to finish them off within the ancient tomb. Her eyes were shadowy. Killing intent had long risen in her heart. 103. The tomb door has been pried open. In the steep slopes of a deep mountain in the distance, several men with shovels in their hands shouted with excitement. The other Jianghu people gathered around. Steep slopes under the mud buried huge stone door, now being dug out, followed by a few strong men hands on the stone door, pushed hard. The stone door, which slowly opened. The moment it was pushed open, a smell of dirt mixed with staleness came out of the tunnel with a gust of coldness that made people shiver. However, even so, it has not been able to stop the passion of the Jianghu people in search of treasure. Numerous people squeezed and pushed each other, burrowing towards the tunnel, as if they were afraid they would miss out on the treasures. Get out of the way. A sudden overbearing voice rang out. Jianghu people were all high-minded and proud. How could they be humiliated like this? Only when they turned their heads, they found Huang Yue who was drawing her sword. If you guys dare to make a move, try. Her voice was unmistakably shocking. The expressions of the surrounding Jianghu people were very odd. They seemed to be disgruntled, but they could only obediently retreat to the 2 sides. Daring to look at them, many of them clenched their fists tightly, and the hilts of their swords were also gripped tightly. Huang Yue grunted and swept a glance at them with a condescending face, eyes with a hint of contempt. Then she looked at In Hongyang, which had a soft color, and said, "Master, let's go in." Aha! In Hongyang nodded. Slowly, in the path made by the crowd, he entered the tunnel. This yellow girl is completely pulling hatred. She is trying to put In Hongyang in danger. To check In Hongyang's strength nowadays, to what realm she has regressed to, In Hongyang walked unhurriedly. When the heart is heard, his expression stiffened for a moment, and then he was surprised, not forgetting to twist his head to look at Su Qiu. How did this fellow know that my realm is regressing? In Hongyang was inwardly shocked. This matter was known only to her and Huang Yue. The rest of the people did not know at all. She was not in the celestial realm at the moment, but the super sovereign realm. She had once broken through to the celestial realm a few years ago. However, what was unanticipated was that she only maintained it for less than a year. Cultivation rapidly receded, and now can only barely maintain the super master level, and now after 2 more years will have to recede another large realm. In Hongyang came to this pharmacist's tomb to look for pills that could repair her strength, but unfortunately, she didn't know that there were no such pills here at all. What's more, the ancient tomb has long been stepped on by Huang Yue, and now people are just relying on this place to test her depths as a basis for their next move. Su Qiu's face showed regret as he thought of this. Recall the previous episodes. In Hongyang had experienced 9 deaths in this ancient tomb, and her strength had regressed drastically. At the same time, her bottom card was exposed in the ancient tomb. Huang Yue took advantage of this opportunity to make her next move, and ultimately not only did she seize the position of the Holy Maiden, she likewise seized all of her master's resources. In Hongyang became the sustenance for Huang Yue to step into the celestial realm. Qin Yuma heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words and walked on Su Qiu's side, his eyes mixed with pity as he secretly peered at In Hongyang. What a poor sister's master. Qin Yuma secretly sighed. In Hongyang, who heard this heartfelt voice, paused in her steps and looked back. Su Qiu's calm as water gaze, Qin Yuma's compassionate eyes. In Hongyang's eyebrows frowned slightly, and the corners of her eyes narrowed. He's stirring up trouble? However, he didn't say it out loud, but rather what's in his heart, what he really wants to do. Huang Yue won't betray me at all. In Hongyang thought secretly inwardly, disdainful of Su Qiu's heartfelt words, though it was undeniable that Su Qiu had somehow learned the news and guessed that her cultivation had regressed. But In Hongyang wasn't just anyone who spoke up and doubted her own disciple. She had been with Huang Yue for more than 10 years, and had only met Su Qiu for less than a short day. Yin Hongyang spoke in a disgruntled tone and pretended to admonish. This ancient tomb is quite dangerous, and it's possible that my protection won't be able to reach you. So be careful. Her words were directed at Suqiu and Qin Yuma. Only, she finished the sentence. Suqiu then stopped, casually pulling a hand, continued to walk forward Qin Yuma jade arm. If I'm not mistaken, there's a trap in front of us called Rainstorm Pear Needle, with poison, one of the traps that Yu Huang fixed. Qin Yuma, who was originally uncertain, heard her brother-in-law's heartfelt words, also immediately stopped in his tracks and gulped. Together with Suqiu, she watched Yin Hongyang and Huang Yue step into the trap area. Yin Hongyang similarly heard Suqiu's heartbeat, just as she was doubting Suqiu's accuracy. Ah! The scream of Huang Yue came right to her ears. Yin Hongyang followed the sound and saw that Huang Yue had stepped within the collapsed floor tiles of the arrangement, and she said with apologies, "Master, it seems like I stepped on a trap." Before Yin Hongyang could make a sound, a rumble was heard. On the stone wall, large and small holes abruptly leaked out. In the next moment, a large number of tiny and rusty copper needles shot out from within the holes, as if they were machine guns that did not spit flames. The tiny copper needles were like thunderclouds exploding in a torrential downpour, all attacking Yin Hongyang and Huang Yue in an instant. These rusty copper needles not only carry poison, but the rusty parts have tons of germs. Tetanus, understand. Yin Hongyang's scalp tingled at the sight, especially since the dimly lit tunnel was not very bright. She immediately drew out the sword at her waist, her full, rounded jade hand, which was so agile at the moment that it looked like a snake, wielding the female sword to form an impenetrable wall. There was a lot of clanking and clanging as a large number of copper needles were brought down. Huang Yue was prepared enough to draw out an umbrella, and her hands kept turning the umbrella to form a shield, knocking down the copper needles around herself. Not long after, the tunnel was filled with copper needles that spilled onto the ground, stabbing the floor into hedgehogs, and an ordinary Jianghu practitioner would probably die in there without a second's notice. Mrs. Wang had anticipated this and was not injured. On the contrary, Yin Hongyang only had the female sword in her hand, and although she didn't suffer too much damage either, she was still grazed by the copper needles, and several broken skins appeared on her body, with trace amounts of toxins penetrating her body. "Master, are you alright?" Seeing this scene, Huang Yue nervously ran over and assisted her master. "It's fine. This little bit of poison, I can easily suppress it." Yin Hongyang's forehead was sweating slightly, but her expression still feigned bashfulness, because Suqiu's heartfelt words had been spiritual. She was half suspicious of everything nowadays, especially for her most trusted disciple, Huang Yue, who was equally wary. The two of them were deeply in love. Suqiu and Qin Yuma observed silently from the side. My sister-in-law eventually couldn't help herself. "Sister's master should be fine. These needles look scary." The dense number of them made her head spin as she looked at them. "Don't worry, he's a super sovereign realm powerhouse. He won't die so easily." Looked at the two people in peace and quiet Huang Yue, suddenly angry, holding the female sword pointing to Suqiu, tone extremely dissatisfied. "You have no conscience of things. Know that there are traps, why not remind us? Do you want one person to dominate the things within the ancient tomb?" Suqiu suddenly smiled at his words. "What a thief calling out to catch a thief. You fixed the trap. You took the tomb stuff too, and you want me to stop you?" However, what he had in mind would not be stated outright. Suqiu just replied lightly, "We don't seem to be familiar with each other, do we?" 104. When Huang Yue heard this, her entire body was stunned in place. When she came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at Suqiu. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of this trap to send Suqiu to the west with Qin Yuma. Anyone related to Qin Reed, she hated very much. Therefore, Suqiu and Qin Yuma escaping made her extremely angry. "Senior, this person is truly detestable. He clearly knows about the trap but refuses to tell us. Are they really senior sister Qin's relatives?" Yue is very skeptical. Huang Yue's heaving breasts were evil to her master. Yin Hongyang swept a glance at the cloudy Suqiu, and the well-behaved Qin Yuma, and surveyed Huang Yue with great complexity. She took a deep breath and said, "Well, don't make a scene. Ancient tombs are inherently dangerous." Huang Yue looked at her master teacher favoring Suqiu, Qin Yuma and the others. Extremely depressed inwardly, he viciously scraped them. "You guys be careful." Spinning away, Qin Yuma shrunk his neck behind Suqiu. "She's so scary." Hearing the heart in particular, she realized that there really were such mischievous disciples in the world who spent every second thinking about sacrificing their master. "It's okay, the scarier ones are ahead." Suqiu looked at Huang Yue's departing back and spoke in a calm tone. Qin Yumo's words were even more complicated. The jungle people who followed their tails, witnessing the canal's horrific traps, a twinge of fear grew within. At the same time, There was a pang of regret. Those two actually didn't enter, or else the weapon in his hand would have been unowned. The crowd held the same thought. The coveted treasures of the ancient tomb and the snake-kissed sword in Suchio's hand. As they whispered, two men with northern Vietnam bucket hats were hidden in the crowd. The two peered at Huang Yue. Continue to hide in the crowd and follow. About half a T-walk. In Hongyang and the girls then saw forked paths appearing ahead of them, each of which looked unfathomably deep, and all dark inside, as if they were twins. Huang Yue sniffed towards the air, then pointed to a tunnel and recommended, "Master, I feel that this tunnel should be able to reach the main room, as a hint of gold comes from inside." In Hongyang didn't speak, but turned to look at Suchio. "We'll take the other side." Suchio pointed to another tunnel. He knew that the routes recommended by Huang Yue were all full of traps, waiting for In Hongyang to enter the pit. It was just that Suchio had just finished saying this. In Hongyang also said, "Let's take this one." She pointed to the opposite canal from Huang Yue. Now she half trusted her apprentice. She wouldn't dare to take any chances now. "Master, are you sure?" Huang Yue was somewhat speechless. She couldn't understand why In Hongyang trusted Suchio so much. "I trust my intuition. Don't say much." In Hongyang glanced at Huang Yue. "Okay." Huang Yue could only nod helplessly. At the same time, he scowled fiercely at Suchio, his teeth itching from his anger, and his hands clenched up his fists so tightly that his nails were white. Unfortunately, there is nothing to be done. Her plans had been derailed again. The route that Suchio had chosen was not 100% safe, but it was also a lot less traps than just now. While the power of the traps was a lot weaker, there are only a small number of treasures, or no treasures at all. It was basically empty, as if it had been ransacked not so long ago, and even the marks were new. The screams coming from the side tunnel. Shin Yuma's breathing became rapid. Her eyes looked around, and she clutched Suchio's arm in death. In Hongyang was also glad for her choice. The screams that rose and fell were enough to show how horrible the other path trap was. The only person who was disgruntled at the moment was Huang Yue. "I don't know how long I've been walking." Shin Yuma found several decayed treasure chests, which were empty. This who was too unethical, actually ransacked them all, and didn't leave some for us. Huang Yue raised her eyebrows slightly at the words. Her expression rather complicated. The lack of virtue that Shin Yuma was talking about was her. Shin Yuma merely spat out a sentence casually, but In Hongyang nodded her head in the same way and said, "Indeed, someone came here before us and took all of these." The two of them were like a sing-along, and Huang Yue couldn't help but feel weak. She was trying to distract the crowd. It was then that Suchio was found to be holding a black sword and tapping on the wall continuously. Huang Yue thought he was revealing his footsteps, so she scolded loudly, "What are you doing? Do you want to trigger the mechanism and kill us so that one of us can take it all for himself?" Her voice immediately attracted In Hongyang and Shin Yuma. Suchio did not pay any attention to her. "There should be a wall of secret chamber here. Just blast it and you can enter the chamber directly without going through the mechanism. That's the location of the real treasure of the ancient tomb." Ever since In Hongyang appeared in this ancient tomb, Suchio recalled the ancient tomb episode in the plot. Know all the details of the interior of the ancient tomb and the structure of the tomb. "Hey, why don't you say anything? Are you weak-minded?" Huang Yue was still aggressive, until Suchio's fist blasted against the wall, revealing a gap the size of his head, with golden light coming through inside. It was then that Suchio squinted at her with an expressionless face and said, "If you say one more word, your head will look like this wall." Huang Yue was able to sense that Suchio's strength was not like a first-class martial artist. The thigh-thick wall was surprisingly cracked by just one of his punches. At the same time, she realizes that behind this wall are secret chambers that have never been found, and the golden light inside speaks volumes about the wealth of the treasure. Shin Yuma's pupils were completely glowing. In Hongyang also looked at Suchio differently, all without hearing his words threatening his disciple. "Woody," a discordant voice rang out right. "I didn't expect that you guys would find the ancient tomb treasure first. Wait for the crowd to follow the sound." Instead, they saw two huge clay pots that appeared in the center of them. Immediately, a burst of violent sparks exploded from within the canister, and instantly the tunnel exploded violently. Boom! The earth trembled. Early prepared Huang Yue, quick eyes and hands, in the pottery jar was thrown out a moment, has retreated a dozen steps. The explosion did not affect her too much. In addition to broken clothes and messy hair, Shin Yuma, on the other hand, was stunned by the violent shockwave. Luckily, she followed Suchio, who subconsciously carried her on his shoulders and retreated. On the contrary, Suchio's own clothes were blown up and several wounds were bleeding. However, it was just a little bit of broken skin and bleeding, which was a negligible wound. In Hongyang reacted more quickly and quickly drew her sword. In the instant of the explosion, he waved his longsword and formed a wall of sword energy. However, The aftermath of the explosion still caused her chi and blood to flip a bit. If it is an ordinary first-class martial artist, has long been blown to the bones, even similar to the Chen read this kind of master-level experts, will inevitably be injured. Wait for the smoke from the explosion to dissipate. Two men in bucket hats appeared in front of them. Huang Yue immediately stepped forward, holding up her female sword and chided. Do you guys want to die? Even Green Luan Valley dares to make a move? What the heck is Green Luan Valley? Is it powerful? The man in the bucket hat laughed softly, his face full of disdain. It's really hard for Yue Huang to pretend she doesn't know each other, and act awkwardly there. Su Qiu inwardly spat up. Yin Hongyang's gaze also became complicated when she heard this heartfelt voice. Fang Shi noticed that the moment the clay pot appeared, Huang Yue instantly stepped back, and she was now unharmed as a whole, except for her clothes being torn a little. Yin Hongyang pursed her red lips as a pang of sadness ran through her heart. In the next moment of her distraction, a poisonous needle flew. 105. Yin Hongyang sidesteps it, gazing icily at the man in the 2x2 bucket hat. He was trying to counterattack. The man in the bucket hat seemed to be aware of this, so he retreated dozens of steps back and hid himself among the Jianghu people who were gathering around him at source. The Jianghu people were all attracted by the explosions in this place, and when they saw the golden light coming out of the cracks in the wall, they couldn't move their legs. The two men in bucket hats incited the fire towards the crowd. The person from the Green Luan Valley was injured by the explosion, and she is still poisoned. If we all rush together, she will definitely not be able to withstand it. For the treasure of the ancient tomb, kill it. Their voices immediately moved the hearts of all the Jianghu people. Yeah, we're outnumbered. That's right. Why should she? Qingluan Valley, get the lion's share while we can only eat the leftovers? More and more people in the crowd were getting disgruntled. The weapons knocked with a clang. I don't know who shouted from the crowd. Charge, kill and grab the treasure. In an instant, everyone rushed in with their swords raised. The situation was mountainous. The tide of people was enough to drown everything. They rushed almost mindlessly. The two men in the bucket hats both revealed evil smiles when they saw this, and then disappeared. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for not being polite. Yin Hongyang issued a final warning. However, no one listened at all. They were all blinded by the treasure. Yin Hongyang didn't care how many of them came. Killing people didn't scare her. She was holding a female sword. Qingluan Valley sword technique performed in an airtight manner, and a biting sword she kept blowing out in the tunnel. The Jianghu person at the forefront managed to turn into a corpse and fall softly to the ground the moment the sword energy swept past. The killing time didn't last long. About half a tea time. More than 30 corpses were already lying in the tunnel alone, and the rest of the people didn't dare to go forward. Looking at Yin Hongyang, whose sword was scarlet, the crowd could not stop their hands from trembling. Fear came from the bottom of their hearts. No one was willing to sacrifice themselves, and in the end, the crowd was like a rabble. The birds flew scattered. As for the previous two men in bucket hats, they had long since disappeared without a trace. A bunch of dodgy people. This was Yin Hongyang's evaluation of these Jianghu people. Even though she was poisoned and her strength had decreased, her super sovereign realm level was not something that ordinary people could shake. Her eyes looked back at Huang Yue on the side and saw that the other party's expression stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. Yin Hongyang then stopped looking at her and slashed her sword towards the wall. With a rumble, the wall cracked wider, enough to accommodate one person. Yin Hongyang said to Su Qiu, you found this first, so go in first. Not only did she want Su Qiu to explore the path, but she also expressed her goodwill towards him, meaning that the ancient tomb treasures were his to pick first. Thanks, Su Qiu simply said. Take a step over the crack in the wall and enter the chamber. In addition to the gold in the secret room, there are more than a dozen books of medicine, alchemy tips, rusty weapons, various colors of jewelry, several bottles of pills. But the medicinal properties of the medicine has failed over the years, and become useless waste products. There was also a golden book lying quietly on a high platform deep in the chamber. Su Qiu for the other treasures did not even look at a glance. The diameter to the high platform. He always felt that this book is not simple, contains a spiritual chi, is a secret book of immortal cultivation. Only when he saw the title of the book, he was slightly stunned. Yin Yan Heart Technique? Seeing his surprised look, Yin Hongyang approached his side and curiously said, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Qiu said with his mouth that it was nothing. In his heart, he thought, how could this dual cultivation technique appear here? This is what I gave to my alcoholic apprentice. He couldn't help but recall the past. In his previous life, he had inadvertently acquired the immortal cultivation technique, so he gifted it to his eldest disciple. But now it appeared in the real world, leaving him pondering. Is he so lucky because of the heavenly merit? Yin Hongyang heard his heart, but still inquired. What is the use of this gong method? Dual cultivation technique, where men and women cultivate together in their naked bodies. There are still such evil cultivator-like techniques in the world? In Hongyang's face couldn't help but blush at the words, and her forehead was also cast aside as she spat out in a serious manner. Of course, those words were nothing more than a cover for her shyness. Although In Hongyang was strong and incomparable, she had been practicing in the Green Luan Valley, and did not know much about the affairs of men and women, belonging to the category of women who had never read. Su Chou, however, said, "This gong method looks immodest, but it is the best gong method in this world." In Hongyang still wanted to retort, how good could a dual cultivation technique be? I heard, men and women cultivate together most rapidly, especially the Yang and Yin men and women, cultivate together. Cultivation by leaps and bounds, breakthroughs in the realm of the celestial without 2 years. The foundation is even less than 5 years. In Hongyang's expression was surprised by Su Chou's heartfelt voice. The dual cultivation technique broke through the celestial realm in 2 years. It can even go to the next level. This is simply the most precious treasure. In Hongyang had once entered the celestial realm, so she knew that the celestial realm could continue to be broken through. In Hongyang's realm regression now is indeed due to the fact that her physique is so in that the Green Luan Valley's low-level secret books cannot withstand it. Thus, the realm regression. This dual cultivation technique is extremely suitable for her. As for the true young physique, I'm afraid it's hard to find, especially with a high level of cultivation. It seems that there doesn't seem to be anyone else but me, but that's her own business. I'm not obligated to tell her. This set of gongfu was dispensable to Su Chou. Su Chou did not need to double cultivation to break through the foundation establishment, but it was only a matter of time. Besides, he didn't want to get himself involved. Su Chou placed the golden gongfu in In Hongyang's hands and said, "It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you." "Thanks." In Hongyang froze in place, looking at the golden secret book in his hand. He was at a loss for words, especially when she heard Su Chou's heart. The guy totally nailed it. Realm regression was the biggest problem she faced, and even the undercurrents within the Green Luan Valley were caused by her realm. But now, she heard that there was a set of gongfu that could restore the realm and even surpass the previous one, reaching unprecedented heights. Well, In Hongyang was a little heartbroken. However, she wouldn't easily cultivate it. After all, she hadn't fully understood the dual cultivation technique. Instead, Su Chou was extremely knowledgeable about it. Therefore, In Hongyang now borrowed his mouth to understand a little more, and it was extremely appropriate to keep this guy in Qingluan Valley. Just as Su Chou found a half-crippled demonic elixir and prepared to leave, In Hongyang suddenly called out to him, "Interested in coming to Qingluan Valley?" Su Chou was puzzled, then shook his head. "No." Hearing that he was so insensitive, Huang Yue said angrily, "Hey, if Master hadn't saved you just now, you would have been dead already." Just now, a large Jianghu people blocked the intersection. If not for In Hongyang, Su Chou would have been dismantled by the Jianghu people. In her eyes, Su Chou's strength was only that of a first-class martial artist, totally inadequate. Su Chou did not pay attention. Instead In Hongyang stopped her mouth, and then said, "Qin Reed is your mother, right? She used to live in the Qingluan Valley for a long time. Some of her things are still in the Qingluan Valley. Now you take it back to fit." Su Chou sniffed without much doubt, nodding, "All right, tomorrow. See you at the Lai Fu Inn in Fish Spring Town." Su Chou does not know when he will go back, but there is Qin Yuma. He must make a trip back to the capital, and Qin Reed's things will be taken back by the way. He searched randomly within the secret room for a few pills whose efficacy had yet to dissipate and fed them to Qin Yuma's mouth. The owner of the ancient tomb was a fellow of the celestial realm, and there wasn't too much of a problem with the pills he refined. "It's just right to give my sister-in-law a strong body." Su Chou led her out of the ancient tomb. There wasn't much to harvest this time except for the feats, and even the demon pills were all remnants of a few hundred years. Su Chou had just exited the ancient tomb when Qin Yuma woke up leisurely. Just as he was heading back, two figures emerged from the jungle. It was the man in the bucket hat who had attacked them earlier. They crossed their arms and said expressionlessly, "We have been waiting for you here for a long time. Boy, 106. Did we provoke you?" Su Chou carried the recently awakened Qin Yuma on his back, squinting at the two, his tone light and calm, a sense of an impending storm. The man in the bucket hat did not place it in his eyes, only thinking that Su Chou was an ordinary martial artist hiding behind In Hongyang, with barely first-rate strength. A man in a bucket hat with a dog's tail in his mouth. Seemingly smiling, he said, "It's true that you didn't provoke me, but you did provoke certain people." The other man, the man in the bucket hat, just gently wiped the dagger in his hand and plucked a bit of purple ointment from the pillbox and applied it to the dagger. "The purple poison is him making preparations to kill," Su Chou said. "Which people do I provoke?" The man in the bucket hat with the dog's tail grass pointed at Huang Yue, who was not far away, walking out of the jungle in a ghostly manner. "You shouldn't have messed with her. Huang Yue's eyes were filled with killing intent. With her hands behind her back, she came to Su Qiu's periphery in an old-fashioned manner, circling around while sizing him up. You guys shouldn't have shown up and kept ruining this lord's plans. Su Qiu remained where he was, ignoring her naked gaze. The tone of his voice rippled. It turns out that you have already connected with the witch sect of North Vietnam. The witch sect of North Vietnam resembled mountain sects like the Green Luan Valley, but of course, they were much more brutal than the latter, using poisons as the foundation of their lives. With the demonic path of the immortal cultivation world might as well be more than a little bit of a letdown. When Huang Yue heard this, she stared at Su Qiu with wide copper bell eyes, incredulously. Then he narrowed his eyes again. How do you know? They're all from the witch sect, am I right? Su Qiu squinted at her. That's right. Huang Yue didn't deny it. However, knowing is not a good thing for you. See you in the next life. After saying that, Huang Yue left the spot, did not look him in the eye. The two men in bucket hats then pulled out their daggers and slowly moved forward, gazing at Su Qiu with nothing but coldness in their eyes. They were all first-class experts, and the two of them had no trouble killing Su Qiu alone. Su Qiu drew out the snake-kiss sword without haste and loosened the cloth that wrapped the snake-kiss sword. The two of you go together. I'll save time. The two men in bucket hats both thought that Su Qiu was provoking them, their slightly purple eyebrows furrowing. A low voice issued. I've seen those who aren't afraid of death, but this is the first time I've seen one as arrogant as you. Go! The other man shouted. The daggers in the hands of the two men greeted towards Su Qiu. The dagger was stained with purple venom, and just one cut, even if it only broke the skin, could put someone to death. They rose into the air, their figures flying through the air. He was about to arrive at Su Qiu's heels. Su Qiu ripped off the last strip of cloth, revealing the snake-shaped longsword, fluorescent and flickering, carrying an incomparable chill. He instantly drew out a sword, the blade of the sword carrying the sound of breaking air, and the sword also appeared as if it was invisible, appearing as a shadow in the air. When the snake-kissed sword materialized again, it appeared in the abdomen of a man in a bucket hat. The blade of the sword had long since disappeared into the flesh and blood of the man in the bucket hat who had been hit by the sword, and the gushing blood was quickly absorbed cleanly by the snake-kissed sword. He was originally only hit by the sword in his abdomen, but the entire person lost blood rapidly, and not long after, his face was pale and his eyes were lifeless, as if he had wasted his sleep and food in a greenhouse, a drained sight of his body being emptied. Su Qiu gently drew out the snake-kissed sword, and there was no scene of blood spilling wildly as the man weakly fell to the ground, covering his abdomen. There was no strength in him at all. Su Qiu carried Qin Yuma on his back, came to him, kicked his ribs. The man dry heaved a few times, not much time to die of gas. The blood on his body was long gone. During the entire process, Su Qiu did not move in any other way, standing completely in place and counterattacking with a defensive stance. The other man in the bucket hat, in the moment when Su Qiu had struck his sword, he had long since sensed the crisis coming and retreated back, which was how he dodged a bullet. Only, when he saw the bizarre longsword in Su Qiu's hand, it actually didn't stain with blood after killing someone. Unable to help but be shocked. Is this the snake-kiss sword that has been rumored in the Jianghu recently? Huang Yue, who was originally about to leave, also stopped in her tracks at this moment. He couldn't help but look back at Su Qiu, especially the longsword in his hand. I didn't expect the rumors of the Jianghu to be true. This longsword sucks blood. It's really a rare artifact in the world. Despite Huang Yue's words, she didn't let her guard down. She added, it seems I underestimated you. The man in the bucket hat next to him said, Sister E, this guy's strength isn't bad. It's difficult to deal with. Huang Yue then said, don't worry, I'll hold him back. You're in charge of holding the sword. As long as he loses the sword, he's a waste. Yu Huang is quite confident in herself. She had entered the Zhongshu level a year ago, and her strength was no less than that of her senior sister, Qin Reed. Suddenly, she shouted out a word, leaping up in the air, holding the female sword in her hand, as if she were a fairy scattering flowers. The sword tipped shadow distraction, frantically hitting Su Qiu's body, like a sword illuminating 1,000 swords. The attack was airtight. The man in the bucket hat beside her also followed her, waiting for an opportunity to move. At the moment, Su Qiu was like a ruthless critic. The sword method is fancy. The basic disc is not stable. The killing aura is not strong enough. With the Rita spell, really the same clan and the same source of the sword art, he fended off the attack as he took stock. Occasionally swims and fights back. On the contrary, Huang Yue's offense was thwarted in succession, and she was so furious that she cursed, don't make me compare myself to that damned bitch. You're all half a catty. How can't you compare? Su Qiu let out a light laugh, his eyes unable to hide his contempt. Huang Yue was furious, and her killing moves became even more ferocious. heading towards Su Qiu's lower three paths everywhere, which could be described as a lack of martial virtues. But Su Qiu was not used to her either, and his sword skills became vicious. The moment she resisted, the snake-kissed sword flexed like a snake, hitching onto her arm and drawing blood. Large and small wounds appeared in Huang Yue's hands in a matter of moments, while blood was lost and her hands became dry. "Come on!" she yelled at the other man in the bucket hat. The man responded, "Yes." While Su Qiu was concentrating on attacking Huang Yue, 2 poisonous needles were thrown out by him, heading towards Qin Yuma, coming to surround the way to save Zhao. Su Qiu could only retreat to use the snake-kissed sword to resist. Huang Yue saw the situation. Her delicate body directly crashed into it, and then pulled Su Qiu's arm, pulling the snake-kissed sword out of the dry land like a plucked green onion. And this succeeded in grabbing the snake-kissed sword in Su Qiu's hand. Su Qiu could only hold the 2 poison needles with his hands. Huang Yue, who had obtained the divine artifact, laughed almost maniacally. "Ha ha ha, now that your divine artifact is in my hands, do you still dare to be arrogant? Like neurotic women." The other man with the bucket hat similarly looked at Su Qiu with a cold smile. To Huang Yue, he said, "We'll kill him so as not to have a long night." The man in the bucket hat hadn't finished his sentence. 2 poisonous needles appeared in front of him with a cracking sound. The man was still trying to dodge, but it was already too late. The speed of the poisonous needles was too fast for him to dodge. The man in the bucket hat was instantly sent flying out, falling to the ground without a sound. His forehead collapsed. His chest cavity similarly collapsed. Enough to see the speed as well as the power of the poison needle just now. Huang Yue looked at the picture in front of her. At the moment she couldn't laugh. Her hands couldn't help but tremble. Incredulous, "How did you do that?" Su Qiu slowly withdrew his hand, eyes coldly looking at her. He said, "Who told you that I relied on the snake-kissed sword to have these strengths?" 107. Huang Yue's brows knitted slightly as she said vigilantly, "You really have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It's me who underestimated you." She held the snake-kissed sword in her hand and felt the power coming from this sword. She realized that her strength was rapidly increasing, at least 30% higher than before. The corners of Huang Yue's mouth hooked up, becoming arrogant from her previous vigilance. "But now that your divine weapon is in my hands, I'm afraid I can crush you, right?" The serpent's kiss sword's ability to increase her power gave her prideful confidence. Obviously not long ago, she was still a few points weaker than Su Qiu. Huang Yue brought her sword to kill. She dealt with Su Qiu have to fight quickly, lest the night is long and dreamy. But Su Qiu laughed out softly. "Do you know who wrote the talisman on this sword?" Huang Yue was unsure, but she didn't stop her attacking pace. There was a flash of red light from the snake-kissed sword in her hand, and the power the sword had given her suddenly disappeared. The hands and feet became flabby, as if they had gained an extra layer of fat. Huang Yue's strength was restored from before. The moment she killed Su Qiu, her abdomen suffered a violent attack. The pain went straight to the sky. Immediately Huang Yue spat out a mouthful of bitter water, and smashed heavily on the ground. She looked at Su Qiu incredulously. This strong body had surpassed the vast majority of people. She didn't think she'd hit the nail on the head. Huang Yue was still undeterred. "I'm from the Green Luan Valley. How dare you hurt me?" "So what? Dead people don't talk." Su Qiu took a step forward. However, just at this moment, an abrupt voice came from the jungle. Huang Yue. Hearing this voice, it was Yin Hongyang calling her. At that moment, Huang Yue felt her hope come as she stared straight at Su Qiu. "If my master knows about this, you won't be able to get away with it. So, do you still dare to kill me? Ha ha ha." Her smile was bossy and flighty, completely not putting Su Qiu in his eyes. However, Yin Hongyang stepped out from the jungle and looked at Huang Yue with cold eyes, her voice containing anger. "You're no longer a member of the Green Luan Valley. I didn't expect that after I raised you for so long. You colluded with the witch sect of North Vietnam. You're really capable." Not long ago, Huang Yue had proposed to her to continue searching the ancient tomb, not realizing that Huang Yue was actually looking for an excuse to go out and intercept Su Qiu and the others. Fortunately, Yin Hongyang had long been prepared inwardly because of Su Qiu's heartfelt words, promise in words, tale in reality. Originally Yin Hongyang still held a trace of fantasy, but now her little fantasy was shattered. Huang Yue's pupils shrunk slightly, her face shocked. "Master, it's not like that. I'm nothing more than a falsehood with them." Yin Hongyang ignored her disciple. Instead she said to Su Qiu, "Can she be left for the sitting to deal with?" "Don't worry, this sitting will waste all of her cultivation. I just want to know the reason why she betrayed me." Su Qiu paused and nodded at her. "Thank you." Yin Hongyang's eyes lowered after giving a thank you. Immediately, he drew his female sword and walked towards Huang Yue. Huang Yue kept shouting, "Master is your only disciple. Ah, I'm going to run for Holy Maiden for your lineage." "You are not my disciple." This Sit does not have a disciple like you who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. In Hongyang angrily drew her female sword, instantly picking off her limbs and meridians, and kicking her to abolish her dantian. Huang Yui's power chi leaked out, completely and utterly becoming useless. At the same time the pain of her dantian being wasted made her scream out. Ah! Her whole being was dark and dull. It was as if he had aged a couple dozen years. In Hongyang extremely hates traitors. Now, Huang Yui cooperated with the man in the bucket hat. In Hongyang broke the defense. Did not expect Su Qiu heart voices right? The closest person is actually a traitor. After handling it, In Hongyang handed the snake kiss sword back to Su Qiu, and said, "It is this sitter who has been lax in his watchfulness, not realizing that there is such a traitor hiding around him, putting you in danger." Su Qiu said gently. On the contrary, Qin Yuma was slightly surprised that In Hongyang was actually respectful to Su Qiu. It was incredible. One must know that In Hongyang's status was only higher than Arigato Funa. It is a subject of competition among the major powers, especially since she was also the master teacher of her sister Qin Reed. Qin Yuma was puzzled. What exactly happened during the time I was unconscious? She absent-mindedly inquired in her brother-in-law's ear. Where are we going next? Brother-in-law? Qin Yuma just wanted to leave quickly. Su Qiu rewrapped the snake-kiss sword and said, "Go with her to the Green Luan Valley." Ha! Qin Yuma was extremely surprised, and even her eyebrows stiffened there. Sure enough, while she was in a coma, some unspeakable secrets happened. A sense of crisis rose in her heart. It seemed, the vixen was no other than her sister's master. Qin Yuma looked at In Hongyang's smile if anything, which seemed very creepy nowadays, as if she was an old demoness who ate people without spitting out bones. "Brother-in-law, you'd better put away the avatar. Everyone craves your body." Several people rested for a day in Fish Spring Town, and Su Qiu followed In Hongyang to Qingluan Valley. Qin Yuma could only watch, with bated breath, as her brother-in-law stepped into the dragon's den. A few days after Su Qiu's few people left, Qin Reed, who had arrived late, surveyed the ancient tomb of the pharmacist that had been vandalized. She reached out and touched the gray matter on the walls. This place was opened up a few days ago and there were quite a few people. She rubbed the powder on her fingertips and asserted, "Miss, come here, the treasure chamber of the ancient tomb." Xiaoxia shouted from the other side of the tunnel. Qin Reed crossed over to the body that was starting to rot on the ground. When going deeper into the tunnel, the number of bodies was found to be greater than might have been expected, almost 40 or 50 having fallen. All of them were around second-rate in strength, and there were several first-rate people, all of whom were killed by one person. When she saw the sword marks on the wall, Qin Reed's pupils shrunk slightly. Her red lips could not help but slightly open. Her catkin paused in the air for a moment before gently stroking the sword marks. This is the master's sword. The bad premonition in her heart came true, as Su Qiu and In Hongyang unintentionally met at the ancient tomb. If Qin Reed estimated correctly, I'm afraid, now Su Qiu is heading to the Qingluan Valley Road. Xiaoxia's eyes were glowing at the moment, drooling as she witnessed the treasures on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Miss, there are still some gold bars here that haven't been taken, as well as books of elixirs. The medicine man's tomb, it's all treasure." Unfortunately, Qin Reed's heart is not here, casually said, "Let's go." Heading to the Green Luan Valley. Oh, Xiaoxia was extremely sorry, haphazardly stuffing 2 gold bars in her arms. A medicine book similarly patted on her hips, and followed the young lady away. Only, Xiaoxia was puzzled and asked, "Miss, can you still return to the Green Luan Valley?" She knew her lady had been thrown out. For the sake of Su Qiu, go back even if you can't. Qin Reed's eyes were resolute. Soon the two disappeared into the tomb. The Green Luan Valley was located deep within the white-green mountain range. All around are steep cliffs, ancient trees that cover the sky, and untouched virgin forests. In addition to the location of the Green Luan Valley, the party has only a hint of popularity. Su Qiu looked at the steep cliff stairs and the fairy-like appearance, and couldn't help but sigh. You guys are really good at picking places. If this world could cultivate immortality, I thought that this place would be the location of a great clan. In Hongyang laughed lightly and did not reply, then disappeared up the cliff stairs. This place was difficult for mortals to enter the mountain gate. Qin Yuma looked at the towering cliff ladder and couldn't help but say, "We're going to climb such a high mountain path to enter the Green Luan Valley? So how do I climb? Come on up." "Then I'm not polite." Her brother-in-law took the initiative to carry her. Qin Yuma was excited and couldn't wait to climb onto Su Qiu's back. Only just as she sat down, she felt her face scrape raw. Looking up, I found my brother-in-law leaping high, to the ground stone steps like a dragonfly. A little bit, the higher high, almost jumping to ascend the peak. The wind hangs raw pain. The scenery in front of her eyes also continued to shake. Qin Yuma watched as she got further and further away from the ground, her hand tightly wrapped around Su Qiu's neck. "Slow down. Slow down. Brother-in-law, you're too raw. Nangongwan heir, who was returning at the foot of the mountain, hearing voices on the cliff ladder, puzzled. Where is the word of the tiger and the wolf? But she didn't care too much and was still rushing back to the mountain gate to report. And so began the ascent of the ladder. After spending an incense stick and arriving at the cliff-top mountain gate, he found Shin Yuma, whose limbs were soft, as well as Su Cho, who had also just arrived at the mountain gate. Nangongwaner pointed at him and said in surprise, "It's you! 108. Long time no see." Su Cho recognized this guy, who had tried to steal the Snake Kiss sword earlier. Nangongwaner looked at Su Cho warily before saying, "Did you come to Qingluan Valley because you intend to give me that long sword? Why do you desire it?" Su Cho looked at her with a smirk. The snake-kissed sword was held in his hand in a provocative stance. The Methodist said, "Why don't you give it another try? I won't use it this time." You, Nangongwaner had never been provoked like this. However, she rushed back to tell her master the news. So she said, "Humph, I won't bother with you in general." In Hongyang, who hadn't said anything, lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "You guys know each other?" When Nangongwaner saw her, she immediately bowed respectfully. "Grandmaster uncle." "Aha," In Hongyang answered softly. Su Cho saw her salute, so he stepped aside and answered first. "At the Bad Wolf Wall, she helped the other side snatch my weapon." "That's my," Shin Yuma muttered at the corner of his mouth. "My brother-in-law clearly agreed to gift me, and now I'm totally the maid who helps hold the sword." "Ha!" She commiserated, but didn't say so explicitly. At this moment, when Nangongwaner heard Su Cho's words, she was furious. "Bastard! You're making me up. When did I ever help those disgusting mountain bandits, isn't it?" Su Cho's mouth was tinged with an underhanded smile. "At that time, I thought you guys were in a gang. You're the one who's with them." Humph. Nangongwaner no longer wanted to pay attention to this guy. The head of the cicada turned aside, no longer looking him in the eye. Then changing the subject, he asked, "Why are you here?" "Your grandmaster uncle invited me back," Su Cho said truthfully. "Just you?" Nangongwaner had a face of disbelief. In her eyes, Su Cho was nothing more than an ordinary Zhenghu person. In Hongyang's red lips slightly opened and said, "It was indeed me who brought him back, Grandmaster uncle." Nangongwaner was a little embarrassed. She didn't expect it to be true, so she hurriedly said, "Grandmaster uncle brought him back. I think there must be a reason." An abrupt man's voice came from his ears. His voice was slightly vicissitude. "The disciple has returned?" When Nangongwaner saw her master, she immediately twisted her head over. "Master, Waner is back." "Good good good." The middle-aged man gently nodded his head before looking at In Hongyang. "Hongyang, why did you bring two strangers back to the mountain gate when you came back?" "The two are Qin Reed's relatives," In Hongyang said bluntly. "Qin Reed, that asshole disciple of yours?" The middle-aged man shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. In Hongyang's eyebrows knitted slightly at her words, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. She was about to retort for her apprentice. Just hear the heart. Nangongwaner's master Xiahou Zongxing, the second elder of the Green Luan Valley, and also the Witch Sect's deputy sect master. At those words, In Hongyang froze for a moment. Inwardly, she was quite shocked, her red lips slightly open, her expression surprised, but associate before Su Cho heart voice accuracy. Her eyes also narrowed into a slit as she stared dead at Xiahou Zongxing. At the same time, the one who was shocked was Nangongwaner. She once again inexplicably heard this heartbeat, but it told her that it wasn't good news, and that her master's father was actually a traitor to the Green Luan Valley, or the biggest female cadre of spies. Qin Reed was driven out of the mountain gate. He single-handedly planned, only because Qin Reed on the position of the Saint Girl threat is huge, blocking him to help Huang Yui take the position of the Saint Girl. When Nangongwaner heard this, her pupils even shrunk. Why wasn't she the one who helped fight for the sainthood? Incredulity was written all over Nangongwaner's face. Her cherry lips failed to heal for a long time, and finally she looked at In Hongyang and subconsciously asked, "Grandmaster uncle, it's been so long, and we still haven't seen your sister Huang Yui?" In Hongyang raised her head and swept a glance at Nangongwaner, revealing an unspoken flavor. In Hongyang slowly said, "Huang Yui colluded with the sorcerer's sect of North Vietnam, and even sat down on Ben, and has now been imprisoned by the Sit with her cultivation abolished." Xiahou Zongxing didn't even know what was on Su Cho's mind. It was only when he heard that Huang Yui had been deprived of her cultivation and imprisoned that he was inwardly shocked and subconsciously said, "Hongyang, are you going too far?" Before finding out the reason, you concluded that Yui's little nephew colluded with outsiders. This is a very inappropriate practice. Even if Yui's little nephew colluded with outsiders, it's impossible for him to collude with the witch sect. When In Hongyang heard this, Her eyes also gradually became bitter as she looked towards Xiahou Zongxing. Originally, she had doubts about the accuracy of Su Qiu's heartfelt voice, but now she didn't need to doubt it. Xiahou Zongxing was not one of her own. Nangong Wan'er lost her mind and lowered her eyes, no longer looking at her master. Her most trusted mentor didn't realize that she was the big female fuck thief. She had already seen the problem just now, and Yin Hongyang was able to hear Su Qiu's heart. At that moment, Yin Hongyang laughed out loud and, "No reason has been identified? She has been planning for a long time, prying my details bit by bit, joining with two people from the witch sect, attacking this sit. Could it be that, Zongxing, there is a relationship between you? Why are you so protective of her?" Xiahou Zongxing smiled awkwardly. "I'm afraid that you'll be misled by a female dryad and maim a fellow disciple. If Huang Yue really does this kind of thing, she deserves what she gets." A conversation between them. At the same time, it attracted other disciples of the mountain gate to gather around. Su Qiu and Qin Yuma ate their melon silently on the side. The first mountain gate in the world. The Green Luan Valley melon does not eat. It would be sorry for this journey. Qin Yuma whispered from the side. "So Qingluan Valley, there is still such a good show to watch." Su Qiu this was answered. "Power struggle. Any clan will appear. Not to mention, Qingluan Valley is the #1 mountain gate in the world. Naturally it is very eye-catching. And other mountain gates would like to intervene." The two men were whispering. More and more disciples came back. In the end, Xiahou Zongxing saw that things were a bit uncontrollable and rebuked the disciples around him. "All of you, go back to your cultivation." Seeing that the second elder was about to get angry, the many disciples dispersed. Yin Hongyang called out to an ordinary male disciple. "Qiliang, take them to stay." Wang Qiliang made a bow and said, "Yes, senior." It was only then that Su Qiu and Qin Yuma couldn't continue eating their melon. After they left, Yin Hongyang stared at Xiahou Zongxing for a few moments before finally leaving. After the crowd had all cleared out, just Nangong Wan'er and Xiahou Zongxing were left. Qingluan Valley's second elder Xiahou Zongxing's eyes were cloudy. Nangong Wan'er looked at the stern-faced master teacher, proving more and more that master teacher had a problem. At this time, Xiahou Zongxing said, "Something important to report?" Nangong Wan'er originally wanted to speak about Su Qiu's heart and the news of the divine weapon in his hands, but the words reached her mouth and were swallowed by her. "Nothing. Go back to practicing." After Xiahou Zongxing finished speaking, he left without looking back, only left with a complex expression. Nangong Wan'er, her hands clenched the corner of the coat, deep inhalation of a few mouth which calmed the mood. Wang Qiliang at the side of the chattering introduction. "This is our Green Luan Valley Safflower Peak, abound in safflower name. The teacher uncle will be built on the top of the Safflower Peak Palace." Only halfway through his introduction, he made a sudden pictorial turn. Turning his head, he curiously inquired of Su Qiu, "You're really elder sister's man of desire?" "Well, sort of." Su Qiu didn't answer explicitly. After all, he didn't know what he counted as in his current state. An escaped Qin family flunky? Or a wandering immortal cultivator? Qin Yumo sniffed a little nervously, afraid that her brother-in-law would deny his relationship with her sister. She grabbed her hand and said, "Yes, he is my sister's favorite husband." Wang Qiliang looked at the two strangely. "Then why hasn't senior sister returned?" "She's mixed up in something, so I'm coming for her." Qin Yuma casually found an excuse to deal with it. Su Qiu inner darkness. Qin Reed is impossible to come back. When she was falsely accused of driving out of the Green Luan Valley, the Green Luan Valley did not want to let her come back. 109. Su Qiu recalled the plot, in which the extras were mentioned. Qin Reed originally cultivated well, but also the youngest generation of the clan-level powerhouse, is expected to win the position of the saint daughter of the Qingluan Valley. However, at that time, the Green Luan Valley, the mountain gate master is old, basically maintained by a few elders, so it has long been infiltrated by outside forces. They all want to take the position of the Holy Virgin. Therefore, Qin Reed became the target of the female dry fine to deal with. She was constantly framed, and finally a few years ago to withdraw from the identity of the Green Luan Valley, leave this place, return to the Qin family. But outsiders didn't know that at all, and had always thought that she was a member of the Green Luan Valley. Even the Dakian court is the same, so the Qin family is flat out great. Later, when the Qin house collapsed, no one came to the rescue of Qingluan Valley, as if the death was of an insignificant named disciple. At this time, Wang Qiliang said to the two of them, "I don't think senior sister would do that kind of bad thing. She doesn't even care, much less steal the treasures of the Green Luan Valley. It's true that she didn't steal it. The treasure was taken by Huang Yue, and now it's hidden in the secret compartment under the bed in her room." Su Qiu thought this in his heart. Qin Yuma pursed his lips at his words, eyes slightly lowered. His white hand subconsciously grabbed the corner of Su Qiu's coat. She had never heard of her sister being framed, much less knew that her sister was actually kicked out of the Green Luan Valley that year. She blinked her eyes and said with a determined look, "I trust my sister too. She wouldn't do such a thing." Wang Qiliang giggled some. Stopping at a paradise-like courtyard, he pushed open the door. "This is where senior sister once lived. You guys stay here and look for me anytime you have something." After that he left. Qin Yuma couldn't wait to enter the courtyard. A small courtyard model, decorated in ancient colors, only long uninhabited, slightly empty. Qin Yuma pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard chamber. Although the once smoky fragrance had long since dissipated, the room did not have too much dust. "I didn't realize my sister lived in a place like this." She peered curiously. On the contrary, Suqiu had his hands behind his back and kept staring at the osmanthus tree at the corner of the courtyard wall. Finally shouted, "Come out." Not long after, Nangong Wanner slowly walked out behind the tree. "How did you find me?" "Your breath," Suqiu replied simply. Nangong Wanner couldn't understand why she would still be discovered when it was clear that her hiding kung fu had been done to the extreme. Is it really just about breathing? Nangong Wanner dismissed this thought. The purpose of her coming today was to ask a question. Was Xiaoho Zongxing really the vice-sect master of the witch sect? But she was about to open her mouth but got stuck, not knowing what to say. For a moment the entire courtyard fell silent. Suqiu looked at her, eyes drooping and her hands cupped in a ball. So he took the lead and asked, "So what are you looking for me for?" Nangong Wanner tangled for a long time, finally squeezing out a sentence. "I want to compete with you again." "No, we just came to the Green Luan Valley. We haven't rested properly and we don't want to compete." Suqiu shook his head and refused. Nangong Wanner knew that this would be the outcome, but she was still undeterred. "I'll look for you when you're rested." Her white legs stomped on the ground, and her stance lightly danced into the air, only for her to land on top of the wall and add, "Once, Qin Reed was my target. Now, I will defeat you, and then go on to defeat her." After saying that, Nangong Wanner flipped out of the outer wall and disappeared. What a strange fellow. Suqiu looked up at the wall. The setting sun tilted and reflected on the wall. The shadows of the house dappled, and he revealed a slightly incomprehensible gaze. Qin Yuma clasped his hands to his chest and leaned against the side of the wooden pillar, looking askance at his brother-in-law with contempt, thinking to herself, "Of course she's strange. As soon as you enter the mountain gate and say that someone's master is a female dry find, they naturally fall into self-doubt." Qin Yuma could already tell that Nangong Wanner was also able to hear her brother-in-law's heart, only that people didn't say anything. At this moment, the sister-in-law's heart was indescribably complicated. How can a brother-in-law's heart be so promiscuous? Of course, even if Qin Yuma wanted to stop it, it wouldn't help because Suqiu's heartbeat was completely uncontrollable. At this time, Suqiu looked at Qin Yuma and said, "Rest here for a few days, and you also focus on practicing your sword for me. The people here are all good opponents for you." Ha! Her cherry lips were slightly open, and her slender eyebrows were squeezed together as if she had eaten a bitter melon. "Don't start. Swing your sword 1,000 times, but we just got here. You grow up quickly, otherwise, it's annoying for me to face these guys every day." Suqiu folded a long strip on the bamboo forest next to him, put his hands behind his back, and said with a serious face, apparently treating her as a shut-in disciple, "No, they're bothering you. What's it to me? I'm innocent, okay? I'm sorry." Qin Yuma, extremely unhappy, kicked Suqiu a foot, hands on the waist, holding up the proof small chest, pouted, "Bad brother-in-law. Cannot be a little gentle? I'm a Li sister-in-law." Then Suqiu smacked the bamboo strip on her ass and shot back. All the more reason to be stricter. Of course it was only a light draw. Slightly. Qin Yuma covered her buttocks and made a face at her brother-in-law again. Yin Hongyang, who returned to her palace, leaning over to observe the location of the earlier abrasion. The toxin was gradually spreading at the moment. She had used her power chi again earlier, causing her realm to become even more unstable, and she would fall to the sovereign's mirror at any time. The poison must be forced out, Yin Hongyang muttered. Immediately, she sat down on her knees. After a night of forcing the poison, the black blood from the wound came through. Her purple dress was also stained black, and Yin Hongyang's originally rosy vermilion lips were slightly pale. Her strength continued to drop now, and it was as if there was an additional cold aura in her body, obstructing her meridians, as her eyebrows coalesced slightly. Once again, he picked up the golden dual cultivation technique and read it carefully. The first movement of a yang is not meant to be a heart. The collection of qi must first lift the root. Thinking of this, Yin Hongyang's face cannot help but redden, subconsciously closed the golden gongfa, unwilling to look at it. Like looking at the Chungong diagram, that teenage wistfulness is not at all, is a little erotic. However, her face flushed for a moment and her breathing calmed down, continuing to turn over the golden gongfu. Seeing the strange words, His mind subconsciously floated to the image of a man and a woman sitting naked against each other, admiring each other. In Hongyang, who had never ed before, her pasty face flushed again. Can this really be looked at? In Hongyang blushed, her red lips slightly parted. Suddenly, she covered her chest. Feeling a slight confusion in her own power chi, and even a spillage of power chi, her cultivation retreated a little bit more. No, it has to be watched. In Hongyang hardened her head and forced herself to look at the golden gongfu, and her body began to operate like the gongfu. The yin chi in her body began to gather and rotate throughout her body with the meridians. She could feel the loss of her power chi and began to make up a little more of it back. However, the yin chi that was running got stuck halfway through the process because it lacked the help of the other half of her body. In Hongyang understood this gong method, which truly surpassed any previous, but at the same time it came with a high price, which was the need for a Dao partner. Is it really necessary to go this far? She looked out the window at the view, the red leaves swaying in the wind over the peaks of the mountains, yet the beauty in front of us may not last long. If the news of her realm regression were to spread, the pressure she would have to face would be unprecedented. Not only was there a dark current within the mountain gate for power, but the second elder in Su Chou's heartfelt voice might raise his flag in mutiny. Nowadays, the penetration of external forces is so severe that it is no longer possible for her to hesitate. I'm sorry, Sheen Reed. The master only wants to preserve the Green Yuan Valley. The only way to borrow the husband. In Hongyang felt guilty. 110. Brother-in-law. You're a god today. News is circulating outside about you defeating senior sister Nangong. Wang Qiliang was like a little fanboy, excitedly talking about the recent events in Su Chou's courtyard. His mouth was non-stop. More annoying than a cuckoo. You don't know that senior sister Nangong is the most likely to become a holy maiden. And at the same time, she's one of the strongest disciples after our senior sister. When he said that, he was still full of pride and dancing with his hands. Xin Yuma looked at him with contempt. Why are you calling him brother-in-law as well? Wang Qiliang scratched his head in confusion, looking at Qin Yuma in disbelief. He said, he is senior sister Qin's husband. Shouldn't he be called brother-in-law? Qin Yuma felt that the people of Qingyuan Valley were also too simple, or quite simply, just happened to meet himself. Right. Brother-in-law. Wang Qiliang looked again at Su Chou who was cooling off under the osmanthus tree. Su Chou nodded gently. It's just a term of endearment. Not that he cared. The corner of Qin Yuma's mouth pouted slightly, always feeling that brother-in-law was her proprietary title, and now it was taken away from her, so she was dissatisfied. The vinegar is going to be knocked over. Wang Qiliang remained heartless and said, Sister-in-law, when will you be able to instruct us in the art of swordsmanship? Nowadays, all the disciples outside want to spar with you, especially since you are senior sister Qin's husband, and they are all eager to try. There was something vaguely expectant in the guy's eyes as he spoke. No way. Qin Yuma was pushing Wang Qiliang out of the courtyard. There are so many disciples in your mountain gate. Every one of them comes to my brother-in-law to spar. That won't exhaust my brother-in-law. Wang Qiliang was still undeterred and said, it won't happen. Brother-in-law can beat senior sister Nangong. It should be fairly easy to spar with us. Qin Yuma glared at him without any good humor and said word for word, he's my brother-in-law, not your brother-in-law. Wang Qiliang was aggrieved. I want to have a brother-in-law too. While they were arguing, they didn't know that Su Chou, who was cooling off under the laurel tree, had a brain ache. I don't know if the rest of the Green Yuan Valley disciples will call him brother-in-law when he goes out. If so, he is afraid that he won't dare to go out. Wang Qiliang is going to be kicked out by his sister-in-law on the occasion. He leapt up a bit high on the stone steps of the courtyard gate and shouted at Su Chou, I forgot to tell brother-in-law that Grandmaster Uncle is looking for you. It was only then that I reluctantly left. Hearing In Hongyang come to her brother-in-law again, Qin Yuma hurriedly said, brother-in-law, I'll go with you. As if she were a small radar with her power pulled full, she always felt that her sister's master had an ulterior motive. Su Chou flicked her little brain breathlessly and laughed. What are you going to do? It's fine for me to accompany the chat, Qin Yuma said in a serious manner. She was then rubbed on the head by Su Chou. People are just asking me about my gongfu. Besides, she's your sister's master. Did she eat me? It's also. Qin Yuma thought for a long time and quickly released. After all, there's no possible way for a master to steal a man from his own apprentice, right? That's incredible when you think about it. So Qin Yuma said, you quickly come back to teach me to practice the sword. She makes a slightly lame excuse. Su Chou nodded his head slightly, only feeling that his sister-in-law was too suspicious, and ravaged her small white face, contentedly going out the door. The top of the mountain peak, Saffron Palace. Outside the palace, the flowers and the red leaves are like a fairyland on earth. Su Chou didn't enjoy the scenery and strolled in, pushing open the palace doors and entering in style, while his voice rang out, "I wonder what Signorine is looking for me for." In Hongyang's euphemistic and gentle voice came from within the palace. "This sitter would like to discuss some lessons with you." Discipline? Su Qiu was suspicious, but still entered the palace. Looking at the empty temple, In Hongyang sat with her legs crossed, her plump buttocks pressing against the futon as she looked up at him. In Hongyang pointed to the futon not far from him and said, "Sit." Su Qiu was not polite and went up and sat on his butt, but did not sit on his knees. Instead, he sat in a dashing and casual manner, surveying the temple and admiring the scenery outside the temple. In Hongyang was not angry, but instead, with interest, she resized up the person in front of her. "I heard that you easily subdued Nangongwan Air. Where did you hear that from?" Su Qiu looked at her suspiciously. In Hongyang said bluntly, "The people below are spreading the word, so this sitter has also heard about it. There's no such thing, except, she lost me slightly." Su Qiu shook his head and said casually and perfunctorily, although nowadays it was quite easy for him to subdue Nangongwaner, there was no need to strike her in Qingyuan Valley. This silly woman might find him in single combat every day if she was crazy. Su Qiu didn't want to cause trouble. "You're really modest." Clearly winning steadily but saying slightly. In Hongyang's vermilion lips lightly opened, and at the same time, softly said, "However, Qin Reed has such a powerful groom like you to support him. I am also at peace." In Hongyang had the look of a mother-in-law, scrutinizing her son-in-law, while being so satisfied. Su Qiu felt bizarre. "Nyang Zi is very important to you?" In Hongyang nodded. "She was the first disciple I took in, and the disciple most likely to obtain the position of Holy Maiden in the future. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to protect her." "What does that mean?" "My realm is stagnant, and now that the entire Green Luan Valley is in the dark, the rest of the elders don't have me in their sights, so I couldn't protect Qin Reed and let her be forced out by the other elders, which includes Nangongwaner's master, Xiahou Zongxing." Speaking of this, In Hongyang's petite face revealed a faint sadness. There are 5 great elders in the Green Luan Valley. In Hongyang, Xiahou Zongxing, and the remaining 2 who had gone out. All of them were at the super sovereign realm in terms of strength. Originally, when In Hongyang succeeded in entering the realm of celestial beings, her position as Grand Elder would be untouchable. However, the heavens did not agree with her, and she retreated back in less than a year after entering the celestial realm, and now the downward trend did not stop, so her position was quite awkward, sitting in the position of the Grand Elder, but without the strength of a Grand Elder, she couldn't suppress the other 4 elders. Indeed, the Green Luan Valley ordinary Gongfu secret simply does not apply to In Hongyang's body. Regression is also inevitable. These Gongfu secret is like poison, realm regression, but is the body's normal detoxification reaction. Su Qiu pondered slightly. In Hongyang Tuin physique was very strong. In the immortal cultivation world that was also a first-class physique, to be able to become the pride of the clan. Unfortunately, the Gongfu doesn't work is just that. It doesn't work. In Hongyang's eyes couldn't help but pull together when she heard this heartfelt voice. But as long as you do not cultivate low-level Gongfu, there is no problem at all. But this world does not have a high-level Gongfu that can build the foundation, not to mention the conjugation of Dan Yuanying, but that dual cultivation Gongfu is barely possible. But just look for the trouble of the cauldron. The body quality requirements are too high. In Hongyang's originally wounded heart heard this heartfelt statement. The eyes darkened even more. She had always wanted to break through, and although she didn't know what realm it was to achieve Yuanying by conjugating Dan, but foundation building, she knew. Alas, now that the sect master is old, it's no longer a secret that no one from our Qingyuan Valley has stepped into the celestial realm again, much less the foundation establishment realm that the sect master spoke of. So I'm afraid it'll be difficult to maneuver with the outside forces. You guys know about the foundation establishment realm? In the Mountain Gate's secret manual, it was once mentioned that it was rumored that the person who started the Green Luan Valley was a foundation establishment immortal. Only that it was so long ago that the methods of the foundation establishment realm were vague and there was no way to verify it. So it is. At this time, In Hongyang thought for a long time, as if under some kind of decision. Her voice slowly said, "The dual cultivation technique of the ancient tomb. The old sect master speculates that it is no less than the technique practiced by the Green Luan Valley, and can even easily step into the celestial realm. And for this technique, you know it better than the old sect master and I do, right? And can you clear up the questions and answer the confusions for this sit?" She hadn't actually gone to see the old sect master, but had merely borrowed the sect master's name and intention, and she had actually listened to Su Qiu's heart to understand the dual cultivation heart method. Su Qiu was speechless. This guy really wasn't dead set on that golden merit law, but it was understandable. After all, In Hongyang didn't have much of a way back and could only hope for golden feats, just as Su Qiu was about to explain. Suddenly, The disciple outside frantically knocked on the door and said, "Master, something big has happened. The book depository has gone underwater." 111. What? In Hongyang's expression froze slightly as she looked out the door. Anxious. Why is the book depository on fire? I don't know, but I heard that the smoke started this morning, and by the time I realized it, it was on fire. It's still burning now, Wang Qiliang said hurriedly. In Hongyang sniffed, her eyebrows frowning tightly, and her white, rounded hand had nowhere to rest. Rising from the futon and wandering a few steps, he hung down his cuirass and muttered to himself, "The book pavilion has been burned. Have the forces outside become rampant to such an extent? The book depository is the heart and soul of the Green Luan Valley. It hid all kinds of secret books of Gongfu, and a large number of ancient books about medicine, even the rumors of the world's history, also equally recorded, more prosperous than the Dacian Imperial City Book Depository, but now such a precious building has been set on fire. I'm going out for a while, so I'll be slowing you down. I'll go with you and see what's going on." "Good thing too." In Hongyang nodded. It then immediately descended down the mountain, with Su Qiu similarly following behind her. Not too tight. In the eyes of outsiders he is a first-class martial artist. In Hongyang is a micro-step in the air, floating down the valley from the top of the mountain. Su Qiu is likewise not bad, a dragonfly pointing to the water, then a fall of 10,000 feet. That disciple saw the situation. His face showed the color of worship. Qin Reed's husband and uncle are too strong. There are hundreds of feet high peaks. This is less than a T Kung Fu. Has fallen into the valley. Even a first-class martial artist would have difficulty doing this. Green Luan Valley Book Depository. The book depository is located on a low peak, a straight five-fold tower, and you can see it upon entry. It can be called the iconic building of Qingluan Valley, like a pagoda in the Tang Dynasty style, and at this moment, it is burning with a blazing flame, the fire engulfing every inch of the tower, while a large number of books are turned into flying ash and roll up smoke and dust in the sky, leaving the disciples who were putting out the fire with their hands full. Many of them lifted the water and leaped up in the air, splashing up every bucket of water that fell from the sky. However, the fire continued unabated, as if someone had ignited it with fierce oil. What? The book depository is going to burn down? The heart and soul of Qingluan Valley. Have the elders been notified? The elders have been notified, and the elders are on their way here. The disciples were all busy putting out the fire. Unfortunately, the number of Green Luan Valley disciples was originally small, and all of them did not add up to more than 100. After all, Qingluan Valley was just a mountain gate, not a great sect in the immortal cultivation world. In the midst of the disciples' confusion, "I'll do it," In Hongyang's voice came through, followed by her palm strike. The wooden pillars of the book depository instantly snapped. The rest of the wooden pillars were similarly cut off by the forceful qi, and the book depository collapsed with a loud bang, crushing a large amount of flames underneath. Many of the open fires that were burning fiercely were annihilated under the wreckage of the building, leaving only sporadic flames, and when the rest of the disciples saw this, they frantically pounced on them to extinguish the open fires. Not long afterward, the flames of the book depository disappeared. A disciple cheered. "The flames have finally been extinguished." However, In Hongyang looked at the collapsed book collection pavilion. Her heart pulled out of her chest as she immediately commanded, "We'll clean out the books in the book collection pavilion. Don't leave out any of them." "Yes, master." The many disciples nodded and busily flipped through the books under the cache. A large number of books were either burned or watered through. The disciples were full of heartache. Su Qiu carefully surveyed the scene in front of him and casually picked up a book, flipping it open at random, but he soon threw it aside. "These books are of ordinary quality and are useless." Su Qiu shook his head and shook his head. In the world of immortal cultivation, only the mortal families and small doors will collect these books. Ordinary small clans will not even scan these broken books. These are almost rotten in the world of immortal cultivation. When In Hongyang heard this heartfelt voice, she was furious, was trying to think of a way to teach him a lesson. Xiahou Zongxing arrived late, and seeing the book collection pavilion that had collapsed into rubble, he couldn't help but say, "Which bastard was it that actually burned down the book collection pavilion?" The other elders around them also walked over. Among them, third elder Nei Taowan looked at the surrounding disciples. "Have you noticed anyone doing strange things in the book depository?" The disciples shook their heads. A questioning look. Third elder Nei Taowan continued, "Are there any suspicious people within the mountain gate?" The disciples similarly shook their heads. Instead, one man suddenly spoke up. "Outsiders on the contrary? Senior sister Qin's husband and her sister." The grand elder brought them back. That little disciple suddenly said. As soon as his words fell, everyone turned their heads to look at In Hongyang, as well as Su Qiu beside In Hongyang. At this time, Xiahou Zongxing fanned the flames and said, I just wondered. Hongyang brought them back the next day. The book depository was on fire. This is also too much of a coincidence, but we have been in good hands. His words directly caused the crowd's eyes to be directed at Su Qiu. That seems to be the case. Our book depository never catches fire, and it caught fire the day after they came in. This is too strange. But they don't have to. Outsiders, you know. We're still safe here without them. Discussions rose from the disciples, pointing all the fingers at Su Qiu. At this moment, Wang Qiliang shouted towards the crowd. It definitely won't be brother-in-law and the others. They've been staying in the courtyard. I can guarantee it. A look of swearing. Unfortunately, the crowd didn't buy into the banter. Confin calling on brother-in-law, actually being so affectionate. Back then, senior sister Chen was stealing, and that's why she was expelled from the division. Indeed, I don't know if he'll be of the same virtue as senior sister Chen. Maybe he's here to avenge senior sister Chen, and thus intentionally set the book depository ablaze. These sounds are extremely harsh. When Wang Qiliang heard this, he clenched his fists. He was clearly a witness, proving that Su Qiu and Qin Yuma had an alibi. Yet no one believed him. You are abominable. Wang Qiliang was infuriated. While the crowd was arguing, the third elder said in an impartial manner, "It's pointless to argue about this nowadays. It's better to conduct an interrogation. After all, the book depository wouldn't start a fire for no reason." Third elder Nei Taoan kept her gaze fixed on Su Qiu as she spoke. However, Su Qiu had a frank look on his face, his hands behind his back, and he looked straight at her with an old-fashioned gaze, full of unconcern. At this moment, In Hongyang realized that the crowd was just targeting Su Qiu. Speaking directly, he said, "He's been with me the whole time. What does he need to be interrogated about?" As she spoke, her hand rested on Su Qiu's shoulder, and she vouched for Su Qiu with her name. "He's been by your side all this time. Are you planning to take him as a disciple?" Nei Taoan was puzzled, while her eyes stared straight at In Hongyang. "So what if you take it or not? Do you know that you're Qin Reed? Let our Green Luan Valley loss how much? Now you still dare to accept the people around her as disciples. Could it be that what happened once was instructed by you?" Natao Wan said aggressively. On the side, Xiahou Zongxing said bitterly, "That's how the words are. Hongyang, don't do anything foolish. It's not worth it for such a person." In Hongyang's brows were knitted. She could sense that these two people were just forcing the issue. It was nothing more than a regression in their own strength, so they increasingly didn't put the Grand Elder in their eyes. However, Su Qiu she must keep it down must not. She was not timid and said, "Try all your suspicions. If I say he hasn't done it, he hasn't done it. You defend him like you defended Qin Reed back then?" Nei Tao Wan was tit for tat, her gaze deadpan on In Hongyang. Just as the two sides were at swords drawn, an abrupt voice rang out, "Elders, I can prove that senior sister Qin didn't steal back then. She was framed, and the person who framed her was none other than Huang Yue." The crowd looked for the sound, only to see Nangong Waner fall into the crowd, holding up a treasure box in her hands. 112. Nangong Waner's voice was like flat thunder. It exploded in the crowd. In particular, she shocked the crowd when she said that she was able to prove senior sister Qin's innocence, as well as the witch-sex female dryad, Huang Yue, who was hidden within the mountain gate. "It's fake, isn't it? How could it be a fake? There is indeed a possibility that it could be Huang Yue, but she's likely to become the holy maiden of the Green Luan Valley. But she betrayed the clan, didn't she? And letting someone attack the Grand Elder. She is a traitor, deceiving her master. The Great Elder's vision is indeed not very good, actually recruiting a traitor into his own personal disciple, almost getting himself victimized by her." Nangong Waner's words caused the disciples to murmur. Unable to stop, the crowd argued. After all, it's so mind-boggling, especially after all these years, that it can still be proven today. And those things really are like a roller coaster ride, loop after loop. At this moment, Xiahou Zongxing glared at his disciple and said rather angrily, "Waner, aren't you making trouble? It's all this time, and you're actually rehashing old matters? Senior, don't you also want to know how senior sister Qin was wrongly accused back then?" Nangong Waner was very hard-headed and said with a bite of her teeth, You are messing up." Xiahou Zongxing was exasperated, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only shake his head with his hands behind his back. Nangong Waner's head was ironic as she testified for senior sister Qin's innocence. Even third elder Nei Tao Wan had an odd expression as she looked at her. Only In Hongyang revealed a pleased smile. Then a voice came from her heart, "This Nangong Waner although grumpy point, but the person is kind-hearted. But it is a pity that she does not know, when her family, her parents are Xiahou Zongxing slaughtered, now but do not know, and recognize the thief as his father." Poor. When In Hongyang and Nangong Waner heard this heartfelt voice, all of them had their pupils slightly shrunk. Yin Hongyang was only surprised for a while before quickly returning to her normal self, pretending that she had never heard of it. On the contrary, Nangongwaner was extremely shocked, and even her movements paused for a moment. Even her breathing became unsettled. Her eyes dodged so much that she glanced at her master, and her hands were nowhere to rest. Impossible. How could master be so kind to me and kill my family? But now is not the time to think about that. After calming down, Nangongwaner said to the crowd, "Back then, senior sister Chen didn't steal the Green Luan Valley's immortal ascension green jade. It was stolen by Huang Yue. And this green jade was found in the secret compartment under Huang Yue's bed. At the same time here is also a letter which states that she must ostracize senior sister Chen, seize the position of Holy Maiden, and test Elder Yin, and even eradicate the Grand Elder. And this letter is from the witch sect." Nangongwaner opened the box as she spoke. A piece of ancient and elegant green jade lay quietly in front of him. At the same time that one letter, which was displayed on one side in front of everyone's eyes, was then handed over to Yin Hongyang. When Su Qiu saw the green jade, he pondered. Green jade actually appeared here. This is something from the immortal cultivation realm. It's really strange. I don't know if I can get my hands on it. Green jade was a material for foundation establishment stage cultivators, capable of refining magic treasures, and of course, it could also be used as a cultivation resource, absorbing the spiritual energy of green jade to increase cultivation. But Qinghuan Valley simply do not know the use of green jade, just as a similar increase ornaments. Mortals can also wear it to protect themselves from all diseases and live a long life. Worn by martial artists, it can also strengthen the body, speed up body repair, and enhance the speed of martial arts practice. The crowd kept wiping their ears for fear of missing a word. This matter was too explosive. Although the crowd had already prepared themselves, they were still shocked, not expecting Huang Yue to be such a person. Of course, the most surprising thing is that the witch door women have actually infiltrated. For a time, everyone within the mountain gate was in danger, and they all wondered if the people around them were from the witch sect. So, everyone, it's pretty clear now, isn't it, that this matter is most likely the witch door people's doing, and that this matter has nothing to do with Su Qiu. So don't you guys make insinuations, Nangongwaner said to the crowd. The disciples around them nodded their heads. They were the ones who were preoccupied. Now, back to the original point. Who really lit the fire in the cache? However, the third elder, Inai Taowan, is still unforgiving. Slow down. This only proves the innocence of that girl Chen Reed. But what does it have to do with this book depository? Taowan, is there a need to hold on to it? Or does Su Qiu make you very hateful? Yin Hongyang gazed straight at Taowan. Nei Taowan also did not care. Bluntly said, "I just want to say that you have too much power in your hands, when you harbor Chen Reed, and now you also harbor outsiders. Do you think that this fire in the book depository will be the internal disciples? Tell me, then, what is his purpose in lighting this fire?" Yin Hongyang inquired. Nei Taowan couldn't answer her inquiry. Her gaze glanced to the side, still condescending. "How would I know? You'd have to ask him personally? You can't speak for yourself. Aren't you wronging others?" Yin Hongyang didn't give a face and directly opened her mouth. At this time, Su Qiu, who was watching the show from the side, looked at Xiahou Zongxing, who suddenly stood in the middle of the two. Dry cough, let the two people shut up. Then opened his mouth. "Just got the disciple below to report. Is the theft caused by the thieves to prevent being discovered? So ignite the book collection cabinet. There are some of the books in the book collection cabinet was stolen." Natao Wan as if he had caught the basis. Then it must be what he did. "Our book depository, from the beginning of the clan to the present, has been passed down for hundreds of years. Inside the books are all treasures, so there are a lot of people who have a craving for them." The surrounding disciples nodded their heads gently when she said so. Qinghuan Valley is the #1 mountain gate in Diqian territory, and the books inside have naturally become everyone's target. It was even rumored in the rivers and lakes that the Green Luan Valley's book pavilion casually pulling out a secret book would be enough to make an ordinary person a martial arts ally. It was enough to see the preciousness of the Qinghuan Valley's ancient books. At this moment, Su Qiu could only express his helplessness regarding the competition for power within the mountain gate, which ultimately led to himself. However, listening to them hold their stash up as a treasure, Su Qiu couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, his voice is very harsh in the current scene. Everyone looked at him, and Natao One couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing, I need these trash, cough, ordinary secret books of yours?" Su Qiu still had some reservations. After all, he wanted to say trash secret books. Qinghuan Valley's bookstore, all the books in the previous life. He simply does not take a look. Directly thrown into the fire and burned. These books are simply a waste of paper and pen. Su Qiu's calm words rippled through the crowd. Nei Taowan was the first to step forward and said angrily, You dare to say that our book feats are ordinary, isn't it? Suqiu asked rhetorically. There was still a hint of contempt in his eyes, and he didn't take any of this in his stride. Natawan was so angry that her teeth itched. Unbridled. Our Gongfu secret books have been passed down for a long time. Are they not ordinary goods? Could it be that you are a thief and thus belittling our secret manuals to get away with it? I still need proof? Suqiu said softly. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth made one feel that he was extremely disdainful of these secret books of feats. The naked contempt is truly hateful. Yin Hongyang patted his shoulder and whispered, I'm sorry for dragging you into this because of me. I will return your innocence. She knew that Suqiu was deliberately trying to piss them off. Don't worry. It's simple for me to prove it. It just depends on whether I want to or not, Suqiu honestly said. With his current level of status, he could casually make up a merit law that could easily crush all the merit laws of Qingluan Valley. Xiahou Zongxing sneered. Then I'll see how you can prove it. It's so easy to say. Ini Tauwan likewise chimed in. Yes, since you can prove it then you can prove it to us. If I can prove it, what about compensation? Suqiu looked at them with a smirk. You guys don't want me to prove it to you for free, do you? Why not? Originally you were under suspicion, Natao Wan said. Suqiu shook his head. Your Greenluan Valley is really overbearing, arbitrarily falsely accusing others, asking for benefits, like touching porcelain, and then treating it as if nothing had happened afterwards. It's true that your decline is not without reason. You, Ini Tao Wan glared at him, her chest heaving with anger, her tone dissatisfied. What compensation do you want? Ascension Lapis Lazuli, 113. This item is too expensive. Change it to something else. Nei Tao Wan directly vetoed it. Suqiu laughed out loud. Back then, you used this to defame my mother. Now, what's wrong with taking this as an indemnity? Xiahou Zongxing, however, retorted. This is a token that has been passed down from our Green Luan Valley to the present day. How can it be handed over to an outsider at will? Suqiu squinted at them. Then it's still not in the hands of outsiders. Huang Yue has been hogging it for years and you guys are indifferent. She's a female dry detail of the witch sect. Or are you guys also from the witch sect, betraying the interests of Qingluan Valley? The eyes were like sharp knives, as if they were scraping through them. Xiahou Zongxing was a bit weak and didn't dare to look at him squarely. Only Natao Wan remained hardened. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yin Hongyang. The two of you combined, over 100 years old, are actually still childish with your juniors? It's not laughable. Not to mention, he's telling the truth. Yin Hongyang stood on Suqiu's side, her eyes filled with contempt as she looked at the two. At this moment, all the disciples watched. When Qin Reed was defamed and wrongly accused, and driven out of the Qingluan Valley, now the truth is clear. The two elders continue to frame others, for people to be disrespectful. Finally Natao Wan nodded. Alright, I have no problem with that. Xiahou Zongxing said bluntly. How do you prove it? Suqiu continued with his hands behind his back, speaking casually. Simple. Let one of your disciples, who cultivates my Gongfu, compete with your disciples in swordplay. And when to prove that I don't need these broken Gongfu books of yours at all? Natao Wan questioned. Cultivating your technique. Wouldn't that take a long time? One day is enough. Ha ha ha. Well, which disciple will you choose? Was she hearing a big joke now? Thinking that Suqiu was making a fool of herself? You can practice in one day and then beat all the disciples? Xiahou Zongxing also felt that Suqiu had made his words too full. However, he was happy to see it happen and said, Who are you going to choose? Wang Qiliang. Suqiu's voice was calm. On the contrary, Wang Qiliang, who was standing by the side, was full of surprise, pointing at his own face and wondering. Me? Then bottomed out. I can't, can I? Don't worry, even if it fails, it won't matter. Okay then. Wang Qiliang nodded helplessly. The matter is settled. And at this time tomorrow, a tournament will be held. Simply meeting friends with swords, not using any internal force. A pure sword competition. For a while the crowd was vaguely expectant. Ini Tauwan and Xiahou Zongxing are happy. Suqiu is tantamount to suicide. As long as they win tomorrow, the hat of the book depository will be able to be completely deducted on Suqiu's body, and then they will be punished as much as they want to be punished. Of course what excited them the most was being able to strike at Grand Elder Yin Hongyang's power. As long as the hat that the person brought back by the Grand Elder was a female dry spy was attached, it would make Yin Hongyang completely lose her right to speak, and Qingluan Valley would be firmly in the hands of the two of them. On the way back, Yin Hongyang looked at Suqiu with a worried face. Are you sure you want to do this? Suqiu nodded. Yin Hongyang wanted to say something else. Green Luan Valley's technique to the beggar is not necessarily want, so win will be no suspense. When she heard this heartfelt voice, her words stopped at the edge of her mouth. This guy was belittling Qingluan Valley's techniques again. Then despising him, she pouted, as you please, then walked away rather depressed. Only the puzzled Su Qiu was left, looking at her back with a face full of confusion. How to get angry for no reason? It's really a woman's heart under the sea needle. Brother-in-law, Qiliang has only just stepped into the first class. What virtue can he have? Wang Qiliang has been behind Su Qiu, quite worried. He said that he could not enter the top 10 in the clan. Su Qiu waved his hand and returned to the courtyard, telling Qin Yuma to find a pen and paper, spending 2 incense sticks of time to recompose a gong method, drying his handwriting and casually throwing it into Wang Qiliang's hands, and instructed, "Today you will start practicing in the courtyard, and I will supervise from the side." Wang Qiliang froze in place. He was a bit puzzled. Is brother-in-law that confident? Don't be surprised. Go practice. You only have 12 hours. Su Qiu repelled the gesture, which made Wang Qiliang helpless. All he could do was nod silently. He came to the courtyard and started practicing according to Su Qiu's newly written gong method. I hope I won't lose so badly tomorrow, Wang Qiliang secretly prayed. He just started stiffening up and practicing his sword. However, as time passed, Wang Qiliang realized that this gongfu was different from what he had imagined. It was as if he was the head of the group's swordsmanship, and all of the swordsmanships could be touched, while at the same time targeting the weaknesses and instantly finding a solution. It was as if it was a collection of feats that had been assembled by combining 100 schools of thought and abandoning 100 schools of thought. Why does it feel like my sword Dao is becoming more and more condensed? Wang Qiliang was quite surprised. When he practiced for 3 hours, the movements within the gongfu were well known, and with each new swing, there would be a new realization, especially since he had been practicing the sword for a few years, and nowadays cultivating it wouldn't be too much of a challenge. This was too much stronger than he had seen the Green Luan Valley Book Depository. Those feats, Wang Qiliang couldn't help but say, brother-in-law, how did you get this set of techniques? You guess? Su Qiu first skinned himself for a moment, then said, don't ask so many questions, practice. He wouldn't tell anyone that this set of gongfu was the basic sword art of the immortal cultivation world. The sword art that every disciple at the bottom of the clan must practice belonged to a technique that had been iterated for thousands of years. He then stopped paying attention to Wang Qiliang and concentrated on inhaling the rest of the demonic pills, the spiritual energy, into his dantian as he cultivated all the time. Good. Wang Qiliang watched his brother-in-law meditate, answered and continued to practice his sword on the side. Xiahou Zongxing looked at his disciple in anger. Waner, do you know what the hell you're doing? Waner doesn't know. Waner only knows to return senior sister Qin's innocence. Nangong Waner said very stiffly. Returning her innocence? Xiahou Zongxing was furious. Do you know that with her around, you won't be able to get the position of holy maiden at all? So, all of this is the work of the master? Nangong Waner's watery condensation-like eyes stared tightly at Xiahou Zongxing. Xiahou Zongxing was dumbfounded by her question, not knowing how to answer. Nangong Waner was disheartened when she saw this expression on her master's face, yet she remained unforgiving and said, I guess Elder Ni is also involved. She's targeting the Grand Elder so much. Unbridled. Xiahou Zongxing scraped Nangong Waner in a fit of anger. The force seemed to be a little too great. Crimson marks appeared on Nangong Waner's face, and she was directly confused, with solid pain coming from her face. Then she laughed miserably, not realizing that her master was this kind of person. Her heart was a little broken. The master has never hit her, but when it comes to Qin Reed he is furious. The master's small mind is more than clear-eyed. Together with the heartfelt words she heard from Su Qiu before, she was more and more able to confirm that her master, Xiahou Zongxing, was the female cadre of spies sent in by the witch sect. Xiahou Zongxing realized that he had made a mistake and hurriedly said, Waner, Master Teacher did not mean it. Master Teacher is only paving the way for you. You have to understand Master Teacher's good intentions. But, before, Huang Yue was most likely to become the Holy Maiden. So why didn't Master Teacher deal with her? Nangong Waner sneered and walked away without looking back. Wan Air, Xiahou Zongxing shouted, but it didn't make Nangong Waner turn around. This drove him crazy, and in the end, he could only take his grievances out on Su Qiu and Qin Yuma. If it wasn't for them, my disciple wouldn't be like this. Xiahou Zongxing hated to strangle them now. 114. The Green Luan Valley No Earth Plaza. Because of yesterday's bet, all the disciples appeared early to wait, and around the hour, the figures of the 3 elders appeared on the stands. Yin Hongyang swept a glance at Natao Wan and Xiahou Zongxing, and the 2 elders similarly did not give her a good look, a look of hooking up. Yin Hongyang understood very well that this was the result of the retreat in strength. There was simply no way to suppress them, so much so that they had second thoughts. What's more, the witch door's female dry detail Xiahou Zongxing messed up, further complicating the situation in Qingluan Valley. but she was unable to get to Xiahou Zongxing's incriminating evidence, much less identify him as a female dry detail. I hope Su Qiu doesn't lose this match, or else I'll have trouble bailing him out, Yin Hongyang said secretly. The present-day Lord of the Mountain Gate is gradually becoming ill with old age. With Yin Hongyang without her own strength to rely on and without the help of the sect master, the pressure could be imagined. At the moment, under the stage, the disciples looked on curiously. Has it started? Why isn't it out yet? I can hardly wait. Yeah, are they backing out on the battlefield? It's possible. After all, what can be practiced in a day? A genius couldn't do it either. The disciples' chatter made the entire square hot and lively. Their necks were all stretched out just to witness Su Qiu's feats, whether or not they were truly divine. After all, they also felt indignant that Su Qiu had disparaged the secret gongfu of the Qinghuan Valley Book Depository, but the disciples of Qinghuan Valley had been practicing gongfu, and it was naturally difficult for them to be disparaged. Coming, a voice came out of nowhere. The crowd then turned their heads to look, and saw the panting Wang Qiliang, his lapel all wet, but also appeared thick bags under the eyes. Seems to have not slept for a day. The tired look makes the crowd shook their heads. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Senior brother Wang, don't force yourself after a night of no sleep." Yeah, saving your life is most important. The big thing is to ask Su Qiu to come out and answer the battle. The pushing and shoving crowd shouted. Wang Qiliang shook his head, took out a towel and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, slowly climbed onto the martial arts stage and said, "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." He didn't know if he had practiced any of the sword techniques. Although the body is tired, the spirit is exhilarated. Anyway, he was eager to use that sword art and spar to his heart's content. Wang Qiliang stood on the martial arts stage, and to the fellow brothers and sisters under the stage, he cupped his fists and saluted, saying, "My fellow brothers and sisters are courteous. In order to prove my sister's husband's innocence, I am standing here to fight, and I hope that all of you will be merciful." At the moment the people around them looked at each other in disbelief. It always seemed that his words were not humble, but a sign of weakness. When Yin Hongyang heard his modest words, a heart likewise hung in the air. She searched through the crowd and eventually found Su Qiu's figure, only to see that he had mindlessly moved the Taisher chair and sat on it as if he were a melon eater, and crossed his legs. This guy's heart is too big. Isn't he afraid something will happen? Yin Hongyang muttered. On the contrary, it was Natao Wan on the side who sneered. It seems that one day is not enough. Although Wang Qiliang's qualifications are good, it's too much of a rush for him. Xiahou Zongxing, on the other hand, said with cold eyes, if this is confirmed that Su Qiu is an arsonist, he must be broken into pieces before he can do so, or else he thinks that anyone in our Greenluan Valley can mess with a foot. Humph. Yin Hongyang snorted coldly. Victory or defeat is not yet known, and you are so quick to become complacent? While they're at war with each other, a disciple in the crowd leapt onto the martial arts stage. He then bowed and cupped his fists at Wang Qiliang. "Senior brother Wang, I'm conducting a lesson. Senior flower brother is courteous." Wang Qiliang similarly clasped his fists and returned the salute, and then both sides set up a stance. The long sword in their hands stood in front of their chests. Both of them were Qinghuan Valley sword technique. Seeing this, Senior flower brother was puzzled. Could it be that you're going to use the Greenluan sword art to compete with me? Senior flower brother, don't be concerned about what sex sword art it is. You only need to know that today is purely a sword competition, Wang Qiliang said in a calm tone. He realized the mystery of sword art from his brother-in-law's book of Gongfu. That art was only the appearance, only the way to achieve the purpose. The Tao was the essence of the sword. Senior brother Wang, you have a big mouth, so I'll give it a try. As soon as Senior flower brother's words fell, his entire body flashed in front of Wang Qiliang, his sharp sword blade stabbing towards him. Wang Qiliang didn't dare to slow down in the slightest, fighting tooth and nail to block. At a time on the martial arts stage came the sound of clanking metal clanking. The two long swords intersected with each other, producing faint sparks, while they fought hard. Of course, Senior flower brother had entered the Greenluan Valley 4 years earlier than Wang Qiliang, so he also had 4 more years of sword practice time, as well as the experience he had accumulated over the past 4 years. Not much time into the battle, Senior flower brother was pressing Wang Qiliang. Senior flower brother laughed softly as he attacked. "Senior Wang, your sword skills are ordinary and not skilled enough. Wang Qiliang for the Greenluan sword art. He is not at all like the flower senior brother this skilled. Instead, like a young hand, naturally cannot defeat the flower senior brother." At the same time, seeing his senior brother's fierce swordsmanship, his heart was fearful, and his moves were bound to stiffen, making him even more unbeatable to his senior brother. Watch him get knocked back a little bit. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but sigh. Master Wang is still short of some fire. He just stepped into the first class not long ago and hasn't stabilized his realm yet. Perhaps it's Su Qiu's gong method that really can't compare to Qingluan Valley's. Such murmurs abounded, and the stage was filled with buzzing voices. Qin Yuma was at Su outside, quite nervous as he clenched his hand. What about brother-in-law? He's about to fall. She knew that this bet was about her brother-in-law's innocence, and if she lost, she would be framed successfully by those two elders, just like her sister back then. So when he saw the picture on the martial arts stage, he couldn't help but be anxious. Don't worry, Su Qiu gently patted her catkin. Shortly after his voice had just fallen, Wang Qiliang then closed his eyes, and when his vision went black, there was no more fear in his heart, not to mention the green Luan sword technique that he had performed, only pure sword intent. The moment he closed his eyes, the sword technique he had been practicing last night returned from his mind to his body, and he could do so with his mind and body united, and his sword moved by his heart. Wang Qiliang closed his eyes in emotion. It made the disciples look dumbfounded. They were puzzled and said, "What is senior brother Wang doing? Is it surrendering of his own accord? No way. It should be a new trick that requires closing your eyes. But how can I observe the martial arts arena with my eyes closed? This is simply sending people to their deaths. Does senior brother Wang think that he can hear and recognize sound simply by relying on his ears?" They were not optimistic about Wang Qiliang at all, and they all thought that Master Wan was bound to fail. Seeing this, Senior Flower said with the same suspicion, "Why are you closing your eyes? This is very dangerous. Swords have no eyes." Wang Qiliang didn't open his eyes, but was in a defensive stance. Senior brother doesn't need to be persuaded anymore. Alright, then I won't show any mercy in my next move. Seeing that he was so headstrong, Senior Flower brother did not try to persuade him too much, and instead, he made a move to determine the winner. Immediately, he stomped his feet and his body flew up in the air, his right hand holding the sword and pointing it straight at the other party's brow. Originally, he thought that Wang Qiliang would not move a muscle and be sent flying out by his strike. Unexpectedly Wang Qiliang said, "Your Liangmen, Tai are all broken, the sword out and behind. The sword is far away and cannot protect the master. The sword warrior fierce attack is very easy to miss the defense. The attack is defeated is full of flaws." Before Hua understood, Wang Qiliang bent down and raised his sword, easily dodging the other party's attack at the same time. The long sword he held was like a fishhook, and the sword's eye instantly arrived at the other party's near body, stabbing towards his Liangmen and Tai points. At this moment, Senior Flower brother leaped up in the void, and it was difficult to change his trajectory, but the tip of the opponent's sword was about to pierce his abdomen, and Senior Flower brother could not help but be horrified. 115. Senior Flower hurriedly attacked his longsword on the ground, causing the sword to bend, thus driving his body to deflect. Only then did he manage to evade Wang Qiliang, who was standing guard. The ease with which Wang Qiliang was able to attack his weaknesses really surprised Senior Flower. He rolled to the side, his fire coming up a bit. This time it was just an accident. Come again. Immediately, he launched another fierce attack, the long sword in his hand, like a downpour of rain, stabbed towards Wang Qiliang. Yet again his attack fell short. Wang Qiliang's face does not change color. He closed his eyes, vision black. Just listen to the wind. Feel the wind. Judge each other's sword. His mind recalled yesterday's practice of the sword. The body naturally imitated. Although the sword flower is beautiful, it has no killing intent, and it seems to be dense with killing moves, but it has no center of gravity, and it is simply fancy. Wang Qiliang commented as he fended off Senior Flower's sword moves. There was a lot of clanking and clanging. If we don't rely on Jin Qi and rely on sword skills alone, Wang Qiliang still had a lot of confidence in outsmarting his opponent, only to see that he had a bright idea. The big sword swept horizontally, the so-called sword flower of the senior brother, as if the autumn wind swept away the leaves, was swept to one side by the big sword, and the trend of the attack was interrupted in this hard way. It was Wang Qiliang's turn to attack, and he jumped up with his sword pointing at his opponent's neck. Senior Flower brother immediately defended, yet one step was too late. By the time he crossed his sword in front of his chest, the tip of Wang Qiliang's sword had reached the knot of his throat. At this time, Wang Qiliang opened his eyes and said, "Senior Flower brother, you lost." Witnessing this scene, Senior Flower brother also understood that he couldn't win, and could only let go of his long sword before arching his hand and saying, "I've been taught." After saying that, he retreated back under the martial arts stage. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they were surprised. Senior Flower actually lost. Unbelievable. Moreover, it's still just 2 moves to decide the winner. This is too terrifying. It seems that Senior Sister Qin's husband is really something. The disciples' astonishment was endless. At this moment, the hearts of the crowd were like riding a roller coaster, rising and falling. Originally thought that Wang Qiliang would surely be defeated. The reality was that the other party not only fought back to win, but at the same time beat senior flower brother without any strength. The gazes that the crowd looked at Su Qiu were not as hostile as before, but instead, they eased slightly. Natao Wan on the stands gritted her teeth, and cut a mouthful, saying unconvincingly, "It's just a fluke win. It's nothing." Xiahou Zongxing nodded his head and said, "Tao Wan is right. Wang Qiliang did win by a fluke due to luck. Originally his strength couldn't win against the other party." Yin Hongyang, however, looked at them with contempt and said in an unkind tone, "You guys just care about the outcome you want. Even if he wins a few rounds, you'll still slander. After all, how could I not know what you think?" She was also wary of seeing Wang Qiliang before, fearing that he would fail and drag Su Qiu down, but now that he had one, it made Hongyang breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, it didn't stop her from deriding the two elders in front of her who were plotting her rights. Nei Taowan was quite embarrassed by her talking like this, but she continued to be tough-talking. "Wouldn't my words be unfaithful? If he keeps winning, I will admit that he is innocent in this matter." "I hope so." "Humph. Linger, you go." Nataowan shouted towards the bottom of the stands, towards the female disciple Dongfang Ling who was watching the show. Dongfang Ling nodded and said expressionlessly, "Yes, master." After saying that, she turned around and jumped onto the martial arts stage, the breeze blowing and the corners of her clothes fluttering, her face colorless as she said to Wang Qiliang, "Senior brother, please." As she spoke, she drew the sword at her waist and pointed the blade straight at Wang Qiliang. Her strength wasn't weak at all. A peak first-class martial artist, just one step away from becoming a sec-level powerhouse. Qin Yuma, who was under the martial arts stage, saw this. Nervously, he said to Su Qiu, "Brother-in-law, this guy is even stronger than before. Are you sure it's alright?" Su Qiu, however, spoke in a flat tone. "This guy is only a first-class peak martial artist, and he's no match for Wang Qiliang. As long as he's not at the Zongshi level, he won't lose." But Qin Yuma still wanted to say that this Dongfang Ling's aura was already overwhelming. However, it wasn't just Qin Yuma who was worried. The surrounding disciples were equally worried. "Master Wang, can you do it? Senior sister Dongfang is our fourth-ranked personal disciple." "Yeah, senior sister Dongfang is only one step away from the Zongshi level, and senior brother Wang is afraid that he won't be a match. It seems that Master Wang has come to an end." None of them favored Wang Qiliang. After all, the strength is there. Elder sister Dongfang, however, had been brought into the mountain gate by Elder Natao Wan at the age of 5, and had subsequently been cultivating on the mountain. And she had at least 7 or 8 years more cultivation time than Wang Qiliang. Wang Qiliang looked at senior sister Dongfang and swallowed his saliva. Eastern sister. He still wanted to tell Dongfang Ling to be merciful, yet Dongfang Ling didn't give him a chance to speak. Her legs jumped up deftly, like a dragonfly pointing at the water, a dozen feet away from the martial arts platform. Instantly, she held the female sword towards Wang Qi's conscience and eyebrows. "Once you come, you're dead." Wang Qiliang was so shocked that he hurriedly avoided it, fearing that if he took a step slower, he would be stabbed by her. At that moment, Su Qiu shouted, "Avoid it and you lose." His voice was slightly abrupt. Wang Qiliang originally wanted to dodge, but he still listened to his brother-in-law's words as cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he stared at Dongfang Ling dead in the face. "Neguan, Daling, weakness," Su Qiu reminded again. Wang Qiliang, who was originally fearful, came back to his senses and stared intently at Dongfang Ling without any distractions, saying, "Got it, brother-in-law." When the tip of Dongfang Ling's sword was about to reach Wang Qi's conscience eyebrow, the tip of Wang Qiliang's sword moved 3 inches downwards towards her wrist. If the Oriental Spirit Lady's sword continued to stab straight, her wrist was bound to be stabbed by Wang Qiliang first. Dongfang Ling, who had originally attacked extremely violently, frowned slightly and couldn't help but stop her attack. With his legs lightly stepping on the ground and a turn to dodge elsewhere, Wang Qiliang easily neutralized her killing move this time. When she attacked again, Wang Qiliang completely calmed down and calmly dealt with every attack of Dongfang Ling, always looking for weaknesses under her sword technique, defending like a hedgehog, simply making people clueless. Dongfang Ling's attack became more and more chaotic, and her originally expressionless face gradually bit her red lips lightly. "Attack if you have the ability. Don't keep being a shrunken head turtle." Wang Qiliang, on the other hand, bottomed out. "Senior sister, I'm at least a senior brother. Isn't attacking the same as sending them to their deaths?" Although he said the most wimpy things, he didn't think about dodging like he did before, but instead dealt with it head-on. It's simply a mix of experience. Looking at the disciples around him, he shouted loudly, "Master Wang, are you still a man? You're still dilly-dallying in a fight. That's it. Be a man and get on with it." Facing their roars, Wang Qiliang remained deaf, and whenever his senior sister attacked, He looked for weaknesses. Looking around, the disciples gnashed their teeth, itching to go up and slap him. At the same time, Dongfang Ling's breath gradually became chaotic, especially when Wang Qiliang was looking for weaknesses every time in just the right place, defending like a tortoise shell, which made Dongfang Ling quite furious, so much so that her attacks gradually went haywire. Dongfang Ling's attack failed to work, and as she was backing up, the steps she moved suddenly went askew. Wang Qiliang instantly captured the opportunity and made an impact, borrowing inertia. The long sword in his hand was like a thread of heaven, heading straight for Dongfang Ling's white and tender neck. The heel was even tossed right at her ankle, forcing the Eastern spirit to stumble. Her steps became confused, and when she came back to her senses she found the long sword against her neck. Wang Qiliang revealed a silly smile and said excitedly, "Senior sister, you lost." 116. Dongfang Ling's face was full of incredulity. Her silver bell eyes widened as she looked at Wang Qiliang incredulously. "How did you win?" She asked this with a tiger's head. Wang Qiliang scratched his head, smiled sarcastically and said, "Senior sister, this is all the help of my brother-in-law's kung fu. Originally I thought that our Qingyuan Valley sword art, the world is invincible. However, contact with his, only to find themselves as a frog in the bottom of the well." He pulled out a book as he spoke. The handwriting on the top of the book is stained with a bit of ink and dried out shortly. The book is very new, not even framed, a few pages together. If you don't pinch it hard enough, I'm afraid it will fall apart with the wind. Dongfang Ling stared at the gongfu that had been temporarily written out, coveting it, then she stretched out her hand and said, "Can you show it to me?" Wang Qiliang twisted his head to look at his brother-in-law who was sitting on the stage. Only then did he hand the book over to his sister with the admonition, "That's fine, but remember to return it." Wang Qiliang's eyes carried a few moments of reluctance. This gongfu was very precious to him. "I know," Dongfang Ling faintly replied back and leapt down from the martial arts platform, returning to his master's side. At this moment, the crowd under the martial arts stage was in an uproar. This bout is too interesting to have such a result. The fourth-ranked senior sister actually lost to a senior brother who couldn't even make it into the top 10. Master Qin's son-in-law is really something. I didn't expect that in a day's time he would train Master Wang to become a monster. I'm afraid that nowadays, if senior brother Wang's ranking is able to enter the top 4, only patriarchal senior sister Nandong will be able to defeat him. The disciples below the martial arts stage were truly enlightened. They hadn't expected that the one standing at the end was actually Wang Qiliang. Nowadays, there was no need to do all the remaining matches, because the fourth-ranked senior sister lost, and the other disciples at the back of the rankings couldn't win against Wang Qiliang at all. If the third and second-ranked brother and sister on the stage is not interesting, because they are not the same realm, then if that is not a simple sword competition, is the realm of the crushing, senior sister Qin's husband. I'm afraid that after today, he's going to be famous in our Green Luan Valley. One of the disciples murmured, his gaze looking warmly at Su Qiu. All the rest of the disciples were like that. Su Qiu casually took out a merit law and was able to crush the Green Luan sword technique. It made the disciples greedy. They wanted to become stronger. They wanted to be like Wang Qiliang, who could defeat the fourth existence in one day of cultivation. Suddenly, I don't know who, without any principle, shouted, "Brother-in-law, can you teach me this kind of swordsmanship?" When the voice fell, it immediately rolled up 1,000 waves, and the disciples shouted, "Brother-in-law, I can testify for you that it was not brother-in-law's doing that caused the fire in the book depository yesterday. Yes, brother-in-law is always in the courtyard. How could he go to the library and set fire to it? Brother-in-law, look at me. I was born with excellent qualifications. I am a rare martial arts practicing genius. I will help my brother-in-law's martial arts to flourish." The crowd was shouting, each casting attentive glances. The passion was overwhelming. Even senior flower brother, who had been shot down just now, was likewise like this. Xin Yumo looked at this group of passionate disciples. Goosebumps instantly rose. Her eyebrows knitted tightly, her white and greasy hands tightly protecting Su Qiu, fearing that he would be eaten alive by this group of hungry and thirsty disciples. What made her scalp numb the most was that everyone was calling Su Qiu her brother-in-law. Wasn't that explicitly stealing her brother-in-law from her? How could Qin Yuma endure it? Immediately, she shouted, "You can let your brother-in-law teach you if you want to, but you must pass me first." At that moment, again, I don't know who had the cheek to call out, "Sister-in-law." The many disciples quickly put down their cheeks and shouted in unison, "Sister-in-law." Qin Yuma felt her ears buzzing. They were too imposing, making her sister-in-law mistakenly think that she was the big sister of all the disciples. In reality, she had practiced sword for less than 10 days, and was far from being a third-rate martial artist. She was a little weak inside from all the disciples calling her. Throwing a look of help to Su Qiu, Her watery eyes were on the verge of squeezing out water. She whispered, "Brother-in-law, help me." Sucho shook his head breathlessly, then said, "If you guys want feats, go to Wan Chilion's place and copy them." When he finished speaking, he ignored the crowd and instead looked up with his gaze on the stands. Natuan clenched her fists tightly. How could she not expect that her most pleased personal disciple would actually lose to an unheard of Wang Chilion? This proved that Sucho's gong method was indeed stronger than Qingyuan Valley's. However, she did not die. When Dongfang Ling returned to her, Natuan grabbed the book in her hand and did not pay attention to Dongfang Ling's aggrieved look, reading it carefully, and then realized that this sword technique was indeed more flowing and smooth than Qingyuan Valley's. Yin Hongyang looked at her deflated appearance. Inwardly indescribable joy. The corners of her reddish and bewildered lips hooked up, white fat jade fingers lightly cupping the charming delicate face, with a few points of contempt. Shameful laughter. Momo Wan, you'll keep your word, won't you? Yin Hongyang's voice was like a devil's whisper. Natao Wan red eyes, hand clenched tightly, nails slightly white, gritted his teeth and said, Since he won, of course I say it counts. After saying that, he casually threw the unsealed and framed secret books of Gongfu and got up to leave, leaving behind only the Dongfang Ling, who was full of panic and hurriedly packed up her Gongfu. She looked at the messy Gongfu and was so distressed that she shed tears. Yin Hongyang, however, smiled and seduced. Do you want to learn that sword technique? Dongfang Ling's tender ears perked up slightly, her eyes looking towards Yin Hongyang, subconsciously wanting to nod her head. At that moment, Natawan's voice came from her ears. Linger, quickly come back to me. Dongfang Ling could only hang his head and follow his master teacher away. Yin Hongyang was bored and couldn't pull the other party together, so she looked at Xiahou Zongxing. Now it's your turn. Are you still suspicious of Suqiu? Cough. I have nothing to say. Xiahou Zongxing coughed dryly, then his expression changed. If it wasn't for Suqiu, the person who lit the fire in the book depository, has yet to be found, and I'm afraid that there are still problems to follow. Yes? Yin Hongyang narrowed her eyes, staring tightly at Xiahou Zongxing. She was now more and more certain that this guy was the female dry spies of the witch sect. Every time, she was against her, and at the same time, picked herself clean. A jack-of-all-trades role, and the only regrettable thing was not being able to find this guy to handle. There's no point in talking about it now, since he's testified against himself. I'm not going to hold on to it. After saying that, Xiahou Zongxing got up and left. It's just that Nangong Wanner, who was by his side, didn't want to follow him, until Xiahou Zongxing glanced at him and said unhappily, Wan Air, go away. What are you still staying here for? Nangong Wanner's eyes were clouded. However, she was his disciple in the end, so she could only skim her head and follow Xiahou Zongxing. When they leave, Suqiu appeared at Yin Hongyang's side at an unknown time. Looking at the backs of the two, he said, they seem to be seemingly inseparable. I don't think Nangong Wanner likes her master. I feel it too. Yin Hongyang nodded. She also wanted to draw Nangong Wanner in, because she was still loyal to Qingyuan Valley, compared to Hongyang's own previous female apprentice, Huang Yue, one a loyalist and the other a traitor. A female witch sect cadre of spies who were in cahoots with Xiahou Zongxing. Could it be that Nangong Wanner has already begun to suspect that her master is the one who massacred the family? But according to the order of development, she has not yet discovered the Nangong family's token in the hidden compartment in the painting in her master's room, and she will have to wait at least a month for the death of the backdoor master before she discovers. Suqiu secretly pondered. However, his heartfelt words not only shocked Nangong Wanner, even Yin Hongyang did the same, her sapphire eyes widening. 117. Could it be that he knows the time of the mountain sect master's passing? Yin Hongyang muttered, her expression tense, because she is clear that the Green Luan Valley can still stand here, completely because of the existence of the Door Master. The Door Master is alive, in order to suppress the curfew generation. However, if the news of the mountain sect master's feathered immortality were to spread out, I'm afraid, external forces would flock to him. Yin Hongyang looked at Suqiu with a complicated expression. Nangong Wanner, who was following behind Xiahou Zongxing, similarly turning back, glancing at Suqiu. Her slender and tender catkin couldn't help but pinch the corner of her coat and pursed her red lips, when once again turning his head to look at Xiahou Zongxing as if he had made some sort of determination. Although she couldn't confirm Suqiu's heartbeat right now, the fact that Suqiu's heartbeat could be uttered meant that 8 or 9 was not far off, and all that was left was to ask for proof. Several people looked at Xiahou Zongxing and Nangong Wanner's backs as they disappeared into the square. Suqiu suddenly stretched his hand out and staged towards Yin Hongyang. The latter wondered, what's wrong? I want the green jade. He remembered that the bet was the immortal Ascension green jade, and that was something he was aiming to get. Within my palace, Yin Hongyang said bluntly, but from within the purse at her waist, she took out a red elixir. This is first considered your compensation. Take it to be able to strengthen your body. Suitable for Fei Mo. Thank you, Sister Master. Xin Yuma's sweet voice thanked. In Hongyang only nodded gently. At that moment, she said to Su Qiu, later, you come with me. Xin Yuma sniffed with an odd expression. But in someone else's territory, she couldn't say anything and could only go back to the courtyard and wait. Su Qiu bid them farewell and followed In Hongyang back to the Saffron Palace. When In Hongyang entered the temple, she placed the exquisite treasure box in his hands. The Ascension green jade is inside. Su Qiu opened the treasure box. An ancient green jade with a flowing green color, lying quietly inside, emitting a faint aura. A rare treasure in the world. If one meets a cultivator, one is able to refine it into one's own life magic treasure. And of course, even if one doesn't refine it, one can still use it as a cultivation aid. In Hongyang's lustrous delicate legs sat cross-legged, her puffy breasts sagging, her scarlet lips lightly opening as she introduced herself. The ascending immortal green jade is a treasure found by the old ancestors since the opening of the mountain gate of Qingluan Valley. He relied on this piece of ascending immortal green jade and stepped into the foundation establishment realm. And later on, the green jade became the Qingluan Valley's town and city. However, so many years have passed in Qingluan Valley, and successive generations of gate masters were no longer able to step into such a realm, and the green jade has fallen out of favor. Su Qiu squeezed the green jade in his hand and could feel that the aura was only half of what it was at its peak. He listened to In Hongyang's introduction. On his lips, he said, what a shame. Maybe Qingyu is sleeping maybe. The heart but thought, that of course, in this world want to break through the foundation. Must find a large number of aura things, rely solely on a treasure to build a foundation, is tantamount to a fool's dream, not to mention that it is less than half of the previous spiritual power. Another 200 years almost on the jade shattered. In Hongyang looked at Su Qiu who had a different heart. Plump lips twitched slightly. She didn't know what Su Qiu wanted this piece of green jade for, knowing full well that it was greatly inferior to what it used to be. In Hongyang did not dwell on this matter as she took out the golden gongfu again and seriously inquired to Su Qiu. This gongfu, is it really as powerful as you said at that time? A top-level gongfu in this world? Su Qiu knew that In Hongyang hadn't let go of the opportunity to become stronger, especially as the Grand Elder. She was caught in the crossfire by the two elders and had a hard time saying anything, enough to see that her cultivation regression had caused her position to falter. Xiao Chu Nim helped her before, so he similarly sat down on his knees and looked at her, introducing it without reservation. This dual cultivation technique, as long as you find the right physique, your cultivation will travel thousands of miles per day, and it will be easy to step into the celestial realm, or even the legendary foundation establishment that you speak of. Only, it's very difficult to find the right person for dual cultivation, and if you are looking for the wrong one, the speed will be greatly reduced, and even drag you down, so you must consider carefully. Of course, I don't recommend that you cultivate. Elder In Hongyang heard his words and gradually fell into deep thought. There's really no turning back for her today. The sect master's life was nearing its end, and she alone would have to preside over the entire Green Luan Valley next. However, things wouldn't be as easy as she thought. Xiaoho Zongxing the witch sect's people, Natao often challenged her authority and grabbed the power in her hands. In Hongyang's strength was now constantly retreating, and she was unable to continue controlling the situation or even being led by the nose. The book depository is a case in point, and it's clear that someone is trying to stir up a dispute and shatter her position. If Su Qiu lost this time, I'm afraid, no one in Qingluan Valley would ever listen to the words of the Grand Elder again, as if she had made up her mind of some sort. Her white, smooth catkin clutched the sleeve of her light coat. Zhuo Jizgaze looked toward Su Qiu and inquired, what kind of physique is needed? Pure Yang, Supreme Yang, and True Yang physiques can all be your dual cultivation Dao partners. Su Qiu explained simply, he was the True Yang physique, caused by practicing the heart technique in his previous life. Now that he had traveled across the world, he continued to step into his previous life's mind, and his physique was similarly slowly turning to True Yang. In Hongyang stared at him dead in the face and said word for word, what about you? Me? Su Qiu froze for a long time. He introduced dual cultivation feats, but he didn't bring himself into it. After all, no matter how you put it, it's not humane. After all, the wife's master. How is that different from the mother-in-law? In Hongyang slowly got up at this time and sat directly in front of him. A tantalizing body scent came to his nose. It was the faint fragrance of begonias, mixed with a hint of milky scent, which made people stop in their tracks and willingly sink into the tender mound. Her white jade hand gently rested on Su Qiu's wrist. It's very gentle and softly adsorbs to the top. A cold and powerful qi emanated from her hand, slowly disappearing into Su Qiu's wrist. In Hongyang's exquisite face was close to her eyes. Everything about her was so real to see. Age hadn't left any traces on her face, and her glowing skin was still there. Her clear eyes gradually brightened as her gaze stayed on Suchio's cheeks. Her lips slightly opened as she exhaled. If I didn't sense it wrong, you're one of them, aren't you? Suchio was stunned as he witnessed the scene before him, and it was only after a long time that he came back to his senses. In Hong. Ahem. Elder In. This is not suitable for. Seeing his hesitation, In Hongyang directly interrupted him. Could you have found another one? This is hard for me too. Suchio shook his head, his expression helpless. Pure young physique. It must be a child born in a yang year, yang month, yang day, yang hour, and it must have a strength of more than first class, which is simply difficult for people. The supreme young physique, moreover, was a physique formed by practicing some sort of sizzling gongfu and constantly hammering away. Yet this world simply did not have this set of gongfu. As for the true sun, it is of its own type, and the world seems to be unique. Therefore, Suchio couldn't get a suitable physique. In Hongyang took it a step further, her petite body leaning forward, warmth coming through her nose, her eyes looking straight at him. So, can't find it, huh? Suchio subconsciously nodded his head. For this world to fulfill the conditions, even if the entire De Chen dynasty dug into the ground, it would be hard to find the right one. Even if you look at the whole world, it's difficult, and finding it will take who knows how long. In Hongyang exhaled. Follow me. After saying that, she got up and headed towards the palace-like mansion, a secret door, stopping when she reached the doorway, her gaze looking towards Suchio. Alright, Suchio also had no choice but to move. 118. Suchio followed closely behind In Hongyang's petite body, sniffing the faint milky fragrance of her body, followed the secret passage for who knows how long. Suddenly the field of vision in front of him opened up, and Suchio left the secret passage and found himself in a cloudy peak, surrounded by towering cliffs, with only the peak being a flat garden. Here verdant jasper, colorful, the breeze blowing, the lawn is waves like swaying, gusts of flowers also diffuse in the breeze, attracting a butterfly, dancing with the wind. The centerpiece is an exquisite loft. Suchio was surveying his surroundings at the time. A voice came from the attic. Red lady, you're here. Airless and husky, it seemed weathered and, at the same time, peppered with a few moments of amiability. Master. In Hongyang responded to that voice and then led Suchio in. Inside the cozy attic covered with flowers, a dying grandmother, with a walking stick in her hand, was sitting quietly on a futon. The features of her face had long since ceased, leaving only the texture of the folds, as if they were wheels of years, telling of the old man's age. She's lived for at least 150 years, Suchio secretly guessed. Only the old man's breath in front of him gradually became weak. When In Hongyang saw the old man, she was no longer, like a good little girl. She came to the old man's side and pampered herself. Master, did you miss me? All the time, the old man said with a soft chuckle. The pale hand also stroked her catkin. In Hongyang was full of apologies. I am sorry, the Qinghuan Valley is full of affairs. It is difficult to take time out, not to mention that they, at that, she stopped herself instantly, not wanting to worry her master. However, the old man knew all about it and reached out to gently stroke her forehead, like a grandmother stroking her granddaughter, dotingly, with a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry, it's been really hard on you these days, letting you manage the noble Green Luan Valley. I'm afraid they're making things difficult for you all the time, right? The old man's voice was hoarse, but her words still made In Hongyang's eyes redden, like an aggrieved little girl. In Hongyang huffed her red nose and said, Master, it's fine, I can still hold it down. Besides, as long as the people outside know that you're alive, they won't dare to mess around. Listening to her words, the old man sighed helplessly. I'm afraid I can't stay with you much longer. I'm at the end of my rope. Sorry. The old man's hand, stroking her head, paused gently. The face was even much older. The reason for being able to maintain the Green Luan Valley from civil unrest was because everyone knew that she, the sect master of the Green Luan Valley, was still alive, and that she, as a celestial, was able to scare off the small and petty people. However, in reality, the old man was now so old and weak that he could not support the realm of celestial beings. Not to mention, his days were numbered. If the bad news of her death was spread, the major powers would take this opportunity to counterattack. In Hongyang's eyes were moist, her gaze looking straight at her master, her hands gripping her pale hand. Master, are you really leaving? The old man nodded helplessly. I only have half a month left in my lifespan, but on the occasion of my departure, I will hand over the position of sect master to you, and behind that, Qinghuan Valley will be counting on you. In Hongyang sniffed and lowered her head. Spoken by Suchio's heart, the old sect master, also known as In Hongyang's master, saw her eyes drooping and her expression sad, so he changed the topic and said, "That said, the young fellow you brought with you, don't you want to introduce him? His name is Su Cho, a strange fellow," Yin Hongyang said bluntly. The old door sniffed and laughed for a while, then carefully sized up Su Cho. Su Cho could only arch his hand in a million different ways and politely said, "Sect Master Senior. Sorry for the disturbance." The old man gently waved his hand. "No harm done." Yin Hongyang was satisfied and continued her introduction from the sidelines. "He is the key for me to find a way to break the game. And even though I'm not sure if I can really break the game, I still brought him here." The old man nodded. "His strength isn't bad. Ordinary first-class martial artists can't help him. It's more than that. Oh, even a patriarch-level powerhouse is not his opponent," Yin Hongyang added from the side. The old man's gaze swept towards Su Cho once again at his words, his face surprised. "It's quite incredible." Suddenly, she held Yin Hongyang's catkin with both hands, and understood that, saying, "Hongyang, let it go. I will stay with you until the end of your lifespan, and hold the bottom for you." "Aha!" Yin Hongyang's eyes were filled with gratitude, holding her master's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that the next moment the old man would disappear. At this moment, Yin Hongyang let go of the old sect master's hand and stared straight at Su Cho, her expression still firm and her hands clenched together. She spoke in a graceful manner. "In my capacity as the Grand Elder of the Green Luan Valley, I implore you to help me return to my original cultivation, and I swear in the name of Yin Hongyang that I will do my best to make it up to you afterwards." The expression was a pleading color, clear as blue eyes, without any hint of doubt. The old sect master did the same. "Little friend Su, I can only put my foot down and ask you to help Hongyang, to help her hold on to the sect master's position." When she finished speaking she also intended to stand up and make a pleading gesture. Su Cho scratched his head, speechless. It was Yin Hongyang who found that she could not persuade herself, and could only take the help of the older generation to persuade him. He finally nodded his head and said, "There is no need to be like this. I will help with Senior Yin's matter." After all, things had been laid out up to this point, and it would seem inhuman and even more insensitive if he were to continue to refuse. The corners of Yin Hongyang's mouth finally revealed a satisfied smile, and her eyes were like crescent moons, as if a stone in her heart was put down. This was the last chance she could grab. Now that Qingluan Valley, whether it was Xiaohou Zhongxing or Natao Wan were pressing forward, Yin Hongyang had no more time to prepare. She then chatted with the old sect master for a while. Only then did he reluctantly leave Cloud Peak, returned to the main hall. At this moment, when Hongyang looked at Su Cho, for some reason her face couldn't help but turn a shade of red, and she didn't have the firm look that she had just now, but she still pretended to be calm and collected, and continued to take her ladylike steps, only to say in a fluffy tone of voice, "Thank you for the party, and please do the same in the future. Of course this seat will make it up to you." Su Cho kept silent, and in reality he had nothing to lose. The speed of dual cultivation enhancement was extremely fast, which was what he needed. Before he refused, Su Cho just simply didn't want to have a random Taoist couple. Having more ties was not a good thing, which was why he kept refusing before. Su Cho simply replied, "It's simple to make up for my loss. Keep an eye out for something special, such as something like this green jade." He picked up the piece of Ascension green jade and waved it in front of her eyes. Yin Hongyang didn't hesitate for a second and nodded. "Qingluan Valley Treasure Pavilion. There are a large number of treasures that have been aged for an unknown amount of time. After the matter is accomplished, I'll let you pick to your heart's content. It's a deal." Su Cho looked at her with a joyful expression on his face. The white-green mountain range where the Green Luan Valley is located. Foothills, White-Green Township. Once, since the Green Luan Valley opened its doors, many people came here in admiration, naturally forming a village and town. Today the town of Green and White is considered to be a little-known place around. Chen Reed stood under the windowsill of the inn's room, looking up at the towering mountains in the distance, which is where the Green Luan Valley is hidden. Just as she was thinking, Xiaoxia broke the silence. "Miss, I've inquired about something. Recently a large number of witch sect disciples appeared in the White-Green town, and seemed to be making moves against the Green Luan Valley." "What did you say?" Chen Reed immediately turned to look at her, her eyebrows slightly raised, her expression surprised. 119. Xiaoxia had to repeat. "Miss, a large number of people from the witch sect have come to Baiqing town. Their strength is mostly first and second rate, and our inn is also inhabited by several witch sects." Chen Reed sniffing, brow Dai Ching knit and gently wrinkled. Her white fat jade hand rested on her chin as she pondered carefully. The witch sect has been at odds with the Green Luan Valley for a long time, and I'm afraid that the sudden appearance of so many witch sect people is targeting the Green Luan Valley. Could it be that the Green Luan Valley is about to change? Xia was surprised. She had been in the Green Luan Valley for a while, So there's still a little bit of understanding about the Green Luan Valley infighting. Now that the witch sect has surrounded the first town under the Green Luan Valley mountain, it is normal to be evocative. Chen Reed nodded. It is indeed possible. The witch door was able to surround Qingluan Valley with great fanfare, unless they are already fearless. At this time, Xiaoxia suddenly remembered something and looked rather nervous. Could it be that the sect master is no longer able to do so? Miss, you haven't seen the sect master since the time you were expelled from the Green Luan Valley. Chen Reed heard, silently sighed. Nodding lightly, Xiao was right. She hadn't met the sect master before she left the Green Luan Valley. As far as she remembered, the sect master was already a dying acolyte. If the door master's big deadline is approaching, I'm afraid that the Green Luan Valley will lead to turmoil. Chen Reed said bluntly. I think there are traitors within the Green Luan Valley, and some people have colluded with the witch sect to reveal the news. Few people knew about the sect master's old age. She also had the honor of meeting the sect master back then because she became In Hongyang's personal disciple. However, now that the witch sect was beating down the door, things were not simple. What then? Xia inquired. Chen Reed pondered for a long time. You continue to poke around and see what the witch sect's recent movements are. Let's stay put for now. Her current aim was to bring Su Qiu and Qing Yuma back home, and Qingluan Valley would then find a way to help. After all, she was no longer a member of Qingluan Valley now. The emotion for Qingluan Valley was only because of In Hongyang's existence, so there was still a trace of attachment. Yes, Miss, Xiaoxia finished speaking and immediately retreated. Chen Reed is picking up a female sword and gently wiping it up, and the lance behind her is starting to unwind the wrapped bandages. Her gaze looked straight up the mountain range, inwardly praying that Su Qiu would return safely. The night is deep. Saffron Peak's remote courtyard. The green bamboo outside the window all fell silent in silence, and the white moonlight poured down from the sky, leaving a curvaceous, delicate shadow on the ground through the open wooden door. The owner of the shadow's red clothes like flowers, hand-child holding the wooden door, quietly standing in the doorway, like a jade sculpture, motionless, white cheeks, one side facing the moonlight, visible under the slender eyelashes, autumn water like warm eyes, the corners of the plump lips, obviously pointing rouge. The expression is still cold, as if away from the world of icebergs, but on the contrary, it can make people feel an indescribable spring. The scarlet dress outlines the narrow shoulders and rounded hips of the body. The waist is like a willow, and the white moonlight reflects the more white ankles under the hem of the dress. The scene looked as if a red fox that repaid a favor had suddenly appeared in the middle of a small farmhouse, or a fairy that had stolen across the mortal world to return a wish. Su Qiu sat cross-legged in the soft futon, seeing this, and froze for an unknown amount of time before coming back to his senses. Elder In Hongyang's makeup was gorgeous without losing her elegance, but she looked slightly nervous, raising her head from time to time to look around before coming in. Making sure that no one was around, she let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he lift his delicate feet and enter the house, turning back to close the door of the room and inserting the bolt again. When she heard the bolt clatter, she then relaxed completely. In Hongyang bolted the door shut and turned around with light steps, walking to the bushel and looking down at Su Qiu, whose expression was slightly stiff. The latter smacked his lips and wondered, is it necessary to be so careful? She moves in a way that reveals to no one the flavor of a stolen love. Or else what? Her face was like a plum blossom in a waxing moon, flushed red with a touch of shyness. Is it going to be bumped into? Fair enough. Su Qiu pretended to nod woodenly. Hongyang took another step closer and sat down on her knees on the pink futon, face to face with Su Qiu, close at hand. She was not as calm and collected as she was just now, and her soft-colored voice was rather stiff. The seat, guys, start cultivating. Her clear cheeks were unusually flushed at the moment, yet she didn't shyly lower her head, her watery eyes looking straight at Su Qiu, just breathing 2 minutes faster than usual. Su Qiu similarly looked at the kneeling and sitting in front of him, the delicate and charming beauty, forcibly suppressing the palpitations of his heart, nodding his head slightly stiffly. Well, let's begin. Hongyang scrunched her white tender legs that were together, her jade arms propped up on the futon, quietly waiting for the other party. Yet the air seemed to stand still in the side room. After waiting for a few seconds, the red lady couldn't help but say, "Why aren't you moving? How am I going to move when you have the feats?" Ooh-hoo. Hongyang's forehead was flushed with a slight sweat, a hint of steam rising from it. She had been nervous, thinking that this should only be done on the man's initiative, but she had forgotten that the gongfu was in her hands. Under the night, she took out the heart magic that was placed in her bosom, and a burst of fragrance came out. Her delicate jade fingers gently flipped open the heart law, her gaze constantly sweeping over it, each word recorded in her mind. When the reading was finished, she looked up squarely at Su Qiu again, her plump lips lightly opening. "Now you can begin." Her silvery voice hovered so close to her ears it could make them pregnant. Su Qiu is quite swirling inside. Perhaps it has something to do with his fondness for Hongwei, and it is true that it is not unreasonable for a young woman to seduce the soul. Question the Chao thief. Understand the Chao thief. Become the Chao thief, and transcend the Chao thief. He swallowed his parched throat. Aha! Why aren't you moving? First time bimbo. Don't get it. Su Qiu hadn't dual cultivated before, and he didn't like these types of feats. Nowadays, if it wasn't for the Red Lady's request, perhaps he probably wouldn't have been exposed to dual cultivation in his life. Besides, Su Qiu also needed to pretend a little bit. Those pleasure-seeking movements were too skillful for fear of scaring the other party. Yin Hongyan looked at Su Qiu, who was rusty in his movements, and suddenly laughed softly. This guy was like a fledgling brat. She was in a less nervous mood and put the book away, softly saying, I'm slightly older than you. I'll do it, just sit quietly. I'm sorry for troubling Elder Yin. Still need to be so polite? Don't keep calling me senior. I'm only a few years older than you, so I seem strange. When no one is around, you can call me Sister Yin. Hongyan forced down her shyness and drew closer to Su Qiu. Perhaps it would become easier later. Otherwise the air will become scorched. In her heart, she had been meditating. Su Qiu is just my younger brother. My sister is teaching him to grow up. I'm just taking the role of a sister. Just as she had just reached out to undo Su Qiu's belt, she realized that the belt seemed to be tied in a dead knot, and she couldn't undo it no matter what. You tied a dead knot? No. Su Qiu shook his head, his gaze carrying a hint of disgust. You are also too young, right? Qin read a moment to unravel. Your turn on the hands and feet. Su Qiu originally had a hint of anticipation, but when he saw the clumsy Yin Hongyang, the sense of anticipation was a few points less. The Red Queen heard his heart, shy and at the same time, with a hint of jealousy. At this time, actually let me with other female. Cough. With the disciple comparison is interesting? Spinning around, she took out a pair of bronze-colored scissors and narrowed her eyes. Why don't I cut it open? It's faster that way. 120. Inside the side room with closed doors and windows, a green lamp was placed on the desk, and the firelight swayed. Yin Hongyang, whose sash was loosened a bit, was lying upright on a foxskin-crafted futon, her slender hand holding a pair of copper-colored scissors used for women's bright red long skirt close to the body, sitting quietly slightly bowed posture, making the body of the children's mountain range. The group even by the lapel binding, still can show itself over the size of the people. The most noticeable thing was a cheek that was clearly tense, yet deliberately made to look earnest and steady, with eyelashes that fluttered at the slightest breeze. She stared intently at the copper-colored scissors, trying to cut the belt a little. Su Qiu's originally undulating heart instantly cooled down. He hastily suggested, why don't we each untie our own? After all, the only one who knows himself well is himself. In case the Red Lady's scissors displaced 3 points, he could only go and practice the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. No way. Yin Hongyang seemed to have really gotten into it with the belt. Su Qiu had to hastily snatch her scissors, casually twisting the belt to buckle. Sound. The original tight belt loose. Yin Hongyang's eyes flowed as if she felt amazing. Su Qiu drew out his belt and displayed it in front of her. This is the Great Qian capital. A popular belt with a copper buckle to lock it. So it is. The red woman skimmed her head to hide the shyness of her ignorance. As the belt slowly came off, the atmosphere in the side room gradually fell silent, so quiet that one could hear the sound of the candlelight flickering and the wind sliding across the windowsill outside the room. Hoo. One breath was steady, one was sharp and slow, and occasionally condensed. Yin Hongyang living for decades is not false, but ultimately is not experienced women. Lonely men and women in a room. The surface pretends to be more stable and serious. The heart and where will not be nervous. Watching the other man's belt come loose and his clothes slowly fall, the Red Lady's breath eventually stuttered a bit, her heart beating very unnaturally. She blinked her eyes, hesitated a few times to drum up the courage. We are just simply cultivating, right? You are not a non-partisan to me, and we have not apologized to anyone, much less to the read. We are just to cultivate. Seeing her as if she was droning on, Su Qiu subconsciously nodded her head. Well, it's just pure dual cultivation. Which is fine. The Red Lady's cherry lips closed, and her voice rose and fell. It was fine that both sides had layers of clothing to cover them, but as the coverings gradually faded away as well, it was still hard for her to avoid sweaty palms even after 30 years. It's quite overwhelming, and when it really comes down to it, the heart has trouble getting over that hurdle. Seeing her hesitation, Su Qiu nudged her awake. You're not taking it off? The red woman dropped her head, her shyness hard to suppress. Perhaps we could try drinking. People relax when they are drunk. Su Qiu saw that she was but similar to an untouched little girl and proposed. Well, Drinking also makes the blood flow better and helps with cultivation. Hong Yang lightly bit her thin, reflective red lips and nodded, her whole body now inexplicably hot. Perhaps the cold wine would be able to quench the heat. She rose slowly, draped in loose spruce, striding on clean, flawless jade feet, spreading her long legs without a trace of fat, and headed toward the side room cabinet. Not long after, a fragrant jar of osmanthus brew was carried. Uncorking the red cloth-wrapped wine jar, the natural aroma filled the side room, all the while masking the dry body odor of both parties. Drinking is for the sake of cultivation. Don't miss out, Hong Yang admonished again. Suqiu smiled at his words. Originally, she took the initiative and acted as if she had made up her mind. But in reality, when it really came to the moment of practicing, she was fearful of it, and repeatedly admonished her, as if she was afraid that she would eat her alive. This changeable temperament is really puzzling. He sighed in style and slowly fastened his belt, his eyes looking straight into her evasive gaze. Elderine, if you still can't let go, why don't you hold off for a bit longer and come back when you're ready? The red woman was speechless when she heard this, and as she watched him about to put his belt on, she reached out to stop him. The originally evasive eyes gradually returned to normal, lightly biting her red lips. She said, I know, drink, said the man with a wave of resentment in his heart, actually being taught a lesson by a junior. But she was clearly the one who had suffered first, so couldn't a bit of squirming be understood? She'd never done anything like that before. Hong Yang held the wine altar with both hands and poured 2 bowls of osmanthus brew. Drink. She handed it to Suqiu with one hand and held the bowl of wine in the other. Looking at the reflection of her own drink, Hong Yang muffled it in one gulp. For a moment his face flushed slightly and his mind grew chaotic. However, when she saw Suqiu's smirking appearance, her heart inevitably lifted. Now it was just the process of being repaired. She didn't need to remember the process, she only needed the result. So float another big whitened burp, eyes gradually getting misty. That, quickly cultivate, Hong Yang said, half drunk. The mind's guard was much lowered, and inwardly he meditated on the fact that it was just a double practice, nothing more. But right at that moment, she only felt a silhouette flash in front of her eyes, and then a whirlwind of heaven and earth. When his vision returned, he found the roof in front of his vision, as well as a familiar face. The Red Queen found herself collapsing, her heartbeat having calmed down. At this moment ripples, jumping even more violently, puffy breasts are even more undulating, her breath stagnant, cannot help but say, didn't we say that only dual cultivation? Fix it, but you can't let go. How can you fix it? Is it possible that the double practice is to do that fly-by-night thing? Not necessarily. Those who are able to dual cultivate are Dao couples. That is, they completely give their hearts to each other. So we don't have to do all that. The red lady's red lips flicked out, halfway through her sentence. Suqiu stretched out his fingers against her red lips, rudely interrupting her words and said, are you willing to trust me without reservation? If it's a double fix, of course I'm willing. It's my last chance. Hong Yang pursed her red lips and seemed to speak firmly, but her feet were slightly bowed, and her hands clenched the corners of her coat tightly as sweat continued to emerge from her palms. However, when Suqiu's face was about to approach, her forehead subconsciously glanced to the side. The latter couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. Is this what is called unreserved? Then we probably won't be able to cultivate for the rest of our lives. Suqiu made a gesture to get up, not continue to waste time and life by putting your mind into this meaningless tug. As he was about to get up, a strong force came from his hand. Hong Yang reached out and tugged at him. Hong Yang's eyes eventually softened. I can try, but only if I can only cultivate. As he spoke, his tone became soft and weak. Seeing that Suqiu was unmoved, she gently stroked Suqiu's head and said in a soft voice, Suqiu, be good, be obedient, and trust your sister. Okay, do I need dignity to listen to you? What dignity does a child need? Good boy, listen to your sister. Seeing that Hong Yang was a bit furious, she exhaled a thick breath, her volume raised a few points, and the force of her hand increased by a small amount. Suqiu nodded silently. Good. Immediately, the red lady felt her body sink slightly. She exclaimed, little bastard, are you going to hurt me? Yet her voice drew no reply. Hong Yang just feel all around the body is full of Suqiu. There is no place to hide. The feet under the skirt arched. A hand tightly clutched Suqiu's sleeve. Eyes gradually lax and disoriented. The face of the blush is getting deeper and deeper. Rustle. At some point, the wind picked up again outside the window, blowing 10,000 bamboos swaying in the spring breeze, making a small sound. The lampless and fireless small courtyard was silent, and there seemed to be no movement at all, but vaguely a murmur could be heard again, if at all. Pale moonlight shrouded the valley. The sun, moon and stars flowed. Time did not know how long to pass. The night suddenly sounded a slightly clear, oh some eat pain, but the sound is very short, seems to immediately cover the mouth. After that, there was no sound, leaving only the wisps of spring wind, through the cracks of the window, and the springy sky and earth as one. Thanks to bookfriend 20240428779_ reward, 121. White green town in days in the box room. Chen read in the wide soft cotton couch, looking at the wall candlelight wavering light spot. Even if it has passed the hour, still not half sleep, clothed in green silk clothes, Xiaoxia, regular lying next to the sleepy eyes, but afraid of thieves breaking in this night, so blearily looking at the Chen read side of the face. Two girls of similar age, nominally master and servant, but having grown up together since childhood, they were actually no different from sisters in private. Xiaoxia sensed that her own young lady had something on her mind and sidled over, her hand patting under her cheek as she inquired, "Miss, you can't sleep. Are you thinking of your aunt? Well, I'm sure the mountains are a mess right now. I wonder if he can handle it." Chen read smoke and water cloud waves look out the window, a gray mountain range in the distance, tossing and turning. Xiaoxia persuaded, "Miss, don't worry about it. Master Auntie has his own good fortune and will be fine. Maybe he's sleeping peacefully now. I'm worried that Master Teacher will bully him. Master Teacher's temper isn't very good, and Sucho's temper is even more stubborn. It's inevitable that the two of them will rub each other the wrong way." Chen read spoke softly. Worried color in this night is more dense. Late at night, it is the time of worry. Xiaoxia remembered the Bad Wolf Cottage and the Black Tiger Gang, everything that had happened. Maybe it was the aunt in turn bullying the young lady's master? However, she didn't dare to say this. Nowadays the lady is in love brain. Chen read's forehead broke over and looked at Xia, seriously asked, "Did we send the invitation to go up the mountain?" "It's been sent, ma'am, but whether they want it or not is another matter." Xiaoxia's voice is slightly helpless. The invitation to send to the mountain. As for the same or not, it will have to look at the Qinghuan Valley. It is they who will Chen read back, and now I don't know if it can be released. The moon was long and bright moonlight sprinkled between the lush bamboo forests. Saffron sea near the temple. The partial room candlelight dim. Slight murmur has lasted for a long time. Still continue. Good su breeze blowing the sound of the sea of flowers. Masked all the sound. It was late at night. When Yin Hongyang came to her senses again, the moon outside the window had moved 3 steps. She opened her eyes in a daze, looking at the gray bed drapes. Her hips were sitting on a soft couch, and her eyes showed bewilderment. Am I not meditating on a futon? Why am I in bed? Yin Hongyang's cheeks showed a trifle of fatigue, and she slightly furrowed her brow as various snippets of memory flooded into her mind. Turning his eyes, Su Qiu was close at hand, sleeping calmly and peacefully. Angry, pouted, "Brat, you get up." Su Qiu hazily looked at the charming body of the Hongyang, the delicate body hanging silky tulle, hands holding the tender waist, his chaotic consciousness gradually awake. Puzzled, "What? Fong is not comfortable?" There was a big yawn as he spoke. "You?" Yin Hongyang's chest rose and fell at the sight, obviously furious. Su Qiu's eyelids were fluttering and bubbling with stars. He gently tugged on the thin quilt. "The night is still dark now. Go to bed early. You were exhausted just now." Hongyang clenched her red lips that were somewhat swollen from the kiss, and her white catkin pinched his waist fiercely. "You've got to have the nerve to say it." Yin Hongyang's thoughts slowly came to her senses, and with her overpowering willpower, she suppressed the mixed feelings in her heart. She clenched her silver teeth and assumed the appearance of a master teacher. Reprimanding, "I've never seen you go overboard like this," clearly saying that it's only a simple double cultivation. "But you do that kind of thing. Ahem. Alcohol is a mistake. And drunkenness. I should have known better than to listen to you and drink." Hongyang glared at him slyly, and her hand that pinched him pushed harder, and a red mark appeared on Su Qiu's waist. Su Qiu wept. "Things have already happened. Can we still go back?" Yin Hongyang let go of her own jade hand and skimmed her head with her hands clasped over her chest, seemingly sulking. At the same time, he forced his breath to be still and tried to forget what had happened before. "How can I forget the flirtations of that time? It's a scene remembered for the rest of my life, and it's unbearable." Hongyang calmed down for a long while, thinking that she had already suffered anyway, but at least the purpose was good, and she was able to endure it for the sake of the realm. She closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling some changes in her body, and then realized that apart from the indescribable sensation, there didn't seem to be any changes, not even when her cultivation realm was kicked around a bit. What's going on? The realm hasn't changed at all. She opened her eyes, incredulity written all over her face. Su Qiu's expression froze and he scratched his head, rather embarrassed. "Sorry, I forgot to transport my energy." "Forgot?" Yin Hongyang's mercury-like eyes widened as her red lips, stained with the other party's saliva, clenched. Last night she was tossed around by a youngster, many years younger, and like the mouth of an animal. Her old back nearly broke, and the guy had forgotten something important. Suchio looked at her undulating breasts, helped her shoulders up, patted his cheeks, and said, "Sorry, I was too focused just now and forgot about it. You asshole, are you trying to piss me off? Now start running. You don't want to come back again, do you?" The red lady narrowed her eyes, her nails digging into her flesh in anger. Suchio pressed down on her hand and said with a slight relief, "If you don't transport your energy, you'll be working for nothing today, redneck." She always felt like the little guy was just teasing her. Too bad she has no proof. This guy, I really want to teach him a good lesson. Hongyang was so angry that she couldn't help herself, and put her jade feet into his two ribs. Her jade toes slightly bowed, and pinched his meat with force in order to vent her dissatisfaction. Lips also voiced, "You're not allowed to lie to me, or I'll never allow you to come." At this moment, she did not have the flavor of a towering grand elder, not to mention the posture of a superior, only a small public figure full of petulant anger. Suchio was pinched by her flesh, but did not feel much pain. Grabbing her catkin, the dantian began to move the vigor as well as the aura. After a large circumference, it was ferried into Yin Hongyang's delicate body, and her body trembled. A majestic power mixed with magma-like warmth entered the body, and the originally cold and gloomy power chi seemed to be exposed to the scorching sun, driving away the coldness. Hongyang felt that her originally regressed realm was vaguely broken and reunited, growing upwards again. At the same time, outside of the body's strength, an inexplicable chi mass nourished all the bones of the body, and her body was as if she had been in a drought for a long time. Hongyang loosened her toes and resumed sitting on the bed, the yin and cold power chi running before circulating into Suchio's body. One yang and one yin, one cold and one hot intertwined with each other while the ice and the heat generated air currents, causing the two of them to rapidly expand their dantian chi and spawn a faint blue chi mass. Yin Hongyang opened her eyes in confusion. Suchio could see her confusion and simply explained, "That's aura, a higher level of existence than Jin Chi, capable of allowing one to escape from the mortal world and ascend to immortality, transforming one's body and soul." The Red Queen was surprised. However, when the guy explained for a moment, she lightly bit her red lips and pouted. "Don't stare at people's breasts, and even more so, don't gulp. Concentrate, little bastard. I'm a little thirsty. Drink the northwest wind for thirst." Hongyang glared at him without any good humor, her white teeth almost crunching. Suchio remained heartless and said, "Yes, sister. Don't call me sister." What's it called then? Is it called redneck wife? You wish. Call me senior." Hongyang's anger from before had yet to dissipate, and she couldn't help but pick her feet in shyness whenever she went back to what had happened last night. She would never forget last night's shame, and when she had accomplished her cultivation, she would definitely let him try the consequences of bullying herself. Suchio nodded numbly and teased, "Alright, Auntie Senior. You asshole." 122. The yin-yang mindset is getting better. The two had reached a state of oblivion. Suchio was now discovering the benefits of the dual cultivation technique. One person could be responsible for absorbing the heaven and earth's aura for refining, while the other could run the aura around his body. The two cooperated with each other, one running and one absorbing. The aura in the body grew at an extremely fast rate. He sensed the growth of aura in his body, at least several times that of before. Originally the realm was barely first class. Now he stumbled into the peak of first class, only needing to break through that thin veil to officially step into the Zongshi level. That is, the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Yin Hongyang was similarly secretly surprised inwardly. The realm that had originally regressed was stabilized at this moment, and at the same time, the blue gas that was regrowing in the dantian surprisingly enabled the realm to climb upwards, and even the power Qi in the body, driven by the aura, multiplied and developed itself. Most outrageous, in her opinion. Suchio surprisingly told her that it wasn't fast enough, so he cupped the immortal ascension green jade in his hand, and a flash of green radiance emanated. The green jade contained a huge amount of energy within it, and when it entered the body, the aura directly grew explosively. The hour passed for who knows how long. The moon moved to the other side and the sky spit out a bellyful of white, and the green Luan Valley rooster crowed. Yin Hongyang woke up hazily. She put down her raised hand, and she didn't know how long she had been immersed in that metaphysical cultivation. Suchio gently stretches a waist, yawns, lifts his somewhat sore legs, and falls off the bed. "I'm going to catch up on my sleep, Auntie Yin." His voice, knocking the hazy redhead awake. Hongyang phoenix eyes to look at Suchio. Originally thanked the words to the mouth will stop. The voice out of the red lips is, "Brat itchy skin is it? You call it again." The white and greasy hands were gripping the quilt tightly, and they were taking it out on the thin quilt. "Believe it or not, I won't let you up here tonight." Once again, The red woman used a threatening tone, her slender legs coming together as she sat half-tilted on the bed. That angry voice made the messy hair flutter in the wind. Suqiu ignored it and just said, "Bye, Auntie Een." Just slip away and cover the door in the process, no longer paying any attention to the red woman who seemed to be visited by her great aunt. Hong Yang threw the pillow out, her white teeth lightly biting together in anger. Bad. This guy seems to be a svelte man. I never thought he was such a person. Asshole. Only when she saw Suqiu's back completely disappear outside the door did she let out a complete sigh of relief and gently patted her chest. After all, she is still untouched. For those things ignorant, originally thought it was just simple, but really want to do, but found that the body to resist, full of shyness, especially by more than her younger than a dozen years old little brats. Turning clouds, think about it, is full of shame, but she had lived for more than 30 years, nearly 40, and under the full experience, she quickly suppressed the emotions in her heart. Recalling the night's practice, she looked down at her white palms, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave this cultivation method in the future. That kind of ecstasy, it really makes people go to the head. Hongyang subconsciously pulled the black hair, which still has the flavor of that guy. On the way back, Suqiu used his energy to blast away the lingering odor of his clothes and rolled around in the sea of saffron again. Sniffed the clothes no more. This led to a yawn and a walk towards the yard. Pushing open the door, he found Qin Yuma sitting under the osmanthus tree, dozing off, holding the snake-kissed sword wrapped in cloth in his hands. Suqiu stretched out his fingers and flicked her white forehead. Why don't you go inside to sleep and keep watch here? Qin Yuma heard her brother-in-law's voice and patted her cheeks with both hands before she got energized. It's not because I'm worried about you. The big Qingluan Valley, especially at night, it's dangerous for you to be alone. Greenluan Valley is dangerous? Suqiu's gaze was suspicious. I don't understand what's so dangerous about the Greenluan Valley. Of course his sister-in-law wouldn't tell him. The women hidden in the Greenluan Valley are all dangerous. Whether it's sister's Master Een Hongyang, or sister's sister Nangong Waner, each one is not an oil lamp. Qin Yuma's cherry lips slightly opened. Of course it's dangerous. Look at those elders. Their hearts are as black as briquettes. Digging them out dirties their hands. And is it useful for you to keep watch? Suqiu snickered and walked over to the water well, fetching himself a cup of fresh water and gulping it down. He said he was thirsty last night, and that wasn't a lie. He was really thirsty. I thought to myself, he really does like big boobs. Probably, he can't eat too soft for his taste, only tender and juicy. My sister-in-law was about to open her mouth, when suddenly her agitated nose sniffed into the air, her willow eyebrows sticking together. Brother-in-law, why do you smell like guava? Did you go to eat guava? Suqiu nodded and put the bucket down, savoring the taste. It tastes good. Red-hearted guava. It just tastes a bit salty. But, the Greenluan Valley doesn't grow guava trees. This place doesn't see this type of fruit at all unless you go south. Qin Yuma knitted his nose and thought seriously. Suqiu slightly searched for lame excuses. This fruit came from the south and was obtained from Signorine. After saying that, he entered the compartment to change a piece of clothing, intending to make up a sleep. The sister-in-law walked in silently, picked him up gently by his saffron-stained clothes. Suqiu looked at the scene in disbelief. What are you doing? Washing clothes? Your clothes are dirty and have so much flavor in them, Qin Yuma said in a serious manner, throwing his clothes into a basket, fetching a pail of water from the well, and subsequently on the scrub board, ravaging the laundry, yawning now and then. He appeared to outsiders to be the complete example of a good wife and mother. Suqiu felt guilty that last night he and Hongyang had a night of fish and dragon dancing and flipping. Today, his sister-in-law is doing his laundry. As he was about to lie down on the bed, Qin Yuma didn't forget to remind him, I've just cooked a pot of meat porridge in the stoveroom. Even though it doesn't taste good, it's better to pad your stomach before sleeping. Suqiu's footsteps on the bed paused, his conscience passing. Retracing his steps outside the yard, he looked at his sister-in-law, who was busy with herself. Reaching out, Qin Yuma princess hugged, soft, with holding a ball of cotton like, poof small chest, came a light fragrance. My sister-in-law still had water on her hands and her expression was surprised. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Put you to bed. As Suqiu spoke, he carried her into the house, pressed her onto the bed, and covered her with a thin quilt. Yawning then, he slumped to the side, and soon thereafter came the sound of regular breathing. Qin Yuma's face was red, her heart fluttered, her heart was nervous to the extreme, and her toes were clasped together, her white legs subconsciously moseying. Only, after an unknown period of time, she realized that there was no movement, so she whispered, brother-in-law. After 3 seconds, however, there was still no movement. Brother-in-law, are you asleep? Her sister-in-law asked softly again. and there was still no response before she turned around and found Su Qiu falling into a deep sleep. Qin Yuma, who was originally nervous, crossed her arms and was furious. Humph, what a beastly fellow. Beauty is in front of you, and you don't know how to enjoy it. Jade feet kicked him lightly in the bedding and her cheeks puffed out, but when Su Qiu rolled over, his arm unconsciously wrapped around her slender little waist. The sister-in-law who was sulking. Suddenly it was like a volcanic eruption. Hot blood surged up to her heart straight to her head. Her whole face was red and hot, and her breathing became rapid. The slippery legs, even more so, were taut. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Her cherry lips trembled nervously, but she couldn't say complete words anyway. 123. Brother-in-law, your hand is pressing on my waist. Qin Yumo subconsciously spat out these words, yet her words remained unanswered. Only then did the sister-in-law raise her head and look at Su Qiu, who was currently asleep. The sleeping brother-in-law at this time, with his angular profile, was a face with a floating Taoist wind, his eyes closed and not opened, his breathing equally calm and regular. Qin Yuma, who was originally nervous, instantly calmed down, her fragrant cheeks bulging. Stinky brother-in-law, sleeping so much. His sister-in-law grumbled a few words and reached out her white catkin, gently pinching the bridge of his upturned nose, trying to put his hand aside. When Qin Yuma had just touched the moment, he shrunk back again, his pasty face carrying a bit of redness. Feeling the temperature from her brother-in-law's arm, there was an inexplicable sense of security, and she did not take up her brother-in-law's hand, continuing to let Su Qiu embrace her. Just, for a moment, Qin Yuma puzzled and said, how brother-in-law body that guava, also mixed with a trace of milk fragrance? I don't know how much time has passed. The morning sun just coming out of the mountains has long since turned into a hot sun hanging in the center of the clear sky. Su Qiu let out a big yawn and opened his hazy eyes, finding his arms empty. Only a trace of warmth from the thin blanket had not faded and remained in the bedding. He had just gotten up when Wang Qilian's shout came from outside the door. Brother-in-law, the old sect master has come out. Su Qiu's heart was full of doubts when he heard the words. Putting on his shoes, he went out of the room and looked at Wang Qilian, who was standing outside the courtyard and was quite excited, and wondered, why did the old sect master go out? I heard she announced the next head of the gate as well as the holy maiden. A smile spread across Wang Qilian's mouth. Without knowing it, Su Qiu thought in his heart, it seems that the old sect master's days are numbered, announcing what is behind him. Obviously last night also saw, did not expect today is so hasty. He always felt that the old door master, the date of the feathered immortality in advance. After all, the plot has been off the track. Qin Yuma, who was practicing his sword in the courtyard, heard this heartfelt voice and his eyes widened slightly, his expression somewhat terrified. If the old sect master died, wouldn't the Green Luan Valley be in chaos? She, an outsider, could sort of see clearly the situation in Qingluan Valley nowadays. The infighting was quite serious, and it even spread to Su Qiu and her. Qin Yuma immediately put away the wooden sword that was stained with beads of sweat, and only walked to Su Qiu's side, saying quietly, brother-in-law, why don't we find a reason to leave? This Qingluan Valley is becoming more and more unsafe. Su Qiu recalled last night with Yin Hongyang, what happened as well as tasting the sweetness of dual cultivation. He gently shook his head. Let's not rush it. Let's see. Su Qiu had promised the old sect master yesterday that he would help assist Yin Hongyang so that her cultivation would be restored to its peak and she would be able to sit on the sect master's throne. On the side, Wang Qilian was still in excitement and didn't hear Su Qiu's whispering with his sister-in-law. Straight away, he said, brother-in-law, let's go and see. Su Qiu nodded, then followed behind Wang Qilian and was brought by him onto the Qingluan Valley's main hall. Green Luan Valley's main hall. It had long been a sea of people. All the disciples in the valley had gathered here. More than 100 people gathered together. Su Qiu stood at the edge of the crowd with Qin Yuma. They weren't wearing Qingluan Valley disciple clothing. It was too idle for their eyes. The old sect master sat on the main seat of the main hall, with Yin Hongyang and Xiahou Zongxing several elders standing beside him. The old sect master's weathered voice rang out. Where is old 4 and old 5? She asked Yin Hongyang who was beside her. Hongyang immediately replied, Sect master, they are all traveling outside and have yet to return. Then I won't wait for them to announce it. The old sect master stood up on her crutches, and the red lady was by her side, nervously assisting her. As for the second elder Xiahou Zongxing, he made a fake gesture of assisting. In fact, his feet did not move, just meaning. Third elder Nei Taowan was even less inclined to move, only to watch with cold eyes. The old sect master didn't care. Her eyes swept towards the crowd and continued, all of you in Qingluan Valley, you haven't lived in Qingluan Valley for a short time, right? For the sake of Qingluan Valley's future, the aging me can no longer afford to continue to manage Qingluan Valley. So I intend to pass the position on to Yin Hongyang, who will be the next sect master. By placing it in her hands, I will be relieved, and all of you will be able to cultivate in the valley without fear. Of course, the old body is not nothing regardless. The old body will continue to sit here. Those who want to harm the Green Lawn Valley, let them weigh their own whether they have that strength. Now, who has any objections? The old sect master's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, her voice calm and strong, an air of superiority. The words carried an unmistakable flavor. However, at this moment, an untimely voice rang out, and third elder Nei Tao Wan directly stood out. Issuing a question to Yin Hongyang, she said, "Old sect master, I have an objection. Why Hongyang? How am I not suitable?" Yin Hongyang similarly stepped out of line to confront her face to face. Nei Tao Wan was unforgiving. Because your cultivation is regressing. Once you were at the celestial realm, but now you've regressed to the ultra-sovereign realm. I'm sure you'll be at the sovereign level in a few more years. You're not even as good as a disciple, so you're not suitable for the sect leader's position. As soon as she spoke, the crowd on the stage was surprised. The disciples were even more wide-eyed and open-mouthed, and then the crowd's murmurs gradually resounded. Grand Elder's cultivation is regressing? It can't be possible. The clear collection fire. The Great Elder collapsed the collection with a single palm. But have you ever wondered why the Grand Elder is so powerful? Yet Huang Yue was able to sneak up on her. But hasn't Huang Yue been arrested? The crowd argued. After all, Nei Tao Wan's words were too strong, and everyone had yet to react. While the disciples were still arguing, Xiahou Zongxing also stood out and coughed dryly, then whirled around to fan the flames. Sect Master, indeed it is inappropriate for me to stand out, but Tao Wan is absolutely right. Once the Red Nyang was at the realm of the Celestials, but what about now? They are all almost at the same level as the disciples, and in less than a few years, Nangong Wanner will be able to surpass her as well. His words were even more of a situational confirmation that Yin Hongyang's cultivation had regressed. The disciples had originally argued endlessly, but at this moment, they also tacitly agreed that Hongyang's cultivation was regressing. After all, the two elders had said so how could it be false? It was estimated that it would be like this. These two elders began to force the palace. Xiahou Zongxing originally belonged to the witch sect, and as for Nituan's late defection to the witch sect, so that the witch sect would assist her in becoming the sect leader. Unbeknownst to her, in fact, she has also become the witch door control object, and finally the Green Lawn Valley from the roots into the hands of the witch door. Even the position she wanted. Su Chou quietly watched from afar, completely the melon-eating group leader. Even his sister-in-law beside him, Xin Yuma, was the same. Watery eyes flickered, afraid to miss any interesting scene. Listening to her brother-in-law's heartfelt words, she let out a few TSK sounds from her mouth and muttered, "Is this what the great sect power struggle is all about?" Yin Hongyang and Nangong Wanner heard this heartfelt voice, and their expressions were terribly grave. Hongyang did not want Qinghuan Valley to fall into the hands of others. As for Nangong Wanner, she had a grudge against the witch sect, and it was rumored that all of her family members were killed by the witch sect. Now that she had heard Su Chou's heartfelt words, she was even more skeptical that Xiahou Zongxing was the mastermind behind it all. At that moment, there was a knock on the floor. The old sect master's face was like a condensation as he swept a glance at the crowd, including Nei Tao Wan and Xiahou Zongxing, and said in a deep voice, "Now that I have to let the sect master's position be given to her, and I'll be right behind her looking on. Who still has any objections?" 124. The crowd was silent at the words. Even Nei Tao Wan and Xiahou Zongxing did not utter a single word when they saw this, and were considered to have acquiesced. The old sect master's eyes were not normally terrifying, especially with her vigor overflowing, causing no small amount of pressure on the crowd's psyche. They weren't stupid enough to rebel against the sect master. Since all of you are silent, the matter is settled. The old sect master twisted his head after finishing his speech, and looked at Yin Hongyang with a pleasing color, gently patting her catkin. "The Green Lawn Valley will be placed in your hands in the future, so you can manage it well, and don't let me down. Don't worry, sect master. For the sake of Qinghuan Valley, Hongyang can offer everything," Yin Hongyang said with firm eyes. She sacrificed too much to sit in this position. Even his innocence was eaten by that little guy, but for the sake of the Green Lawn Valley, these are not considered grievances. When Hongyang's gaze accidentally spied, behind the crowd, Su Chou, who was eating melon. She was furious. She herself has suffered so much. This guy is still on the sidelines watching the show and not coming to help. Let's see how I can clean him up at night. She didn't know that at the moment. She had a shift in her mindset and was completely childish. The old sect master continued to pat the back of her hand. "With your words I am at ease." She then continued to face the crowd. Next is the position of the Holy Maiden. I heard that you, in order to compete for the Holy Maiden, can be described as painstaking. Even the witch door of the devil were sent in, hiding in the Red Lady side, forcing away the once great disciple of the Qingluan Valley, is really in order to capture the Qingluan Valley exhaustive efforts. These words of hers were like a heavy punch that smashed heavily into Xiahou Zongxing's heart. Xiahou Zongxing's expression stiffened slightly. Inside, some concern rose. However, the old sect master did not look at him, but only looked at the faces of the disciples. A mellow and aged voice followed. Now the position of the saint daughter. The fight is no longer meaningful. Nangong Waner, Oriental Spirit are outstanding disciples. However, they are not as good as Qin Reed, which is my Green Luan Valley optimistic about the future. And now she has been proved innocent. That the position of the saint daughter fell into her hands. All of you have no objections, right? None of the disciples had any objections. Originally, the position of the Holy Maiden belonged to Qin Reed. After she was framed a few years ago, the position of Holy Maiden has been empty for years. On the contrary, it was the sister-in-law, who was slightly stunned when she heard these words, and was quite surprised. Brother-in-law, the position of the Holy Maiden has actually fallen to her sister? I really can't understand how the old sect master thinks. Su Qiu was equally surprised. After all, Qin Reed left Qingluan Valley for a few years. Qin Yuma, however, was full of pride and said, "Isn't it good for sister to be the Holy Maiden?" This was originally her position. "Your voice could be louder. I'll be the first to run away first if I get punched later." Su Qiu teased a few words. The sister-in-law immediately covered her mouth at the words and quietly hid behind her brother-in-law. After all, this was Green Luan Valley, someone else's territory, and talking nonsense would get you beaten up. Since all of you have no objections, then the position of the Holy Maiden is settled. The old sect master had not yet finished speaking. Natuan then quit and stepped forward once more, her hand clenched into a fist, her chest heaving in question. This makes no sense at all. Not to mention, whether Qin Reed is framed. Now she has not lived in the Green Luan Valley. What virtue and how can she sit on the position of the Holy Maiden? Let's not talk about Dongfanling. Can't Nangong Waner? Apparently she's broken her defenses a bit. Sect master position to Yin Hongyang even if. Now even the position of the saint girl to Qin Reed. Why don't you say that the entire Green Luan Valley is Red Lady and Reed? Then why do we need them? Eccentricity can't be that eccentric. The old sect master wasn't angry either. Looking at her with a calm face, resounding voice from her throat, Qin Reed's strength is the first in the ranking of the disciples, but also the earliest to enter the Zongshi level. Not to mention, she is now living in the capital of the great Qian dynasty, and the royal family is good friends, conducive to our Green Luan Valley in the demand for offerings. Besides, nowadays, our Green Luan Valley is in trouble both internally and externally, with the Crescent Moon Pavilion constantly seizing our territory externally, and the witch sect infiltrating internally. Who do you think this position is suitable for? But, Natao still had a defiant face. Why is she always worse than everyone else? Not only did they not have the position of sect master, even the disciples did not have the position of sacred maiden. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. You are too arrogant. Look at the world within disdain. Even the disciples only know how to cultivate, have not been in contact with things outside the world. Qingluan Valley needs to examine the situation of the people, not the lonely and arrogant. The old sect master dismissed her in a few simple words. Hearing this, Tawan lightly bit her red lips and gave a death glare to the Red Lady before turning to leave. Secretly, not long ago Qin Reed handed up the mountain worship doorpost. Tor, inwardly secretly clenched his teeth up. You also do not want to know. She is at the foot of the mountain. This is considered infighting at the top of the Green Luan Valley. The old sect master didn't pay any attention to her, but instructed the Hongyang at his side, quickly find Qin Reed. Yes, gate master. Yin Hongyang nodded and assisted the old sect master to leave, and the crowd dispersed. Su Qiu, on the other hand, said with a smirk, it seems that the Green Luan Valley is going to have a big disaster in the future. His voice was not loud, and the only person who heard him was his sister-in-law. Qin Yuma curiously said, is it because of third elder Natao? Yes and no. She's just a pawn for someone else, the real person behind the curtain. Su Qiu stopped in mid-sentence, his gaze looking towards Xiahou Zongxing who was smiling extremely brightly. Xiahou Zongxing did not laugh in front of the crowd, but turned to the bottom of the pillar, the smile at the corner of his mouth completely forbidden, even walking with the wind. However, he didn't realize that Su Qiu had long been watching him from the corner. When her sister-in-law saw Xiahou Zongxing who was in a good mood, she immediately covered her mouth as she understood the person her brother-in-law was talking about. Green Luan Valley, Saffron Palace. Hongyan looked at the old sect master with a worried face as she wandered a few steps around the temple. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "Master, will this be too much? I'm afraid Natao won't stop there." The old sect master sighed lightly. "Hong Yang, Master's time is running out." In Hong Yang's face was shocked at the words. The corners of her lips were a little white, and she hurriedly said, "Master, your good fortune will not be a blessing." The old sect master raised his hand to stop her words. Alas, half of Master's lifespan is less than half, and nowadays, he can only hold out for a few days at most, so he can only pave the way for you in advance. Just now, her breath was just holding out, but now that she was back behind the curtain, her breath was gradually becoming weaker and weaker, and she looked like she was about to die. Willow brows then furrowed as if glued together. The old sect master let out a bitter smile and said, "Next you may have to do your worst. I shouldn't be able to last more than a few days. It's best to bring Chen Reed to you. She can help you share the pressure." She had recently felt that only her breath had become chaotic and her lifespan was coming to an end, so she could only help the Red Queen in this way. Even when Chen Reed became a holy maiden, it was also because she wanted In Hongyang to have an extra helper by her side, so that she wouldn't be the one to deal with those people. The red lady sniffed, her eyes lowered in sadness. Then she lightly bit her red lips, as if she had made some sort of determination, and muttered, "Cultivation can't wait any longer. Now I can only commit myself first." Then he turned around and asked the disciple guarding the door to call Suqiu up. Nangong Wan'er took advantage of the fact that the crowd had just dispersed and Xiahou Zongxing had gone in search of Ni Tawan, and she quietly sneaked into her master's room. She recalled Suqiu's heartfelt words that day, when her master killed her clan and stole her family's divine jade. Nangong Wan'er quietly lifted a painting that contained a secret compartment. She opened the hidden compartment and pulled out the treasure chest inside. When the lock was pried open and the treasure chest was opened, a purple jade pendant imprinted with the word Nangong appeared in front of him and emitted an eerie purple-blue luminescence. I didn't realize that Guy's heartfelt words were actually true. Only, her surprise didn't last long. Just outside the door came two voices. "Come talk in the chamber of my room. It's crowded outside. You better not make any other moves. Don't worry, I only want to help you take the position of sect master." The door to the room was then opened, and in came Xiahou Zongxing with the stern-faced Ni Tawan. 125. The two opened the door to the room and found nothing wrong. Xiahou Zongxing came to the bookshelf where the vase was placed, twisted the vase, only to hear a rumble. A dark door inside the chamber slowly opened, revealing a dark passageway. Xiahou Zongxing made a gesture of invitation. "It's safe inside. Talk about not being discovered." Ni Tawan stared at him for a few moments. "Your witch sect must not make any unnecessary movements. Don't worry. Our witch sect is still very disciplined and won't lay hands on our allies." Xiahou Zongxing was close to patting his chest and assuring her. Ni Tawan looked at the other party's expression of conviction before she opened her feet in her embroidered shoes and entered the tunnel. Xiahou Zongxing then entered the tunnel as well. Nangong Wan'er, hiding behind the curtain, peered at them until their figures disappeared. "Sure enough, Master is really from the witch sect," she murmured, her phoenix brows knitted together as if they were held together by locks. She couldn't help but recall when Suqiu had just lived in the courtyard of Qingluan Valley before. She had hidden under the osmanthus tree and was still easily discovered by Suqiu. Now that she was sneaking in within her master's room, the two of them actually didn't notice her. That guy's strength. Is he more powerful than Master and also third uncle? Nangong Wan'er muttered to herself. Inwardly, he thought this. The footsteps trailed off briskly. However, Xiahou Zongxing seemed to be worried that Ni Tawan was wary of him, so the door to the secret room was not closed, and Nangong Wan'er was able to easily enter. As she descended the tunnel, she could see a huge basement, the interior of which was filled with huge medicine cabinets and bookcases that surrounded the chamber densely, and rusty weapon racks with all kinds of dusty hidden weapons. What shocked Nangong Wan'er the most was that a bookshelf was neatly arranged with books from the book depository. She was now able to conclude that her master was the culprit of the fire at the book depository there. The books in the book depository were stolen by Xiahou Zongxing. At this time, Xiahou Zongxing's voice came from within the secret room. "I don't think the old sect master can hold on for long. Now the foot of the mountain is full of our witch sect's people, just waiting for the signal to go up the mountain." A moment later, Nei Taowan's voice also sounded. "What benefits do you have for helping me?" "Benefits? Of course it's that in the future, the Green Luan Valley must follow the orders of the witch sect, and your book depository must be shared with our witch sect." A long silence ensued in the chamber. "I can promise you," Nei Taowan's voice sounded once again. Only she smacked her lips and added, "If Wan'er knows that you're a witch sect, I'm sure she'll be very sad. Oh, if she knew I was the one who killed her whole family, she would be even more upset. But she won't know that." The sound of Xiahou Zongxing laughing unkindly came from within the secret room. Nei Taowan's eyebrows knitted slightly at the words, and she said suspiciously, "You intend to kill her?" Ha ha, I love her so much, how could I kill her? You still love her? What kind of eyes are you looking at? Originally I kept her around but only for the Divine Jade secret. However, now that I've found out that she's really good, I want to keep her with me forever. Even if I let her become a canary it's still good. Xiahou Zongxing's voice was tinged with a bit of fanaticism. Hearing this, Ni Taoan spat in a small voice and cursed. What a pervert. TSK, we are working together. You say this is very hurtful to my heart. You take your doormaster position. I want my things. We do not bother each other well. The secret room was not very spacious, and the conversation between the two was heard clearly by Nangong Wanner. She stared at her exquisite eyes in disbelief. Her pink lips slightly opened. Her delicate body could not stop trembling, and her hands subconsciously clenched her fists. Her master's words completely made her feel fearful. All she wanted now was to escape. When Nangong Wanner had just raised her foot, she accidentally stepped on the dried herbs scattered on the ground beside her, making a click sound. Who? Xiahou Zongxing's earframes twitched slightly and he immediately reacted by shouting and surging out. Nangong Wanner clenched her red lips. Similarly, she rushed towards the door with great speed. But unfortunately, just after leaving the secret room, a black shadow appeared in front of her eyes. Xiahou Zongxing kicked up viciously. Nangong Wanner used her arm to block, but her strength still lost to her master, and she was knocked back 4 or 5 steps. I didn't expect it to be you, disciple. Xiahou Zongxing's face clouded over. You shouldn't have eavesdropped. Perhaps this is better for you. Nangong Wanner sneered. So you've been hiding it from me, killing my entire family and clan, and now you're pretending to accept me as your disciple. Xiahou Zongxing, you're playing a good trick. At this time, Ni Taoan, who was standing at the entrance of the secret passage, scared twice. Your disciple already knows everything. How should you clean it up? Do you need my help? The meaning of her words was to kill Nangong Wanner. After all, Nangong Wanner knew too much. But Xiahou Zongxing said, I can solve it. I don't need you to interfere. As he spoke, he had long since leapt up, and a black punch went towards Nangong Wanner's shoulder. Seeing this, Wanner immediately dodged and struck out with a raised leg towards Xiahou Zongxing's sidekick. But the other party just laughed lightly. I taught you. I'm familiar with every move. Do you think you can resist? After saying that, he raised his hand to interrupt Wanner's leg strike, and instead, the black fist struck Wanner's shoulder. Instantly, a trace of venom entered Nangong Wanner's body along her shoulder. Soon, Wanner felt dizzy and the meridians in her body were as if they were blocked by small stones, unable to run at all, and her strength rapidly declined. The other hand covered his shoulder, his breath gradually becoming confused. Within moments, she sat weakly on her knees on the floor. This is a poison that I have specially made for you, but don't worry, this poison only temporarily seals your strength. As Xiahou Zongxing spoke, he held her chin with one hand. Looking at the exquisite face, his other hand couldn't help but want to destroy it, but he still slowly stroked this face. Truly a beautiful beauty. Xiahou Zongxing's gaze was filled with greed. Then grabbing Nangong Wanner's arm, he dragged her all the way to the secret room and locked her into the carefully prepared cage. You bastard! You'll never get me! Nangong Wanner gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with hatred as she stared at Xiahou Zongxing. Xiahou Zongxing, however, said, sooner or later, you will succumb. After all, only I can keep you alive. He let out a teasing smile, not looking like a teacher. Ni Taoan surveyed the cage Xiahou Zongxing had specially built for his female apprentice and once again scared twice. It's still really perverted. When Xiahou Zongxing walked over, Nataoan took 2 steps back in disgust. The latter smiled awkwardly. Rest assured, we're just partners. I don't have any unsportsmanlike thoughts about you. After all, you're not cute at all. It's rather Hongyang who can satisfy my desires. She's more beautiful than you, and also cuter, and if she's hot to trot it's even more pleasurable to get pleasure out of it. You, Ni Taoan gritted her teeth and finally popped out 2 words. Pervert. Su Qiu was once again invited to the Saffron Palace. At this time, Yin Hongyang was already meditating on the bed. Seeing Su Qiu standing frozen in place, she was furious. What are you still standing there for? Lock the door and come over. Su Qiu had no choice but to nod, reaching out to close the door latch, and stepping briskly to the bed. There was still the soft mattress, as well as a gust of smoky incense, and Yin Hongyang's good-smelling daughter's scent, and when the two of them touched slightly, a soft touch came from her. The Red Lady stared at him rather warily, but leaned in with her body honestly. Of course, her soft lips remained stiff. I'm telling you, this time you're not allowed to mess around, so focus on your cultivation for me. Well, that's not a problem, but the question is how do you get your hands up my shirt? Su Qiu looked at her with contempt. Hongyang blushed for a moment, then huffed immediately afterward. Undressing? It's for cultivation. 126. In Hongyang was indeed purely for the sake of cultivation, and after undressing, she began to run her gong and did not pay any attention to Su Qiu. Su Qiu then helped her undress as well. Hongyang was filled with shyness. Bastard. You're messing around again. Anyway, it's still early. Don't you want to do something first to enhance your feelings? It might be helpful for double cultivation. Su Qiu revealed an underhanded smile, his hands and feet not stopping. His movements made the red woman's chest rise and fall in anger, and she cursed again. Bastard. You're trying to ask for a beating again. However, her red lips were then blocked. After a long time, Su Qiu's words could be heard. My good sister, begging should be like begging. You want to whore me out for nothing now, but you don't want to pay something? Don't call me sister. Stinky Su Qiu, the original plump, calm and mature red lady. At the moment a little girl mentality. Blushing face, scarlet ears, white teeth biting red lips, white forehead covered with slender dewdrops, emitting a burst of tantalizing body fragrance. Like watery eyes, 3 points of shyness, 5 points of resentment, mixed with a few points of charming, and said with a stiff upper lip, isn't it good to simply cultivate? You have to make me cry for you to be happy, don't you? Your mouth is still so hard, but your body is extremely sincere. Can you put your feet down that are wrapped around my waist before you say that? Su Qiu looked at Hongyang with contempt. When Hongyang sniffed, her expression was nothing but a blush. I didn't mean to. It's your fault. Stinker. She stuttered and stammered, with a touch of a stiff upper lip. Su Qiu didn't answer, but just looked at her with a smile, that expression quite beaten. Hongyang was about to swing her little pink fist and hammer him in the chest. Just heard one. My paid program begins. The next few days, Su Qiu stayed in the Saffron Palace during the day and late at night. Only in the evening could he return to the courtyard, and before he returned to the courtyard, he had to clean his clothes, or else that pomegranate smell on his body was very heavy. But of course, Su Qiu knew that it wasn't the pomegranate smell. After rolling around the sea of flowers one more time, Su Qiu returned to the yard, hands assisting the waist, mouth kept chanting, indeed, women 30 like a tiger. The first 3 times are his initiative. After 5 times, completely is the red lady in seducing him, and even the other side completely automatic. Su Qiu want to refuse cannot refuse. After all, Hongyang would glare at him viciously and extend her little pink fist, saying menacingly, stinky brother, for the sake of cultivation, obediently lie down for me. It's only after you're done that you simply practice. He is quite physically challenged these days. He recalled an internet segment from his first life on Earth. I used to think that my great-aunt was a roadblock, but now I think that my great-aunt is a savior. However, he had also gained quite a few benefits, such as his current cultivation had successfully stepped into the Zhongshu level. The aura in his body was 3 times as much as it was before, and the quality of his strength was better enough to partially replace the role of the aura, giving off the effects of the 8th level of Qi refining. Nowadays, as long as it wasn't the realm of celestial beings, he could easily crush it. In Hongyang's harvest was equally impressive. As she re-entered the celestial realm, the most basic realm in the world of immortal cultivation, the realm of the innate, and although her strength was still very young, she was still a genuine celestial realm powerhouse. Su Qiu returned to the courtyard. Pushing open the gate of the courtyard, he found Qin Yuma sitting under the osmanthus tree with his hands clasped over his chest. The eyes looked askance at her brother-in-law, and puffed out her cheeks as if she were a wife interrogating her husband. Su Qiu looked confused, so he heard his sister-in-law take the lead and ask, why do you go to Sister Master's place every day? Practicing. She's gone off the rails with her training and needs my help to sit in. Is that so? The sister-in-law narrowed her eyes, carefully sizing up Su Qiu, trying to find a leak in his answer. Unfortunately, he had a cloudy face and didn't look like he was lying at all. Well, I'll believe you for once. Qin Yuma was like a deflated ball. She had to stop. The sister-in-law simply does not know. Su Qiu 4 lives, lying has long been experienced. Su Qiu stretched out 2 fingers and gently knocked on her brain. Her sister-in-law hurriedly covered her brain and looked at her aggressively. What for? You're my maid now? It's not good to question your master, Su Qiu said lightly. Qin Yuma sniffing suddenly face red, pink lips lightly bite. Do not know is shy or vain, stuttering up. This is not in concern for you well. In case you were captured by the bad guys, Yuma do not know where to go to find you. Su Qiu was very amused as he looked at her silly and adorable appearance, was about to tell her to go back to rest. Outside the yard, there was a knock on the door, a rather urgent sound. Su Qiu was suspicious and opened the courtyard door, only to see Wang Qiliang with some urgency on his face. When he saw him he quickly asked, brother-in-law, have you seen senior sister Nangong recently? Before he could answer, Qin Yuma jumped the gun and asked, Nangong won her? What happened to her? Wang Qiliang immediately explained. Senior sister Nangong has been missing for 8 days, and she can't be found within the mountain gates. And now, senior uncle Xiahou has sent people to search for her. Su Qiu frowned slightly at what he heard. He always felt that there was some flavor of intrigue, and he couldn't help but recall the plot. Remember what the extra said. Nangong Wanner discovers that her master is the murderer of her entire family, so she searched for her master to confront him, but was unexpectedly injured by him, and then she was also imprisoned in a secret room where there was never any sunlight, becoming a canary in the hands of Xiahou Zongxing. It was admired by him daily as if it were a vase. The plot ends with the male lead, the previously dead Yi Liangchen, entering the Qinghuan Valley, helping to eliminate the people of the Witch Door, seizing control of the Qinghuan Valley, and rescuing Nangong Wanner in the secret room, and finally embracing the beauty. He also inherited everything from Xiahou Zongxing, treasures, poisons, techniques, and even his female disciples. That guy couldn't have been imprisoned in the secret room by her master, could he? Su Qiu secretly guessed that nowadays. Perhaps because he had entered this book world, he had inadvertently changed some of the plot, resulting in the development of the world now. It was no longer in the order he remembered, and gradually became disorganized. When sister-in-law Qin Yuma heard her brother-in-law's heartfelt words, she raised her eyebrows lightly and pursed her cherry lips. She also didn't know how to explain to Wang Qiliang, your senior sister Nangong was perhaps imprisoned in her master's secret room. Wang Qiliang was quite worried and said, the second master said that perhaps she couldn't take the blow because of the matter of the Holy Maiden, and that's why she did a foolish thing. And now Master Xiahou has already gone to look for the sect master to ask for a statement for Nangong Wanner. Su Qiu smiled lightly and shook his head. Don't worry, I think Nangong Wanner should be fine. On the contrary, there will be a big event in the valley next, so you have to be ready for it. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? Wang Qiliang was puzzled. There is a darkness in the valley. Su Qiu replied simply, but he didn't say so explicitly. It is estimated that Nangong Wanner's disappearance is within Xiahou Zongxing's plan, and the purpose of his move is just to find an excuse to see if the doormaster is dead. It seems that Xiahou Zongxing has begun to implement the plan. If I remember correctly, now the white-green town at the foot of the mountain are all the people of the witch sect. I'm afraid that the next is a big war. When her sister-in-law heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words, her brow furrowed even tighter and she reached out to grab her brother-in-law's arm, a worried look on his face. In a low voice, he said, brother-in-law, why don't we leave the Green Luan Valley earlier? Su Qiu did not know that his sister-in-law was hearing the voice of the heart to say this, only thought it was the dark current words make her worried. Su Qiu was about to say that he wanted to eat melon. Once again, an abrupt voice came from outside the door. The sect master has passed away. 127. The voice was so abrupt that even Wang Qiliang, who was standing outside the door, was stunned. It feels incredible, he muttered. How could it be? The sect master was fine a few days ago. How could he have passed away now? Before he could recall, Senior Flower Brother had already come to his side. Senior Wang, the sect master has passed away. Tomorrow you must wear white silk on your head. After saying that, a sad tint appeared on his face as well, and he continued to head elsewhere to inform. Only Wang Qiliang, who was in a low mood, was left behind. Su Qiu didn't have any expression on his face. Instead, he was deep in thought. I'm afraid that a big crisis is coming. Xiahou Zongxing might let the witch sect hit his doorstep tomorrow and seize control of Qinghuan Valley, but unfortunately he doesn't know that Hong Yang has already stepped into the celestial mirror, so it looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. Qin Yuma, who was originally nervous, heard Su Qiu's heartfelt words, first repressed, then raised. When she first heard that Xiahou Zongxing had allowed the witch sect to beat her to the door, she was terrified, but when she heard that Hong Yang was now at the celestial realm, she was relieved. Just how does brother-in-law know the realm of the Grand Elder? At once her sister-in-law's radar went off again, and she caught a whiff of something wrong. Su Qiu didn't know that Qin Yuma's little radar was turned on, but instead calmly said to her, it's not safe to go down the mountain now. Let's stay here first. Well, as you wish. My sister-in-law nodded good-naturedly. After sending Wang Qiliang away, Su Qiu returned to the house and changed into a night clothes. Qin Yuma was puzzled. Brother-in-law, what are you going to do? Save the day and add a little bit of color to this play. Su Qiu was a little mysterious. He planned to go to Xiahou Zongxing's secret room, while saving Nangong Wanner, search for Xiahou Zongxing's treasures and pass the knife to Hong Yang. She now urgently needed the evidence that Xiahou Zongxing was the witch sect's vice lord, and inside the secret room were all his incriminating evidence. Su Qiu had promised the old sect master to help Hong Yang. Moreover, these days, Hong Yang was very good to him. Again double cultivation, and also gift pills. In the sense of reason, how much one should help. Tomorrow is expected to change the sky. If Nangong Waner testifies against Xiahou Zongxing, this scene is expected to look much better. He hadn't forgotten that his position in this world, aside from restoring his cultivation, was to be a gourd-eating spectator, and advancing the plot was one of the things a spectator should do. Qin Yuma breathlessly swept a glance at Su Qiu. On his lips, he said, "Brother-in-law, you can be more careful. I'll wait for you in the courtyard." But inwardly, he cursed, brother-in-law can have the mentality of a melon eater. Actually want to participate in it. Fun? Su Qiu gently hooked his sister-in-law's nose and turned around to disappear into the dark night. The dimly lit chamber, a few oil lamps, dimmed and flickering, gave off a drowsy candlelight. In a one-person high iron prison, Nangong Waner, whose entire body was dirty, looked at the candlelight with lifeless eyes, and her eyes drooped. She didn't know how long she'd been staying here. The chamber was so dark that she forgot the hour, and she hadn't bathed once in the past few days, like a canary in captivity. I wonder how that guy, is he doing? Nangong Waner murmured a few words out of her mouth. Nowadays, the only thing on her mind was that guy. If it wasn't for Su Qiu's heartfelt words, she wouldn't have checked out her master's secret. Not to mention that she wouldn't have caused herself to be locked up in this cage. Perhaps it was also her curiosity that killed her. However, Nangong Waner has no regrets. At least she found the real culprit who killed her whole family back then. Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled bitterly, a sad color showing on her face. What's the use of finding the real culprit? Nowadays I can't defeat it at all, not to mention becoming his prisoner. She was beginning to despair, despairing that no one will be able to save her, despairing that soon the Green Luan Valley will change hands. Never see that guy again. That guy should be killed by Xiahou Zongxing later. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out. What are you laughing at bitterly? Nangong Waner raised her head in confusion, and interspersed with the dim candlelight, she saw the other party clearly. Su Qiu, dressed in black nightclothes, stood right in front of her, looking her up and down a few times outside the cage, completely like the old greaseball who often broke into girls' homes. Nangong Waner was quite shocked as she grabbed the iron fence. How did you appear here, idle and bored, wandering around? Su Qiu casually said. When at the moment he came and went without a trace. He was very much in the mold of a worldly man. Nangong Waner also heard. What else is there to do here, other than to see if you're going crazy and to help you? The original tall image of Su Qiu in her mind had once again become plain and simple. Nangong Waner directly rolled her eyes at him and pouted. Can't you say a word of truth? Su Qiu sniffed and silently added. In fact, you're pretty good looking when you're locked inside. You have the feeling of an exquisite canary. If you had fewer clothes, it might be even better. Maybe I'll come to appreciate it daily. His derisive voice caused Nangong Waner to puff up and her fragrant cheeks to bulge. You guy, begging for a fight. Reaching out his foot, he wanted to step on Su Qiu to vent his dissatisfaction, with a kind of flirting flavor, but she just stretched out her white and tender feet, and then she got stuck on the iron fence, only revealing her slippery calves, especially when the hem of her skirt was lifted by the iron fence. Her white skin was even more, and the veins on it were clearly visible. She moved her own foot, realizing how she couldn't step on the guy's foot, and even kicking it was rather difficult. Looks like your legs aren't skinny enough. Su Qiu continued to snicker a few times. If you have the guts to let me out, we'll fight one-on-one again. Nangong Waner puffed out her cheeks and grumbled in anger. Su Qiu's jibe also allowed her to gradually settle down inwardly, and even gained a few more points of security, while, at the same time, hope rose in her heart. While they were gossiping, shoo shoo, I don't know where the two flying needles came from, cutting through the air and shooting straight toward Su Qiu's back, so fast that it was difficult to capture them with the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Nangonger shouted anxiously, Su Qiu, be careful behind you. Those two flying needles were getting closer and closer behind Su Qiu. She rushed forward at the moment, wanting to push Su Qiu aside, but unfortunately, she was blocked by the iron bars in front of her, and could only be anxious within the cage. Just when she thought she was about to hit this guy, Su Qiu gently patted her head. Don't worry, no one can harm me. After saying that, the flying needles that originally did not enter the body, as if they were resisted by a layer of water film, could not be stabbed in at all, and could only fall to the ground, making a clanking sound. Nangong Waner was so close that she was able to see the scene before her. A light blue halo, which suddenly appeared, blocked the flying needles. Nangong Waner couldn't see through Su Qiu more and more. What kind of technique did this guy cultivate? At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Qiu. You're very good. My secret room was actually found by you, and you even hooked up with this seat's treasure. You don't have a lot of guts. The one who spoke was Xiahou Zongxing, who had just gotten out of the secret room. Instead of the calm state he had once been in, he was full of sulkiness, as if he had a cuckold on his head. Just now, When Su Qiu used his aura to resist the flying needles, he thought to himself that Su Qiu had merely used some sort of secret technique to achieve this, and didn't even suspect his realm. In Xiahou Zongxing's eyes, Su Qiu was merely a first-class martial artist. It's an ant that can be crushed at any time. At this moment, Su Qiu twisted his head and looked at Xiahou Zongxing. He said with a cloudy face, "Actually, you shouldn't have appeared here, or else the good show would be missing an important person." Xiahou Zongxing was confused. Instead, Nangongwana heard Su Qiu's heartfelt voice, "I really don't want to kill him, but unfortunately, he happened to appear here, so I can only waste him." 128. Nangongwana really wanted to question him. Although your first-class martial artist possesses the strength of a sovereign, however, he is an actual super sovereign level powerhouse. The realm is one level higher than yours, and you actually have the leisure to speak the words to kill him? Nangongwana understood her own master's power very well. After all of her martial arts were taught by Xiahou Zongxing. Xiahou Zongxing said at this time, "Although I don't know the meaning of your words, I can't keep you if you find out." The words just fell. Xiahou Zongxing's legs stomped. His figure was like a discharged cannonball, instantly disappearing in place, and when he reappeared, he was holding a sharp blade in his hand, wiping it towards Su Qiu's neck. His stance was ghostly, appearing and disappearing at times. If it was an ordinary martial artist, this should be an instant head to the ground. There is no possibility of survival. However, Su Qiu flicked his head and dodged his killing move in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he took several steps backward to his side, pulling back a safe distance. Xiahou Zongxing's attack swooped in and cut the iron fence in two. Nangongwana looked at her senior, who was full of killing intent. She was extremely worried. "Su Qiu, hurry up and go. You can't beat him." In her impression, Master Teacher only used 2 moves against herself and immediately suppressed her. So in her inherent impression, Master Teacher was almost an invincible existence. When Xiahou Zongxing heard this, he couldn't help but snicker, his tone full of contempt. "You think he'll get out alive? He'll only spoil my big thing if he goes out? So, there's no way he'll get out. I'll shave him in front of your face, knife by knife." Good disciple. I don't know if you've ever heard of the great Chen, but there is a punishment called lynching, which involves slicing a person into the shape of a sashimi. As he spoke, he played with the poisoned dagger in his hand. Nangongwana, on the other hand, nervously clasped her hands, her palms constantly sweating, sitting in a kneeling position in the cage, looking worriedly at Su Qiu, then turned to Xiahou Zongxing. "Please, master, please let him go. He was only saving me with good intentions." Her lips eventually opened and pleaded for Su Qiu. Xiahou Zongxing just coldly swept his eyes over Nangongwana, feeling more and more like his head was green. He didn't want his woman to have a crush on another man. "Humph, want me to release him? Yes, as long as I pick off his limbs and castrate him, making him my dog, I might even be able to release him." His voice carried a gust of coldness, and added, "Of course, if you do it, I will definitely release him and let him languish in the Green Luan Valley." Nangongwana's delicate body trembled at the sound of her words. She looked up at her master, and that pair of eyes of killing desire caused Nangongwana's heart to fall to the bottom. The cherry lips bit tighter. Her hands couldn't stop trembling as well, and she looked at Su Qiu with a worried gaze. However, Xiahou Zongxing's words drew a kind smile from Su Qiu, his eyes full of contempt. "Interesting, I'll return it to you as is later." The grass on the grave of anyone who could threaten him in this world was already a man high. Feeling humiliated, Xiahou Zongxing was quite furious and shouted, "You die for me." Spinning around, he continued to kill towards Su Qiu, the venom-coated dagger, like a greedy viper, stabbing towards Su Qiu's heart location. Just when he thought he was about to hit Su Qiu in the chest, abruptly, Su Qiu reached out to hold his dagger, his calm voice resounding, "You've been caught." Xiahou Zongxing couldn't believe it, even witnessing Su Qiu receiving a white blade with his empty hand. "You know the dagger is coated with poison. Wouldn't you die faster if you took it with your empty hands?" However, Xiahou Zongxing soon realized that a faint layer of blue film appeared in Su Qiu's hand, isolating the venom that coated the dagger. So the fact that the other party had received a white blade with his empty hand and nothing had happened at all was greatly beyond his imagination. During the time he was frozen in concentration, Su Qiu lifted his other hand towards the longsword placed on the weapon rack, and using his aura, the longsword steeply levitated into the void and swiftly landed in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qiu gripped his longsword for a split second, and his sword sheath swung out, a light blue light, forming a hard and unparalleled sharp blade that cut through the void, cutting off Xiahou Zongxing's feet. When Xiahou Zongxing reacted, it was already too late, and a blood scar appeared on his feet for a moment, like a straight thin line, followed by blood around the heel, seeping out, not long before both feet broke. "This can't be right." Xiahou Zongxing felt the pain coming from the soles of his feet. He was shocked and his face paled after a moment. Obviously, they were two big realms apart. But why? Su Qiu was like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, which was completely out of line with common sense. Xiahou Zongxing clenched his teeth hard and endured the pain, abandoning his feet to instantly fall backward. His dagger plunged into the wall to stabilize his body, and a large amount of cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. At the same time, he could not help but say with self-doubt, "How could you have such strength as a tiny first-class martial artist?" Su Qiu completely described it as crushing, and in the moment of contact, all of his own attacks were churned to pieces by him. "You guess?" Su Qiu casually said. In the next second, his figure appeared in front of Xiahou Zongxing. "I'm the vice master of the witch sect," he shouted, but still did not block Su Qiu's thick killing intent. Su Qiu's long sword swung out, and the tendons on Xiahou Zongxing's arm broke by inches, spewing out a large amount of blood, just like slitting his wrists. His whole person is kind of wasted. A hamstring means he loses his offense. Witnessing Su Qiu chopping off his own arms and legs while his warnings had absolutely no effect, the other party didn't buy the witch door's argument at all. He recoiled in desperation, spat out a poison needle from his tongue, and cried out mischievously, "You're going to hell with me, too." "It's useless," Su Qiu flippantly said. The poison needle was caught in both fingers, rather easily. Then it bounced into Xiahou Zongxing's, and the poison needle hit the target. The next second you hear him gritting his teeth against the pain. "Well," looking down as the toxin began to spread, Su Qiu calmly said again, "You've been poisoned there, and I'm afraid it's life-threatening if it's not cut. Don't. Immediately, in Xiahou Zongxing's horrified gaze, Su Qiu slammed his sword down. A miserable scream emanated from the secret room, but unfortunately, Xiahou Zongxing had unlocked the secret room when he entered it, therefore his screams could not even be heard, and no one knew what was happening here. Nandong Wanner looked at Su Qiu incredulously. Incredulity was written all over her pasty face, and her watery gelatinous eyes were even more rounded. Hands gripping the iron fence tightly, he muttered, "How could he be so strong?" Originally, she had fantasized about Su Qiu being stepped on by her own master, but now the picture was just the opposite, with her own master being stepped on by him, and every word that master said, Su Qiu gave it back one by one. The meridians of his hands and feet were picked off, even his lifeblood was gone, and master had become a complete invalid at this moment. A double invalid. I actually still think about defeating that guy. I guess it's impossible in this life. Nandong Wanner let out a bitter laugh. She had thought that Su Qiu's strength was nothing more than that, but now she realized that the gap between the two was so great that even her own master was no match for him, not to mention her own self who had just entered the Zongshi level. However, witnessing Xiahou Zongxing's tragic situation, Nandong Wanner looked like she had gotten her revenge. She subconsciously spoke. "Su Qiu, can you leave him with me?" Su Qiu carried Xiahou Zongxing, who had already lost his will to fight and his entire body was paralyzed, and casually threw him into the iron cage. Nandong Wanner looked down at her former master, her gaze filled with the color of abhorrence, as well as a strong killing intent, just as she wanted to make a move to kill her senior. Su Qiu's voice rang out again. "I suggest you kill him later. Keeping him is useful because the witch sect and NEI Tawan are presumably going to force the palace to allow Signorine to abdicate, causing the witch sect to seize control of the Qinghuan Valley." Nandong Wanner held the knife in her hand and finally put it down. 129. The whole world has changed. White silk is hanging everywhere in Qinghuan Valley. The crowd mourned the passing of the old sect master with grief, and even Yin Hongyang was blindsided by the sudden change. She suspected that these were Xiahou Zongxing's tactics. That night after Xiahou Zongxing met the old sect master, the sect master passed away. It was a bit too much of a coincidence. Looking at the corpse of the old sect master lying in the coffin, Yin Hongyang recalled the little by little moments with her master, who was like a teacher to her, and she couldn't help but chortle at the top of the great hall. "Where is Xiahou Zongxing? He met the old sect master last night, and now the old sect master is lying here." However, above the great hall, Xiahou Zongxing did not appear at all, as if there was no such person. Only Natao Wan teased her a few times. "Which eye did you see that it was Zongxing who did it? Isn't it obvious?" Yin Hongyang looked at her with red eyes. Nei Tawan was unconcerned and retorted. The old sect master was originally elderly, and now that he has suddenly passed away, it couldn't be more normal, and besides, the disciples below can also testify for Xiahou Zongxing. At her gesture, several disciples around her kept nodding their heads. "Yes, second master didn't do anything to old sect master. We saw it with our own eyes. We accompanied second master throughout last night, and when we arrived at the sect master's temple, we realized that the sect master had already passed away. I can testify too." Those few disciples scrambled to prove it and made a show of swearing. When the other disciples heard about it, they also felt that the matter was not the second elder's doing. After all, so many people can attest to the fact that it can't be disproved, right? The Grand Elder should have been overly sad to babble. After all, the sect master was once the Grand Elder's master. A disciple murmured. The surrounding disciples thought deeply. However, things are not over yet. It didn't take long for Yin Hongyang to question it, and it was Natao Wan's turn to fight back. Yin's senior sister. I'm afraid that there is still dissent for the position of sect master. Although the old sect master said that he would give way to you, but right now the Qinghuan Valley is a place of internal and external difficulties, and your realm has been regressing. I'm afraid that you're not suitable for the position of sect master, right? Natuan said with a tossed voice. Her voice echoed throughout the hall. Every disciple heard it clearly, and after hearing it they all remained silent. Indeed, as Elder Natao Wan had said, for someone with poor strength to become the sect master, this would surely be a disaster for the entire Green Luan Valley. Yin Hongyang narrowed her eyes. Her eyes were like sharp swords as she stared at Ni Tawan and said in a deep voice, sure enough, you're still throwing a fit over the position of sect master. Did you think that by cooperating with Xiahou Zongxing, you could completely overthrow me? It's not an overthrow. It's that you should have been incapable of being a sect leader. Ni Tawan stood in front of all of them and skimmed her lips, fearlessly saying, at this time, the Great Hall. An abrupt voice rang out. Yes, third senior sister is right. Hong Yang, your current realm will soon fall down to the sovereign's mirror. So what qualifications do you still have to sit in the position of alliance master? A middle-aged man wearing a brocade suit slowly appeared above the main hall. When the surrounding disciples saw him, they respectfully shouted, Fourth Master. In Qinghuan Valley, all non-personal disciples had to call out to the elders when they saw them. This fourth elder was the fourth elder of the Green Luan Valley. Shang Changlin. Yin Hongyang gazed straight at him and said suspiciously, aren't you traveling outside? Why are you back now? Third senior sister told me to come back. I heard that the sect master had passed away, so Changlin rushed back. You came pretty fast. Ha, I can't. The old sect master's passing away is the top priority of the Green Luan Valley. Changlin, as a member of the Green Luan Valley, how can he not see the old sect master for the last time? Shang Changlin continued to speak cheekily. Yin Hongyang looked at him with cold eyes. So you came back to help her along against me as well? When Shang Changlin heard Hongyang's words, he flatly denied it. I'm not helping anyone. Changlin is just doing what he thinks is right. Eldest sister, you really aren't suitable for a sect leader. Your strength simply won't convince the people. Yin Hongyang cocked her head and casually asked, so Tao Wan would be suitable for the position of sect master? Shang Changlin stroked his beard and nodded gently. He sort of sided with Natao Wan and turned on Yin Hongyang. The corners of Ni Tawan's mouth revealed a contemptuous smile. Looking at Hongyang, who was being fumed at by the crowd, she was in an excellent mood. Her piercing voice resounded. Hongyang, while I am still willing to address you as a senior sister, it would be best if the position of sect leader is passed down. This is also for the survival of Qinghuan Valley. She had already pushed the palace to such an extent, she couldn't believe that Hongyang remained dead set on holding on to the position of sect master. The Red Lady listened to one of them and sneered. The heart was also completely chilled. Master, outside the door of the Great Hall, a silver bell-like voice came. The crowd twisted their heads to look, only to see Qin Reed stepping on the stone steps and finally crossing the threshold to enter the inner hall, her gaze looking straight at Yin Hongyang, her eyes streaming. The eyes were also slightly red. Slowly, he came to Yin Hongyang's side, then hugged her tightly. When Nei Taowan saw this scene, her eyebrows furrowed slightly and she said with a cloud of suspicion, how did you appear here? She clearly remembers that Qin Reed's invitation to worship the mountain was shredded by her, and at the same time, she also let the disciples who guarded the mountain, not to Qin Reed's intrusion. Qin Reed's eyes twisted towards the door of the Great Hall and said, it was fifth uncle who brought me in, only to see a woman wearing a red dress, also entering on the Great Hall before and after. When the surrounding disciples saw her, they once again bowed respectfully and said, Fifth Master, today is exciting. The old sect master had passed away, and several elders were vying for the position of sect master. Swords were drawn, and the smell of that smoke had already permeated the Great Hall. Fifth Elder Wu Fangya looked towards Natao Wan and Shang Changlin with a smile. Today is really lively. For the position of sect master, their own family members actually fight each other with swords. Ah, what did you say? Nei Tao Wan's brows furrowed. You should know very well that a large number of people from the witch sect gathered in the town of Baiqing, while certain people present there concealed the news of Qin Reed becoming the Holy Maiden. And if it wasn't for the old sect master sending me a letter a few days ago, I probably wouldn't have known about it for the rest of my life. Fifth Elder Wu Fanya spoke word for word. Eyes teasingly looked at Natao Wan. Chen Reed also explained beside In Hongyang, Master, the mountain gathered a large number of people of the witch sect, and now want to attack the Qinghuan Valley. The old master round news. I'm afraid that some people inside the Qinghuan Valley to pass out. When the people around them heard this, they were on edge. This is a big battle between mountain gates. The witch sect had always been at odds with the Green Huan Valley. Hundreds of years ago, they also wanted to become the hegemon of this side, but unfortunately they couldn't defeat the Green Huan Valley, and then they retreated to the North Vietnam dynasty, where they waited for an opportunity to make a move. In Hongyang's eyes swept sharply towards Nei Tawan. I guess it's really your doing. Don't you bloody dare. I didn't even do it. Netuan frowned. It was true that she had not leaked the secrets of the Green Huan Valley, and the person who had leaked them was none other than Xiahou Zongxing, who did not need her at all. Nei Tawan gritted her teeth and inwardly cursed. Bastard Zongxing, why don't you come now? It's all come to a critical moment. Right now, both sides were evenly matched. In Hongyang and Wu Fangya, Shi and Shang Changlin, a delicate balance had been reached between the two sides, and as long as Xiahou Zongxing came, he would be able to break this balance, and the balance of victory would be able to completely favor her. Moreover, the people from the witch sect who had flooded into White Green Town were all from Xiahou Zongxing's side. Unfortunately, things did not turn out as she had hoped. A voice came again from the door. Third senior uncle, you're really dead set against admitting it. Colluding with the witch sect, you're one of the masterminds. This voice was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the ears of the crowd. Everyone's expression froze slightly as they searched for the source of the voice, only to see Nangong Waner lifting Xiahou Zongxing's neck, walking step by step. Xiahou Zongxing's blood stained all the way as well. He was hanging on to his breath, his eyes full of raggedness. When Nei Tawan saw this, she opened her eyes and stared in disbelief, then said angrily, Nangong Waner, you actually killed your teacher. How dare you? P.S. Readers, if there is a reward, Durian here to thank you, because the site reasons, I background cannot see the reward message as well as records. 130. How dare I? Nangong Waner couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, her voice was sinister. It was like a martial artist who had gone off the deep end, misleading people into thinking that she had fallen into a demon. Nangong Waner eyes sharply looked at Natawan, biting her white teeth, said word by word, you say this is really good to hear. I do not know who. And Xiahou Zongxing conspired with the Qinghuan Valley door master position, knowing that he is the witch door of the female dry details, actually to sell out the control of the mountain door as the price, just to seize that door master position. My Nangong Waner was captured, and she actually stood by and watched Waner being imprisoned by this bastard in the iron prison of the secret room. You're still really disgusting. Natao Wan. Nangong Waner's voice was like explosive thunder, ringing in the ears of the crowd. The crowd above the great hall, hearing her words, all opened their mouths wide, eyes filled with disbelief. Someone even whispered, is Third Master really working with the witch sect? How can this be false? Senior sister Nangong has been missing for several days. She should really be imprisoned in a secret room. Then before that, wasn't it the second master who was a thief crying out to catch a thief? Their voices gradually resounded in the lobby, and many disciples were quite surprised. They never thought today. So many changes happened. Really let a person was not expected. That melon eat as if after eating a small melon and then come to the big melon. You're slandering. Nei Tawan was already flustered at this moment. She didn't expect Xiahou Zongxing, who stood on their side, to actually lose. Still being carried like a chicken by Nangong Waner, she couldn't figure out how in the world Nangong Waner escaped and injured Xiahou Zongxing. When Nangong Waner heard this, her eyes gradually filled with killing intent. I slander. Then ask him to see if I slander? She threw Xiahou Zongxing onto the stone tiles with one hand. Xiahou Zongxing fell to the floor with a muffled grunt, but he laughed out loud immediately afterward and shouted in a somewhat maniacal manner, sooner or later, your Green Huan Valley will be in our witch sect's pocket. Having said that, he suddenly flipped around, his mouth facing the roof of the great hall. At some point, an iron bead, like a marble, appeared in his tongue, and Xiahou Zongxing violently spat it out with force. The iron beads were like bullets, instantly breaking through the eaves of the great hall, and a large hole was broken in the dark-colored tile. When the iron bead flew into mid-air, it directly exploded, and in addition to a burst of noise, it also emitted a strong purple mist, and the strong smoke was like a flare. Seeing this, In Hongyang hurriedly scolded, what are you doing? Xiahou Zongxing didn't answer her, but instead said to Nei Tawan, the words we spoke before, you have to make them count. Oh. When he had said this, he swallowed a poison and died of gas. The scene was, at once, deathly silent. In Hongyang's eyes were cold as she looked at Nei Tawan, her voice icy. Nei Tawan, what else do you have to say now? However, But Sine Tao Wan extremely contemptuous said, I have nothing to say. But so what? Your realm is now regressing seriously, not to mention sitting on the seat of the master. Even the position of the eldest elder you are not qualified. She admitted it graciously. It took the disciples by surprise. Wu Fangya's chest was heaving with anger as she pointed at her nose and scolded. Inai Tao Wan, back then it was the old sect master who took you in and taught you sword skills to feed you. Is this how you repay her? The fifth elder Wu Fangya's words had just fallen. A disciple then hurried in, even tripping over the threshold of the great hall. Fell on all fours, but he couldn't care less about the pain in his nose, and his voice hurriedly said, "It's not good." A large number of people from the witch sect suddenly appeared at the mountain gate. They didn't say anything and directly made a move. Now all the disciples guarding the mountain are dead. His voice, like a stone thrown onto a calm lake, caused ripples. The disciples above the great hall heard his words. Many people's faces turned white with fear as they anxiously said, "What should we do now? I didn't expect the witch sect to really beat us to the door. Isn't that still the case with the Grandmaster's uncle? But how can Grandmaster Uncle defend himself against the enemy now that his realm has regressed?" Silence. You want to disorganize the army in the face of a great enemy? When someone voiced this query and some other disciples stopped their words, the disciples around them shut their mouths. However, many of the disciples' expressions collapsed as they nervously looked at the current situation. Inai Tawan haha laughed maniacally a few times, and then looked at the disciples. Now the witch door has a large army to press the border. Follow my people. There is still a way to live. If you are standing on the opposite side, don't blame me for being ruthless. She exuded a terrifying aura, a naked threat that caused the group of disciples to become very torn. However, there were no disciples on her side, and Annie Tawan glared fiercely at Dongfanling before she stood dully by Annie Tawan's side, with an example to follow. Many disciples couldn't help but side with her after looking around, and the words came out of his mouth. "I'm young. I don't want to die. I've got an old man and a young man." Sorry guys. It didn't take long for a large portion of the disciples to pass. For a time, two camps were formed. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and many of the disciples who stood on the side of Nei Tao even raised their swords, a look of celebration. Cold-eyed, he watched the situation unfold. The disciples who stood on In Hongyang's side, on the other hand, cursed, "You ungrateful bunch, how dare you betray the Green Luan Valley? Can you stand up to the old sect master? Yes, we'll die with the Green Luan Valley." However, their tirade did not make the disciples standing on the opposite side of the room come around. Even some of the traitors rightfully said, "Is it wrong that we just want to live?" Even that senior flower brother who had previously competed with Wang Qiliang, similarly persuaded. "All disciples, you should come over here. The great elder's strength is simply not enough to protect the Green Luan Valley. You'll only die if you follow her." His words were like a spark to ignite a powder keg. At once, the other disciples were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. And Wang Qiliang couldn't help but curse. "You guys are really heartless bastards. The mountain gate has a dog that is much more conscientious than you guys." His words caused the disciples on the opposite side to hate him equally. At that moment, In Hongyang, who hadn't said anything, a dry cough. Instantly the entire hall fell silent. She spoke lightly, "All disciples, listen to the order. Kill this group of traitors on sight." At that moment, the disciples of Qingluan Valley who stood on her side drew their waist swords. And even Qin Reed had no qualms about pulling out her lance. Seeing this, Natao Wan shouted, "How dare you!" Immediately, he looked at In Hongyang with a fierce gaze and continued, "Today, I'll see if anyone is qualified to sit in this position or not." Words. In her hand was an additional fine-textured sword with a light texture. With a light step towards the ground, her figure was light and agile, like a nimble swallow, instantly arriving at In Hongyang's heels, and the fine-grained sword in her hand stabbed towards Hongyang's neck. A buzzing sound could be heard from the fine-grained sword, and the sword contained a forceful chi within it, bringing a wave of pressure to the surface and catalyzing the air around it to form a powerful air current, causing a fierce wind to blow within the great hall. Even the dust on the floor was swept up by the powerful chi. The corners of everyone's coats were also fluffed. The crowd in the great hall, witnessing this scene, raised their hearts for In Hongyang, the third elder Nei Tawan using a surefire technique as soon as she came up. However, a teasing smile appeared on In Hongyang's face. "That's all you're good at. You're not as powerful as you thought." The next moment after she said those words, an even more massive aura came crashing down on her, blowing away the vigor that Natao Wan was running with. At the same time, Hongyang raised her soft toes and stepped on the Nei Tawan fine-grained sword under her feet with a faint aura, and the floor couldn't resist the pressure and cracked out a few cracks. Natuan's killing move was easily neutralized by her just like that. The disciples under the stage at the moment were dumbfounded and shocked as they witnessed this scene. Even Shan Changlin couldn't help but say, It's the Celestial Realm. 131. Nei Tao Wan had been hovering in the Super Sovereign Mirror for more than 20 years. It could be considered the elder closest to the realm of celestial beings. However, for such a sharp move of hers to be defused by a simple move by the Red Lady and easily stepped on her feet was a complete slap in the face of Nei Tao Wan. Shang Changlin swallowed his saliva, eyeing the scene in front of him, and his body became a little stiff. How is this possible? Hasn't the Hongyang realm been regressing? When did it return to the celestial mirror? When the Tao Wan was surprised, the Red Lady did not give her a chance to react. Gently lifting her foot, her slender leg slammed down. It was like a heavy hammer, so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye, and it heavily smashed into Na Tao Wan's body. Before Nei Tao Wan could react, her chest violently suffered a heavy blow, and her entire body shot out like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the pillars of the Grand Hall, causing the pillars of the Grand Hall to crack open with dozens of traces. There was a sharp click. The sound was incomparably crisp and clear, and at the same time, it also rolled up the smoke and dust around the pillar, and an air current swept over the area, causing the hair of the people present to be messy. When the smoke cleared, Na Tao Wan covered her slightly sunken chest and a mouthful of blood burst out of her mouth. She looked at Yin Hongyang with a face full of shock. Her bloodless lips opened in disbelief. This is impossible. You simply can't be this strong. At the moment, she wasn't the only one who was shocked. The disciples, who were originally facing each other with swords, stopped holding their long swords and looked straight at Yin Hongyang and Na Tao Wan. The crowd's expressions became extremely dull, especially the disciples who fell towards Nei Tao Wan's camp sucked in a breath of cool air, their mouths wide open enough to stuff down an egg, and the sounds of gulping were endless. Wasn't it said that the Grand Elder's realm was regressing? How did it become so strong? Could it be that we've been kept in the dark by the Third Elder all this time? This is possible. Even the Second Elder is a female cadre detail of the Witch sect. The Third Elder wants to take the position of sect master. Fraud is inevitable. However, the Third Elder's expression was similarly shocked. She didn't seem to have expected it. Do we still have to fight? The crowd whispered, their tones revealing horror. A wave of despair spread through the crowd. The disciples who had defected to Nei Tao Wan were inwardly incomparably regretful. Had they known this, they would not have stood here and betrayed the Green Luan Valley in the first place. Even Senior Flower Brother, who had previously persuaded the crowd to surrender, his hands were constantly trembling at the moment, almost failing to grab the sword in his hand and dropping it to the ground. He had a thick skin and said to the disciples around him, "Why don't we sneak back?" He wanted to fish in troubled waters and rejoin the Yin Hongyang camp. However, he had just taken a step. Wang Qiliang immediately raised the long sword in his hand and placed it against his neck. Strutting up, earlier when you betrayed the mountain sect, weren't you quite quick to do so? Why are you back now? Senior Flower Brother let out a bitter smile and raised his hand. We were also deceived by the Third Elder. The surrounding disciples who betrayed the Red Queen nodded their heads at the words, revealing a look of innocence. Unfortunately, Wang Qiliang didn't give them the slightest chance to defend themselves. Do you think that Qinghuan Valley is something you can enter and leave whenever you want? No way. Surrender your weapons and squat obediently for me. His voice was so loud that it echoed all over the Great Hall. The disciples who betrayed Qinghuan Valley all placed their swords in their hands on the ground, then raised their hands to squat and take them down. Senior Flower Brother wanted to say a few more words for his dignity, but Wang Qiliang didn't give him a chance at all and gazed viciously. You're no match for me nowadays. Squat. This aura caused Brother Flower's legs to weaken and he could only crouch down. Shang Changlin saw that his side had lost the momentum, turning to flee. However, he had just taken less than 3 steps when a silhouette appeared in front of him. Wu Fanya held a female sword and held it across her chest, a teasing smile on her pasty face. Shang Changlin, where are you going? Shang Changlin was so embarrassed that he could only touch his belly and lie. Isn't this my abdominal pain? I want to go to the outhouse. Is it? Could it be food poisoning? Why don't you let senior sister take your pulse and give you a needle? Wu Fanya looked at him with a smirk. The eyes were sharp. Cold sweat broke out on Shang Changlin's forehead, and immediately, he clenched his teeth and said ruthlessly, if you don't give me a way out, then don't blame me for being merciless. The words just fell violently stormed up, holding a sharp blade in his hand, heading straight towards Wu Fanya's face. The moment he did, a thin sword shot out steeply, slicing through the surrounding air and descending with an incomparably terrifying pressure, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms. Shang Changlin, who was planning to strike a vicious blow, immediately felt danger and twisted his head to find the thin sword charging straight at his heartbrow. Shang Changlin raised his sharp blade to fend it off, and the moment he made contact, he felt that the power of the fine sword was immense, forcing him to keep backing up, and eventually crashed into a pillar, the immense energy not dissipating. He used his entire body's strength to fend off this terrifying attack. Only when the fine sword became a pile of scrap metal and Shang Changlian's sharp blades were broken did the attack turn to dust. He was down in cold sweat at the moment. The vigor in his body was completely depleted. His limbs were soft and powerless as he sat paralyzed under the pillars of the Great Hall. Is the realm of celestial beings so terrifying? The person who attacked him was none other than the Red Lady. However, the Red Queen's physique is really good, so short a time actually recovered to the realm of celestials. The children can be taught. Su Qiu's heart rang out. Yin Hongyang, who was standing on top of the Great Hall, immediately looked around at the words. Not long after, found Su Qiu, moved out of the Taisher chair, heartless sitting in the corner, interested in enjoying the play. The hands also do not know where the melon seeds, while knocking while humming, just like the regulars in the hook bar. Beside him, there was Qin Yuma holding a bushel fan, gently cooling him. This guy, watching the show at all hours, is a real pain in the ass. The Red Lady was furious when she saw this guy's posture. I thought to myself that when I get back, I'll give him a good lesson in bed before I do. However, looking for his eyes can not only Red Lady, and has been thinking of her husband for a long time. Qin read. When she heard the heartbeat again, her petite body trembled and her hands shook as she gripped her lance, eyes anxiously searching for his figure in the crowd. Until the corner, Qin Jia then saw the figure of Su Qiu. When the moment to see him, Qin suddenly wet red eyes. Breathing also became rapid. Red lips also tightly pursed together. A stream of bitterness and blood and tears in this moment to show the most. She couldn't care less. Spinning around, he flipped over from the Great Hall stage and landed on the ground, striding towards Su Qiu with a heavy pace. With almost all of her strength, she ran towards Su Qiu, so fast that only a remnant shadow remained. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the disciples, the clunking sound of the lance falling to the ground was heard. Qin threw off the hand lance, flying and pouncing, directly collided with Su Qiu. A full embrace. White, greasy hands embraced him tightly, and his head was buried in the side of his neck. At this moment, the tears fell. The collar of Su Qiu's coat was soaked. Qin is like an aggrieved kitten, her fragrant shoulders constantly trembling, and a hint of whimpering can be heard. Su Qiu gently hugged her and stroked her head. In his heart, he thought, why is this guy heavier? Has he gained weight from eating? Originally was sobbing. Qin heard this heartbeat, could not help but freeze for a moment, then petulantly stretched out the white teeth, biting on his neck. Hiss! You bit the? Is his lady really a mind reader? One's own heart but slander a sentence. Qin is so quick to take the air. 132. The changes above the Great Hall can be hard to guess. Originally, when the swords were drawn, Qin as the newly promoted Qinghuan Valley Saint daughter, even the battle was not fought, and directly jumped into the arms of Su Qiu. It made the disciples look dumbfounded, especially Qin and Su Qiu spread a wave of dog food, but let them envy and jealousy. The male disciples were indignant, while the female disciples were dazzled and filled with curiosity. At the same time, they are also puzzled. Su Qiu is how to quietly appear in the corner. If not, Qin went forward. They also cannot find the original corner of the original. There are people. At this time, everyone could not help but wonder in their hearts. Was Su Qiu not worried at all about the coup in Qinghuan Valley? And hid away to eat his melon with gusto. Wang Qilian couldn't help but smack his lips. Brother-in-law, this is also too calm. Actually, no one found out after hiding behind us all the time. Instead, we look like stage actors. The surrounding disciples nodded their heads. They were scared and nervous as the people in the bureau, while Su Qiu crossed his legs and sat in a Taiwanese chair, like a spectator in a theater. He's really not afraid of the sky, another disciple lamented. Yin Hongyang in the center of the battle, witnessed Qin to hold Su Qiu a full embrace. There was a sourness and numbness inside her, a wave of jealousy, and at the same time her heart was empty, as if she had lost a piece of meat. She lightly bit her red lips, her jade hands clenching and unclenching her fists, and her eyes drooping for a few moments, mixed with a little loss. When she looked at Third Elder Nei Taowan again, her eyes were filled with disgust. A horrible slap followed, instantly hitting Nei Taowan, who was already paralyzed on the ground. Naitomo Wan, am I stealing your husband? Why is it like beating up a mistress? The Red Lady's terrifying aura mixed with the strength of her hand caused the fine flesh on Nei Taowan's face to tremble crazily. And once again eating that slap, the tight face was sunken in, and Nei Taowan was smashed out by the slap. Once again, it slammed into the pillar, causing it to show signs of disintegration, spider-like cracks covering it. Nei Taowan spat out a mouthful of blood furiously. The slap had left her face deformed, the red mark still smoldering. Taowan felt innocent. Yin Hongyang clearly saw that after Qin embraced Su Qiu, her expression became very odd. There was jealousy, there was reluctance, and there was also a trace of unspeakable affection. According to Taowan's intuition after years of being a woman, Hongyang is in love. However, she is in love with someone else's husband. The red woman took a step forward, her anger still fresh and wanting another violent beating. Nei Tawan gulped. Her hands trembled continuously in fear and her legs shoveled the ground, but she still summoned up the courage to inquire. Hongyang, how did you enter the celestial realm? You're curious to know? Hongyang looked at her with icy eyes and whispered in her ear. Thanks to that little guy, I was able to enter the celestial realm, and you will never guess that he has the ability to make it easy to enter the celestial realm, or even build a foundation, the Red Queen said quietly. Word for word, it's still a real killer. When Natawan heard these words, her pupils shrunk slightly, feeling incredulous. The expression was so shocked that he didn't even know his lips were dry. Hongyang scoffed again. When you targeted him, you already failed. If I guessed correctly, Nangong Wanner was saved by Su Qiu, and Xiahou Zongxing was also crippled by that guy. Hongyang was in dual cultivation with Su Qiu, and she knew Su Qiu's strength best. Although this guy only appeared to be at the Zongshi level on the surface, the aura in his body was immense, and when mixed with his power qi, his power had long surpassed that of ordinary Super Zongshi level powerhouses, and even Hongyang had to be careful in dealing with him. Thankfully, however, Su Qiu was firmly on her side. It's impossible. Natawan couldn't believe it. A wild boy can have these strengths? Regardless of whether Su Qiu had the ability to make people into the celestial mirror or if he was able to crush Xiahou Zongxing, each of these sounded unbelievable. There's nothing impossible, because I double cultivate with him every day without a stitch of clothing, so I know his strength very well. Hongyang was at her ear, quietly finishing the sentence. Then she slowly got up and drew the female sword in her waist, as if it was a final judgment on Nei Tawan. And when Nei Tawan heard this, her pupils were even bigger to the point of incredulity, staring straight at Hongyang, wanting to say something, but not being able to send out a single word from her throat. The spinning red woman stabbed her in the heart. Let her take the secret to hell, killing Nei Tawan. Hongyang immediately felt that the anger in her heart had gone quite a bit, and her mood was soothed. At this moment, the surrounding group of disciples looked at the Red Lady with some fear in their eyes, but of course, more of it was worship. Hongyang swept a glance at the disciples. All disciples, listen to the order. Follow the seat to clear out that group of evil devils and crooks from the witch sect. Seeing their new sect master, capable of such strength, the disciples' morale soared, gripping their long swords in their hands and saying in unison, "Disciples follow orders." The voice resounded through heaven and earth. Subsequently followed behind Hongyang, rushed out of the gate of the hall, looking at the people of the witch sect who had already intruded into the Qingluan Valley. Without saying a word drew their swords and rushed straight to the enemy's position. A large-scale melee could not be avoided. Hongyang was likewise an enemy when she saw the people of the witch sect, pouring out her strength like crazy. In less than a cup of tea, the Green Luan Valley was littered with corpses. The bodies of the witch door people were everywhere. The witch door, which was originally in high morale, was beaten and disarmed in less than an incense burner, and their formation was broken up. Many witch sect disciples, their scalps were numb, their eyes were terrified, and their feet were shaking nervously. What's going on? Didn't they say that the Green Luan Valley has lost its power? Where's our mole in the Green Luan Valley? I think I saw the Vice Sect Master's corpse. The witch sect disciples gulped. They were being killed and routed. A large number of first and second-rate experts had become corpses at this moment. They looked at the red woman whose body was stained with blood and were even more frightened. Didn't you say that the Green Luan Valley Grand Elder's realm regressed? How to be even more so powerful? They seem to perceive that they have been duped. It's obviously a trap. Abruptly, a man shouted, "Retreat!" The witch door crowd was like a rabble, scattering in all directions. Wu Fangya stood in front of the disciples, holding the female sword, facing the people of the witch sect, and fumed. The Green Luan Valley is something you can come and go as you please. The pursuit then continued, killing the opposite side of the army. The fight is over. Qingluan Valley was considered to have made a name for itself once again. The witch sect had been plotting against the Green Luan Valley for a long time, taking advantage of the old sect master's death and immortality. They wanted to seize control of the Green Luan Valley. Not only did they fail, but they also suffered heavy losses. A large number of disciples died in this battle. Even the Green Luan Valley Vice Sect Master was killed in action amongst them. Subsequently, in the midst of Hongyang's great cleansing, a large number of female dry details were also pulled out. At the same time, the news of her being in the realm of the Celestials spread in White Green Town. Especially the Jianghu caused a furor. After all, White Green Town lives a lot of Jianghu people. The Great Hall. Qin Reed looked at Wu Fanya, handed over the Qingluan Valley Saint girl dress, gently shook his head. Refused, uncle. Sorry, the position of Saint girl may not be suitable for me. Nangong Wanner is extremely suitable. She didn't want to be a holy maiden. She just wanted to take Su Qiu back. No, my former master was the witch sect's vice-sect leader. It's not proper to become a holy maiden. My senior brothers and sisters will oppose it. Nangong Waner similarly waved her hand. Not to mention, I plan to leave Qingluan Valley. Leave here? Wu Fanya and Hongyang were surprised. Well, I want to go back to the clan to take a look and bring the divine jade with me. Nangong Waner nodded. Wu Fanya and Hongyang were silent. They had just known that everyone in Nangong Waner's family had been killed by Xiahou Zongxing. The Wulong town in the northern border of the North Vietnam dynasty has news of your own brother. At this time, on the sidelines, Su Qiu leisurely opened his mouth, the child with a purple birthmark on his hip, a unique symbol of the Nangong family. And you, of course. Nangong Waner sniffed, surprised and blushed at the same time, and subconsciously covered her waist and hips. 133. Nangong Waner's face was filled with blush. It was as if he was being watched by this guy. It just didn't take long for the blush to accept his words. After all, Su Qiu knew almost everything in the world and could even see the future. She did have a birthmark on her own hip, a matter known only to her. Hongyang and Wu Fanya both glared at Su Qiu. The words were too shameful. No shame. On the contrary, Qin Ri did not show much. TSK, the family is all dead. Only the younger brother who was picked up by the Taoist temple is left. However, she still has an aunt who is in the Tianyun pavilion in the distant northern deserted city. So you should be able to meet her if you bring the divine jade. This chance depends on her own destiny. Su Qiu had already saved her life once and informed her of her brother's location, so there was no need to tell as far as chance was concerned. After all, Su Qiu wasn't a lousy person. Nangong Waner pursed her red lips when she heard her heart. She understood why the guy didn't tell her. She had always been helped by him, and it was normal for people not to tell chance. Nangong Waner bowed deeply towards Su Qiu. Her vermilion lips lightly said, "Your kindness in saving her life. Nangong Waner will remember it for the rest of her life, and she is willing to be an ox for you in her next life." With all her strength, her catkin clutched the corner of her coat. When lifting his head again, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, etching this face of Su Qiu in his mind. She eventually left. The Valley of the Green Lawn was a place of sadness for her. She just wanted to get out of this place of wrong and return to her clan's land to find her loved ones. Su Qiu looked at her back and whispered, "Let's hope so." It's just that when he unconsciously says it, suddenly it felt like someone was pinching him on both sides of his waist. Su Qiu looked to his left. In Hongyang looked at Wan Er's back expressionlessly, but her jade hand unconsciously reached out and squeezed a little too hard. And she was indeed a strong person who had become a celestial realm. He looked to the right. Qin Reed has been standing on his side. Onion white jade fingers similarly clamped his waist ribs. Only do not dare to force. As if a dragonfly pointing water. What kind of sin did he commit? At this time, Wu Fanya handed Qin Reed's costume to Qin Reed. Nowadays, you're the only one who's suitable for the position of the Holy Maiden. Qin Reed did not take over the dress. Is the eyes down? Cherry lips pursed together. Very hesitant. When she saw Su Qiu again, she wanted even less to be the so-called Holy Maiden. In Hongyang knew what she meant and quietly loosened the flesh on Su Qiu's waist and ribs. Don't worry, the Holy Maiden won't hinder your freedom. What's more, I've heard that the Crescent Moon Pavilion has already begun to lay out its plans, and as it happens, if you become the Holy Maiden, you'll also be able to use this layer of identity to fight against them in the Great Qian country. These words of hers dispelled Qin Reed's concerns. Qin Reed raised her head, her eyes looking towards her master, her head lightly nodding. Yes, master, and reached for the green and pink mishmash of the Virgin's costume. Seeing nothing of his own, Su Qiu was about to retreat. However, right at this moment, Qin Reed flickered her curious eyes and looked at Hongyang. Master, how did you enter the celestial realm? She was well aware of her master teacher, and her realm had fallen. When In Hongyang heard this, her pasty face stiffened, and her palms couldn't help but break out in fragrant sweat. Her expression suddenly embarrassed. She didn't know how to answer. Could she tell her apprentice that I borrowed your husband and then double cultivated together to improve, and let him in? How embarrassing it would be to tell the world about this. Stealing a husband from his apprentice. No, Su Qiu was simply a cultivation friend, a like-minded person who cultivated together, not some sordid relationship. Seeing his disciple's curious gaze, he had to feel his conscience and said, "Cough." Master previously explored a pharmacist's cave and obtained a gongfu from inside, using this to successfully step into the realm of celestial beings. Qin Reed did not suspect In Hongyang. On the contrary, Qin Yuman narrowed his eyes, looked askance at the Red Lady, and then looked at his own brother-in-law, only to see his gaze darting everywhere. A complete sign of weakness. Damn it, she knows certain things and can't talk about them. The brother-in-law is just too much of a steal. At this moment, when the Red Lady finished what she had just said, Su Qiu could not help but let out a light laugh. Yin Hongyang glared at him fiercely, and when no one was looking, her jade foot stomped heavily on his foot. Humph, this guy just owes a lesson. Next time he double-crosses, he'll whip his ass red. Hongyang was afraid that Chen Reed once again asked for a long time, so she expelled the guests. Now the mountain gate has just gone through all this. It needs to be reorganized properly, and I don't have the time to entertain you guys. You guys go back to rest first. Chen Reed also wanted to warm up to her master for a while. However, seeing his master teacher was indeed a bit busy, Hongyang's gaze roamed back and forth across the hall, and even her eyes drifted, so she had no choice but to nod her head and lead Suqiu away, until Chen Reed and Suqiu's figure disappeared. The red woman was relieved. Asking any more questions is sure to wear thin, especially with that guy's heartbeat, which comes up every now and then. In case of a slip of the tongue, if I really misspeak, I'm afraid, the scene will be very embarrassing at that time. Wu Fanya saw that the red lady kept mumbling, couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, why did I see you with a weak heart just now?" "Yes," Yin Hongyang said as if nothing had happened, but her evasive eyes had already betrayed her. Wu Fanya's eyes narrowed into slits. "Senior sister, are you hiding something from me?" "No." The red lady coughed lightly and waved her hand in a hurry. Wu Fanya felt more and more that there was something wrong with her senior sister and guest. It has something to do with that Suqiu. Read it. Wu Fanya on the side joked, "Sister, just now I was overheard to see you step on his feet, and even pinch his waist and ribs." "Sister, aunt-brother love is not prospering. Oh, well." Halfway through her sentence, Yin Hongyang instantly covered her mouth. Palms were sweaty. With a hint of terror in his gaze, he said with a smile, "Senior sister, we haven't sparred for a long time lately. You should have grown quite a bit since you've been traveling outside, right?" Wu Fanya's face was filled with horror at his words. The Red Queen's perversion was something she had witnessed with many of her disciples. Wu Fanya immediately waved her hand. Ha. "Senior sister, the mountain gate has just finished a great battle. I'm afraid that many things have to be dealt with, so I won't linger here. Goodbye." After saying that, she immediately detached herself from her senior sister's hands and ran out as if she was fleeing for her life. At the same time, not forgetting to twist her head and say a bite type to the red lady. "Senior sister, I will help you keep your secret," causing Hongyang's face to turn red and her teeth to itch with anger. She then slammed her fist on the pillar, only to see a huge concave imprint appear on the pillar, and the great hall trembled, with quite a bit of smoke and dust rolling down, as if it was an earthquake. Frightened, the nearby disciples ducked toward the perimeter. Walking on the way to the yard, Chen Reed has been holding Suqiu's hand tightly the whole time and did not let go. Suqiu can smell Chen Reed's faint daughter's fragrance, feel the soft warm touch coming from his hand, and the other party's heartbeat. I don't know how long this silence lasted. He broke the calm by saying, "Sorry for leaving without telling you before." Chen Reed sniffing, slender white jade hand grip tighter. Even breathing has become much rougher, as if full of anger, but in less than 3 seconds, she slowly exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and softly said, "Don't do that next time. I'll be sad when you leave." "Sorry," Suqiu said guiltily once more. At this point, Chen Reed stopped in her tracks. Suqiu also stopped, and saw her watery eyes, looking straight at herself, cherry lips bathed in sunlight, beautiful and moving. Her soft catkin held her hand tightly, and her red lips lightly said, "You really don't like the status of a flunky. My concubine can make peace and leave, and you can marry me again. I don't care about those false names, as long as you don't leave." 134. Suqiu looked at her begging gaze, crossing since this time to get along. Suqiu has also defaulted to the fact that Chen Reed is his wife. Indeed, during that time in the capital, he has suffered Reed a lot of care, and even the spring moment to himself. Eat dry, turn the other cheek. Suqiu knew that he could not do it yet. Suqiu gently touched her head. "Don't worry, I'll let you know when I go out in the future." "Well," Chen Reed head light nod. "Early home, father and mother want you." At this moment she is like a wife who is looking forward to her husband's return home. Red lips sunlight reflection, looks particularly demonic, especially with that dainty look. One feels like one's heart is going to melt. However, Chen Yuma witnessed the closeness of the two. The thin lips pursed slightly. Small hands also gently gripped the corners of his coat. Looking at her brother-in-law and sister together, a sour feeling of loss came over her, and she felt inexplicably empty inside, as if she had lost the most important thing. Even his footsteps slowed down a bit. Suqiu didn't pay much attention to his sister-in-law who had been standing behind the two, but pinched Chen Reed's cheeks. Good, but wait for the Green Luan Valley matter to end for the time being. Chen Reed very much enjoyed Suqiu's touch and inquired curiously with a soft voice, "Because, your master promised me that he would open up the Qingluan Valley treasure pavilion and let me go in to pick out a treasure." Suqiu replied simply, "Why did master promise you all this?" Jean Reed blinked her eyes, her expression even more confused. Even if she was now the holy daughter of the Green Lawn Valley, she still couldn't enter the treasure pavilion. Not to mention that before, as a pro-disciple, the treasure pavilion was nothing more than a place in the mouths of the elders. Unless one has great merit, one can enter the treasure pavilion. But did Suqiu really bring big contributions to Qingluan Valley? The reason is simple. I gave her the ability to decipher the gongfu she searched for from the cave, allowing her to regain the position of sect leader. Not to mention, saving Nangong Waner and forcing her to fight in the war party was also my contribution. Suqiu explained simply. In fact, it is just looking for a beautiful excuse, so that Qin Reed will not be haphazardly suspicious. Not to mention that he will not think of those things that happened with Hongyang. Otherwise, if the matter came to light, it was expected that Yin Hongyang would treat him as an enemy. Of course, Suqiu felt a little weak in his heart, like he had done some sort of heartbreak. At this time, his sister-in-law stared at him from the side with grudging eyes and spoke quietly. Really just cracking the feats? Didn't do anything else? Suqiu gently tapped her forehead and asked rhetorically, what other things are you thinking about? Facing his eyes, his sister-in-law was suddenly a bit abashed. Yes, if you question your brother-in-law, what if they are innocent of each other? What if my brother-in-law runs away again? My own brother-in-law is a know-it-all. Know-it-all. Baby. Back to the compound. Suqiu let out a big yawn before saying, I'm going to take a nap first. He had been busy all night last night, saving Nangong Waner, and busy watching the theater during the day. But he hadn't rested. Not yet having fully entered the celestial realm. Rest was unavoidable. However, as he lay on his bed, I found a figure on the bed, the soft body wearing a light outer clothing. Daughter red bibs in the veil under the hidden window light, half reflected in the bright red bibs, half irradiated in the delicate and soft snow muscle. In this dimly intertwined room appears a few minutes charming and enchanting. The sound of steady breathing adds a touch of special flavor to a silent room. The thin-waisted, round-hip body is evocative. A jade hand gently rested on the bed, and the mattress immediately appeared slightly wrinkled. And when she lay down, a gust of ethereal fragrance hit her, smoky incense mixed with her daughter's fragrance. Suqiu felt that the whole world had become fragrant and poofy. Perhaps this was not a paradise, but this must be a paradise on earth. Feeling the warmth coming from his arm, Suqiu twisted his head and looked at the Qin Reed with a dumbfounded face. Puzzled, he said, what are you? Accompany you to sleep. Qin Reed is just two simple words. Then she turned her head sideways, her watery eyes surveying her daydreaming husband. Suqiu felt something bigger pressing on his arm, soft like cotton and with a faint milky scent. It made him inexplicably more than a little hot inside. This girl, she's learned the seduction routine? Suqiu was very speechless. Before it has been good end. In addition to the charming medicine as well as jealousy that time, Qin Reed will be this model. Qin Reed head gently leaned over. Breathing in the ears can be clearly heard. The corner of the lips slightly hooked up. Springy smile. People cannot refuse. Then a whisper by her ear. Touching feet? Suqiu speechless. He is good this bite of people. Before he could react, another figure appeared beside the bed, then climbed lightly and softly into it. The same as also luscious body, delicate and smooth skin, bathed in the sunlight that slipped in from the windowsill. Looks flawless, especially that kind of light cherry lips, as if full of dew as full of elasticity. Her body was mixed with the first fragrance of a young girl, and her exquisite clavicle was also hidden within the gauze, except that her belly band was wrapped tightly, like a young girl who was not yet deeply involved in the world, with a hint of reserve. And she didn't dare to let go too open. Suqiu saw the visitor clearly, and the one who climbed up was his sister-in-law, only to see her lying on the other side, spinning around and covering her red face with the bedding. Her white forehead was also steaming at the moment, as if she was soaking in a sauna, like a new wife. Shy, Suqiu was full of suspicion and said, how come you're up here too, and you're still wearing such thin clothes? Qin Yuma continued, the thin quilt covering her head, full of shame, explaining, I'm your maid. Maybe I can even help you guys push your backs. She spoke as if she were spitting bubbles, her pale legs still pinned to the bedding. Hands squeezed the corners of his coat tighter. I feel that the world is crazy. Obviously I just want to have a good sleep. Suddenly his wife appeared at his side. And suddenly his sister-in-law also appeared on the other side. And they look very seductive in their clothes. What's wrong with these two sisters? Will I be able to sleep today? Suqiu sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Qin Reed covered her mouth and let out a light laugh. Then explained, Famo heart like you for a long time, from the moment the black tiger helped you to go out, has been accompanying you, and now also agreed to give you as a maid to use, so I agreed to her to come up. The originally shy Qin Yuma, hearing her sister's words, even covered her entire head, hiding within the bedding. Even her ears were red as if they were blood-stained saffron. So, you're trying to. Before Suchio's words fell, Chen Reed nodded. I'll tell my parents when I get home that she'll be your wife in the future as well. In ancient times, men had 3 wives and 4 concubines, and it was normal for them to have one more flat wife. Even if a son-in-law is a flunky, he can take a concubine and a flat wife if his wife agrees. Only all along, no woman who recruited a family would agree to her husband's son-in-law continuing to have concubines. However, now Suchio's son-in-law status is simply dispensable, because his strength is placed here. Moreover, he helped the Green Luan Valley to survive the crisis, and now that he is sheltered by the Green Luan Valley, he can walk horizontally in the Great Qian capital. These false names could not bind him at all. At this time, Qin Yuma, who had been hiding inside the bedding, quietly poked his head out, his eyes staring at Suchio. Brother-in-law, is it okay? She was worried that Suchio would open his mouth to reject it. After all along, Suchio had never had any improper thoughts about her. However, Suchio returned. I'll be stricter with your cultivation. 135. The sister-in-law who heard these words, the corner of her lips hooked up slightly, and she couldn't stop smiling even more. It was as if a stone had fallen from his heart, covered the bedding at the tip of the nose, exposing the forehead and 2 small eyes, but still can see her face through the red color. Do not know whether it is joy or shyness. Thanks, she buzzed within the futon. The 2 thin legs without pants cloth wrapped around them also bowed slightly, and their knees rubbed gently as if they were cheering. Go to sleep. Suchio spoke softly. He did stay up all night last night and had a battle. Of course, recently with Auntie too often. Repair before the brother cannot. Repair after the brother and then faster. It made him a bit mentally and physically exhausted, and he faded a bit more from all of this. However, Suchio had just closed his eyes not long ago. Another soft touch came from his abdomen. Suchio opened his eyes and swept to the side, only to see his sister-in-law covering her forehead with a quilt, only revealing 2 small round eyes that were looking at him intently, her delicate appearance causing one to suspect that she was the reincarnation of a charming fox. What are you doing? Suchio couldn't help but ask out loud. Qin Yuma simply spat out a sentence. Sister said that you like touching feet the most. He turned his head another 180 degrees to the other side, only to see Chen Reed has long been will cicatrizate to one side. Do not dare to look at him. Delicate face accompanied by a touch of scarlet. That around to avoid the eyes is to tell her heart. At the same time, the jade arm that had just clung to her, quietly retracted, as if she had met a natural enemy. The body looked particularly tantalizing as it was moisturized with fragrant sweat. Do I have such a fetish? Suchio questioned softly. Hand also hold Reed willow-like waist. Whirl a pinch. Waist rib of small flab soft and contains elasticity, like water out of the hibiscus, with a hint of fragrant smooth. Chen Reed twisted over cicatrizes. Eyebrows at the willow eyebrows putty together. Her red lips lightly opened. Pain. Light. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? He was speechless as his face stuttered at the words. However, her sister-in-law stuck out her head and stared at her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you're really perverted. UMO is here and you actually dare to mess around. Suchio held his forehead with both hands, feeling a wave of headache. It then rested against her slender waist and began to tickle. The sister-in-law, who originally intended to occupy the moral high ground, was now bowing her body, her petite body trembling continuously, laughing. Ha ha ha, brother-in-law. UMO was wrong. She was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes and her belly band was leaking everywhere. The jade toes were even more tightly intertwined. Only when his sister-in-law no longer made any more noise did Suchio lie down quietly, gently sniffing the 2 different scents. The left side is for the scent of the maiden's body, and the right side is the scent of the daisy, like begonias and jasmine, intertwined together. The west slanting sunlight through the window, light filaments poured on the soft bedding, as well as charming hair. One is in 100 gardens. Only, Suchio felt was a black shadow appeared in front of his eyes. Wait and take a closer look. Found Chen Reed climbed up, silver bell eyes, looking at him carefully, the eyes with a hint of love, as if the mother looked at the young children. Crispy face in the light silk infiltration through the white red, emitting a touch of golden halo. The hair that hung down was like a waterfall, falling over his chest in a light and silky way. The sound of breathing close at hand was even more of an internal upheaval. Chen Reed red lips gently covered in Suchio's mouth. Chewing a bit will be lifted again. Soft voice, sleep. As the words left her mouth, her body lay on her side as well. You guys are too foul. Although Chen Yuma was full of shyness, when she saw her sister in that state, her cherry lips subconsciously pursed a few times. The hands were even more tangled together and cupped the muslin. After 2 seconds of hesitation, she also raised her head, then gently covered Suchio's face. A touch of pink lip prints, as if a jade seal had touched her face. accompanied by a burst of lip fragrance. In one fluid motion, her sister-in-law instantly buried her head in the bedding. The toes arched again. It wasn't until his head felt gently stroked that Chen Yuma poked his head out of the bedding again. Suqiu just whispered, "Sleep. The sun is setting in the west." And then the moon rumbles. The moon and stars are thinning, and magpies are flying south. A gentle breeze whisked across the mountaintop. The grass on Saffron Peak swayed, and the faint scent of safflower wafted out in all directions. Palace candlelight flickering vaguely. A figure is sitting quietly on the futon, although it is meditating, but in fact, waiting for someone. The woman sat in a cross-legged position, but her gaze reached out of the house, looking up at the mingled stars and the lone crescent moon. The red lady took a deep breath, then her eyes dropped. Getting up from the futon, he went to the window and tried to close it. A voice rang out, "You're thinking of me?" Hearing this sound, Hongyang immediately twisted her head back with a small head and looked around following the sound, only to see that familiar and not to be recognized figure appearing behind her, the corners of her mouth wearing a smirking, non-smirking, ode to the people expression. However, seeing the little one's face, the red lady felt inexplicably relieved again, and her heart was very complicated. Looking at the moon gradually becoming full, a never-before felt, from the bottom of the heart, the original "you only now come" words, to the red lady mouth but became, "You actually dare to come, not afraid of read misunderstanding? They're both asleep, the kind you can't wake up, but this seed is still in mourning. The old sect master is just feathering his own nest. Besides, there is a tradition of mourning in the Green Luan Valley, the general clan mountain gate. There is no mortal mourning rules, at most, is to pay tribute, although the dead is great, but the clan mountain gate also want to survive in the complicated world. It is necessary to throw away some of the traditions." Suqiu walked to the window and said while looking at the scenery outside. When Hongyang heard this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but gently hook up, and a trace of joy subconsciously appeared in her heart. Under the night, the moonlight spilled onto his face, and as Hongyang looked askance at Suqiu, she saw two different sized lip marks on his face, previously slightly hooked up the corners of her lips. She hard to flatten. Her heart is surging in nameless anger, as if a vinegar jar had been knocked to the ground. A sour taste flooded the room. Hongyang used the tone of an elder and lectured, "How come there are still two lip marks on your face? Have you still want to have someone else?" As she spoke, she stretched out her soft and delicate jade hand and quietly pinched his waist and ribs, then pinched hard. Suqiu was speechless, rubbed his face, dried his lip prints, and grabbed Hongyang's catkin. This is what Reed meant. Silly apprentice meaning? Hongyang foxed up, and immediately remembered the sister-in-law Suqiu had brought with her, taking care of Suqiu in every way, completely transcending the category of sister-in-law and brother-in-law, rather like a couple who had eloped. Of course, in reality, she is clear that Chen Yuma is very much in love with Suqiu, so the Reed's approach, she also feels reasonable, just a little more jealousy in his heart. Hongyang let go of Suqiu's hand, her hands clasped her chest, her head skimmed aside, her fragrant cheeks puffed up slightly, and she said in a depressed manner, "Good you kid, still really bad, leaving their two ladies behind at night. Running to me, you'd better go back quickly. A moment of spring night is worth 2,000 gold. Auntie Ian has a unique view here." You scream again. Ian Hongyang's willow eyebrows stuck together at his words, and her white jade hands gently clenched, her silver bell eyes glaring at him with a sense of a storm coming. "Sister Ian? No calling me sister. So I go?" When Suqiu sniffed, he put his foot on the windowsill and held the window frame with one hand, looking like he was ready to leave. He was about to lift his foot slightly and leap off the ledge, but at that moment, a white jade hand grabbed the corner of his coat, forcing him to be unable to continue probing his body. Suqiu twisted his head around and looked askance at Yin Hongyang, pretending to be puzzled. The red lady's heaving breasts, her red lips nibbling lightly, glowed with a different light in the moonlight. She stomped her jade feet and pouted. "Are you going to be angry with me before you are satisfied?" 136. Facing Hongyang's grudging eyes, Suqiu had no choice but to soften his tone a bit and said, "I just want to make progress too much, so I took advantage of the moonlight to come to you. If, however, Signorine doesn't like it, then it's fine for me to leave, leaving my innocence to Signorine." Hearing this rhetoric, the red lady's white teeth clenched together, her head hanging down seemed to be doing some kind of struggle, but the jade hand that gripped the corner of Suqiu's clothes, the same more and more tightly grasped. In the end, she gave up thinking, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and continued to lower her cicatrization, her red face framing, "Come down, I also just want to simply practice." Suqiu let out a light laugh and looked at her. "Really?" Yin Hongyang nodded heavily. "Really? Well, so do I." Suqiu once again descended from the windowsill, and now Chen Reed came to bring the Qinghuan Valley and took him back. And in the future, it is estimated that there is not much time for double cultivation, so take this time to make up as much as you can. The speed of dual cultivation to raise his cultivation level made him addicted. After all, in the low martial world, it was quite difficult to recover one's cultivation level. Originally, Su Qiu had wanted to look for treasures, for example, demon pills and the like. Unfortunately, the number of these types of demon pills was extremely small, and the ones he had obtained before were completely absorbed cleanly, just barely raising to the top of the first class. However, with the help of dual cultivation, he easily stepped into the Zhongshi level, and his strength was even comparable to that of the celestial realm. If, however, he was given another 2 months' time, he himself could easily break through to the celestial realm. This was followed by foundation building. So, what Su Qiu just said was true, but when he lifted the bedding on the bed, he looked at a koi fish-striped blouse lying quietly on the sheets. The koi-striped blouse, supported by 2 brocade silk suspenders, conserves fabric to the point of barely covering her breasts and the roots of her legs, but a large portion of her waist and hips, not unlike dueling undergarments. Gee, what a game! Su Qiu's expression was a bit stiff as he gently pinched the blasphemy sling and picked it up. After surveying the situation for a moment, he skimmed his head and looked at Hongyang suspiciously. Elderine, are you really just simply cultivating? The red lady looked at the very revealing belly band. Her delicate face blushed all of a sudden, and she snatched it with a quick hand, then tucked it into her sleeve. It's not mine. I haven't worn it. In Hongyang's eyes dodged around, doing her best to hide her shyness. Recalling the party not long ago, Wu Fanya looked for her to chat, after which she gifted her this, saying that it was the recent popular koi blouse outside. I heard that it was made like fish scales to set off the beautiful body lines, and the official lords in the capital love to have their family members wear such styles. The abominable Wu Fanya. The red woman inwardly buried her sentence. At this point, Su Qiu teased a few words with a smirk. You haven't worn it, so why is it on your bed? Don't ask so many questions. Cultivate. The red lady's cheeks were slightly red, as if they were freshly ripened fruits in the fall, shy with a hint of the characteristic aroma. Su Qiu saw her sitting cross-legged on the bed, her gaze glancing to the side, but her movements were a bit rough. Obviously the matter of the blasphemy just now had caused her to blush until now. When In Hongyang had just loosened her sash, the koi brocade fell out of it again, snapping, landing in front of Su Qiu's eyes and stained with some body odor. Su Qiu hung his head down and looked down. Under the candlelight, the koi brocade blue waves rippled, and the soft golden scales glistened in the light. He swept a couple of eyes and said afterward, why don't you try it on? I'm not wearing it. Shame on you. In Hongyang was very resistant and was about to pick it up and throw it under the bed. However, he heard Su Qiu's voice ring out again. But isn't it even more humiliating to double cultivate? The original red woman's throwing motion froze, and she slowly withdrew her hand. Look at the fabric and the province of koi brocade. Almost clothes do not cover the body of the kind of style. This world, how can there be such clothing? So that the whole body is permeated with the word shame. Sure, not the world of greenhouses to get out of the product? The red lady pursed her red lips, after dwelling on it for a while. Okay, listen to you. She bit her white teeth, her white and greasy bare feet falling to the floor as she walked towards the side of the screen. Just as she was about to change her blasphemous clothes, Hongyang once again glared viciously at Su Qiu. You're not allowed to peek. Su Qiu nodded and twisted his gaze to the side, raising his head to look at the hazy moonlight, listening to the sounds of changing clothes and thinking, why do you need to peek? I've seen you so many times. You're a grown-up. Why are you still so but shy? A woman's heart is a mystery. The red woman, who had been changing her clothes, heard this heartfelt statement. The pink fists were clenched tightly. Angry, he subconsciously lifted the screen off. Su Qiu heard noises, so he turned back to find an exasperated In Hongyang, and the arc of her chest rising and falling was enough to see how angry she was. Just as Su Qiu was at a loss for words, he looked slightly dumbfounded at the sight of the red woman in her costume. Swallowing his parched throat, he subconsciously said, that's a pretty good-looking outfit. The candlelight perfectly outlined the red lady's figure, without a single ounce of fat, and the special candlelight scattered behind her, a halo of light hitting her petite body. The gold-rimmed koi brocade is even more of a half-covered look, gently covering the important places with a hazy beauty that makes people endlessly fantasize. Breast enlargement and buttocks, slender willow limbs, flawless, together with the red lady's budding look. It was as if the world was one of the few fairylands on earth. It is like the peach blossom forest that Lu Ziji in Nanyang dreamed of all his life, such as Jerusalem among the pilgrims, and even more so, such as the eyes of King Yui of Zhou and the beacon fire playing the lords of the Zhou dynasty. In Hongyang saw Su Qiu staring straight at her. The anger that had just risen was forcefully suppressed by her. and then she revealed a puzzled look, confirming again and again, is it really that good looking? It's more beautiful than expected. Immediately, Suqiu subconsciously exclaimed in admiration, and the previous life of those fairies above the divine universe, not to say very similar to it, but 9 points or have. No wonder Xiahou Zongxing will be up to mischief. If I were him, maybe even more crazy. Originally, she thought that Suqiu was just perfunctory, yet hearing this heartfelt voice, Yin Hongyang's heart immediately surged with joy, a joy of being praised, especially by this dog's mouth who couldn't spit out ivory, who had previously made her suffer every time, but was now genuinely praising her. The smile at the corners of her lips was hard to suppress, and the anger in her heart just now completely dissipated. Still, she pretended to be expressionless, glancing aside and saying, slightly petulantly, begrudgingly, I accept your compliment. Thinking to myself, forgive you in advance for the offense you just took, and slowly climbed onto the bed and couch. His legs crossed his knees, and he sat down with Suqiu looking at each other. Within a short time, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and for a while, the two did not utter a single word, until Suqiu said something like, I'm really not doing anything about it? Concentrate on your cultivation. Hongyang glared. Subsequently, a tone of a master teacher teaching juniors said, this clothes, just for you to raise your eyes before wearing, but other things do not think. If you dare, beware of my nonchalance. She's a prude. However, Suqiu said with a smile, really? What are you trying to say? Redneck narrowed her eyes and moved her big butt back a few times, wary of him. Suqiu suddenly looked down at the bed, then teased, Elderine, your feet are restless. Ah, you've been lifting my crotch, wanting to drill into it? Redneck immediately retracted her foot and whispered, get used to it. Used to it? Suqiu had the same look as her party at the moment, a hint of questioning in her gaze and narrowed her eyes a bit, then smooth hand on her waist, soft and smooth skin with refreshing warmth, simply cannot see the years in the skin left marks, and squeezed it so hard that it almost squeezed out the water. Hongyang's body stiffened and she gave him a vicious glare. What are you doing? Get used to it. Suqiu spread his hands and said with an innocent face, 137. The starry sky was as black as ink, and the stars were twinkling. The breeze blew over the hillocks, and the dusky crocuses swayed in the wind, emitting a light fragrance. Inside the saffron temple building, by candlelight were two blurred figures, flickering back and forth against the window, as if the room were a shadow play. Not long after, a pouting sound came from inside the house. Little bastard, let go of your hand. But we agreed to simply cultivate. You're not going to break your word again. Aunt Een, you're going too far. Who wrapped their feet around my waist? I, stinking asshole, dare to call me aunt, whip you to death. You dropped your shirt. Ah, little bastard. What are you doing grabbing my clothes? It ran into my hands on its own, perhaps. It can't stand this temper of yours. Humph, lie down for me. What are you doing? Junior disobeyed. Master teacher taught a lesson to whip his ass. A lesson is a lesson. What's the point of pulling my pants? It's just for practice. Really? But why are you more impatient than I am? Asshole, you're trying to piss me off on purpose, aren't you? You found out. Hiss. Why are you still biting? Bite you, just bite you. I am the Green Luan Valley Doormaster, but also have to tell you the reason? Well, brat, what are you biting my neck for? Well, the two paths were like villains in a shadow play, and under the reflection of the candlelight, as if they had been through a great battle and had made a great fuss in the sky, the bedding and pillows were flying about, and every now and then a wisp of light cotton drifted out from the edge of the windowsill. A few fireflies that were watching from the windowsill were startled by the cotton and flew up and continued to twinkle in the darkness of the night. Also floating out was the sound of two people arguing. If it was an outsider, they would only mistakenly think that a couple was arguing and fighting. The noise disturbed the birds napping in the trees. Not long after, the sound of wings flapping was heard. When the vision returned to the candle-lit dimly lit room, you can just see the water mingling with the sky in one color. Outside the house the insects chirped continuously, rising and falling. The arguments rose and fell in the same way, and finally there were only murmurs and whispers, as if someone was blowing a pillow. The Green Luan Valley after a great battle returned to peace. Occasionally, I hear low voices, such as how can I face the old sect master, and other words, however, such as perhaps her spirit in heaven will also feel comforted when she sees you like this. The voice of persuasion also resounded. 2 seconds later, there was the sound of fists pounding on chests, interspersed with a few petulant curses. Then silence fell into the stillness of the night. There was only calm breathing, and the sound made by the flow of aura. The sky showed a bellyful of white. Inside the courtyard, Chen Reed slowly woke up. Reaching up, he rubbed his forehead in what seemed like a nightmare last night. When she lifted her head, she saw Suqiu, who had just changed into a new outfit, sitting outside the courtyard basking in the morning sun. The nightmare of the whirlwind last night swept out of his mind. After Chen Reed rinsed, she got up and came outside the courtyard. Looking at the early sun shining on her white feet, flooded with flawless light, she curiously inquired, "Why did you get up so early?" "I'm getting ready to stroll through the hidden treasures today. So, I'm too excited to sleep." Chen Reed patted her toes, and the sun burned a touch of warmth. She came to Suchio's side, her head gently swinging on his shoulder, and a strand of her newly awakened hair resting on it. A gust of fragrance lingered on the tip of Suchio's nose. At this time, Chen Reed slightly knitted her agaric nose and said with a hint of confusion, "How is it that you have a saffron flavor on you?" There is?" Suchio looked puzzled. Obviously after he got back last night, he took a cold shower and changed his clothes. "And this can be smelled? Are all the women in the Chen family so sensitive in their sense of smell?" However, Suchio's heart didn't panic and his eyes didn't jump, as if his conscience had been taken away by a dog, calmly explaining, "It should be that when Fei Mo washed his clothes, he mixed in a hint of saffron." Chen Reed sniffing slightly frowned. "Not long," said, "in the future outside, concubine help you wash it. This seems to be declaring." Suchio twisted his head, sizing her up for a few moments, and said in amusement, "It's a great honor for the Holy Maiden to help me with my laundry, but if the disciples of the Green Luan Valley know about it, they won't let me off the hook." Chen Reed pursed her red lips, on the edge of his ear, exhaled like orchids and said, "I am both the Holy Maiden of Qingluan Valley and your wife." Suchio looked at the seriousness of her eyes, at the same time as there is more than a trace of guilt inside. He also acknowledges that Chen Reed is his wife in this world and his Dao couple. "When you become immortal in the future, you must take her with you." Chen Reed in addition to the nose sensitive the shortcoming, the rest are advantages, especially she is not far away, all the way to follow their own pace, just to be with themselves. It is really the essence of sincerity. Gold and stone for open. Suchio held her catkin and sincerely spat out, "Thank you." Chen Reed lightly shook her head. "Between husband and wife, don't say thank you. This is what you taught me." Her watery eyes were beautiful against the sunlight, and there were no impurities about the relationship. The two men smiled at each other. Reed slowly closed her phoenix eyes, seductive lips like a heavenly maiden, falling down towards the corner of Suchio's mouth. However, just moments away from contact. What are you guys doing?" Yawning Chen Yuma, rubbing hazy eyes, out of the house. The whole person in the chaos between. See Suchio and Chen Reed's blurred figure, subconsciously asked. Chen Reed's red lips instantly stuttered. She lightly bit her red lips and raised her head to pretend that nothing happened. "Just dropped. I'm going to the cookhouse." Then he turned and left. Suchio twisted his head to look at the untimely Chen Yuma. Then he said, "Why don't you hurry up and wash up? You haven't practiced sword for a long time and your skin is itchy, right?" Chen Yuma instantly sobered up at the words, recalling the fear of being dominated by her brother-in-law before, practicing day and night, although in recent times, extremely barely stepped into the third stream of martial artists. Compared to the disciples of the Green Luan Valley, it was simply a demonic existence, but it was still disliked by his brother-in-law for being too slow. My sister-in-law's mouth puckered. Our Green Luan Valley Treasure Pavilion. In Hongyan led Suchio to a huge cave. The treasure pavilion was built within the mountain range, unlike the book pavilion where a tall tower was built. In Hongyang took the arm-sized key and inserted it into the keyhole of the stone door. Twisting it with force, the huge stone door made a rumbling sound before it slowly opened, and a stale odor came out from inside. It seemed like it hadn't been opened in a long time. She said to Suchio with a blank face, "Take your pick of what's inside." Then he instructed Wu Fanya, "You lead the way for this kid." Wu Fanya nodded and then led Suchio into the treasure pavilion. In Hongyang stood waiting outside the treasure pavilion, and also waiting was Chen Reed. At this moment, the reed has changed into the Saint girl's dress. The body is draped in green and pink tulle. That wears the green lawn brocade embroidery figure of the Kezi skirt, a floating nymph's appearance. The red lady scrutinized her most favored disciple. "This dress suits you. This is thanks to master." Chen Reed showed her gratitude. However, she looked up and saw a bite mark on her master's neck, red and swollen, and suspiciously said, "Master, why do you have a tooth mark on your neck?" In Hongyang? Hongyang listened to Chen Reed's words, and instantly covered her neck. The expression was rather embarrassed, but she quickly suppressed the shame in her heart, pretending as if nothing had happened. He said, "Last night while meditating a wild dog broke in and bit, but it has already been killed by the master." The dingo was very stern. Hongyang instantly covered her neck when she heard Chen Reed's words. The expression was quite embarrassing, but she quickly suppressed the shyness in her heart, pretending as if nothing happened. He said, "Last night when meditating, a wild dog broke in and bit but has been killed by the master." Is that wild dog very powerful? Chen Reed asked with concern. It's okay, just a bite, Redneck said gently. In fact, in last night's incident, Hong Yang was indeed bitten by a ferocious wild dog. At that time, she was meditating and practicing in the back of the mountain, when suddenly a ferocious wild dog rushed out from the bushes and pounced straight at her. Although Hong Yang's cultivation was not bad, she was a woman after all, so how could she withstand the attack of such a fierce beast? She dodged in a panic, but was still bitten on the neck by the wild dog. Fortunately, she reacted in time and struck the wild dog's vitals with a palm strike, seriously injuring it. The wild dog howled in pain and fled. Although Hong Yang was injured, she still managed to force herself to return to the cave. She bandaged herself with some herbs, but the wound was still vaguely painful. She didn't dare to let her master know about it for fear of being scolded by him, so she had to make up a lie and say that she was bitten by a wild dog. At this time, looking at Chen Reed's concerned gaze, Hong Yang couldn't help but feel some guilt in her heart. She did not want to deceive Chen Reed, but did not know how to explain. It's nothing serious. It's just a superficial wound. The red lady laughed softly. But I still need to get some rest before the wound worsens. When she finished, she got up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Chen Baijia hurriedly stopped her. Sister, don't go. I have some ointment here that can help you put a compress on your wound. Hong Yang hesitated for a moment before finally nodding her head in agreement. She sat down and allowed Chen Reed to carefully apply the ointment for her. Sister, you must rest well. Don't force yourself, Chen Reed said with concern as she administered medicine to Hong Yang. Yeah, I know, Redneck nodded gently. Don't worry too much. I'll be fine. The two just sat in silence, and for a while the only sound was the ointment being applied. After a long time, Chen Reed finally finished applying the ointment and carefully bandaged the wound for Hong Yang. All right, sis, rest well. I'll be here to take care of you, Chen Reed said gently. Hong Yang looked at Chen Reed's concerned eyes. Her heart couldn't help but be a little touched. She reached out and gently patted Chen Reed's head, smiled and said, Good, I will rest well. You also don't worry too much. I'm fine. Chen Reed nodded, her eyes filled with worry. She knew that Hong Yang had always been tough, but this injury still made her worried. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from outside, only to see Master Morong Wuji walk in quickly, his face filled with anxiety. Reed, why are you here? Where is Hong Yang? Is she alright? Morong Wuji asked eagerly. Chen Reed hurriedly got up and saluted. Master, Sister Hong Yang, she was bitten by a wild dog. Hearing these words, Morong Wuji's face instantly turned iron blue. He quickly walked to Hong Yang's side and carefully examined her wounds. This wound isn't light. What's going on? Morong Wuji asked with a frown. When Hong Yang saw her master coming, she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered in her heart. She stammered. Last night while meditating, a wild dog broke in and bit me, but it has been killed by master. Morong Wuji was silent for a moment, then sighed. Both of you go down the mountain and rest. I'll handle this matter. With that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Chen Reed hurriedly chased after him. Master, where are you going? Morong Wuji stopped and looked back at Chen Reed. I'm going to find out the reason for this. Hong Yang was injured. This is not a small matter. Chen Reed's heart tightened, and she quickly said, Master, Sister Hong Yang, she's fine. It's just a superficial wound. You do not need to worry too much. Morong Wuji pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, then you two have a good rest. I will send someone to take care of you. With that, he turned away again. Chen Reed breathed a sigh of relief and then returned to the red lady. Sister, Master, is he very angry? Chen Reed asked in a small voice. Hong Yang shook her head. No, he's just worried about me. You don't have to worry too much. I'm fine. Chen Reed nodded, but her eyes were still filled with worry. She knew that Master had always loved Hong Yang very much, and this time when she was injured, Master would definitely be very angry. Sister, you must rest well and don't push yourself. I will always be by your side, Chen Reed said softly. Hong Yang looked at Chen Reed, and couldn't help but feel a warmth welling up in her heart. She reached out and gently patted Chen Reed's hand, smiled and said, Good, I will rest well. You also don't worry too much. I'm fine. The two just sat there in silence, waiting for news of their master. Just then, a disciple hurried over. Master, I have something important to report, the disciple said respectfully. Morong Wuji frowned. What is it? Just now I discovered something unusual at the bottom of the mountain. Someone has set up some organ traps at the foot of the mountain, and it looks like they want to harm us, that disciple reported. Morong Wuji frowned and asked in a deep voice, Have you found out who did it? Not yet, but we've already sent people to check it out, the disciple replied. Morong Wuji pondered for a moment before ordering, Immediately send someone to find out the ins and outs of this matter. At the same time, strengthen the defense of the mountain gate. and do not allow anyone to enter. Yes, master, that disciple answered and left. Morong Wuji turned around and returned to Hongyan and Qin Reed's room. It seems that this matter is not simple. Someone is targeting us. I must find out the truth as soon as possible, Morong Wuji said seriously. Hongyang and Qin Reed looked at each other, and their hearts could not help but be a little worried. Master, could it be that someone wants to harm us? Qin Reed asked in a small voice. Morong Wuji nodded. It's very possible, but you two don't need to worry. I will send someone to protect you properly. You guys have a good rest and wait for me to find out about this matter. After saying that, Morong Wuji turned around and left again. Hongyang looked at her master's departing back and couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. She knew that master had always attached great importance to the safety of his disciples, and the fact that someone had targeted them this time would definitely make him very angry. Sister, do you think there will be any danger? Qin Reed asked in a small voice. Hongyang gently patted Qin Reed's hand and comforted. Don't worry. With master, we will be fine. You take a good rest. I'm also going to recuperate from my injuries. Qin Reed nodded, but her eyes were still filled with worry. Divine tree seed? A confused look appeared on Wu Fangya's face as she carefully surveyed the blackened ball in front of her. How it didn't look like a seed. She took it into her hands and weighed it, and once again wondered, is there really a divine tree in this world? Suqiu only felt that no matter how he explained, the other party would not believe him. The heavenly spirit tree, in the immortal cultivation world, was ranked third, second only to the heavenly Tao tree and the world tree. As the heavenly spirit tree grew stronger day by day, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon from heaven and earth, it would self-generate a rich aura, almost equivalent to the existence of a spiritual vein. But the spiritual veins will one day dry up. The heavenly spirit tree will not, but will constantly reproduce its own aura. The great clans of the immortal world loved nothing more than to plant heavenly spirit trees. The mountain protecting formation and various formation eyes were bound together with the heavenly spirit tree. Even the sex hovering island relied on the heavenly spirit tree. However, the heavenly spirit tree was very rare, and one almost had to be in the desolate ancient mysterious realm, or the depths of the 100,000 great mountains in order to look for it. Suqiu had also obtained one in the immortal cultivation world and casually threw it to his eldest disciple. He regathered the seeds, leave the treasure pavilion with Wu Fangya, went out of the door of the treasure pavilion. Yin Hongyang was also curious and inquired, what are you holding out? Suqiu displayed everything in his hands one by one, the cold iron gun, the broken jade, and the black ball. Yin Hongyang looked at the black ball suspiciously. What is the use of this thing? It generates aura, Suqiu explained simply. If the heavenly spirit tree is planted within the mountain gate, it will be easy to cultivate to the celestial realm in the future, not to mention foundation building, but unfortunately, it will take many years. Yin Hongyang heard his words as well as his heart, slightly stunned and rather surprised. He said, is there really such a magical thing? Yin Hongyang had experienced aura. Of course she knew the value of aura, a miraculous existence that completely surpassed Jin Qi, exactly the same as the ancient texts that had been passed down in the valley, describing it in a way that made people feel like they were floating in the air. Yet this seed was actually able to produce aura, allowing the Green Luan Valley to be transformed? Suqiu gave her a rather contemptuous look and stared at her. You don't even know about this. Would it be possible that the hidden treasure pavilion has never been managed? The red lady's eyes looked away somewhat sheepishly, gently caressing her left hand, and said awkwardly, we're just using it as a warehouse. His voice trailed off as he spoke. Judas is like a child who has made a mistake. Suqiu was speechless. Sitting on these treasures, he actually did not know how to utilize them. No wonder the Green Luan Valley would decline and be invaded, almost even the control was taken away. The red lady immediately changed the subject. Where do you plan to plant it? Suqiu thought hard. Then after sweeping a glance at Qin Reed, who was wearing the Holy Maiden's costume, he said, since the seeds were obtained in the Green Luan Valley, then plant them here. At this time, Wu Fangya suggested, Saffron Peak, it's the most suitable there. Suqiu nodded. It does fit. The sect master represents the entire Qingluan Valley. He happened to be planning the same. The heavenly spirit tree was able to increase the aura of Saffron Peak, making it convenient for Hongyan to carry out cultivation. Suqiu didn't want Hongyan's cultivation to stay where it was, or else the dual cultivation would be very laborious, and the rate of enhancement would not be great. Hongyan's watery, condensed eyes stared at Suqiu. Are you sure you want to plant it at my place? It's not too much to ask for such a good thing that he occupies it alone. Suqiu, however, said, I don't need to rely on it for my cultivation to rise quickly. Yet you, Elder Yin, can't. Yin Hongyang was dumbfounded when she heard this. She nodded without a good grace. The crowd then disbanded at the cache. Qin Reed followed Wu Fangya to the main hall to explain the matter of the Holy Maiden. As for Suqiu, He went to Saffron Peak along with the Red Lady, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around. Hong Yang remembered this guy's words just now. She reached out and twisted Suchio's waist heavily. You guy, now you're starting to dislike me for being in a low realm, aren't you? Or what? Suchio nodded bluntly. Hong Yang instantly slammed her face and looked at Suchio angrily. You don't have a high cultivation level. How else can I quickly raise my cultivation level when I double cultivate? When she heard this heartfelt voice, Hong Yanlu's eyebrows knitted slightly, and then she said with a smile, your skin has been itching lately. At the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately there is no one else around. If Chen Reed is there and hears this heartfelt voice, it is estimated that the Red Lady will be embarrassed to pick her feet. It looked like the Red Queen was about to erupt. Suchio immediately changed the topic and said, plant this seed and I'll teach you your new technique. He found a suitable location on the Saffron Peak and injected his spiritual energy into the seed, activating the already sleeping heavenly spirit tree, which in general emitted a faint green light, and Suchio buried the seed into the soil with his own hands, and through the vermilion sand as well as the 2 remaining demon pills, a simple life formation was created. Formations can promote the growth of plants, especially those possessing aura. Suchio let Hong Yang bring rice paper and ink treasure, then began to write. Less than half an hour a gunghua appeared. Hong Yang looked at the handwriting on it. Tianxian heart technique? Then holding it in my hand, I read carefully. To the realm there is no realm. To dwell in the dust there is no dust. To move the mind there is no mind. To use the heart there is no mind. There is no heaven. There is no earth. There is no one. There is no self. As she recited this mantra, she suddenly felt a mysterious realm gradually emerge in her mind. The mind sinks into it unconsciously. Instantly, he was in meditation, as if he was feeling the creation of heaven and earth. It was the first time she had come into contact with such an esoteric heart technique. The more the epiphany, the greater the shock of Hong Yang, and even wondered if Suchio was a god. Casually less than half an hour to write out the heart of the law, can completely crush everything in the Qingwan Valley book depository. No wonder this guy was able to be so confident when the book depository was on fire before. It wasn't until Suchio gave a dry cough that Hong Yang woke up. Sorry. Only then did Suchio say, with the Tianxian heart technique in conjunction with the heavenly spirit tree, you'll be able to build a foundation within a few years, and your cultivation speed won't be slower than that of the Yin Yang heart technique. When Hong Yang heard this, she subconsciously said, so you originally had a better heart technique, but you hid it, just to force the seed to double cultivate with you? You initiated this, and besides, you're more content than I am. Suchio said simply. There was derision in his eyes. Bastard! Hong Yang was so infuriated that her chest rose and fell, while her ears turned red, and her heart was filled with shyness, and she finally clasped her hands to her chest, twisted her head to the side, grunted, and pouted. Big liar. Ignore you again in the future. Full of the immediacy of an ant pampering you. However, women are soft-spoken. Half an hour later, Suchio and Chen Reed led several people to leave the mountain gate of Qingwan Valley. Hong Yang put her hands behind her back and stood on the mountain gate of Qingwan Valley, witnessing them all the way down the mountain, her watery gaze reluctant to part. Wu Fanya snickered from the side. Can't let go of that kid? The devil can't spare him. I can't spare the Reed. Hong Yang pretended to have a calm face, but Wu Fanya put her head on her shoulder and snickered. Still saying you don't have it? You have given him the Elder Jade Pendant. Even Chen Reed didn't have this treatment. She still has to climb up step by step from the position of the Holy Maiden. He is truly talented, not to mention that he has helped the Green Luan Valley. So what if we give it to him? It's just the position of junior elder. Hong Yang hurriedly defended and added, don't get it wrong. Yes? Wu Fanya looked at her skeptically. The Red Lady glanced at her rather breathlessly, then turned away. At the same time, there was a bit of loss inside, feeling as if there was an empty piece, and there would no longer be anyone to accompany her in her dual cultivation. Mouth whispered, stinker, remember to come back. Great Qian capital. The men of the Imperial Guard surrounded the place once again. A 5-grade Tiger Guard general, holding the Imperial decree loudly recited, the guilty minister Chen Reed as a general privately fleeing the army, abandoned the capital of Dakian and disregard, making the forbidden army military discipline lax. The crime is aggravated. Dakian will offer a reward for the most wanted. The guilty minister Qin Shulian's laxity in ruling his family caused his daughter to commit a serious crime, as well as being corrupt, accepting bribes, forming a party, and tampering with the holy will. From today onwards he will be dismissed from his post as a general secretary, and be escorted to the heavenly prison, where he will be tried in person by the Delizi. When he finished reading the sentence, he closed the edict with both hands. Soldiers of the Imperial Forestry Army have broken into the Qin mansion. Qin Xiaoliang's face also turned white at the words, and he shouted, "I'm innocent. I didn't do any of this," he shouted hysterically, still being escorted by the Imperial guards. "Find the Crescent Moon Pavilion Master. Only she can help us." Qin Xiaoliang's hands were escorted behind his back as he hurriedly said to Chen. However, the 5th-ranked Tiger Guard General clutched Chen's hand to stop her, with a bad smile on his face. He said, "Forget it, the Crescent Moon Pavilion Master is having a heart-to-heart talk with His Majesty now, so he probably won't be able to come out for a while." Qin Xiaoliang's face turned white at the words. Even though he was being escorted by the soldiers, he couldn't help but break out in curses. "You've put her under house arrest? You're afraid you're not crazy? Ha ha ha, how can we be crazy? Don't we have the State Master?" The Tiger Guard General's eyes revealed a full of disdain, adding contemptuously, "The Crescent Pavilion Master is nothing but a person who sells his name and reputation. And now the Crescent Pavilion Holy Maiden and the Grand Elder have both defected to the State Master." Hearing this, Qin Xiaoliang stared straight with both eyes and gulped. So all of this is what that State Master from the Witch Door, what he meant. "Of course," sneered the Tiger General. Casually, he threw Chen to the floor and shouted to the Imperial guards around him, "Take them all down." Falling to the ground, Chen's face was pale, and before she could get up, a few soldiers of the Imperial Forest Army stepped forward and escorted her with both hands behind her back. Chen ate pain, tearful eyes. To Qin Xiaoliang said, "We will be fine this time, right? Reed and son-in-law will come to save us, right?" Qin Xiaoliang was trying to comfort her. The Tiger Guard General interrupted. "There is no one left to save you. Do you think that a disciple abandoned by the Green Luan Valley can save you? She is nothing more than an outcast nowadays." After saying that, he shouted to the surrounding Imperial guards, "Quickly escort them down. What's the point of dawdling? And the Qin mansion. Seize them all. Not a single coin left." He drove the Qin family to extinction. The Imperial guards nodded their heads, and after breaking into the Qin mansion, they began to burn. A large number of porcelain vases were broken, gold and silver artifacts were taken away, and even the makeup items were not left at all. When the maids of the Qin mansion saw this, each of them cowered in fear in the corners of the walls. However, they were not able to escape. The Imperial guards rushed up and escorted them away together, and all of a sudden there were no dogs or chickens left in the house. When Qin Xiaoliang saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He sighed quietly, "It seems like the heavens are going to kill my Qin family. Can't help but miss the days when Su Qiu was there. They relied on their son-in-law's heartbeat, all kinds of perfect pet avoidance." But when his son-in-law left for almost 2 months, the North Vietnamese envoys entered the capital, and the capital changed rapidly. They were caught off guard by killing their Qin family. Stay away from them for a short while. Qin Qingwen, who finally finished his posting and returned to Beijing to report on his duties, just arrived in front of the Qin mansion's main gate. Just found that the Qin mansion's gate had been sealed, and the porcelain outside the gate was broken all over the place, as well as a lot of broken tiles. The surrounding people are even pointing their fingers at the Qin house, and many of them are still stifling their sighs. Qin Qingwen was dumbfounded and smacked his lips. How could this happen? At this time, a woman suddenly emerged from the corner. She hurried to Qin Qingwen's side. "Young master, quickly find Miss and Auntie. Only they can save the Qin mansion." Qin Qingwen fixed his eyes and realized that it was Xiao Chui, the maid who used to be by Chen's side. He quickly said, "What the hell happened? The Imperial guards have come to raid the house, saying that it is the will of the Emperor, and that the owner of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, who has been residing in the house before, has not returned from the palace at the moment, and has heard that he is unable to help the Qin house by talking to the people of the witch sect sent by the North Vietnamese state." Xiao Chui immediately explained. While her hands were sweating nervously with a hint of crying, she was dumbfounded by what had happened not so long ago. Luckily, she had escaped earlier when the madam called her out to do some shopping, but also witnessed the scene of the Qin house up and down arrested. She now do not dare to say that she is the Qin house maid, for fear of being escorted away by the Imperial guards. Qin Qingwen sniffed, feeling that things were extremely wrong. A hint of conspiracy. He pondered for a moment and said, "Don't be in a hurry. You go and stand guard outside the city gates first. I think my sister and my sister will be back soon. You are responsible for receiving them. I will go and find the other colleagues to find out what is going on." After that, he continued to pretend that nothing had happened and went back to the capital court to report his duties. As if Xiao Chui had found her backbone, she hastened to conceal her identity and squatted at the city gates, asking passers-by if any members of her family were traveling to the capital. The outskirts of the capital. Stinky brother-in-law. Buying a carriage and not renting a coachman. Letting me drive the carriage. Pissing me off. Qin Yuma sat on the front seat of the carriage, her hands clutching the reins. The bandaged snake kissed sword behind her back, and puffed out her fragrant cheeks, muttering and whispering. When they came out of Qingyuan Valley, they purchased a carriage in Baiqing town and headed towards the capital. However, Su Qiu didn't look for a carriage driver and directly let Qin Yuma drive the carriage, saying, exercise her ability to go out, cultivate cultivation. Walking the rivers and lakes is one of the cultivation, so she honorably became a carriage driver. However, Qin Yuma did not know how to drive horses at all. Fortunately, with Xia's help, Qin Yuma barely learned. At that moment, a voice came out of the car. Your maid's time is not up. I know, I'm just working for you. My sister-in-law pouted her cherry lips. Afterwards, she said to Qin Reed, who was in the car, sister, manage your husband, treating your sister like this. Qin Reed but said, husband is also for your own good. Walking the rivers and lakes, no ability is easy to suffer losses. When Qin Yuma sniffed, her hand clenched the reins hard and fiercely jerked the horse's butt. Exasperated, sister, you're almost in the shape of your brother-in-law, helping him and not me. Only Xia, who was on the sidelines, held back her laughter. It seemed like it was fun to watch the lady of the world suffer. After less than a few moments, the carriage slowly drove up to the front of the city gates before it was stopped by soldiers. Qin Yuma was originally in a bad mood, and stopped at these ungrateful pawns, containing a few moments of anger. We are the Qin family's young lady. Why are you still stopping? The two pawns guarding the city looked at each other. One person immediately turned his head and shouted, quickly come someone, those two young ladies from the Qin family are on the carriage. The other one drew the horizontal sword in his waist, aiming the blade at them, and shouted, get out of the car. Seeing them in this state, Qin Yuma was puzzled and said, what have we committed? A pawn unveiled the wanted list and showed it in front of her. Qin Shaoliang of the Qin family is corrupt and perverts the law, and is a member of the party. And Qin Reed is AWOL, and is greedy for military pay, and intends to rebel. Qin Yumo was extremely surprised when he heard this. The jade hand holding the reins stiffened even more. Reed also poked his head out of the carriage and looked at the list in the pawn's hands in confusion. Did this general commit these things? At that moment, a large number of forbidden soldiers at the city gate came at a fast pace, similarly drawing their horizontal swords and aiming them at the carriage that Su Qiu was riding in. A lieutenant walked out with a bitter smile and arched his hand. General Qin, you shouldn't have come back. What is this saying? Qin Reed looked at what was once her ministry. Eyes straight, the lieutenant had to say. 2 days ago, the saint ordered the Imperial guards to raid the Qin mansion. The charges were these, and now you are even more wanted in the whole of Dakian. And now both Lord Qin and Lady Chen are in the heavenly prison. When the words came out of his mouth, Qin Reed and Qin Yuma are all stunned. Even in the side of the small Xia, is also incredulous. The saint actually copied the Qin house? It's strange. I obviously asked Huna Arigato to watch over the Qin mansion. Usually nothing happens, yet now that the Qin mansion has been raided, I guess she also has problems. It seems that there's a big thing going on inside the Crescent Moon Pavilion as well. At that moment, Su Qiu's heart rang out. The sister-in-law and the Reed looked at each other. 141. At this time, the Forbidden Army lieutenant said, two of you, don't make it difficult for me. It's hard to disobey the orders of the saint. He was about to order the surrounding soldiers to take down Qin Reed and Qin Yuma. He heard Su Qiu, who was sitting in the car, slowly speak. Umo, I'll leave this group of people to you to deal with. Qin Yuma pointed to his nose. Immediately, he shook his head, and waved his hand. No, I absolutely can't. I've only been practicing sword for less than 2 months. I'm definitely not their opponent. Trust me, they're no match for you. He didn't get out of the wagon, but stayed seated inside. Even the lieutenants and soldiers at the entrance did not even glance at them, and just by virtue of their perception, they were able to determine the strength of all of you. The sister-in-law hesitated for a long time, but finally listened to her brother-in-law. After all, his words were never wrong. Hazumi try. She spat out the words softly. The snake-kissed sword that was slung behind his back was removed, and the bandages were removed, revealing the long, curved sword in an odd shape. The lieutenant didn't know, for a moment, if this was a toy or a weapon. He said to the forbidden soldiers around him, leave Miss Qin alive. Do you hear me? The lieutenant was afraid that Qin Yuma had died because of the sword. The third miss of the Qin family, known to be just an ordinary person, had no force to speak of at all. The surrounding soldiers nodded. Many of them turned their cross swords around and aimed the backs of their blades at her. There was even a soldier who said, Miss Qin, swords have no eyes. You'd better surrender. It's not good if I hurt you. Qin Yuma refused. Let the horses come. With her brother-in-law backing her up, she wasn't worried about her own safety. Just now, she was still a little unsure whether she would be able to defeat them. After all, the Forbidden Army was not weak. All of them were fierce men who had trained in the schoolyard for many hours. The school lieutenant in particular was no match for the third-rate martial artists of the Jianghu. She was just a weak willow woman, but she had to face these people. "Miss Chen, we're on," a forbidden soldier shouted, then took a step and raised his horizontal sword towards Chen Yuma, making a gesture to slash down. Originally, the soldiers guarding the city gates thought that the weak third Miss Chen would be so frightened that she would crouch down and hold her head in her hands. However, the result was unexpected. Chen Yuma lifted his foot even faster and kicked the man who rushed up, flying out. That soldier directly fell to a dog's ass, and then covered his chest, so he ate the pain and couldn't get up. At this moment, no matter the surrounding forbidden soldiers or Chen Yuma, they were all a bit surprised. The third miss of the Chen mansion actually knows kung fu? Isn't the third miss of the Chen mansion a weak woman rumored to not know martial arts? Such a kick sent someone flying so far. Looks like we need to be more careful. I don't want to get kicked in the face. It hurts quite a bit. The soldiers of the Forbidden Army whispered. They thought Chen Yuma was a weak woman, but they didn't expect a kick to be so heavy. Chen Yuma was likewise quite surprised. She had always thought that with her strength, at most, she would fight the forbidden soldiers and be considered a vegetable chicken. Yet the reality was that the beating was quite easy. In her field of vision, it was as if the other person's movements slowed down several times, and all she wanted to do was kick them out of the way. Hence the image before her. After being stunned for a long time, the school captain immediately said, "Together!" Immediately, without saying a word, the forbidden soldiers raised the backs of their swords and swung them towards Chen Yuma, in a semi-surrounding situation, trying to force her back, but instead of taking a step back, she went forward. The sharp snake-kissed sword in his hand clashed with the many horizontal swords, making a clanking sound. The people's horizontal swords couldn't even come close to Chen Yuma's side. Instead, their attacks were neutralized one by one and were kicked out by Chen Yuma. Hazumo had no intention of killing them at all. After the soldier fell to the ground, he collapsed and lay on the ground covering his chest and wailing and rolling over. In reality, the soldiers didn't want to clash with the people of the Chen family. In the end, only the school captain was left, and he swept a glance at the fallen soldiers around him and cursed under his breath. "You bunch of rice buckets. You only know how to eat. You can't even beat a little ninny. When you go back, this lieutenant shall not give you a good lecture," and raised his foot to kick the soldier beside him. Even with his loud curses, there were still no soldiers willing to get up. The school lieutenant drew the saber in his waist, a long horizontal saber that was even sharper and more condensed. He looked at Chen Yuma and once again admonished, "Miss Chen, although your strength isn't bad, swords have no eyes." As soon as the words left his mouth, he stormed forward. The long, 20-kilogram horizontal blade swung with a whirring, cracking sound that was enough to make one's scalp go numb. The air that was broken open by the long horizontal sword formed a gust of wind that swept up all the leaves on the ground, sending sand flying. Today's terrifying move. Chen Yuma did not fear it. Instead, he used only a drop of his body's strength to forcefully inject it into the snake-kissed sword, faced the rampaging lieutenant straight on, and his long, murderous horizontal sword. Chen Yuma's snake-kissed sword sliced horizontally, and his opponent slashed heavily. There was a bright metallic clinking sound. The two weapons clashed heavily, sparks flying everywhere. The school lieutenant's pupils shrunk slightly, incredibly looking at the long horizontal sword in his hand, the sudden appearance of the missing corner, and then gradually shattered. And in an instant the long horizontal sword broke into two. The snake-kissed sword cut off his long horizontal blade. In the next moment, Chen Yuma converted the blade of the sword he had swung at the lieutenant into a sword and struck the lieutenant hard, slapping him out of the way, causing the other party to smash against the city wall and spit out a mouthful of bitter water. The fight was over in less than 5 seconds. Chen Yuma was instantly exhausted and sat on his knees on the floor of the city gate. She had completely depleted what little strength she had left in her body, and now it was a struggle to lift the snake-kissed sword. "I'm exhausted, stinking brother-in-law, and I don't know how to show mercy." Chen Yuma pouted her cherry mouth and her cheeks puffed out as she complained. However, the crowd at the city gates were all shocked. The third miss of the Chen family had actually defeated the captain of the Forbidden Army. Was this still the once harmless third miss of the Chen family? Even Xia was quite surprised. "Third miss, when did you possess this martial art?" Although Chen Yuma was not Xiao Xiao's opponent right now, it was indeed astonishing that in just 2 months' time, his hands were so good, totally counted as a demonic existence. One should know that an ordinary person who wanted to reach the level of a third-rate martial artist would need to practice kung fu for at least several years, and it would also depend on the quality of the gong fu, as well as the individual's talent. Her mumbling voice was heard by Chen Yuma. The sister-in-law twisted her head. "You're talking about me? These are all taught to me by my brother-in-law. He said it was the most common gong fu, and scolded me for being stupid, practicing for so long for this amount of strength." "Stupid?" Xia froze straight away. feeling like the world was twisted. If Qin Yuma this is still stupid, then what are they? Xiaoxia entered the third-rate martial artist, but it took 3 years. Are you sure that's what the ant said? Yeah. He said that the technique could be learned in a month by throwing it to a random loser. There are still such feats? Of course. Any of brother-in-law's techniques can easily crush all of Green Luan Valley's techniques, Qin Yuma boasted, her face filled with pride when she talked about Su Qiu. On the contrary, Xia heard this and gave a whole speechless. A random gongfu could crush the Green Luan Valley. Is this a joke? Even immortals can't do that. I'm afraid. At this time, even Qin Reed is also very surprised. In the carriage looked at Su Qiu. Zhu lips slightly opened. Umo is really you teach out? What else would I want her to be a maid for 3 months for? Su Qiu replied briefly. 142. Qin Reed's eyes narrowed. No wonder Master held Su Qiu in such high regard, not only because he helped the Green Luan Valley, but also because of his abilities. In just less than 2 months, Qin Yuma possessed third-rate martial artist strength, all done under the tutelage of Su Qiu. If Su Qiu were to start another mountain gate in the future, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long before he could easily surpass Green Luan Valley and take its place as the strongest mountain gate in this great Qian. Qin Reed is glad that Su Qiu is her husband. After hesitating for a moment, she softly inquired, "Husband, can you help my concubine raise her realm? Depends on how you behave," Su Qiu casually said. Outside the carriage, Xia walked forward and helped Qin Yuma, who was kneeling on the floor, up. At the same time, seeing the strange ancient longsword in Qin Yuma's hand, "Third miss, where did you get this sword? Why is it so strange?" When the topic came up, Fei Mo's face showed a showy color and proudly said, "This was gifted to me by my brother-in-law, a rare artifact in the world, and I heard that the holder is able to improve tremendously and kill people over the level." Immediately, she spat out her fragrant tongue, rather embarrassed. Just now, being able to crush the Forbidden Army lieutenant relied heavily on this snake-kissed sword. Xia sized up the snake-shaped longsword, glowing silver in the sunlight, and said suspiciously, "There are still things like this in the world? Of course, when I exterminated the evil wolf-walled city before, I killed their second leader at that time with it, and it was even snatched by the previous Nangong sister. And finally my brother-in-law snatched it back and gave it to me." Qin Yuma carefully wiped it with a bandage, then wrapped it up and carried it behind his back, and to Xia continued the introduction. "This side of the long sword evil very much. The holder is invariably bloodthirsty, although the strength is enhanced, but the person will also go crazy, and this sword also sucks blood, and in the end, it is brother-in-law forced to hold down, blocking the evil nature of the sword." Xia was really dumbfounded at the moment, or eye-opening. It was just unbelievable that there was such a weapon in the world, especially being able to suck blood. What surprised Xiaoxia the most was this: the third young miss and auntie went outside for 2 months and actually gained such a huge amount. It was as if he had dug up a mountain of gold and silver. Not only did he possess the strength of a third-rate martial artist, he also possessed a strange weapon. "If I follow my aunt, will I be able to obtain these as well?" Xia murmured. Truth be told, she was pretty much eye candy. In my heart, I secretly thought, if the eldest young lady had been following the ant master at that time, how good it would have been. They ate meat, and I could also have a mouthful of soup. The scene here immediately caused a large number of people to stop and watch. Isn't that the Qin family's third miss? Why are they back? Yes, the Qin mansion has now fallen and they are wanted, so they should flee at this moment. I really don't understand how the court thinks. Actually copied Qin's house. The Black Tiger Gang was annihilated by General Qin, and now they are actually executing the meritorious ministers. This is to chill the hearts of the people in the world. Indeed, the aunt of the Qin house is even more hardened, reversing the official trend in governing the river street in the north of the river in a well-organized manner. The murmurs of the people were loud and clear. Some people were happy to see them again, but at the same time they were worried that the court was catching them and they had the nerve to run towards the gun. The Qin mansion still has a reputation in the capital, especially when Su Qiu asked for the people's help, rushed the Black Tiger Gang, and rescued the slave girl. And Qin Reed is the rate of the army to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang, but also the capital a Lang Lang piece. So gradually deep into the hearts of the people respect these two. However, just then, a silhouette came running in a hurry. Xiaoxia and Qin Yuma fixed their eyes and realized that the visitor was none other than Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui came to the carriage with fine steps, and then held the side of the carriage, constantly gasping for air, still holding the silk handkerchief in her hand, dripping with fragrant sweat. Xia was puzzled by the sight and asked, "What happened?" After Xiao Chui took her breath away, she then said, "Third miss, Xiaoxia, let's just go inside and talk about it. This is not the place to talk." They then drove the carriage towards the city. As we passed the city gates, the lieutenant, who was covering his chest, ate the pain and said, "General Chen, you'd better leave. There are people in the dynasty who are targeting you, and even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is powerless to do anything about it." Chen Reed just nodded lightly to him and drove into the city in the carriage, disappearing into the lively and busy streets. Xiao Chui, who had gotten into the carriage, breathed a sigh of relief. After holding the handkerchief's jade arm and caressing her heaving chest, she exhaled a cloudy breath. She looked at Chen Reed and Sucho with tearful eyes, and said with a few moments of crying, "Miss, Auntie, you've finally come back." Chen Reed saw her aggrieved look, urgently inquiring, "What happened during our absence?" "Miss, recently the dynasty somehow started to take the knife to our Chen house." Xiao Chui wiped her tears. "It seems that after the envoys of the northern Yu state entered the capital, it feels like the capital has changed, especially since the people from the witch sect that they brought with them became the state masters of the dynasty, manipulating the capital's important areas. Even the Crescent Moon Pavilion master has not come out in the palace today." As Sucho listened to her, he was puzzled and said, "Something's not right. With Arigato Huna's strength, the people of the witch sect can't do anything to help her at all. Rumor has it that the sacred maiden of the Crescent Moon Pavilion and the state master, who are very fond of each other, go in and out from time to time." Xiao Chui added, "Even the prime minister of the current dynasty is like that." Sucho came to a realization. He should have defected to the witch sect. No wonder, Arigato Huna is under house arrest. He recalled what happened in the Green Luan Valley before. There is nothing wrong with people defecting to the witch door. After all, Green Luan Valley could even have the third elder, Natao 1, defect to the witch sect. And now, it wasn't hard to understand that the holy maiden of the Crescent Moon Pavilion had defected to the witch sect. It seems to have been triggered, the northern Vietnam witch sect's conspiracy against the Dacian capital, and it's still in advance. I didn't expect the variables to be so big. Su Chiu remembers the plot of his previous life, where Yi Liangchen, the hero who had died, managed to pull together the Crescent Moon Pavilion with Chief Gu, thrive with the help of Crescent Court. However, a few months later, the northern powerhouse North Vietnam sent a mission to visit Dacian, while the people of the witch sect also began to manipulate the capital, and even brought together a group of courtiers to form a confrontation with the current head of the dynasty. At the same time, they convinced the holy maiden of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, as well as the Grand Elder, to become one of them as a way to deal with Huna Arigato. Yet it all breaks down under the male lead's means, and he succeeded in forcing the female emperor to abdicate, so that Ting Wu succeeded in ascending to the throne and became a puppet emperor. The main character is also able to seize the power of the chief minister, Gu Tianshou, and take control of all the affairs of the dynasty. He also recaptured the Green Luan Valley, which was under the control of the witch sect, and seized the power of the sect's master, and raised an army to attack North Vietnam, which they considered a powerful country. The male protagonist's strength similarly soared, leaping to become a clan-level powerhouse, with a beautiful woman by his side. But nowadays, times have changed. The male lead Yi Liangchen died under his sword long ago, and the plot takes a major turn as a result, as the head minister of the dynasty, Gu Tianshou, has defected to the witch sect. Sucho didn't know whether it was good or bad because, according to the plot of his previous life, the Qin house had been plagiarized before North Vietnam sent a mission to Dacian. However, the Qin family is still alive and out of the plot. Now that the Qin family has been raided once again, it feels like it's back to where the plot left off. Xiao Chui was anxious when she heard the words that Huna Arigato was under house arrest. Then what should we do? Seeing that she looked nervous and at a loss for words, even fidgeting in the carriage, Su Chiu simply comforted her. Don't worry, Nyangzi is already the holy daughter of Qingluan Valley. If, for example, the Dacian royal family really wants to make a move, they'll have to weigh the strength of Qingluan Valley. He also pointed out the maiden in passing. Chen Reed nodded gently. Really? Xiao Chui's face showed joy. As they spoke, they passed by the Zhang family residence. Suddenly, the heckling of a few boys was heard. I advise you to leave quickly. Your Qin mansion is finished. No one can save you. That's right. The master said that it's good enough that we don't fall on our sword. They cursed angrily, pushing Qin Qingwen to the ground. Qingwen, Li Liao beside him nervously helped him up. 143. A bellowing voice rang out. You bastards, you dare to bully my second brother. Xin Yuemo blared viciously at them and said. The two boys heard the voice and saw that the visitor was none other than the Qin family's third miss. They clasped their hands to their chests and said nonchalantly, so what if we bullied your second brother? We're being merciful if we didn't report it to the police. That's right. Do you still think you are the son of a high and mighty family? Nowadays, when the whole capital sees you, which one of you is not afraid to avoid it? The two boys sang in unison. There was also a contemptuous smile on his face, not putting them in the least bit. You guys, looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson before I can do that. Qin Yuma rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach them a hard lesson. Qin Qingwen, however, reached out to stop it. Third sister, don't be impulsive. Li Liyao, who was beside him, similarly nodded her head. Miss Qin, if something happens, I'm afraid the officials will know you're here, and you won't even be able to hide in the future. Qin Qingwen concurred. Well, now that the Qin house is in trouble, I'm used to such encounters, and if I can beat them, can I beat the entire city's lineage? He's been up to his eyeballs in the last few days. Originally, I wanted to ask my peers to help, but I didn't realize that they were shying away from me, so I had to call on my former teachers, and yet, there was still no one to help. Even my father's once closest friends had their doors closed and even sent their underlings to throw them out. The two boys continued. Your second brother is right. Right now you are chickens in distress, not phoenixes, so what if we seriously injure you? The officials won't condemn us and will even reward us. Sensible. You will quickly leave. Remember the old love of the maternal grandfather. We do not beat you, and do not report to the police. If you dare to continue to rely on this place does not leave. Beware of the old man's stick is not vegetarian. Seeing Qin Qingwen's bitter persuasion, as well as the boy's threats, Qin Yuma could only stop there. She just couldn't swallow it yet. Su Qiu lifted the curtain of the carriage. To Xia, he said, go kick their asses. Xiao Xia nodded. Yes, auntie. She has long been itching her hands. The people of the Qin house, when have they ever been bullied like this? Even the little boy dared to bully them, and it was too arrogant. Xiao Xia leaped up, a dozen paces away, and instantly arrived at the boy's heels. When the boy saw the figure flying, he said in shock, what do you want? I'm telling you, if you do that again, I'm not going to be polite. The other boy was halfway through his sentence when he was kicked out by Xiao Xia, as if he was eating dog shit, and fell directly to the other end of the street, his limbs facing the ground, and his face covered on the floor. Xia stared at them with sharp eyes and added, noisy. The boy who hadn't been kicked yet saw his companion in this miserable state. You seek death. Hurriedly raising his club, he was about to slam it towards Xiao Xia's head. However, he was no match for Xia. Xia lifted his toes. A whirlwind kick. The boy's head suffered a violent impact. The whole person flew out backwards, spread on the ground into unconsciousness. Motionless, she witnessed two of the boys fall to the ground before she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Su Qiu lifted the curtain of the car and observed her stance. Nodded, the body method is good. I did not expect to be a second-rate expert. Read. Where do you find the maid? She was saved by me years ago, so she became my maid. So, you taught it? She looked at Su Qiu suspiciously, thinking that Su Qiu had bad thoughts about Xia, was trying to beat that bad idea out of him. Just hear Su Qiu's heart. This little girl's body is soft, naturally suitable for assassin material. If we train her, in the future fights, I can be on the sidelines to watch the show. There are things she can let her do, so as to save every time you have to do it yourself. Su Qiu was simply looking for the idea of a hitter. Qin Reed looked at him with contempt, squeezing his arm gently. He looked up at him with sultry eyes. I thought to myself, I can't believe you're not taking advantage of your wife, but instead taking advantage of this outsider, right? Seeing this jealous look on her face, Su Qiu rubbed her cheeks and said, don't worry, I don't have that kind of idea about you maids. You want to train and have her do your bidding? Mother, you can read minds? This is all guessed by you. Anyone with eyes can see that. Qin Reed's face a touch of redness. I do not know whether it is shyness or joy, especially see Su Qiu's surprised look, the heart inexplicably satisfied. Still, she reservedly said, making an excuse off the top of her head. However, Qin Yuma was not happy. Brother-in-law, I can too. Su Qiu, however, mercilessly hit her. You might not be her match even if you practiced for half a year more. Qin Yumo was in a low mood. At this time, standing in place Qin Qingwen and Li Liyao, both of them were stunned, looking out over the fallen boy, and then looked at the brother-in-law Su Qiu, who was as calm as water. Qin Qingwen finally couldn't help but say, brother-in-law, will this be too much? After all, they are Zhangfu's boys. Li Liyao nodded her head equally vigorously, and the glazed beads she had hanging from her earlobes shook incessantly. Your sister, the Holy Virgin, what are you afraid of? Su Qiu simply said. That one sentence instantly gagged both of them. Yeah, if Qin Reed is the Holy Maiden of Qinghuan Valley, they really don't need to worry too much. Afterward, the group left the Zhang mansion and headed to the Qin mansion. Only, just arrived at the gate of the Qin mansion, he saw a rich lord with a big belly and wearing brocade clothes and fox fur, who had been guarding the door. Behind him was a graceful carriage, as well as several household servants with wooden sticks, all of them fierce. Qin Yuma was wondering who this person was. Li Liyao then spoke. Father, why are you here? The rich lord cursed. If the old man hadn't come, would you have had to elope with him? What's wrong with me and Qinlang? Making a private vow. Li Laya clenched her hands and spoke in a firm tone, her gaze determined and without the slightest hesitation. The rich lord was so angry that he covered his chest and spat. Rebellious daughter, how could I have given birth to you? Do you know the situation of the Qin family now? It's a plagiarism. The men will be exiled for 3,000 li, and the women will be sent to the Department of Education. If you stay with him, you're going to die. You'll also drag our Li family down with you. Get your ass back here. Ha! There's a good show. Su Qiu lifted the curtain and admired it with gusto. It's totally a fallen son, and his childhood sweetheart being beaten by her father. I can't say that Qin Xingwen will say 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Qin Reed saw Su Qiu look like a melon eater, and rather breathlessly pinched his waist and ribs. Even his sister-in-law couldn't help but question. Brother-in-law, are you okay with this? Yin Hongyang was taken away from the position of sect master. That kind of crisis. We are still not the same to watch the show? Su Qiu retorted with a sentence, and in the process grabbed Reed's hand that was pinching him into his arms. Also right. Qin Yuman nodded silently, so he also sat on the sidelines and became an eater, even though it was her second brother. If there was melon, there was melon, a tenet she had learned from her brother-in-law. Qin Xingwen didn't pay any attention to the heartless family. Instead, he stepped forward and arched his hand towards Li Liao's father. Uncle, I will prove the innocence of the entire Qin house. The rich lord pointed at his nose and spat up. How are you going to prove the innocence of the Qin family? Now that there are people in the court trying to get you guys, even if you're cleaner than water, what can you do? And you can't even fight against them? For the sake of Lu Yao's happiness, you'd better stop pestering her. Father, I'm already married to him privately. Li Lia was reluctant and held Qin Xingwen's arm tightly. The rich lord was so angry that he gritted his teeth at the sight. I can negotiate a marriage for you in Blackfish County, the famous Pangongzi of Blackfish County. Now go back with me. I wouldn't. That guy is a womanizer. He's in a greenhouse and a flower house every day. You want to piss off old dad, don't you? The rich lord shouted towards the surrounding household servants. Arrest this rebellious girl back for me. However, just as he had cried out these words, ta-da! Suddenly dense footsteps came. Not far away, a whole bunch of people from the Imperial Forestry Army surrounded the Qin mansion. The Tiger Guard general rode in on a fast horse, and when he saw the flashy carriage, he directly ordered, take down the remnants of the Qin mansion quickly. 144. The rough voice of the Tiger Guard general made the whole street tremble, not to mention, Qin Xingwen, Li Liyao, and the houseguests her father had brought along, who were still confronting each other at the moment. All were startled by the voice of the. They all turned their heads and looked up at the Tiger Guard general, only to see the other party's killing spirit. The Imperial Guards also surrounded the crowd, the blades in their hands, glowing coldly in the sunlight. When the rich lord saw this, he was scared out of his wits. His limbs trembled, his face gradually turned pale, and his palms were covered with sweaty stains. He hurriedly stepped forward, his voice trembling as he said, Lord General, I am not a member of the Qin house. I am merely here to collect a debt from them. The Tiger Guard general immediately rebuked. You are entangled with the Qin family. Do you think I'm blind? I've heard everything just now. Your daughter wants to be the Qin family's daughter-in-law. No, I don't have this daughter. The wealthy lord had been so frightened that he had long ago left his kinship behind. He was so sorry at this point. However, the Tiger Guard general didn't even give him a chance to defend himself, waving his hand and saying to the Imperial Guards under him, take them down for me. The Imperial soldiers stepped forward and raised their blades to press on his neck. The rich lord felt the cold knife and cold sweat came down, subconsciously kneeling to the floor. The household servants he brought with him all threw their wooden sticks to the ground, and they all crouched down with their heads in their hands. Father, Li Liao shouted with worry, but her father was not received well. In order to save his life, the rich lord cursed, you are not my daughter. I don't have a daughter like you. I'm going to break with you. He then raised his head nervously, looked up at the Tiger Guard general, and said fawningly, Lord General, you are perceptive. I have nothing to do with her. This matter of the Qin mansion has nothing to do with us. The Tiger Guard general's eyes were filled with contempt, very much disliking such a person, as he said to the surrounding soldiers of the Imperial Forest Army, press on. The rich lord still wanted to beg for mercy, but he was pressed by the soldiers on his head and escorted away directly without giving him a chance to speak. Li Liao's heart broke when she saw this, and she just felt a pang of annoyance in her chest. Her soft catkins caressed her breasts and she pursed her pink lips as she witnessed her dad being escorted away. Qin Xingwen held her shoulders at the side. However, he also looked worriedly at the group of Imperial Army soldiers that were about to surround them. At this time, Qin Yuma, who was sitting in the front seat of the carriage, asked quietly, "Brother-in-law, do we not matter? Afraid of what?" Su Qiu remained in the clouds, even from the carriage, looking down with interest at the encircling Imperial soldiers. Even Qin Reed is calm, quietly sitting in the carriage, squinting at the soldiers step by step, without the idea of getting off. Tiger Guard General saw this scene, thick eyebrows locked up, tone of voice, Qin Reed, still do not quickly get off to take custody? Don't think there are still people who can save you. He just received a report from the government office, and then he led the Imperial Guards towards the Qin mansion without stopping. The purpose is to escort the group back. At this time, Qin Reed eyes cold look at him. Du Hongchang, this general remembers that you were only a small lieutenant before, now actually become a general. Riding on my head too? Tiger Guard General Du Hongchang grinned with an indulgent smile that revealed an evil flavor. He teasingly said, "This is also thanks to Lord State Master, who has discerning eyes and promoted me from lieutenant to general." Qin Reed understood that Du Hongchang was returning the favor, but she was undaunted. Sharp eyes swept towards the soldiers and finally locked onto Du Hongchang, saying, "I advise you to better collect these soldiers." Tiger Guard General Du Hongchang still laughed coldly, that hoarse voice like a poisonous snake. "What? Do you still want to rebel? This general advised you to die this heart. Now, the capital city Imperial Guards are in my hands. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that you can't escape from the capital city. Killed on the spot." At this moment, no matter whether Qin Qingwen or Li Liao heard the words, all swallowed their saliva, especially seeing the soldiers of the Imperial Forestry Army, their blades glowing with cold light, and their murderous looks. The heart sank even lower. It feels like today is in the balance. Even Xiao Xia's eyes were full of vigilance, and her hand was gripped on the sword at her waist, her palms slightly sweaty. Just as the swords were drawn, Qin Reed suddenly took out a token and showed it in front of everyone's eyes. "I am the Holy Maiden of Qinghuan Valley. If you want to provoke a confrontation between Daqian and Qinghuan Valley," despite coming up, it wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Even the people who were hiding in the corner of the street and eating the food could hear it with their ears pricked up. Surprised, he murmured, "The Qin Mansion's eldest miss is actually the Holy Maiden of Qinghuan Valley. I'm afraid the Qin family is saved this time. Now that General Qin is the Holy Maiden, the Imperial Guards shouldn't dare to arrest them, right? More than that, the court will all offer them up." As was the case with the Crescent Moon Pavilion before, the whispers of the people gradually rose, and more passers-by are joining in. Qin Reed's words also similarly caused the shock of the Imperial Army. All the soldiers stopped in their tracks. They did not dare to move their knives against Qinghuan Valley. Even Du Hongchang's rugged brows were locked tightly. The eyes stared dead at Qin Reed. Then he said, "You are the Holy Maiden of Qinghuan Valley? Rumor has it that the Green Luan Valley has already abandoned you, and at the same time, it is still in the name of theft, driving you out. The Holy Maiden token in your hand is afraid that it is not a fake, right? A delaying tactic?" Qin Reed sniffed, her eyebrows slightly knit. "Qinghuan Valley Saint daughter each other actually do not recognize?" Du Hongchang's voice said urgently, "Quickly take them down for me. Saint Maiden we are not lacking. The Saint Maiden of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, as well as the witch sect emissary, are all on our side. What can she do even if she is a Holy Maiden?" The Imperial Guard soldiers who were originally hesitant then had to lift their feet and step forward. Now it's back to stalemate once again. Another air of saber rattling. Even Qin Qingwen and Li Liao, who had just sprouted hope, had their expressions collapse. The rich lord, who had been escorted shortly afterward, was ashen. Even Qin Reed felt that things were not good. Her jade hand clenched her fist tightly, and her other hand held the cold iron gun behind her, wanting to make a move. Just when both sides were less than 5 meters away, Su Qiu slowly walked out of the carriage. "It's no fun to watch theater all the time." He stretched and let out a big yawn, then turned his head to look at Du Hongchang. "Since you don't even recognize the Holy Maiden's token, then the token of the Green Luan Valley's little elder, you should always recognize it. I can represent the attitude of the Green Luan Valley. If you really dare to mess with the Green Luan Valley you can try." Su Qiu's tone carried a hint of contempt, and his smile was unrestrained. Eyes squinted at him. This token was gifted to him by Yin Hongyang in private, repaying him for saving her life in Qinghuan Valley, as well as helping her to get through her difficulties and leap to the celestial mirror. It was something that only Wu Fangya knew about. When Tiger Guard General Du Hongchang heard this, his expression looked like he was stunned. Then he laughed. "With a token, I believe that you are a Green Luan Valley junior elder?" He didn't believe that Su Qiu was a junior elder at all and continued to snicker. "You're just a son-in-law of the Qin family. Just a little son-in-law who still thinks that he's a little elder of the Green Luan Valley. Where did you get the confidence? Becoming the capital prosecutor before is already your limit. Ha ha ha." He preferred to believe that Qin Reed was the holy maiden of Qingluan Valley, and he didn't want to believe that Su Qiu was a junior elder of Qingluan Valley. What can a lowly son-in-law do? However, right at this moment, Su Qiu's figure shifted and appeared in front of him, instantly pulling him off his horse. He stomped one foot heavily on his head and laughed softly. Now you can believe it, can't you? General. 145. Du Hongqing's copper bell eyes widened in shock. His hands kept bracing themselves against the ground, his veins rippling as he exerted all his strength to get his body up, but he still couldn't lift his head up. It was completely stomped to death by Su Qiu. It was as if 1,000 pounds of stone were pressing down on his body. Of course, what most shocked Du Hongqing was the extremely fast speed of the guy in front of him, originally still stretched out on the carriage. The next instant he appeared in front of him, and before Du Hongqing could react, he was already pulled off the horse and his head was stepped on. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but his mouth stubbornly shouted, "I am the Tiger Guard General of the Chen dynasty. Are you trying to rebel?" However, this voice of his made Su Qiu push even harder. Du Hongqing could hear the bones in his face clicking and cracking, a pain that drilled through his heart and made him grimace. Su Qiu calmly said, "You're a general of the great Qian dynasty. What does it have to do with me?" The color of contempt in that tone could be heard clearly by an ordinary person. The surrounding Imperial Guard soldiers were hesitant at the moment, not knowing whether or not to go forward and stop them, being able to instantly knock the Tiger Guard general down. I'm afraid that it would be futile for them to go up, but being stomped on by the other party like this damages the face of Deqian. At this time, Du Hongqing no longer had his earlier temper. His body was trembling with pain, and he said in a begging tone, sorry. Little man knows the mistake. Little man has eyes to recognize Tai. And offended you, little elder." His softening made the Imperial soldiers around him even more bewildered. To Su Qiu, the gaze was filled with deep fear. To be able to make the airborne general of the dynasty, Du Hongqing, instantly pray for surrender. This person's strength was unfathomable. One must know that Tiger Guard General Du Hongqing had recently stepped into the threshold of a first-class martial artist with the help of the state master, and could be considered to have fought all over the capital. However, Su Qiu lightly knocked his opponent down. Even the wealthy lords who had not yet been escorted away were left speechless for a long time at the sight of this scene, with their eyes open. Qin Reed is even in the carriage, murmuring up, "Husband, Wen is so powerful." Su Qiu was so fast that it was difficult for her naked eye to capture it, and there was just a shadow in her vision. And then, the Tiger Guard General fell into a dog's poop. Xia was equally awestruck and swallowed hard. Too strong. A few months ago, the ant had only just stepped into the stream of martial artists, and a third-rate martial artist was enough. But now, completely surpassing the sovereign level, perhaps that super sovereign, Huna Arigato, might not be a match for the anti. None of them had ever seen Su Qiu strike before. Only Qin Yuma had long been accustomed to it. Su Qiu's foot stepping on someone else's head still didn't loosen, and Du Hongqing gasped for air, ate the pain, and said with trepidation, "Lord Little Elder, I apologize to you for the loss of my life. There is no need to make amends and apologize. The Qin house was copied how you copied it and returned it. I need a place to sleep. Yes. All up and down the Qin family. I will have them released, and I will make up for everything in the Qin residence." Du Hongqing hurriedly said, fearing that he would cause this devil's displeasure and kill himself with one move. Only then did Su Qiu let go of his foot. Du Hongqing, who felt the pain in his head disappear, instantly climbed up and panted heavily. He was soaked to the skin, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his body kept trembling as if he had rolled through a pile of dead people once. The Imperial soldiers rushed forward and helped Du Hongqing up. Was about to leave. Su Qiu added, "Slow down." The crowd that heard the voice turned around reflexively. Du Hongqing, whose jaw had been dislocated, also immediately inquired, "My lord, may I ask what else you wish to command?" "Take me to see Huna Arigato," Xiao Chu said to them with his hands behind his back. This, Du Hongqing heard, immediately tangled up. Do not know how to speak. Hesitation for a while did not say anything. Su Qiu looked at him askance and said suspiciously, "Why? Is there a problem?" "Of course there is no problem." Du Hongqing immediately waved his hand, followed by a bitter smile. "Arigato Huna is now being guarded by the Grand Elder of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, so I'm afraid it's very difficult if I want to see her. Just lead the way in peace. His Holiness may not agree either." Then change the Emperor. Su Qiu's simple sentence directly blocked Du Hongqing speechless. Changing the dynasty has become so simple in this guy's mouth. Can it still be played like this? Du Hongqing, however, defected to the witch sect, which gave him the opportunity to improve his strength and break the rules to become a Tiger Guard general, all of which could not be separated from the efforts and stand under the advance. However, what Su Qiu said was light and depressing, but there's nothing to be done about it. People's strengths are there. The little man will take you there. Regardless of the dislocation of his mouth, Du Hongqiang hastened to respectfully extend his hand in an inviting gesture, like a toothless tiger. The Imperial army soldiers had never seen such a wimpy general. Of course, if they were the ones being stomped on, they would probably surrender more quickly and just fawn over them in order to stay alive. Whether it was Qin Reed and Xia, or Qin Xingwen, Li Leia was shocked by Su Qiu's actions. Not only did he make the other general obedient, but he also made the other side show a fawning smile. Even the current emperor, Su Qiu want to change is also smooth. This is how to defy the imperial power, but also how domineering. Qin Reed at least once was also the general of the court, for the great Qian has thrown his head. Sprinkled blood, she will read the old love. As long as His Majesty does not do so absolute. But Qin Xingwen is a serious official from the Imperial examinations. His holiness is a sacred being to them. Li Leia was even more so. In her three views, the emperor was the son of heaven, the king of 10,000 people. The common people should listen to the son of heaven. Nowadays, the son of heaven is all in Su Qiu's mouth, but he can be replaced at any time. Li Leia swallowed his saliva, somewhat in disbelief of the image in front of him, reached out and gently pinched Qin Xingwen's arm. The latter said in pain, "What are you pinching for? Sure if you're dreaming?" Li Leia exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and said. Meanwhile, the rich lord, who had not been taken away, was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. Even letting the current dynasty change the emperor was so easy to say, and he also spoke loudly on the street. Is this guy crazy? However, looking at the Tiger Guard general treating him with respect, the rich lord even felt that he could possibly do it. Inwardly, he was torn, and he didn't know if he still wanted to recognize his daughter. In case the Qin house took off again, he can hitch a ride too. At the same time, don't say he was amazed. The people who were watching the play around the block were open-mouthed. The arrest was nothing short of a downward spiral, with plot reversals that were fascinating to watch. Especially Su Qiu's light sentence to change the words of the emperor, making the people dumbfounded. This Qin family flunky is also too arrogant. Such words can be said. Not afraid of executing the 9 clans? Execute the 9 clans? Ha! He's so powerful nowadays. Even the Tiger Guard general nods to him. It's really hard to say who's going to execute whose 9 clans when the time comes. But then again, wasn't the Qin family's flunky dead? And it was rumored that he was killed by the Black Tiger gang before. So how come he's so sharp now that he's back? Didn't you hear him? He's now a Green Luan Valley Junior Elder. He must be a Green Luan Valley transmission. Crowds of people talking endlessly, not long around the street bustling. Are the people who have heard the wind? Someone even rumored. Have you heard? The Qin family has the strength to make Great Qian change its emperor. Such words are even more irritating. For a while, the area around the Qin mansion was surrounded. Everyone wants a peek at the play. 146. Su Qiu before in the North River Street as an official, the 9th grade inspector. Because of his deeds, many people only know that the Qin house has such a person, to fight for the people, even sacrificing his own self to eliminate the Black Tiger gang. Now that Su Qiu had returned to the capital, it was all over the capital. After all, before the official announcement said, did not find Su Qiu's body at all. On the surface missing, the actual high probability of death. All the people in the community heard, all without regret. It was even proposed that a monument be erected in his honor, singing his praises. As a result, Su Qiu's reappearance has caused controversy. At this time, among the crowd of onlookers, someone shouted, Lord Su, the court should be replaced. The entire capital has been in a mess these past few years. That's right, nowadays the officials and businessmen are colluding with each other. Coolies are everywhere. Our people's life is too hard. Since the female emperor ascended the throne, she said that she would give us peace and prosperity. However, the capital remains the same as before, and even the Black Tiger gang, they don't care. A man in the crowd yelled. The rest of the group yelled along. It seemed that Su Qiu's ability to easily crush the Tiger Guard general was their greatest strength. That's why they had the guts to cry out about the recent injustices in the capital and let Su Qiu preside over justice. Du Hongqiang, who heard the people's voices, his expression became very odd. If it was usual he would have let people copy his family. Now that Su Qiu was here, he could only bellow. You unruly people, what are you blindly yelling about? His flooding voice echoed through the streets, and the crowd was deafened. The people who were shouting shut up and did not dare to say anything. However, Su Qiu called out to him. It seems that your governance is really average, and the people of the capital are close to revolting. No wonder, after the hero became a big official, he was able to quickly gain the popularity of the people. So it turns out that the Dacian dynasty is really rotten to the bone, making the people's grievances boil over. The female emperor is also empty of the word emperor. but has nothing worthwhile to say. He had only done one good deed in the capital, and he was remembered by the people until now. Suffice it to say that the capital has come to an extremely dangerous situation. However, this may have something to do with the governance of the Empress. Although Qin Tian ascended to the throne, she was nowhere near as capable as Wu Zetian of the Great Tang. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than a poor imitator into a similar dynasty of the Great Song. But of course, there was no such dynasty as the Great Tang in the ancient times of this world, much less the two Songs. When Du Hongchang heard this, he immediately fawned and said, "Lord Little Elder is right." Du Hongzhi immediately led the way, and the Imperial guards were embarrassed at the moment. They had originally copied the family, but now they had become Su Qiu's guards for them, showing them the way. Qin Reed and Qin Yuma heard this heartfelt voice, and always felt that Su Qiu seemed to really intend to change the Empress. However, they still followed behind Su Qiu as the carriage slowly traveled towards the palace. Qin Qingwen and Li Liao looked dumbfounded. Li Liao muttered, "Are we going to follow them?" Qin Qingwen felt that his worldview collapsed. It turned out that in the face of absolute strength, imperial power was not so lofty, much less like the Son of Heaven in people's mouths. He listened to Li Liao's voice and slowly nodded his head. "Let's go. Anyway, the Qin mansion has been sealed off, so we can't go back for the time being." So the two of them followed the carriage. At this time, the rich old man shouted, "Lu Yao, father is here, quickly come to save father." He was still being escorted by the imperial soldiers, and because no one in the room cared about him, he was ignored. When Li Liao saw Master Fugue, she pursed her red lips. Her face carried a few points of sadness, especially recalling that before, Master Fugue had directly severed his relationship with her in order to protect himself. Li Liao was very heartbroken. Even though people have the instinct to avoid harm, being a parent and saying those words that Fong just said had severely hurt her heart. When encountering bad things, think of leaving children aside. When encountering good things, are shameless. Especially also promised her to the Blackfish County every day to play with women's playboy. She had gotten cold feet. Li Liao gritted her teeth, wiped her tears, and gathered her courage. "Aren't you enmity with your daughter? You are no longer Lu Yao's father now." "Sorry." After saying that, she followed Qin Qingwen's footsteps. The rich lord looked at their departing backs and regretted immensely. Had he known that Su Qiu was so powerful, he shouldn't have fallen out with his daughter, much less beat up the lovebirds. Inside the Imperial City, under the leadership of Du Hongchang, he entered the Imperial City unhindered. Du Hongchang pointed to a road. "This is the one heading to the Empress. Does your lordship want to go here?" "I'm just looking for Arigato Huna. Don't make me say it a second time." Su Qiu looked at him with cold eyes, a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Du Hongchang's cold sweat came down, and his behind was drenched in cold sweat. Hastily, he nodded. "Yes, Lord Little Elder." They were then taken to another road. As he went deeper, the surrounding secret guards became more and more numerous, as if it were a forbidden part of the palace. Upon walking to the heel of a huge compound, a man in a general's costume stood guard on the avenue leading to the compound. Several of the surrounding soldiers were not weak. All of them were well equipped and of a higher rank than the Imperial guards. When the man saw the visitor, he shouted, "Who is it? If you don't have an order from His Majesty, you will be killed if you take another step." Tiger Guard General Du Hongchang's cold sweat flowed out when he saw this person, but he was still calm and collected. "Old Black, we are brothers for a time. I don't need an order from His Holiness if I bring someone in, right? Who with you, brother, a game?" The man named Old Black laughed coldly, his face full of banter. "You are just a thick skin, sitting in the general position just, without the Saint's oracle. Even my own mother cannot pass." "Old Black, the Saint is only listening to the State Master. And now that you and I are both working for the State Master, there's no need to make things so difficult for me, is there? I don't care who the Saint listens to. Anyway, the State Master said that without the Saint's handwritten order, you're not allowed to go in. I'm going to tell you one more time. You better let us through or your little life is on the line." Du Hongchang kept giving him glances. However, the other party ignored it as if he hadn't seen it. "It's useless even if the King of Heaven comes." When he finished the sentence, Su Qiu was about to make a move when he did. Qin Ri gently pulled his hand. Her vermilion lips slightly opened. "Let the concubine come." After saying that, she held the cold iron gun that Su Qiu had gifted her in her hands and slowly walked to the crowd. When the man named Old Black clearly came, the expression is quite surprised. General Qin, spinning around, he looked at Du Hongchang and said angrily, "Who told you to bring them in? Aren't they the sons of chaos?" "Du Hongchang, but you did a good job. What a racket." Before he could finish his words, an icy voice rang out. Qin Reed appeared in front of him in a flash, and a cold gun emitted a ghostly silver light. The man, being a first-rate expert, raised the long blade in his hand with a quick eye. trying to fend off an attack, but in the next moment, he realized that the long blade in his hand suddenly shattered and broke into two folds, and immediately after that, a bloody scar appeared on his neck as well. He said incredulously, "What kind of weapon is this? It's so hard." A whirlwind vision flipped and his head dropped to the floor. Chen Reed shook off the blood stains of the lance in her hand. When the surrounding soldiers saw this, they were looking at each other at the moment. None of them dared to go forward to stop them. After all, their general was killed by a single move. Go! Chen Reed gave a brief cry. Su Qiu stepped towards the largest courtyard. Xin Yuma followed closely behind him, and even Du Hongchang was equally respectful, like a pug, following his tail. The surrounding soldiers stood close to the wall and put away the horizontal swords in their hands. After they left, a soldier wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and ran out in a whirlwind, and shouted inside the palace, "It's bad. General Chen has returned and even broke into the Crescent Moon Pavilion's quarters." 147. The soldier's voice carried throughout the palace. At the same time, it also caught the attention of certain people, such as Gu Tianshou, the chief minister of the dynasty. He heard the voice and frowned slightly. I guess Chen Reed is going to fight to the death, but her force should not be underestimated. He casually instructed the people below him to mobilize the Forbidden Army as well as the Imperial Guards to surround Chen Reed. Of course, in the name of preventing her from harming the Emperor. At this moment, a man who looked like a man and a woman, with a somewhat shrill voice, said in a frivolous tone, "It's just a jumping clown. Minister Gu, why are you nervous? Chen Reed's strength is not weak. She comes from the Green Luan Valley, once suppressed the rebel border. She is with their own strength. Take the head of the thief head," Gu Tianshou explained, and sat on the coffee table, grinding tea froth for each other. A cup of freshly scented tea was brewed with the tea ceremony and placed at his heels. Liao Inda, full of unconcern, raised her teacup and stretched her nose to sniff gently. "So what? The Holy Maiden of the Crescent Moon Pavilion will be able to take care of her." Gu Tianshou sniffed with some concern and said, "State Master, now that the Crescent Moon Pavilion is in our hands, but the Crescent Moon Pavilion Master has been unwilling to obediently submit. If we support the Holy Maiden, I'm afraid that their Grand Elder won't be able to suppress the Pavilion Master. Much to worry about." Liao Inda took a sip and smacked her lips. "That guy was poisoned by me. His cultivation is sealed, and it's more than enough for the Grand Elder of the Crescent Moon Pavilion to suppress her." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with a wave of contempt. That smile was good-naturedly paranoid. At this time, those who learned of this news also included Elan, who was under house arrest in the depths of the palace, wearing the princess's green dress. She was surrounded by courtesans who watched her closely, and many of the women were from the witch sect. When Elan heard the news that Chen Reed had returned and trespassed into the palace, couldn't help but shake his head. "It's a pity. It's useless." The whole of Deqian Etian nowadays. Her expression was sad, like that of a disgruntled woman locked within the high walls of a deep courtyard. For Chen Reed to show regret. The courtyard that Su Qiu was heading to was also the cold palace of the Imperial Palace, seat of the consort who resides out of favor. Inside a dilapidated scene, and occasionally see one or two crazy women. Once graceful and luxurious palace clothes have long been torn to pieces, like tattered willow floss. The woman's delicate face had also faded, and was now just a remnant of a flower. These people are crazy, sometimes laughing at the sky, sometimes crying at a wall. There were even some maniacal ones that directly hugged the willow tree and kept chattering, "Please Emperor, favor me. My concubine will give you dragon children. Many, many dragon children." If someone were to pass by this place, I'm afraid they would be so scared that they wouldn't be able to move a step. Fortunately, after Inqin Tian became an empress, she didn't fill her harem into the cold palace, so there weren't many people in the cold palace. At this point, in the deep courtyard of the cold palace, Huna Arigato sat quietly at her makeup table, looking at himself in the bronze mirror. He heard the commotion outside thoughtfully. At this moment, the old man sitting in the gazebo outside the compound gave a dry cough. Immediately, in a vicissitude voice, he said, "There's no need to struggle anymore. Huna, now that the situation has been finalized, no one will be able to save you. Is that so?" Huna Arigato picked up a hairpin and played with it in front of the bronze mirror. "Being gullible can be your undoing." Wu Haito, humph, Wu Haitao snorted coldly, full of concern. "A light enemy? Dare I ask where the enemy is? Is it just by virtue of that little girl from the Qin family?" See the silence of the people in the room. He was nonchalant as he continued. "The little Qin clan girl has already been removed from the Green Luan Valley, and now she's completely alone and struggling to protect herself. So how could she possibly save you? She may not even win over Zhao Huoling, Chen Reed but Zhongzhi realm guys. Relying on his Crescent Moon Pavilion Saintess Zhao Huoling alone, he could deal with it." At this time, the courtyard floated to a person. "Yes, the eldest elder is right. Chen Reed is not my opponent at all. Floating down that person is a woman wearing a palace satin plain snow silk dress. The appearance is quite chic. Phoenix eyes, delayed eyebrow, slender waist. Just her bad smile. People cannot afford to have pity. She was seen carrying Aoba, who had fallen into a coma. Casually, he flung it across the yard, and it rolled up in a cloud of smoke. The unconscious Chen's clothes are wrinkled. His face is also covered with dust. His forehead is knocked out, a blood scar. His face and neck are stained with blood, and his breathing is even weaker. Huna Arigato heard the noise and came to the yard, and found Aoba lying on the ground, in a coma. She was so frightened that she didn't even care about the etiquette and hurriedly ran, squatted down, lifted Chenyi up and placed him in her arms, and hurriedly shouted, "Chenyi, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" Her call, however, did not wake Aoba up. Arigato Huna's heart lifted. Seeing her deflated appearance, Zhao Huoling sneered a few times and casually said, "Don't worry, she didn't die. I only looked for her to accompany the practice. I didn't expect this guy to be so unbreakable." 5 strokes made her unconscious. Boring, really boring. Zhao Huoling stood on the courtyard wall and watched the pavilion master get defeated. She became happier and happier and her smile grew brighter and brighter. A very evil laugh echoed through the courtyard. Arigato Huna clenched her white teeth, her eyes glaring at Zhao Huoling with a deadly glare. "If you have the ability, come at me. What's the point of laying hands on a slave girl?" Ha ha ha. Zhao Huoling's laughter was unrestrained, her eyes looking at her with contempt. Who told this girl to be ungrateful? Plotting something outside the palace. I'm giving her a little lesson, or else she'll forget that she's a subordinate as well. You. Arigato Huna was so angry that she wanted to use her strength and fight her to the death. But just at the moment she moved her vigor, a sharp pain spread from the bottom of his heart, and his tendons felt as if they were locked up. A mouthful of black blood spewed out from Aegean Huna. Her body was even more uncontrollably trembling due to the pain, her bright hand covering her dreary chest. Ha 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 ha, Pavilion Master is still really funny, Zhao Huoling screamed eerily, and the eyes narrowed. If, in fact, Arigato Huna did make a move, she might not be able to resist opening a few slashes on the Pavilion Master's body. With such beautiful skin, a few scratches should look good, right? I advise you to die of this. At this time, Crescent Moon Pavilion Grand Elder Wu Haitao's voice rang out. You've been poisoned by the sorcerer's sex severe poison, unless you have their antidote. Otherwise, you won't be able to use your strength chi in this lifetime. Arigato Huna clenched her red lips and her hands tightened as she looked at Aoba, who had fallen into unconsciousness. Her eyes, once high and proud, were now slightly red. There was a nameless anger in his heart but nowhere to vent it. Despair spread in her heart as she watched the 2 enemies who had taken the power from her hands, now laughing at her in this place. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out. Arigato Huna, I didn't expect you to be so much weaker that you can't even protect the Chen family. This voice rang out, immediately causing the expressions of the few people present to be surprised. The girls looked up, just found the roof of the main house. Suchio then sat on his butt on the tiles, surveying everything in front of him with interest. Outside the compound there was also Chen Yuma, who was anxiously jumping to her feet, exasperatedly shouting, "Brother-in-law, why did you run there?" It's a rare sight to see Hyuna suffer, especially when you're watching a movie. Once only the hero could see it. Although Suchio's heart was thinking so, her mouth said, "The scenery over here is good." Shin Umo rolled her eyes at him. The thin lips also muttered, "Just love to see others make a fool of themselves. Do you still need to find such a lame excuse?" Chen Reed also gently stroked her forehead. Her expression was helpless. Before her husband and son-in-law was very stable and silent, but now there is a feeling of letting himself go. It seemed that after coming out of the Green Luan Valley, the whole person became so-so. Both Wu Haitao and Zhao Huoling were surprised. When did he go overhead? X2, 148. Wu Haitao and Zhao Huoling were shocked. It was amazing that they didn't even notice when they were being ridden over silently. However, both of them sensed Suchio's strength and actually only a first-rate expert, so both of them mistakenly thought that Suchio should possess some sort of ghostly stance. Wahedo's low voice laughed. "Little friend, how did you get up there? And why don't you come down and have a seat and a cup of tea when you're here?" Looking at his very nuclear kind expression, Suchio shook his head. Then ignoring him, he looked at Huna Arigato. "How were you poisoned?" "Elder of the witch sect, now the state master of Diqian." Arigato Huna hugged Aoba tightly. "With the help of a traitor. He struck while I wasn't looking." "Understood." The witch sect's vice lord, as well as their elders, all had good strength. Basically at the super sovereign realm, it was normal for Huna Arigato to suffer. After all, the Crescent Moon Pavilion wasn't an ironclad group internally. Besides, with the emerging power of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, the only one whose strength was equal to that of the Witch Door Elders was the Pavilion Master. When Wu Haitao saw that Su Qiu had completely ignored him, his face was horribly gloomy. The creased eyelids narrowed, staring tightly at Su Qiu. Little friend, it's not good to sit too high all the time. Falling down will hurt. Even Zhao Huoling looked at him with a playful look, as if she was about to make a move. However, Qin Reed opened the gate of the courtyard and stepped in with the gun in her hand. With a light pace, Zhao Huoling's eyes saw the visitor and let out a cold smile. You're that General Qin who's in the ascendancy in Diqian? Qin Reed swept a glance at her and nodded gently. And no talking. Instead, Zhao Huoling laughed playfully. It's better to be known than seen. It's quite difficult to run into you. As she spoke, a thin sword appeared in her hand at some point, a slender blade that gleamed in the sunlight, emitting a ray of cold light. Combined with her white-as-paper face and that inexplicably evil smile, it was indescribably strange. Suddenly, her vertical leap, as if falling downwards like a shooting star, holding the thin sword tightly in his hand. His eyes were very bloodthirsty. His body slammed into the ground in the void. It rolled up in a cloud of smoke. Zhao Huoling didn't talk about martial arts and made the first move. When the smoke cleared, Qin Reed did not get hit. It was a gun that came out like a dragon. The tip of the cold iron gun against the tip of Zhao Huoling's sword, forcing her thin sword to bend and deform. And in the end, the thin sword couldn't take it anymore, and it bounced Zhao Huoling out. She landed gently on the top of the wall without any change in her expression and playfully laughed. General Qin really lives up to his name. It's really powerful. I wonder if it's durable. Her eyes carried endless killing intent, as well as a thick battle intent. At the same time, the one with killing intent was Wu Haitao. Two prongs broke out of the cuffs like a steel nail, and the head of the prongs was extremely sharp, like a sharp silver needle. It was about 3 feet long and held up rather majestically with both hands. However, Su Qiu slowly dropped down from the eaves and walked step by step to Arigato Huna. Although his eyes looked at her, his mouth turned to Wu Haitao and said, "It's not me who is your opponent, but her." Wu Haitao sniffed and laughed coldly. She can also be my opponent? She was poisoned by the realm, and now she's just an ordinary person. A little bit of poison, and you guys are talking so much about it? Su Qiu spoke in a relaxed tone. Arigato Huna looked up at him in surprise, her vermilion lips lightly opening. You have a way to cure the poison? Simple. Su Qiu spoke gently. It only takes 10 seconds to detoxify. These are mortal toxins, and as long as one cultivates Reiki, one is virtually immune to these toxins. When Wu Haitao heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This poison even the old man can't do anything about it. And you, a brat, can solve it? He then looked at Su Qiu with contempt and said in a tone of an elder lecturing a junior. It's not always a good thing for young people to be high-minded. However, Huna Arigato didn't hesitate and said, please help me cure the poison. This favor will be remembered by Huna. Wu Haitao's expression was odd when he heard that. Arigato Huna as the Crescent Pavilion's pavilion master actually believed in a brat? Has the world changed? Or has their cabinet master become stupid? Su Qiu ignored the subtle changes on Wu Haitao's face. Sitting cross-legged behind Huna Arigato, he admonished, it might hurt a bit later, so bear with it. Immediately running his power, his palm gently pressed on Huna's delicate back, he could feel a soft touch, warm and moist like water. Then Su Qiu slowly ferried his body's aura into it. Arigato Huna's face showed a slight blush as she felt the touch coming from her back. For a moment, she, who was originally prepared, remained surprised. One could only feel an overbearing and incomparable power, surging into the body, which was even more powerful than the strength gathered in the Dantian, while constantly quenching all the limbs and bones, causing one to enter a metaphysical and mysterious realm. Arigato Huna felt the toxins in her body, extremely fearful of the power. The toxin trembled while being forced out of all the sinews and muscles by this force, eventually converging at one point and then being wrapped out. Wu Haitao saw AG and Huna's original pale face gradually become rosy as the breath inside her slowly leaked out. Wu Haitao was surprised and muttered, this is impossible. The witch door's poison is said to be the best in the world. Very few people are able to detoxify the poison and can't do it so fast. Then his whitened brows furrowed together, as if on guard. No, we can't let him go on. If Huna Arigato regained her strength, it would only be them who would be unlucky. In the next moment, Wu Haitao's legs stomped and leapt, his body suspended in the void, and the prismatic cone rotated with the cone head facing down. He lunged straight at Su Qiu's back, wanting to ruthlessly stab into the other party's shoulder blade. However, the next second, as if a pair of eyes had grown behind Su Qiu, he suddenly threw a violent punch backward. Wu Haitao was unable to dodge in time, and the prism collided with his fist. Wu Haitao had thought that Su Qiu's fist would be torn to shreds, but he saw that the other party's fist was actually emitting a faint blue light, and the moment it collided with the prismatic cone, Wu Haitao felt a huge force coming from the cone. The massive force was too much for him to take in, and in an instant, he was sent flying out, heavily hitting the wall. The high wall of the courtyard was split into pieces. The lime completely fell off, revealing the red bricks inside, and the red bricks also fell to the ground with a bang, so it was evident that the power of the party was huge, enough to smash the thick wall. Wu Haitao spat out a mouthful of old blood, only to feel numbness in his tiger's mouth. His face was caked with grey dust. Wu Haitao gritted his teeth and inquired, "Who exactly is your excellency and why are you involved in this matter?" "Chen Reed is my mother. The Chen family is where I sleep, and now the Chen family has been copied. So why wouldn't I get involved in this?" Su Qiu asked a rhetorical question with a wry smile. Spinning around, he increased his power, and the majestic aura completely surged into Huna Arigato's body. She felt a large amount of toxins gathering in her heart, and then she spat out a mouthful of black blood, and immediately felt her body relaxing. With the appearance of a great illness, Huna Arigato covered her chest and her breath calmed down. When did this guy become so powerful? Completely beyond imagination. In these 2 months, it is estimated that he has encountered certain strange encounters. Su Qiu changed greatly beyond her imagination. Before he left, he was but a third-rate martial artist. Now he was already able to resist super sovereign realm powerhouses. This rate of skyrocketing, it was too light to describe it as a demon. Huna Yukin slowly stood up and gazed earnestly at Xiao Qiu. "This favor, I will remember it for the rest of my life. Let Huna do the rest." P.S. Thanks to book 20240612355_CA for rewarding 1766 reading coins. And thanks to book friend 20240526083325870 for the reward. Thanks to 149. Wu Haitao and Zhao Huoling saw Arigato Hyana who had returned to normal. The expressions all stiffened, dazed and full of disbelief. The poison of the Witch Door Elder can be said to be the best in the world. Only the Witch Door Master can match it. Even Wu Haitao has to deal with it carefully and is very jealous. But such a violent poison actually lasted no more than 10 seconds in Su Qiu's hands before it was completely removed. It's totally unbelievable. Is this Qin mansion made of gold, silver and jewelry? Wu Haitao was shocked and said, "Someone who can be so powerful has stooped to become their son-in-law. Someone as powerful as Su Qiu should be like the Green Luan Valley sect master, free and high above the world, rather than coming to the mortal world. Let's go quickly." Zhao Huoling was bent on escaping at the moment. Her flexible feet, like dragonflies, pranced back and forth on the eaves of the palace. However, she just leaped less than 10 meters away. Chen Reed cold iron gun on the broken tile and out, just like breaking the ground of the bamboo plucked 5 feet high. The next moment to stop her footsteps. "Come when you want to come and go when you want to go?" Chen Reed's tone was cold. "I'm the holy maiden of the Crescent Moon Pavilion," Zhao Huoling said, still lonely and proud. Chen Reed, however, replied lightly, "Who is not yet a holy woman, standing on the path around the cold palace?" Chen Yuma added for her, "My sister is also the holy daughter of Qingluan Valley." Zhao Huoling's eyebrows knitted slightly at the words. "Haven't you already been expelled from the Green Luan Valley? How did you become a holy maiden?" "The witch sect's control of the Green Luan Valley plot has been thwarted, and I'm going back again," Chen Reed replied simply. "Surprisingly, there's still this matter." Zhao Huoling gradually regretted inwardly. Had she known that she wouldn't be involved in this matter? Before her words fell, Chen Reed rushed forward fiercely, and the cold spear that was glowing with cold light headed towards her face. Not weak, Zhao Huoling used her fine sword to fend off with the same madness. For a while there was a clanking sound from the eaves of the house. Sparks were flying, and light feet kept stepping on the tiles. Occasionally a few tiles were broken. While Zhao Huoling was crossing swords with her, he casually threw out an iron ball that blossomed into a purple mist in the air. All she can do today is wait for support. At this moment, within the compound, Huna Arigato was staring at Wu Haitao with a deadpan expression. "Betraying this seat feels pretty good, doesn't it?" She gently placed Yi Qing in the corner, casually took out a dagger from her sleeve, and walked towards Wu Haitao step by step. Wu Haitao looked straight at her as she approached step by step and gritted his teeth. "Since you don't want to make things easy for me, then I'll drag you down with me anyhow." After he spoke, he rushed over, his speed as fast as lightning. The 2 prongs in Wu Haitao's hands carried a whistling air-breaking sound towards Hyun Argyle's clavicle, wanting to pierce through her clavicle and completely suppress her strength. His mouth still said, "Although you've detoxified, you've only just detoxified for a short while, and your breath is still very weak." Wu Haitao had been staring at her in the cold palace for half a month. With such a long period of time in a poisoned state, the body cannot recover instantly and will always be left with the roots of the disease. However, Wu Haitao ideal is very beautiful, but the reality is very bone. As soon as Arigato Huna's dagger slashed through, Wu Haitao realized that the prism had been altered in direction by the impact. He slammed into the wall directly without looking, and the entire wall was crushed by the prongs and collapsed. Arigato Huna had been poisoned for half a month, but her realm hadn't regressed, and she still handily dealt with people in the Zhongshu realm like Wu Haitao. After all, she was separated by a realm difference. What's more, Suchio's strange power nourished her limbs and bones, instantly allowing her to recover 12%. Wahedo saw that his attack had failed, taking advantage of the rolling smoke and dust. The next instant he rode the wall and fled, evading by virtue of the palace's densely packed palatial pathways. Zhao Huoling, who was tightly bitten by Qin Reed, saw this and directly cursed. Elder Wu, you've gone too far, actually going first. I'm sorry, I'm not a match for them either. It would be better for two people to stay, rather than one person to go and ventilate the situation. Wu Haitao said betrayal without the slightest hint of procrastination. It's true that people who live to this age are basically old women who are dry and cunning. None of them are stupid. Zhao Huoling was furious, yet it was this distraction that caused her rhythm to go awry. In one slip, she was picked over by Qin Reed with the cold iron gun, and she fell off the roof defenselessly, landing on her buttocks. Qin Reader multiplied the victory. From the sky, cold iron gun is like a huge thunder, heavily smashed on the ground. Zhao Huoling stiffly toward the side of a leap, want to avoid, but still be affected by the wave. Her back hit the wall and rebounded, and she sat on her butt on the ground, her pale, tender skin breaking out in many bloody cuts. A mouthful of blood was likewise spat out. His body was broken in several places, and it was quite a struggle to lift his fine sword. In the next second, the cold iron gun was against the front of her neck, and Qin Reed said expressionlessly, "You lost." Zhao Huoling looked at Qin Reed and clenched her white teeth with extreme unwillingness. In the end, he helplessly let go of his thin sword and admitted defeat. Wu Haitao, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, muttered, "This world has gone crazy. How can there be such a strong person? We must tell the State Master Lord." Before his words fell, a black shadow in the sky suddenly attacked. Boom! A loud bang rang out in the palace, and it rolled up a sky of smoke and dust, as if a meteor had smashed into the ground. After the smoke and dust cleared, only Arigato Huna's heavy foot was seen, stepping on Wu Haitao. "Did I tell you to run?" Huna Yukin's voice, which was originally like a silver bell, now became low and filled with murderous intent. There was still a bit of aura that Su Qiu had channeled and remaining in her body at the moment. It allowed her body to still be able to maintain a high-intensity fight and take care of Wu Haitao with ease. Only now that her aura was depleted, she gradually returned to a weakened state. But fortunately, at this moment, Wu Haitao was even weaker than her. That blow made Wu Haitao tremble with pain, and his mouth still said incredulously, "You can't possibly have such strength." His eyes widened as his gaze was fully focused on Huna Arigato's body. Before, it was even if Su Qiu was strong, but Arigato Huna had only just entered the super sovereign realm, and should not be too much stronger than him. The peak of the sovereign realm. The world is full of wonders. With a simple sentence, Huna Arigato took out her dagger and prepared to chop off all the meridians of Wu Haitao's limbs, erasing his lifelong cultivation strength. However, just as she was about to make her move, 3 slender poisonous needles shot out as fast as bullets. Huna Arigato felt a dark sense of misfortune in her heart. Immediately, he dodged towards the side, and with a flash, he was able to avoid the 3 poisonous needles. At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice appeared, "Abolishing my allies. That's not very nice. This kingdom master will easily lose faith." Arigato Huna looked at the sound, only to see a silhouette slowly appeared on the palace road, wearing purple brocade clothes, hands also held up a fan, also like a scholar, also like the palace eunuch. This person is the current state councillor of Great Chen, Liao Inda. Only, when he saw the return to normal Arigato Huna, his expression was quite surprised as he said, "You actually recovered. This is a little too much out of this state master's expectation." Huna Arigato's eyes were dead set on him, but she didn't dare to take a step forward. At this time, Wu Haitao, who had slowed down, rolled and crawled to his side. "Lord State Master, you're finally here. If it was a little later, I guess I would have to fold here." He had expected State Master Liao Inda to comfort him a few times. Unexpectedly, Liao Inda closed his folding fan and gently spat out, "You can't even look after her. You're really a waste." Wahedo, his heart was so depressed, but he dared to be angry but not dare to say anything. After all, the State Master Liao Inda's strength was above him. As they speak, ta-da-da-da, the sound of heavy footsteps and the clanging of metal on metal grew clearer and clearer inside the cold palace, only to see a large number of Imperial guards suddenly appear around the corner. They wore heavy armor and held heavy steel spears as well as horizontal swords in their hands. A rough man clasped his fists and knelt on one knee. "Lord Master of the State, the last general has surrounded the cold palace. P.S. Thank you for the 588 coins rewarded by Red. What's up? 150. The crowd is facing off in the cold palace. Princess house in the palace. And Lan heard the movement coming from the cold palace, and there was some doubt in her eyes. What happened in the end? Why did Chen Reed go to the cold palace first? She didn't know that Huna Arigato was under house arrest in the cold palace. Just then, there was the sound of eager footsteps outside the door. It turned out to be her younger sister, Ansinyu, who barged in, and when the other party saw her, she subconsciously said, "Sixth Imperial brother." Halfway through her words, an Xinu saw the princess costume on Lan before she hastily changed her words. "Sixth Imperial sister. I've heard that the flunky from the Chen family has returned and is heading to the cold palace with General Chen, and it seems that the state master is rounding them up." Anlin was quite surprised at what he heard. "How did you get the news?" "Xiao he told me. I heard that. When Mr. Su came back, he took them with him and went straight to the palace, and the Tiger Guard general became a defeated dog under them." And Sinyu explained in detail. "Even the Tiger Guard general is no match for them?" And Lan's expression was surprised, flickering her luscious eyes. Inside, it felt like they were in trouble. To actually lay hands on the Tiger Guard general was tantamount to declaring war on the entire Imperial Forest Army, so it was no wonder that the state master wanted to round them up. And Lan felt that even if Chen Reed was stronger, she would not be able to defend herself against the entire Imperial Guards of the capital as well as the Forbidden Army. Not to mention the fact that the State Master himself was already incredibly strong and was able to suppress the Crescent Moon Pavilion Master. No, it's too dangerous. This king, this princess is going to rescue them. And Lan had originally thought that she was the crown prince. However, half a month ago, her woman's identity was dismantled. Subsequently, under the fierce opposition of the chief minister of the dynasty, the Empress in Qin Tian was forced to abolish the crown prince and install the 11th royal brother, who was only 6 years old, as the new crown prince, and even turned her into a political tool for the peace treaty. The Empress was ineffective even if she was unwilling because, behind the richest man of the dynasty was the state master. "Help me stop them!" And Lan shouted, then lifted her skirt and directly leapt down from the window, heading towards the direction of the cold palace. Those maids who were about to catch up, and Sinyu reached out to stop them. "If you dare to take a step forward, don't blame me for doing it." And Sinyu didn't know when, but a dagger appeared in her sleeve. The sword skills that Su Chiu had taught her earlier were just able to come in handy now. And Xinu prayed in her heart as she confronted the maidservant who was dedicated to watching them. "Sixth sister, you must save Mr. Su." The master of the state led the Imperial guards to surround the cold palace. The entire palace remained calm as usual. After all, they all believed in the strength of the state master. As long as the state master was in the palace for a day, it was impossible for a major incident to occur. He could suppress it with one hand. So the officials continued to drink tea and chat as usual. Even the empress looks like a puppet, attending court on a daily basis. Listening to the reports of his ministers, he was unable to use the royal power in his hands, and was even at the mercy of the chief minister of the dynasty. However, unbeknownst to them, the situation on the other side was gradually getting out of control. Cold Palace on the Palace Road. When Tiger Guard General Du Hongcheng saw State Master Liao Yinda appear, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hurriedly breaking free from his bonds, he rushed to the feet of the State Master and cried out, "Lord State Master, these people disobeyed the Imperial order and wanted to rebel. And they even beat up the last general like this. It's simply flouting the laws of Diqian." State Master Liao Yinda looked at Du Hongcheng, who had been beaten to a pig's head, and said with a face full of disgust, "What's the use of having you? You can't even handle this little thing. It's a waste of my cultivation." The rough man in black armor beside him said with the same tone of extreme disdain, "Lord State Master is right. You are truly disgracing our Imperial Forest Army." Du Hongcheng sniffed and cried, commiserating, "They are too strong. The old black who was guarding the cold palace before was knifed by them. It's good enough that I'm alive." The rugged man looked down the palace road and saw a headless corpse not far away. The blades in the hands of the headless corpses broke in two. They believed Du Hongcheng's words. But still, he cursed the waste. National Master Liao Yinda looked out at Huna Arigato and narrowed his eyes with a smirk. "Crescent Pavilion Master, you're going a bit too far. Killing a person from Great Qian. This is defying the majesty of the royal family." Arigato Huna said with the same cold smile, "The whole of Diqian is under your control. Where is the royal majesty?" No, I'm just helping Diqian to become stronger. The royal family also needs a state master to sit in on them, don't they?" Liao Yinda sophistically said. "After all, without the state master sitting in on them, to you, they are just lambs to be slaughtered." "Poof, you're just making excuses." Arigato Huna snorted coldly. However, just as they were conversing, slap, There was a sudden burst of applause. Liao Yinda and Arigato Huna both looked back, only to see Suchio strolling idly, but also applauded. And then I do not know where to find a matza, and a butt to sit on it, watching from the sidelines, and said, "You guys go ahead." But Liao Yinda looked dumbfounded. Even Du Hongchang and the black-armored man were similarly stunned as they watched. This could no longer be described as arrogance. It was simply not putting the crowd in their eyes. Now that the battle had come to this, there was actually a mood to sit on a matza and watch a play. A look that could easily cause public anger. State Master Liao Yinda's brows furrowed, feeling like he was being defied. At that moment, da-de-day, footsteps sounded, only to see in the distance. Xin Reed carried Zhao Huoling step by step. Zhao Huoling's face was covered in bloodstains, his clothes were broken and covered in black dust, and his eyes were lifeless, like a shell that had lost its soul and was being carried by the other party. When Xin Reed came to Suchio's side, she stopped, casually threw Zhao Huoling aside, and also watched the show with Suchio. Crescent Pavilion Master and Witch Sect Elder. I don't know who was more powerful, one with poison, one with a sword. There is some expectation. Huna Yukin heard Seo Aki's heart. The already bad mood got even worse. She slowly retreated to Suchio's side and said with an expressionless face, "The power chi in my body is exhausted and I'm no match for him. So I'll leave it to you guys." Suchio looked at her with suspicion. "Are you really not able to do it? Or are you faking it?" He was trying to watch the play himself, but the heroine went straight down, and the play was not to be watched. It is sobering. Arigato Huna clasped her hands on her chest and said rather depressedly, "What do you think? I was poisoned for half a month, and now that I've just recovered, my strength is less than half of what it was at its peak. Where's the aura I ferried to you? Used up." Suchio slowly got up. Liao Yinda's strength was not weak. The peak of the super sovereign realm, not far behind Xiahou Zongxing, who had previously infiltrated Qinghuan Valley as an undercover agent. If Huna Arigato said that she couldn't deal with him, then it was assumed that there was no one present who could deal with him either. Xin Reed was slightly worse than some fire. After all, she was only at the Zongshi level. Suchio got up and moved his muscles. Wu Haito said to Liao Yinda, "Lord State Master, don't belittle him. He is the one who cured the poison on Arigato Huna." Du Hongchang also chimed in, "Lord State Master, I was also injured by him. This guy is very strong." Liao Yinda sniffed but laughed coldly, especially noticing that Suchio's strength was only at the peak of the first class, bordering on the sovereign level, which he did not place in his eyes. "Don't worry, he may have accidentally detoxified Huna Arigato, or even if his strength reaches the sovereign level, but so what? The gap between realms can't be wiped out with a bypass." Liao Yinda spoke while looking at Suchio as if she was looking at a corpse. A silhouette stumbled in the Imperial army, which made its way out of the crowd. The gray-headed Lan, who did not know what had just happened, was nervous and cried out, "Lord Master of the State, leave your men alone." 151. And Lan's sudden appearance took the crowd present by surprise, especially the one that came out of her mouth. Even more so, the State Master Liao Yinda's brows were furrowed, and then he grimaced and said in a deep voice, "Princess Lan, this place isn't suitable for you to come to. Quickly go back." Lan was relieved when he saw Suchio's figure and realized that he was still alive and kicking. Only then did he raise his head to look at Liao Yinda. "Lord State Master, this matter, I feel that the Qin mansion has something else going on, and does not need to make a big deal out of it." She then wanted to preserve the Qin mansion, but of course what she wanted to preserve even more was Suchio. She had been favored by him before. However, Liao Yinda sneered, "Princess Lan, in a matter of days you will be marrying the second prince of North Vietnam. It is extremely inappropriate to think so much about other men in your heart. It would not be good if the prince went mad." When Lan heard his voice, especially when he said that he would marry the Emperor of North Vietnam, her petite body trembled and she took a slight step back. The feet shrank as well. The expression seemed fearful and his eyes were averted. Now the Prince of North Vietnam is in this mission and will marry her in a few days. She was still trying to move away from the State Master when she was racked up by the Imperial soldiers and escorted her. No matter how much she struggled, it was useless. The State Master Liao Yinda saw this but laughed coldly and then added a sentence. "Whether he has a hidden agenda or not, anyone who is not on my side should not exist in this world." His voice was extremely arrogant, and contempt was even dripping from his words. And Lan pursed her lips, her white teeth biting together. And yet there is nothing to be done about it. The State Master Liao Yinda was telling the truth. With his strength he was strong enough to subvert the entire court. Therefore, no one could stop him. He could kill whoever he wanted. But the words of the State Master had not long fallen. Another round of applause. And Lan followed the sound and found Suchio revealing an approving gaze and clapping extremely loudly. When everyone was looking at him, Suchio opened his mouth unhurriedly. "I extremely agree with your point of view. If it's not my camp, its heart will be different. The surrounding people had odd expressions, as if they were looking at fools. The Master of State is going to kill you, and you still agree with him. It's either a brain fart or a brain fart. Well, like when your enemy is trying to kill you and you actually praise him for a good kill and clap your hands. It's incomprehensible. Anlan also blared at Su Qiu and kept giving him blares. However, Su Qiu continued to applaud mindlessly as if he hadn't seen it. Liao Yinda looked at him with disdain and said wistfully, "So you are prepared to die?" Su Qiu looked at him suspiciously, confused, and inquired, "How did I die? What was the offense?" Liao Yinda felt that this guy was just pretending and kept challenging his lower limits. His expression became gloomy as he said word for word, "This State Master will make your life worse than death." As soon as the words left his mouth, his hand immediately lifted. 2 steel needles with poison shot out, like discharged bullets, so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. All of them were heading straight toward Su Qiu's face. Su Qiu also gently raised his hand, and then he clamped the poisonous needles and snorted, "It seems that your strength is not strong." As he spoke, he threw the poisonous needles out, and the target was not State Master Liao Yinda, but Du Hongchang, who had shown them the way earlier. The speed of the poisonous needle was extremely fast, again difficult to catch with the naked eye, and instantly arrived in front of Du Hongchang. Du Hongchang's eyes widened, and it was too late for him to dodge. Just as he raised his hand, the poisonous needle had already disappeared into the center of his eyebrow, and the poisonous needle didn't pause as it continued to head towards the Imperial soldiers behind him. Put! In an instant, blood mist appeared on the heads of several people, who then collapsed to the ground. Du Hongchang also covered his forehead with an unusually painful expression, his originally copper-brown skin gradually turning black as the venom seeped into his body. He stretched out his hand, his voice trembling, "State Master, save me." But Liao Yinda said expressionlessly, "I don't save trash." Du Hongchang sniffed even more desperate, foaming at the mouth, extremely unwillingly covering his forehead and falling to the ground. If he had known this, he would have continued to be Su Qiu's captive, and it was true that wallflowers were the first to be killed. At this moment, when the surrounding Imperial Guard saw this, they all had the intention to retreat. The Tiger Guard general was killed in an instant, and several of his companions died. The Chen family flunky in front of him didn't look weak. The rough man in black armor, taking a look at all the Imperial Forestry Army soldiers all taking a step back, bellowed, "There is only one person on the other side. What are you afraid of?" The voice echoed in the cold palace, and the Imperial Guards then stabilized their minds a little. The State Master Liao Yinda did not care about Du Hongchang's death. After all, Du Hongchang was just a dog he kept in Chen. Besides, he hated such wallflowers just as much, but it didn't stop him from taking this matter to task. "No one can kill my people in front of me. You're considered the first. You've got guts." Liao Yinda finished his sentence. In the next instant, the figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared in the crowd's field of vision, it was already at Su Qiu's heels, and 2 poisoned daggers had appeared in his hands at some point. About 2 feet long and incomparably sharp, Liao Yinda was like a praying mantis, fiercely attacking Su Qiu. The dagger was like the scythe of the god of death. Not only did it swing extremely fast, making it difficult to catch the dagger figure. Moreover, Liao Yinda's aura was incredibly strong, and with each swing of his blade, he could hear the sound of the air being cut through, carrying a forceful chi that scraped the skin of the red wall. If an ordinary person were to get close, it was estimated that their body would already be in pieces before they even made contact. Wu Haitao, who had been hiding behind him, gloated, "If the State Master makes a move, this guy is not far from death." He then stared viciously at Huna Arigato as well, clenching his fists. The injuries on his body were all caused by Huna Arigato. When Su Qiu was struck down and the Chen house was completely destroyed, he would ask the State Master to give him the chance to kill Arigato Huna with his own hands. Even the rugged man in black armor clasped his hands on his chest, looking like as long as the master of the country makes a move, he will win. Only Lan's face was ashen, feeling that Su Qiu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape today. However, as the crowd flooded with different thoughts, Su Qiu's playful voice rang out, "Is this the strength of the great Qian State Master? It seems that your witch sect is also out of talent, presuming to control great Qian to become your vassal." Seeing Su Qiu swaying with his hands behind his back, his pace was nimble, prancing back and forth within the narrow palace hallways, sometimes sidestepping, sometimes bowing, each time precisely avoiding Liao Yinda's attacks. At that moment, Liao Yinda, who was on fire from his play, gritted her teeth. "Don't you dare underestimate me." Immediately, he raised his hand and a large number of poisonous needles appeared on his sleeve, sealing off all the retreating paths towards Su Qiu. The sharp dagger likewise did not stop, cutting through the void, with a whistling wind sound, towards Su Qiu neck cut. Eyes are red like blood, killing red eyes, Unfortunately it was all to no avail. Sucho's body suddenly glowed with a light blue halo, and those poisonous needles that shot out, less than a centimeter away from his skin, came to a halt. It tinkled and fell to the ground. As for the dagger in Liao Yinda's hand, when it was only 2 inches away from Sucho's neck, Sucho reached out and held his dagger. In the next moment, a huge forceful chi poured out, and the poison dagger in Liao Yinda's hand instantly fell apart and shattered, like a hot hand. State Master Liao Yinda witnessed the scene in front of him. His eyes were wide open. His heart was horrified. All of his killing moves were completely cracked, and the other party crushed his dagger with his bare hands. Describing Sucho with a demon is not too much to say. Incredulous, how did you do that? Sucho simply replied back, you guess? Spinning a fierce kick out, Liao Yinda feel the abdomen suffered a heavy blow. Ribs contact with his foot moment break. Internal organs are twisted up. A mouthful of blood gushed out from his stomach, and Liao Yinda spat out a mouthful of blood furiously. The body was like a cannonball, smashing heavily on the opposite side, smashing several Imperial Guard soldiers to death. Silence. The whole place was dead silent. 152. The original high and invincible master of the state, Lord Liao Yinda. Surprisingly, he was heavily kicked by his opponent and flew away. This sudden change of events, the material who could not have predicted, simply shocked off the eyes of the crowd, regardless of whether it was the man in the rugged black armor or the Grand Elder of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, Wu Haitao. When they saw this scene, all of them dropped their jaws in shock and were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The mouth was open wide enough to stuff a goose egg. Liao Yinda, who was high in their hearts, instantly fell into the mortal world, as if telling the crowd that even gods bleed. Liao Yinda was a god in a bleeding state at the moment, his invincibility broken. The once sixth prince, now sixth princess and Lan was equally jaw-dropped. Mr. Su, when was he so powerful? And Lan smacked his lips, clear eyes looked straight at, smashed into the pile of people. The state master. She was worried about Su Qiu before, but now she should be worried about whether or not the state master would get his ass kicked too much. She twisted her head to look at Su Qiu standing on the opposite bank. The guy remained on cloud 9, as if he had done something insignificant, but it was no small thing for the crowd. However, Lord State Master entered Dakian with the North Vietnamese delegation, and then he took control of the Dakian court in the name of the witch sect. In particular, the chief minister of the dynasty colluded with him and was a completely powerful force, with almost all ministers falling in line with them. Liao Yinda thus obtains the position of the state master and shows horrible means to put Huna Arigato under house arrest, and even in Lan's own identity is exposed. And with a thunderous sweep, the state master instantly eradicated the diehard faction in the military. Under the combined efforts of the chief ministers of the current dynasty, they control the imperial and forbidden armies of the capital. Therefore, the state master was an invincible monster to her. Now, Liao Yinda was kicked in the face and his myth was shattered. At this moment, even Huna Arigato, who was standing not far from Su Qiu, took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, "When did you become so strong?" "I encountered some strange encounters and suddenly became stronger," Su Qiu explained simply. "Which has what strange encounter?" "This was originally a little bit of my strength, now recover a little bit just." Su Qiu was modest on his lips, but inwardly, he complained for a while. The aura of this world was extremely scarce, a completely low martial world, and it would be difficult to recover from its peak. Huna Yukin rolled her eyes when she first heard the explanation and then heard the heartbeat. "I thought to myself, you are afraid of hitting me, so you deliberately said so, but also with such a perfunctory attitude. Angry old lady." As for Qin Reed and Qin Yuma, they are used to it. After all, they had listened to Su Qiu's heart many times, and had long known that he was a very powerful man in his previous life. Cough cough cough. A series of coughs instantly drew the crowd's eyes back into it. Many people looked back at Liao Yinda, only to see him covering his chest and slowly standing up, a strand of blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth and ticking down. Liao Yinda wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and gazed at Su Qiu. "Who are you? I haven't heard of a character like you in this world. I'm just a son-in-law of the Qin family." Liao Yinda was close to spitting out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. Such a strong person was willing to give someone a flunky. Wasn't this an opportunity to taunt him that he was not even as good as an ordinary flunky? It's like mocking him for being weak. Weaker than a dog. Liao Yinda clenched his fists and stared at Su Qiu with a deadly gaze. Arigato Huna twisted her head and swept a glance at Qin Reed, saying with a questioning voice, "Your husband and son-in-law is already so strong. Do you really continue to let him be a flunky? She'll be spat on to death for having such a strong husband and letting people stay as backstabbers." Qin Reed waved his head. "I have already mentioned." He did not agree. Arigato Huna narrowed her eyes and finally spat out, "I hope so. After all, you will only be able to look at him in the future. And if it's to bind him now, I'm afraid there will only be despair for you. Chen Reed thought deeply. I know. She was still able to listen to Huna Arigato's words, even if she was now the holy maiden of Qingluan Valley. But Su Qiu could even defeat a witch sect elder with the lift of his hand. And this holy maiden status of hers didn't have much of a binding power on Su Qiu. The enraged state master, Liao Inda, stomped hard. His figure was like a cannonball, and his palms were tightly clamped with a large number of poisonous needles. I don't believe you don't have any weaknesses. Su Qiu was not a strong person of the celestial realm, and as long as he had not reached that level, he must have weaknesses. Unfortunately, his Jedi counterattack was futile and instead looked like a joke. Seeing that he was still unwilling to admit defeat, Su Qiu casually snatched the cold iron gun in Chen Reed's hand and fiercely exerted his strength, similarly leaping into the void. Like an arrow off the string, it plunged headlong into the other party's impact. Only a thud was heard. Liao Inda was nailed to the floor with a death grip, the cold iron gun running through his chest and finally burrowing into the ground. His hands were covered in blood, the poison needles in his hands were in tatters, and his body couldn't help but tremble. That's when he finally felt fear. Slightly lifting his head, he looked at Su Qiu who was standing in front of him, his gaze a little dull. How did you do this? In the moment of contact, Su Qiu used his lance to break all of his poison needles with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, and then used the lance to penetrate his body, pinning him to the ground with a dead weight. The power chi within Liao Inda's body was also shattered by Su Qiu's foot. He's completely wasted. Su Qiu had a beatific smile on his face, as if he was a member of the Devil's Path. Liao Inda felt that compared to him, he was still a bright and righteous person. Su Qiu then turned his spear. The State Master's 5 viscera and 6 internal organs were stirred up, and after he spat out a mouthful of blood, his head was never raised again, and he was too cool to be penetrated. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. Su Qiu slaying the State Master was completely chopped up and quite easy, and he was not seen to have shed any drop of sweat at all. On the contrary, the State Master failed to kill him even with his best efforts and was killed in return, dying without dignity, like a wild dog. So, guys, still say we rebel? Su Qiu had a warm smile on his face as he swept a glance at the Imperial guards that surrounded them. Wu Haitao and the black-armored man, looking at Su Qiu's gaze, felt as if they were being stared at by evil spirits. At the end, he broke out in a cold sweat. Even his teeth were chattering. Those Imperial Guard soldiers even took a step back, afraid of messing with this killing god. The black-armored man immediately waved his hand. There was no rebellion. There was no rebellion. He didn't want to go down the same path as the State Master. Only Enlon breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile reappeared on his face at the sight of the State Master who had become a corpse. With the death of the Master of the State, she would be relieved and no longer have to be at his mercy. Of course, Su Qiu was so powerful that if he could become the backstage of the Dakian royal family, in the future, Dakian would have even more stamina to wrestle with the witch sect, and even the northern Yu country. As the crowd sweats, an abrupt voice rang out. Princess Enlon, you're going overboard. Seeking a man behind the back of Arbeiyu's envoys. Doesn't Arbeiyu's royal family need dignity? Only to see a figure break out behind everyone in the crowd. A latecomer to the party. When he saw Enlon, he directly cursed, as if he had been cuckolded. The visitor was the second prince of the North Vietnamese country, and the object of Enlan's upcoming marriage. However, his broken voice caused the entire cold palace to fall silent, and everyone looked at him with the eyes of a dead man. 153. The untimely appearance of the second prince of North Vietnam. He himself had no such realization. He was staring at Enlon with a deadly gaze, as if he felt that Enlon was in his pocket. But now, Enlan's heart was hanging on to other men, which made him greatly annoyed. Was about to say another word. Ahem. A sudden dry cough sounded, interrupting the thoughts of the second prince of North Vietnam. His words were gagged at the mouth. Spinning around, he looked at Su Qiu and said viciously, "You are the one who is held by her. This prince doesn't care what relationship you once had. But now." Yet his words had not yet fallen. There was a tap on the shoulder. The second prince of the northern Yu country skimmed his head and found the black-armored man appearing at his side, poking him gently with his hand and giving him a non-stop wink. However, the second prince only returned. "General Wu, what is it?" Even though he is a foreign prince in Dakian, he still uses a condescending tone and is full of concern for the generals of Dakian. The black-armored man wanted to knock him out with a punch at the moment, but he didn't, but said in a morose tone, "Just look at the State Master." The second prince of the northern Yu country swept a few glances in all directions, failing to find any trace of the State Master, and his eyes revealed confusion. It wasn't until he lowered his head that he realized that the person who had fallen to the ground was none other than the State Master. The State Master was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his chest had been pierced through. with a large amount of blood flowing out as he died an extremely unwilling death. The second prince of the North Vietnamese kingdom saw this scene. His body trembled and froze directly in place, eyes stagnant and incredulous. His mouth opened for a long time before he said, "How could Elder Liao fall down?" One must know that the strength of the witch sect's Liao Inda was second only to the sect master and vice-sect master. Regardless of whether it was in North Vietnam or in Dakian, it was a top-level existence, and the only ones who could counteract it were a few elders from Qinghuan Valley. However, he knew that the witch sect had already made a move against the Green Luan Valley, and it was the witch sect's vice-sect master who was in charge of this matter. That's why they, the Northern Yu Kingdom, were emboldened to send an envoy over and even invited the witch sect to join them in controlling the Great Qian capital. Now, Liao Inda, who had just become a national master, was too cold to be penetrated, leaving him shocked, and Lan saw the way he froze in place, and a pain shot through his heart, looking at him with a teasing look. Your so-called state master has fallen, and you still dare to sow your wild oats in our Great Qian. What the hell are you? She practically poured out all the resentment she had been feeling for the past half-month. The second prince of the North Vietnamese kingdom looked at the hateful-eyed Lan. Taken by surprise, his legs weakened, he took a step back, and fell on his butt. The mouth also muttered, "You dare to kill the national master. You are not afraid of the retaliation of the witch sect." But he hadn't finished his sentence, and Lan then had ordered the Imperial guards around him, reaching out, "Take him down." However, the surrounding Imperial guards hesitated. After all, the entire Dakian courtroom was controlled by the North Vietnamese mission, and Lan didn't get angry at this scene and said in a threatening tone, "Now that the state master is dead, if you don't want to be liquidated, listen to me. I was once the sixth prince and now I am the sixth princess of Great Qian." Anlan's words were full of shock. For a moment the Imperial Guard soldiers nodded their heads. Yeah, the state master is dead, and the North Vietnamese mission is incapable of controlling the court. Why are we still listening to them? I'm already holding my breath. So what's the point of listening to other people and raising the sword on our own people? The soldiers of the Imperial Army are talking. The murmur gradually rises. Everyone is fed up with the North Vietnamese mission taking control. A sense of sinful and deep treason. They were pressured to go along with these people before. Now that the master of the state is dead, the crowd is no longer under pressure. The soldiers all stepped forward and escorted the second prince of North Vietnam underneath his body with extremely rough means, making him grimace. He kept roaring, "You dare to press me. Aren't you afraid that Great Qian will go to war with North Vietnam?" And Lan said with righteousness, "If we were to simply go to war, wouldn't we be afraid of you?" This time, Chen is considered to have admitted defeat. The reason is that the North Vietnam actually invited the witch sect. Not only did they put Crescent Moon Pavilion's owner, Huna Arigato, under house arrest, but they incited the Holy Maiden and the Grand Elder within Crescent Moon Pavilion to confront the owner. It is only by colluding with the head minister of the dynasty that the entire court listens to them. As the second prince of the North Vietnamese kingdom was arguing with Lan, Su Chiu walked slowly. Spinning around, he stabbed through the second prince's chest. The sudden scene caused the crowd to freeze. The second prince is even more open mouth, pupils open big avenue. "You even dare to kill this prince What are you not allowed to kill? If you dare to touch the place where I sleep, even the Emperor of Heaven will die." Su Chiu replied with an expressionless face, like a cold-hearted killer. The second prince was indignant as he listened to the other party's contemptuous tone, but in the end, he collapsed unwillingly, bleeding to death. He looked at Lan. When dealing with this kind of person, don't talk too much to him. If you can kill, don't talk. She was completely speechless at the moment. Directly beheading another country's prince was tantamount to declaring war, but she quickly relieved herself. People have taken control of your dynastic hall and even forced your emperor to abdicate. This is already equivalent to declaring war. If not for Su Chiu's presence, Lan was able to affirm that the Great Qian would become a vassal of the Northern Yu state. Anlan looked at him with confused eyes and couldn't help but inquire, "Where to?" "Clear the side of the ruler." Su Chiu spoke lightly, and Lan's eyes lit up at the words. "Many thanks, Mr. Su. I'll ask for credit for you at the Mother Emperor's place." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chiu waved his hand. "No need. You guys don't want to be like this time in the future. Even the royal power is being overridden. And you still need me to help you clean up your hands and tails." Anlan dropped his head and simply said, "I'm really sorry." Su Chiu didn't answer. "We'll return the cold iron gun with Qin Reed." Then slowly toward the direction of the hall. The surrounding Imperial guards no one dares to stop, as looking at the god of kill, far away from hiding. When Su Chiu passed by the man in black armor, with a punch to his face, the black-armored man flew straight backward and smashed several layers of walls with a boom. It finally stopped at a wall, but it was dented and had a large number of cracks like spider webs. The black armor man's face had long been deformed, and his body was broken in many places, choking on his breath, his head hitching down, dying of gas. The surrounding Imperial Guard soldiers, seeing the scene, their legs were even more trembling, constantly swallowing. Even the Grand Elder of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, Wu Haitao, limply paralyzed on the ground. When he tried to escape, he was grabbed by the neck by Huna Arigato and sneered. "You think you can escape?" Wu Haitao's face was instantly ashen, and his eyes were devoid of life. "Han Egyo won't be merciful to a betrayer," Su Qiu said to the many Imperial Army soldiers. "I hate wallflowers, but I can forgive you all nowadays as long as you all obediently listen to the sixth princess." When the Imperial Guards heard this, they immediately knelt down on one knee and cupped their fists towards Enlon. "We will be loyal to His Sixth Highness, spill our blood and throw our heads for His Sixth Highness." Their imposing voices could be heard throughout the cold palace, and Lan's delicate body trembled, and she instantly looked at Su Qiu in shock. "You're going to push me to become the queen?" She is a quick-minded person, and Su Qiu's approach is undoubtedly to make her a yellow robe. Su Qiu simply said, "Your mother wanted me as well as the Qin Palace. I'm already merciful for not killing her, but the Mother Emperor has her reasons. She has no choice." Before Enlon could finish his explanation, Su Qiu raised his hand to interrupt. "No need to explain. She is indeed no longer suitable. No matter the courtroom or the community, she has made a mess. The people of Deqian is even more grievances. If this continues, Deqian without external enemies will also die of internal strife." 154. Listening to his words, the words Enlon wanted to say were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Everything Su Qiu said was true. Her mother was clearly unqualified as a queen and didn't have the drive she should have, since the Mother Emperor ascended to the throne rapidly expanded. Thus, for the most part, it was a cold-hearted look at the infighting of the people under their hands that led to the situation that exists today. Okay, Anlon accepted. Even if she didn't accept it, Su Qiu would oust the Empress and install a new emperor. He possesses such strength. It's a strength that can completely transcend the boundaries of the world's rules. Happy cooperation, Su Qiu said simply. On the Great Qian Palace's main hall, Empress and Qin Tian sat on the throne, listening to the courtiers arguing and arguing. Especially recently, the witch sect had taken complete control of the capital, and the royal family was also under the control of the witch sect. The courtiers were emboldened and did not put in Qin Tian in their eyes in the slightest. At this time, has not been spoken of the dynastic chief minister Gu Tianshou. At this time, and the crowd came out, holding up the tablet, slightly arching his hand and said, "Your Holiness, by the Delizi identified, Qin Reed during the reign, embracing soldiers, Qin Shaolian repeatedly tampered with the holy will. Qin House intends to conspire against the evidence is conclusive, but also hope that your Holiness quickly make a decision." Empress and Qin Tian frowned slightly at her words. She had originally wanted to shelve the Qin mansion. Now that the chief minister of the dynasty had laid the matter out in the open, Empress and Qin Tian was thinking of how to find an excuse to shrug it off. A large number of courtiers came forward, similarly holding up their wats and yelling, "The evidence of the Qin House's intent to conspire against the emperor is conclusive, and I hope that your majesty will make a decision quickly." The voices of the courtiers echoed in the great hall. Empress and Qin Tian sniffed with an odd expression, and this time, there was no way for her to rebuff it, much less dodge it. "In that case, 3,000 miles of exile," the empress said in a deep voice. However, as soon as her words fell, the head counselor of the dynasty shook his head straight and said, "Your Majesty, this is extremely inappropriate. The Qin family is a rebellion, and banishment alone is not enough to deter the curmudgeonly generation." And Qin Tian frowned and asked, "What does the pavilion master want?" Gu Tianshou stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, the whole family should be decapitated. Razor the three clans." He was as imposing as a rainbow, old and strong as he looked, and his voice echoed in the great hall, causing the heartstrings to swell. He continued, "Let the whole world know that this is the price of rebellion." At this time, the dynasty's chief minister Gu Tianshou, with the backing of the state master, the bottom line, the voice are higher than before, too high octave, no longer as groveling as it once was. His voice was deafening. Each of the surrounding courtiers also grew bold and agreed. "Courtier Gu is right. I deeply believe that. I think so too. If it's these petty people, revolts don't need to be a serious offense. I'm afraid there will be others who will follow suit. Your Majesty, think twice." That's right, for the sake of the Great Qian's kingdom, even if the Qin house has more merits, but the crime of rebellion is unpardonable. Your Majesty must not leave 1,000 curses. If the Qin family is lightly offended, the history books will mark His Majesty. Each of these courtiers was resounding. Even the admonition officer, who wanted to make a gesture of dying to make his will clear. The group of ministers is so forceful. Cold sweat broke out on Empress and Qin Tian's white forehead. and for the first time in her long time as emperor, she felt tremendous pressure. However, they have no choice now. No matter whether it is the Imperial Army or the Forbidden Army, they are all in the hands of the Master of State. And the mission of the North Vietnamese country has even extended its hand into the entire court. Nowadays, the courtroom is not the courtroom of Dakian, much less her courtroom. She's going to be forced off the throne any day now. Wanting to preserve the Chen mansion also has the heart to do so. And Chen Tian bit her red lips and finally nodded helplessly before saying, "Pass on my decree." Only she hadn't finished her sentence. Suddenly a sound came from the Great Hall. "Gu Tianshou, are you saying that the Chen family is rebelling? To raise 3 clans? Then how many clans will your Gu family have to move?" The voice was extremely abrupt and extremely harsh to Gu Tianshou, and Chen Tian and the courtiers all placed their gazes on the entrance position of the Great Hall. Only Su Qiu lifted his foot and slowly stepped into the threshold, entering on the hall and walking towards the center of the hall with an old spirit. Behind him, in addition to following Qin Reed, there is also An Lan, Qin Reed and so on, but also followed by a group of Imperial guards. However, the soldiers of the Imperial guards, when they came to the outside of the Great Hall, stopped their footsteps, and they were not allowed to enter without the orders of His Holiness. At this moment, Su Qiu playfully sized up Gu Tianshou. Gu Tianshou's whitened brows furrowed when he saw the visitor. Immediately, he was filled with anger and said, "How dare you, a little flunky, defy imperial authority and speak such treasonous words?" Gu Tianshou was extremely angry that a tiny flunky dared to ride over him and shit on his head. If this matter were to spread, how could he still become a great Qian extreme human minister in the future? Doesn't he want to lose face? Men, the son-in-law of the Qin family broke into the hall with the intent to assassinate His Majesty, drag him out and behead him. The excuse for killing Gu Tianshou, the chief minister of the dynasty, came out of his mouth with exceptional skill. There was no chance at all for Su Qiu to defend himself. However, after Gu Tianshou shouted, the entire hall fell into silence, and no Imperial guards entered to pin Su Qiu out to kill his head, only to see that the Imperial guards outside the hall all remained silent, and the few soldiers who wanted to make a move were held down by other fellow soldiers. For a moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. Some courtiers shouted, "The assassins have come to the Great Hall to commit an assassination. Why don't you and the others come forward and rescue His Majesty? You still want to rebel? Make a new king?" The courtiers had no idea that the winds outside had changed long ago, much less that their state master was dead through and through. Still shouting in the bottom of the air, completely the lapdog of the head minister of the dynasty. Listening to the bored voices of these courtiers, An Lan took a step forward and reached out to stop their words. In a deep voice, he said, "Now, you guys think that the North Vietnam's envoys can back you up, don't you? Or that the State Master Lord can back you up?" An Lan's questioning voice caused the surrounding courtiers to be extremely displeased. Squire Li stepped out of the crowd, holding a what in his hand, but holding his back. "The 6th Prince. Sorry, the 6th Princess, Your Highness. This is not the words. We do not have anyone to support. We are for the people. Not to mention, the princess discusses political affairs is extremely inappropriate. But also please, the 6th Princess do not want to enter the Great Hall again." Another Squire Zhang, who also similarly stepped forward, nodded and said, "Squire Li is right. It is not proper for women to interfere in politics. Do you want the country to be in turmoil?" He meant something else by that. Hearing this, and Qin Tian's willow brows tightly locked together, she could sense that the other party was pointing a finger at her. It was clear that she was saying that the Empress had interfered with the government and that as Empress she had made a mess of the country's governance. But she couldn't say anything now, because she was also a fish on the chopping block, and the entire court was controlled by the current chief minister. She couldn't relieve An Lan. An Lan clenched his white fists tightly when he heard Squire Zhang's words. At this moment she wanted to shout, "Are women really inferior to men? A woman can also be a 1,000-year-old emperor." Unfortunately, when she saw her mother become emperor, indeed will be a mess of governance in Dakian, in order to maintain their own throne, actually cold eyes, watching the court group ministers dog eat dog, so much so that it's out of control now, so she couldn't say. However, right at this moment, Su Qiu suddenly turned his head and called out, "Umo, come here." Qin Yuma took small broken steps and looked rather nervously at the courtiers in the Great Hall who were taking over the people and asked timidly, "What did brother-in-law call Hazumi over for? Draw your sword and kill." Su Qiu spat out 4 simple words. Qin Yuma directly froze in place. It was a bit inappropriate to kill someone above the Great Hall, right? Although Qin Yuma was surprised, he still listened to Su Qiu's words and removed the snake-his sword behind him and lifted the bandage tied to it, revealing the brightly shining sword. He then stayed beside Su Qiu. Su Qiu said as he took a step forward, "Zhang Wenqing, Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, bought and sold officials, received as much as 50,000 taels of silver, and greedily diverted more than 10,000 taels of silver from the government treasury to build a residence for his own family. With the power in his hands, he bought and sold by force, purchasing as many as 200 stores, and, at the same time, appropriating 30,000 acres of the people's fields, and keeping girls in captivity in the mansion for fun and enjoyment. Female dryads. Kill. Su Chou's light sentence. Squire Zhang's face turned pale. A large amount of cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, and his palms and the back of his hands were similarly wet. His eyes filled with panic. Wiping the sweat from the backs of his hands, he shouted sheepishly, "You're slandering!" He was still trying to argue when Qin Yuma had then walked up, holding the snake-kissed sword that glowed with cold light in his hand, and stabbed directly into his chest. Squire Zhang's eyes widened. Covering his chest with both hands, he said incredulously, "How dare you kill a court official? You!" Before his words even fell, he felt his body's strength rapidly drain away, and a large amount of blood seemed to be drained out of his body, causing his skin to dry out. The body likewise shrinks and becomes bone-thin. The blood was sucked clean by the snake-kissed sword. His body trembled, and in the end, his breath caught, and he directly hiccuped and fell to the ground, becoming a dry corpse. When the people present saw this scene, they were all shocked beyond belief, feeling that today's courtroom was beyond expectation. Squire Li, the closest to Squire Zhang, breaking out in curses, he said, "How dare you openly kill courtiers above the Great Hall? Do you want to revolt?" Su Chou didn't care as his voice continued to ring out. Li Zhongju, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, during his reign, in collusion with the chief minister of the dynasty, sent a large number of innocent officials to the dungeon, suppressed dissenters, and by virtue of such power, took a bribe of 23,000 taels of silver. The capital Yamen accepts a large number of cases, without investigation, hastily, collects silver then change the judgment, forcing a large number of people to suffer injustice, especially the sons of the world's families in the capital robbing the people's daughter. Turn a blind eye. The number of women who have been abducted by the fops of the world is 67, and the number of women who have sunk in the river is 32. Su Chou's last word fell. Without hesitation, Qin Yuma raised the sword in his hand and stabbed into his neck. The blood did not soar wildly, but instantly disappeared into the sword, and the originally silver-colored sword gradually became red at this moment. A furious aura made the entire courtroom very depressing. Su Chou just lightly glanced at him and spat out a sentence. "To kill you, you still need to rebel?" Squire Li felt humiliated, but his heart was only filled with fear now. This guy was a madman. Ahem. You. He had not yet uttered the full words, when his body fell limply to the ground. He was motionless and died of blood loss. The surrounding courtiers, seeing this, moved away from the two lunatics, Su Chou and Qin Yuma, leaving a vacuum around the two of them. But Su Chou didn't care. He continued to look at the courtiers with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a smirk, and all the courtiers looked at him with fear in their eyes, their bodies unconsciously shrinking back. There were even people whose eyes were averted, afraid that if they locked eyes with this madman, the next one to die would be themselves. The two people standing behind him, Qin Xingwen and Li Liao, were both dumbstruck. Previously, Qin Xingwen even visited Squire Zhang to request their help in returning justice to the Qin family, but the words had not been spoken more than twice. Squire Zhang let the houseguards drive them out, and Qin Xingwen's unhappiness stayed bottled up in his heart. Now Squire Zhang was casually killed by his brother-in-law, and his own sister, who was still willing to be her brother-in-law's executioner, felt like the world had gone mad. But Qin Xingwen had a burst of inexplicable dark pleasure inside, feeling that his brother-in-law's approach was really very much to his liking. It had the look of a little brother being beaten up and his oldest brother finding his way back. "You're too arrogant." Qin family backward. Gu Tianshou, the chief minister of the dynasty, roared angrily, "Imperial guards, don't come to arrest him yet. What are you guys afraid of here? We have a state master." Gu Tianshou still fantasized about the state master suppressing these curmudgeons. Moreover, he still had the North Vietnam embassy behind him, so Gu Tianshou had never been afraid. At this point, Anlin waved his hand, for soldiers of the Imperial Forestry Army carried two corpses, and with a loud bang, the two corpses were thrown onto the main hall. It's like two dead pigs, casually discarded. Blood also stained the tiles of the Great Hall. The courtiers stepped back at this sight, and likewise poked their heads out to see who the two bodies were. However, it's better not to look. At first glance the crowd was shocked. These two corpses are precisely the state master, as well as the second prince of the North Vietnamese mission. At this moment the two have long been silent. All of them were penetrated through their bodies by long spears, and huge bloody holes appeared on their chests and backs, the blood having just recently solidified. apparently dead for less than a candle mark. They died in an extremely miserable state, all of them with wide open eyes and extremely unwilling looks. Simply put, it's a death sentence. Gu Tianqiu looked down at the two corpses. His old eyes were wide with disbelief. Then he raised his head and pointed at Enlan's agitated nose. His old hand covered with wrinkled and fine lines trembled non-stop. Angrily, he cursed, You are going to rebel ah. The master of the state actually dares to kill. Are you trying to trap us in Great Chen into injustice? Now that the second prince of the northern Yu kingdom is also dead in your hands, you want to watch our two armies fight, don't you? Or do you want to see the northern Yu kingdom flatten our capital city? Beiyu's royal family is behind the witch sect. What's behind our Dacian royal family? The crowd didn't know whether Gu Tianqiu was angry because his backstage had collapsed or not. Still genuinely thinking of Deqian. So angry that he spat. But Gu Tianqiu's words were undoubtedly a blow to the head. Knock the ministers present in the Great Hall awake. What Gu Tianqiu said is exactly the same thing. The Dacian royal family has no one to cover. Anyone can bully a foot. North Vietnam was different. A few years ago their witch sect had become the power behind them. And even, North Vietnam had a large number of people from the witch sect, who were officials and enlisted in the army in it. Therefore, the people of North Vietnam cannot be moved. Now that this has not only offended the northern Yu kingdom, but also the witch sect as a result, what is Great Chen going to resist? One minister clapped his hands directly on the back of his head. It's over now. Directly offending the witch sect and the northern Yu kingdom. How can we live in Deqian? Indeed, we have completely offended them to death. And there will definitely be a vicious battle in the near future. This Qin family is truly a sin for the ages. Even the state master and the second prince can be killed. Is there any way for Great Chen to live? The courtiers exchanged words and arguments. The entire hall was like a food market, and everyone felt abhorrence towards Su Qiu's practice. The sister-in-law, who originally thought she could make a big kill, frowned slightly, exasperated. He gripped his longsword tightly in his hand. Are these people stupid in their studies? Sister-in-law was able to kill the state master, proving that sister-in-law was stronger than them. Shouldn't she come to flatter them? What's with the accusations? My sister-in-law's body shook, and she hated the fact that she was about to cut with her sword raised. However, Su Qiu suddenly patted her shoulder and slowly spoke. Since the entire hall is full of northern Vietnam lackeys, kill them all, and this place will be taken over by my Green Luan Valley Junior Elder in the future. At this moment, Arigato Huna carried Wu Haitao, who had been beaten to a pig's head, and stepped onto the grand hall. Similarly, he said, I, Crescent Moon Pavilion, will assist Little Elder Green Luan Valley in taking charge of the capital. The great hall was deathly silent. 156. What did they say? Little Elder of the Green Luan Valley? Old Meziers didn't hear it wrong, did they? A minister of the court was dumbfounded. His eyes filled with incredulity as he looked at Su Qiu and kept pulling out his ears. The fellow officer beside him nodded. This Qin family flunky did say so. A Qin family flunky is a Qingluan Valley Junior Elder, Shiting, right? The other courtier stammered a bit. He was not convinced, or did not want to be. However, at this time, someone else retorted, if it's a lie, Crescent Pavilion Master, why did you say the words to assist him? The others froze and couldn't say half a word. There's no way to find a defense. The facts were right in front of everyone's eyes. The state master, who seemed incredibly powerful to them, had been killed, and the Crescent Pavilion's pavilion master, Arigato Huna, who had been placed under house arrest, had also been rescued. All the ministers froze. They were like jumped-up clowns before, saying laughable things in the great hall. Qin Yuma said solidly, you guys are really reading stupidly. I really don't understand how you sit in the position of courtiers, and you can't understand such a simple situation? The courtiers were scolded by a little ninny with no hair on her head. They were as dumb as dumb. There was no way they could say anything. After all, people were right in scolding them. Su Qiu had the ability to kill the state master, and they were even thinking about whether they would offend the North Vietnamese state, or the witch sect. Anlan walked to the front of the crowd at this time and gave a righteous cry. Anyone still want to object? If you think that we are the sins of the ages, you may as well come forward. She finished the sentence. The courtiers all took a step back. They didn't dare to accuse Su Qiu right now. People's status was now a Green Luan Valley Junior Elder, and they didn't dare to accuse Her Highness, the sixth princess, because behind her was Su Qiu. Suddenly, one man cheekily knelt on the ground and shouted, good killing, wonderful killing. The state master was originally from the witch sect. They only want to manipulate our great Chen and become a vassal of the northern Yu state. Instantly, someone else chimed in. Indeed, those who introduced them into Deqian are the female dry ministers, the sinners of Deqian. I was originally opposed to the witch door, and even more so to the North Vietnam's mission. But nay, the atmosphere up and down the court has been smoked. What Mr. Su of the Chen family did was a great relief. Many courtiers immediately overflowed with praise for them, and spoke with such a sincere feeling, as if treating them as the savior of Chen. It's hard to tell if they're genuine or if they're just being condescending when you look at them. A flavor of after entering the customs, there will be a great scholar to argue for me. And as they spoke, they quietly moved away from the head minister of the dynasty, Gu Tianshou, because this guy wants to raid the Chen family. Although the state master and the North Vietnamese mission were the masterminds, Gu Tianshou was the most important executor, and Lan's eyes toured every courtier in the hall, coldly smiled, feeling cold inside, did not expect the ministers in the court are all such goods. She was extremely disappointed that Chen was able to survive until now, which is already considered very lucky. The courtiers are all wallflowers. At this time, Qin Yumo looked at her brother-in-law and asked, "Do we still need to kill? Keep them, or else Lan will be a bare-bones commander without a minister." Su Qiu replied simply. Spinning around, he took one step at a time, walking up to Gu Tianshou and repeating what he had said before. Gu Tianshou at this moment, totally out of power. His background has been completely uprooted and the members of his party have been refronted, maybe even turned the gun around and pointed at him. Gu Tianshou knew that he was losing the battle, but he continued to struggle hysterically, growling angrily at Su Qiu. He said, "I know you're strong, you're a junior elder of the Green Luan Valley, but this is the Imperial court, you don't know anything about it, and if it weren't for old man, the Great Qian would be in chaos." Old piker, was Great Qian good under your rule? Su Qiu retorted. The head minister of the dynasty, Gu Tianshou, was about to open his mouth when he heard this, but when he tried to name his own merits, he realized that he didn't seem to have any. During his reign, he did not seek great achievements, but only the absence of faults. Although the position of the chief minister of the dynasty has been sitting firmly, but also bumbling, Su Qiu looked at him and said in a contemptuous tone, "Can't tell, because under your governance, Chen is still a mess. In that case, what's the point of keeping you, to eat New Year's Eve dinner?" His words remained so blunt, it made Gu Tianshou's face pale. Su Qiu twisted his head to look at Lan and inquired, "How should this guy be sentenced?" Facing Duke Su's questioning, Lan calmly said, "The current chief minister Gu Tianshou, colluded with the North Vietnamese state and the witch sect, brutalized the loyal and good people in the court, and formed a party in the court, hoodwinking his majesty, passing the decree on behalf of the emperor, and selecting the crown prince's successor privately, with the intention of plotting a revolt. According to the law of the current dynasty, those who rebel against non-officials will be executed with 9 clans, and those who are officials will be raised to 3 clans. Lan threw in his voice. Those eyes were full of killing intent, staring straight at Gu Tianshou. The exposure of Lan's identity as a woman was the work of the head minister of the current dynasty, and even the marriage to the second prince in the form of a peace treaty was also organized by him. Lan had enough resentment towards him to kill his entire family. At this time, Su Qiu simply said, "We're not killers. We don't need to raise 3 clans. Just kill his whole clan. The 3 clans are involved in a wide range of people. If you kill, at least thousands of people's heads fall to the ground. It is estimated that the entire Dacian dynasty will be empty half of the people. After all, the courtiers have nepotism with him." And Lan nodded at his words. "I will follow the teachings of the young elder." When Gu Tianshou heard this, his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he sat on his butt on the floor, and his face became even more aged. The eyes showed a look of despair. Inwardly, he was even more incomparably regretful. If he had known this, he would have settled down and would not have ended up in the present situation. To think that the previous extreme human ministers are now like lost dogs. Then he lost his mind and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, old man, a life of fame, actually ruined in your hands. Ha ha, old man is really a fool." Gu Tianshou smiled and laughed as he drew a jeweled dagger from his waist, seemingly using all the courage in his body, as well as the last of his strength. He growled at Su Qiu, "Our entire clan will not let you go even if we become ghosts?" Immediately he drew his sword and cut his own throat. A splash of blood blossomed in the great hall. Gu Tianshou spilled blood in the great hall, and even the gilded pillars were stained with blood. The surrounding courtiers were even more fearful of avoiding it, and they ducked aside. However, the hearts of the people are also surprised. The current chief minister Gu Tianshou is still quite a backbone, actually dared to wield the sword to kill himself, much more backbone than other soft bones ministers. Just as the crowd's gazes looked nervously at Su Qiu, intent on whispering, Su Qiu suddenly let out a light laugh and glanced at the body that had fallen to the ground. "You won't let me go even if you become a ghost? It's still really interesting, so let me make you not even qualify to be a ghost." The crowd was uncertain. I don't know what Su Qiu meant when he said that. until he raised his hand. Suddenly a gust of wind swirled around him, constantly surging towards Gu Tianzhou's corpse, blowing so hard that people used their cuffs to shield their eyes. You can only look at the scene with a blurry vision. Then, a scene that shocked them appeared, only to see Gu Tianzhou's body suddenly trembled and slowly rose from the ground as if it was alive, giving the impression of a fraudulent corpse at the moment. What is it? Can the youngest son-in-law of the Qin family still bring people back to life? Hiss. The voices of the courtiers whispered endlessly, looking at Su Qiu with confused faces. The eyes watched just as carefully, afraid to miss every second in every frame. Even Yukon Huna beside Su Qiu was like that, her phoenix eyes showing a foxy look. Secretly, he was surprised at Su Qiu's tactics. Immediately afterward, a scene that greatly surprised her appeared once more. Gu Tianzhou's corpse suddenly emitted a burst of eerie blue light, and a silhouette that looked similar to him suddenly detached from his body and floated in the air. Ghosts! A courtier screamed out in fear. Ghosts! The frightened courtier, both legs went limp, and directly sat down on the ground. His face was a little pale with fear. Even the crotch of his pants was wet, emitting a foul odor, obviously frightened. The others took several steps back in a hurry, their eyes filled with fear. Ghost! The frightened courtier's legs went limp and he directly sat on the ground, his face a little pale from the shock. Even the crotch of his pants was wet, emitting a foul odor. Clearly frightened, the others hastily took several steps back, their eyes filled with fear. This scene caused the newly crowned king to frown. He slowly walked over to the courtier, reached out his hand to help him up, and said gently, "I know you're all frightened by my appearance, but please don't be afraid. I'm not some kind of ghost or monster, but your new king." That courtier trembled as he looked up at the extraordinary young king in front of him, and a trace of awe could not help but arise in his heart. He spoke cautiously, "Your Majesty, forgive me for being so foolish as to mistake your Majesty for a ghost. Please forgive my sin." The new king smiled faintly and reached out to pat the courtier's shoulder, saying, "There is no need to be so self-condemning. I can understand your reactions. After all, my appearance was indeed a bit sudden. However, I hope that you guys can accept me as soon as possible, because from today onwards, I am the new king of this country." Upon hearing this, the other courtiers also came forward to salute, showing their support and allegiance. Although they still had some misgivings about the young new king, they couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration when they saw his temperament and the way he handled things. The new king nodded slightly, signaling the crowd to rise. He looked around the room and slowly spoke. "I know that your previous crown prince is no longer with us. However, I promise that as long as you can serve me wholeheartedly, I will do my best to maintain the peace and prosperity of this country. Your Majesty, I will be fully loyal and serve your Majesty." The crowd responded in unison. The new king nodded, then turned towards the throne and slowly settled down. He looked around, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. "The day I ascend the throne is also the day this country sees a new dawn. From today, everything will be different," the new king whispered to himself. Just then, a guard hurriedly ran in and respectfully saluted. "Your Majesty, there is a mysterious old man outside who has come to pay his respects, and he says he has something important to tell your Majesty." The new king frowned slightly and said after a moment of contemplation, "In that case, let him come in," only to see the old man slowly walk in. He wore a white robe and had a kind face, giving off a holy feeling. He respectfully bowed and spoke. "Your Majesty, I am the protector of this country, and I have come to congratulate your Majesty on his ascension to the throne." Protectorate immortal? The new king was slightly stunned, then revealed a hint of surprise. He looked the old man in front of him up and down, and after a long time, he opened his mouth and asked. The new king was slightly stunned, then revealed a hint of surprise. He looked the old man in front of him up and down, and after a long time, he opened his mouth and asked, "Protector of the country, do you mean to say that you are the guardian deity of this country?" The old man nodded and said respectfully, "Exactly, Your Majesty. I am the deity that has been guarding this country for hundreds of years. We have been secretly protecting this country to ensure that it can prosper in peace and prosperity. Now that your Majesty has ascended the throne, I have come to greet you and inform you of some important matters." The new king nodded slightly, signaling the old man to continue. The old man took a deep breath and continued, "Your Majesty, your ascension to the throne was not by chance. This is the will of heaven, and you are the destined lord of this country. We, the kingdom protector immortals, have long predicted this matter, so we have been secretly protecting you until you finally ascended the throne as king." "I see." The new king pondered for a moment, then asked, "So, what exactly are you protecting, gods and goddesses? And how do you protect this country?" The old man smiled faintly and said, "We are the higher existences of this world, possessing transcendent power and wisdom. For many years, we have been secretly using our power to resolve various crises and maintain the safety and prosperity of this country. For example, when the last king was on the throne, We had come to his aid and helped him survive a major crisis. The new king frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "If that is the case, why did you not come to my aid when I ascended the throne? Could it be that you were not satisfied with my ascension to the throne?" The old man quickly shook his head and said, "That is absolutely not the case. Your Majesty, the reason why we did not come to your aid is because we already predicted that you would definitely be able to successfully ascend to the throne, so there would be no need for us to do so. We believe that as long as you are able to uphold justice and safeguard the interests of the country, we will serve you as we always have." The new king nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of approval. He pondered for a moment, then said, "In that case, then I will respectfully follow your orders. I will strive to be a competent monarch and maintain the safety and prosperity of this country. If you protectorate immortals need anything, just let me know." The old man smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will always be by your side and provide you with as much help as we can. As long as you can uphold justice, we will always support you." After saying that, the old man made a salute and then turned around to leave. The new king had the old man's back and couldn't help but feel a trace of awe and reverence in his heart. He took a deep breath, then turned to face the ministers and spoke, "Gentlemen, from today onwards, we shall work together to seek a brighter future for this country." The ministers responded, expressing their support and allegiance. The new king smiled faintly, his heart filled with anticipation and determination for the future. He believed that under the protection of the protectorate immortals, this country would definitely usher in a brand new era. The new king smiled faintly, his heart filled with anticipation and determination for the future. He believed that under the protection of the protectorate immortals, this country would definitely usher in a brand new era. The new king then summoned all his ministers and began to work on a plan for future development. He began by proposing to overhaul the political system to eliminate corruption so that the country's resources would better benefit the people. "We want to establish a fair and transparent government so that the people can truly feel the warmth and care of the country," the new king said impassionedly. "We want to make this country a rich, strong, civilized, and harmonious country, so that the people can live a happy and prosperous life." The ministers were all impressed by the new king's foresight and expressed their full support. They knew that with the protection of the protector immortals and the wise leadership of the new king, the country would be able to usher in a whole new era. Under the new king, the government began to carry out drastic reforms. They abolished some corrupt officials and increased the punishment for behavior. At the same time, they also drastically increased their investment in education, healthcare, and other areas of people's livelihood, so that the people's quality of life was significantly improved. The people also gradually felt the good intentions of the new king. They have expressed their support and backing, and have high hopes for the new king. Under the leadership of the new king, the country began to step into a brand new track of development. At the same time, foreign enemies began to watch and try to take advantage of the opportunity to invade the country. However, under the protection of the protector of the nation, the new king led his army to fight bravely against the enemy and eventually won the victory. "We must not only build our country, but also maintain its security and dignity," the new king said to the generals after the battle. "Only in this way can we truly realize the prosperity and strength of our country." All the generals were impressed by the new king's valor and foresight, and said that they would continue to serve the country and contribute to its prosperity. Under the wise leadership of the new king, this country has made great strides in all aspects of its economy, society and culture. The standard of living of the people has continued to rise, and the country's international status has been increasingly elevated. The protector deities have also been secretly supporting and assisting the new king to ensure that he can smoothly push through all the reforms. With their help, the new king eventually succeeded in making this country a rich, strong, civilized and harmonious country, and became a model for the neighboring countries. Anlan was wearing a beautiful princess costume though, but she reveals the air of superiority in her bones. After all, she had been hiding her identity for many years, pretending to be the sixth prince in front of everyone, and the aura of being a royal was still there. "Were you not extremely opposed to this king ascending to the throne before?" Anlan's voice was like a sharp knife that pierced into everyone's heart. Eyes coldly swept over the group of ministers. Those eyes full of killing intent and the delicate and white face seemed out of place. Once again, Anlan said, "How can you support me nowadays?" She knew that these courtiers had lost their power. There's not much use in keeping it. Not to mention that she had now taken control of the military, and almost half of the Imperial guards had abandoned the darkness and become sharp weapons in her hands. The death of the state master, in particular, had caused the Imperial guard to stand firmly on her side. A minister tremblingly knelt on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and patted his ass. Because of His Majesty's holiness, His Majesty was able to convince Qinghuan Valley and Crescent Moon Pavilion to support him. This is already beyond the reach of North Vietnam. His Majesty's majestic strategy. "If you don't ascend to the throne, who will do this throne?" Seeing this, Another minister made the same monarchical salute and knelt down on both knees. If His Majesty does not ascend the throne, who in the world can sit in that position? A puppet manipulated by the traitor Gu Tianshou? The other ministers nodded their heads and their asses were similarly patted. Your Majesty, your ascension to the throne is the will of the people. Nowadays, everyone remembers how good it was when your Majesty was still a prince. And with your Majesty around, the politics are clear and the people have a way to live. And Xintian's expression stiffened even more at his words. The words of these ministers were undoubtedly slapping her in the face, saying that she did not have the qualifications or the strength to sit in the position of empress. Listening to that tone, it was a complete indictment of how she, as an emperor, had run the country in a mess, especially saying it to her face, caring nothing about her feelings. And Xintian had been an empress for so many years, and for the first time, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Perhaps the only thing she was thankful for was that Anlin was her daughter. Therefore, Su Qiu and Qin Ri did not take her life. After all, Su Qiu could even collect the 3 souls and 6 spirits of a person, which was already a divine means. Would he still care about the emperor of a dynasty? Looking up into the distance, the fading back, Qin family flunky. What kind of sin did I really create, messing with such a person? And Xintian mumbled these words, tears unconsciously flowing, like a little daughter being wronged. Previously manipulated by the state master and the chief minister of the dynasty, he became a veritable puppet. Now, Su Qiu and Qin Ri, one is the identity of the young elder, one is the identity of the holy maiden, plus the crescent moon pavilion master Arigato Huna, showed no mercy and drove her off the stage. After Xintian took a few deep breaths, he said to the eunuch next to him, step aside. The voice was breathless. Your Holiness. Eunuch Zhang looked at the lost eyes of the empress and didn't know how to comfort her. I am no longer His Majesty. And Xintian returned, slowly rising from the dragon chair. He left in a state of disorientation. Yet no one cared about her departure. The minister's eyes were on Anlan, and the mouth is constantly patting the horse's ass. But as beautiful as their words were, they still couldn't move Anlan's heart. She had suffered real betrayal after all, and at the same time knew the piss-poor nature of these people, who were complete wallflowers. Those civil ministers with backbone have long since been suppressed by them, and the entire officialdom is left with people who are drunkards. And Lan sneered, well, since you are so supportive of this king, you must also show actual sincerity. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly, twisting her cuirass, glanced at the 2 dried-up corpses on the ground. Like a devilish voice sounded again. Otherwise, just like Squire Zhang and Squire Li, they can not only become a corpse, but this king will also personally visit their residence to see how much they have taken from the imperial court? It's a naked threat. Intimidation. It was only at this moment that the courtiers realized the horror of Anlan becoming emperor. Although a weak woman, but the heart is loaded with a beast, and now have the power to open the fangs. The ministers present, not dead, also have to lose a layer of skin. And Lan, however, felt that she had been merciful, and compared to Su Qiu, she was still quite kind. At that moment, a courtier whose forehead was covered with cold sweat, his mouth shivering, finally took a deep breath and said like a deflated ball, I, the humble servant, am willing to return 40,000 taels of silver, over 62,000 acres of fields, and 150 stores to your Majesty. He finished the sentence and looked up nervously at Anlin. Unfortunately, Anlan did not look at him squarely. Minister Tang, how long have you been sitting in this position? This Tang Shangshu, who was willing to return the silver fields, shivered once again. He understood what Anlan meant by this, nothing more than disliking him for standing in this position for too long. And of course, even more so because of his previous stand, Anlan was now harboring a grudge. Tang Shangshu once again bowed and knelt down to kowtow. I am old and I implore your Majesty to let me retire to my hometown. Remembering that Shangshu Tang has been exhausting his efforts for Deqian for many years and is very old, I have granted permission to take good care of my days. And Lan nodded without hesitation. That's when he looked him square in the eye. Tang Shangshu's entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, as if his entire body's strength had been drained. Even lifting up the wattles was a struggle. The surrounding courtiers all had odd expressions, and Lan is trying to empty their family's pockets with the first one to start. At this moment, all the courtiers, once again, kneeled on the floor. The humble minister is willing to return 35,000 taels of silver and 22,000 acres of fields. I, for one, am willing to. Such voices were endless, and they were all veterans of the Dacian dynasty, having sucked blood in the dynasty for many years. It's been rich for a long time. When each of the ministers of the Shangshu and the ministers of justice had denounced their old age and spat out all that they had coveted, they left the great hall in a state of soul-searching. Anlin looked to the remaining officers. Basically, all of them are from the 5th or 6th grade. either the junior secretary or bachelor. Many of them have no real power, or unimportant courtiers. All of them are to make up the number of people. She waved her hand directly. Well, I'll forget about what you once did and even promote you, but I have one request. Follow my orders and kill without pardon if you dare to betray. And Lan's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder in the crowd's mind. Their new majesty is a man of his word. All of them did not dare to slack off and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I will do my best to assist his majesty, and I will be loyal to his majesty and never have a second master. The sound was deafening in the great hall. Amlin nodded with extreme satisfaction. One last thing. She needs to pull together the heart of the army. Towards to the Imperial guards outside the hall. Righteousness said, all generals listen. Any soldier who serves me, each person rewarded 10 acres of fields and 10 taels of silver. When the Imperial soldiers heard about Amlin's reward, straight up wide-eyed, spinning around, excited laughter erupted, not realizing that the new emperor would not pursue the matter and reward them. For a while the loyalty in their hearts soared upwards, and they had long since recognized Lan as their new follower of the emperor. Instantly all the Imperial army soldiers kneeled on one knee, clasped their hands, and threw their hands in the air and shouted, "The Imperial Guard swears to follow His Majesty to the death." The sound resounded throughout the palace, and the eaves of the house were just about shaken down by the ear-splitting sound. Even the North Vietnam's envoys residing in the palace could smell it clearly, not to mention Su Chiu, who had just stepped out of the entrance of the Imperial city. He looked back and gazed out. This guy is indeed very uptight, born to be the piece of material to be an emperor. Su Chiu simply lamented. At this moment, Huna Arigato, who had been following Su Chiu, couldn't help but speak out. Mr. Su, can Huna ask you what kind of tactics are used to detain souls? As the words fell, Su Chiu's gaze fell on her. You want to learn?